Chapter 1, The Day of the Frustrated Warm-Hearted Man's Turnaround. Xiaoqing, it's been 3 years. We've been in love for 3 years? Just because this rich second generation gave you a necklace, you want to break up with me?
Yan Haowan stood in front of Jiang Xiaoqing, his eyes full of resentment and pain.
Jiang Xiaoqing glanced at him and said in annoyance, Yan Haowan, can you be more mature? Yan Haowan's heart sank, and he asked, why am I immature?
When you're in love, if you're compatible, stay together.
If you're not, break up. Why are you so excited? Jiang Xiaoqing's tone became even colder. For the past 3 years, I have lived frugally and saved everything for you, and now you are saying that I am not happy?
Jiang Xiaoqing snorted coldly and said, Humph, you can only blame yourself for being stupid. Yan Haowan's anger was instantly ignited, and he shouted angrily, Jiang Xiaoqing.
This was the first time he got angry with this woman.
He had always been a gentle and warm man and had never lost his temper with her. Jiang Xiaoqing was unmoved, her eyes were full of contempt.
Don't you look at your own conditions? Apart from your face, what else do you have to show for it? If I hadn't seen that you have always been at my service and taken good care of me, would I have liked you? Yan Haowan was so angry that he was shaking all over.
He pointed at Jiang Xiaoqing and cursed. You vain woman, I have given so much for you, but you treat me like this.
Jiang Xiaoqing laughed, her laughter was full of sarcasm. What's wrong with being vain? Am I going to spend my whole life with a poor loser like you? Yan Haowan's heart was completely broken.
He looked at Jiang Xiaoqing and asked, then why do you want to be with me?
Jiang Xiaoqing said coldly, because you obey me, what's wrong with keeping you as a spare tire? After hearing these words, Yan Haowan was completely stunned. He couldn't believe it.
He thought he had been in a relationship for 3 years, but he didn't expect that the other person had only been treating him as a backup.
Humph, a toad wants to eat swan flesh. You have no self-awareness at all. Jiang Xiaoqing sneered with disdain, then put on a charming smile, turned to the handsome guy next to her, and said, Mr. Hu, let's go. I have nothing to do with this annoying guy anymore.
Not only was Yan Haowan suddenly broken up with, but he was also ruthlessly mocked in public by the woman.
He felt so disheartened that he even had thoughts of committing suicide at that moment.
At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind.
Ding!
The host is detected to be a super warm-hearted man, and he has been emotionally attacked.
The warm-hearted man turnaround system is activated.
Novice mission, revenge of a warm-hearted man, let the target voluntarily connect with the host, then abandon him and ridicule him in public.
Target object information is being transmitted. Name, Jiang Xiaoqing. Age, 20 years old. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Bust, C cup. Appearance rating, 88. Body score, 90. A junior student at Jiangnan University and the beauty of the Foreign Languages Department. The current favorability is 20%. Mission deadline, 1 month.
Success reward, 500 charm points plus newbie special award. Failure penalty, physical fitness permanently reduced by 50%.
Yan Haowan was confused at first, what is going on?
Then, when he discovered that he could control these interfaces in his mind at will with his thoughts, he finally understood.
He was overjoyed, I am also a person with a system. After the ecstasy, he became a little worried.
I've been dating this woman for 3 years, and she won't even kiss me.
Is it possible for her to voluntarily hook up with me?
She would really volunteer and would not abandon me mercilessly. He looked at the punishment for failing this mission again, and felt a chill in his heart.
His physical fitness is just average to begin with. If he were cut in half, he would be like a weakling that would fall down at the slightest gust of wind. Ding! It is detected that the host does not meet the conditions for completing the task, and a luxurious novice welfare gift package is awarded. Benefit 1, Active Skill Sweet Talk. Skill description, use this skill on any human being and say a sentence, and the target person will unconditionally believe everything the host says. The skill lasts for 1 minute and has a cooldown of 24 hours. Benefit 2, Passive Skill Superman S Body. Skill description, the host will possess physical qualities far beyond the limits of normal humans. Benefit 3, Passive Skill Cashback on Consumption. Skill description, if the target with a favorability of 0 actively consumes for the host will receive cashback. The cashback amount is consumption amount favorability 100.
Yan Haowan, who was hit by the luxury gift package, instantly felt a drastic change in his body, filled with explosive power.
This instantly boosted his self-confidence, which he had always lacked. Thinking of the first gift package, an irresistible idea suddenly arose in his mind. Looking at his ex-girlfriend who had already turned and left, he sneered to himself and shouted, "Jiang Shaoqing." His ex-girlfriend paused for a moment, frowned, and looked at her new lover for his opinion. The second-generation rich man said with a playful look on his face, "See what else this silly boy can say?" Jiang Shaoqing turned around and asked, "Yan Hawan, what else do you want to say?" "I just want to ask you one last question." "Boring. There has never been love. From the beginning to the end." Jiang Shaoqing continued to attack mercilessly. However, Yan Hawan at this moment is no longer the silly and warm-hearted little boy before. He smiled coldly and said, "Okay, I won't ask any more questions. I just want to remind you of something." "What's up?" "Shaoqing, on the night of your birthday, you said that I was the strongest man in the world. That was the happiest night for you. I hope you will always remember what you said." As soon as these words were spoken, the sweet talk skill was activated instantly. The rich second generation, who was enjoying the mockery of the poor loser, suddenly changed his expression and questioned the woman next to him. "Jiang Shaoqing, didn't you say you were still a virgin?" However, Jiang Shaoqing had already been ambushed by the skill at this time, and her consciousness made her believe that it was really her happiest night, and she really said that. Then she said in a daze, "Huan, you are so strong. I will never forget that night." Because her consciousness was affected by her skills, she was emotional as she spoke. Two blushes appeared on her beautiful face, and her charming eyes were staring straight at the man. "Fuck you, you slut." The rich second generation left angrily. He thought there was going to be a good show to watch, but ended up being treated as a show by others. The students who were watching the show were also in an uproar. "Originally I thought it was just an ordinary vain girl dumps loser guy story, but I didn't expect there would be such a wonderful twist later." Some boys who were watching the show said, "This guy's physique looks just average," but a woman actually praised him as the strongest. It really shows that you can't judge a book by its cover. Some girls who eat melons, the strongest? The happiest? How strong and how happy are they? Yan Hawan felt a strong sense of revenge. After being a warm-hearted man for 3 whole years, all I got in return for all my efforts was being abandoned and ridiculed. Since God has given me this warm man turnaround system, I will become the most powerful warm man in history. The sweet talk skill only lasted for a short minute. After the effect wore off, Jiang Shaoqing woke up instantly. What happened? What did I just say? Why did Mr. Who call me a slut? Also, why do my classmates look at me in such strange ways? Chapter 2, Become famous overnight and know it in the whole school. Yan Hawan succeeded in his revenge on the spot and didn't want to stay any longer. Anyway, the novice mission still has a month to complete, so it is obviously inappropriate to do the mission now. Then, he suddenly felt as if someone was staring at him. I turned around and saw it was true. The target of his gaze was a very tall and plump female classmate, who was even more beautiful than Jiang Shaoqing. Ding! The system has detected a suitable target object. Target object information is being transmitted. Name, Hu11. Age, 19 years old. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Bust, D cup. Appearance score, 96. Body score, 96. A sophomore at Jiangnan University, she is one of the 8 most beautiful girls on campus, the most beautiful girl in the medical school, and the director of the study department of the student union. Current favorability, 20%. Optional task, make the target's favorability reach 90%. Mission deadline, 1 year. Success reward, 500 charm points plus random reward. Failure penalty, none. Do you accept this mission? Yan Hawan exclaimed, there are actually optional tasks, and there are rewards for success and no penalties for failure. That's great, this warm man turnaround system is really warm enough. Only a fool would not accept such a good mission. His mind made a choice instantly. Then he was a little surprised. This was the campus beauty, a total stranger to him, but she actually had a 20% favorable impression of him. Just like his girlfriend who he had been dating for 3 years. He thought about it and looked over boldly. The reason why Hu11 subconsciously stared at him just now was because she clearly felt the sudden change in the boy's temperament. This boy, who had been pitiful, cowardly, and honest before, suddenly exuded a powerful aura. Although it was only a moment, she caught it. This invisibly increased her fondness for this stranger and filled her with strong curiosity. Then, when his fiery gaze met hers, she was startled. She quickly turned around and remembered the last words the boy said to Jiang Shaoqing. Her heartbeat quickened for no reason and her cheeks felt slightly hot. Ding, Hu Wenwen's favorability increased by 5%, and the current favorability is 25%. Yan Haoan was delighted. What was going on? But just returning someone's gaze can actually increase their favorability by 5%. Am I really that charming? Good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels far and wide. In just over an hour, Yan Haoan's glorious deeds spread almost throughout Jiangnan University. Before, he was just a little famous in a small circle because he was warm enough. As for now, his reputation even surpasses the 6 most handsome boys in school. Of course it wasn't because he was ruthlessly dumped by the vain girl, but because of the last and extremely domineering reminder he gave after being dumped. If he was the only one saying it, such as the strongest, the happiest, people would just think he was bragging to save face. But the woman involved in the conversation happened to be present, and her reaction at the time definitely verified what he said. The most important thing is that this woman not only just dumped someone, but also ruthlessly mocked him in all aspects. There is no way she would cooperate with him in a double act. So, everyone agreed that this was not an exaggeration. Yan Nuanan was even given the nickname Strong Brother by his roommates overnight. And this domineering nickname quickly spread to the next door dormitory. Word of it spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. Soon, following the incident, the nickname spread throughout the campus. Brother Zhuangqiang, your ex-girlfriend has contacted you 3 times. Are you really so heartless? The speaker was the leader of the dormitory, Brother Yongzhang Hongyong. The second brother Hua Tai also joined in the fun. Yes, 1 night of marriage means 100 days of love. What's more, you have such an extraordinary night, like the happiest. Yan Haoan was very calm. He was still thinking about how to complete the mission. He didn't expect Jiang Shaoqing to come to him on her own initiative. In that case, of course we have to hang it up and sell it. But it's the 3rd time, and the bait is almost done. The bait will lose its flavor if it is left for a long time. Yan Haoan, you've gone too far. Give me back my reputation. Jiang Shaoqing was ambushed by a skill and had no recollection of her performance at that time. However, there were many witnesses, and she soon understood what had happened. She was so ashamed and angry that she wanted to die. I'm being too much? I've served you wholeheartedly for 3 years, and you've always treated me as a backup and never let me kiss you once. I admit that I was a little too harsh on you. I apologize. Yan Haoan sneered. How could he have mocked him before? Now that he needs help from him, he thinks of apologizing. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Jiang Shaoqing continued. But you've gone even further. I'm still a virgin. What kind of person have I become after you said that? Do you know that my classmates look at me differently now? As she spoke, she actually started crying. This woman is indeed greedy for fame and fortune, but because of this, she has always treasured her first time, of course, in order to be able to show it off at the critical moment. A warm-hearted man is a warm-hearted man after all. Yan Haoan felt a little distressed when he saw her tearful appearance. But then he thought of the mission and the punishment for failing the mission, and his crotch felt cold again. He quickly warned himself, I must never fall in love with this woman again. But she has to volunteer for the mission. He sneered almost imperceptibly, gently pulled his ex-girlfriend into his arms, and stroked her head softly. Jiang Shaoqing's body stiffened, but she rarely managed to break free. The atmosphere is quite warm. After a while, Jiang Shaoqing said cautiously, Huan, can you please make a public statement? Everything you said that day was deliberately made up in order to make me break up with the rich 2nd generation. Yan Haoan didn't say anything. Huan, can you please tell everyone that we have never had sex and I am still a virgin? Yan Haoan still didn't say anything. Huan, I know I have let you down over the years. I was wrong. I shouldn't have kept you as a backup. Ding, Jiang Shaoqing's favorability increased by 10%, and the current favorability is 30%. Yan Haoan was slightly startled when he received this sudden system prompt. It seemed that this woman really knew she was wrong. Shaoqing, it's not that I don't want to help you. But do you think it will work? Even if I say publicly now that we have never slept together and you are still a virgin, do you think people will believe it? Zhang Xiaoqing was stunned. She recalled what she had heard from others about her reaction at that time. She was completely puzzled. Was she possessed by evil spirits? Why did she give such an inexplicable and shameful reaction? It was like a god's assist, helping this kid to prove his boast. Huan was right. With a scene like this and so many witnesses, would anyone believe him even if he was willing to make amends afterwards? Thinking that her reputation was irreparably ruined, Zhang Xiaoqing vented all her anger on her ex-boyfriend. Why do you want to hurt me like this? Yan Haoan sneered, I've been a sweetheart for you for 3 years, and you just break up with me. Even Buddha has a temper. 55555, what should I do in the future? What can I do? It's just that I've lost my virginity. It's not like I've killed anyone or set fire to anything. It's like the sky is falling. You bastard. I'm a virgin, I'm obviously a virgin. Okay, you're a virgin. You're a virgin from head to toe. But it's no use telling me that, why don't you just post a notice to make it clear? Yan Haoan, you bastard. You big bastard. Ding, Zhang Xiaoqing's favorability dropped by 10%, and the current favorability is 20%. Chapter 3, Ordering Takeaway and Getting a Gorgeous Beauty. When Yan Haoan heard the system prompt, he was shocked. Damn, did I say something wrong again? Why did I go back down again? Think about it, he still needs to conquer her and make her willing to communicate with him in depth. Now he dare not speak nonsense. He took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and began to think about what to do next. He recalled how he had tried to please her in the past, and came up with an idea. Then just go back to being a warm-hearted person. He asked gently. Xiaoqing, those second-generation rich people are not trustworthy at all. They are all playboys. They just want to play with you. After playing with you, they will find a new lover. Zhang Xiaoqing got even angrier when she heard him talk about the rich second generation. Because Mr. Hu's situation is obviously irreversible. This stingy guy just asked her to return the necklace, saying that she cheated him. No matter how she explains, it's useless. She even shamelessly said that she could verify it herself, but Hu Xiao replied with disdain, do you think I don't know that there is a repair technique? Seeing that his ex-girlfriend looked upset, Yan Haoan quickly changed the subject. Xiaoqing, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that before. But I was really angry at the time. Zhang Xiaoqing snorted heavily. Is an apology useful? Can the water that has been spilled be taken back? Can the lost reputation be restored? Xiaoqing, I actually regret it too. But I said it even though I shouldn't have. Being angry can't turn back time. Why don't you calm down and think about what to do next? You make it sound so easy, how can I calm down? Xiaoqing, it's already so late, how about I go out with you for some midnight snack? No appetite. Dear Xiaoqing. Go away, who is your dear? Xiaoqing, I know you are very angry with me, but please believe me, I didn't mean to hurt you. I was so angry at the time that I said something I shouldn't have said. I know I was wrong. Xiaoqing, I really regret this. Please give me a chance to make up for my mistake. For the sake of the mission, Yan Haoan tried his best to lower his posture, admit his mistakes and ask for forgiveness. Make up for it? Haha, how do you make up for it? Xiaoqing, let's get back together. I will still love you wholeheartedly like before. Zhang Xiaoqing sneered and said, I'm just treating you as a backup. Can you accept that? Xiaoqing, you are the most beautiful girl in the school. I know I am not worthy of you, so even if I have to be your backup, I am willing to do so. I will keep working hard to turn my backup into my regular partner. Zhang Xiaoqing was a little surprised. She knew that this boy was warm-hearted, but she didn't expect him to be this warm-hearted. Can you really accept being a spare tire? Don't go crazy when I find the real tire. Don't worry, Xiaoqing. I've learned my lesson and I know what's wrong with me now. Zhang Xiaoqing thought about it and decided that given the current situation, it would be unlikely for her to find another one in the short term. It's not bad to have such a warm man serving me. That's fine. But I'll be frank with you. You're just a spare tire. Whether you can become a regular employee depends on your future performance. Ding, Zhang Xiaoqing's favorability increased by 10%, and the current favorability is 30%. Yan Haoan was overjoyed and said softly, Thank you, Xiaoqing. I love you. Jiang Shaoqing hummed lightly. She had heard this so many times that she was no longer surprised. Shaoqing, can you give me some encouragement? What encouragement? We've been in love for 3 years, and I've only held your hand. Can you, let me kiss you? Jiang Shaoqing had refused this request several times before. It's the same routine every time, this girl is chaste. She won crossed the line before marriage. As for now, anyone who is not stupid can guess that it is definitely because they don't want the backup to get any benefits. This excuse no longer works. In order to keep this warm man, Jiang Shaoqing hesitated for a while and said softly, only kiss on the cheek, not on the mouth. Yan Haowan was secretly delighted. He leaned over and kissed her gently on the left cheek. In the following days, Yan Haowan once again became a famous warm-hearted man. He surrounded Jiang Shaoqing every day and took care of the latter in every possible way. Although he found that after he became famous overnight, some female classmates looked at him strangely when they walked on the street, and a few bold ones even made blatant eye contact. He could only pretend to be aloof and cool. How could he dare to flirt with other girls? There is no other way. At the current stage, we must go all out to conquer Jiang Shaoqing. The penalty for mission failure is absolutely unbearable. Half a month later. On a bench in a dark grove in the school. Yan Haowan was secretly happy. In the past 2 weeks, he tried his best to please her, emptied his wallet to give her gifts and meals, and finally raised Jiang Shaoqing's favorability to 60%. From only being able to kiss on the cheek at first, to being able to touch the mouth, to just a light taste. Until just now, Shaoqing finally kissed him. Judging from the woman's physical reaction, he judged that she was already in the mood. Humph, if I just work harder, there should be hope. Then. Yan Haowan stopped his action in dismay, feeling extremely depressed. He still failed at the last moment. He really couldn't understand it. But the mission requires voluntary participation. If force is used and it violates the rules and leads to failure, then it's all over. At Jiang Shaoqing's strong request, he had to send the woman back to the dormitory. Then he walked all the way back, feeling very depressed. As he was walking, he suddenly remembered that his second roommate in the dormitory, Tizi, once sighed after drinking. He hesitated for a while, but finally made up his mind and decided to go out and calm down. He quickly walked outside the school, found a shared bicycle, and rode in one direction for a full quarter of an hour. Then I found a nearby hotel and checked in. As soon as he entered the room, he began to check carefully. Damn, my buddy's experience was wrong. Why was there no takeaway card? He was just hesitating whether to ask his friend if he had saved the number when the landline in the room rang. As soon as the call was connected, a delicate voice came. Sir, do you require any special services? Yes. Right now. He replied with 3 vicious words. This simple and crude answer surprised the delivery girl. In her career, she has made many phone calls, most of which were hung up directly, some were swearing, and many were asking about services and prices. But this is the first time I've encountered such a straightforward answer. Yan Haowan took a quick shower as quickly as possible. In this kind of situation, hygiene issues must be taken seriously. He had just come out of the bathroom when the doorbell rang. He quickly opened the door and was stunned when he saw the woman in front of him. Holy crap, is the quality of takeout so high these days? This is simply top-notch. With this face and this figure, she'd definitely be a goddess even in Jiangnan University, where there are so many beautiful girls. Chapter 4. This woman doesn't play by the rules at all. Then, Yan Haowan began to notice that something seemed wrong with the condition of this top-notch delivery girl. This look seems a little blurred and a little fiery. Damn, she can't be a drug addict. Forget it, I'll just put up with it for her super good looks and perfect figure. As soon as he closed the door, the woman threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. Then she took the initiative to offer her beautiful red lips. During this time, the doorbell rang several times and the phone in the room rang twice. But he had no time to answer them because he was busy. The war is over, Yan Haowan feels refreshed. I was a boy before, so I really didn't understand. Today I finally became a man and realized that the feeling is completely different. Thinking about the process in between, he was very puzzled. What was going on? Could the takeout be original? Then, he finally realized that something seemed to be wrong. He picked up the phone and checked the incoming call. Oh shit, 2 missed calls. It was exactly the same number as the one that called before to ask, do you need any special services? So this girl is the female Chun Yaojin who showed up halfway? The one who just rang the doorbell frantically as the delivery man? Damn, no wonder her looks and figure are so stunning. No wonder she is an original product. After the woman woke up, she felt sore all over, weak and limp, as if her entire skeleton was falling apart. Not knowing if it was the effect of the drugs, she found herself blacking out and her memory was sporadic. However, she still remembered some key points, and when she discovered her physical condition, she roughly understood what had happened. This made her feel sad. Then she let out a loud cry. Yan Haowan looked at her blankly, feeling a little at a loss, not knowing what to say. After the woman had vented her emotions, he whispered, "Girl, you really can't blame me for this. You brought this upon yourself." He also speaks the truth. Such a gorgeous woman, who pounces on you without saying a word, is something any normal man can't resist. What's more, he is already overwhelmed with desire. The woman then raised her head and observed the man who had taken her virginity. He was very young, with a handsome face, and gave a pleasing first impression, which comforted her a little. Yan Haowan saw him looking at her with a complicated expression. Just as he was about to explain further, he suddenly heard a series of system prompts. Ding! The system has detected a suitable target object. Target object information is being transmitted. Name, Tian Yuancher. Age, 27 years old. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Bust, C cup. Appearance score, 97. Body score, 95. The eldest daughter of Tian Yongwang, chairman of Huansha Group, vice president of Huansha Group and chairman of Huansha Biopharmaceuticals. Current favorability is 10%. Optional task, make the target's favorability reach 90%. Mission deadline, 3 years. Success reward, 5,000 charm points plus Tian Yuancher's unswerving love. Failure penalty, Tian Yuancher's unforgettable hatred. Do you accept this mission? This amount of information was really overwhelming, and Yan Haowan was a little slow to react for a moment. This woman who came to the door casually seemed to have quite an important background. I just slept with a beautiful CEO. What the hell is the Tian family? Is it some big family? This is an optional task, and there may be a penalty for failure. The loyal love of a beautiful woman is beautiful to think about, but the unforgettable hatred is probably not so easy to bear. Little knowledge says that when women become ruthless, they have no limits and can even do things like cutting off a penis. What should I do? Should I accept this optional mission? The system did not give a specific explanation for favorability, but his experience in capturing Jiang Shaoqing told him that improving favorability must be difficult. Especially since this woman's starting point is only 10%, it is absolutely difficult to raise her favorability to a super high level like 90%. But the mission period is 3 years long. Besides, after all, they have given their first time to each other, so there should be some husband and wife gratitude. Besides, I am an extraordinary person who has a system and a novice gift pack, so I should be able to complete it. After much hesitation, he chose to accept it. After all, which man wouldn't want to have such a beautiful lady who is both pretty and rich? Especially the love rewarded by the mission is still loyal. You never have to worry about changing your heart, and you don't have to be afraid of wearing an environmentally friendly hat. After making his choice, he immediately showed his warm-hearted character. Hello young lady, my name is Yan Haowan, Yan is in swallow, he is in Y, and Huan is in like. When the woman looked over, he continued. I am a junior student at Jiangnan University. Miss, may I know your name? Ding, Tian Yuancher's favorability increased by 5%, and the current favorability is 15%. Yan Haowan was delighted. Just by introducing himself, his favorability increased by 5%. It was too easy to increase this favorability. It turned out that Tian Yuancher had a better impression of him after she found out that he was a college student. Although her favorability increased, she did not introduce herself, but asked back with a question. You are a college student, why are you not in school but living in a hotel instead? It was the second birthday of the second child in our dormitory, so we all celebrated together. I drank a little too much, so they let me stay and rest for a night. Hearing him speak so fluently, Tian Yuancher had no doubt at all. She didn't know that someone had just made up this excuse. Yan Haowan patiently asked again, Miss, can you tell me your name? Seeing that the woman had just cried like that, he thought she was just a weak woman, so he tried his best to get close to her by acting like a warm man. But he was totally wrong. The reason why a woman suddenly cries bitterly is because she was plotted against and lost her virginity. After venting her emotions, she quickly regained her usual calmness. You don't need to know my name. What happened today was purely an accident. I don't know you, and you don't know me. There is no relationship between us. Yan Haowan was stunned. Are you so cold? He felt a little regretful that he had accepted the optional task so hastily. But he had already accepted it, and he didn't want to be hated by others after failure, so he could only bite the bullet and continue. I'm a man. I'll take responsibility for what happens today. Now it was Tian Yuanshir's turn to be stunned. She glanced at the simple boy and asked with a hint of amusement. How can you be responsible? I will marry you. Yan Haowan answered sincerely. Although this woman is 7 years older than him, he doesn't mind at all. Such a stunning beauty, the daughter of some wealthy family, the chairman of some company, if it weren't for chance, it would be a blessing for him to just look at this goddess for a second longer. So not only does he not mind, he even feels happy just thinking about it. The woman thought to herself, marry me? Are you being responsible, or are you just thinking of something good? But she didn't mock him, she just said lightly. You've read too many romance novels, haven't you? Yan Haowan felt a little embarrassed. She was right. According to the routine in the book, if a woman loses her virginity accidentally and the man says he will take responsibility, shouldn't the woman be moved to tears? How come this woman doesn't follow the rules at all? Is it that novels are all written randomly? Alas, why novels are really harmful. Chapter 5. This force has to be pretended. Seeing his embarrassed face, Tian Yuanshir felt that the boy was more innocent and had a better impression of him. Ding, Tian Yuanshir's favorability increased by 5%, and the current favorability is 20%. Yan Haowan was secretly happy but confused. Hey, what's going on? However, the good news seems to end there. I need to make a phone call. Please go to the bathroom for a while. Her voice was cold, and her tone carried an unquestionable command. Maybe it's because as a president, he is used to giving orders. Before Yan Haowan could react, she added. Close the door and don't eavesdrop. Yan Haowan was a little depressed, but he still went to the bathroom obediently and closed the door. The woman made 3 calls in a row. The first one was to the police. Although the matter can be settled by someone coming from home, calling the police will definitely get someone quicker. If that scumbag and his thugs come to the door, it will be a loss that we cannot afford. The second one was to call home. Of course I had to complain to my dad about such a big loss I suffered. The third one was to call his secretary and ask her to check Yan Haowan's background. Yan Haowan stayed obediently in the bathroom, thinking hard about how to get close to the female president and improve her favorability, but after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't come up with a good idea. The warm-hearted man's tricks seemed to be useless when faced with such ruthless coldness. At this moment, the woman's voice was raised, come out. Yan Haowan walked to the bed, and the woman said calmly. Do you remember your bank card number? What? Forget it, add me on WeChat. Yan Haowan opened WeChat and was about to scan her business card. There was a beeping sound, and then the room was opened. Brother Chow, look at the surveillance video. The woman has not come out since she went in. This guy is so disrespectful that he won't even let me see the surveillance video. I've been working on this for so long, and now the opportunity has been lost. The woman's face suddenly changed. She quickly covered her head with the quilt. Because she had been drugged and had consumed too much energy, she felt very weak all over her body, so although she said a lot, she didn't even wear any clothes. What she feared most was that the bad guys arrived before her own people did. What you fear will come true. Now she can only pray that the police will come soon. I lost my virginity to this college student, and I had to accept it whether I wanted to or not. If she were to be abused by the villains again, or even be recorded on video, she shuddered at the thought. Yan Haowan calmly greeted them and asked coldly, who are you? He is no longer a weakling like a jerk and Wu anymore, and he doesn't take a few small hooligans seriously at all. Kid, this has nothing to do with you. Get out of here. This is my room. Brother Chow, who was in the lead, took one look at the young man and laughed. Kid, don't you understand what I'm saying? If you don't want to die, get out of here. Yan Haowan still looked calm and said slowly. This is my room. Where did this idiot come from? Xiaoba, throw this idiot out. A few seconds later. A man flew out of the room, hit the wall heavily, then collapsed unconscious. Yan Hahuan frowned slightly. These days he had secretly tested the abilities of his superhuman body, such as strength and speed. Of course he knew he was awesome, but this was the first time he had actually used it on someone else. It seems that too much force was used? Because everything happened so quickly, Brother Chow and the other two thugs were unable to react for a while. When they realized what was happening, they heard a loud voice outside. Police! Brother Chow and his group's faces changed and they tried to escape quickly, but they were blocked at the door. The nearest police station was only a few hundred meters away. After hearing that the person who called the police was the daughter of the Tian family, the deputy director on duty immediately brought his men over as quickly as possible. Shou Yan. Yan Haoan didn't react at first, until Tian Yuancher called him several times. He realized that she was calling him. People usually call him Yi Huan, Huan Huan, and Xiao Huan, but the most common name Xiao plus surname is rarely called by anyone. You ask the police to wait outside for a while and then close the door. Oh. After doing so, Yan Haoan finally understood what the woman was going to do. It turns out that Tian Yuancher still feels a little weak and asks him to help her put on her clothes. Damn, even though they had already had the closest contact at a negative distance, this task still almost made him bleed from the nose. It took him a lot of effort to help the woman put on her top. As for the following part, he was of course very enthusiastic about helping others to the end, but the woman refused to let him. When she finally finished dressing, Yan Haoan went to open the door. But I saw that there were actually more people outside. Leading the group was a middle-aged man with extraordinary bearing. He glanced at Yan Haoan, said nothing, and walked straight in. Yan Haoan was about to follow in, but was stopped by a strong man. The latter didn't say anything either, but just signaled him with his eyes to stand still. Yan Haoan thought about it, then cooperated and remained quiet. The middle-aged man who entered had some similarities with Tian Yuancher in appearance, which reminded him of the information the system had just sent. He thought that this middle-aged man should be Tian Yuancher's father Tian Yongwang. Tian Yongwang came out not long after he went in. Then he said to a person standing nearby who was probably the hotel manager. Find an empty room nearby. I want to have a chat with this young man. Are you a student at Jiangnan University? Yes, uncle. Yan Haoan was very polite, not because this person was important. It was because he had accepted an optional mission to capture Tian Yuancher, and he didn't want to fall out with this potential father-in-law. However, he didn't want to make enemies, but the other party was not polite at all. As the head of a wealthy family, Tian Yongwang certainly doesn't need to be polite to an ordinary college student. You haven't been here today. What? You've never been here, and you've never met my daughter, understand? His tone of voice was similar to his daughter's, carrying an air of command that could not be questioned. Uncle, let me be more straightforward. Our Tian family is not something you can marry into. Besides, my daughter already has a fiancé. I don't want today's accident to have any negative impact on her. Yan Haoan regretted it even more now. Oops, this task was taken too hastily. He knew that this woman was from a very important background and that a commoner like him could never reach her height. He shouldn't be so greedy. And she has a fiancé. How can we complete this mission? It's a big problem. But you don't have to say anything else, just remember what I said carefully. Otherwise you will definitely regret it. Yan Haoan was a little unhappy, but he remained calm on the surface. As compensation, I will give you 1 million. Yan Haoan was stunned at first, and then became even more unhappy. 1 million. What a joke. Am I the kind of person who needs 1 million? Of course. I'm not even 10,000 short. You are a big boss after all. If you want to smack me with money, at least add a zero to the hush money. It's just 1 million, who are you looking down on? Uncle, I understand what you mean. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Besides, I don't want this million. Tian Yongwang looked at him with some amusement, and said lightly. Are you sure you don't want to? Don't regret it. Yan Haoan acted as if he regarded money as dirt and said calmly. Uncle, I am just an ordinary college student, but I am also a man with great ambitions. Don't look down on me by looking at me through the cracks in the door. Yan Haoan's heart was bleeding. In order to please Jiang Shaoqing, he had spent all his money and even took out an online consumer loan of 50,000 yuan. He is short of money, very, very short of money. But in order to leave a good impression on Tian Yuancher and for future tasks, he had to pretend. Chapter 6. The reputation of 5 Wolf brothers has made a great contribution. Tian Yongwang had no idea of this boy's complicated psychological activities. He was in no mood to care about his daughter's accident, so he said directly, "If you don't want it, forget it. But I remind you again, you must remember what I said today. Don't worry, uncle. I will keep it in mind. However, I have one last request. I want to see your daughter again." Tian Yongwang hesitated for a moment, then simply said okay. Yan Haoan entered his room again, and after seeing Tian Yuancher, he stayed there. Miss Tian's expression is very wrong. Why does she look like spring has arrived? Then, he suddenly heard a system prompt. Ding, Tian Yuancher's favorability increased by 20%, and the current favorability is 40%. Damn, there is such a good thing, what is going on? Could it be that she remembered what happened just now? Yan Haoan's guess was absolutely correct. Because just when he was being lectured by the other person's father, Tian Yuancher received a message from his secretary. She carefully read Yan Haoan's resume. He was born in an ordinary country family. His family background and experience were all mediocre and unremarkable. In other words, his academic performance was pretty good and he was admitted to the famous Jiangnan University. However, the wonderful story of him being dumped last week and some of the stories that happened afterwards caught her attention. In particular, a certain magical nickname strongly stimulated her and allowed her to recover certain memories. Then, as those images continued to emerge in her mind, she couldn't help but feel aroused. Miss Tian, who had just become a woman, was immersed in infinite beautiful pink memories, with blurred eyes and rosy cheeks. Suddenly seeing him walk in, she was so embarrassed that she quickly buried her head back in the quilt. "Hello girl, I'm leaving." Tian Yuancher was stunned, and then she thought that this must be her father's request. She knew that the family would never accept such an ordinary person. Even I, because of the memories just now, seem to have a better impression of others. But reason told her that there was no possibility between her and this big boy. Yan Haoan felt a little disappointed when he saw that she had been hiding in the quilt, refusing to show up and not saying a word. However, in this situation, it was difficult for him to continue communicating. Fortunately, the mission is limited to 3 years, so we can only talk about it later. At that moment, he said, "I'm leaving, 88. See you again if we're lucky." When I walked to the door, a soft voice suddenly came from behind me. "My name is Tian Yuancher. Tian means field, Yuan means famous lady, and Sure means poetry." Ding, Tian Yuancher's favorability increased by 5%, and the current favorability is 45%. Yan Haoan was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. It's a good sign that Miss Tian finally told me her name. This shows that she still has some feelings for her first man. With a smile on his face, he greeted his potential father-in-law and left quietly. The latter was somewhat puzzled by his delighted expression, and wondered what her daughter had said to her to make this boy so happy. Yan Haoan had just walked to the stairs when 2 cold words came from behind him. "Stop." He stopped and turned around when he heard that, only to see a young man standing in front of him. Damn, it's so damn tall, it must be at least 190 centimeters tall. Grass on top of grass, so damn handsome, he will definitely charm a lot of crazy fans when he goes to film a movie. The tall and handsome man looked at him fiercely with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire, and said slowly, "If you dare to tell anyone about what happened today, I will make you live a life worse than death." Yan Haoan was furious. "Who the hell are you? This look is like someone who wants to kill me. Did I sleep with your wife or something?" But he reacted instantly and wondered if this person was Tian Yuancher's fiancé. Ahem, I really did sleep with someone's wife, his future wife. Even though it was purely an accident. Although you are tall and handsome, I am the winner in life, so I won't bother with you. So he smiled calmly and said softly, "I promise I won't tell anyone, but I can't control other people's mouths." After saying that, he no longer paid any attention to the handsome Gao and just turned around and left. When he returned to the dormitory, he remembered that he and Miss Hetian had not exchanged their cell phone numbers. I did add him on WeChat, but I was interrupted by some gangsters and I never had the chance again. Although it was already early in the morning, what happened that night was too bizarre and exciting. His cerebral cortex was abnormally excited and he had no desire to sleep. So, he started to investigate everything about Tian Yuancher, the Tian family and the Huansha group overnight. After checking, he took a breath of cold air. He had predicted before that this young lady seemed to have some background, but he never expected that her background was so important. Can I complete this task? He was feeling sorry for himself when suddenly the system alert rang. Ding, it is detected that Tian Yuancher actively spent 350 yuan on the host's behalf. The host received a cashback of 350 45% 100 is equal to 15,750 yuan. Then the phone vibrated. He opened it and saw that it was a text message from ICBC. Your card with the last digit 1818 received a payment of 15,750 renminbi from ICBC at 1:08 on May 7, and the balance is 53,266 renminbi. ICBC. Yan Haoan was overjoyed and immediately realized that the 350 yuan was the cost of booking the room. When he left, Tian Yuanchi was still there. Of course, he didn't check out, so the bill was not settled. He had originally planned to go there again at noon tomorrow, but he didn't expect that she, a young lady, would just leave and personally help him settle the room fee. It's so touching, my Miss Tian, I love you so much. The next day at noon, Yan Haoan first went to the hotel to retrieve his ID card, then skipped classes in the afternoon and rented a house near the school. He tried his best for the mission and he couldn't save any money that needed to be spent. Anyway, I have borrowed 50,000 yuan online, and I have more than 30,000 yuan left. I just received another 15,000 yuan in the early morning. With the incentive of cash back on first consumption, his confidence increased greatly. He believes that as long as he makes good use of his warm-hearted personality, there will always be girls who will help him spend money, and that will naturally give him a source of income. The only regret is that Zhang Xiaoqing spent a whole week on the game but didn't get a single penny back. This woman is simply a stainless steel rooster, or she is deliberately trying to drain the resources of him as a spare tire, as she has never spent any money on him. Yan Haoan chose an old house with 2 bedrooms and a living room. It would have been enough for a single apartment, but the smaller the area, the more expensive it would have been. These old houses are very popular and are mostly rented by students from nearby universities. College students have dormitories, so why do they rent houses? It's not for studying hard anyway. Yan Haoan had always been short of money and had limited ideas, so he had always wanted to do things in the Grove. It wasn't until he went to the hotel and ordered takeout yesterday that his mind began to open up. Atmosphere is important. Environment is important. Zhang Xiaoqing was able to calmly withdraw at critical moments. Perhaps the unsuitable environment was an important reason. Chapter 7, The Naturally Charming Classmate Luo. As soon as the second brother Hua Tai entered the dormitory, he saw Yan Haoan sorting things and packing them into boxes. Brother Strong, what are you doing? Yan Haoan stopped what he was doing, glanced at him, and said, Moving, didn't you see? Moving? Where to? Oh, I see. Ha ha. Hua Tai gave a meaningful smile. Yan Haoan didn't take his hee-hee seriously. This guy was recognized as the most experienced driver in the whole dormitory. It would be strange if he didn't understand. Are you preparing for a protracted war with Zhang's beauties? Yan Haoan smiled awkwardly and said vaguely, it's always more convenient to have a place. He had a lot of grievances in his heart but couldn't express them. He and Zhang Xiaoqing had never fought once, and they were still fighting a protracted war. By the way, brother Changxiang, do you have any plans for tomorrow night? Let's have a drink together. Yan Haoan was a little hesitant. If the mission is not completed, the punishment of permanent loss of power supply ability will be like a sword of Damocles hanging over your head forever. There was only half a month left, and he really wasn't in the mood to drink. What's the matter? Zhang Xihua is not so clingy that she can't even take a night off? What are you talking about? My friend, what good news will you have tomorrow? My classmate from Linquan University is coming to play with us at Susui, and I'm going to entertain him tonight. By the way, I heard that she came with her 2 roommates, both of whom are beauties. So I want to ask you to go with the boss. Hua Tai winked at him while speaking. But Yan Haoan is now trapped by the mission object and can only sigh at the girl. Where will it be arranged, on campus or off campus? Off campus, of course. Yan Haoan understood immediately. This old driver is handsome and has a good family background. The key is that he has an invincible sweet mouth, which is very popular with girls. There must be a lot of girls who have contacted him in the school. Okay, send it to me when the time comes. If he wanted to conquer her, one night wouldn't be a big deal, and it shouldn't be a big problem if he just had a drink. It wouldn't be such a coincidence that Zhang Xiaoqing would meet him outside. The mission time does not wait for anyone. Yan Haoan has to invest heavily. Huan, don't be impulsive. This necklace costs 18,888. Xiaoqing, I'm not impulsive. I know you like this necklace very much. This necklace is the same one that the stingy rich second generation gave to Zhang Xiaoqing and asked to return it. The woman mentioned this to him several times, and it was obvious that the necklace was very attractive to her. But Huan, where did you get the money? Don't do anything stupid and get a consumer loan. How could that be? I've been working on a project with my supervisor recently, and this is the bonus I just received. He started talking nonsense. Zhang Xiaoqing's eyes lit up. What kind of project is this? Even an assistant like you got so much? It's just a cybersecurity project. The boss is very wealthy and generous. It would be great if there were projects like this more often. How can such a good thing happen? This is also luck. Zhang Xiaoqing asked her boyfriend to put the necklace on him and took the initiative to kiss him, saying, "Thank you, Huan, I really like this necklace." Ding, Zhang Xiaoqing's favorability increased by 5%, and the current favorability is 70%. Yen he happily thought, 18,888 only to get 5%, it's really not easy for a poor loser like him. This woman is really greedy and vain. No flattery is as effective as material stimulation. Xiaoqing, let's go eat and then watch a movie. Good. In the dimly lit couple's seat in the cinema, Yan Haoan began to make dishonest moves. He didn't intend to do anything here, he just wanted to take the opportunity to stimulate things in advance to facilitate the subsequent work. Zhang Xiaoqing got the advantage, kissing, hugging, caressing, basically letting him do whatever he wanted. But she still stood firm and would never let him touch her below the waistline. Yan Haoan was so angry about the tightening the belt that he gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. After watching the movie, the man, who was still focused on his mission and had evil intentions, wanted to take advantage of the woman's emotional excitement and strike while the iron was hot. Xiaoqing, I want to take you somewhere. Where are you going? You'll know when it's your turn. When they arrived downstairs of the community, Zhang Xiaoqing's face changed. What is this place? I rented a small house here. Zhang Xiaoqing's face became even uglier. This guy was so smart, how could he not understand what it meant for a man to rent a house? Then, she suddenly covered her stomach with her hands. Huan, I feel a little uncomfortable in my stomach. Maybe my period is coming. It was like this before, it would hurt when it was about to come. Her voice was a little weak. Yan Haoan cursed inwardly, is this true or not? He is afraid that he will have nowhere to hide after entering the rental house, so he is deliberately trying to escape. Huan, please take me back to the dormitory. Yan was extremely angry, but he didn't know what to say. This woman is really amazing. She is so vain, yet she still ties her belt so tightly. It's totally unscientific. On the way back, he kept thinking. Isn't this a novice mission? Why is it so difficult? I actually ran into a woman who was so wary. Or should I be ruthless and take out a bigger loan, buy a more expensive gift, and increase my favorability? Just as I walked downstairs to the rental house, a voice came from behind me on the right. Hello, classmate. Upon hearing this, Yan Haoan stopped, turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. But it was a strange young woman who greeted him. The woman had an extremely beautiful face, was tall, and had very attractive curves. Yan Haoan could hardly take his eyes away. It's not because of her beauty or good figure, but because this woman is extremely charming. However, the strange thing was that not only he couldn't take his eyes off, but the woman opposite him was the same. She was even more engrossed than him. This puzzled him greatly. She is a goddess-level beauty, and most importantly, she is particularly charming and attractive. It is understandable that I was stunned when I first saw her. But why are other people stunned when they look at me? He just looks a little handsome. He forced himself to collect his thoughts and asked, "Hello, girl, who are you?" The woman seemed to have just woken up from a dream, with a strange expression on her face, but then she showed a very friendly smile and replied. You are a student of Jian University, right? I think I have seen you before. Yes. You too. The woman was slightly surprised that he didn't recognize her at all, and said, Well, I'm from the School of Economics at Jiangnan University. My name is Luoyu, Luo as in camel, and Yu as in goldfish. Yan Haoan looked thoughtful, as if he had heard this name before. Classmate? He came back to his senses and said quickly. Hello, classmate Luo. I'm from the School of Information. My name is Yan Haoan, Yan for swallow, He for why, and Huan for what I like. Student Yan, do you live here? Yes. Luo Yu blushed a little and said softly, Excuse me, can I use your toilet for a moment? I'm in a hurry. Her shy expression and soft voice made her natural charm even more seductive. Yan Haoan was almost stunned again. Student Yan, is this okay? He reacted and immediately said, Of course, come with me. As he went upstairs, he sighed to himself. This woman was not the most beautiful person he had ever seen, but she was definitely the most attractive. The most important thing is that her hook is a natural hook, an attraction that she exudes unintentionally in her every move. It is definitely not comparable to the low-level hook that involves coquettish gestures. Chapter 8 School Beauty Luo fell in love with me at first sight. The camel fish actually has no urgency at all. But she sat on the toilet, thinking carefully about the sudden, inexplicable, yet extremely strong heartbeat she had felt when they met just now. Then, she made a very bold decision. She licked her sexy lips and gave a meaningful smile. Then he took out a small mirror, looked at his face carefully, and felt quite satisfied. Then he deliberately took off his pants, pretending to go to the bathroom. Then, she suddenly screamed 3 times in succession, Ah! 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 Yan Haoan was sitting in the living room waiting when he was startled by a girl's scream coming from the bathroom. He hurried to the bathroom door and asked loudly. Student Luo, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? The screaming continued inside. Student Luo. Come in quickly, come in and help me. When Yan Haoan heard this, he turned the door handle without hesitation. It's not locked. Then he saw the female classmate's panicked expression. Then he quickly looked around, but there was nothing unusual. Then he suddenly noticed that the woman was still sitting on the toilet, with her pants and trousers pulled down below her knees. He quickly raised his eyes and asked, Student Luo, what's wrong? Luo Yu stood up directly from the toilet, walked quickly forward, and hugged him tightly. Yan Haoan was almost petrified. Luo Yu whispered in his ear, There are cockroaches, I'm so scared. Yan Huanqin thought, What the hell? Looking at your reaction, I thought there was a pervert. What's there to be afraid of cockroaches? I'm so scared. I've been extremely afraid of cockroaches since I was a child. The woman hugged her even tighter. Student Luo, how about you first? He couldn't continue because. After resting for a long time, Luo Yu finally recovered some spirit and physical strength. She licked her lips and drew circles on the man's pectoral muscles with her fingers. Your girlfriend is such an idiot. Yan Haoan was confused by these words without any reason and subconsciously asked. What? I'm talking to Jiang Shaoqing, what a fool. She treated such a great man as her backup and even wanted to break up with him. Yan Haoan felt like his brain wasn't working properly. After a while, he said. Do you know me? The woman laughed sweetly and said. Student Yan, you are a famous person in the school. The famous strong brother. Yan Haoan cursed inwardly, fuck. So you recognized me downstairs just now? Of course. Otherwise, do you think I would go to a strange man's house for no reason? Aren't you in urgent need of the toilet? Do you really think I want to use the toilet? And you? I just want to sleep with you. Who wouldn't want to sleep with such a strong man? Yan Haoan was stunned by the boldness of classmate Luo. But think about what she did just now, her actions are consistent with her words. I see. The woman recognized him at first sight and then decided to sleep with him. It is true that people are afraid of becoming famous just like pigs are afraid of getting fat. Boys must protect themselves when they go out. Brother Strong has a bad reputation, and his body is very coveted. In fact, he was so ignorant because he was hanging on the tree of Jiang Shaoqing. Luo Yu is one of the 8 school beauties, and is dubbed Goddess Luo by many fans. Other people's bodies are more coveted. After Yan Haoan sighed, he thought that being famous didn't seem to be a bad thing. If the East doesn't shine, the West will. He had been targeting Jiang Shaoqing for so long, but no one was allowed to touch her below the waistline, so he got nothing. On the contrary, classmate Luo Yu actually took the initiative to deliver such delicious meat to him. Yan Haowan smiled and asked, Student Luo, aren't you afraid that I'm a bad person? You are a famous warm-hearted man in Zhang University, how bad can you be? Someone burst out laughing. It seems that being famous does have some benefits. Huan, I like you so much, please be my boyfriend. Yan Haowan was speechless. Although this woman was beautiful, she was too casual. She asked to be his boyfriend just because it was comfortable for her to have sex with him. Luo Huan noticed his expression and asked, Do you think I'm a very casual woman? Yan Haowan didn't expect the woman to be so sensitive and felt a little embarrassed. Let me put it this way. I did have a boyfriend and slept with him, but I don't consider myself a casual woman. Hearing her straightforward words, Yan Haowan also became straightforward. But you just heard my nickname and you seduced me directly. Luo Yu laughed and said. Did I just learn your nickname tonight? Yan Haowan was a little confused. Just now I said that you were such a strong man, who wouldn't want to sleep with you? I was just kidding you. She glanced at the man and continued. If I really wanted this, I would have seduced you in school long ago. When Yan Haowan heard this, he thought about it and realized that this was true. Whether you believe it or not, the reason I was like this just now is because when I saw you for the first time, I felt that you were very, very special. My heart was moved so much that I could even say it was love at first sight. Yan Haowan was almost stunned. But looking at Luo Yu's expression, he looks very serious. Thinking back to the time when she looked at me in a daze. It's incredible. With her looks, figure, and charming temperament, she is definitely the school belle. Such a top-notch person actually fell in love with me at first sight? Could it be that after acquiring the dragon spirit and tiger fierce skill, his temperament and charm have become different? But Jiang Shaoqing meets him every day and is not particularly attracted to him. He was still puzzled, but heard the woman continue. Huan, do you believe me? I know you are my soulmate. I trust my instincts very much, plus your nickname, so I am so direct and proactive in seducing you. The Prince of Fortune? Yan Haowan was even more dumbfounded. Could it be that I am in trouble with love today? Luo Yu said it twice, but he didn't reply. Instead, he just stood there in a daze, so he continued to ask. Huan, I'm serious, I like you. I want to be your girlfriend. Yan Haowan came back to his senses. There is no way she knows that I have a system and skills. Putting this aside, I am just a poor loser with no special talents. At most, I have a reputation as a strong guy and we are very satisfied with each other. This beautiful lady actually expressed her love for him again and actively asked to be his girlfriend, which not only made him puzzled, but also filled him with pride and a sense of accomplishment. Chapter 9 I found a perfect lover for free. Proud as he was, happy as he was, Yan Haowan suddenly wilted when he thought of the novice mission. He smiled bitterly. Classmate Luo Yu, to be honest, I am honored that you like me. But I already have a girlfriend. Zhang Shaoqing and I have reunited. Her? Humph, is she as pretty as me? Does she have a good figure as me? In fact, she had no grudge against Zhang Shaoqing, but after hearing about the incident that night, she hated this selfish and self-righteous woman. She thought about it, leaned close to the man's ear, blew a breath of hot air, and added in a sweet voice. Are you comfortable with me? Yan Haowan quickly moved his body away. How horrible. How cruel. The old master was right, the woman down the mountain is a tiger. How about dump her right now and be my boyfriend? No. I'm a single-minded person. Yan Haowan talked nonsense in a serious manner. It's really not possible. You absolutely cannot give it up before completing the novice mission. Otherwise, you will be without electricity for the rest of your life, and even if you have a superhuman body, you will only be able to look at your daughter and shed tears in vain. Huan, tell me the truth, do you think I'm not a virgin? How could that be? You're so beautiful, so many people would dream of being your boyfriend. What about you? Of course I like you too. Yan Haowan told the truth. Which man would not like such a woman? Luo Yu's eyes lit up, so you agree? I already have someone I like. What's so good about Zhang Shaoqing? It wasn't her. It was someone else. She was a perfect woman. I had sex with her unexpectedly, and it was the first time for both of us. Luo Yu was startled and asked, so she is already your girlfriend? No, I'm not worthy of her at all. But I will keep working hard, I hope she can be my girlfriend and my wife. Yan Haowan recalled Miss Tian's voice, appearance, and smile, and felt that such a perfect woman was his life goal. In fact, considering his conditions, Luo Yu is already the perfect woman. However, he and Tian Yuanshi shared their first night together, which is irreplaceable. Luo Yu was silent for a while, then said, "Huan, then I will be your lover." Yan Haowan was stunned. Then, a series of system prompts suddenly came to his mind. Ding! The system has detected a suitable target object. Target object information is being transmitted. Name, Luo Yu. Age, 20 years old. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Bust, D cup. Appearance rating, 95. Body score, 97. A junior student at Jiangnan University, she is one of the 8 campus beauties, the most beautiful girl in the School of Economics, and the vice president of the student union. Current favorability, 89%. Long-term mission, maintain a romantic relationship with the target. Reward for keeping, charm points 500 plus Luo Yu's absolute loyalty. Punishment for abandoning, Luo Yu's infinite resentment. Do you accept this mission? Yan Haowan was stunned for a moment, then he quickly regained consciousness and checked it carefully twice. Luo Yu is really a school beauty. But such a top-notch person actually has a favorability rating of 89% towards me, whom I just met. The system will never lie. So while he was surprised, he also believed Luo Yu's words of love at first sight in the Prince Charming. This made him proud and moved. I actually let a school beauty love me so much that I would rather be his lover than his girlfriend. Just as he was about to accept the task, his mind scanned Luo Yu's absolute loyalty and he wondered if this meant that as long as she became his lover, she would be his exclusive woman from now on? He thought about it and decided to ask first. Luo Yu, I am very stingy when it comes to men and women. I can't control what you did before, but if you become my lover, then you can only belong to me forever. Of course. Luo Yu answered without hesitation. She was very satisfied with the man's performance in the fight. More importantly, this man had a very special temperament that made her deeply fascinated at first sight. Also, let me make it clear. You can only belong to me, but I know this without you having to tell me. You already said you have someone you like. After Luo Yu finished speaking, he glanced at him with a hint of reproach and said, "Besides, what man isn't greedy? How could a man as great as you be the only woman with me?" Yan Haowan felt that he was indeed greedy, even a little shameless. Don't worry, I'm just your lover, I didn't say I'd be your wife. I don't care how many women you have. But you must have a place for me in your heart and never abandon me. Otherwise I will hate you to death. After hearing this, Yan Haowan was so happy that he was even a little excited. Such a stunning beauty actually volunteered to be her lover, and would never betray her, and would not care if he had other women. Such a wonderful thing, every man dreams of it. As for punishment, there will be no punishment if you don't abandon her. Only a fool will abandon her. So he immediately chose to accept the task with his mind. At the same time, he agreed, okay, then we will be lovers from now on. Ding! The host has received the mission reward and has obtained 500 charm points. The current charm points are 500. He has obtained Luo Yu's absolute loyalty and Luo Yu has become the host's exclusive woman. Ding! Luo Yu's favorability increased by 1% and the current favorability is 90%. Ding! The system detects that the first target's favorability has reached 90% and the favorability description is enabled. 1. Favorability 0, stranger. 2. Favorability 0 20%, we have met and the first impression is acceptable. 3. Favorability 20-40%, they know each other, have a good impression of each other, and are not opposed to interacting with the host. 4. Favorability 40-60%, good impression, willing to interact with the host and provide appropriate help. 5. Favorability 60-80%, the host is regarded as a friend and is willing to provide moderate help to the host. In some cases, the host is willing to communicate with the host. 6. Favorability 80-90%. They regard the host as a good friend and are willing to provide high-level help. In most cases, they voluntarily connect with the host. 7. Favorability is above 90%. The host is regarded as an absolute confidant and fully trusts the host, and is willing to do most things for the host. The host is willing and expects to have sex with the host. 8. Favorability 100%. The host is God, and the player is willing to sacrifice everything for the host, including his own life. System prompt: 90% favorability is the highest point under normal circumstances, and it requires specific conditions to continue to rise. Ding! The system detects that the first target's favorability has reached 90%, and the host is awarded the primary achievement award. Ding! The host has acquired the active skill, Qi Gazing Technique. Skill description: use this skill to observe the energy field, understand feng shui and luck, and recognize health and characteristics. Yan Haoan was so happy. I found a perfect lover for free, and there are so many rewards. I will wake up laughing in my dreams. Chapter 10: Acquired Xianyang Body. There were too many system prompts, so Yan Haoan calmed down and checked them carefully, especially reading the favorability description several times. He thought that if he wanted to complete the novice mission, he would have to raise Jiang Xiaoqing's favorability to 80% to be more confident. When Luo Yu and I first met, it had reached 89%, and now it has reached 90%, the highest value under normal circumstances. It also triggered the primary achievement reward. It's so beautiful just thinking about it. As for the Qi Gazing Technique, looking at the skill description, it's not as straightforward as the previous ones, but it seems to be quite useful. He began to experiment on the spot and used this skill on the camel fish. Luo Yu. Physical condition: healthy special physique, natural beauty, current luck, red good luck. A body of natural beauty? What is this? Unfortunately, the Qi watching technique did not give a more detailed explanation. But thinking about her natural charm and her performance when fighting with him, he probably guessed something. Then he remembered that feng shui was mentioned in the skill description. Feng shui is obviously not about looking at people, so he used the Qi looking technique on the house he rented. Feng shui pattern: normal formation, none. I can't see anything, but it doesn't matter, it's just an ordinary old house. Then, he suddenly had an idea: can the art of Qi gazing be used on himself? So he tried it, and it actually worked. Yan Haoan. Physical condition: healthy special physique, acquired Xianyang body, and unexpected permanent physique formed after the transformation of the superhuman body skill, current luck, red good luck. He was immediately overjoyed. He didn't expect that Superman's skills would have such a side effect. The man chuckled. He now completely understood why Luo Yu couldn't be his girlfriend, and he was willing to be her lover. Apart from what she said, that he was pleasing to the eye at first sight and that he was her destined lover, her obvious gift of a naturally charming body should also be an important reason. Meeting someone like her who has a superhuman body and acquired Xianyang body, of course she is reluctant to let go. If she can't be his girlfriend, she must be his lover. Hubby, I don't want to lose to Jiang Xiaoqing. Yan Haoan was a little embarrassed, thinking that he had used his sweet talk skill to brag so exaggeratedly in order to save face and discuss Jiang Xiaoqing at the same time. Now this stigma has spread throughout Jiangnan University, and I'm afraid it will never be cleared away in this lifetime. Yan Haoan was awakened by a system prompt while he was in a daze. Ding! It is detected that Luo Yu actively spent 21 yuan on the host's behalf. The host gets a cashback of 21.90%. 100 is equal to 18.90 yuan. 21 yuan? Luo Yu must have ordered a takeaway breakfast for himself. Lovers are so caring. Jiang Xiaoyu, this so-called girlfriend, whom I have served wholeheartedly for so long, has ever spent a penny on him? I've seen a lot of stingy people, but those who are as stingy as her even to their boyfriend are the best. Honey, are you awake? The woman noticed his movements and came over to kiss him. Well, you woke up a long time ago? I just woke up, and I was afraid you were hungry, so I ordered takeout. Yan Haoan smiled. This girl was really top-notch. Even her physical fitness was so good that she woke up earlier than himself. Honey, today is Saturday, why don't you go out with me? Not today. My roommate has a dinner date tonight. During the day, Jiang Xiaoqing has to stay with me. Luo Yu was not angry, but was a little surprised and puzzled. Hubby, I really can't understand what's so good about this woman that makes you stick with her all the time. Looking back now, Yan Haoan also felt that he might have been possessed by a ghost. You didn't even know you were being treated as a backup for 3 years, and you still thought you were really in a relationship. He laughed at himself and said, maybe I was too stupid before. You are not stupid now, are you? Why don't you break up quickly? Luo Yu asked. She did not expect to have Huan Huan all to herself, but she sincerely hoped that he could completely break off his relationship with that woman. We will definitely split up, but not for the time being. Yan Haoan replied, with a hint of firmness in his tone.
Luo Yu didn't understand why it wasn't possible for the time being, but he didn't ask any more questions. As long as he said he could split it, it would be fine. Maybe I'll need your help someday? Yan Haoan said, with a hint of anticipation and smile in his eyes. You want my help? What help? Luo Yu asked curiously. She didn't know what Yan Haoan needed her help with, but she was definitely willing to help. Help me to show off. You are the school belle. No matter your looks, figure or temperament, you are better than Jiang Shaoqing. Yan, he said with a smile. Although the most critical power on part of the mission has not been completed yet, he has already planned the subsequent breakup plus ridicule. Luo Yu's eyes lit up. Honey, I'd love to help you with this. He. There was a hint of happiness and pride in her smile. She was looking forward to showing off her charm and outdoing that vain, stupid, and self-righteous woman. Honey, can you play with me tomorrow? Luo Yu asked. Although they had only known each other for one night, she found herself completely obsessed with this man and hoped that he could always stay with her. Wait another half-month. I've been busy lately. He had no intention of playing since he hadn't completed his novice mission, especially not bringing Luo Yu to play openly. If Jiang Shaoqing finds out that he has another woman, her favorability rating will definitely drop rapidly, and that would be a big trouble. The camel responded meekly. Yan Haoan thought for a moment and said, Xiao Yuer, our relationship must be kept secret for the time being. Especially Jiang Shaoqing must not know about it. I know. You're such a stingy guy that you refuse to be someone's boyfriend. Luo Yu said with a little regret. Lovers are very different from girlfriends and are often kept secret. Fortunately, she has never attached importance to status, marriage, and family. She cares more about psychological feelings. Moreover, she knows that her physical condition is somewhat abnormal. As long as her husband has her in his heart and can bring her physical pleasure and satisfaction of her desires, that is enough. The man could only laugh awkwardly and said, This woman Jiang Shaoqing is very troublesome. Well, I am your lover after all. I don't care if you have other women, as long as you always have a place for me in your heart. Chapter 11, Strong Brother, does your nickname have any special meaning? Chapter 11, Strong Brother, does your nickname have any special meaning? Yan Haoan kissed Luo Yu lovingly, and the latter immediately responded eagerly. One has a superhuman body plus acquired Shenyang body, the other has a natural charming body, and both have unusually strong desires. It was so early in the morning that it was like dry wood hitting a raging fire, crackling and about to burst into flames. Unfortunately, the doorbell rang and the breakfast takeaway arrived very quickly. Honey, go open the door. Yan Haoan certainly knew what she meant. She is already very charming, and at the moment of being in love, she is truly full of charm. If I walk out like this, I'm afraid I'll steal the soul of the delivery guy. Hubby, let's have breakfast first. Don't eat yet. It won't taste good if it's cold. Yan Haoan looked at the woman with a smirk on his face and teased, I'm going to eat you first. Hate. The woman complained with her mouth, but her body was honest and she immediately came up to him. The fire that was interrupted just now is still burning. Yan Haoan ate the breakfast ordered by the woman and asked. So many varieties for only 21 yuan, quite cheap. 21 yuan? It's 42 yuan. Someone was stunned, and then understood it instantly. Luo Yu took the initiative to help him with the spending, but the breakfast was shared by the two of them, so the cashback was only counted as half. This system is really clever. Then an idea struck him. Xiao Yuer, breakfast is not enough, why don't you order another one? Luo Yu didn't think much about it and just thought that he had consumed too much energy. Honey, what else do you want to eat? Another serving of antenatal buns. Good. Yan Haoan waited patiently for a while after Luo Yu placed the order. Unfortunately, there is no system prompt. As expected, cashback will only be given if the target person actively helps him consume. Just now he was the one who signaled Luo Yu to buy it, so the system didn't recognize this as active. This bug can't be used. Otherwise, it would be great, and he could keep signaling Luo Yu to spend money for him, and then he would make a lot of money. Unfortunately, the system is very smart and its scanning ability is unmatched, so there is no such loophole to exploit. Hua Tai was not bragging at all. The three classmates from Linquan University were indeed first-class beauties. Yang Xiuxiu is TZ's high school classmate. She is very tall, probably about 180 centimeters tall, and has a cool and beautiful appearance.
Yan Haohuan is now an experienced person. Looking at the casual expressions between her and Tizi, she knows that there must be something ambiguous between the two of them. Fang Huixin is of medium height, with a pretty face, a lively and lovely personality, a bit sociable and talkative. He and the leader of their dormitory, the talkative brother Yong, were a perfect match, and the two of them were chatting animatedly in no time. Ouyang Manju has a small flat chest and is very petite, but her proportions are extremely well proportioned. She is the most beautiful among the three girls, with perfect and exquisite facial features, the kind of beauty that can overwhelm a whole country. Her face is oval, and her eyes are big and full of spirit, like stars in the night. Her eyebrows were carefully trimmed, thin and curved, giving people a gentle feeling. She has a high nose and her skin is very fair and delicate, like white jade. She had her hair tied in a ponytail, had a noble but somewhat cold temperament, and spoke very little. Yan Haohuan, who had just acquired the skill of qi gazing, was itching to try his hand at it, so he looked over one by one. Hua Tai. Physical condition, mild kidney deficiency. Special physical condition, none. Current luck, good luck. Yan Haohuan almost blurted out, fuck. My friend, how old are you? Such a strong man has mild kidney deficiency. This old driver drives too fast. No wonder after hearing about his 5 glorious deeds, this guy asked him several times in a roundabout way what his secret was. There is no secret. We rely on the reward from the system. I have to find an opportunity to remind this guy to drive less, drive better, and drive well in the future. Zhang Hongyong. Physical condition, healthy. Special physical condition, none. Current luck, orange. Medium luck. Yang Xiao. Physical condition, healthy. Special physical condition, none. Current luck, white. Normal. Fang Huixin. Physical condition, healthy. Special physical condition, none. Current luck, yellow. Xiaoji. There's nothing special about these people. After all, they are so young, and it's normal for them to be healthy. But the fortunes of each person are different. Although Tizi is weak, his fortune is the best, red. Good luck. Yan Haohuan continued to use the art of qigong to observe the last female classmate. Ouyang Manju. Physical condition, stubborn dysmenorrhea. Special constitution, innate xianin body. Current luck, gray. Slightly evil. This stunning beauty contains a lot of information. It's okay to have stubborn dysmenorrhea, but what the hell is the innate xianin body? He immediately thought of his acquired xianyang body. Xianyang? Xianin? Looking at these names, it seems like there is some special connection. Also, this girl's luck is actually gray. This is a bad omen. Ouyang is about to have some bad luck. Is she going to run into some trouble on this trip to Sushui? He was lost in thought when the lively and innocent Fang Huixin suddenly asked. Brother Chang, your name doesn't contain the word Chang or Zhuang, and your physique doesn't look that great either, so why did you give yourself this nickname? Does it have any special meaning? Yan Haohuan choked on a mouthful of water which went directly into his trachea. His two roommates also looked like they were trying hard to hold back their laughter. Yan Haohuan glared at Tizi with hatred. It was this guy who first called him out. Xiao Fang seemed to be very curious. Seeing the three boys' strange behavior, he continued to ask. Does this nickname have any special meaning? Yan Haohuan was too embarrassed to answer, so he continued to look at the culprit. Huatai could only bite the bullet and said, as for the origin of this nickname, it's not suitable for children. Student Xiao Fang was stunned at first. Not suitable for children? Then she immediately started to associate the words with him, strong brother, strong? Could it be that aspect? Then she couldn't help but glance at the owner of the nickname, and her cheeks instantly turned red. The other two girls' performance was not so obvious, but it was clear that they had also come to terms with it. Things that are not suitable for children always tend to arouse people's imagination. Even the always cool and reserved girl with long black hair couldn't help but glance at Yan Haohuan out of the corner of her eye. Ding! The system has detected a suitable target object. Target object information is being transmitted. Name, Ouyang Manju. Age, 19 years old. Height, 155 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Bust, a cup. Appearance rating, 99. Body score, 80. A junior at Linquan University, one of the 6 most beautiful girls on campus, and the eldest granddaughter of Ouyang Chongfeng, the patriarch of the Ouyang family. Current favorability, 20%. Current tasks, 1. Make the target's favorability reach 90%. 2. Expose the face of Tang Haishang, the eldest grandson of Tang Woody, the patriarch of the Tang family, as a hypocrite and villain, and prevent him from marrying the target. Duration of mission, 6 years. Success reward, basic charm points 10,000 plus Ouyang family-esque gratitude. Failure penalty, deduct 10,000 charm points. If the charm points are insufficient, one of the host's skills will be randomly eliminated. What is going on? How come classmate Ouyang has become his target for no apparent reason? Could it be that the nickname Strong Brother is to blame again? It was because Xiao Fang asked about the origin of this nickname that the system prompted this. Chapter 12, Classmate Ouyang, there is a bad omen on you. Yan Haowan first complained, then used his consciousness to carefully check the information. This task is obviously much more complicated than the previous ones, and the rewards and punishments are the same. Miss Tian's 3-year mission is 5,000 charm points. The mission period has doubled, and the charm points have also doubled. After taking a preliminary look at the mission information, he laughed twice in his heart. There is no relevant introduction to the system, and I don't know what this charm point is used for. As for the gratitude of the Ouyang family, the expression is too vague, who knows what's the use of it? Anyway, this reward is not attractive to him at all. He learned from the lesson of the last mission with Tian Yuanshi and immediately took out his cell phone to search. Sure enough, those who can be described as family by the system are not ordinary families. Whether it is the Ouyang family or the Tang family, they are obviously more powerful than the Tian family. This mission was far away in Linquan City, Zhangbei Province, and it obviously involved 2 wealthy families. The difficulty is absolutely extremely high, but the reward is very average. Only a fool would take such a task. Because except for the first novice mission, which is mandatory, the following ones are all optional tasks. Yan Haowan has become accustomed to it and did not pay attention to the detail of current task at all. When he subconsciously wanted to choose to refuse, he finally noticed that the system didn't even ask him whether he wanted to accept the task. Then he turned the page and saw that it was current task instead of optional task. He complained in his mind, "Damn it, System Master, are you kidding me? How could a grassroots loser born in the countryside of Jiangnan Province make a rich girl, who was a complete stranger and had no relationship with him, have a 90% favorability towards him?" He looked through the system's description again. Favorability is over 90%. Absolute confidant, willing to do most things for the host. Willing and looking forward to connecting with the host. How difficult must this be? Luo Yu had special feelings for him and fell in love at first sight. She had an extremely high favorability of 89% when they first met, and he agreed to be her lover, so he was able to reach 90% immediately. Although Tian Yuanshi is also the daughter of a wealthy family, she and he spent their first time together unexpectedly. With this special bond, the task of achieving a 90% favorability rating is somewhat understandable. And that was an optional task. But this one is mandatory. Well, if it's just about favorability, that is fine. The key is that this mission has another requirement: expose the true identity of Tang's eldest grandson and prevent him from marrying classmate Ouyang. Isn't this clearly asking him to provoke and offend the Tang family? For such an extremely powerful family to deal with an ordinary person like him, it would be as easy as stepping on an ant. He couldn't understand why the system was so unscientific that it would assign him such a difficult mandatory task. However, he immediately thought of the 2 people's special physiques. Ouyang had an acquired Xinyin body, while he had an innate Xinyang body. Could it be that it is because of this mysterious connection that the system asks him to save this strange girl? After thinking for a while, Yan Haowan carefully checked the penalty for mission failure, and then became even more depressed. In previous missions, there was no deduction of charm points as a penalty for failure. But this one, failure will actually deduct 10,000 charm points, and insufficient charm points will randomly eliminate one of the host's skills. He only has 500 points of charm now. How many tasks does he have to complete to save up 10,000 points? If the mission fails, the charm value will not be enough to deduct, but one of the host's skills will be randomly eliminated. The system gave him 4 skills, 3 of which were included in the novice welfare package, and 1 was given for Luoyu's favorability reaching 90%. Sweet talk is fine, but cheat gazing is quite practical, and it would be a pity if it were eliminated. As for the other 2 items, Superman's body is the foundation of life, and cashback on consumption is the source of wealth, and they must not be eliminated. Although the punishment for failing this mission is not as cruel as the novice mission, it is also quite severe. He simply couldn't afford to lose this mission. No matter how depressed you are, there is no room for negotiation on matters decided by the system master. The only thing that comforted him was that the mission lasted for 6 years. But he couldn't be careless. What if classmate Ouyang had already married before he had the chance to expose the true identity of the eldest grandson of the Tang family? That would be ridiculous. Fortunately, the girl is only 19 years old now and she is not a country girl, so the possibility of early marriage should be small. After Yan Haoan happily received this glorious task, he had been thinking about related matters. At the same time, he was thinking about whether he should try to get close to the target person first to increase his favorability. It manifested itself outwardly in that his eyes would inadvertently glance at classmate Ouyang. We were all sitting at the same table, and his sharp eyes were so obvious that it was hard for others not to notice. Hua Tai pretended to cough, but seeing that the guy still didn't respond, he couldn't help but kick him. He thought to himself that although classmate Ouyang is so beautiful that it's unfair, you should be more discreet even if you want to look at her. Is it appropriate to stare at her so openly? Ding, Ouyang Manju's favorability has dropped by 20%, and the current favorability is 0%. Yan Haoan was kicked and just came to his senses. Then he received the system prompt and immediately understood what was going on. It must be my extremely impolite look that disgusted people. He cursed inwardly. He had barely even gotten close to her, but his favorability rating had dropped by 20% and was actually directly reset to 0. What a fucking bad luck! He was very embarrassed, but he didn't know how to explain it for a moment. He was about to run away to pee, but his target stood up first. Now he felt embarrassed to go with them. After a while, the door of the box was suddenly opened, and the waiter ran in panicked and said quickly, "I'm sorry, your friend got into a fight with someone outside." Everyone was stunned, and then they all realized immediately that she must be talking about Ouyang Manju, who had just gone out to the bathroom. Yang Xiaoxiu's face turned pale in an instant. Yan Haoan thought of the result of the qi-gazing technique just now, that a certain girl's luck was gray. But it's just a minor omen, it shouldn't be a big deal, it's not a medium or major omen. When they quickly rushed outside, they immediately realized that classmate Ouyang was not fighting with others, but was bullied by others. This is not surprising at all. How could she, a petite and weak woman, and the daughter of a wealthy family with a noble temperament, fight with others? It turned out that when she came out of the toilet, she didn't notice the water on the corridor floor and accidentally slipped. It would have been fine if she had just fallen by herself, but as she fell forward, her hands subconsciously stretched out and grabbed a support in front of her. As luck would have it, the supporting object turned out to be the buttocks of a man who had just come out of the bathroom. And this man happens to be a gangster. Ouyang was very embarrassed and of course apologized repeatedly. But the gangster was already half drunk, and when he saw her stunning face, his eyes lit up and he immediately became excited. He kept pestering the girl and even insisted that the girl had taken advantage of him, so he had to take it back and also touch her buttocks. Chapter 13, Teach the Gangster a Lesson with Domineering and Ruthless Tactics. Ouyang Manju was really embarrassed and angry. Although she was indeed the one who touched the person first, it was totally an unintentional mistake. This disgusting guy actually accused her of taking advantage of him and wanted to eat him back. She has been the apple of her family's eye since she was young, and has never been bullied like this. Seeing that the gangster was actually trying to reach out to flirt with her, she slapped him on the spot. But she was just a delicate little girl, how could she be a match for the other person? Instead of getting slapped, her hand was grabbed and pulled over, and she almost fell into the other person's arms. Fortunately, there was a waitress nearby. This sturdy middle-aged lady was not good-looking, but she was very upright and courageous. If she had not pulled her back in time and stood in front of the girl, Ouyang Manju would have definitely suffered. This gangster had drunk quite a bit of alcohol and was already half drunk. His voice was extremely loud, which alarmed quite a few people. When Yan Haoan and his group came out, this gangster was still shouting that it was this girl who took advantage of him first. The onlookers were all at a loss whether to laugh or cry. How could this fairy-like girl take advantage of you? Yang Xiaoxiu quickly stepped forward, pulled Ouyang back, and asked in a low voice. When she heard the latter say that he had not suffered any loss, she felt relieved. She knew this classmate's background. If he really suffered a loss, the Ouyang family's anger would definitely spread here. It just so happened that she was the one who brought them to Sushui to play, so she was sure that this would not end well. Hua Tai had a quick temper. When he found out the reason, he immediately became furious. He went up and kicked the gangster hard, knocking him to the ground. Unexpectedly, the gangster's friends also came out from the box at this time. There were 8 of them, and they didn't look like serious people. Seeing their own people being kicked down, they immediately rushed towards Tizi.
Yan Hahuan was still wondering about Ouyang's luck.
When he saw this situation, he was afraid that his good friend would suffer, so he rushed up quickly and pushed hard at the gangster in front. He knew that his Superman body was extremely strong, and he had had experience with it last time in the hotel, so he could just throw the person against the wall and knock him unconscious. So this time he only dared to use a little force. Even so, the gangster was pushed down hard, and took down several people behind him as well. Tizi saw this and was wondering how his brother could be so strong, when he heard a loud shout.
"Stop!"
Seeing that everyone's attention was drawn, the middle-aged man continued.
"I'm the boss here, please don't do anything."
It turned out that the boss was toasting in a nearby box. After hearing the noise outside, he put down his glass and ran out, shouting in time to prevent the situation from escalating further. The stout ant immediately stepped forward and loudly told what had happened. After the boss heard this, he said to one of the gangsters, "Brother Nguyen, this is just an accident.
Can you please give me some face and let it go?" The guy called Brother Nguyen was named Xiao Danian, a burly man.
In fact, he is younger than his boss Wang Wushuan, but he is a gangster and has some fame, and is known as Brother Nguyen in the underworld.
He and his men are regular customers of this restaurant and are very familiar with Boss Wang. "Old Five, we can settle the previous things, but this kid kicked Mingzi, how can we settle this account?" Wang Wushuan frowned and thought, if Mingzi wasn't lustful and causing trouble, would others kick him?
He thought for a moment and said, "You are all honored customers of our store, so let's not offend each other.
How about this, Brother Nguyen, your consumption today will be free of charge."
Of course Xiao Danian didn't want to let the matter go easily, but he also knew that Mengzi was the one who caused the trouble first and he was not in the right. The most important thing is that the boss has already asked for a free meal, and it would be too disrespectful to him if we continue to argue about it.
It's better to wait until you get outside and find a chance to clean it up.
So he said to his friend fiercely, "Boy, I'll let you go today for Boss Wang's sake.
If you dare to be so arrogant again next time, I'll kill you."
Although Hua Tai is a ruthless person, he is still a student after all. Facing a group of thugs, he feels quite guilty and dares not talk back.
"Who do you want to kill?"
A cold voice suddenly sounded.
The speaker was a middle-aged man who appeared out of nowhere.
He looks inconspicuous and has a thin figure. Ouyang Manju looked in the direction of the voice and immediately called out in surprise, "Uncle Jun, why are you here?"
Pang Wanjun looked at her lovingly and said, "I happen to be doing some work nearby."
In fact, he was ordered to protect the eldest lady in secret, but he couldn't let the latter find out, so he couldn't follow too closely. The eldest lady was having dinner in this small restaurant, so he ate a bowl of noodles opposite her and then waited quietly until he heard some unusual noises inside and then came in.
Xiao Danian glanced at this unremarkable guy and said unhappily, "Who the hell are you?"
As soon as he finished speaking, he was kicked and flew away.
He was unable to get up for a long time.
This kick was much heavier than the one his younger brother received. Brother Nguyen had a bunch of subordinates, but in the blink of an eye, the boss flew out. Knowing that someone with amazing kung fu was coming, no one dared to come up.
The onlookers were in an uproar.
Boss Wang's face changed, he stood up and said,
"This friend." Pang Wanjun glanced at him and said coldly, "It's none of your business."
His voice was not loud, but his momentum was amazing. Boss Wang was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and didn't dare to say anything. Pang Wanjun glanced around, picked up the little hooligans who started the trouble, and said coldly, "It was you who was disrespectful to the young lady just now?"
Because he came up late, he did not see the whole incident. The little gangster was a little stunned and didn't dare to speak. "Miss, is it this boy?" Ouyang Manju was almost flirted with by this gangster, full of hatred. She said, "It's him."
After getting confirmation, Pang Wanjun slapped the gangster several times. The latter's face quickly swelled up and several of his teeth fell out. But this was just the appetizer, because Pang Wanjun then directly kicked the gangster twice in the knee joints, breaking both of his legs. As the latter howled, he swept his cold gaze around the gang, then turned back to the drunkard lying in front of him and said coldly, "If you dare to disrespect the young lady again, I will kill you." The onlookers were all shocked when they saw this. Yan Hahuan also had a lot of thoughts. Is this what a wealthy family is like? They are so domineering and ruthless. Just at this moment, a group of uniformed policemen came up. It turned out that someone had called the police, and the police were close by, so they arrived immediately. A total of 5 people came, including 3 policemen and 2 special security guards. The team was led by the deputy director on duty, Li Zhangdao. Li Zhangdao asked loudly, "Who called the police?" Yang Xiaoxiu rushed over and said, "Hello, officer. I called the police." Although Ouyang said she was fine, she still called the police immediately just in case. Li Zhengdao quickly looked at the girl and said, "Tell me briefly what's going on." After Yang Xiaoxiu called the police, she was already prepared. She immediately told the whole story as quickly and clearly as possible. As for the part where Pang Wanjun took action at the end, he pretended to be ignorant and didn't mention it. Chapter 14. This is the power of a wealthy family. Li Zhengdao understood immediately that it was a very small matter. Later on, the situation began to develop into a group fight, which made it a little more complicated. Moreover, he had just come up and heard the warning, and saw the miserable state of the gangster falling to the ground. He looked at the man who did it and frowned slightly. However, Pang Wanjun was not panicked at all. Instead, he took out his mobile phone and made a call on the spot. Li Zhengdao hesitated for a moment and did not step forward to question. Pang Wanjun answered the phone, walked to the side and talked for a while, then he walked back, handed the phone to Li Zhengdao, and said in an unquestionable tone, "Answer the phone." Li Zhengdao was stunned, but his experience told him that this man was of some importance. So he lowered his posture and asked, "Excuse me, whose phone is this?" Pang Wanjun replied calmly with 3 words, "Fang Xinghua." Li Zhengdao was shocked and quickly took the phone. "I'm Fang Xinghua." Li Zhengdao immediately straightened his body and said, "Hello, Director Fang. I am Li Zhengdao, Deputy Director of the Donghu Institute. Please give me your instructions. Ms. Ouyang is an important VIP. Her personal safety must be protected at all costs. I'll be here right away." Director Fang's voice was a little low, and his tone carried a sense of unquestionableness. Li Zhengdao's expression became stern, and he said loudly, "Please rest assured, Director Fang, I will complete the task. Give the phone back to Mr. Pang." "Yes, Director Fang." Li Zhengdao replied and handed the phone back to Pang Wanjun very respectfully. Then he whispered to the young man next to him, "Xiao Wu, inform the station that there are important guests who need protection, send reinforcements immediately." After giving the order, he walked to Wang Wushuan's side. "Old 5, please clear the place and let the irrelevant guests go first." "Li Suo." Li Zhengdao said softly, "An important guest is here. Director Fang from our municipal bureau is coming here in person." Wang Wushuan was startled, and remembering the title of Miss just now, he quickly cleared the area. At the same time, he secretly felt lucky that he had been wise enough to side with the girl's friend when trying to reconcile them. Li Zhengdao signaled his men to guard the thugs, and he walked towards Ouyang Manju. He was also a smart man and could tell at a glance that this beautiful girl was Miss Ouyang. On the way back to school, the 3 roommates had little to say. Brother Yong is a chatterbox, and Tizi is also a talkative person, but both of them are surprisingly silent. They didn't expect that classmate Ouyang Manju had such a prominent background and was actually the daughter of a wealthy family. They never expected that the power of the wealthy families would be so great. With just one phone call, the head of the city police department came over in person. And his attitude was very polite, even respectful. The key point is that the Ouyang family is from Linquan City, and this is Susui City, which is not their territory. Yan Hawan has many more ideas than them. After all, this kind of thing is just an episode for these 2 students. The shock is over, and anyway, there is no chance to have any intersection with the rich family in the future. But he is different, he is the one who shoulders a glorious and arduous mission. In the future, he not only has to make classmate Ouyang have a 90% favorability rating towards him, but he also has to face off against the eldest grandson of the Tang family head-on. This made him realize for the first time that he must strengthen his own strength. Originally, even if he had the system, he just wanted to live a carefree life of making a little money by chatting with beautiful girls. But now, he was forced to set up ambitious goals. The first step, of course, is to complete the novice tasks as soon as possible. However, he couldn't hurry up even if he wanted to. Because Jiang Shaoqing really had her period. Anyway, there would be no electricity for the next few days, so he had no intention of planning a strategy. In addition to preventing his favorability from decreasing and maintaining his daily caring care, he simply devoted his time to Luoyu and had a good time with her for a few days. Ding, it is detected that Luoyu actively spent 60 yuan on the host. The host received a cashback of 60-90%. 100 is equal to 5,400 yuan. Yan Hawan was somewhat surprised when he heard the system prompt. Good deeds are really rewarded. He really wanted to play with his lover, and his lover reciprocated by inviting him to dinner.
Including the last breakfast, he has tried several times to find system bugs, but there are no direct loopholes. For example, he invited Luoyu to dinner and to the movies, but he was deliberately slow and waited for the latter to pay, but in the end he did not get any cash back. Only if Luoyu takes the initiative to treat him and pays the bill will he get the rebate. He studied it for a long time and felt that he seemed to have found a roundabout way. If I don't ask for anything every time I eat, drink and have fun, and just wait for Luoyu to take the initiative, and then she pays the bill, will the system recognize that I am actively spending money for the host? After Luoyu came back with the bill, he directly transferred 1,000 yuan to her via WeChat. He was afraid that Luoyu would become suspicious, so he didn't dare to move too much. Even so, Luoyu was already a little bit unbelievable. She opened her eyes wide and asked, "Husband, why did you transfer so much money to me? How can you let a woman pay for the meal? That doesn't need to be so much, it's only 120 in total." Yan Hahuan was delighted, her little lover was so nice. When did Jiang Shaoqing ever take the initiative to treat him to a meal, and when did she ever think the money she transferred to him was too much? However, he knew that the system's scanning capabilities were too powerful, so he didn't dare to give any hints. So he said calmly, "We've been lovers for several days, but I've never given you a gift. I don't know what you like, so I'll just transfer cash to you and buy whatever you like." "Thank you, husband. You are so nice." Luoyu gave her a sweet kiss. She was not as greedy and vain as Jiang Shaoqing, and she had learned from other sources that Huanhuan's family was from the countryside, her parents were farmers, and her family was very poor. "Hubby, please don't transfer money to me anymore. I can make some money as a part-time advertising model. It's enough for us to eat and play." Yan Haowan was so moved that she almost wanted to cry. He has always devoted his heart and soul to Jiang Shaoqing over the past few years, and he has never received such thoughtful care. There is no harm without comparison. Luo Yu and Jiang Shaoqing are simply worlds apart. "Xiao Yur, I've been working on a project with my mentor recently, and I often get some bonuses. I'll share some with you. You're my lover, so it's my duty to support you." He transferred money to Luoyu in order to try to take advantage of the system, but the last sentence was indeed the truth. Ding, Luoyu's favorability increased by 1%, and the current favorability is 91%. Yan Hahuan was stunned. 1%? Wasn't it always 5% before? However, he immediately remembered the system's special reminder: 90% favorability is the highest point under normal circumstances, and it requires specific conditions to stimulate it to continue to rise. Well, a 1% increase is not bad, a little bit adds up to a lot. Luoyu volunteered to be Yan Haowan's lover because she liked him psychologically and also felt infinite physical satisfaction. But now, she felt particularly touched. She looked at him seductively and whispered, "Husband, let's go back and have a rest." She put emphasis on the word rest. In fact, there is no need to do this. Yan Haowan will understand her immediately with just one look. Chapter 15. Miss Tian actually came to me on her own initiative. Yan Haowan was just about to say yes when his cell phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was a completely unfamiliar number. He thought for a few seconds and pressed the answer button, but didn't speak. "I'm Tian Yuancher." Yan Haowan was startled at first, then he was very surprised that Miss Tian actually called him. "Hello, Tian." He paused because he didn't know how to address him. The next moment, he suddenly had an idea and called out, "Sister." There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and then the eldest lady's cold voice came. "Are you free now?" Yan Haowan glanced at Luoyu, thought for a moment, and replied, "Available." "Okay, I have something to ask you. Are you in school?" "I'll come and take you." "I'm outside." "Then add me on WeChat, use the same phone number, and send me the location." "Good." After hanging up the phone, Yan Haowan fell into deep thought. What could be the matter that Miss Tian wanted to see him about? Luoyu vaguely heard the voice on the other end of the phone, definitely a young woman, but he couldn't hear the content clearly. Then seeing Huanhuan's thoughtful expression, he asked, "Honey, what's up?" Yan Haowan came back to his senses and said, "Well, someone is looking for me." He didn't explain much, and Luoyu was smart enough not to ask. She had put herself in the right position from the beginning and didn't care about the women outside Huanhuan. Huanhuan wanted to say that she could tell the answer, but it would be boring if she asked. "Then you go ahead and do your work. I'll go back by myself." Yan Haowan kissed her on the cheek and took the initiative to explain.
She was the one looking for me. Luo Yu was stunned, but immediately understood who her husband was talking about. She said with a smile, "Hubby, you must seize the opportunity." Yan Haowan looked at this perfect lover with tenderness in his eyes and said softly, "Then I won't send you off. Be careful." Yan Haowan got in the car and took the initiative to call out Sister Tian. Tian Yuanshi hummed lightly and stared at him for a while, but said nothing. Yan Haowan felt a little uneasy when he was looked at by her. He thought that it had been several days since that happened. She wouldn't come to settle the score with him now, would she? But he was immediately relieved because he received a system prompt. Ding, Tian Yuanshi's favorability increased by 5%, and the current favorability is 50%. He was a little puzzled, but as long as it rose, it was a good thing. At least it meant that the other party was not here to cause trouble for him. As for why it is rising, who cares? Have you had dinner yet? Just ate, just about to eat. His first reaction was that he had just finished eating, but after the words came out of his mouth, he changed his words temporarily. Because he had been studying how to take advantage of the system, an idea suddenly came to him. Then let's eat first. Yan Haowan was secretly delighted. She took the initiative to order dinner, so she wouldn't let me pay for it. Wouldn't that mean you have the opportunity to get cash back on your purchases? Besides, they are not short of money, a meal could cost thousands. Tian Yuanshi took him to a Western restaurant. Order whatever you like. Yan Haowan didn't like Western food at all and knew nothing about it. In fact, he had just finished eating and ordered 3 dishes at random. There are no prices on the menu, so I don't know if it's expensive. Since he was eating out of a wealthy family, he didn't have to worry about it. You said you drank too much that day? How much did you drink? White or red? I can't remember exactly, maybe 700-800 grams, low alcohol liquor. It's so bad, how much red wine can you drink? Yan Haowan didn't expect that his drinking capacity would also be despised. He was a little unhappy and said, 1 bottle will definitely be fine. Tian Yuanshi ordered 2 bottles of red wine, but only opened one at first. Sister, aren't you driving? People ignored him and spoke with their actions. So Yan Haowan also cooperated and started drinking. Tian Yuanshi smiled, looked at him and said calmly, "This is red wine." Yan Haowan was a little confused. Couldn't he tell the difference between red and white? Red wine is meant to be savored slowly, just like this. Tian Yuanshi poured a little bit, shook it gently for a while, and then drank it slowly. The movements are extremely elegant. Yen Tubozi felt very embarrassed and imitated her and did it again. Well, that's good. She first confirmed it and then asked, "Is this your first time at a Western restaurant?" Yan Haowan thought about it and asked seriously, "Is KFC considered a Western restaurant?" Miss Tian laughed out loud. "The food here is quite exquisite, eat slowly. I still prefer Chinese food. It has flavor." Tian Yuanshi was stunned for a moment, then said simply, "Then let's have Chinese food next time." Yan Haowan was secretly delighted. Is there a next time? Could it be? But doesn't she have a super tall and handsome fiancé? Why are you looking at me like that? Sister, you are so beautiful. The eldest lady was already extremely beautiful, but she was in an abnormal state last time. Now this elegant and noble look is her normal state. After hearing the compliment, Tian Yuanshi actually felt happy. She hesitated for a while and said, "Do you know how old I am this year?" 27, not much older than me. He added, "After you told me the name that day, I searched it online." Tian Yuanshi was not surprised at all and said calmly, "Then you should know my identity?" "Well, sister, you are really young and promising." Yan Haowan took the opportunity to flatter her. Miss Tian did not take up the topic, but returned to the topic of age. "You're only 20, and I'm 7 years older than you. Sister, you look so young, you look about the same age as me. You have such a smooth tongue, you must have fooled many girls." "How could I? I've only been in love once." Tian Yuanshi immediately remembered the information she had found at that time, this poor warm-hearted man. "I thought to myself that the girl named Zhang Xiaoqing must be a fool. It would be fine if she was just so warm, the key point is that she was so strong that she was willing to let go, and even took the initiative to abandon her." Then, she suddenly couldn't help but think of those unspeakable scenes, and her face turned red with embarrassment. Then, her wavering thoughts finally became firm. The two of them sipped the wine slowly, and finally finished both bottles of red wine. Yen Hawan finally discovered that the Superman body had obviously improved his overall quality, even his alcohol tolerance, and he didn't even feel anything after drinking a bottle of red wine. On the contrary, the eldest lady who despised him for her poor alcohol tolerance seemed to be slightly tipsy. Her face was rosy and she looked extremely beautiful. These charming big eyes are actually a little watery. Ding, Tian Yuancher's favorability increased by 5%, and the current favorability is 55%.
Yen Hawan was overjoyed again.
He was not stupid and he could tell from her outward behavior that the eldest lady seemed to have some feelings for him.
As for hearing this system prompt again, such a precise and quantified increase in favorability is sufficient proof. But, what is her identity and what is mine?
And she has a fiancé who is tall, handsome, and very likely rich.
Is it true that just because we shared our virginity and had a perfect union, she would change her mind and fall in love with me? Chapter 16, Spring Breeze Passes Human Pass Again. Yen Hawan was just thinking about random things when he suddenly received a happy system notification.
Ding, it is detected that Tian Yuancher actively spent 1,600 yuan on the host's behalf. The host received a cashback of 1,655%. 100 is equal to 88,000 yuan. I thought a meal for two people might cost thousands, but it turned out to be 3,200. It seems that there are not many things to eat. He asked casually. This was purely food money. It's a pity that the red wine was stored here by the eldest lady herself, otherwise the consumption amount would definitely be much higher. But he got 88,000 yuan back for just one meal. He was already very satisfied. Be content in life. Yen Hawan was afraid that the young lady would drive after drinking, so he followed her.
Fortunately, the latter had no intention of letting him leave.
Although she went down to the underground garage, she did not go to get the car. Instead, she walked several hundred meters in the underground garage and then took another elevator. Then she took out a card, swiped it, and pressed the 16th floor. After arriving, she walked directly to the door of room 1608 and continued to press the card and open the door.
Yen Hawan followed and watched foolishly, and began to imagine. Sister Tian has even booked a hotel room long ago. What is she planning to do? Delete it, delete it. This is the nth time I've sent it back for revision. Even a normal bath has become vulgar. I've deleted all of it. Yen Hawan's face was full of smugness.
In his heart, Tian Yuancher is like a goddess. She is the person he set his life goal for and wants to have as his girlfriend and wife. However, the gap between their conditions was too big, and he had not yet completed his novice mission, so he had not yet thought about how to get close to the other person. He never expected that the young lady would not only contact him, but also take him to the room and... Because she had completely let go of her heart, Tian Yuancher slept very soundly and woke up at dawn. When she woke up, she saw a familiar face and a pair of loving eyes.
She was very happy. Sister, are you awake?
Her voice was very soft, like a docile little wife.
Yen Hawan smiled gently. Yen Hawan laughed out loud. He really liked the girlish side of the cold female president.
After the woman fell asleep last night, Yen Hawan thought about it for a long time. After feeling proud, he calmed down.
She is a rich lady and a cold female CEO.
Even if she said she fell in love with him after sleeping with him, she herself wouldn't believe it. He suspected that his sister might have been stimulated by something. Only then will I just let myself go and take the initiative to look for him again.
After the woman finished washing, Yen Hawan asked cautiously. Sister, were you in a bad mood yesterday? Tian Yuancher's face changed instantly and she said softly. Don't ask, okay? Then I have to go to work. Do you want to rest for a while?
Yen Hawan felt a little disappointed when she saw that she avoided answering, but he did not ask any more questions and said.
I have to go to school too. I have a meeting early in the morning, you can take a taxi back.
Just as she was about to go out, Tian Yuancher suddenly turned around, hugged the boy, and gently kissed him on the lips, then turned around and left. After leaving, he left a sentence.
Study hard and don't let your imagination run wild. Yen Hawan laughed at herself and thought to herself, okay, this is the normal personality of a cold and arrogant female CEO.
Even if someone seeks him out purely to satisfy their physical needs, he has no objection and he likes it very much.
What's more, details won't lie, and the system won't lie.
Although she now seemed to be able to clearly distinguish between love and desire and deliberately told him not to think too much,
from some of her previous performances, it was obvious that she had feelings for him. Moreover, the system indicated that her favorability had increased by another 10%. Now it was already 65%. He flipped through the system description. Favorability 60-80%, views the host as a friend and is willing to provide moderate help to the host. Willing to communicate with the host in certain situations. Although Miss Tion still behaves a little coldly, the system doesn't lie, she already regards herself as a friend. What's more, before entering this room, her favorability was only 55%, but she was already willing to connect with me again. This proves the point even more clearly, that she has developed some feelings for me to some extent. This made him very happy and made him more determined to possess this goddess. Chapter 17 Jiang Shaoqing's Position Attack and Defense. The good days passed quickly, and Yan Haowan began his difficult journey again. Time is running out, and he has to make sure he can complete the novice mission within a few days. The last week must be left for maneuvering and preventing risks. He has already figured out Jiang Shaoqing's weakness, which is her vanity, so he decided to use money to increase her favorability. He believed that as long as he increased it by another 10% to 80%, according to the system's instructions, the woman should be willing to connect with him. Yan Haowan went over the plan in his mind, felt it was perfect, and decided to officially take action. After having dinner with Jiang Shaoqing, he took her to the Free Grove again. There was no way. This woman was too wary. As soon as I suggested renting a house, she would find all kinds of excuses to escape. Same place, same script, male and female protagonists are in place, action. Just as expected. Jiang Shaoqing was still willing to kiss and have simple intimacy with him, but as soon as she reached the important parts, she would immediately shout cut. Yan Haowan was mentally prepared for this and didn't take it seriously. This time, he did not agree to the woman's request to return to the dormitory, and directly blinded her eyes with a text message from ICBC's mobile phone. 88,000 in one go. Huan, what did you do? My mentor has taken on a 100 million yuan project. The initial funding of 20 million yuan has just arrived. This is my dividend. Huan, you're awesome. Shaoqing, I'll take you to buy whatever you like. As long as it's under 88,000, you can choose whatever you want. Jiang Shaoqing's eyes lit up and she kissed him excitedly. But you can't spend money carelessly. This time I was lucky, but I may not be able to make money so easily in the future. So remember to save money and make plans for the future. Yan Haowan was surprised that this woman suddenly became sensible and even thought about him. But then I heard the latter's key addition. Huan, I'm afraid you'll buy expensive gifts on impulse again. How about this, you transfer the 80,000 to me and I'll keep it for you. It was as if 10,000 alpacas were galloping through Yan Haowan's heart. I thought this woman had changed her personality, damn. He complained in his heart, but pretended to be happy and said, Shaoqing, you are really smart. You are right. I will transfer it to you now. Then he transferred the money via mobile phone on the spot without feeling any heartache. Anyway, the money was originally intended to be spent on her. Now it's nothing more than a middleman making a profit from the price differences missing. After receiving the text message reminder, Jiang Shaoqing was in a good mood and took the initiative to give a passionate kiss. Then he said, Huan, you are so nice. Ding, Jiang Shaoqing's favorability increased by 5%, and the current favorability is 75%. Yan Haowan thought to himself, fuck. How come it only went up by 5%? Last time it was 18,888 and I got 5%. This time it's 80,000, and it's still 5%. Well, what the economist said was right, this is called diminishing marginal returns. I thought it would reach 80% this time. Alas, I don't know if 75% will be successful. According to the system's instructions, 60-80% favorability, the target object is willing to connect with the host under certain circumstances. No matter what, the atmosphere has reached this point. Only 8,000 is left out of 88,000. We have to try it whether it works or not. Shaoqing, let me take you to my rental house. Although it's not big, I've decorated it to be very cozy. Jiang Shaoqing knew his intentions, but she was a little embarrassed to refuse directly after having just swindled 80,000 yuan. She started to make excuses again. Huan, I'm not in good shape today. Can I come up next time? Then you can just come to my place and take a rest. Jiang Shaoqing was stunned and cursed herself for making such a bad excuse.
Xiaocheng, my mentor talked to me a few days ago and said that my performance was very good and he plans to formally recruit me to join the core team of the project. Jiang Xiaocheng's eyes lit up. Core members will receive at least 3% of the dividends for each project. Jiang Xiaocheng's brain started working quickly. 100 million, 3%, my god, that's not 3 million. Yan Haowan continues to work hard. Xiaocheng, I know my family is poor, so I have always studied very hard. I have put a lot of effort into my major. Now that my tutor has formally recognized me, I think things will definitely get better and better in the future. A clever lie is one that contains at least some truth. What he said about studying hard and being recognized by his tutor is basically true. Of course, this 100 million project was completely made up by him. Jiang Xiaoqing was silent for a moment. She certainly understood why the man said this. Her throat tightened a little, and she said slowly, Huan, you know, I've said a long time ago that I want to save my first time for my wedding night. Seeing that the man looked unhappy, she immediately added, Huan, once you get the 3% project bonus, we'll go register right away, okay? Yan Haowan was so angry that he wanted to die. This woman was really cunning. She would not release the eagle until she saw the rabbit. But where can he get 3 million? Should he borrow from Miss Tian? Although she was willing to provide moderate help based on her 65% favorability, considering her ability, 3 million was definitely not a large number, and it should not be considered a high-level favor, so it was really possible for her to lend it to him. But how would people look at him if he did that? Would her favorability rating plummet if he asked for so much money after sleeping with her twice? Anyway, this trick should never be used unless it is absolutely necessary. His mind raced, and since soft persuasion didn't work, he decided to just use force. He stared at Jiang Xiaoqing with sharp eyes and said slowly, Xiaoqing, you know, my family is poor and I don't have much ability, so I have always felt a little inferior. Plus, you've always treated me as your backup, so I really have no confidence in myself or in you. I believe that my mentor's project will be successful, but it will take at least several years. Who knows what will happen in these few years? If another rich second generation pursues you, even if I get 3 million, will I still have a chance as a backup? Huan, what do you want? I just want a guarantee. I know you always value the first time very much, I hope you will give her to me today. Huan, I won't force you. It's your choice. But if you don't want to, then I think we should break up. I've been a spare tire for 3 years, and I really don't want to be one anymore. Jiang Xiaoqing remained silent, because she really had the idea of looking for a better job while still having one. On the one hand, Yan Haowan is very warm and useful to her, so she is reluctant to throw him away. As for now, he has a bright future in making money, and his value has increased greatly. But on the other hand, what if there is someone better? What if a rich second generation with a fortune of over 100 million yuan falls in love with me? The perfect scenario would be to keep him hanging on the one hand and continue waiting for an opportunity on the other. But now this kid has learned his lesson and doesn't even give her a chance, directly asking her to choose between the two. She struggled for a while and finally made up her mind. Chapter 18 finally completed the most important step of the novice mission. That's what Jiang Xiaoqing thought. Being a rich second generation is something you can only encounter by chance, and even if you do meet one, it may not be reliable. If you let this potential warm-hearted guy run away, it will be hard to meet him again. Anyway, the first time is just a card, which is important but not essential. As long as you are young and beautiful, it doesn't matter if you are not a virgin. Aren't those female celebrities who have broken up and gotten back together, divorced and remarried countless times still flattered by people? Okay, Huan, I promise you. Yan Haowan was overjoyed. He is indeed gambling. If he really loses the bet, he will have no choice but to shamelessly ask the young lady to borrow money, and then use 3 million to kill this woman. There is nothing left to change, so I just deleted it all, it's hundreds of words. Finally completed the most important step of the task. The woman was so tired that she fell into a deep sleep soon. Yan Haowan quietly studied the system prompts. Jiang Xiaoqing's favorability increased by 10% to 85%. In this way, it increased by another 10%? How difficult it was to increase favorability before. He couldn't help but sigh that women are really magical animals. Then, he began to have sudden ideas. What are the criteria for the system to determine the target objects? Obviously, seeing a good-looking girl is not an immediate target.
Was it because Hu Wenwen was initially noticed by him that she stared at him?
Then the eldest lady, it seemed, after a good cry. Luo Yu, on the other hand, took the initiative to propose to be a lover.
As for classmate Ouyang, it seems that it is because of his nickname Strong Brother. So what are the criteria for inducing the system and adding the target object?
He analyzed it for a while but didn't find any particular pattern, so he simply stopped worrying about it. Anyway, even if he knew the principle, he couldn't interfere with the decision of the omnipotent system. Yan Haowan decided to strike while the iron was hot and complete the last part of the task in one go. Because he found that when Jiang Shaoqing woke up in the morning, the way she looked at him was different. And for the first time ever, she ordered a hearty takeout breakfast for him. This was the first time he enjoyed the cashback benefits from this woman, earning 2,210 yuan. This made him feel very ironic. After 3 years of heartfelt dedication, the other person was not moved at all. Just one night of happiness made the other person fall in love with him. He was originally very happy that the miser had become his girlfriend's caring one, but now he feels uncomfortable instead. Because the second half of the novice mission requires you to dump people and ridicule them in public. So that night, he brought the woman to the old place.
It's the very memorable little square from last time.
The several small squares beside Xingye Lake have always been a good place for leisure, and there are always many people there. Yan Hehuan thought to himself, if we mock here, it must be in public. He decided to cut the Gordian knot. So I took a deep breath, hardened my heart, and started the last level of the novice mission. He suddenly shouted, Jiang Shaoqing.
Now not only his girlfriend's attention, but also the attention of many classmates was attracted.
Some people began to whisper, isn't this the famous strong brother?
What exciting scenario will unfold this time?
Jiang Shaoqing, for the past 3 years, I have loved you wholeheartedly, I have been with you every day, and I have done everything for you.
But you have always treated me as a spare tire. Just because someone gave you a necklace, you want to break up with me. And you are humiliating me in public. I will never forget that night.
Jiang Shaoqing's face changed drastically. She couldn't understand why he brought up the past again, and in this place.
Jiang Shaoqing, we're breaking up. Remember, I'm the one dumping you this time. Jiang Shaoqing finally reacted. Yan Haowan, what are you talking about? Are you crazy?
Yan Haowan ignored her and waited patiently for a while, but there was no system prompt. It seems that the breakup is complete, but the degree of public ridicule is not enough and has not met the requirements of the system master.
He recalled Jiang Shaoqing's ruthless ridicule that night and continued to harden his heart. Jiang Shaoqing, don't you look at your own conditions? Apart from your pretty face and figure, what else do you have to show for it? Do you think I really still love you?
Wrong, all my efforts in the past month are just to regain the dignity I lost last time.
Jiang Shaoqing's face turned pale.
It turns out that he was not crazy. Everything was planned out deliberately to steal her virginity and then break up with her. Jiang Shaoqing, you look down on me and take advantage of my feelings.
I am just giving back to you now. Didn't you say that you've always treated me as a backup?
Then I'll tell you, I've only treated you as a plaything.
Bastard. Yan Haowan, you are a big bastard.
Jiang Shaoqing cursed loudly. Ding, Jiang Shaoqing's favorability dropped by 85%, and the current favorability is 0%.
Chapter 19, Novice Mission completed.
Yan Haowan was not surprised because he heard another tip that he had been thinking about.
Ding. System prompt, Novice Mission of Warm Man Revenge completed. Charm Mall opened. Ding.
The host has obtained 500 charm points, and the current charm points are 1,000. Now the Novice Special Award is issued, with a reward of 3,000 charm points, and the current charm points are 4,000.
Ding.
The system detects that the host has the acquired Xianyang physique, and gives an additional reward of Xianyang Zhenjing.
Yan Haowan breathed a sigh of relief, the mission was finally completed.
As for the many rewards for the mission, he didn't have time to take a closer look at it for the time being. Yan Haowan looked at his ex-girlfriend slumped on the ground with a complicated expression, hardened his heart, and decided to turn around and leave. As a warm-hearted man at heart, it is actually very painful for him to deal with such a bad girl, especially the girl he once truly loved. Although Jiang Shaoqing had her shortcomings, she was a self-loving girl after all, and she gave him her first time, which she had always treasured. He just turned around when a woman's hoarse voice suddenly came from behind him. Yan Haowan, you poor loser, what qualifications do you have to break up with me? I am dumping you now, and I will dump you forever.
Ding, Zhang Xiaoqing's favorability has dropped by 50%, current favorability 50%.
When Yan Haowan received this reminder, he was stunned. Damn, this woman is so cruel. Yan Haowan, you cheated me of my first time and ruined my reputation. You bastard, you scumbag. I hate you, I will hate you forever.
Zhang Xiaoqing cursed and burst into tears. The voice was so shrill that he felt a little guilty. After all, even if she had 1,000 faults, the curse she gave was absolutely correct.
He did cheat people the first time and did ruin their reputation.
Ding, Zhang Xiaoqing's favorability has dropped by 50%, and the current favorability is 100%. Ding, the first target's favorability has been detected to be 100%, triggering the mandatory mission Zhang Xiaoqing's overwhelming hatred.
Target object information is being transmitted. Name, Zhang Xiaoqing. Age, 20 years old. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Bust, C cup. Appearance rating, 88. Body score, 90. A junior student at Jiangnan University and the beauty of the Foreign Languages Department. Current favorability 100%. Task requirements, restore the target's favorability to 0%. Mission deadline, 1 year.
Success reward, 3,000 charm points plus random rewards based on the completion reward. 100 charm points will be awarded for every 1% increase in favorability.
Failure penalty, deduct 3,000 charm points. Insufficient charm points will randomly eliminate one of the host's skills.
Yan Haowan was stunned when he heard this series of system prompts.
My lord system, you can't play it like this. I finally managed to break away from this shrewd, vain and difficult to serve woman, and here you go again. This is a complete chain of traps. Just think about how much time, money, effort and energy I spent to increase her favorability from 20% to 85%. Now it's 100% to 0%? People hate me now. This is the beginning of hell.
The most disgusting thing is the penalty for failure, and there is also the risk of skill elimination.
This is another mission that we cannot afford to lose. He was silently complaining there when he suddenly heard a very familiar voice coming from behind him. Zhang Xiaoqing, what qualifications do you have to scold others? You deceived someone's feelings for 3 years, so what if they slept with you? You want to be someone's backup, so what if they dump you?
Zhang Xiaoqing really wanted to curse back, but when she saw that it was the famous school beauty Luo, her momentum weakened a little. The key point is that the criticism she received was justified, as she was indeed the one who made the mistake first.
Yan Haowan also turned around. He had indeed thought about asking Luo Yu for help before, but later he felt that since he was about to abandon her and then ridicule her in public, it would be a bit too much to let the latter add insult to injury. Unexpectedly, Luo Yu finally came and helped him to curse back at Zhang Xiaoqing. The students who were watching the show were pointing and some were even more eager to get attention and shouting. Goddess Luo is right to scold. Luo Yu was somewhat pleased with himself, and continued to say to Zhang Xiaoqing. Zhang Xiaoqing, you don't want such a nice and warm man, but I, Luo Yu, do. Then, she turned to Yan Haowan and said loudly. Student Yan Haowan, I want to pursue you. The students watching were shocked. This was even more exciting than the revenge of the sweet guy just now. Luo Yu is a famous school beauty and the goddess in the eyes of many male classmates. Yan Haowan was quite calm. When he asked Luo Yu for help before, it was a similar scenario. Thanks to Luo Yu's encouragement, Yan Haowan once again became famous on campus overnight. The Jiangnan University intranet forum is about to explode.
The nickname Strong Brother had gone viral before, and the forum had already exploded once, with classmates discussing the possibility of 5 times with great interest. However, later on, all related topics were deleted because the management believed that they contained pornographic and vulgar content. There are 2 hot topics this time. One is about Yan Haowan's deliberate revenge. Opinions are divided, and most people think it's a good job. A selfish and vain girl like Zhang Xiaoqing should be taught such a lesson. There are also a small number of people who think that if you break up, then break up. But abandoning and ridiculing someone publicly in this way is a bit too much. The second topic is of course Luo Yu's domineering pursuit declaration. This one is much more passionate than the one above. Everyone was discussing Goddess Luo's motives heatedly. After all, Yan Haowan's conditions are average no matter how you look at it, otherwise Zhang Xihua wouldn't have deceived him into being a spare tire for 3 whole years. But now the goddess is chasing him. A few gossipers bluntly said that it must be the nickname Strong Brother that attracted people. Some are also discussing whether Yen Nuanan will accept the pursuit. After all, if a goddess pursues you, she may be very beautiful, but can you really afford it? After all, the two of them are not a good match at all. Maybe the goddess is just looking for something new and fun. Rather than being dumped by a woman in the future, it is better to reject her now. At least you can save face. The forum was abuzz with discussions, but the people involved in the topic were quite calm. He sent a message to Luwayu, asking her not to come over tonight. Her shout in the small square before was already earth-shattering. What would happen if people knew that she followed him into his rental house? Exposure in the future is a matter for the future. After all, he just dumped his ex-girlfriend today, so he is already famous enough. He really doesn't want to be so high-profile anymore, as it would easily lead to jealousy and hatred. Because there were too many messages and calls, he simply set his phone to flight mode and stayed in his rental house to study the system rewards. He first used his mind to click on the newly opened charming mall and took a look. Wow, there is really a dazzling array of products. To describe it with an advertising slogan is there is nothing you can't buy, only things you can't think of. But looking at my own charm points, there are only 4,000 points in total. Because there is the sort of penalty for mission failure hanging over his head, he doesn't want to spend any charm points unless it is necessary, and he saves them for emergencies. So, after browsing for a while and finding that everything was very expensive, he lost interest. Chapter 20, The System Forces Me to Become the King of the Sea? After exiting the mall, Yan Haoan carefully checked the reward Xianyang Zhenjing given by the system. The true scripture is divided into 4 parts: Xianyang Body Tempering Technique, Xianyang Crossing the Truth Method, Xianyang Palm, and Xianyang Lifting Technique. Xianyang Body Tempering Technique: it can automatically absorb the true yang energy between heaven and earth to replenish the body's true yang consumption. Yan Haoan understood it immediately. After learning this skill, he would be a perpetual motion ox. No matter how much land he had to plow, he would not have to be afraid because God would automatically cheer him on. What an amazing skill! Xianyang Dushan Fa can transfer the true yang into other people's bodies, achieving the miraculous effect of curing diseases and healing injuries. Directions: 1. Place the Laogong acupoint of the right hand close to the injured part of the target, and activate the Xianyang Body Tempering Technique to transfer the true yang energy. This is suitable for situations where the injured part is concentrated. 2. Place the Laogong point of the right hand close to the lower dantian of the other person, and activate the Xianyang Body Tempering Technique to transfer the true yang energy. This is suitable for systemic and overall injuries. Special reminder: the massage should be kept close to the skin, each time should not exceed 5 minutes, and the interval between 2 massages should not be less than 24 hours. Yan Haoan silently complained about the second treatment method. Senior, who invented this method, are you serious? The Laogong point is on the palm of the hand, and the lower dantian is the Guanyuan point, which is 3 inches below the navel. Placing your palm on someone's lower dantian for treatment, what if the person is of the opposite sex? It's too exciting. No, it's too obscene. However, he had read a lot of martial arts novels and had some knowledge of Qigong. He knew that the lower dantian was the most important part of the true Qi. It made sense to transfer energy from this acupuncture point. After thinking about it this way, I no longer felt that there was anything wrong with my senior. It was my own thoughts that were too dirty and wrong. Then, he suddenly couldn't help but think of the stunningly beautiful classmate Ouyang Manju. I imagined a scene in my mind where he helped her cure her stubborn dysmenorrhea. Even if it is for the purpose of realistic effect, I dare not think too much about such a scene. The explanations of Xianyang Palm and Xianyang Tiling Technique are relatively simple. They are just 2 martial arts. As the names suggest, one is palm technique and the other is light skill. He wasn't very interested in it, and since it wasn't the era of cold weapons anymore, he didn't have any urgent need for kung fu. And he has a superhuman physique, which is enough to deal with most people. He returned his consciousness to the label of Xianyang Body Tempering Technique and stayed there for a while. The system pops up a prompt: learning this skill requires 500 charm points. Do you want to learn it? He only has 3,500 charm points in total, and 500 of them will be consumed in one go. It really hurts. But think about its benefits: it's a natural kidney treasure, you must learn it. Ding! The host has learned the Xianyang Body Tempering Technique. It has begun to automatically absorb true yang energy, absorbing 1% every 2 hours. The current energy value is 90%. System tips: the absorption process never stops. Remind the host to pay attention to the energy value indicator.
If the energy value is lower than 20%, the host will enter a weak state. If the energy value is higher than 130%, the host will enter an excited state. If the energy value reaches 150%, the host will be at risk of exploding. Energy consumption. Power on, each effective power on consumes 5%. Dusion, each effective dusion consumes 5%. Use Xian Yang palm, consume 1% per hour. Use Xian Yang lifting technique, consume 1% per hour. It was as if 1,000 alpacas were trampling through Yan Hawan's heart. There are also warm reminders, warm reminders. Why don't you give hints in the skill description? Wait until he has learned it well before giving hints. If you inhale continuously, you can get 1% in 2 hours, and there is no need to worry about the risk of weakness. The problem is that the true yang energy is too high. It would be fine if it was just excitement, but there is actually a risk of explosion. He pondered for a long time, and it was obvious that frequently consuming energy was the most effective way to prevent explosions. He studied the instructions again and began to calculate. To ensure safety, the energy value must be controlled below 130%. Taking the current energy value of 90% as the benchmark, if it increases by 1% every 2 hours, you will reach a hyperactive state if you don't consume it for 80 hours. That means it needs to be consumed almost every 3 days. After complaining for a while, he focused his attention on the label of Xian Yang Duzhen Fa. Although the method of using this skill is a bit vulgar, its effect is very powerful and can achieve miraculous effects in curing diseases and healing injuries. Must learn. What? Another 500 charm points. Damn, I only have 3,000 points left in total. A poor loser is a poor loser. He doesn't have enough money to spend, and he doesn't have enough charm to spend. He thought about it and decided to keep these 3,000 points as an emergency measure. Although this method of crossing the truth is very powerful, there is no rush. It is not too late to learn it when you need it. Yan Haowan restored his phone to normal mode, checked the messages for a while, and simply replied to the important ones. There were several missed calls, so he thought about it and called his lover back. Are you home, husband? Honey, I'm a little hungry, let's go have a midnight snack. Yan Hehuan thought, didn't I just tell her not to come tonight? This lover is really obsessed, I like it. I don't know whether my little fish is hungry on the top or on the bottom, or maybe both are hungry. Then he said, okay, but not in school. Luo Yu giggled. Of course she understood what her husband meant. She had to keep a low profile. So I asked, where do you want to eat, husband? You decide, send me the place and I'll go there directly. Okay. Is there anything in particular you'd like to eat? Of course I do. I really want to eat you. Hateful. Luo Yu said that he hated it, but his heart was as sweet as honey. Luo Yu chose a food stall on University 3rd Road. She had been here before and found the food delicious and affordable. Yan Haowan arrived just as she ordered. The two of them had 4 dishes in total and drank 2 bottles of beer each. As soon as Luo Yu paid the bill, Yan Haowan received a system notification. Ding, it is detected that Luo Yu actively spent 60 yuan on the host's behalf. The host received a cashback of 60-91%. 100 is equal to 5,460 yuan. He was secretly delighted that this roundabout way of getting the wool he had discovered was indeed effective. Unfortunately, Xiaodier is also a frugal person and only spends a small amount each time. And he didn't dare to make any hints, for fear that the system would determine that he was not the target consumer. Anyway, it's not bad. Even if it's a small amount of money, 91 times it is not a small amount. He was enjoying the wool when he heard the voice of the camel. Ah! What are you doing? What are you doing? It was obviously you who bumped into me. Get out of here, you bastard. Who are you calling a hooligan, little bitch? Yan Haowan's face darkened. He stood up and walked quickly forward, blocking the woman. He whispered, what's wrong? He deliberately rushed out to block me and made me bump into him. She immediately added, Huan, forget it, let's go back. This guy has a snake tattooed on both of his arms, and looks like a gangster. For 2 students like them, it would definitely not be good for them to provoke thugs. Yan Haowan is now a person with the ability of Superman body, so of course he is not afraid of anything. But I don't know if this gangster has any companions. If there are too many people, I won't be able to protect Xiaoyuer, which would be a bad deal. He nodded immediately and pulled Luo Yu to the side. As a result, the gangster also followed suit and blocked their way. Stop. You bumped into someone, and you just want to leave like that? Yan Hawan was furious. Do you think you are justified in being a hooligan? Do you really think we are easy to bully? He snorted coldly and said, a good dog doesn't block the road. Get out of the way. Chapter 21, Saving the Beautiful Policewoman Who Was Almost Raped. The double snake man was a little surprised. He looked the boy up and down. He looked like a student and not very big. He wondered where he got the courage from. He said arrogantly, I'm standing right here. If you want to leave, go through my crotch. His voice was a little loud, and some guests nearby were attracted by it. The three people at the table behind the gangster laughed even louder. Yan Hawan took a quick glance and immediately concluded that these three people were the gangster's companions. Seeing that there were only 4 people in total, he was too lazy to talk nonsense. He suddenly grabbed the gangster's shoulders and kneed him in the crotch. The gangster, who was so smug just now, let out an ow and curled up like a shrimp in pain. The pain made his face turn a little purple. Yan Hawan then gave a gentle push and pushed the gangster directly onto the table behind him. With a loud crash, the table fell to the ground, and plates, bottles, cups and other items fell to the ground. Fuck you. Brother Hua. You fucking bitch. The 3 people at the table shouted almost in unison, then each picked up a beer bottle and prepared to start. Police. A clear voice suddenly sounded. The 3 thugs froze for a moment, and stood there, then quietly put down the bottles. The one who shouted was a very tall young girl. There were 2 men and 1 woman at her table. What? You want to fight? The tall and thin one among the 3 thugs hesitated for a moment and said, Officer, he was the first to attack and beat our brother Hua. I saw it all. It was your people who provoked first. But what? Do you want to go to the police station for tea? This policewoman is very young, but she has a very strong aura. The tall and thin man signaled with his eyes, and he and the other 2 supported their companion, who was still curled up. They glared at Yan Hawan fiercely and left. Yan Hawan took Luo Yu's hand, walked forward and said, Thank you, officer. The policewoman quickly looked at the 2 of them. The man had a handsome appearance and looked calm. The woman was beautiful, but looked a little nervous and her face was a little pale. You 2 are students, right? Yes, we are all from Jiang University. As Yan Hawan answered, he quickly took a look at the policewoman. She was very beautiful and full of heroic spirit. If you encounter such provocation in the future, just call the police. If a fight really breaks out, you will be the one who suffers. Yan Hawan smiled slightly and said, I see. Thank you, officer. Luo Yu's complexion recovered a little and he thanked him softly. Have you ever practiced martial arts? Yan Hawan said calmly, I have practiced a little bit. Luo Yu looked at him in surprise and thought to herself, has my husband ever practiced martial arts? The policewoman was a little surprised at the man's calmness, but she didn't say anything else and just nodded slightly. After saying goodbye and about to leave, Yan Hawan suddenly had an idea and used the qi reading technique on the policewoman. Physical condition, healthy. Special physical condition, none. Current luck, black. Very bad. Yan Hawan was stunned. This was a bad omen. He was thinking about how to remind others when he suddenly received a series of system prompts. Ding! The system has detected a suitable target object. Target object information is being transmitted. Name, Jiang Gingshan. Age, 25 years old. Height, 178 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Bust, C cup. Appearance rating, 95. Body score, 97. Deputy Chief of the Criminal Investigation Brigade of Susui City Police Department. Current favorability, 25%. Optional mission, save the target and prevent him from being raped. Mission deadline, 2 hours. Success reward, 500 charm points plus random reward. Failure penalty, none. Do you accept this mission? Although the amount of information was a bit too much, when Yan Haowan heard that the penalty for failure that he was most concerned about was none, he chose to accept it without thinking. Then he used his consciousness to carefully check the details. 2 hours, to prevent being raped? He thought of what happened to Miss Tian. It seemed that this policewoman had also been drugged. Seeing that Jiang Jingshan had turned around, he quickly called out. Police officer.
The policewoman turned back and asked, "What's wrong? Anything else?" "Officer, do you believe in feng shui and destiny?" The policewoman frowned slightly. "I know a thing or two about destiny." I just observed the police officer and saw that he looked like a dark cloud was looming over his head. This is a sign of great misfortune. Ding, Jiang Jingshan's favorability has dropped by 10%, and the current favorability is 15%. Yan Haohuan cursed inwardly. Did she think he was a charlatan? Or did she think she was flirting with him? He patiently held Luoyu's arm affectionately and said, "Officer, this is my girlfriend. Do you think I would flirt with you in such a boring way in front of her?" Policewoman Jiang was stunned. The task was time sensitive, so Yan Haohuan went straight to the point. "Officer, from what I have observed, your serious omen is not life-threatening, but most likely physical harm." Seeing how serious he was speaking, policewoman Jiang couldn't help but hesitate. This student knows that he is a policeman. It is impossible for him to have fun like this. Is there really such a thing as a bad omen? Yan Haohuan continued to ask. "Officer, do you feel anything unusual about your mental state?" Jiang Dingshan answered subconsciously, "No, it's pretty good." Yan Haohuan was stunned. Could it be that he was not drugged, or that he had not been drugged yet? But the system won't lie, the task deadline is only 2 hours in total, which means that the girl would have been raped within 2 hours. "Officer, have you ever drunk any alcoholic beverages of unknown origin?" Jiang Jingshan was stunned again, then her expression suddenly became stern and her eyes immediately looked towards her own table. There were 4 people at the table, including her, and everyone drank beer, but she also drank a bottle of Red Bull. The drink was given to her by Lu Quanwei. She remembered that he had unbuttoned her shirt when he handed it to her. She first glanced at classmate Banxian thoughtfully, then walked quickly forward and went straight to her desk. Then, she suddenly attacked. She asked sharply, "Lu Quanwei, what did you put in the Red Bull?" Lu Quanwei's face changed drastically, and he said in a low voice, "Jingshan, what are you talking about?" His subconscious reaction caught the policewoman's attention, and she already knew what was going on. She was about to take the drink can as evidence when she suddenly felt dizzy. This time her face changed even more. She shook her head vigorously, only to see that Lu Quanwei had already grabbed the Red Bull can. "I have to leave now because I have an emergency." The incident happened suddenly and the other 2 partners were still there. Jiang Jingshan felt even more dizzy and felt like she was about to fall down. She quickly said, "Xiaocheng, stop him. He put drugs in the Red Bull." Xiaocheng finally reacted and yelled, "Lu Quanwei, you son of a bitch." He rushed forward to grab the jar, but he was no match for Lu Quanwei, who was half a head taller than him. Instead, he was pushed hard and fell backwards to the ground. Chapter 22. It's always good to have many skills, learn them all. Jiang Jingshan could no longer hold on at this time, her eyes were blurry and she collapsed to the ground. She shouted with all her might, "Classmates, help me." Before she lost consciousness, she faintly heard a cry of Sister Jingshan. Ever since policewoman Jiang turned around and went back to the table, Yan Haohuan has been paying close attention to what is happening here. When Lu Quanwei grabbed the drink can and was about to run away, he immediately let go of Luoyu and rushed over. As soon as Lu Quanwei pushed down the small city, he saw a flash before his eyes and the jar in his hand was snatched away. Then he was hit hard in the face and was knocked dizzy. Before he could stand firmly, he was kicked in the back and fell to the ground. Yan Haohuan secretly thought that it was so satisfying, beating up the bad guys was so damn satisfying. What was even more satisfying than beating up the bad guys was that he received a system reward, a full 500 charm points. The random rewards are also very powerful, master-level driving skills. Now you don't even need to learn to drive. And what driving school can teach you master-level skills? It's so cool. It's a pity that the system master didn't interact with him, otherwise he would definitely reply. "Sir, please give me a dozen of such tasks. Originally, I only had 3,000 charm points left, and I had always intended to keep them for emergencies. This time I earned a reward of 500, and finally made back what I spent on the Xianyang body tempering technique." He remembered that Luoyu had been molested by the gangsters just now, so he stopped hesitating and felt that it was always good to have more skills. Having a strong superhuman body can only deal with ordinary people. With this internal palm technique and coordination, he won't be afraid even if he encounters a master. Then learn it, learn everything you can. He first spent 500 points to learn Xianyang Duzenshu. Then he checked Xianyang palm technique and Xianyang lifting technique, and sure enough,
the tuition for each course was 500. Finally, he decided to save the 500. The flying technique would not be very useful, so it would not be too late to learn it later. Even though he spent another 1,000 points and only had 2,500 points left, which made him feel painful, he was not afraid, because he could earn more charm points after all. Who knows, maybe one day the system will be in a good mood and send you such a wonderful task. There were many follow-up events to the case where the policewoman was almost bewitched. As relevant witnesses, they were also asked to assist in the investigation and returned home very late. However, Luo Yu was extremely excited and had no desire to sleep. Husband, have you really practiced martial arts? A little bit. Hubby, can you help me check my luck? I've seen it before. Good luck. Really? Nonsense, if you weren't lucky, how could you sleep with me, your husband, that day? My husband is right. What my husband said makes sense. Hubby, if I keep sleeping with you, will I always be lucky? Yan Hawan, what kind of crazy logic is this? Honey, I want it. It'll disturb people if it's too late. Do you know that day? What happened that day? Yan Hawan felt a little embarrassed, but facing a lover with a 91% favorability rate, it didn't matter. I went out one morning and ran into my neighbor across the street. Then what? She was a young woman. When she saw me, her expression. Oh, it's really hard to describe. Luo Yu understood immediately. Looking at the layout of this house, the master bedroom and the neighbor opposite's master bedroom are separated by just a wall. How good can the sound insulation of this old house be? Then I'll keep my voice down. It's not just your voice, it's also the bed. This broken bed is making too much noise. Luo Yu was at a loss now, and immediately came up with the idea of changing to a better quality bed. The next day at noon, Yan Hawan had just finished lunch when he received an unexpected system prompt. Ding, it is detected that Luo Yu actively spent 1,800 yuan on the host's behalf. The host received a cashback of 1,891%. 100 is equal to 163,800 yuan. 1,800? What did she spend money on for herself? Did she change the bed? He was greatly surprised. This lover is such a treasure. I transfer some money to her from time to time so that she can spend it actively. But she has always been very frugal and never spends money indiscriminately. But he didn't dare to hint at it, for fear of being invalidated by the system. He thought about it carefully and realized that Xiao Yuer was saving money for his own good because he knew that his family was poor. If she had money, wouldn't she not have to be so frugal? Wouldn't she be able to spend more? The more she spends, the more cash back I get, right? Wouldn't this form a virtuous cycle, and wouldn't the money be increasing? I am such a fool. Why didn't I think of such simple logic before? This time he even owed the online loan and didn't pay it back, so he directly transferred all 160,000 yuan. Sure enough. Luo Yu called me a moment later. Honey, where did you get so much money? Luo Yu's voice was very excited. Haha, remember the project I told you about once? We made a breakthrough and the boss gave everyone a huge bonus. I also received 160,000. Hubby, you're awesome. Luo Yu praised first, then asked. But why did you transfer all the money to me, husband? You are my most trusted lover. I feel relieved when I leave the money with you. Luo Yu felt like his heart was melted by the sweetness. Hubby, I love you to death. I really, really love you to death. Ding, Luo Yu's favorability increased by 1%, and the current favorability is 92%. Honey, let's go have a big dinner tonight. Okay, you can arrange everything. Yan Hawan smiled secretly and said, I've been waiting for you to speak. Because only if you take the initiative to speak up, will the observant Master Tong acknowledge it, and only then will you have a chance to get cash back on your purchase. After all, Luo Yu is still a student, his family background is average, and he is frugal at heart. It was said to be a big meal, but it only cost 880 for 2 people. In order to ensure the success of the cashback, Yan Hawan was very honest. Everything, including what to eat and drink, was arranged by Luo Yu, and he didn't even dare to add more dishes. Ding, it is detected that Luo Yu actively spent 440 yuan on the host's behalf. The host received a cashback of 440. 92%. 100 is equal to 40,480 yuan. However, better news is yet to come. After the meal, Luo Yu woman's nature was finally released. Go shopping.
This time, she finally spent money lavishly. In one night, the two of them spent more than 12,000 yuan on clothes, shoes, and belts. She was indeed a caring and sensible lover. The money was given to her by the man, so nearly 8,000 out of the 12,000 was spent on the man. Yan Haoan was so overwhelmed with system messages that evening. When she got home and took a closer look, she found that Luo Yu had actually spent a total of 7,860 yuan on her behalf. As a result, he received a cashback of 723,120 yuan. As a child growing up in a poor rural family, this is already a huge sum of money. He felt as if he was dreaming, but he knew that from now on, he would never have to worry about money again. It used to be too difficult to make money, but it will be too easy in the future. Because the richer you are, the more Luo Yu can spend, and the more Luo Yu spends, the richer he will be. Multiples of 92, that's no joke. He believes that his wealth will grow like a snowball. Chapter 23: The New Mission of the Beautiful Policewoman. The next morning, Yan Haoan transferred 100,000 yuan to his father's rural cooperative bank card. He was 20 years old, and his family had always given him money. He earned some money from working part-time in college, but he spent it all on Zhang Xiaoqing. He had a half-hour phone call with his family about the source of the money, and of course he used the overused excuse, part.Reward. When the father heard that his son had finally made something of himself, he actually started to cry as he was talking. This made Yan Haoan feel deeply moved. He secretly cursed himself for being so ignorant in the past and decided to go home on the weekend. Before he even reached the school, he received a call from the beautiful policewoman, inviting him and Luo Yu to dinner. He was not surprised at all. He helped save someone's chastity, so it was only natural for him to thank her. Luo Yu happened to have a student union meeting in the evening and could not go, and the policewoman also went alone, so it became a two-person world for them. Student Yan, I offer you a toast and express my sincere gratitude once again. Officer Jiang, you are too polite. You helped me before. We are helping each other. How is that the same? I'm a police officer, and that's just my duty. Jiang Jingshan continued. So I owe you a big favor. If you have any problems in the future, just call me. As long as I can help, I will do my best. From the way Yan Haoan spoke, she seemed to be a straightforward person. At the moment, he simply said, Officer Jiang. Why don't you call me Shanshan and I'll call you Huan, is that okay with you? Yan Haoan smiled, it was indeed much more intimate this way. He immediately followed suit, but took the initiative to add sister and said, Sister Shanshan, I do have something to ask, do you think you can help me? Please go ahead. I want to get a driver's license. Can you help me contact a coach? You want to learn how to drive? It's easy. I have several instructors that I'm familiar with. No, I don't want to learn how to drive. I just want to have a name on the list and be eligible to take the driver's license test. Zhang Jingshan frowned and said, Huan, I can't help you with this because it's not helping you, it's harming you. Sister Shanshan, that's not what I meant. I didn't express myself clearly. What do you mean? I have learned to drive before, but not in a formal driving school, and I have never taken a test. So I can drive, and I drive very well, but I don't have a driver's license. Can you really drive? Yan he happily thought, this is my master-level driving skill certified by the system. You're already a master, how could you not know it? Speaking of which, this very practical and awesome random reward is actually given for your tasks. Let's put it this way, Sister Shanshan. Forget about today's drinking. When you are free some other day, you can arrange a car and I will drive it for you. If you don't agree, I will go back to school and learn it all over again. Okay. Zhang Jingshan agreed readily. What she is afraid of is that people who clearly cannot drive or drive poorly and cannot even pass the exam want to get a certificate. That's a road killer, hurting others and himself, she can't help with such a thing. By the way, Huan, you mentioned something about feng shui and fortune the other day, and I misunderstood you. I'm so sorry. Haha, misunderstandings are normal. This is metaphysics in itself. He thought that his favorability dropped by 10% that day because of this. But after he helped the other person a lot, it immediately rose to 60%. But you are so accurate, it's amazing. Yan Haoan smiled and said, actually, it's a matter of luck. The art of looking at qi can only reveal fortune, and the drugging and rape that follow are hints of system tasks. You're quite modest. By the way, do you also know feng shui? I know a thing or two.
That's perfect. I'm planning to buy a house soon and I've seen two of them, but I can't decide which one to choose. Would you mind helping me take a look? Okay. He agreed readily. Anyway, what you find out by the chi gazing technique can never be wrong, so there is no need to worry about it being inaccurate. Ding, it is detected that Jiang Jingshan actively spent 600 yuan for the host. The host received a cashback of 660%. 100 is equal to 36,000 yuan. Yan Haoan subconsciously let out a light exclamation, somewhat surprised. According to the skill description of consumption cashback, if the target object with favorability 0 actively consumes for the host will receive consumption cashback. But Jiang Jingshan had already completed her mission that day. How could she still be considered a target? Does this mean that once you have been a target, you will always be a target? If that's the case, it would be a pleasant surprise. Huan, what's wrong with you? Nothing, I just thought of something and got lost in thought. Are you okay? No. If you have something to say, don't hide it. Although this is only the second time we've met today, I feel like we get along pretty well. I treat you as a friend. It's really okay. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a series of system prompts. Ding. A new mission for target Jiang Jingshan has been released. Optional mission, help the target's father Jiang Zongming become the mayor of Susui City. Mission deadline, 1 year. Success reward, 3,000 charm points plus Jiang Zongming's special care. Failure penalty, deduct 3,000 charm points. If the charm points are insufficient, one of the host's skills will be randomly eliminated. Do you accept this mission? Yan Haoan was stunned. Another mission? This time there was less information, so he checked it out immediately. The first one confirmed his previous guess. As long as he had been the target object, the system would still regard him as the target object even if the task was completed. Then, the mission requirements this time are very different from before. Before, it was either asking the target person to increase their favorability or to connect with each other, but this time it was about the target person as father. Has the system master's style changed? Although there are penalties for failure, and they are not small, there are rewards for success. And the mayor of the provincial capital should also be a very important official. Since I have set ambitious goals, the special care of local officials will definitely be a great help. He immediately accepted the task. Jiang Jingshan saw that he was in a daze after he said it's really okay, so she said. You said you were fine, but you looked so distracted. No, Yan Haoan didn't know how to explain it. He was distracted because his attention was focused on the new task information he received. Huan, you don't treat me as a friend. Sister Shanshan, you are so beautiful. I was stunned just now. He thought that since he had accepted the mission, he might as well get close to the target's daughter first. If he could raise her favorability level, it would be easier to communicate with her father. Ding. Jiang Jingshan's favorability dropped by 10%, and the current favorability is 50%. Yan Haoan thought to himself, fuck. Why is it going down instead of up? You're too careless. This policewoman is obviously not like Luo Yu. She doesn't like smooth talk and you can't tease her. Huan, I actually have a pretty good impression of you, so I treat you as a friend. She took a deep look at Yan and said calmly. But don't get the wrong idea. And you already have a girlfriend as beautiful as Luo Yu. What I hate most are philandering men. Yan Haoan cursed inwardly again, fuck. If the policewoman knew that Luo Yu was just her lover, would she hate him so much that her favorability towards him would drop to 0? Sigh, I was a bit hasty in accepting the optional task just now. Chapter 24, Feng Shui-based haunted house mission. Yan Haoan explained, I'm sorry, Sister Shanshan. I just drank a little too much, so I talked nonsense. Oh, I hope I can save some impression points. Jiang Jingshan snorted lightly, and the excuse of being drunk was obviously just an excuse. But considering that he had saved her, she didn't feel comfortable blaming others. After all, she is indeed very beautiful, and lust and greed are also men's nature. It's getting late, so let's call it a day. Your school is not on my way, so you can take a taxi back. Sister Shanshan, didn't you say you wanted to check the feng shui of the house? Jiang Jingshan was silent for a moment and said. You're already drunk, how can you see clearly? It's just a little bit more. It won't affect anything. It definitely won't affect anything. Not to mention that it is impossible for there to be too much, So what if there is too much? He will be wrong, but the chi reading technique will not be wrong. Okay then. But don't say anything if you're not sure. Don't worry. I have the score. Yan Hawan knew what she meant. Whether it's feng shui or fortune telling, it's all metaphysics. It would be fine if you don't read it, but if you ask someone to read it and they say something bad about it, would you believe it or not? It's easy to get yourself into trouble. Zhang Jingshan first went to a Western-style community called Tianheiyuan. This is a brand new community, which was built not long ago. It is mainly composed of townhouses and small houses. The townhouses are rough finished, while the small houses are fully decorated. Yan Haowan first used the art of Qigong to check the feng shui of the entire community. Feng shui pattern, slightly smooth formation, none. Shaoshan is only slightly better than ordinary. Then there was the 218 square meter townhouse that she had her eyes on. Feng shui pattern, medium formation, none. It has become Zhongshuan, which means that this house is relatively better in the community. He said succinctly, the community is average overall, but this house is okay. Zhang Jingshan did not comment and took him to another community, Tianyuan Shijia, which was full of Chinese-style courtyards. The feng shui layout of the community is moderate, better than the previous one. The house she liked here was a second-hand house and the owner was still living in it. The area stated on the house certificate is similar to the previous one, 208 square meters, but the actual area is at least over 300 square meters. Such a big house, but only one person lives there, a girl. The girl was young and pretty, but she looked ill. Although it is a second-hand house, it is a brand new and exquisite wedding dress, which is why the policewoman chose it. Because she was not buying it for herself, she was looking for her cousin who just came to Su Shui last year to develop his career and is getting married this year. Feng shui pattern, haunted house formation, 3 in formation medium haunted. Yan Haowan stood there for a moment. Then, he thought about it and used the art of qi gazing to detect the girl who was the head of the household. Physical condition, completely weak special physical condition, none current luck, brown medium bad. He thought about it for a while and roughly understood it. This house was set up with a dangerous formation and became a haunted house, which also affected the owner's fortune and health. It looks like this girl has offended someone. He was thinking there when he suddenly received a series of system prompts. Ding! The system has detected a suitable target object. Target object information is being transmitted. Name, Yang Ying. Age, 29 years old. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Bust, B cup. Appearance score, 93. Body score, 90. Certified public accountant of Hanyang accounting firm. Current favorability, 5%. Optional task, decipher the feng shui formation of the target's house and resolve the target's feng shui crisis. Mission deadline, 1 week. Success reward, 500 charm points plus random reward. Failure penalty, deduct 500 charm points. If the charm points are insufficient, one of the host's skills will be randomly eliminated. Do you accept this mission? Yan Haowan carefully checked the task information and did not make a decision immediately. With the previous lesson in mind, he would no longer be careless about tasks that had penalties for failure. Just check if the system has any requirements for the selection time, and delay it if possible. Officer Jiang, how does your boyfriend feel after watching it? Zhang Dingshan blushed and said, he is just my friend, not my boyfriend. Feel sorry. Zhang Jingshan didn't take it to heart, but then she saw Yan Haowan's serious expression and was a little surprised. He whispered, how do you feel? The latter did not respond. She gave her companion a gentle push on the arm. Yan Haowan reacted and asked, what's wrong? How do you feel about this house? I'll talk to you later. Then he ignored her and focused his attention on the charm mall. His qi reading technique can only tell good from bad, but it has no ability to break it. Let's see if there are any products in the mall that can break the feng shui array. He began to search for feng shui with his mind. There were dozens of records in total, and he quickly locked on the most suitable one. Master level feng shui, learning price, charm 500. Why is everything so expensive? It costs 500 to learn anything. Charm points are very precious. He had originally planned to save some slowly so that they could be used as deductions in case a mission failed, to prevent his skills from being randomly eliminated. But it just so happened that Sister Zhang Jingshan asked him to help with feng shui, and then he happened to see the haunted house in the feng shui formation, which triggered the mission. He thought, maybe this was an opportunity. So he stopped hesitating and chose to study immediately. Now there are only 2,000 points left. Ding, you have learned the master level feng shui technique, and you have become a feng shui master. Yan Haowan immediately felt that he had a lot of knowledge in his mind, and his confidence increased greatly. The Sanyin formation is just an ordinary intermediate level dangerous formation. It is not difficult to crack, but it does take some time and energy, as well as material costs. Just then the system starts to prompt that there will be a half-minute countdown for task selection. If the host does not actively choose, it will be assumed to be accepted. He simply waited for a while and let the system automatically take on the task for him. Yan Haowan turned to the householder and asked, "Excuse me, young lady, what is your name?" The system had already told him the name of the target, but Jiang Jingshan had never introduced her to him, so of course he could only pretend not to know. "Your surname is Yang." "Miss Yang, excuse me, how long have you lived here?" Yang Ying was stunned. But he still answered truthfully, "This is my wedding room, I have only lived here for less than a month." She thought for a moment and added, "To be honest, I spent more than 1.6 million yuan on this renovation. I spent countless hours and efforts on it, and I personally selected all the materials myself. If my husband hadn't passed away suddenly, I wouldn't be able to live in such a big house by myself, and I wouldn't want to sell it at all. If Officer Jiang really wants to buy it, I can give him another 50,000. This is my bottom line." Listening to Yang Ying's endless chatter, Yan Haowan simply interrupted her and said directly, "Miss Yang, your house is a haunted house." Yang Ying was stunned on the spot. Chapter 25 Yang Ying's favorability rises. Jiang Jingshan was also shocked, but seeing this guy's serious expression, and remembering his accurate prediction of a bad omen that day, she couldn't help but believe it. But Yan Haowan continued to add, "There is nothing wrong with the house itself. But someone set up a feng shui formation inside, so it became a haunted house." "Huan, how could this happen?" Yan Haowan did not answer her and continued to ask the householder. "Miss Yang, have you felt any physical problems since you moved in? For example, weakness or something like that? Also, have you had trouble doing things recently?" Yang Ying's face suddenly changed and she looked at the man in front of her in disbelief. "Have you offended anyone recently?" Yang Ying thought about it silently and said slowly, "It should be my husband. He is the contractor of the sand mining site. I once heard him say that he had a big dispute with someone during the bidding and they almost got into a fight." Yan Haowan nodded and said, "When did your husband die?" "More than 10 days ago, on the night of our wedding banquet." "Did something unexpected happen?" "Sudden death. Everyone thought it was due to drinking too much." She looked a little sad. Then something suddenly occurred to her, and she asked loudly, "Just a few days after we moved in. Could it be related to this house?" "I can't say for sure. But living in this haunted house will indeed affect one's luck. Miss Yang, I think your luck is also a sign of bad luck, and it has obviously been affected. I suggest you move out immediately." Although he didn't say much, Yang Ying was already convinced by him and nodded directly. Ding! Yang Ying's favorability increased by 35%, and the current favorability is 40%. "My name is Yang Ying, Mui Yang, Ying is in shadow. May I know what your name is, big brother?" "My name is Yan Haowan, Yen is in swallow, he is in Y, and Huan is in like." Yang Ying said very sincerely, "Mr. Yen, you can see the problem with this house at a glance, so you must be an expert in feng shui." Yan Haowan laughed, "I can't be called an expert, but I know a thing or two." He is a master now, of course he is an expert, but he doesn't want to be so high profile. "Mr. Yen, you can see that this house has been set up with a formation, so you should also be able to break it, right?" He had already accepted the task, so of course there was no need to be pretentious, and he answered straightforwardly, "Can." Yang Ying was overjoyed and said, "Then Mr. Yen, I would like to ask you to help me break this evil formation. I wonder how much you charge. It just so happened that my friend brought me here today to help look at this house. This is also a kind of fate. And I'm not a professional feng shui master. I will help you, but I won't charge you." Yang Ying was stunned for a moment, and then she was overjoyed. Ding! Yang Ying's favorability increased by 20%, and the current favorability is 60%. Ding! Jiang Jingshan's favorability increased by 10%, and the current favorability is 60%. Yan Haowan glanced at policewoman Jiang with some surprise.
It's not surprising that Yang Ying's favorability has increased or even soared, but the policewoman is an unexpected gain.
Mr. Yen, what do you need?
You don't need to call me Mr., let alone use the honorific you. I'm still a college student, and it makes me feel awkward when you address me like that.
Then just call me by my name, or call me Huan Huan like Sister Shan Shan does. Then I will call you Huan Huan, and you don't have to call me Miss Yang. Just call me by my name, or
Sister Ing. Sister Ing, although this formation is not particularly complicated, it still takes some effort to crack it. After I prepare the materials, I will come to the house to make some arrangements, which may take several times.
Okay, I'll go back to my parents' house today. I'll give you the keys, and you can decorate it however you like.
That's not good.
It would be better if you were there too.
It's okay.
I trust you. I'll leave the house to you. And, to be honest, after hearing the problems you mentioned, I'm a little afraid to stay here.
Yan Haowan didn't expect that this young woman would trust him so much. He was very surprised, but he didn't act pretentiously and just said yes. Oh, Huan Huan, I'll give you an approximate cost for the materials and stuff for the formation. Yan Haowan thought for a moment and said, no, they are just small things.
They don't cost much. That won't work. I ask you to help me, but it doesn't make sense for me to ask you to pay for it.
Yan Haowan thought about it and said simply, 1,000 yuan should be enough.
So cheap? It's just small material. It won't be expensive.
Yang Ying said oh softly, added him on WeChat, and transferred the money to him directly. She had a psychological trauma and didn't want to stay any longer, so she simply packed up and moved, handing the key to him directly.
Yan Haowan really admired this woman.
It was good that she was decisive, but she was also too trusting. She just predicted her physical condition and things were not going well for her, but she actually believed him completely.
When they reached the door, Yang Ying asked Zhang Jingshan again. Officer Jiang, I have someone I suspect. Can I report this to the police?
Sister Ing, I'm afraid it won't work.
Things like feng shui. She glanced at Yan Haowan and said.
I believe it, too, but it is metaphysics after all.
It cannot be used as evidence in a case. Yang Ying was a little disappointed.
She turned to Yan Haowan and asked with some concern.
Huan Huan, what if this person uses feng shui to harm me again in the future?
Yan Haowan thought about it for a moment and decided that this was a problem. Since he had already accepted the task, he might as well help them to the end.
How about this, you send me the information of the person you suspect, and I will go meet him then. Huan Huan, this guy is a local tyrant with some underworld background. Yang Ying called Huan Huan, but his eyes were looking at the policewoman.
Yan Haowan smiled calmly and said, it's okay, I just wanted to chat with him. Not only does he now have a superhuman body, he has also learned the powerful Xianyang poem, and has become a martial arts master.
He doesn't take ordinary thugs seriously at all.
Zhang Jingshan was very surprised. How could a student like him just chat with gangsters?
Where does he get this confidence from? Is it just because he has practiced martial arts? She thought for a moment and said, Huan Huan, when are you going? Ask me to come with you. Yan Haowan glanced at her.
In fact, the presence of the police made it more difficult to move freely. However, he also knew that the policewoman was definitely doing this for his own good and was afraid that he would suffer a loss. Besides, the police going along with him would add more restrictions, but also act as a deterrent. It might not be a bad thing, so he agreed.
Yang Ying was overjoyed and said, thank you so much.
She immediately sent the suspect's information to both of them at the same time.
This man's name is He Chengguang.
He also does mud and sand business and contracts a sand field in the suburbs.
Chapter 26, Miss Tiana's free food is so delicious.
Because he temporarily accepted the task of breaking the feng shui formation, Yan Haowan had to postpone his originally planned trip back to his hometown on the weekend. Although the task was to be completed in a week, it would be safer to complete it sooner rather than later, so he wanted to use Saturday to finish it. However, plans are not as fast as changes. On Friday afternoon, Miss Tian called again and said she had something important to discuss with him. Just like last time, the eldest lady drove over to pick him up personally. However, when they met, she didn't talk about the matter directly, but took him out for dinner first.
This time we had Chinese food in a restaurant that looked unremarkable.
After the meal, when the young lady paid the bill, he burst into laughter. Ding, it is detected that Tian Yuancher actively spent 5,900 yuan on the host's behalf.
The host received a cashback of 5,965%. 100 is equal to 383,500 yuan. It turns out that poverty limits my imagination. The world of rich people is not something that losers can understand. The meal for 2 people cost 11,800. It's a pity that the wine this time was still the one she kept in the store, otherwise it would be even more amazing. However, the limits of his imagination are still to come. Because after dinner, Tian Yuancher actually dragged him to go shopping. I went there specifically to buy things for him. The domineering attitude of the eldest lady and the cold female president was fully revealed once again. She didn't even ask him a question. She just looked at everything and bought everything she liked. In the end, she bought him a complete set of clothes, including shirts, t-shirts, pants, leather shoes and belts, even underwear and socks. The only thing missing from the whole body is the hat. And except for the belt, which is 1 piece, and the underwear and socks, which are several pieces, everything else is 2 pieces. So, Yen relived the wonderful experience of receiving so many system notifications once again, but this time it was much more exaggerated than the time when Luo Yu took him shopping. Although Tian Yuancher's favorability is only 65%, which is much lower than Luo Yu, she is a rich person and buys branded goods. When he finally settled the bill, he found out that Tian Yuancher had bought him clothes worth a total of 66,800 yuan. As a result, he received a huge cash back on his consumption. The total amount was 66,865%. 100 is equal to 4,342,000 yuan. This made him feel like he was dreaming. He opened the text message, checked the ICBC information, and confirmed that it was correct. He opened the mobile banking again and confirmed the account balance again. Holy shit, in just one night, I became a half-millionaire. I remembered that I had racked my brains to figure out how to take advantage of the system. It's totally unnecessary. Hold on to this rich woman's thigh tightly, and you will have everything. Miss Tian's free food is so delicious. Yen Hahuan carried a lot of bags and followed the young lady to the hotel. I don't know if it was a coincidence or if it was a fixed location, but it was the same room as last time. Put on the whole set of clothes first. Yen Hahuan obeyed orders very obediently. Tian Yuancher suddenly screamed. You stinky boy, you annoying bastard, put it on now. Yen Hahuan didn't listen this time, and said with a wicked smile. You asked me to change into a full set of clothes, of course I have to change my underwear too. After saying that, he hugged the woman and kissed her forcefully. Tian Yuancher begged with the last bit of her sanity, Huan, take a shower first, let's take a shower first, okay? Ding! Tian Yuancher's favorability increased by 5%, and the current favorability is 70%. Yen Hahuan was very happy. The 90% favorability task was very difficult and every progress was a surprise. He tried to harass again, but... Little rascal, stop being naughty and let me have a good rest for a while. Yen Hahuan had to temporarily withdraw his claws. He thought about it and asked with a playful look. Sister, why did you buy so many clothes for me? Do you want to support me? The eldest lady resumed her aloof attitude and snorted, think about it, is it not okay? Yes, of course. Sister's soft rice is so delicious, I love it. Virtue. The brat chuckled. After Tian Yuancher finished her coquettish expression, she put on a serious expression and said seriously. Huan, I'll take you to my house tomorrow to meet my parents. Yen Hahuan was stunned. Sister, are you serious? What do you think? But, your father specifically warned me last time that you have a fiancé. Divided. Yen Hahuan exclaimed in surprise. Is it because of me? Tian Yuancher snorted with a hint of self-mockery and said. Men, you always say one thing and mean another. He said he didn't mind what happened that night, but he turned around and went to find another woman to fuck off. I went to question him, but he told me that I had been slept with by someone else, so what was wrong with him sleeping with other women? That's fair, right? What do you think? But he actually fucked my best friend. A famous internet saying suddenly popped up in Yen Hahuan's mind, beware of theft, fire and best friends. The best? The most plastic one. Sister, what identity should I go there with tomorrow? As what else can I meet my parents? As my boyfriend, of course. Well. Tian Yuancher's face changed and she said coldly. You think I'm too old for you? Sister, you are like a goddess in my heart. I dream of being your boyfriend. But I'm afraid your family won't accept me. Humph, you are the man I chose myself.
So what if they don't accept you? Sister is mighty, sister is domineering. Tian Yuanshi gave the boy a sanitary look. Then he said calmly, don't be nervous. I know you have a woman in school. Yan Haoan was stunned. Has my sister investigated me? I don't know what she found out. When she said I have a woman, who was she referring to? Jiang Shaoqing? Or Luo Yu? Chapter 27, Sweet Love. Humph, there is no man who is not greedy. Sister, no need to explain. I don't care what happens to you in school. Although Tian Yuanshi said this, she still felt a little regretful in her heart. After finishing speaking, Tian Yuanshi was silent for a while, then suddenly changed her gaze to tenderness and said softly, Huan, I asked you out twice and you came both times. I am very happy too. Yan Haoan was deeply moved. In terms of appearance, she is a goddess. In terms of family background, she is a wealthy lady. If it weren't for the chance encounter that night, it would have been difficult for a poor loser like him to talk to others. He asked softly and lovingly. Sis, I'd prefer if you could come date me. Sis, I want you to be my girlfriend and later my wife. Tian Yuanshi's expression changed. Feeling the gentle gaze of the big boy and listening to his sincere words, she felt a little reluctant. But she knew that this was impossible after all. I'm sorry, Huan. What's wrong? I asked you to meet my parents, but actually. Yan Haoan's face changed and he immediately understood. Apart from my good physical fitness, what else do I have to offer? What qualifications do I have to be someone's girlfriend? And you still dream of marrying her? Sister, you don't have to say it, I understand. She just mentioned her ex-fiancé. Obviously, she brought herself to meet her parents just to temporarily deal with her family, or even to deal with the continued harassment from her ex-fiancé. I really thought too beautifully and felt so proud of myself. Miss Tian seemed a little apologetic and said softly. In the future, if you want, I will still accompany you as long as it is convenient. Yan Haoan's eyes lit up. Although the eldest lady would not really treat him as her boyfriend, he was already very satisfied with this statement. And he believes that love grows over time without any hindrance. As long as I keep working hard and become strong enough in the future, I will naturally be qualified to be her boyfriend. He hugged the woman and began to kiss her gently. Soon, the room was filled with tenderness and sweetness. The eldest lady asked the man to try on clothes again. She watched very carefully. In terms of appearance, Huan really can't compare to that guy. Although Huan is not particularly handsome, he has a very special temperament and a unique charm, which is very attractive. The more she looked at it, the more she found it attractive and she was very satisfied. Then she began to introduce the situation at home and showed him the photos in her mobile phone one by one. Because it is a big family, there are many members in the family. She especially reminded several people who were snobbish and looked down on others. Then he gave him some reminders of some things to pay attention to, and finally asked him to speak as little as possible. Especially if someone ridicules your status and position, don't feel inferior, and don't get angry on the spot after being provoked. She didn't know that as her man acquired more and more skills, his temperament had changed invisibly and his mentality was also very different. Low self-esteem? Your self-confidence is about to burst. Because the meeting with the parents is on Saturday afternoon, mainly for dinner. So Yan Haoan took advantage of every opportunity and rushed to complete the task. The next day, he set out early in the morning to buy all the materials, which really cost almost 1,000 yuan. Then you need to buy relevant feng shui tools. Even if you are a master, you need the tools to cooperate. He can now be considered a wealthy man and only picks high-end items. It cost him nearly 200,000 to buy a complete set of clothes. But he knows that he gets value for money. He is a master and the merchants can't fool him at all. And he didn't feel any heartache at all. It was really cool to have money to spend freely. After everything was ready, he went directly to Yang Ying's house to start work. Breaking the formation was not difficult, but it was also quite tedious. Afterwards he simply helped others adjust the layout at the same time, and it was almost 11 o'clock before he finished. Although he believed in the ability of the master feng shui master, he still used the qi gazing technique to check again. Feng shui pattern, auspicious formation, none. He was very satisfied, but then he felt a little strange that the system did not give any prompt to complete the task. So he looked at the task requirements carefully again.
Optional task: decipher the feng shui formation of the target's house and resolve the target's feng shui crisis. Could it be that these were actually 2 requirements? The evil formation was broken, but Sister Yang Ying's crisis was not eliminated? He looked at the time, thought about it, and called policewoman Jiang. Jiang Jingshan was very proactive and drove over to pick him up. Together with 2 burly male police officers, the 4 of them went to He Qingguang's territory. Along the way, Yan Haowan strongly requested that he would come forward and a few policemen would be responsible for maintaining order. Coincidentally, when they arrived, He Qingguang was having dinner with a group of people in a restaurant at the pier. Although several policemen came to his door, he was not panicked at all. He had backers in the police station, the court, and the procuratorate. He had a dense network of connections and a strong protective umbrella. Yan Haowan also got straight to the point. Bossy, I'm a friend of Wen Shulong, and I want to talk to you privately. He Qingguang looked him up and down. He was very young and not wearing a uniform, but the 3 policemen behind him seemed to follow his lead. He was a little confused about where this kid came from, so he was quite polite. Okay, follow me. Second brother, you guys eat first and keep Mr. Fong company. When Yan Haowan heard Mr. Fong, an idea flashed in his mind and he turned to look. Sitting at the guest seat was a middle-aged man with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and a gentle appearance. He continued to look around and found some feng shui tools on the coffee table. He sneered, ignored He Qingguang, walked up quickly, grabbed the man with glasses by the clothes, and pulled him out of his seat. This man was tall and thin, half a head taller than Yan Haowan, but the latter lifted him with ease. Then, everyone reacted. He Qingguang was even more furious and shouted, "Boy, what are you doing?" Yan Haowan ignored him and said, "Sister Shanshan, help me stop them." Jiang Jingshan was also surprised by his sudden action, but she cooperated without hesitation. He signaled 2 of his men to step forward together and separate the crowd. Seeing that there were 3 policemen blocking his way, He Qingguang did not dare to force his way forward and could only wait and see for a while. Yan Haowan asked the man with glasses coldly, "Are you the feng shui master who set up the 3-yin formation?" Mr. Fong's face changed immediately. Yan Haowan had basically figured out his answer from his reaction. He activated the Xianyang body tempering technique, emitting a powerful aura. He said slowly, "Answer me, are you setting up the 3-yin formation in Yang Ying's house in Tianyuan family community?" The feng shui master was so frightened by his aura that his whole body trembled. Yes, boss, he asked me to help." Chapter 28, Completely Violent. After getting confirmation, Yan Haowan did not hesitate and slapped the seemingly gentleman hard in the face. The latter's face swelled up quickly and he spat out a large mouthful of blood mixed with a few teeth. Feng shui is used to bring good luck and avoid disaster. How dare you set up an evil formation to harm others? Today I will take your place as your master and teach you a lesson. If you dare to use feng shui to harm others again in the future, I will enforce justice on behalf of heaven. After saying this, he used his Xianyang power to crush the evil feng shui master's wrists into pieces. Hearing Mr. Fong's screams, He Qingguang and his men became furious again and immediately started pushing the 3 policemen. Yan Haowan snorted coldly, ignored the feng shui master who was still wailing, and walked over to the gangster. Without saying a word, he threw all 7 thugs out, 1 in each hand, and smashed them against the wall behind them, leaving He Qingguang alone. This extremely domineering operation not only stunned He Qingguang and his men, but also stunned the 3 policemen present. They all thought at the same time, "This boy looks plain, but how could he be so domineering, and his strength is so amazing?" Yan Haowan placed his right hand on the local tyrant's shoulder and pressed it with a little force. The latter only felt a huge force coming, and his legs could not support him at all, and he knelt down directly. Yan Haowan said coldly, "Manjusri Lon's wife is my sister. If you dare to touch her hair, you will be punished like this." After he said that, he used the Xianyang palm and slapped it hard. The entire dining table, including the rock tabletop, shattered into pieces in an instant. The whole group of people were stunned. This is a scene that only appears in martial arts novels, but it's actually happening right before my eyes. He Qingguang was even more horrified. He felt a chill on his back and broke out in a cold sweat instantly. "He Qingguang, I'm talking to you? Did you hear me?" I heard it. "Master, don't worry, I will never dare to do it again." As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Haowan received a system prompt. Ding! Yang Ying's mission is complete. Ding! The host has obtained a mission reward of 500 charm points, and the current charm points are 500. Now draw a random reward.
Ding! Random reward extraction completed. Host learns the active skill deterrence.
Skill description: by running the Shenyang body tempering technique, you can emit a powerful aura and intimidate any target within a 10-meter radius, causing the target to temporarily surrender.
The duration is 5 minutes. Yan Hahuan was overjoyed. The system master's scanning ability is invincible. Since the prompt said that the mission was completed, it meant that Yi Qingguang and the Feng Shui master surnamed Feng had been completely intimidated by him and no longer dared to provoke Yang Ying. Not only did the mission get completed, but the random rewards were also awesome. It could actually make the target surrender temporarily. He instantly thought of some unspeakable things. What if there are mandatory power-up missions in the future without a voluntary prefix?
If the favorability level really can't be improved, in order to complete the task, then use this skill to push it.
As for what to do in the future, will I be sued? He thought in a very Versailles way that as long as he was a little gentler, his future target would be able to be successful. Now that he has ascended to become an immortal, he should not sue him again, right?
As he thought about it, he subconsciously revealed a somewhat evil smile and looked at the beautiful policewoman.
But Zhang Jingshan opened her mouth wide and looked at him as if he were a monster.
He was stunned at first, then he realized that his previous action had shocked the other person.
"Sister Shanshan?"
he said as he waved his hand in front of her eyes.
The policewoman finally reacted. "Sister Shanshan, it's done, let's go." Zhang Jingshan has not yet fully recovered from the shock. She still couldn't believe it. Was this really an ordinary college student? With this aura and this behavior, he is simply a gangster.
And he said before that he had practiced some martial arts. What does this mean by practiced a little?
Throwing someone away is like throwing a chicken.
With one slap, the whole table was smashed to pieces.
Is this something a normal person can do?
A true master of internal martial arts. The more she looked and thought about it, the more she felt that this man was unfathomable.
Ding!
Zhang Jingshan's favorability increased by 5%, and the current favorability is 65%.
Yan Hahuan was a little surprised. How could he shock others and increase their favorability? This is a little surprise. How about finding an opportunity to show off some more strength and shock her a few more times? Maybe you can even ejaculate while shaking it.
He was thinking beautifully, and his eyes became hot when he looked at the woman. Fortunately, policewoman Zhang was still a little absent-minded and didn't notice it, otherwise the favorability that had just risen would have dropped again. On the way back, Yan Hahuan gradually calmed down as the momentum he had gained from the Shenyang body tempering technique faded. Then he quickly realized that his previous words and actions were obviously abnormal, and obviously very different from his usual self. But he didn't care at all. He wouldn't make it public, but he also wouldn't hide it. Since you have such powerful abilities, why would you be a coward? Of course, it is to live a passionate and exciting life. Just like just now, it feels so good to crush the villain with your strength. He himself didn't even know that because of the powerful outburst just now, his entire mentality had undergone a major change. Halfway through the journey, Yan Hahuan suddenly remembered about his driver's license.
"Sister Shanshan, why don't you let me drive the car now and see if my skills are good enough?"
Ever since Zhang Jingshan witnessed his abilities, she has admired him very much. He previously said that he knew a thing or two about Feng Shui and had practiced some martial arts, but his actual performance was far better than what he said. So when he told her that he could drive, she already believed it in her heart.
"Okay, then you drive." Sure enough, Yin Xiaozi overturned her understanding again. She and her 2 men almost vomited. This car was driven so well. He was the god of driving in Akina Mountain. "Sister Shanshan, do you think my driving skills are okay? I don't need to go to driving school anymore, right?"
Zhang Jingshan rolled her eyes at this pretentious fellow and said,
"Okay, you don't have to take the exam anymore. I'll just help you get the certificate some other day." Yen he is happy, that's good.
It's convenient to have acquaintances to do things, and you even save yourself the trouble of taking exams. Then, very politely, he insisted on treating the 3 policemen to a meal. After all, they were there to help him save face, although in reality he didn't need their help at all. Zhang Jingshan politely said that she was the one who invited him, but Yen was already a half-millionaire now, so he had to pretend and insisted on not giving in. The policewoman already knew that although this boy was a student, he was definitely not an ordinary person.
With so many amazing abilities, he probably wouldn't be short of money.
After being humble twice, she let him do what he wanted. At the dinner table, the four of them were chatting animatedly. Not only policewoman Jiang is interested in him, but also two male policemen He Bin and Hua Jianxiang. Especially He Bin, he practices Sanda and his level is pretty good. He has a great admiration for masters. After seeing how Yan, who looked ordinary and had underdeveloped muscles, was actually so capable, he sincerely wanted to make friends with him. Huan, you are so good at fighting, are you interested in becoming a police officer? Sister Shanshan, I'm studying information technology. So what? The police station also has a technical department. But with your ability, it would be a waste to work on technology. Yan Haoan laughed and said truthfully, I haven't thought about work yet, let's talk about it later. He has always been hardworking and has learned professional knowledge well. However, after having the system, my whole life has undergone a complete transformation. I no longer have to worry about work. As long as you hold on to the big girl's thighs tightly, you can spend endless cash back from consumption. Why do you need a job? Chapter 29 The Great Omen of the Camel. Yan Haoan was unable to meet her parents in the evening, of course not because the eldest daughter changed her mind, but because something unexpected happened in her family. Not long after he said goodbye to Zhang Jingshan and her group, the eldest lady called and said that her grandfather had suffered a minor stroke and was in the hospital, so the meeting with parents event was cancelled. It is reasonable for him to go visit his girlfriend's elder when she is in the hospital. However, as soon as he expressed this idea, he was rejected by the eldest lady very straightforwardly and without question. He was a little puzzled at first, but after thinking about it carefully for a while, he finally understood. The eldest lady has clearly hinted that this meeting with the parents is not a real meeting with the parents. Therefore, he should not cause more trouble at this time. If he provokes the old man again, it would only make the injury worse. Because of their accidental union at the first time and his perfect performance during the two subsequent times of making love, he was sure that the young lady must have some feelings for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to express that she wanted it and would accompany him. Although he was decisively refused to visit his grandfather, he still felt a little uncomfortable. But he didn't worry about it for long, because his beloved lover called and burst into tears. Yan Haoan was already a little angry, and when he heard that Xiao Yuer was almost insulted, he flew into a rage. After Luo Yu went to college, by chance, she became a part-time advertising model. Because the cooperation is good, I have been doing it. Today was Saturday, and she took another advertisement. She went to Fangji and found out that the advertising company was acquired by a large company called Wuhui Film and Television Entertainment. Today, the prince came to inspect the advertising company and was very surprised when he saw the beautiful and charming Luo Yu. She asked Luo Yu to sleep with her directly. Luo Yu was of course very angry, but he didn't want to cause trouble, so he spoke politely. Who knew that the prince was so overbearing, and when he heard her refusal, he actually wanted to force her on the spot. Fortunately, the company's photographer and several employees have worked with Luo Yu a lot, so they are all familiar with each other and can be considered friends. Thanks to their strong dissuasion, Luo Yu managed to escape. Yan Haoan used the art of qi gazing to check on his lover. Luo Yu. Physical condition, healthy special physique, natural beauty current luck, black very bad. He was surprised. Although the little fish encountered danger, it successfully escaped in the end. But why is the luck still so bad? Unless, the crisis has not been resolved. He looked at the woman with a serious expression and said, Xiao Yuer, tell me what happened just now in detail. Tell me all the details, including every word that scumbag said. Tell me everything you can remember. Luo Yu adjusted his mood, recalled carefully, and began to tell the story. Some of the things that scumbag said were extremely unpleasant to the ear, but since her husband had told her so seriously, she still repeated them word for word according to her memory. You stinky bitch, you've entered the entertainment industry, why are you still pretending to be pure? You run? Where do you think you can run to? None of the women that Master Hui wants to sleep with has ever flown away. Believe it or not, in a few days you will be begging me to sleep with you on your knees. Yan Haoan's face was gloomy. He thought seriously for a while and came up with an idea. He called Zhang Jingshan and got straight to the point. After all, the latter was a straightforward person. Sister Shanshan, I need your help again. You say. Someone wants to harm Luo Yu. It's not convenient to talk about it over the phone. Let's have dinner together tonight and talk about it in person. Good. I'll reserve a place and send you the address. See you at 5:30. Good. Yan Haohuan hung up the phone and comforted his lover. Don't worry, Xiaoyue, I already have a way to solve this problem once and for all. Luo Yu just forced a smile, still unable to hide his worry. With your husband here, no one can bully you. Luo Yu looked at his confident eyes and felt relieved. Zhang Dingshan is a person with a strong sense of justice. Besides, she is also a police officer. After hearing about Luo Yu's experience, she was also filled with indignation. But when she heard that the man was Mr. Hui, the prince of Wu Hui Film and Television Entertainment, her face changed immediately. Huan, this guy is not like those hooligans, he has a very important background. Yan Haohuan was startled and asked, how old? To put it simply, there are aristocratic families standing behind them. Upon hearing that it was another wealthy family, Yan Haohuan frowned immediately. He has seen the power of wealthy families. Not only ordinary people from the lower class, but even people from the upper class may not dare to provoke them. Sister Shanshan, what if I have evidence of this person's crime? What kind of criminal evidence? For example, kidnapping. Zhang Jingshan looked at him in surprise. Do you really have evidence? Not yet, I'm just saying if. The policewoman thought for a moment and said, even if there is evidence, it won't be of much use. They can just find someone to take the blame. The power of the wealthy is beyond your imagination. Seeing Yan Haohuan fall into silence, Zhang Dingshan sighed and said, Huan, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I can't afford to offend such a person. Fortunately, Sister Luo Yu didn't suffer any loss, so let's forget about it. If we can't afford to offend him, then we should just stay away from him. Sister Shanshan, this is not that simple. He then told Luo Yu about his extremely bad fate and young Master Hui's wild words. He didn't tell Luo Yu about the luck before because he was afraid that she would worry, but now he had to tell her. Not only Luo Yu turned pale with fright, but even Zhang Jingshan was stunned. The latter thought that if you can't afford to provoke, you can afford to avoid it, but he never expected that he couldn't even afford to hide. She was silent for a while and said, wait for me for a moment. After saying that, she walked directly out of the box. About 10 minutes later, Zhang Jingshan came back and she didn't look very good. Huan, Luo Yu, I'm sorry, this person's background is too powerful, I really can't afford to offend him. Luo Yu's face turned pale, but Yan Haohuan remained calm. But I have another idea. Can you guys listen to it? Sister Shanshan, please speak. Although this person has a strong influence, it is mainly in Jiangnan province. If you are willing, I can transfer you to a school outside the province. The two students were stunned. They are all first-class universities, on the same level as Jiangnan University. Luo Yu looked at her husband inquiringly. You are already a junior in college and you are just changing schools. Even if it is a good school of the same level, there will definitely be many inconveniences. The key point is that when I went to the new school, everything had to start from scratch. All the connections and other things I had built up here over the years were wasted. However, I can't even afford to offend the policewoman. If I stay here, the consequences will be disastrous. Yan Haohuan's personal strength is now much stronger than before, but he has never been afraid. He was rather curious. It seemed that the policewoman was quite powerful. She could easily help two junior students get into top universities. He remembered the policewoman's subsequent mission, helping his father become the mayor of Susui. This means that the latter is at least a high-ranking official now. However, even with such a background, don't you dare to provoke the family behind that Mr. Hui? Could a wealthy family be so terrifying? Even if he himself was not afraid, what about Luo Yu and their families? If such a wealthy family is determined to cause trouble, an ordinary family will be easily wiped out. On the one hand, this caused him to have many concerns, but on the other hand, it also further stimulated his ambition and strengthened his determination to strengthen his own strength as quickly as possible. Chapter 30 If you dare to bully my woman, I will bring disgrace upon you. Yan Haohuan pondered for a while and said very sincerely. Thank you, Sister Shanshan. How about this, give me 3 days. If I still can't solve the problem, then please take care of Luo Yu and I's transfer to another school. Zhang Jingshan's face changed and she reminded. Huan, I know you are good at martial arts. But this is really not something that can be solved by physical force. If you really hit this person, the consequences will only be more serious. At this point, she paused, still fearing that the martial arts master would take advantage of his ability and continue to use ruthless drugs. Even if you are not afraid, you should still think about Luo Yu. And your family, even relatives and friends.
The policewoman's reminder was very precise, but Yen Haowan had already thought of this himself. He said calmly, "Don't worry, Sister Shan Shan, I won't do anything stupid." He showed a confident smile and said, "I have my own way. Even if it fails, there will be no consequences." Zhang Jingshan looked at him thoughtfully and nodded, "Remember, don't mess around." Lu Oyu was still very worried and looked at the man with a worried look. "Husband. Don't worry, I have the points." Zhang Jingshan was stunned. She even called him husband? College students nowadays are really amazing. But she just smiled faintly and didn't say anything. "Sister Shanshan, please don't bother two people with one thing. I have another favor to ask of you." "Go ahead." Yen Haowan simply made the request, which was actually two favors. The first one is to ask Sister Shanshan to look after the camel fish. Luo Yu's luck was very bad, and although he guessed that it was probably related to the Prince Jian Lianghui who called himself Mr. Hui, he did not dare to take it lightly. What if it was some other accident? With the police around, I feel more at ease no matter if it's a threat from Mr. Hui or any other danger. The second favor was to ask Shanshan to help locate Jian Lianghui. It is too inefficient to wait in front of someone else's company by yourself. You can't afford to waste time, and what if you still can't get in after several days? Zhang Jingshan frowned after hearing this. First of all, she didn't want to see her sister get into trouble. But the second thing is, locating the person is not difficult, but what on earth does this guy want to do? Seeing her hesitation, Yen Haowan once again vowed that he would never attack anyone, and only then did the latter agree. Yen Haowan did not ask Miss Tian for help, even though the latter was also the daughter of a noble family and probably would not be afraid of other noble families. But the latter has a 70% favorability towards him, so he is definitely willing to help with some ordinary favors, but this is no ordinary favor. Not to mention whether she was willing to help or could help, the fact that the person she was helping was his woman was likely to make the young lady feel bad. Besides, her grandfather had just had a stroke and was in the hospital. He would definitely not be in a good mood, so it was better not to bring bad luck upon herself. So he thought about it and decided to give up. Don't be too busy and not be able to help, and even lower people's favorability, that would be a big loss. Anyway, he really wanted to try it his own way. His plan is to use the random rewards of Yang Ying's mission and the active skill deterrence to cause trouble. Being able to make your partner submit for 5 minutes can be used to do a lot of things. He went over the plan carefully several times in his mind, then snorted and thought. From what he said the other day, I know he must have harmed many girls. Such a scum should have been punished by heaven long ago. Now that he is bullying my woman, I will ruin your reputation. On Sunday evening, a square near East Lake was crowded with people. A very beautiful girl is doing a live broadcast, mainly singing, with occasional dancing in between. She had just finished singing and said thank you when a handsome man came up to her and snatched the microphone from her. The girl was stunned. This man was none other than Jian Lianghui, who was controlled by the intimidation technique and surrendered to his orders. Jian Lianghui said loudly into the microphone. "Beauty, do you know who I am?" The girl shook her head in confusion. "I'm Jian Lianghui, everyone calls me Master Hui. My father is Jian Wu, the chairman of Wuhui Film and Entertainment." The girl quickly said, "Hello, Mr. Hui." She was delighted, as she didn't expect that a prince would come to help her with the live broadcast. But the next moment, she was stunned. "Girl, you are very beautiful, I like you very much. Come with me, I want to fuck you now." Because Jian Lianghui suddenly grabbed the microphone and spoke loudly, he had already attracted some tourists. As soon as this awesome statement was made, it immediately caused an uproar and attracted more people. There were also thousands of people in the Little Beauty's Douyin live broadcast room, and it exploded. The girl is young, but quite experienced. After she reacted, she forced a smile and said quickly, "Master Hui, you've drunk too much, go back and rest. I'm going to fuck you, didn't you hear me? You're just a street singer, why are you pretending to be pure? I'm sure I think highly of you." The girl's face turned pale. But even more amazing things are yet to come. In Susui, I can sleep with any woman I want. Do you know XXX? I was the one who broke her virginity. Do you know XXX? Do you really think she's a virgin celebrity? Ha, she's just a slut, she screams louder than anyone else. That Yu Jiajing actually pretended to be innocent in front of me and said she didn't want to. I told my brothers to take turns to rape her right there. This girl has a strong temper and actually hit her head against the wall.
There are still many explosive contents to come. There are many people who were toyed around by the scum and killed directly or indirectly. The small square exploded. What was even more explosive was the girl's live broadcast room. In just a few minutes, the number of people jumped from over 1,000 to over 3 million, and more people continued to pour in. Not far away, the fully armed Yan Hawon had a grim look on his face. He was very careful, wearing a jumpsuit, a hat on his head, sunglasses, and a mask. He had previously used his skills to make Jian Lianghui surrender, and made him reveal many of his evil deeds, which were simply too numerous to list. He was filled with indignation when he heard it. What this scumbag is broadcasting live in public now is nothing more than his true character performance after a little inducement. It was almost time for the prince to start his performance, and he gave the last instruction: take off your headphones and throw them into the lake. In less than 10 minutes, Jian Lianghui became the #1 celebrity on the entire internet. All major video websites and forums are filled with videos of his live performance and related discussions. Netizens have been bombarded with insults and accusations against Jian Lianghui, his father Jianiwu, and Wuhui Film and Television Entertainment. The company's official website was also hacked, and the homepage was replaced with 8 bloody characters. He has committed so many evil things that heaven cannot tolerate. Not long after, several families of the victims went to the police station to report the case overnight. At the same time, he also broadcast live on the short video website and pleaded with netizens for support. The cause of their previous deaths was sudden death from drunkenness. Although the family members had many questions, they were all settled by Jian Lianghui and his father with money, and the case could not even be established. This further spread public opinion, and a large number of netizens began to accuse the police of dereliction of duty and even of colluding with the powerful to cover up criminal acts. Chapter 31: How to Relieve Worries? Only get rich. After listening to the urgent report from his subordinates and looking at Douyin for a few minutes, Jianiwu's face turned pale. Then, his cell phone rang. He took a glance and his face turned even paler. The voice on the other end of the phone was unusually cold. You really gave birth to a good son. Uncle Yi. Humph. Wipe your ass right now, or I can't protect you. Jianiwu took a deep breath, and a stern look flashed in his eyes. He called his confidant to his side and whispered a few words to him. The latter was shocked, but then nodded. About half an hour later, police issued 2 very brief advisories. Regarding the suspected criminal acts mentioned by Jian Lianghui in the live broadcast, the police will conduct an investigation in accordance with the law. A traffic accident occurred on Donghu 3rd Road. A passerby was hit and killed. The driver fled the scene. The victim was a young man named Jian Lianghui. Wuhui Film and Television Entertainment held a press conference overnight. Chairman Jianiwu issued a brief statement saying that his son Jian Lianghui drank excessively and may have taken illegal drugs, leading to mental disorder. Everything he said in public was just nonsense. On behalf of himself and the company, he solemnly apologizes for the adverse impact caused to society. Jianiwu also announced that due to major matters, the company's stock will be temporarily suspended from trading starting tomorrow. At the reception, company staff did not answer any questions from reporters. Shortly afterwards, the celebrities involved in the incident also clarified themselves through various means, stating that what Jian Lianghui said was completely false. In a small, inconspicuous tea room, Yan Haoan was in a good mood because Jian Lianghui's evil deeds were far more serious than he had imagined. At first he thought that this guy was just raping women, but he unexpectedly killed more than one person. This result has exceeded his expectations. As for how the final results will turn out, that is not his concern. Anyway, he used the art of fortune telling to check the camel fish, and found that its fortune had changed from very bad to slightly good. Although it was not very good, the danger was obviously over. Luo Yu, who had been waiting anxiously, finally felt relieved when he heard that his luck had improved. The look she gave her husband was not only infatuated but also full of admiration. My man is so capable. Ding! Luo Yu's favorability increased by 1%. The current favorability is 93%. Zhang Jingshan's expression was a little complicated. She looked at Yan Haoan and asked slowly. Huan, how did you do it? Hypnosis? No. I just gave this guy a little psychological hint, and he told me everything. I didn't expect it to be like this. Policewoman Zhang chuckled. A little psychological hint? This man is really becoming more and more difficult for her to understand. It would be fine if he just had profound martial arts skills and could read feng shui and fortune. There is actually this more mysterious and even more terrifying so-called psychological suggestion. He said yesterday that he would give him 3 days, but he actually got it done tonight.
Juan, this incident has a huge impact.
I sincerely suggest that you think twice before doing anything big in the future.
I have considered everything very carefully.
I didn't expect this scumbag to be so evil. Humph, it's too easy for him to be killed so easily. Jiang Jingshan's face changed and she said, his traffic accident, could it be?
How is that possible? Is it necessary?
The policewoman thought about it and realized that she was worrying too much. It must be that the people behind sacrificed pawns to save the chariot and took fierce measures to stop the loss.
Juan, you are protecting yourself this time, and I don't want to say anything more.
But I still want to remind you solemnly that you can't do anything reckless even if you have the ability, especially this kind of special ability.
She put emphasis on the word special. Who doesn't have some secrets? Some secrets are related to reputation, and some may even be life-threatening.
This guy can make people reveal their secrets in public with just a little psychological suggestion.
This ability is really terrifying. What if he has evil intentions and uses it for evil purposes? Yan Haoan exuded a powerful aura and said calmly,
if no one offends me, I will not offend anyone.
If someone offends me, I will definitely offend him.
Although Jiang Jingshan had felt his aura before, last time he targeted the gangsters, but this time he was showing it to her. She was so overwhelmed by the powerful aura that she couldn't speak for a long time.
Ding!
Jiang Jingshan's favorability increased by 5%.
The current favorability is 70%.
Yan Haoan smiled secretly, this policewoman is really interesting, completely different from other girls. He did such a great thing and punished the evildoers, but her favorability did not improve. On the contrary, after showing his momentum, it increased by 5%. The last time it increased was the same, it was also after showing his strength. This sister doesn't like smooth talk and hates philandering men, but it's clear that strong strength is her thing.
Isn't my strength getting stronger and stronger?
The more the policewoman likes him, the greater the possibility that she will be able to talk to his father in the future. His confidence in this optional task increased a lot.
Xiao Yuer, don't do part-time jobs anymore.
Honey.
I'm sorry. What are you talking about, little fool? Tell me a secret.
Actually, my husband not only knows how to read qi, but also knows how to read feng shui, and he's really good at it.
A
few days ago, I did feng shui for a boss and helped him break a dangerous formation.
He was very grateful and gave me 5 million as a thank you fee. The camel was stunned. So you don't have to work part-time anymore.
You don't even need to work, your husband will support you.
Hubby, are you serious? Yan Haoan laughed and started transferring money via mobile phone. After a while, Luo Yu looked at the numbers on his bank account in a daze. Then she gave a passionate kiss. Husband, why did you transfer all the money to me again?
Yan Haoan said calmly, men are responsible for the outside world, and women are responsible for the inside world. From now on, your husband will be responsible for making money, and you will be responsible for managing the money. Although he said he was calm, he certainly had a purpose in mind. With a lover with a favorability rating of 93%, you would feel embarrassed if you don't take advantage of the cash back on your consumption. Before, he thought that as long as he clung to the eldest lady's thigh, he would have more money in cash back from the fact that she would treat him to dinner every time than he could spend. But the events that happened recently have caused him to change his mindset. He wants to grow stronger, to the point where he can challenge the wealthy and powerful families. The first step, of course, is to have enough money so that you have the capital to recruit soldiers and build up your power. Several million is a huge number for a college student, but for a wealthy family, it is just a drop in the bucket.
Chapter 32 A small profit of 4 million.
The only regret is that he can't tell his beloved lover the secret of cashback. Otherwise, if his lover buys things for him all day long, and he keeps going back and forth, that would be really unbearable. Even if the starting capital is only 1 million, more than 90 times would be more than 90 million. All 90 million was used to buy a luxury house for Luo Yu, and then multiplied by 90 times, to more than 8 billion. Use another 8 billion to buy a super luxury house, and then increase it by 90 times, which is more than 700 billion. If the amount continues to increase exponentially like this, it won't be long before the entire planet can be bought. It's easy to tell with your toes that the system will never allow such an incredible bug to exist.
So not only did he not dare to reveal the secret, he couldn't even give a hint.
Otherwise, if the system finds a bug and blocks your way of making money, you will have no place to cry. So he only dared to say that he was responsible for making money and Luoyu was responsible for managing the money. He didn't even mention spending money, so it can't be considered a foul. When Luoyu heard her husband say that he was responsible for making money and she was responsible for managing the money, she was so moved that she wanted to cry. Ding! Luoyu's favorability increased by 1%. The current favorability is 94%. Yan Haowan was secretly happy. According to the system instructions, it is very difficult to increase the favorability beyond 90%. But in such a short period of time, Xiaoye has improved 4 times. This charming lover is truly my precious lucky charm. Xiaoye, I become famous for my feng shui reading this time. There will definitely be more big bosses coming to me in the future. These big guys are very generous, and each time they spend a starting price of 1 million. It's even possible to spend tens of millions. Yan Haowan must never tell Xiaoye about the huge income from cash back on consumption. So he simply used the name of feng shui as a cover to get a shot of prevention for his future regular income. Hubby, you're awesome. Feng shui master Yan cooperated with a smug smile. Husband, what are you going to do with all this money? Didn't I tell you that I will be in charge of making money and you will be in charge of managing the money? You are a top student in the School of Economics. Now it was Luoyu's turn to be proud. She said confidently. Don't worry, husband. I will manage your money well. I will make a careful investment plan to make money continuously. Yan Haowan praised, Xiaoye is awesome. But in my heart I was thinking, my dear, you don't need to invest at all, you just need to spend money on me as much as you can. Unfortunately, he only dared to think about it and never dared to give any hint. Yan Haowan didn't receive any system notification about cash back during the entire day on Monday, which made him feel a little depressed. This little lover is good in everything except that he is too frugal. 5 million was transferred to her, could it be that she used it for investment? Isn't it worth celebrating and making a fortune out of all of a sudden? Fortunately, after the afternoon class, Luoyu finally contacted him. In the evening, they went out for a seafood dinner. The total cost was 3,800 yuan. Although this may be just an ordinary dish in the eyes of rich people, but for students, spending 3,800 yuan for 2 people is indeed a huge meal. Ding, it is detected that Luoyu actively spent 1,900 yuan on the host's behalf. The host received a cashback of 1,994%. 100 is equal to 178,600 yuan. Ever since Yan Haowan experienced a cashback of more than 4 million from the eldest lady, this kind of 6-figure income is no longer a big deal to him. But he was not dissatisfied. A little bit adds up to a lot, and it was all free anyway. After the meal, there was another little surprise. Luoyu took him on a shopping spree again. Last time, he transferred all the 160,000 yuan he earned to his lover, who took him on a shopping spree and spent 12,000 yuan. This time, 5 million yuan was transferred to her. Sure enough, her consumption level increased a lot. Although it was not completely proportional, the amount was indeed much higher, reaching as much as 68,000 yuan. The woman really thought a lot about him, spending a total of 41,600 on him. After all, the latter was her backbone. So, he made another small profit. This shopping trip earned him a total of 41,694%. 100 is equal to 3,910,400 yuan in cash back. It feels good. Not long after 5 million was transferred out, nearly 4 million came back immediately. The consumption cashback skill is really awesome. But this time he was not in a hurry to transfer the money. Although he had been inoculated with the idea of making money by looking at feng shui, he hadn't looked at it yet. Hua Tai, the second in the dormitory, called and asked all the brothers in the dormitory to have a drink together. Although he has moved out, everyone still treats him as a roommate. Drinking was such a joyful thing, so he didn't take it seriously at all and just happily got through it. When we arrived at the food stall, we realized that it was the same scenario of vain girl dumping loser guy that was happening again in our dormitory. The tragic protagonist this time is Xiao Liuzi Lu Iran. Tizi couldn't bear to see that the boy looked like he had lost all hope in life, so he called his brothers to help him give him some advice. The eldest brother, Brother Yong, spoke first. Little Lu, man, can you show some self-esteem? It's just a broken heart, isn't it? It's not a big deal. I've been courting her since my freshman year, and I always thought we had a great relationship, but I never expected. Isn't this similar to Brother Qiangxiang?
You should learn from him. That's right, look at how successful brother Chang is now.
Not only has he regained his reputation, but he has also won the school beauty.
Goddess Luo is much better than Jiang Shaoqing.
Yan Haowan did not deliberately keep a low profile, and his relationship with Luo Yu was semi-public, and everyone who was familiar with him already knew about it. He thought that it was impossible to learn from him unless you also have the protection of the system master. He thought for a moment and said, Xiao Liuzi, I think everyone's situation is different. My method may not be suitable for you. He was afraid that this kid would be encouraged by everyone and follow his example and continue to chase after her and then dump her.
It's not that easy. He had a system, skills, and the patience and attentiveness of a warm-hearted man, and he also spent a lot of money to trick Jiang Shaoqing into bed.
Fortunately, Xiao Liuzi knew his own limitations.
He said awkwardly, how can I be as capable as brother Changqiang?
When everyone heard the word ability, they all felt a sense of resonance. It is definitely impossible for a normal person to have the ability to do it 5 times.
The fourth brother, Li Zijun, said, I think it's better to get rid of this vain girl as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will suffer in the future. Yan Haowan seconded, I think so too. Experienced Iron Sun patiently taught.
Little 6, don't think so much. There are plenty of fish in the pond, so why should you be afraid of a bird?
Next time, follow me and I will introduce you to some suitable girls.
Everyone knew Tizi's level, and no one thought he was bragging. Xiao Liuzi was also feeling a little better.
However, Yan Haowan, seeing his friend's arrogant look, suddenly remembered that this young veteran driver already had a mild kidney deficiency.
Then, he used the chi-gazing technique to check on everyone, and except Tizi who still had kidney deficiency, everyone else was quite healthy. In terms of luck, everyone has their own differences, but that's not a problem. So after the night of drinking, he found an excuse and asked Hua Tai to go with him to the rental house, and used the Zhuanyangde method to help Tizi. Because Duzhan's method requires close skin contact, which is a bit vulgar, and it is definitely inconvenient with so many people in the dormitory.
He doesn't want people to think he's gay. He's already famous enough, he doesn't want to get even more famous. Chapter 33 The Thoughts of a Good Young Woman.
My friend now admires this guy even more. Not only can you tell at a glance that he has kidney deficiency, but you can also use Qigong to treat him. He had always scoffed at Qigong before, but the heat flow transmitted into the palm of the latter was too real and too comfortable for him to help but believe it.
Brother Changqiang, you are so strong, is it because of practicing Qigong?
Yan Hehuan smiled and said, my dear, it's not that I don't want to teach you, but you really can't practice this kung fu.
It's because of my special physique, understand? My best friend understood it with envy and regret.
Then, when he saw the beautiful and charming goddess Luo appear in front of him, his eyes lit up and he immediately said,
hello, sister-in-law.
He was the second oldest in the dormitory, and Yan Haowan was the 5th oldest.
But he was used to calling him brother Changqiang now. The word sister-in-law made Luo Yu very happy.
When Yan Haowan came up, he greeted her and asked her to stay in the room. She walked out on purpose.
You must be my best friend, come over for dinner next time. Okay, then thank you, sister-in-law.
Yan Haowan guessed what his lover was thinking, but didn't take it seriously. Anyway, the system prompts that my friend's kidney deficiency needs to be treated twice more, so he can just eat while he comes for treatment next time.
Yan Haowan originally wanted to go to Yang Ying's house again with Zhang Jingshan to talk about her story in detail.
Unexpectedly, policewoman Jiang went on a business trip and would not be back for 2 days.
He thought about it and just said it on the phone.
After hearing that he had broken the feng shui formation in his home and eliminated the potential threats, Yang Ying was overjoyed and insisted on treating him to dinner in the evening. He wasn't surprised at all about the meal, but the policewoman wasn't there, and it seemed a little weird for her to go to the appointment alone. After all, they were a single man and a single woman, and the woman was a beautiful young widow.
Ding!
Yang Ying's favorability increased by 10%, and the current favorability is 70%.
As soon as Yan Haowan hung up the phone, he received an unexpected system prompt. This surprised him a little. How could the favorability be improved even if the person was not around? This has never happened before.
In the past, every time the target object's favorability increased, it was when they were with him. It turns out that as long as the target object's favorability changes, the system can detect it in real time and notify him even if the person is not next to him.
This is unexpectedly good news.
Humph, if any target has bad intentions towards him in the future, he will know it first. As soon as he arrived at the hotel, Yan Haowan saw that Yang Ying was dressed elegantly and without makeup, so he felt relieved. But then he thought he had overthought. It is obvious that this is a conservative and well-mannered woman. After the two chatted for a few words, Yan Haowan used the art of looking at others. Yang Ying. Physical condition, slightly weak. Special physical condition, none. Current luck, red. Very bad. Sister Ying, congratulations. Your luck is very good now. You can rest assured. In addition, your physical condition seems to be better than before, but you are still slightly weak. You need to recuperate. Also, I made some adjustments to the layout of your house, and the feng shui is better than before. This house is pretty good. I don't think you need to sell it. Yang Ying was overjoyed again, thanking him repeatedly, and at the same time she was extremely convinced by him. As soon as she moved back to her parents' home, she felt that her physical condition was significantly better than before, her luck also improved, and she no longer had the messy bad luck she had before. Ding! Yang Ying's favorability increased by 10%, and the current favorability is 80%. Yan Haowan chuckled. Sister Yang Ying's favorability was rising really fast. It was only 5% when he first saw it, but when he said the house had feng shui problems, the rate soared to 40%. He said he would help, and it immediately rose to 60%. Just now he said on the phone that he had helped and it became 70%. And now, after saying a few words, it goes straight to 80%. It's too easy to trust others. Fortunately, I am not a bad person, nor a charlatan. I really helped her solve the big crisis. It would be wonderful if Miss Tian and policewoman Zhang could increase their favorability so quickly like her. But it's impossible to think about it. These two people are very individual and opinionated. How can Sister Yang Ying be so easy to fool? Since Yang Ying doesn't know how to drink, it's boring for him to drink alone. So the two of them just ate and finished in less than half an hour. After dinner, Yang Ying tried hard to invite him to her home. Yan Haowan wanted to decline, but then she mentioned the feng shui layout of her home and wanted to ask for advice in person. This way he couldn't refuse. After arriving home, Yang Ying first asked some questions about the layout, placement of objects and other trivia, and Yan Haowan answered them patiently and carefully. Then, Yang Ying asked about his personal affairs. Huan, that Officer Zhang is really not your girlfriend? Really not. You're the one chasing after her, but you haven't caught her yet? No, why do you feel that way? They asked you to help with something like looking at a house, which means they must have a special relationship. We are good friends. Yan Haowan chuckled. The relationship between him and Zhang Jingshan should be pretty good. She knew many of his secrets and had enthusiastically helped him several times. Although in terms of favorability, the latter is only 70%, neither of them can be considered a good friend certified by the system. However, this policewoman is obviously a person with a strong personality, and it seems that she cannot be completely measured by favorability. Just good friends? She's so beautiful, you really don't have any other thoughts about her? Or, do you already have a girlfriend? Yan Haowan was a little surprised. Why did Sister Yang Ying ask that? By the way, her favorability is now 80%. A favorability of 60-80% means willing to connect with the host in certain situations, and above 80 means willing to connect with the host in most situations. Could it be that? Judging from her performance, especially the occasional glance, it seems that there is some meaning behind it. He felt that Sister Ying's personality should be docile, and she believed in him so much that his favorability rating jumped to 80%. If you take the initiative to flirt with her, there is a high possibility that you will be attracted to her. But this is a very pitiful person. Her husband died not long after they got married, and she was a conservative and decent woman. I just helped someone, but now I'm flirting with them and wanting to sleep with them. It seems like I'm asking for repayment for a favor, which is a bad feeling. Anyway, the system didn't issue any tasks. I have a beloved lover, and if all else fails, I can even find the eldest lady. It's not like I have no place to consume Yin-Yang energy. Yang Ying saw that after she asked the question, the man did not answer, but looked at her several times with a hesitant expression. She roughly guessed something and felt somewhat relieved, but also a little disappointed. In fact, she herself was not quite sure what she was thinking. She must have a good impression of the other person, but to say that she was deliberately seducing him, it was definitely not the case. Chapter 34, School Beauty Huan is in high danger. Yan Haowan said with a little embarrassment. Sister Ying, I have a girlfriend. Yang Ying's face turned red, and she actually felt as if her shameful privacy had been exposed. Your girlfriend must be very beautiful. I really envy her for finding such a good man like you. After Yang Ying finished speaking subconsciously, she suddenly felt something was wrong. These words seemed to have some suggestive connotations. Now her whole face felt a little hot. She is already a great beauty, and this infinitely shy state adds a bit of charm to her. Yan Haoan had already given up all thoughts, but when he saw the woman's appearance, he suddenly became angry and had a strong desire to conquer her. He even swallowed unconsciously. Yang Ying obviously noticed this detail and lowered her head shyly. Yan Haoan is no longer a novice. He is already quite experienced both in theory and practice. Seeing the woman's performance, he felt something was wrong. This seems to have a bit of the meaning of "I hope you can pick it." Yan Haoan knew that if he stayed any longer, he would not be able to control himself. As for Sister Ing, this woman is obviously of a docile character and will not take the initiative, but if he wants to push her, she will most likely give in to him. He took several deep breaths, suppressed his restless mood, and said, "Sister Ing, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Yang Ying still lowered her head and said him very softly, her voice so low that it was almost inaudible. When Yan Haoan saw this situation, he became more and more certain that the woman must have had such thoughts. He took another deep breath with difficulty, forced himself to stand up, and walked out without even saying goodbye. When Yang Ying heard the sound of the door closing, she also let out a long sigh. She knew very well that if Yan Haoan had wanted to come over just now, she probably would not resist. She even felt that not only would she not resist, but she would be very willing, and even actively cooperate. This thought made her face burn even more. Yang Ying took a shower, using cold water the whole time. It was really cold, but she managed to endure it and finish the shower. However, she could never have imagined that even such cold bath water could not extinguish the raging fire burning in her heart. She almost stayed awake all night. Her mind was actually full of thoughts about this big boy whom she had only met twice and for a few hours in total. She imagined if he had really come over just now. The scenes in her mind made her extremely shy, but at the same time she was full of anticipation. She even felt a little regretful, wondering why she hadn't taken the initiative just now. In the middle of the night, Yan Haoan was awakened by a system prompt while in a daze. Ding, Yang Ying's favorability increased by 10%, and the current favorability is 90%. He was half asleep and half awake, and he didn't react for a long time. What is going on? In the middle of the night, why did Sister Ing's favorability increase inexplicably? Could it be that she couldn't sleep in the middle of the night because she was thinking about me, and as she thought about me, she felt more fond of me? The key point is that this time it's 10%, now it's 90%. He remembered that several of his tasks required the target person to have a 90% favorable impression of him. So he knew very well how difficult it was to improve such a high favorability. As for Sister Koing, he just helped her and did nothing after that. I never tried to get close to her, never gave her a gift, never said a single sweet word, never flirted with her at all. He thought for a while, then called up the system information and carefully looked at the favorability description. Favorability is over 90%. The host is regarded as an absolute confidant and fully trusted, and is willing to do most things for the host. The host is willing and expects to be connected with the host. Now he was stunned. This Sister Ing is only meeting me for the second time tonight, and she is so nice to me. Voluntarily and expect to be connected to the host. It's so annoying. Then, a beautiful face that was dignified, generous, affectionate and shy emerged involuntarily in his mind. The next day, while having dinner in the cafeteria, Luo Yu came to present her treasure to the man in high spirits. Honey, I have already made the investment plan. Most of the funds have been invested, leaving 200,000 yuan for liquid assets and daily expenses. Yan Haoan was a little amused. My dear lover is so capable. His execution ability is so strong. But he doesn't need Luo Yu to be capable, he just needs her to spend money. What investment can bring you cash back quickly? However, he couldn't say it clearly, and Luo Yu's smug expression was full of husband, come and praise me, come and praise me. So he could only smile and praise his lover. Then, he told her another good news about making money. Xiao Yuer, I went to read feng shui for my boss again yesterday. The boss was very satisfied with my explanation and gave me 4 million. Luo Yu's eyes lit up. Although her husband had mentioned this before, saying it is one thing and actually making money is another. Hubby, you're awesome. Ha, I'm now somewhat famous among the bosses, so I'll have more opportunities in the future. He didn't dare to hint to Luo Yu to spend money, he only dared to tell the latter in this way that he would make a lot of money in the future. After that, it depends on the lover's own understanding. But don't invest it all again. Hubby, stop eating, let's go out and have a meal. Yan Haoan immediately said happily, okay. Mosquito legs are also meat, so consume as much as you can. Ding, it is detected that Luo Yu actively spent 600 yuan on the host's behalf. The host received a cashback of 630.94%. 100 is equal to 59,220 yuan. Mr. Yen felt a little regretful. Xiao Yuer was a frugal person after all. He earned 4 million at one time, but he only spent 1,260. He was expecting Luo Yu to continue to act like a woman and go shopping, but she suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Then he heard Luo Yu greet someone, Wen. He followed his lover's gaze and let out a light exclamation. This person was not only an acquaintance of the latter, but also an acquaintance of him. Well, actually not at all, I just saw him from a distance once. However, she became his first target after the novice mission. ISNT at Hu Wenwen, the most beautiful girl in the medical school and one of the 8 campus beauties. Sister Yu, you are eating here too. Hu Wenwen first replied to Luo Yu, and then noticed the famous strong brother. She was startled at first, then took the initiative to greet him. Hello, Brother Yen. She and Luo Yu knew each other because they were both student union cadres. Later, they became good sisters because they got along very well. Of course, she knew that Luo Yu had successfully pursued her. Hello, Wen. The two of them were not familiar with each other at all, and could not even be considered to know each other. However, Miss Hu was not surprised by this slightly intimate name, and it was normal for him to follow his girlfriend in calling her that. Because he was the target of his mission, after greeting him, he casually used the chi reading technique. Chapter 35, Husband, do you have any feelings for junior sister Wen? Hu Wen. Physical condition, cerebral arterial aneurysm, highly dangerous special physical condition, none current luck, red good luck. The results of this investigation surprised Yan Haoan. Highly dangerous? Does it mean it might burst? That could be life-threatening. Fortunately, my luck is red, so not only am I safe for the time being, I'm also lucky. Ding, Hu Wenwen's favorability has dropped by 10%, and the current favorability is 15%. Luo Yu pinched him and said, Honey, your eyeballs are going to fall out. Yan Haoan reacted and withdrew his sharp gaze awkwardly. Damn it, it's like this again. Why don't you learn your lesson? How many times has this happened? Staring at others because of task information or something else will cause their favorability to decrease. But he couldn't explain it, at least not for the time being. After Hu Wenwen and her classmates walked away, she said lightly, Greedy man. Yan Haoan said with a serious face, There is something wrong with your junior sister. Luo Yu was startled and immediately asked, What's the problem? There's something wrong with her body. She has a hemangioma in her brain. It's very dangerous. Luo Yu knew that her man had magical powers, and seeing how seriously he spoke, of course it was impossible for her not to believe it. What should we do then? Don't worry, everything will be fine today, but there could be great danger at any time. Luo Yu didn't care what her husband's judgment was, she believed it unconditionally. Hubby, she is my good sister, you have to help her. Yan Haoan smiled faintly and said. Well, after dinner, ask her out for a chat. I'll talk to her first. Even if it was a stranger, he couldn't bear to see someone in high danger and just ignore it. What's more, this beautiful girl is his target and Luo Yu's good friend. Okay, I'll make an appointment now. Yan Haoan didn't want to waste time and went straight to the point. Wen, you have a cerebral artery aneurysm in your brain. It's very dangerous. Hu Wenwen was stunned. She subconsciously looked at Luo Yu first, only to see that the latter also had a serious expression on his face. Wen, it's hard for me to explain to you. But I want you to believe me. Huan is a man with special abilities, he won't be wrong. Yan Haoan asked, Wen, have you felt anything wrong with your body recently? Hu Wenwen thought about it for a moment and said, It doesn't seem to be anything special. Yan Haoan thought that it was best not to have any symptoms, but the system would not lie. The absence of symptoms did not mean that everything was fine. Wen, I know this is hard to believe, but I strongly suggest you get a full checkup right away. If everything is fine, just treat it as a joke. Hu Wenwen felt it was incredible.
But would anyone joke about something like this? And she is Luo Yu's good friend. If it is true, how did this person discover it? Sister Luo Yu said that her boyfriend has special abilities. Does he have X-ray vision? Won, why don't we go with you now? It would be best if you can get checked tonight. Ah. Yan Haowan added fuel to the fire and said, the sooner the better. Because luck only applies to that day. If everything is fine today, it doesn't mean that everything will be fine tomorrow. Hu Wenwen still felt that this matter was too weird, but she believed that Sister Luo Yu would not lie to her. There was no need to lie to herself about this matter. She thought about it and decided that it wouldn't hurt to be cautious and a checkup wouldn't cost much. So she made up her mind. Okay, let's go to the first affiliated hospital for emergency treatment and take a CT scan first. She was a medical student and knew very well that many complicated examinations were not available in the emergency room. More precise examinations such as cranial ultrasound, angiography, and MRI all required appointments. When the CT scan results came out, Hu Wenwen's face turned pale. The doctor also had a serious look on his face and asked her to be hospitalized immediately. Further examinations would be arranged as soon as possible, and emergency surgery would be scheduled first. After the initial panic, Hu Wenwen slowly regained her composure. She looked at her two companions. Sister Luo Yu also looked very nervous, but Yan Haowan looked calm. Ding, Hu Wenwen's favorability increased by 45%, and the current favorability is 60%. Yan Haowan was not surprised by this reminder. Although the danger has not been eliminated, early discovery has greatly reduced the risk. It's equivalent to saving her life. It's normal for her to be grateful to him and have a good impression of him. Hu Wenwen looked at this man with special abilities and asked expectantly. Brother Huan, since you can tell at a glance that I have an aneurysm in my brain, there should be a way to treat it. Yan Haowan recalled that this junior schoolmate was very lucky. Could it be because she had met him who possessed the unique skill of Xianyang Duzhen Fa? He thought about it and answered honestly. There is a way, but I can't guarantee it will work. Although the system's description of the Shenyang Duzhen Fa stated that it had miraculous effects in curing diseases and healing injuries and was indeed effective for Tizi's kidney deficiency, he did not dare to confirm that it was effective for all injuries. So he left some room and didn't say anything final. Even so, Hu Wenwen and Luo Yu were both excited. Brother Huan, you must help me. Luo Yu also chimed in, husband, you must help Wenwen. Yan Haowan thought for a moment and said, I will definitely help, but my treatment method is a little different. It depends on whether Wenwen can accept it. Hu Wenwen said without hesitation, as long as it works, I can accept it no matter how unconventional it is. Yan Haowan smiled and said to Luo Yu, Xiao Yuer, come with me. The two walked to the side, and Yan Haowan introduced to her in detail how to use the Shenyang Duzhen Fa. When he heard that they had to keep their skin close together for up to 5 minutes, Luo Yu was first slightly surprised, and then looked weird. She whispered. Hubby, tell me the truth, do you want to sleep with Wenwen? Yan Haowan was speechless. He is not a stud pig who wants to mate when he sees a female. He just accepted a system task, which was to increase other people's favorability to 90%. However, he suddenly thought that the target object with this favorability is willing and expects to connect with the host. Now his expression suddenly became strange. I was right, wasn't I? A greedy man. No, Why not admit it? Wenwen is also one of the school beauties. She's no less pretty than me. Yen he happily thought, not only is she not worse than you, in terms of appearance she is even better than you. According to the system's ratings, Hu Wenwen's beauty and figure scores were 96 and 96 respectively. Luo Yu's beauty score was 95, and figure score was 97. Of course, a woman's charm is not just about her looks. Luo Yu has a naturally beautiful body and is unrivaled in terms of charm and demeanor. Chapter 36 Treatment of Hu Wenwen. No, Xiaoyuer, this is not what you think. Master specifically instructed us to do this. We must keep our skin close together. I didn't say that. I was asking you if you really want to sleep with Wenwen. I didn't, but... He found it difficult to explain. Although Luo Yu was absolutely loyal to him, he dared not mention anything about the system to her. Otherwise, if the system determines that he is cheating and cancels his consumption cashback skill or even the entire system function, then he will be screwed. Seeing her husband looking embarrassed but unable to explain himself, Luo Yu laughed. Hubby, I support you. What? I support you sleeping with her. Yan Haoan looked at his lover in disbelief. The woman whispered softly in his ear. Hubby, you're too strong. I feel like I can't handle it alone. Anyway, Won is so beautiful, and you like her. She and I are good sisters, so good things should be shared together. Yan Haoan secretly complained, are you sharing good things, or are you dragging your good sisters into this? But think about Wenwen's beauty, figure, and pure temperament. To say he is indifferent would be a lie. Especially after being teased by the fairy lover. Hubby, you have really good taste. From what I've observed, Wenwen must still be a virgin. Yan Haoan glanced at his lover and thought to himself, you have such a sharp eye, you can tell that she is a virgin. That's a bargain for you. I'll do Wenwen's job. But I can't guarantee that even if she is willing to accept treatment, it doesn't mean anything. And she has a boyfriend, I warn you, don't force her. Yan Haoan was stunned. She has a boyfriend? That's not good. Luo Yu obviously guessed what he was thinking and added. So it all depends on your own ability. If you can attract others with your charm, then I will definitely support you. He thought for a moment and said. Xiao Yur, it seems like you've always been the one saying I want to sleep with someone, right? I just told you about this treatment method. Come on, you're just too embarrassed to say it. Someone was a little embarrassed. Although the requirement of this task was only to increase the favorability, after completing it, it would have the side effect of voluntarily and expecting to be electrified with the host. Does he want to sleep with such an outstanding girl? When I first took on the task, I didn't think much about it, but now. Oh, let it be. Fortunately, this is just a task with no penalty for failure. Success is certainly gratifying, but failure is no worry. Luo Yu brought Hu Wenwen to their rental house and pulled her directly into the room. After a full 5 minutes, the two men came out. Hu Wenwen's face looked a little unnatural and red. Such a high appearance value, coupled with such an infinitely shy look, made Yan Haoan stunned on the spot. Luo Yu pinched the little pervert angrily. Yan Haoan smiled awkwardly, took the opportunity to put on a serious expression, and said seriously. Wenwen, I know this method is a little weird, but it's what Master has repeatedly told me to do. Seeing Hu Wenwen lowering her head and not responding, he continued. I still need to explain some precautions first. You can't transfer too much qi at once, otherwise it will damage your body. So each time can't exceed 5 minutes, and the interval between 2 times can't be less than 24 hours. Don't worry, Luo Yu will be there with you during the treatment. I will treat you once today, and you can judge for yourself, or go for another checkup for comparison. If it doesn't work, then you should be hospitalized for surgery as soon as possible. If you think it works and you want to continue treatment, I will continue until you recover. Wenwen, do you understand what I just said? Hu Wenwen hummed in a barely audible voice. Ding! The system detects that the host is using the Shenyang Duzhen method for treatment. The target suffers from cerebral arterial aneurysm, highly dangerous. The Duzhen time is 4 minutes and 48 seconds. It is recommended to stop as soon as possible and wait at least 24 hours before continuing the treatment. The system predicts that the patient will be cured after 8 more treatments. After receiving the system prompt that the treatment method was effective, Yan Haoan finally felt relieved. First of all, of course, the girl is safe. Secondly, it also saves you from embarrassment. After all, if this is a somewhat unconventional method and it doesn't work, what will people think? Most people would suspect that he is a scoundrel who wants to take advantage of others. Then, he also confirmed that Miss Hu's good fortune today was probably because she met a noble man like him. Yan Haoan knew that the treatment was effective, but he deliberately asked. Wenwen, how do you feel? Seeing that she didn't say anything, Yan Haoan smiled. He thought to himself that he was just touching her head and transferring energy. Although his hand was in contact with her skin, this kind of contact was no different from a routine doctor's examination. Moreover, he was fully focused and devoted to the treatment throughout the whole process. This girl was just touched on the head, but she was so shy. She is really naive. I'd better go out first. You can talk to Luo Yu. After a while, the good sister came out of the room. Miss Hu's complexion looked a little better. Honey, Wenwen said she felt like there was some effect and she's willing to continue with the treatment. Yan Haoan was not surprised at all and said calmly. Well, judging from the feedback I received during the treatment just now, it is indeed effective.
However, this aneurysm is quite large, so it will probably require another 8-10 treatments. When Hu Wenwen heard that it had to be done so many times, her face turned red again. Yan Haowan thought to himself, how come this girl blushes so easily? This shy look is really endearing. Wenwen, how about this? I'll treat you 2 more times. Then you can go for a follow-up check to see if there are any changes. You can make a decision later. Yes, okay. Thank you, brother Huan Huan. As soon as she finished speaking, Yan Haowan received a system prompt. Ding, Hu Wenwen's favorability increased by 10%, and the current favorability is 70%. He responded calmly with "You're welcome," but he was secretly happy in his heart. If we continue like this, and treat it a few more times, won't the mission be very promising? Chapter 37 3 Treatment Methods. As soon as Hu Wenwen left, Luo Yu started to act coquettishly. Hubby, I feel a little uncomfortable too. I need treatment too. Yan Haowan smiled evilly and said. Xiao Yuer, master actually told me that there are 3 types of treatments. What? There are 2 more types? You little rascal, you said that skin-to-skin contact is a must. You must be trying to take advantage of Wenwen on purpose. Yan he laughed even more happily, and then said, you haven't even finished listening to the other 2 methods. Seeing the boy's character, Luo Yu guessed something and asked cooperatively. So what is the second method? Someone described in detail the method of placing the palm's Laogong point close to the lower dantian, and also specifically explained the location of the lower dantian. Luo Yu was also laughing happily now, just as expected. The master who invented this technique and treatment method is definitely a pervert. After laughing for a while, she became more interested and asked, honey, what about the third method? Have you studied physics? Ha! I gave them all back to the teacher. My true yang essence is actually a kind of thermal energy, and thermal energy has 3 ways of transmission: conduction, convection, and radiation. Then what? You want convection and radiation? Now Luo Yu understood. Yan Haowan finally waited for the opportunity to get rich quickly. The next morning, Zhang Jingshan called and said that the driver's license had been processed and would be sent to him. Yan Haowan was of course very polite and insisted on treating the other person to lunch. Seeing the driver's license with her husband's name on it, Luo Yu asked with a little surprise. Honey, can you drive? Certainly. Then why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask. Hubby, why don't we buy a car? This way it will be much more convenient for us to go out and play, go back to the countryside, etc. Yan Haowan was almost bursting with joy, her lover finally got it. But he said calmly, okay. Luo Yu is very energetic, of course, mainly because he is rich and confident. My husband earned 5 million before, and most of it has been invested, so he will continue to make money. Then my husband earned another 4 million, but we haven't made any investment plans yet. With so much money in hand, how can you not have the confidence to buy a car? Zhang Jingshan was a little surprised when she heard that the couple was going to buy a car. After all, both of them are still in college. Sister Shanshan, do you know anything about cars? I know nothing about them. You know a little bit, right? What kind of car do you want to buy? Honey, what kind do you like? In order to ensure the safety of the wool pulling, Yan Haowan adheres to the principle of non-interference in the consumption of camel fish and maintains pure passive acceptance. I don't care. I'll do whatever you say. Luo Yu was very happy because her husband really doted on her. Sister Shanshan, do you have any suggestions? I just heard you say that you want to go out and play, and to go to the countryside, so I suggest you buy an off-road vehicle or SUV. It has good performance, is large, and is comfortable to drive and can hold a lot of things. What is the difference between an SUV and an off-road vehicle? What's the difference? Let me explain it briefly. First of all, their functions and uses are different. Off-road vehicles are specially designed for off-roading, mainly referring to vehicles that can be used on rough terrain. SUVs or sports utility vehicles, which have the space function of a station wagon but are equipped with the off-road capabilities of a truck. Then the body structure is also different. I won't go into details about this, and you don't need to understand it. They have different characteristics. Off-road vehicles are characterized by strong passing ability, high chassis, four-wheel drive, and high horsepower. SUVs are characterized by large space, strong adaptability, multiple functions, and strong cargo capacity. Luo Yujue roughly understood. I think we are more suitable for SUV. Well, I also tend to recommend SUVs.
Luo Yu continued to ask humbly, what brand should I buy? What's your budget? Budget? I have no idea. Anyway, the car must be of good quality, and it must be comfortable and have space. Suddenly, a magical word flashed through her mind, her face slightly reddened, and she said, the bigger the space, the better. Jiang Jingshan laughed, your requirements are a bit high. That would require a high-end car, starting at 300,000. Luo Yu really has no idea about cars, but she has a simple logic, the more expensive the car is, the safer it is. Anyway, my husband is capable and makes money quickly, so we can't save money on buying a car. No problem, the higher the configuration, the better. Jiang Jingshan was surprised again. Are the young couple rich? How come I couldn't tell before? How about a budget of 500,000? Luo Yu glanced at her husband, who was smiling. No problem. With the idea and money, Luo Yu took action on the spot and continued to trouble sister Shanshan to take them to pick a car. Jiang Jingshan herself is an Audi owner, so she also recommended Audi. The young couple had no objection. After all, Mercedes-Benz, BMW and Audi are all equally famous, and it's hard to tell which car is better. Because the three customers were very young, the pretty salesperson Wen Yuli was just professionally polite at first. As a result, the person came up and asked if she had any luxury SUV in stock, and she immediately burst into smile. Then she recommended and introduced the top-of-the-line Audi Q5L very enthusiastically and meticulously. She was quite professional and very familiar with the cars, able to introduce them like the back of her hand. Luo Yu listened to her endless chatter and interrupted her. You don't need to go into detail about the specific parameters. Just focus on what makes this car special, especially in terms of safety and comfort. Then I will just briefly talk about the key points. This car fully demonstrates the luxury and technological sense of the Audi brand. Various high-tech configurations make the driver's driving experience more intelligent, safer, and more comfortable. Its interior space is excellent. Both the legroom and headroom for front and rear passengers are very spacious. The trunk volume is up to 550L, which can meet your various needs in the city and long-distance travel. In terms of power performance, it is very powerful, accelerating from 0 to 100 km/h in just 6.3 seconds, and reaching a top speed of 245 km/h. At the same time, Audi Q5L also provides 4 driving modes for consumers to choose from: comfort, automatic, dynamic and personalized, to meet different road conditions and driving needs. In terms of safety, it comes standard with a number of active safety systems, including reversing images, 360-degree panoramic images, etc., which provide a good view and all-round driving safety. After listening to the introduction, Luo Yu felt very satisfied. Looking at my husband again, he was also smiling and nodding slightly, which meant he must be satisfied. She immediately made up her mind, this is the one she chose. Since there was a large sum of money in the account, Luo Yu paid the full amount on the spot and drove away immediately. Chapter 38, Driving Along the River to the Mountains. Wen Yuli was very happy, but also full of envy, and a little confused. She has seen many bosses buying cars for their mistresses, but it is rare for a girl to buy one for a man. Especially since the girl is such a young super beauty. In comparison, although the boy is also quite handsome, he is not as outstanding as the girl. But when she observed carefully, she found that this girl was simply obsessed with this boy. Not only does she call me husband all the time, but her eyes, expressions, every detail reveals her deep love. However, the registered owner, Mr. Yan Hawan, remained calm and composed. This made her curious and she wondered what was so special about this big boy. Jiang Jingshan was very impressed by Luo Yu's decisiveness, and became more and more certain that these two students must be rich. Yan Hawan received the long-awaited system prompt. Although he appeared calm on the surface, he was actually a little excited on the inside. Ding, it is detected that Luo Yu actively spent 488,888 yuan on the host. The host received a cashback of 488,888 94% 100 is equal to 45,955,472 yuan. With ease, half of the goal is achieved. My little fish is such a treasure. She is beautiful, has a good figure, and is particularly charming. The key is that she loves herself wholeheartedly and can help herself make a lot of money. After the young couple said goodbye to Jiang Jingshan, they drove away. Hubby, why don't we go for a river cruise? Seeing her husband looking at her, Luo Yu gave him an extremely charming look. Yan Hahuan understood immediately. This demon, why is he sailing on the river? It's obvious that he has other intentions.
Teacher Ming Yan from the Student Affairs Department has been a little annoyed recently. The leader assigned him a task, which was to have a deep heart-to-heart talk with Yen Haowan, a famous classmate in the school. Because the latter's words and deeds have caused some bad and lasting negative effects on campus, they need to be given focused ideological education. As for this classmate, she has become well known after the nickname Strong Brother went viral. Because of her job responsibilities, she knew what happened in detail, including every word of the conversation.
You said I was the strongest man in the world. That was your happiest night.
You were so strong.
I will never forget that night.
These two sentences of dialogue were like a magic sound, repeatedly lingering in her ears and mind.
There is no harm without comparison. Thinking of my husband. She wasn't even warmed up yet and he was already done.
Worse than several predecessors. I'm not even 30 years old, what's the difference between this and being a widow?
What's going on with this classmate Luo Yu?
He actually publicly announced that he wanted to pursue him.
This classmate Yan's conditions are just average.
Although he is a bit handsome, he is definitely not a match for Luo Yu's looks.
Is it really true, as some posts say, that he was attracted by his nickname? Women. They are all the same. If I were still young and unmarried like Luo Yu, would I be as bold as she is?
She thought about it for a long time, and she still had to do the task assigned by her superiors. So she made a phone call.
Hello, are you Yen Haowan? Hello, who are you? I'm Teacher Ming Yan from the Student Affairs Department. Hello, Teacher Ming. Well, according to the school's request, I want to have a heart-to-heart talk with you. Don't be nervous, just chat casually. Do you have time now?
Yen Haowan was startled, then immediately replied.
Sorry, teacher. I'm out. I'm outside and I won't be back until the evening.
When he heard the word evening, Ming Yan's heart beat faster for no reason. She forced herself to control her emotions and said calmly.
What time will you be back? I'm working overtime at school. Around 8 o'clock. Okay, come find me when you get back. I'm in room 1109 of the administration building. Okay, bye.
She hung up the phone and was stunned for a while. Then he took out a mirror and looked at himself carefully.
Quite satisfactory, no obvious wrinkles.
Thinking back to the past, I was also a school belle. Her appearance is not worse than Luo Yu's, and her figure, humph, it seems that she is not as big as hers. And not as charming as hers. But it's still much better than that Zhang Xiaoqing. This silly woman, she treated such a treasure as a spare tire, she deserves revenge.
Yen Haowan sent Luo Yu home. The latter was exhausted and went to bed after eating some snacks.
Although Yen Haowan was also having a great time, he was still in high spirits for some reason.
He first called Miss Tian, just to show his concern for the latter's grandfather.
Tian Yuancher still politely declined his request to go visit with her, but her tone was much gentler than last time. She also took the initiative to explain to him that she had been busy with work and family matters recently and might not have time to have dinner with him next time. Of course he knows the real meaning of eating, every time they follow the process of eat first and then exercise.
Although he couldn't eat, he was in a good mood.
The eldest lady took the initiative to explain to him, obviously because she was afraid that he would misunderstand and mean estrangement or even severing relations. This shows that the eldest lady definitely has him in her heart, which makes him very happy. He was in high spirits, the eldest lady was not available, and Xiao Yuer fell asleep again. He was feeling depressed when his best friend called him to ask when he would be free for the second treatment. The first time he treated TZ for kidney deficiency was on Monday night, and then he was unavailable for 2 nights in a row, which is now Thursday. Although it is not an acute illness, the boy hopes that it can be cured as soon as possible. When brothers have difficulties, they certainly can't just look for women to seduce them. I immediately asked him to come over and completed the second treatment.
TZ felt very good and left contentedly.
Yen Haowan originally wanted to tell the kid to drive more slowly in the future, but thinking back, it would be useless to say such words to an experienced driver.
Chapter 39 Teacher Ming, please respect yourself.
After his brothers left, Yen Haowan looked at his beloved lover, who was still sleeping soundly.
He couldn't bear to wake him up. Otherwise, should I bite the bullet and go find Miss Tian and express my desire to meet her? But people have already said it, will this offend people?
He was struggling over whether he should just contact Sister Yang Ying, a good young woman whose favorability has reached 90%, who is willing and hopes to have sex with the host, but he received a call from Teacher Ming. I called to ask if he had returned, and if so, I would come over to talk. Yan Haowan quickly replied that he had just returned and would be there soon. As he rushed to school, he secretly shook his head. He didn't know what was wrong with him today. He was so happy in the car and still so excited that he forgot everything the teacher told him. Dong dong. Come in. Hello, I'm Yan Haowan, you must be Teacher Ming. Yes, Yan, please take a seat. Then, the two looked at each other. Ming Yan was very familiar with him, but that was only from information about him. This was the first time he had seen him in person. She seems to be better looking than in the photo, with a very special aura. She also seems to be full of confidence, which is different from what is shown in the profile. Yan Haowan was also surprised. He didn't expect that Teacher Ming was so young and beautiful. Student Yan, I asked you to come here today mainly to talk about the matter between you and classmate Jiang Shaoqing. Oh. The school feels that what you said after breaking up with Jiang Shaoqing last time, as well as your revengeful breakup last night, were not appropriate. Yan Haowan was a little embarrassed. It seemed that the impact of the strongest, the happiest, and the novice mission revenge was greater than he had imagined. He whispered, I'm sorry, teacher. I was so emotional that I made such inappropriate remarks. I will pay attention to it next time. You don't have to be so nervous, we're just chatting. Let's sit over there. After saying that, she stood up from her office chair, sat on the sofa, and motioned for him to move the chair over. Do you think this will make you more relaxed? She has been working with students for several years, so of course she has some experience. Talking across the desk will make students feel superior and restrained. Yan Haowan hummed lightly, and then suddenly noticed that the teacher was actually wearing a hip skirt and black stockings. Ming Yan immediately noticed his gaze and felt a little proud. Yan Haowan quickly retracted his gaze. It would have been fine if this beautiful teacher just talked to him in the evening, but she even came out from behind the desk, dressed like this. What does that mean? Student Yan, last night, student Luo Yu publicly announced that he wanted to pursue you. What happened later? Yan Haowan was stunned, thinking, does this also have negative effects? He hesitated for a moment and then said, we have met before. Do you think we have a good impression of each other? Ming Yan looked at him with a half smile and continued to ask. Did you just meet? Yan Haowan was a little confused. What did this teacher mean? He immediately understood what it meant because he suddenly heard a system prompt. Ding! The system has detected a suitable target object. Target object information is being transmitted. Ming Yan. Age, 29 years old. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Bust, C cup. Appearance rating, 94. Body score, 92. Teacher at Jiangnan University and Deputy Director of the Student Affairs Management Office of the Student Affairs Department. Current favorability, 60%. Optional task, use Xianyang Duzhen Fa to treat non-lactation mastitis. Mission deadline, 1 month. Success reward, 500 charm points plus Ming Yan's special care. Failure penalty, deduct 500 charm points. If the charm points are insufficient, one of the host's skills will be randomly eliminated. Yan Haowan was a little dumbfounded. What kind of mission was this? He first used the qi-gazing technique. Ming Yan. Physical condition, not suffering from lactation mastitis. Special physical condition, none. Current luck, white ordinary. It really is mastitis. The treatment method of Xianyang Duzhen Fa, even the first one, requires touching the injured part with hands, and the skin must be in close contact. Teacher Ming has never met him before, but he has a 60% favorability rating. Then I talked to him at night, in a single office, and most importantly, black stockings. Now the system master has released another task like this. Damn, what are you trying to do? Yan Haowan thought for a while, and for the first time, he chose to refuse the mission. He was certain that if he accepted the task, something might happen. And then he won't even have room for explanation. Ming Yan found it a bit strange that the boy didn't move or speak after he asked the question. Student Yan, have you and student Luo Yu just met? Yan Haowan reacted and took the opportunity to say. Teacher Ming, Luo Yu and I are already in a relationship. After he finished speaking, he added. We have a great relationship. Ming Yan was stunned, secretly wondering what he meant by this. Did he mean that he would not let Luo Yu down by finding another woman? Teacher Ming, Luo Yu is feeling a little unwell today, I want to go back early to take care of her.
If you have nothing else to tell me, I'd like to go back first. Ming Yan was a little annoyed. Am I so unattractive?
Then, she suddenly pressed her stomach, frowned, and moaned softly. Yan Haoan was startled, but still asked with concern.
Mr. Ming, what's wrong with you?
I don't know if I ate something bad, my stomach hurts so much.
Ming Yan pretended to be in pain and lay down on the sofa. It really hurts, Yan-san, can you rub my stomach for me? Yan Haoan was a little dumbfounded. Is this even possible?
It hurts, come and rub it for me.
Yan Haoan was very suspicious, this was too much of a coincidence.
He thought about it for a while and felt that even if it was a coincidence, it was better than an accident. So he ignored Teacher Ming. I'm sorry, Mr. Ming, I have something else to do and I'll leave first. After saying that, he slammed the door and left without even looking back.
Chapter 40 Who Won One's Second Treatment.
Yan Haoan goes to the playground and starts running. His physical strength is at the superhuman level.
He ran for a full 2 hours.
After running, he felt refreshed and much more comfortable. He had just finished stretching when Hu Wenwen called. In fact, she sent a WeChat message first, but after waiting for more than 10 minutes, she still didn't get a reply.
She couldn't help it and made a voice call. Brother Huan, I'm sorry to bother you so late.
It's okay.
What's wrong?
Hu Wenwen reminded him somewhat embarrassedly.
That treatment, it's been 24 hours.
Yan Haoan was startled at first, then he realized that he seemed to have forgotten to mention one thing when he explained it last night. The interval between two treatments should not be shorter than 24 hours, but it does not matter how long it is as long as it exceeds 24 hours.
He immediately added some explanation to this point.
Hu Wenwen was silent for a moment, then she gritted her teeth and mustered up her courage to say.
Brother Huan, I still want to get treatment as soon as possible.
Ah? Yan Haoan was a little surprised at first, after all, it was so late. However, he immediately understood her intention.
It didn't matter if the interval was long, but would the treatment effect be compromised? This aneurysm is life-threatening, and people must be scared.
Of course, within the range allowed by the interval, the sooner the treatment, the better.
Brother Huan, are you feeling uncomfortable right now?
That's not the case, but I was just running, and I'm still in school.
How about this, I'll be right back. You should go over now too.
Then I'll trouble you, Brother Huan.
Yan Haoan remembered that Luo Yu had fallen asleep, and said. If you arrive and don't see me, don't knock.
Just wait for me at the door. When Hu Wenwen heard this, she hesitated and asked.
Brother Huan, isn't Sister Luo Yu at home?
I tried to contact her first, but she didn't answer the phone or reply to my message.
Yes. She went hiking today.
She felt very tired, so she slept very deeply. Miss Hu felt a little strange, but she didn't think much about it. As long as her sister is at home, she feels relieved. Hu Wenwen was still very nervous.
Although she requested overnight treatment, this time it was in a small room with only her and Brother Huan.
Fortunately, Yan Haoan saw through her thoughts and took the initiative to open the big room and let her go in to take a look. Sister Luo Yu was indeed there, and she was sleeping soundly. Now she relaxed a little.
The second treatment is finally completed. Yan Haoan glanced at the time and said. Wenwen, it's already 11:30, you should sleep here tonight. Hu Wenwen's face turned red instantly. Yan Haoan was speechless. How could this be misunderstood?
I immediately added, I mean you sleep in this room and I sleep next door.
I better go back to school.
Yan Haoan knew that she still had some concerns, so he didn't force her, but insisted on sending her back. The latter was polite at first, but when he heard that they would only drop him off at the school gate, he agreed after a little hesitation. After walking out of the door, Hu Wenwen took out a bag of masks from her bag, put one on herself, and handed one to Yan Haoan, motioning him to put it on too. In the latter's surprised eyes, she said a little embarrassedly.
Brother Huan, you are quite famous in school.
Yan Haoan understood that he was the famous strong brother and Hu Wenwen was one of the 8 campus beauties, so she must be quite famous. If someone saw the two of them walking together in the middle of the night, it would easily lead to gossip. At that moment, he immediately cooperated and put on a mask and the hood of his windbreaker.
Wenwen, I won't go in. Anyway, we are in school, so it should be safe. Well, thank you, Brother Huan. Good night. Good night. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Haoan received a system prompt. Ding. Huwenwen's favorability increased by 5%, and the current favorability is 75%. This made him secretly happy. If he continued like this, by the time the treatment was over, it would be no problem for his favorability to rise to 80%, and it might even be higher. It seems that success is just around the corner for the optional task of achieving 90% favorability with Miss Hu. But now he is not just doing it for the mission. After 2 contacts, he finds that he likes this beautiful and innocent girl more and more and really wants to have her. Early in the morning, just as Luo Yu woke up, Yan Haowan excitedly told her a good news. He went to see Feng Shui again last night and saved the life of a big boss in the process. The latter gave him 45 million as a thank you fee. Luo Yu was stunned on the spot. I know my husband is very capable, but this ability is too great. He just made more than 4 million, and in just one day, he made more than 45 million. She even felt like she wasn't awake yet and was still dreaming. She stared at the 45 million that had just appeared in her account and looked at it over and over again. Then smiled like a flower. She immediately gave him a kiss, and the two of them began to make love passionately. If we weren't in a hurry to go to class, we would definitely start fighting again early in the morning. Luo Yu was in class, but his mind was not on the books. She thought about it for a long time and finally discovered an unusual and magical phenomenon. She spent a lot of time and effort to prepare the investment plan, but her husband just praised her casually. But she spent money, especially a lot of money, on her husband. Although her husband appeared calm on the surface, he was extremely excited inside and was particularly fierce when he wanted her. What's even more amazing is that my husband will then get a big project and earn a lot of money. Of course, she couldn't know that this was because of cashback, but she had a very logical guess. Could it be that I am my husband's fortune star, and as long as I spend money to buy things for him, his fortune will get better? So she made a very bold decision to verify her own reasoning. In the evening, she suggested that they go out for a big dinner on Friday. As expected, my husband agreed without hesitation. This time, she specifically picked a very high-end restaurant, ordered all the high-end dishes, and ordered 2 bottles of very expensive red wine. There were only 2 of us, and with only food and wine, we spent 56,800 yuan. Then, she pretended to observe casually that her husband was not only not unhappy about her obviously abnormal and extravagant behavior, but was very happy throughout the whole process. Yan Haowan had no idea what her lover was thinking. She was happy because the latter was finally willing to spend money. Only if the latter spends money on him can he gain money through cash back on consumption. Ding, it is detected that Luo Yu actively spent 28,400 yuan on the host. The host received a cashback of 28,494%. 100 is equal to 2,669,600 yuan. After experiencing the cashback of more than 40 million yuan for buying a car, he no longer cares about the small money of several million yuan, but it is a good thing after all. After dinner, Luo Yu suggested going shopping again, and her husband readily agreed. But this time she didn't buy any clothes, but went to a watch counter. The woman pretended to look at him casually, but her peripheral vision was always paying attention to the man's expression. Sure enough, the further she walked toward the upper end, the different the man's expression became. Although it was very subtle, it could not escape her sharp eyes. Chapter 41. Baby Luo Yu finally got the point. Although she already knew about the consumption issue and her husband was in charge of everything, Luo Yu still deliberately asked, "Honey, which one do you like?" "As long as Xiao Yara picks it, I like it." As expected. Luo Yu vaguely understood something, so she picked the most expensive one, priced at 888,888 yuan. Then she continued to glance at him out of the corner of her eye. Sure enough, my husband's eyes seemed to light up. Although she couldn't figure out the mechanism behind this, Luo Yu was basically certain that her husband particularly liked to spend money on himself, especially to buy things for him. Ding, it is detected that Luo Yu actively spent 888,888 yuan on the host. The host received a cashback of 888,888. 94%. 100 is equal to 83,555,472 yuan. Yan Haowan received a prompt from the system, and immediately picked up Luo Yu and kissed her hard. He is so excited. This dear lover finally got it, and it was a big one. Although there were many shop assistants and customers around, Luo Yu had no scruples and responded enthusiastically as if no one was around. A famous internet saying goes, "As long as you are not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed." Because after arriving home, Yan Haowan thought about it for a while and felt that it was not appropriate to use the thank you fee for feng shui consultation as an excuse every time.
Especially in the future, the more you spend, the more cash back you will get. So he simply said, Xiao Yue, I've thought about it. No matter how much money you make from helping people with feng shui, it's limited, and you're just working for someone else. I plan to start my own business and be my own boss. Hubby, you're the best. I believe that with my ability, earning a small goal in the future will only be the beginning. He showed tremendous confidence. Luo Yu looked at the man with great obsession, her heart filled with infinite love. That day, I met Brother Strong by chance in the community. I felt a strong attraction at that time. I intuitively felt that this man was my true love, and then I very boldly decided to seduce him on the spot. My intuition at that time was absolutely correct, and the act of seduction was the wisest decision I have ever made in my life. Then, she became more certain of her guess and decided to make a more daring attempt. Luo Yu said in a charming voice, Hubby, the soundproofing in this house is too poor, I can't enjoy myself every time. Upon hearing this, Yan Haowan was also a little embarrassed. Yeah, several neighbors are already looking at me strangely. He didn't mention the pretty young woman next door whom he had mentioned before, because the way the latter looked at her was not just strange, but blatant seduction. If he wasn't surrounded by beautiful women with scores above 90 and his standards were not much higher, he might really follow this neighbor. Hubby, why don't we buy a house ourselves? Okay. Yan Haowan was quite excited. He has been waiting for this big expense from his lover for a long time, but he has been unable to hint at it. Seeing the man's somewhat exaggerated reaction, Luo Yu became more determined in his thoughts. So what kind of house should we buy? You decide. As long as it's what you pick, Xiao Yu, I like it anyway. This sentence again. The camel had some strange suspicions. My husband is obviously very rich, but he never spends his money and insists on transferring it to me. Then I bought him something and he became extremely excited. Could it be that my husband has some kind of psychological quirk? Or a psychological G-spot? As long as you spend money on him, especially large amounts of money, you can stimulate his G-spot and make him particularly excited? If this is really such a quirk, that would be great. She originally just wanted to move to a new house, but now she has bolder ideas. Honey, ordinary commercial housing has average sound insulation. Why don't we just go all out and buy a townhouse directly? It has much better privacy than commercial housing. It's all up to you. Just pick whatever you like. It's just that the housing prices in Susui are too high, and the townhouses are even more outrageous, they must start at tens of millions. The most important thing is that you like it. Everything else is secondary. Luo Yu thought of her husband's confident words last night, start your own business and be your own boss. A small goal in the future will only be the beginning. She understood that her husband didn't mind the price at all, and even liked it. The more expensive it was, the more it could stimulate his G-spot. I don't understand why, but it doesn't matter. What is important is that she can make her husband excited, and what is more important is that she has a mysterious confidence, her husband will definitely make more money in the future. Anyway, not counting the previous money, the recent earnings alone are already 45 million. Then just go big and buy a luxurious one. Anyway, buying a house is not like buying a watch. She bought the latter blindly, purely for experimentation. It's different with houses. Don't be afraid to buy an expensive one. After all, it has both practical value and investment value. After making up his mind, Luo Yu hesitated for a moment and asked, Honey, can my name be added to the house deed? Yan Haowan looked at her lovingly. Is that even a question? Although Luo Yu guessed that it would work, her husband's question still made her quite excited. Then of course there is the usual passionate kiss that my husband loves. After a while of lingering, Luo Yu reluctantly let go. After having the money and making the decision, Luo Yu was very excited and immediately pulled her husband to search for information online. After checking, she had a rough idea of the budget. Honey, I still think that if we're going to buy something, we might as well buy something good and satisfying, so the budget is initially set at more than 20 million. Having just earned 45 million, he spent nearly half of it. This was undoubtedly a very bold decision. Yan Haowan smiled and said, as long as Xiao Ye likes it. Luo Yu felt relieved. Her husband really didn't care how much money she spent. He might even hope she spent more. Luo Yu had the idea of buying a house, and her husband's unconditional support was also obtained. This old house with poor sound insulation was even not worth staying in for a day. Honey, it's the weekend anyway. Why don't we go look at houses tomorrow?
Okay. Someone is more motivated. The consumption of a house is far beyond that of other commodities. The cash back on consumption, just thinking about it makes people happy. While chatting, Luo Yu suddenly received a WeChat call from Luonwan. She came to make another appointment for treatment. Because the treatment last night was already 11:30, there had to be a 24-hour interval, and she didn't want to postpone it for a day, so of course it would be very late tonight. So she called Luo Yu to ask him to help confirm whether brother Huan was available. Luo Yu was a little puzzled. She had also been treated at 11:30 last night? Then she remembered that she fell asleep very early last night. Then, she immediately agreed on behalf of her man. This girl is the one my husband likes. She volunteered to come over in the middle of the night, which is exactly what I want. After hanging up the phone, Yan Haowan took the initiative to explain. He had never intended to hide it from Luo Yu, he just forgot to tell her. And when the other person came to ask him out again today, he just remembered it. By the way, Xiaoyer, Wenwen came for treatment last night. She came very late. Well, she just said it. Yan Haowan immediately gave a brief explanation of the situation. After listening to this, Luo Yu showed a thoughtful expression. Yan Haowan thought about it and realized that this lover was absolutely loyal to him, so he simply told him the truth about how teacher Ming Yan seduced him. After listening, Luo Yu praised him strongly. Hubby, I've said before that I don't care if you have other women outside. But I'm very happy that you rejected teacher Ming. What do you mean? Just keep it to yourself, but don't tell anyone. Ms. Ming's reputation for lifestyle is not very good. And from the look on her face, I can tell that she is someone who is sexually unsatisfied. Yan Haowan secretly rejoiced that he almost got knocked over by the bus. Hubby, if you want it in the future and it's not convenient for me, don't look for her. I'd rather you push Wenwen away than look for her. Yan he agreed with a smile and said that he would definitely not go to see teacher Ming. If the latter wanted to ask him to talk, he would insist on going only during the day. As for Wenwen, he likes her very much, but as I said, he will definitely not force her. He hopes to sleep with her naturally. Chapter 42, Grab 12 Small Goals of the System at Once. Yan Haowan and her beloved lover were both impatient after they came up with the idea of buying a house last night. If you are interested, take action immediately. They had done a lot of homework in the evening and were well prepared. But even so, it is difficult to pick a satisfactory house. Because their requirements were too high: townhouse, brand new decoration, within 30 minutes drive from Jiangnan University. If these three requirements are added together, there are simply no new houses that meet the requirements. So they can only settle for the second best and buy second-hand houses. Of course, the house can be second-hand, but it must be newly renovated and never lived in. The requirements are still high, but there are finally some options. The intermediary, Shaoli, is not very old, but he has been working in this business for several years. It didn't take him long to realize that this young couple was definitely not short of money and were eager to buy a house that they could move into right away. This makes him very excited because these customers are the best. So he very patiently and carefully recommended 3 houses for them to choose from, with the cheapest one being 16 million and the most expensive one being 28 million. Luo Yu already had experience, so while listening to the introduction she secretly observed her husband's expression out of the corner of her eye. Then, she decided without hesitation to go see the most expensive set first. Although it is way beyond the budget, it is still within the affordable range. The most important thing is that as soon as she made the suggestion, her husband immediately smiled, and it was a very bright smile. They looked very carefully, and the homeowner and the agent also gave a very detailed introduction. There are 3 floors above ground and 2 floors underground, with an elevator. The property certificate area is 318, and after decoration and pouring, the actual area is more than 500 square meters. The south garden is over 120 square meters, the north garden is over 60 square meters, and there are 3 underground garages. Then, whether it is the location, community environment, house structure, or the brand new luxurious decoration, Luo Yu is very satisfied. And it's close to Jiangnan University, less than 15 minutes drive. Yan Haowan also used the feng shui technique to check the neighborhood and the house, and found that the neighborhood was a very auspicious feng shui pattern. The house was also a medium auspicious one. The owner swore that he spent 16 million to buy the rough house and another 11 million to renovate it. The key point is that this decoration is brand new and has never been lived in. It was originally intended for my son to get married after the ventilation was completed. But my son immigrated. The young couple who were looking at the house, the man hardly spoke. It was the extremely beautiful and charming woman who made the decisions. The owner of the house was also a small business owner, but he was also shocked when he heard that she could pay the full amount on the spot. Then he readily agreed to her request to bargain for 1 million. Luo Yu was extremely satisfied with the house, and although her husband did not express his opinion, he was smiling all the time and made the decision immediately. Sign the agreement on the spot, transfer the full amount, and the homeowner hands over the keys. If it wasn't the weekend, I would definitely go and get all the certificates that day. The real estate agent was so happy. He had been in this business for many years and had never sold such a good house. The homeowner was also very happy. He never thought that such an expensive and renovated house could be sold so smoothly, and he never thought that the full payment would be received. Luo Yu was even happier. He hadn't even graduated from college yet, but he already owned a luxurious townhouse in the center of a big city. However, Yan Haowan was the happiest because he received the system prompt he had been longing for. Ding! It was detected that Luo Yu actively spent 13,500,000 yuan on the host's behalf. The host received a cashback of 13,500,000. 94% 100 is equal to 126,900,000,000 yuan. He was indeed quite excited. Having tens of millions could only be considered middle class, but now he had 1.269 billion. He can finally be considered a wealthy man. I will feel more confident when facing Miss Tian in the future. Looking back, in order to complete the novice tasks, I tried every way to please Jiang Shaoqing, and even spent all my living expenses on buying gifts and treating her to meals, and even took out an online loan of 50,000 yuan. Although only a month and a half has passed, it feels like a lifetime ago. With great excitement, this time it is the turn of Yin Shirai to go to heaven, and take his beloved lover with him. When Luo Yu heard her husband say that he wanted to drive to the mountains to play, she understood immediately and was very excited. It seems that my guesses and attempts were absolutely correct, and I really succeeded in stimulating my husband's psychological G-spot. The next step is to see if it will bring good fortune to my husband and allow him to make more money. It would be wonderful if such a virtuous cycle could really be formed. This time Yan Haowan found another direction and drove to the suburbs. The camel fish was completely released and returned to the world. It fell asleep in the car shortly after. Yan Haowan began to check the system prompts. There was one from before, but he was busy exercising at the time and had no time to read it. Ding! Hu Wenwen's favorability increased by 5%, and the current favorability is 80%. Hey, what's going on? Why did my favorability increase for no apparent reason? He thought about it for a while and didn't understand why. Anyway, it was a good thing, so he didn't worry about it too much. Because there was another series of system prompts, which he received just before Luo Yu fell asleep. Ding! Luo Yu's favorability increased by 1%, and the current favorability is 95%. Ding! The system detects that the first target's favorability has reached 95%, and the host is awarded the Intermediate Achievement Award. Ding! The host has opened the secret realm of Heaven and Earth first level. System description: Shenkuan Secret Realm, a paradise created by ancient immortals, is a small world independent of the main world. The first level, the physical realm. It is only a storage realm and cannot accommodate living beings. The second layer, habitat, where living things can live. Not opened yet. The third level, spiritual realm, a paradise filled with boundless spiritual energy. Not yet opened. This is a lot of information. Yan Haowan was stunned. Ancient celestial being? Paradise? Immortal? Damn, was this system created by the gods in heaven? After his stay, he was ecstatic. Shenkuan's secret realm sounds very grand and elegant. The first level is just a physical realm, but it's also pretty awesome. It's like having a super-dimensional space. And there are even more awesome second and third floors. The first level is opened because the favorability of the first target object reaches 95%. Then, will the conditions for opening the next two levels also be related to favorability? Yan Haowan fell into deep thought. But no matter what, it never hurts to improve the target's favorability towards you. The only little trouble is that after 90% of them, they will voluntarily and expect to be electrified with themselves. However, to say this is a problem seems a bit Versailles. Someone silently complained. Luo Yu, who had just acquired the mansion, was very anxious and even wanted to move in that same day. However, Yan Haowan looked at the almanac and found out that it was not a good idea to move house today. She knew that her husband was an expert in feng shui, so of course she believed in and paid great attention to this. So I can only wait for the auspicious day with a little regret. After the two of them had a simple dinner outside, Yan Haowan hesitated for a moment and then decided to tell the explosive good news on the spot. Xiao Yur, I made over 1 billion today. The camel opened its mouth wide. She had anticipated and expected that she would be her husband's fortune star, and if she spent money on him, her husband would make more money. But this is coming too fast. This is too much money. Besides, my husband used to make money by going out to check feng shui at night, so when did he make money today? Was it in the short time after I fell asleep just now? Chapter 43 My Husband's Secret. Luo Yu was about to ask, but when she saw the mysterious smile on her husband's face, an idea suddenly came to her mind. Then she laughed too. Hubby, I know you are the best and will always be the best. She should be a smart woman and never ask questions that she shouldn't ask. It doesn't matter how your husband makes his money. What is important is that my husband can keep earning, and earn more and more. She had an idea in her mind that no matter how much money her husband gave her, she would take out about 20% for her husband to spend. If a virtuous circle can be formed and my husband can earn more afterwards, that would be perfect. Even if you don't have it, it doesn't matter. It's only 20%, you can afford it. And she won't spend money recklessly like she did on watches, she will definitely buy things that are truly valuable. She felt that she had discovered a new way to play in her life. In addition to investing, she also needed to study how to spend money and how to make meaningful large purchases. Then, when he received the reminder and saw that there was a full 1 billion yuan more in his bank account, Luo Yu smiled even more happily. It was not only because she became rich suddenly, but also because she realized that her husband was an extraordinary man, even more extraordinary than she had thought before. Not to mention that my husband makes money too easily, too quickly, and too much. Just transferring money to myself, from a few million to tens of millions, to today's one-time 1 billion, is all done as soon as he says it. However, banks and police agencies have never paid any attention to such frequent and huge financial transactions. Is this possible under normal circumstances? My husband must have some shocking secret. But she wouldn't ask, never. Her duty is to be her husband's perfect lover and perfect assistant. Sleep with him, help him invest, and help him spend. Yan Haowan was very satisfied with the response from her beloved lover. He knew that Luo Yu, the smart girl, understood and really got it. Yan Haowan was chatting when his cell phone rang. When he looked, he saw that it was his father calling, so he quickly pressed the answer button. Huan, your grandpa is not in good condition, please go home when you have time. Yan Haowan was stunned. Then he immediately said, Dad, I'll be home early tomorrow morning. In just over a month, he has transferred money to his father several times, and the total amount has exceeded 2 million. But now, he felt that he was still unfilial. He had wanted to go home to visit his family for a long time, but he kept putting it off. Honey, what's wrong? My grandpa isn't feeling well. I need to go home tomorrow morning. Luo Yu asked with concern, Huan, don't you know Qigong healing? Can grandpa's condition be cured? Yan Haowan nodded slightly and said, I'm not sure either. I'll have to go home and see for myself. In his impression, his grandfather had always been in good health, but it might be because he was old and had aged naturally. His father is 45 years old and the youngest. He has an aunt, an uncle, and a younger aunt above him. His grandfather is 80 years old. Then he thought for a moment and said, Xiao Yur, you will go home with me tomorrow. Luo Yu was overjoyed. Although she is a lover, the fact that her husband can bring her home is equivalent to publicly announcing to his family that she is his woman. Ding! Luo Yu's favorability increased by 1%, and the current favorability is 96%. Yan Haowan was stunned when he received this unexpected system prompt. Then he understood Xiao Yer's thoughts and felt a little sorry for her. Because he really only treated him as a lover, a perfect and precious lover, although this was originally the latter's own will and they had agreed to it. Xiao Yur, Luo Yu directly blocked his mouth with her beautiful red lips. After a while. Hubby, I know what you are thinking. Being your lover is my greatest happiness. I don't care about status. As long as you always have me in your heart and as long as I can always be by your side, that's enough. Yan Haowan was very touched. Xiao Yer was really his treasure in every aspect. The two went to the mall and bought a bunch of things. Actually, Yan Haowan's original intention was to just buy something casually. After all, the money he gave to his family was enough to spend, so he didn't need anything else. However, Luoyu took a lot of thought and was carefully selected. He knew the woman's mindset, which was to make the best first impression on his family. And the more Luoyu valued it, the more sense of accomplishment he felt, so he was always patient with her and helped her with ideas, telling her which ones she would like more and which ones might not be suitable. After shopping and returning home, Hu Wenwen called again to arrange for the fourth treatment. Although each time was later than the last, Luoyu still agreed to the man's request without hesitation. In fact, she had already had some ideas last night, and this time she just said it directly. "Husband, do you want to sleep with Wenwen? If you do, I will help you do it tonight." Yan Haowan was very confused, but the opening of the Qianquan secret realm made him change his mind. Whenever possible, he still wants to do his best to improve the target's favorability. Specifically for Hu Wenwen, the task requirement is to reach a favorability of 90%. This is actually no different from wanting to sleep with her. What's more, this girl is really attractive to him. So he simply admitted it. "I do want to sleep with her. But I want to do it when the time is right. I hope to spend more time with her and wait until she is truly attracted to me. But husband, can you bear this kind of skin-to-skin contact every day? It's just touching my head, how can it be considered as physical contact? Besides, you still have to stay by my side in the future, and I'll eat you if I can't help it." Luoyu felt a little sweetly proud. "But I'm worried that you won't have enough to eat. Otherwise, Wenwen and I will accompany you." Yan Haowan's scalp tingled, he took a deep breath and said, "You little devil, stop fanning the flames. I told you that everything will come naturally." He thought for a moment and added, "Wenwen is a simple and good girl. I really like her. So I would rather have her willingly or even actively, so that she can have a perfect first time." When Luoyu heard the word first time, his face darkened and he said, "Honey, I'm sorry." "What? My first time, I couldn't give it to you." "Silly girl, what are you talking about? In my heart, you are always perfect. Camel fish is even sweeter." After the fourth treatment, Yan Haowan told his sister about the situation at home. He said he had to go back to his hometown tomorrow and might not be able to come back at night, so the next treatment might be later. Hu Wenwen was stunned for a moment, then hesitated for a while, blushed, and asked in a low voice, "Brother Huan, can I go with you?" Now not only Yan Haowan, but even Luoyu was a little surprised. "She is the woman your husband brought home and was going to publicly acknowledge. What does it mean that you, a girl, followed her?" But she immediately understood that this girl was probably still worried about her health and afraid that there would be danger if the treatment was not timely. She couldn't wait to get the next treatment as soon as the 24-hour interval was up. "Honey, what do you say?" Yan Haowan had already regarded Hu Wenwen as his target, and of course he was eager for her to follow him. "It just feels a bit weird. Of course I welcome Wenwen to come to my house and play." After saying this, he suddenly remembered something. Chapter 44, bringing two girls back home at once. "By the way, Wenwen, you have already had 3 treatments, not counting this time. Didn't I tell you last time to go for a follow-up checkup after the treatment? Did you go?" When Hu Wenwen heard this, her face suddenly turned a little embarrassed. This expression made both Yan and Luo feel very strange. Luo couldn't help but ask, "Wenwen, have you gone for the follow-up check?" I've been there." "What are the results of the examination?" "It's pretty good. It's almost half the size of the first time." Although Yan Haowan had known for a long time that it was effective as prompted by the system, he was very happy to receive the re-examination confirmation. Then, he remembered the system prompt he received on the mountain. Hu Wenwen's favorability increased by 5%. It must be because the test results came out and the treatment was effective. Luoyu was even more delighted, and asked in confusion, "Then why are you still so coy? I thought it had no effect and you were too embarrassed to say it." Hu Wenwen's expression seemed even stranger. Then, Luoyu suddenly had an idea and she understood. Since the effect is so good, the risk is much smaller, so there is no need to be so anxious and follow up with treatment in the middle of the night. But Hu Wenwen insisted on coming over every 24 hours, even if it was in the middle of the night. "I even have to follow her to my husband's house. The apparent reason, of course, is to get timely treatment, but what are the inner thoughts? He. She laughed secretly in her heart,
but remained calm on the surface. 1-1, it's very late. You have to go out early tomorrow morning. You can sleep here tonight. Ah. I'll sleep with you tonight, leaving this brat alone in the empty room. Hu 1-1 hesitated for a moment, then thought that what Sister Luo Yu said made sense, so she agreed. In the morning, Luo Yu deliberately asked. 1-1, did you sleep well last night? I spent a lot of money to buy this bed, it's so comfortable. Hu 1-1's face suddenly turned red again, and she also remembered that this big bed was where they usually slept. Doesn't that mean I'm indirectly sleeping with brother Huan? She was very conflicted, feeling both happy and a little scared, and whispered. Sister Luo Yu, how about I? Luo Yu had already guessed what the girl was thinking, so he didn't give her a chance to finish her words and interrupted her directly. 1-1, you have to leave early in the morning, so go wash up quickly. I have prepared a towel and toothbrush for you. They are all new. Hu 1-1 had no choice but to obey. Seeing their son driving a big car back home, Yin Nanshan and his wife were not surprised, because they already had a preliminary understanding of their child's financial strength. But what they never expected was that their son actually brought a girlfriend back. This was not disclosed in advance at all. It's okay to bring a girlfriend, but the key point is that this kid brought 2 girls. And these 2 girls are both beautiful beauties picked from thousands of miles away. Although my son took the initiative to explain that the mature and charming Luo Yu was his girlfriend, the taller and pure-looking Hu 1-1 was just their junior. The old couple were still a little confused. It's a good thing that you brought your girlfriend home, but what does it mean that this junior schoolgirl followed along? Hu 1-1 was shy to begin with, and she felt a little helpless when her uncle and aunt looked at her strangely, and she regretted even more that she had asked to come along. Yan Haoan hadn't been back home for a while, so when he got home, he went to his uncle's house with his parents to visit his grandfather. Because his uncle's family was better off than his grandfather had always lived there. All the hosts in the house had gone out, so the 2 female guests had no choice but to follow. Luo Yu was very open about it, but Hu 1-1 felt very embarrassed. As expected. Just like before, the elders looked at this schoolgirl who just came to play with a strange look in their eyes. After Yan Haoan used the art of Qigong to investigate, he discovered that his grandfather had several diseases, but they were all chronic diseases that were not serious. The biggest health problem, as he had expected, was natural aging. After thinking for a while, he made a decision. He did not even discuss it with the elders, but directly proposed his idea. Everyone was a little surprised to hear him say that he wanted to take Grandpa to the provincial capital, Sushui City, for treatment. After all, everyone could see that the old man was not sick, but was nearing the end of his life. Going to the provincial capital for treatment, with all the expenses and manpower involved, is not an easy matter. Uncle, aunt, and younger aunt, Grandpa is going to the provincial capital, and I will bear all the expenses by myself. The elders were even more surprised. Yen Nanshan was also a little surprised because his son did not discuss this with him. But he immediately said proudly, Huan worked on a project with his tutor at school and made some money. When everyone heard this, they all praised Huan for her promising future, and at the same time, they glanced at the 2 beauties from time to time. This child has a promising future, but it is a bit inappropriate for him to bring 2 such beautiful girls home at once just because he has some money. Yan Haoan picked the money issue, but everyone had their own difficulties and ideas about who would go with the caregiver. It was Yan Haoan who originally suggested going to the provincial capital for treatment. He did not want to trouble the elders and relatives, and continued to act on his own initiative, saying that his parents would go with him to take care of the child. Seeing his parents' surprised faces, he whispered something to them. They were even more surprised, but then said it was no problem. After returning home, Yan Haoan said that he hadn't been back for a long time and wanted to visit his ancestral grave. Not replying for a long time is just the superficial reason, the real intention is of course to check out the feng shui. He had already thought of this before he went home, and brought all the valuable tools with him. However, he didn't put them in the trunk of the car, but hid them in the Qianquan's secret realm. When Luo Yu heard that they were going to visit the grave, she simply decided to go along as a woman of the Yin family. Yan Haoan was not surprised at all and was very happy. His parents looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Unexpectedly, Luo Yu suddenly turned to Hu 1-1 and asked. 1-1, brother Huan and I are going to the grave. You should come with us. Chapter 45 Join forces to bully Hu 1-1. Hu 1-1 blushed and thought to herself, since you are already brother Huan-1's woman, there is no problem with him going with you. What's the point of asking me to go with you? Sister Luo Yu, I
Yes, Miss Wenwen, since we are here, why not go up together? Yan Haoan never expected that his mother would come up with such a godlike assist and wondered what his mother meant. As a normal greedy man, it is not surprising that he wants two women. But this mother only has one son, so is she really thinking of having two wives? Then, he also felt a little funny about his mother's assist. What do you mean we're here? This isn't a tourist attraction where we go to take photos for check-in. What surprised him was that the assist actually worked. Although Hu Wenwen looked shy, she actually followed him. It turned out that the girl was shy and was too embarrassed to refuse after hearing what her elders said. In fact, this is just one reason. What is more important is that some thoughts in her own subconscious mind have an invisible influence. Otherwise, no matter how others tried to pressure her, she would never follow her senior to visit the latter's ancestral grave as a junior. Luo Yu gave her husband a proud look. What it means is that they will follow you to the ancestral grave, and in name they can be considered your women. Yan Haoan felt a little reluctant to see them teaming up to bully this innocent girl, but he was indeed very happy in his heart. Because matters of the heart sometimes happen silently and imperceptibly. Hu Wenwen's favorability towards me is already 80%, which is not low. According to the system's instructions, the favorability is 80-90%. That means most of the time, they are willing to connect with the host. And next, I will continue to have so-called skin contact with this girl many times. This time, not only did she follow him to his house and meet his parents in disguise, she even went to visit the grave with him. With such a special experience, he believed that Wenwen's impression of him would definitely increase further. 90% of the tasks seemed to be within reach. Yan Haoan went to the grave solemnly, and Luo Yu followed him and bowed very obediently, acting exactly like the role of a daughter-in-law of the Yin family. Hu Wenwen had very complicated thoughts. She felt a little embarrassed, but also had some very shy thoughts. She kept giving herself psychological hints, since she was really here, and she called Huan brother. Her brother's ancestors were also her ancestors, so there was nothing wrong with worshipping him. After visiting the grave, Yan Haoan took the two girls to the top of the mountain and overlooked the entire Yenyun mountain. The hill is divided by the top of the mountain. The south side belongs to Yinjia village and the north side belongs to Yunjia village. Then he began to look at the feng shui of this place. He is a master of feng shui, but he felt something was wrong after just one quick glance. He took out a full set of tools that he had prepared long ago from his bag and began to study them carefully. Slowly, his expression became more and more solemn. Because the feng shui pattern of Yenyun Mountain is very strange. The mountains here are undulating, and there are two pieces of terrain that look like two dragons facing each other, with water surrounding them. This has formed an excellent circulation field and is a natural feng shui treasure land. But on the platform at the top of the mountain there is a strangely shaped building, a bit like a small pavilion, which abruptly separates the aura. In this way, the flow of spiritual energy on the south side of the mountain becomes very obscure and is constantly being swallowed up by the north. After finishing his research, he immediately verified it using the art of Qigong. Feng Shui pattern, double dragons embracing water north of the mountain is very lucky, south of the mountain is ordinary. Formation, soul-devouring formation swallowing is lucky, losing is unlucky. Now his face turned very gloomy. The Yin family in the north is so sinister that they hired a feng shui master to set up an evil feng shui formation to devour the spiritual energy of the Yin family in the south. Originally, the Yenyun mountains were in the shape of two dragons embracing water, which was overall smooth and even favorable, and could be considered a natural feng shui treasure land. But now the north has become Dasan's treasure land, while the south is just an ordinary land. Honey, what's wrong? Luo Yu's expression became serious when she saw her husband coming up, but since she saw he was busy, she didn't disturb him. Now she finally couldn't help but ask. Let's talk about it when we get back. When they went down the mountain and returned to the ancestral grave, Yan Haoan's face looked better. Just now when he visited the grave, he only took a quick look and felt that the feng shui of his ancestral grave was pretty good. Now, he started to study it seriously again. Then, his face became more and more beautiful. The layout of this cemetery is really great. It actually appears that after lurking in the abyss for many years, a dragon is about to soar into the sky. After using the Qi observing technique to detect, he further confirmed the results of his observation. Feng Shui pattern, great luck. Formation, hidden dragon flying formation natural, very auspicious. He even felt that he had suddenly changed his fate and gained the favor of the system. Perhaps it was the natural Feng Shui formation of his ancestral tomb that came into play.
Seeing her husband's gloomy face suddenly turned into a happy one, Luo Yu asked tactfully. Hubby, is it that our ancestral grave has good feng shui? This shrewd guy can say our family very easily. Yan Hawan was indeed very happy and replied. It's simply perfect. There is actually a very auspicious natural formation in our ancestral tomb, which means a flying dragon soaring into the sky. Luo Yu was overjoyed. The better her husband was, the better she would be. Hu Wenwen didn't say a word along the way, silently observing brother Huanhuan's strange behavior. Then she remembered what sister Luo Yu said before, that brother Huanhuan was a person with special abilities, and finally couldn't help asking. Brother Huanhuan, do you also know feng shui? Before Yan Hawan could answer, Luo Yu rushed to offer his treasure. Of course. Your brother Huanhuan has a lot of skills. You will know when you get to know him more. Yan Hawan laughed secretly in his heart. His beloved lover really spared no effort to drag Wenwen into the water. Hu Wenwen blushed. It seemed like sister Luo Yu had something else to say. Thinking back to some of her previous behavior, it felt more and more wrong. But she was very confused. Isn't brother Huanhuan your man? And judging from your appearance, you love him to the point of obsession. What's the point of letting me have more contact? It doesn't make sense. Then as she was thinking about it, she suddenly remembered brother Huanhuan's nickname, and an idea flashed in her mind. Sister Luo Yu couldn't handle it alone, so she wanted to pull me along. Her face suddenly felt like it was on fire. She secretly cursed in her heart, how could her sister do this? But at the same time, another thought that made her feel infinitely ashamed also arose in her mind. The dog couple who are deliberately trying to harm this innocent girl are watching her. After hearing more contact, she suddenly started to blush, and then looked extremely shy. The two were slightly surprised at first, then looked at each other at the same time and laughed smugly. Chapter 46 Happiness comes a little suddenly. Yan Hawan had just returned home with his lover and schoolmate Wenwen when his parents stopped him and asked impatiently. Huanhuan, you told your uncle that you bought a house in the provincial capital. What's going on? Why didn't you discuss such an important matter with your family? Yan Hawan replied calmly. It just so happened that I was so pleased with it the first time I saw it that I bought it on the spot. Houses in provincial capitals are expensive, right? How much did you spend on them, and how much did you borrow? Yan Hawan didn't want to show off, but he didn't want to hide it from his family, so he simply said. 27 million. No loan. Father and Mother Yan took a deep breath at the same time and asked almost in unison. How much was it? This time Yan Hawan spoke more slowly and said, 27 million. Don't worry, Mom and Dad, it's all paid in full at once, without any loans. The two elders were stunned. They knew their son had a promising future, but this was too promising. He hasn't even graduated from college yet, and he bought such an expensive house. Mom and Dad, this house is a bit expensive, but it's definitely worth it. You'll know when you go see it. The two elders were overjoyed. Their son was so capable, if he said it was good, then it must be good. Not only Yan's parents were stunned, but Hu Wenwen who happened to hear it nearby was even more stunned. 27 million? One-time payment? She was really confused for a moment. How much wealth does one have to be able to pay in full for such an expensive house? But brother Huanhuan wouldn't possibly joke about this with his parents. Look at sister Luo Yu next to her, she looks so calm and composed. She immediately remembered what her sister said, Huanhuan is a person with special abilities. Nicknamed Five Wolf Brother, he can tell at a glance that he has an aneurysm in his brain, and can use strange methods to treat himself, and he can also read feng shui. He was still a junior in college, but he bought a mansion worth 27 million yuan in full. What kind of magical person is this Huanhuan brother? She couldn't help but look at Yan Hawan, with a complicated look in her eyes. Ding! Hu Wenwen's favorability increased by 5%, and the current favorability is 85%. Yan Hawan suddenly received a system prompt and was a little surprised. He really didn't mean to show off, because he always felt that this simple girl should not be a vain person, so he never thought of relying on his wealth to attract her. This increase in favorability is really an unexpected gain. Under normal circumstances, the improvement rate is at least 5% each time, which means that it is just the finishing touch, right? Happiness comes a little suddenly. However, he had something on his mind and didn't think much about the issue of favorability. He asked his father directly. Dad, what's the matter with that strange little pavilion on the platform at the top of our mountain? This one was made by the Yun family in the north. I heard it's used to suppress evil. Upon hearing this, Yan Hawan snorted secretly. As expected, it was the Yin family who used the feng shui formation to do bad things. He said simply, "Dad, this building is an evil feng shui formation, it's very bad for our Yin family." Yan Nanshan was stunned. Huan, what did you just say? Feng shui formation? Dad, let me just keep it simple. I had an adventure some time ago and met a hidden master who taught me many magical skills, including feng shui. Yan Nanshan had a confused expression on his face. That's why I can make so much money in such a short time. Dad, just believe me. Although Yan Nanshan was extremely surprised, he definitely believed in his son 100%. He looked at his son and asked, "What should we do?" Yan Hawan thought about it and realized that his father's personality was like his grandmother, loyal and honest, while his uncle Yan Nanhai was like his grandfather, a capable and talented person. Let's go to Uncle's house to discuss it together. When he arrived at his uncle's house, Yan Hawan told him very straightforwardly about the feng shui formation on the mountain. Amid the surprised gazes of the crowd, he simply told the story of the master passing on his skills again. Then, in order to achieve the persuasive effect as quickly as possible, he demonstrated the astonishingly powerful Xianyang palm on the spot. With one palm, a stone bench in the yard was broken into pieces. This move of his stunned everyone on the spot, including his beloved lover Luoyu. The latter only knew that her husband knew martial arts from overhearing his conversation with Jiang Jingshan that night, but she had never seen him use it. In fact, among the people he knew, only policewoman Jiang and two of her subordinates had seen this palm technique. Now, no one doubted him anymore, but the look in their eyes became more complicated. Yan Nanhai knew that his nephew would become a great man in the future, so he was very polite to him. He first introduced what he knew, and then asked for his nephew's opinion. As soon as he heard the introduction, Yan Hawan understood that the village chief must have accepted benefits from the Yun family in the north. Because it was the latter who insisted and agreed to let the Yun family build such a strange building on the flat roof shared by the two families. Yan Hawan first comforted everyone and talked about the natural feng shui formation at the ancestral tomb. Then, he proposed that his uncle should directly come forward and invite several elders and village cadres in the village to discuss countermeasures immediately. This feng shui formation is continuously absorbing the Yin family's spiritual energy. Although their ancestral tomb is fine, the entire Yanjia village's fellow clansmen must have been affected. The feng shui layout that was originally average has become ordinary. Of course, this kind of thing should be resolved as soon as possible, and the Yun family must give an explanation. Yan Nanhai immediately accepted his nephew's proposal and invited some people to his home to discuss the matter in the name of urgent matters. After hearing the reason, everyone was shocked and angry. An elder with a bad temper kept cursing and suggested bringing the village chief in for questioning immediately. Yan Nanhai was quite calm and asked everyone to discuss and come up with a set of rules first. After all, Yan Huahai has been the village chief for nearly 20 years. He has a group of trusted forces under him, just like a local emperor, and he is not someone who can be easily moved. Yan Huan watched coldly from the sidelines. Seeing that the elders and cadres had been talking for a long time without reaching a consensus, he shook his head secretly. In order to save time, he simply shouted, "Everyone just listen to me." Originally, as a junior, it was of course not his turn to speak, but since he was the one who discovered this matter, no one else said anything. Everyone go to the auditorium, call the village chief, and ask all the villagers who are free to come. After he finished speaking, he glanced at everyone and said, "I have a way to make the village chief tell the truth. After he tells us the situation, we can discuss it together." Everyone was very surprised, but since everyone said that this kid had special abilities, they all chose to believe him for the time being. Inside the auditorium, Yan Wuji, who is 93 years old and of the highest seniority and most respected rank, sat in the middle and asked the village chief Yan Huahai. Huahai, Nanhai said that the thing called the evil suppressing pavilion on the mountain was built by the Yun family in the north to absorb the spiritual energy of our Yin family. What do you say about this? There was a sudden commotion below, and some people with bad tempers started scolding the village chief on the spot, saying that he must have taken advantage of the situation and betrayed his own people. After all, Yan Huahai had been the village chief for many years, so he was not panicked at all. He even glanced at the villagers who were shouting loudly with a dignified look. When the scene quieted down a bit, he said slowly, "Sixth uncle, don't listen to their nonsense. There is an evil spirit at the foot of our Yin Yun mountain. The Yun family spent a lot of money this time and invited an expert to take a look.
Only then did they build this pavilion. It will benefit both of our families. There was a lot of discussion below. Some suspicious villagers and the village chief's cronies started quarreling, and the scene was in chaos. Yan Haoan frowned, activated the Yin Yang body tempering technique, and shouted, "Hey!" Everyone was stunned and there was complete silence for a moment. Yan Haoan walked to the center, bowed to Yan Wuji first, then turned to the village chief, and without saying a word, used the deterrence technique. Yan Haiwo was stunned immediately after being hit by the skill. "Village chief, how much money did the Yun family give you to build this evil suppressing pavilion?" 1 million. Speak louder. 1 million. Everyone was in an uproar. The faces of the village chief's confidants also changed drastically. Yan Wuji knocked his cane, signaling everyone to be quiet. Yan Haoan waited for everyone to calm down and continued to ask. "Village chief, do you know what this pavilion is used for?" "It's used to suppress evil. Yun Fachang told me that they invited an expert to take a look and found that there was an evil spirit under the mountain, so they built this pavilion to suppress it." Yan He was happy and thought, it turned out that he was just deceived because of greed for money, and he was not a traitor, which was a little better. "You've been deceived. This pavilion is a spirit-devouring formation. It will devour the spiritual energy in the south of our mountain and replenish the spiritual energy in the north of their mountain." "Impossible. I've also seen that expert before. Although he's young, he's very capable. He also checked the feng shui of my home and gave me some pointers. I think they're very effective." Yan Haoan snorted secretly. The person who could set up this soul-devouring formation was indeed very capable. But it was a pity that he had evil intentions. "Call the Yun family right now and ask them to get to the mountain within an hour. If they don't get there in time, we'll tear down the pavilion. Also, ask the Yun family if this so-called master is here. If he is, ask him to come up with you." The village chief, who was under the intimidation skill, completely surrendered and did as he was told. Instead, the onlookers were stunned. They couldn't understand why the usually strong and powerful village chief would be so obedient to listen to the orders of this young junior. Chapter 47, Domination. On the top platform of Yin Yun Mountain, 20 or 30 people from the Yin and Yun families each went up and confronted and cursed at each other, creating a somewhat chaotic scene. Yan Haoan observed for a while and was a little disappointed when he saw that there didn't seem to be any experts in the other crowd. In this case, there is no need for him to waste time talking to these ordinary people. Yan Haoan walked out of the crowd, went straight to the opposite side, and asked the fat man in the middle. "Are you Yun Fachan, the village chief of Yunjiazwan?" Yun Fa was very disdainful of the fact that a junior came over from the other side and was too lazy to pay any attention to him. Yan Haoan snorted coldly, reached out and picked up the fat man, raised him with one hand, spun him around in the air, and then threw him into the pavilion. This move immediately stunned both sides. Judging from the body shape of this fat village chief, he might even weigh 200 kilograms, but this young man lifted him and threw him around as if he were playing with a chicken. What a huge amount of strength this takes. This is exactly the effect Yan Haoan wanted. First, he could stun the person, and then it would be easy to talk. Then he walked into the pavilion again and picked up the fat man, but this time he didn't throw him. Instead, he carried him out of the pavilion amid the latter's constant groaning. Then he threw the person to the ground. He was very slow and leisurely throughout the whole process, but when the dozens of people from the Yun family saw the village chief being tortured like this, not one of them dared to step forward. Yan Haoan used the Yin Yang body tempering technique, building up a powerful aura, and swept his knife-like gaze over everyone in the Yun family. Finally, he used the intimidation technique on the fat man who was helped up. Then he signaled to his cousin Yan Haiyang, who had already been told about it, and immediately told the two young men around him. The two men immediately ran to the left and right, pointed their mobile phones at the fat man and the pavilion behind them respectively, and started recording. Seeing that everyone was in place, Yan Haoan said loudly, "Yun Fachan, tell everyone clearly now, what is the name of this pavilion built by your Yun family, and what is it used for?" The fat man was hit by the skill and had no ability to resist, so he just did as he was told. This pavilion is called the Soul Devouring Array, and it is used to absorb spiritual energy. Whose idea was it to build this Soul Devouring formation? It's my cousin Yun Fai. What does Yun Fai do? He was a department director of the Shannon provincial government at the time, but 2 months after the pavilion was built, he was promoted to vice governor. Why did he create this cloud-swallowing formation?
He asked Master Wei to read his fortune, and the master said that his career could only go up to the rank of department official unless the feng shui of his ancestral tomb could be changed. Then Fa Yi brought Master Wei Tian to see our mountain. The heavenly master said that Yen Yun Mountain is a feng shui treasure land, but the feng shui of the south of the mountain is better than that of the north, and the spiritual energy is more abundant. So we built this soul-devouring formation, so that we can continuously draw the spiritual energy from the south of the mountain to our north. As soon as Yun Faichang said this, the people of the Yen family almost rioted. Even many people from the Yun family were surprised. Because as the village chief said before, it was to suppress the evil spirits at the foot of the mountain. Yan Haowan got the answer he wanted and signaled the two guys recording the video to step back. Then, he shouted at the Yun family. Your Yun family hired someone to build an evil feng shui formation to absorb the spiritual energy of my Yen family. You are truly vicious. You, the Yun family, must give an explanation for this matter. Everyone in the Yun family was intimidated by his aura, and no one dared to speak. Yan Haowan picked up the fat man again and threw him back in front of the Yun family. Then he continued, if you, the Yun family, dare to do such sinister things again in the future, this pavilion will be your fate. After he finished speaking, he turned around and used the Xin Yang palm, striking one of the pavilion's pillars with all his might. The thick stone pillar broke with a sound. Seeing that the pavilion did not fall down, Yan Haowan went to the side and did the same thing. After breaking 2 more pillars, the pavilion finally lost its support and collapsed completely. Now, not only the people of the Yin family, but even the fellow clansmen of the Yin family, were all so frightened that their faces changed drastically. This stone pillar must be several dozen centimeters thick, but this young man was able to break it with just one palm. Is this a martial arts master from a novel? If this palm were to hit someone. Yan Haowan walked up to the fat village chief again and shouted sternly. I'll give you 1 day to discuss this. You must give me an explanation before 9 a.m. tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll tear down your Yun family ancestral hall just like I did this pavilion. He knew that in this world, whether in the city or in the countryside, people always bully the weak and fear the strong. Especially the Yun family, who had been bullying the Yen family by relying on the fact that there are several high-ranking officials in the family. So he showed no mercy this time. He first collected evidence of the Yun family's evil deeds, and then used his powerful momentum and palm techniques to create a strong deterrent. He wanted to let everyone in the Yun family know that the Yen family was not to be bullied. In the evening, Yun Fai received a call from his cousin. After hearing what happened, especially when the latter actually confessed the purpose of building the pavilion and it was recorded on video, he was furious. He secretly cursed this fat fellow party member for being incapable of accomplishing anything, but always causing trouble. Then he thought about it for a moment and immediately called Master Wei Tian. Not long after, a luxury business car drove out of Tiannan province and headed towards Jiangnan province. At the same time, Yan Haowan's house was bustling with activity. His cousin Yan Hechi was describing the scene on the mountain in vivid detail. My second brother picked up the fat guy like a chicken and threw him far away. The second brother struck the stone pillar with all his strength, and the pillar broke immediately. Then the second brother continued to strike the other 2 stone pillars with his palms, breaking them all. This ghost pavilion immediately fell apart and collapsed. Yan Hechi finished her speech with great interest, grabbed her cousin's arm, and shook it coquettishly. Second brother, do you have any junior brothers? Introduce them to me. Shao Qi, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I am the master's only disciple. Yan Hechi was really disappointed and said regretfully, what a pity, I am the second brother's sister. Otherwise, I would definitely pursue the second brother and become his girlfriend. Yan Haowan was speechless. What a smart little girl. Then he heard something even more outrageous. Sister-in-law, I really envy you for being the second brother's woman. Hu Wenwen was shot while lying down. Not only was he shot, he was hit by a cannonball. Her face was as red as if blood. No, I'm just Huanwan's junior schoolmate. Yan Haowan also quickly said, Shao Qi, what nonsense are you talking about? Yan Hechi looked as if he had realized something. Oh, I see. Second brother, you and my sister-in-law have never slept together. Yan Haowan couldn't bear it anymore and said with a stern face, what little sister-in-law? Call me Sister Wenwen. Yan Hechi secretly made a face and apologized to Hu Wenwen. I'm sorry, Sister Wenwen, I shouldn't call you sister-in-law. Before the latter responded, the little girl said, Sister Wenwen, when are you going to sleep with my second brother? After you sleep together, I can call you my sister-in-law. Chapter 48, Cousin and Mama's Great Help. Luo Yu was full of admiration for the sister-in-law who gave him such a great assist, and he couldn't help laughing. Hu Wenwen was too embarrassed to face anyone. She tried her best to explain, "No, I'm really just Huanhuan's junior schoolmate." Then, she found that everyone looked at her very strangely, as if saying, "You don't have to explain, we all understand." Now the girl burst into tears. Luo Yu didn't expect that she would be so thin-skinned. He quickly hugged her and took her upstairs. Yan Haowan glared at his cousin in anger. "How can you talk like that? Look, you've made me cry." Yan Hechi didn't care at all and whispered back, "I'm not wrong. You're going to sleep together sooner or later anyway." Yan Haowan smiled bitterly. "I emphasize again, Wenwen is just my junior schoolmate. What's wrong with schoolgirl? Just by looking at her eyes, I know she definitely likes you." Yan Haowan was stunned. Then her mother came to assist again. "Yes. Wenwen must be interested in you. Otherwise, why would she follow me? And I deliberately asked her to go to the grave with me, and she followed me. Isn't this obvious?" Yan Haowan showed a thoughtful expression. Wenwen already had an 80% favorability towards him before she came, and it had even risen to 85% before that. With such a high level of favorability, it's not surprising that he likes me. It seems that the reason why she was so anxious that she cried was not because she was misunderstood, but because she was too thin-skinned and felt embarrassed when Xiaoqi called her that. He was just a little skeptical at first, but the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. The completion of the mission seems to be just around the corner. Hu Wenwen had received 4 treatments before and had basically adapted to this kind of close contact. But when a certain girl called him sister-in-law, he felt very shy and even a little afraid to face brother Huanhuan. With extremely complicated emotions, the long 5 minutes finally passed. Although Yan Haowan already knew what the girl was thinking and his beloved lover also hinted that he would assist her, he had no intention of taking the opportunity to tease and push her down. Because he sincerely hopes that he can merge with this girl when the time comes. The best thing is, of course, that the girl herself wants to pounce on him. Anyway, a 5% increase in favorability only requires one stimulus, so he can wait. It was getting late, so he said goodbye to the 2 girls and prepared to go to bed. Then, when he reached the next room, he was dumbfounded. Where is the bed? What the hell is this assist from my mom? There are 2 rooms on the 2nd floor. The one on the west side near the stairs and with a bathroom is his room, which is also the room where the 2 girls are staying now. The one on the east side is not usually lived in, but there is always a bed available. He took it for granted that since there were 2 female guests coming today, his mother would definitely give his room to them. Then he made the bed in the east room for him to sleep on. Because he had been staying with the 2 girls, he had never entered the room. It was not until I was about to go to bed that I realized that the bed in the room was gone. He was speechless. What was mom trying to do? Was she going to make him sleep in the same bed with the 2 girls and turn them into the eldest and the youngest wives? There was no other way. It was already the middle of the night and he couldn't wake up his parents to make the beds, so he had to bite the bullet and go next door. Seeing her husband come in again, Luo Yu's eyes lit up, while Hu Wenwen had a variety of expressions, including embarrassment, confusion, and some even more difficult to understand little thoughts. There's something I've always forgotten to mention. There's only one bed upstairs in my house." When Luo Yu heard this, he immediately laughed out loud. She is a smart person and she immediately guessed the intention of her future mother-in-law's move. Hu Wenwen was stunned. There is only one bed. Where does brother Huanhuan sleep? It won't be that. Her face suddenly turned red and her heart was pounding. Although Yan Haowan had the help of his mother, he did not have any bad intentions. He likes Wenwen, but he won't bully her in this situation. He immediately said, "Luckily there is a sofa here, I'll sleep on it." Hu Wenwen now felt a little relieved. Although it was strange to sleep in the same room, at least they didn't have to share the same bed. The night passed peacefully and nothing happened. The next morning, Yan Haowan and his family were woken up by the village chief. Someone from the Yun family came to pass on a message, inviting the village chief Yan Huahai, Yan Haowan, and several others to visit the Yun family. After the group arrived, the Yun family was quite polite in their manners. Perhaps it was because they had something on someone, or maybe they were indeed intimidated by Yan Haowan yesterday. However, Yan Haowan didn't care about these. As soon as he arrived, his attention was immediately attracted by the 2 people opposite him. The 2 people, 1 man and 1 woman, were both dressed as Taoists. They were very young and had very similar faces. The man was very handsome and had an extraordinary bearing, indeed he had the demeanor of a great man. The woman had a stunning face, and even her wide Taoist robe could not hide her graceful figure. Her temperament was quiet, elegant, and graceful, like a fairy. Yan Haoan was quite surprised. Judging from their attire, he guessed that one of these two Taoists should be the so-called Master Wei Tian. But looking at the temperaments of these two people, they don't look like people with bad intentions. Although it is said that one cannot judge a person by his appearance, his inner temperament is difficult to fake. He paid attention to the two Taoists, and the latter two kept their eyes fixed on him. Both parties looked at each other. The woman looked away as soon as her eyes met his, but the male Taoist priest confronted her for several seconds. Then the male Taoist priest looked away first and whispered something to a middle-aged man with a rather imposing manner beside him. After the latter nodded, the male Taoist priest stepped forward and said directly to Yan Haoan, "Young Master Yan, may I have a word with you?" Yan Haoan was slightly surprised when he heard the magical title Young Hero. It was obvious that the male Taoist priest knew about the incident of him breaking the stone pillar with his palm yesterday. He was surprised by the attitude behind this title. Judging from his expression and words, the Taoist priest obviously had no intention of becoming his enemy. So he smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. He was very interested in this person, or rather these two people, and wanted to hear what they had to say about the creation of the soul-devouring formation. Chapter 49, The 10 Most Dangerous Feng Shui Formations, the 4 Souls and 8 Evil Formations. The male Taoist priest got straight to the point and introduced himself first. "I am Wei Qi Yan, the heavenly master of Tuyang Mountain in Tiannan Province. This is my sister Wei Qilan. May I ask which master young Master Yan learned from? My master is a reclusive person, so please forgive me for not revealing him. Yan Haoan doesn't have a master, and all his abilities were bestowed by the system, so he could only give such a vague answer." Wei Qi Yan was slightly disappointed, but did not ask any further questions. Young Master Yan is so young, but he can see the soul-devouring formation at a glance. His feng shui attainments are extraordinary. Yan Haoan snorted and said coldly. Looking at the Taoist priest Wei, he doesn't look like a bad person. Why did he do such a detrimental thing? Aren't you afraid of being punished by heaven? Wei Qi Yan gave a bitter smile and said, "This action is indeed detrimental to one's virtue. I solemnly apologize to young Master Yan and the entire Yanjia village. This formation has been established for more than a year. How much spiritual energy has it absorbed from my Yan family? Do you think you can get away with it just by an apology? In fact, this action also hurts the purity of my Taoism, which is not my original intention. But I also have my own difficulties, and I also held back. Young Master Yan should be able to see that although this formation absorbs spiritual energy, it is measured and does not turn the south of the mountain into a dangerous place." Yan Haoan was slightly stunned at first. Indeed, the feng shui pattern of Shannon had just become ordinary. Then he continued coldly. "So what? Shannon was originally a treasured land of Zhongshuan or even Dasun, but it has been affected by this formation and has become an ordinary place." Wei Qian's eyes lit up. This young man was indeed a master of feng shui. "Please rest assured, young Master Yan, I will give you an explanation for this matter later." After he finished speaking, he looked at Yan Haoan deeply and continued. "Young man, since you are a feng shui master, I wonder if you have ever heard of the 4 Souls and 8 Evils formation?" Yan Haoan's expression changed, and he asked back. The 4 Souls and 8 Evils formation, ranked second among the 10 most dangerous feng shui formations in ancient times? Wei Qi was delighted and raised his voice a little. "It is this formation. I wonder why the commander asked about this formation. Young man, do you know the details of this formation?" The information about the 4 Souls and 8 Evils formation quickly flashed through Yan Haoan's mind. He said calmly, "The 4 souls are the wild soul, the harmonious soul, the lucky soul and the strange soul. Each hexagram position on the compass represents one of the 5 elements, and each of the 5 elements has an opposing one called Sha. There are 8 directions on the compass, and there are 8 evil spirits in total, collectively known as the 8 evils. The person who sets up the formation imprisoned the 4 souls in the 4 evil positions, and kept changing their positions among the 8 evil spirits. This is the basis of the 4 souls and 8 evil spirits. This formation is one of the 10 most dangerous feng shui formations in ancient times, ranking second. It is extremely fierce and vicious. The area within a 10-mile radius of the formation will become an extremely dangerous place where no living creature can survive." The eyes of Wei Qian and his sister were filled with excitement, and the former's voice was trembling.
Young Master Yan, you know this formation very well. May I ask if you can break it? Yan Haoan roughly guessed what was going on. After hesitating for a while, he slowly replied. This formation is very complex, but it is not impossible to break. The method to break it is as follows. Constructing 8 small interference arrays at each of the 8 evil spirits to counter the operation of the entire array can greatly reduce the danger of this array. Then, we need to find the positions of the 4 souls and release the 4 souls that are imprisoned. This is the most difficult step to break the formation. Because the 4 souls' positions in the 4 evils are constantly changing, it is necessary to find the positions accurately and have 4 masters act together to release the 4 souls at almost the same time. If the release time differs by more than a quarter of an hour, the formation will self-destruct, and everything within the affected area will be reduced to scorched earth, which is extremely dangerous. Of course, there is another fundamental way to break the formation, which is to find the person who set up the formation and completely cut off his control over the formation. After this formation is without a master, it will naturally not last long and will break down on its own. After Wei Qiyan heard his detailed explanation, he knelt down without saying anything else. I beg young Master Yan to save the lives of my Wei clan members. When his sister saw this, she immediately knelt down as well. Although Yan Haoan had expected this, he was still shocked. He quickly stepped aside and said, Please get up quickly, Taoist priests. I can't afford this. But the Wei brothers and sisters refused to get up. They just moved a little and continued to kneel towards him. I beg young Master Yan to save the lives of my Wei clan members. I beg young Master Yan to save the lives of my Wei clan members. Yan Haoan was somewhat helpless and said, You two should get up first. If you continue like this, I'll leave. Upon hearing this, the Wei brothers and sisters looked at each other and then stood up. Master Wei, what's going on? Please tell me the situation in detail first. At that moment, Wei Qiyan told a long story. The Wei family lives in Lin'an County, Linwu City, Tiannan Province. They have been practicing on Tuyang Mountain for generations and are a branch of the Tianshi Dao of Baoling Mountain. Because they are proficient in both medicine and Taoism, they understand feng shui, observe fortune, treat illnesses, and make medicine. They are considered a well-known small family in the local area. Half a year ago, Wei's father was asked by a friend to check the feng shui of a big boss's construction site, but it ended up causing a big disaster. Because he discovered that the construction site had a dangerous feng shui formation, after helping others, Wei's father had a conflict with the feng shui master and taught the latter a severe lesson. Unexpectedly, 3 months later, this person actually found an expert and secretly plotted against the Wei family. They kidnapped Wei Qian's parents, wife, and 8-year-old son, searched their souls, and set up an extremely vicious 4 souls and 8 evils formation around Jiazwang on Tuyang Mountain. In addition to the 4 people who lost their minds and fell into coma, there are another 16 members of the Wei family in the village who are also trapped in this murderous formation, unable to escape. They are increasingly being attacked by the evil land and are all in a weak or even critical condition. Fortunately, the Wei family has a rich medical background and some miraculous techniques and secret medicines that can save everyone's lives. But if this formation is not broken, our lives will be in danger if this continues. Wei Qiyan sought help from his friends in an attempt to break the formation but failed and was seriously injured instead. Fortunately, he was able to escape the disaster with the help of a monk who was gaining experience outside. This person is Yun Fai's nephew Jiang Huading. After Wei Qiyan was seriously injured, he has been recovering under the protection of Yun Fai and the care of Jiang Huading, and he owes him a favor. Wei Qilan was the only one who escaped because she was outside communicating with fellow Taoists. After hearing the story, Yan Haoan's face became extremely gloomy. This feng shui master is so cruel that he not only captures people's souls but also kills many people. Young Master Yan, I beg you once again to save our Wei family. Our Wei family is willing to offer half of our family property as a thank you. Seeing Yan Haoan seemed indifferent, Wei Qilan added. My Wei family has been operating in Tuyang Mountain for generations and has a lot of family businesses. The entire Tuyang Mountain belongs to my Wei family. Throughout Linwu City, our Wei family owns several businesses including clinics, drugstores, hotels, and farms. Previously, my family's industry had also planned to go public as a whole and set up Wei Tian Group, with a total valuation of about 5 billion. Yan Haoan was a little surprised to hear that this Taoist family had such a large industry. But he is now a wealthy man with a net worth of 1.2 billion, and the most important thing is that there will be a lot of diamond wool to be fleeced from the system in the future. So he said calmly, Master Wei, to tell you the truth, I am not short of money. Chapter 50. I am willing to marry my sister to you as your Taoist partner. Wei Qiyan and his sister were stunned. Half of the Wei family's assets were valued at 2.5 billion. But this young man seemed to not care at all. After being stunned, Wei Qiyan became more certain of his judgment. This young Master Yan was definitely an extraordinary person with extraordinary skills. He glanced at his sister beside him and said in a deep voice, "Young Master Yan, how old are you this year?" Yan Haoan was startled, but didn't think much about it, and simply said, 20 years old. "Young Master Yan, if you can break this evil formation and rescue my parents, wife, children and all the clansmen, in addition to half of my family property, I can decide to betroth my sister to you as your Taoist partner." Wei Qilan was greatly surprised at first, then her face turned red with shame, and she called out softly, "Brother." Wei Qiyan used his finger to signal his sister not to speak. He looked at Yan Haoan and continued, "My sister is still a yin body. The Taoism inherited by my Wei family also includes the secret art of dual cultivation. If you can have my sister as your Taoist partner, it will definitely be of great benefit to your cultivation. What do you think?" Wei Qilan didn't expect her brother to speak so bluntly, and she felt extremely shy. Yan Haoan was a little slow to react. Not only did he give away half of his family property, but he also gave away his beautiful sister? And what secret technique of dual cultivation? Isn't this too beautiful? But he was afraid that he was not lucky enough to enjoy this good thing that was delivered to his doorstep. He smiled slightly and said calmly, "Master Wei, thank you for your kindness, but I already have a fiancée." He was telling half the truth. Because he had long made up his mind to marry Miss Tian. Although the identity of boyfriend is actually fake now, he is determined to make the young lady his girlfriend, fiancée, and wife. Although this Miss Wei is extremely beautiful, her looks are probably only comparable to that classmate Ouyang Manju. Her figure is tall and plump, not inferior to Luo Yu. Her temperament is elegant and refined, which is unique in life. In terms of overall quality, she far outshines all the women around him, including Miss Tian. But the position of the eldest lady with whom he had his first time is irreplaceable in his heart. Since young Master Yan already has a fiancée, then my sister is willing to serve as his Taoist partner as his equal wife. Wei Qilan was not just shy this time, her face was full of disbelief. Although she is a Taoist priest, she has always been pursued by many outstanding young talents because of her outstanding appearance. And now, her brother actually asked her to be the concubine of a strange man who was only okay and already had a fiancée. Wei Qiyan also knew that this was too unfair to his sister, but his family had suffered such a catastrophe, and the souls of his parents, wife and children had been detained and tortured by the formation, and their souls could be torn apart at any time. In order to avert this catastrophe, both he and his sister are worth paying any price. "Lanner, I see that young Master Yan has great luck and will surely soar to the sky in the future. It is your blessing that you can follow him as a Taoist partner." He didn't make up these words to comfort his sister, but this man had a very mysterious and special temperament, which made him feel unfathomable. He intuitively felt that the latter must be someone extraordinary. Yan Haoan felt incredibly surprised again, but he was quite impressed by the vision of Director Wei. However, he still didn't dare to ask for such a good thing. The evil feng shui master who could create the second evil formation must be a master-level expert, and he had no confidence that he could deal with him. If he gets into trouble, he has parents, relatives, and a lover, the consequences will be unimaginable. Although he also wanted to help others, he had many concerns. He hardened his heart and said, "Master Wei, to be honest, I am not short of money, I am also short of women. Not only do I have a fiancé, I also have a lover, and more than one. He already has a baby camel fish, so Huanwen should be able to be conquered by him soon. In addition, Sister Yangying has a 90% favorability rating for him, and he actually likes this dignified and shy widow from a good family quite a bit." So what he said about having more than one lover was true. Wei Qiyan didn't expect that even though he had already made such concessions and sacrifices, this young man was still making excuses and even deliberately said that he had more than one lover. His face couldn't help but look a little ugly. "Young Master Yan, my Wei family is considered a famous family in Tuyang. My sister is beautiful and intelligent, and she is also very talented. She is only 3 years older than you. Now she is willing to marry you as your equal wife. Young Master, are you unwilling to do so?" Then, his voice turned cold. "Young Master, do you also want my sister to be your mistress or concubine?" Yan Haoan felt very embarrassed, knowing that what he had just said about his lover not only did not explain it clearly, but instead caused more misunderstandings. Wei Qilan was shy at first, then shocked.
Seeing him refuse again and again, she was aroused with a strong rebellious mentality. Instead, I have a better impression of this plain-looking guy. She said coldly, brother, how can my weak figure catch the eye of young Master Yen? Yen Haohuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Master Wei, Miss Wei, please don't misunderstand me. Miss Wei is a fairy-like beauty, and I can only marry her. After hearing what he said, the expressions of the Wei brothers and sisters eased a little. I just kept refusing, not because I was being hypocritical, and certainly not to sell it out. It's because although I know how to break this formation, I'm not sure I can do it. When Wei Qiyan heard this was the reason, he was silent for a while. Then he said resolutely. In the past few months, I have been looking for masters everywhere, but there are only a few who have even heard of this formation, and I have never met anyone who knows how to break it. Young Master Yen, as long as you promise to help break the formation with all your strength, no matter what the final result is, my Wei family is willing to give you half of our family property. Wei Qilan glanced at his brother who looked sad, hesitated for a moment, and then said with a determined look. If young Master Yen can break the formation and rescue my Wei clan members, no matter how many women you have, I, Wei Qilan, will voluntarily be your equal wife and Taoist partner, and I will never regret it for the rest of my life. Wei Qiyan also added. If young Master Yen can break the formation and rescue our Wei clan members, our Wei family is willing to serve you like a dog and never betray you. Yen Haohuan felt incredible again. He was just talking when he suddenly received a series of system prompts. Ding! The system has detected a suitable target object. Target object information is being transmitted. Name, Wei Qilan. Age, 23 years old. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Bust, C cup. Appearance rating, 98. Body score, 96. Tu Yangshan is the heavenly master of the Wei family. Current favorability, 60%. Optional Mission 1, disrupt the operation of the 4 Souls and 8 Evils formation to save the lives of the Wei family members. Mission deadline, 1 week. Mission acceptance reward, 50% shares of Wei Tian Group. Failure penalty, none. Do you accept this mission? After Yen Haohuan read the message initially, he was stunned. Obviously, Wei Qiyan meant what he said. There is a reward for just accepting the task, and there is no punishment for failure. Only a fool would not take such a task. He chose to accept it instantly. Ding! The host has accepted optional task 1. Now, optional task 2 is released, breaking the 4 Souls and 8 Evils formation. Rewards for successful mission, 30,000 charm points plus Wei Qilan as the host's loyal second wife plus loyalty of the Wei family. Failure penalty, deduct 30,000 charm points. If the charm points are insufficient, one of the host's skills will be randomly eliminated. This optional task 2 made him hesitate. The reward is too generous. But the penalty of 30,000 charm points is too harsh. If he fails, he will face the risk of having a skill randomly eliminated. He began to analyze quickly. The key to breaking the formation is to find the positions of the 4 souls and release the 4 imprisoned souls. Finding the exact location is very difficult for other feng shui masters, even masters. However, he has the ability to see through the air, so he can observe the real-time flow of spiritual energy and evil spirits, which is not a difficult task. Chapter 51 3 Consecutive Tasks. After such analysis, Yen Haohuan felt that there was still hope of breaking the formation. But just in case, he had to confirm other factors first. Then he said to Wei Qiyan, when breaking the formation, I will be responsible for finding the positions of the 4 souls and coordinating the whole process. But we also need 4 other masters who have a certain level of attainment in formations to work together and release the 4 souls at about the same time. Director Wei, besides you, can you find 3 more people? Wei Qiyan was overjoyed and said excitedly. My sister's attainments in formations are not inferior to mine. In addition, I will seek help from the Tianshi of Baoling Mountain. It will be no problem to find all 4 of them. Upon hearing this, Yen Haohuan no longer hesitated and accepted the task. Okay then. I will do my best to help break the formation. As for the final outcome, I can only say that I will do my best and leave the rest to fate. In fact, when he heard that there would be 4 formation masters taking action, he felt that he had a good chance of success, but of course he couldn't be sure. The Wei brothers and sisters were so excited that their eyes were filled with tears. Ding! Wei Qilan's favorability increased by 20%, and the current favorability is 80%.
Young Master Yen, I will handle the equity transfer procedures as soon as possible after I return. In addition, I hope you can prepare to break the formation as soon as possible. However, Yen Haoan did not answer him because another system message came. Ding! The host has accepted optional task 2. Now, optional task 3 is released. Find the person who set up the 4 souls and 8 evils formation, and enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Mission duration, 10 years. Mission success reward, 100,000 charm points plus acting on behalf of heaven award. Failure penalty, deduct 100,000 charm points. If the charm points are insufficient, one of the host's skills will be randomly eliminated. Yen Haoan cursed inwardly, damn it. This is a fucking trap. 100,000 charm points. And what about the Justice for Heaven award? The reward is too generous. But what if he fails? This makes his scalp tingle. He thought about it and realized that in such a large-scale formation, the main soul that set up the formation must be closely connected to the formation. Once the formation is broken, his soul will inevitably suffer backlash and be seriously injured. The more powerful the formation, the more severe the backlash will be. This is the second most ferocious formation. The backlash will definitely be very severe. The system master gave a 10-year mission deadline. Does it mean that after he breaks the formation, the person who set up the formation will need many years to recover? After thinking for a while, he decided to kill him while he's ill. Got it. Then, finally, there was no next task. Yen Haoan turned his attention back to the 2 people in front of him and said, the equity issue is not urgent. However, building 8 small interference arrays requires a lot of materials. I will make a list later, and you should prepare them as soon as possible. Okay, as soon as young Master Yan's list arrives, I'll prepare it right away. We can be considered friends now. How about I call you Brother Yen and Miss Wei Sister Lan from now on, and you can just call me Huan Huan. Wei Qiyan laughed and said, I couldn't ask for more. Wei Qilan blushed and said softly, you can call me Lan or like your brother. Ding! Wei Qilan's favorability increased by 5%, and the current favorability is 85%. Yen Haoan was stunned at first, then smiled and nodded. I haven't even started the Xindao mission yet, but my favorability has already increased. Is this fairy sister attracted to me? Wei Qiyan was even more delighted. He felt somewhat sad because he had let his sister sacrifice for the family. But looking at my sister's behavior now, not only is she not resisting, she obviously has some affection for me. Brother Yen, since we are friends now, I will not be shy. I have 2 things I would like to ask for your help. Please speak frankly. Your Wei family practices both Taoism and medicine. Do you have any method to prolong people's lifespan? Prolonging life has always been one of the goals of practicing Taoism. When a Taoist reaches a certain level, his lifespan will naturally increase. For ordinary people, it is very difficult to extend their lifespan. There are secret methods and miraculous medicines, but they can only extend life by half a year or a year at most. Any longer depends on your luck. Yen Haoan was overjoyed. It doesn't matter, 1 month is enough. He tried to treat his grandfather with the Xian Yang Du method. It was effective for diseases but had no effect on aging. Then, he looked for related products in the charm mall and found that there really was a longevity pill that could extend the life of a mortal by 10 years, and it could only be taken once. This pill costs as much as 10,000 charm points. He originally didn't have the ability to buy it, but now he has accepted the optional task 2, which has a reward of 30,000 charm points. If it's just 1 month, then I'm pretty confident. Then I'll trouble Brother Yen to help my grandfather take a look later. It's just a small favor, I should do it. I have another favor to ask. I hope Brother Yen can help me. I want to buy the Yun family's share of Yin Yun Mountain. Wei Qiyan was startled and told the truth. To be honest, the Yin family also wants to buy out your Yin family's share. Yen Haoan laughed and said, then let's go and talk together. When Yin Fui heard that the Yin family, or actually this young man, also wanted to buy the entire mountain, he was stunned. He also wanted to use this Feng Shui treasure land to move up to a higher level in officialdom, so naturally he refused. But after hearing the conditions offered by Yen Haoan, he couldn't even negotiate the price with the other party, because the conditions were so good that it was difficult for him to refuse. According to the mountain purchase plan they had prepared before coming, they offered 20 million, and gave each of the 4 invited people, including Yen Haoan, 1 million as a thank you fee. As a result, after hearing his offer, Yen Haoan directly doubled the price to 40 million.
In addition, he offered another 10 million as a thank you fee, which was all given to Yun Fai to distribute. Not only that, Yen Haoan said that the purpose of buying the entire mountain was to prevent the Yun family from developing it indiscriminately and destroying the overall landscape. After the purchase, except for the development which requires the consent of the Yin family, all the Yin family's graves do not need to be relocated, and the Yin family can continue to use the cemetery in the north as usual in the future. In addition to the good offer conditions, what made Yun Fai make up his mind was Master Wei Tianchu's attitude. The latter said that young Master Yan's feng shui skills were far superior to his. The mountain is in the hands of the Yin family, so the feng shui is definitely better, and the Yin family's ancestral tomb will not be moved, so they can continue to use the cemetery as usual in the future. That will only be better than before. With the help of Master Wei Tian, Yun Fai was finally ready to accept it. Young Master Yan, I have a condition. If you agree to it, then our Yun family will accept your purchase of the mountain. Governor Yun, please speak. I, Yun, sought the help of a feng shui master in order to gain a higher position, which hurt the Yin family. It was indeed my fault. I solemnly apologize. However, I, Yun, consider myself to be a relatively honest official who is dedicated to getting practical work done. I have served in various departments in various places and have a good reputation everywhere. I am 50 years old this year, a vice-provincial level official, which is not considered young in the system, but not too old either. I do have some ideas, and if I have the chance, I would like to move up a level. Yen Haoan understood. If Governor Yun needs help in the future, as long as it's not against the law, I will help you once. Yun Fai was delighted. In that case, from now on, young Master Yen and your Yen family will have to worry about Yen Yun Mountain. He was already quite impressed with Master Wei Tian, and when he heard from the latter that this young man was actually even more skilled, it really gave him some ideas. He believes that his ability, emotional intelligence, and political and business skills are all good, but what he lacks is connections with higher-ups. However, if he has a senior person to help him at a critical moment, that would be a different story. Chapter 52 Huan Huan is already my husband in name. After the deal was done, both parties were talking and laughing happily. Yen Haoan was afraid that the night would be long and he would have more dreams, so he wanted to get it settled in black and white as soon as possible. Anyway, there was plenty of money in the account, so he transferred the payment on the spot and signed the contract with the Yun family. From then on, the entire northern side of Yen Yun Mountain came under his personal name. This made him quite proud. Village chief Yen Huahai's eyes turned red with envy. However, he already knew that this guy was definitely an awesome person, so not only did he not dare to object, he also kept thinking about how to please him and repair their relationship. Yen Nanhai was very excited. Although Shanbei was bought by his nephew was also a member of the Yin family. The entire Yen Yun Mountain belongs to the Yin family from now on. What made him even more excited was that on the way back, Yen Haoan directly and straightforwardly asked the old village chief to step down and let the wise man take over in an unquestionable tone, and nominated his son Yen Haong as his successor. As long as the latter agrees, not only will the previous matter be forgiven, but he will also be given an additional compensation of 5 million. Although Yen Huahai was reluctant to give up the position of village chief, he also knew that the real person in charge of the Yin family in the future would be this formidable young man. Since he was powerless to resist and the other party was so polite, he of course chose to quit while he was ahead and stepped down with dignity. So he agreed on the spot and expressed his full support for Yen Haong in the election for village chief. Yen Haoan can be said to be a man who promotes talented people regardless of their relationship with him. My cousin has inherited a lot from his uncle. He is very successful in terms of character, emotional intelligence, and abilities. He was relieved to leave Yenjia village, including the entire Yen Yun Mountain, to his cousin for management. He had just received an important task and had no intention of worrying about village affairs. I just made a few simple requests to my cousin. First, we need to plant more trees in Yen Yun Mountain in the future, and never engage in destructive development such as blasting the mountain to extract rocks. We need to visit our ancestral graves more often and clean them from time to time. Second, he would provide 100 million yuan of funds and give it to his cousin to manage. He would let him plan an industry suitable for the local area, and the profits would belong to the whole village, forming a virtuous cycle of development and solving employment problems for some villagers. Third, we must unite the villagers and strengthen cohesion. People over 70 years old receive a certain pension every month. If a village has a college student, we should reward him. If he gets a master's degree or a doctorate, we should reward him for every level up. If anyone's family has encountered misfortune or is in financial difficulty, they can apply to the village, and subsidies will be given after approval. After officially taking office as village chief, he should take the lead in formulating various other cohesion measures and specific regulations as soon as possible. Fourth, he repeatedly emphasized that the money should be managed by his cousin, and he should spend it where it should be spent, and he must not be corrupt. Otherwise, he would have no face to give to any relatives. Fifth, after becoming the village chief, do not make decisions arbitrarily on major issues, but consult more with elders and cadres. Although the old village chief is a bit greedy, he does have ability and experience. We should ask him more questions and let him make use of his remaining energy. Yen Haiyang already admired his cousin very much. Today, he was even more excited when he learned that the latter supported Shi to become the village chief and gave him 100 million development funds for him to manage in full. His attitude was very polite, even respectful, and he made solemn promises one by one. Yen Haowan took the Wei brothers and sisters to their uncle's house to visit his grandfather. The Wei family's dual cultivation of medicine and Taoism is indeed not an exaggeration. After a thorough examination, Wei Qiyan had a pretty accurate description of the old man's condition. Then he wrote a prescription on the spot and carefully instructed how to take the medicine. Last but not least, he took out a small porcelain bottle from his backpack and handed it to Yen Haowan. Huan, this is the Qinyuan pill secretly made by our Wei family. According to your ancestors' condition, take 1 pill every 7 days, and stop after 4 pills. Do not take more than that. It will not be a problem to extend your life by 1 month. This pill is used to keep critically ill patients alive and to prolong the life of people who are nearing the end of their lifespan. Ordinary people should not take it randomly. Huan, there are 16 pills in the bottle. You can keep the extra ones. It's best not to use them. If they come in handy at a critical moment, that is a good thing too. Yen Haowan could see that this Qinyuan pill could actually save lives and prolong life, so it must be very precious. However, he already regarded Wei Qiyan as a friend, or even an uncle, so there was no need for him to be pretentious. With the help of the Wei family, the old man naturally no longer has to go to the provincial capital. Not only does he save trouble, but he also avoids the pain of traveling. He then gave 8 of the pills to his uncle and explained everything to him in detail. Although you only need to take 4 pills, it is better to keep 4 more pills to be prepared. Yen Haowan was walking on the way back to his home with the Wei brothers and sisters. Wei Qilan suddenly said, "Brother, wait for me for a moment. I want to talk to Huan." Wei Qiyan was slightly surprised, but didn't say anything. He just nodded slightly and walked away. Huan, you said you have a fiancé and a lover, more than one. Can you tell me about them? Yen Haowan was stunned, not knowing why she brought up this topic. I promised before that as long as you can break the formation, I will voluntarily become your second wife. But now I have changed my mind. Yen Haowan's face changed. Then he thought of the rewards for optional task 2, one of which was that Wei Qilan would be the host's loyal second wife. How can I do this? I have completed the task, but can I still get the reward? However, he immediately realized that he had misunderstood. Huan, I promise you now and will voluntarily be your equal wife. Ding! Wei Qilan's favorability increased by 5%, and the current favorability is 90%. Ding! The system detected that the target has changed his mind. Some mission rewards will be issued in advance. Wei Qilan is the host's loyal second wife. Ding! The system rewards an extra 3,000 charm points. Current charm points are 5,500. Yen Haowan was so happy that his heart was filled with joy. He was pleasantly surprised once again. Why? I was really resistant and felt wronged before, but for the sake of my parents and my tribe, I had to accept it. Then what? But after you agreed to help break the formation, the aura and special temperament you revealed made me suddenly very, very moved. Yen Haowan remembered that she had asked him to call her Lanner before, and the 5% increase in favorability, and he seemed to understand something. He was very happy. Being favored by this fairy-like person, his sense of accomplishment and vanity were greatly satisfied. My dear, now that Lanner has become your co-wife, your fiancé, and the other woman, should I learn more about her? What else could Yen Haowan say now? The other person even called her husband. He then introduced Tian Yuancher, Luo Yu, and Hu Wenwen in the most concise language. Although the latter is not his woman yet, he feels that she will be sooner or later, and probably sooner. Wei Qilan listened carefully and remained calm.
Although he already has Miss Tian and Luo Yu, he still wants Hu Wenwen. He is definitely greedy. But she didn't find it that hard to accept. It was normal for a man to have several women if he was capable. Especially since the fiancé he mentioned was actually just a relationship they had after an accidental union, and they were not even real boyfriend and girlfriend. This made her happy. At least for now, she was his real wife. Huan and the eldest lady gave each other their first time, and he wanted to marry her. This also made her feel that this man was a sentimental person. She had a better impression of him. Yan Haoan kept paying attention to the woman's expression, and his uneasy heart calmed down. The new wife took the initiative to put her arm around his arm. Although Yan Haoan felt embarrassed, he didn't want to push her away. Wei Qiyan was a little surprised to see that after his sister finished chatting with Yan Haoan, she actually took his arm and came over. However, even greater surprises were yet to come. His sister looked at him and said openly, "Brother, I have voluntarily married Huan as my equal wife. In name only, he is now my husband." Wei Qiyan was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter and said several times, "Very good, very good." Chapter 53. If you like it, just say it bravely. Several people watched Yan Haoan bring two Taoists home. One of the female Taoists even held his arm affectionately. They were all stunned. Yan Haoan introduced everyone to each other with embarrassment. Wei Qilan listened to her husband's introduction, but did not mention her most important identity. She added generously. She stated that she was Yan Haoan's unmarried co-wife, and took the initiative to greet her parents-in-law. Everyone was even more dumbfounded now. Didn't Yan Haoan go to the Yun family for negotiations? It only took him half a day, but he actually brought back a wife. What is even more bizarre is that this wife is a Taoist priest. What on earth happened? After Yan's parents finished their fooling around, they were so happy that they couldn't stop smiling. What's wrong with a Taoist priest? She's not a nun. And she's as beautiful as a fairy, even more beautiful than Miss Luo and Miss Hu. Luo Yu looked back and forth between the female Taoist priest and her man several times with a very complicated expression. Yan Haoan guessed what her lover was thinking, pulled him into the house, and took the initiative to tell him everything clearly. Luo Yu was stunned when she heard this. She was surprised that there was such a vicious formation in the world, and she was even more amazed that her man was so capable. "Husband, is it because this female Taoist priest is so beautiful that you agreed to help?" Although his beloved lover is absolutely loyal, Yan Haoan would never dare to reveal the matters concerning the system. Since he couldn't say it was because of the mission, he might as well admit it openly. Firstly, this formation is too vicious. If we don't break it, many people will lose their lives. I happen to have the ability to break it, so how can I just stand by and watch? Secondly, Lan Er is indeed attractive. Humph. In just a short while, you've already called Lana over and made her your second wife. If we met at night, we would definitely sleep in the same bed. I like her, but I'm not the kind of person who's so impatient. As for the name Lana and the fact that she's my co-wife, it was all her own request. He then added more details about the process. Luo Yu was surprised again, but then he understood. I can only say that my man is so capable and charming, attracting so many women. Wasn't I also attracted by his special temperament and fell in love with him at first sight? Hubby, you are so lucky. You have such a fairy-like person that even a woman like me is attracted to you. I am willing to be your equal wife. Yan Haoan was a little embarrassed. I also never expected that her brother would take the initiative to ask his sister to be his co-wife. In fact, I didn't refuse her to be my wife before, not because I was being hypocritical, nor because I was trying to sell her out. I told you, I have someone I like, and I want to work hard to make her my wife. I know, husband, you are so loyal, I like it very much. Someone is ashamed. He already has several women. How can he have the face to call himself loyal? However, as for wanting to marry Miss Tian, he did not change his mind even though Lana's overall qualities were better than hers. He was indeed consistent. Then, Luo Yu's expression suddenly darkened, and he said in a very aggrieved tone. I was the stupidest one, thinking that if I couldn't be a wife, I could only be a lover. Yan Haoan thought to himself, according to the laws of the Han dynasty, it is indeed monogamy. But this wife refers specifically to the legal wife. It is actually quite common to have concubines, and concubines. Many princes, nobles, wealthy families, and even ordinary people with some money have 3 wives and 4 concubines.
Xiao Yuer, you can have multiple wives, I just prefer to call you my dear lover. Luo Yu was overjoyed when she heard this, and she immediately offered her red lips and kissed her husband passionately. If the timing was right, I would have made further contributions. Hubby, tell me about your crush. You are so capable, yet you still say you are not worthy of her. How good must this woman be? Yan Haohuan said truthfully, my ability has also grown slowly. The day I first met you, I said that I was not worthy of you because I had little ability and was a pauper at that time. But now, I have become more and more confident. Hubby, I believe in you. I think that in the future, when that girl really knows your ability, she might come after you. Yan Haohuan smiled. This was exactly what he was working towards. In terms of personal ability, with the reward from the system master, he considers himself worthy of anyone. The biggest gap between him and the eldest lady lies in their economic strength and background. However, he already has great ambitions, and as his abilities grow and he makes more money, his influence will slowly grow. For example, after completing this mission, he will gain the loyalty of the Wei family, and also have some friendship with a politician and a high-ranking official at the vice-provincial level. He believed that sooner or later, his status would be worthy of, or even surpass, that of the eldest lady. Luo Yu and her husband walked out of the room and saw the male Taoist priest was taking the pulse and examining her parents-in-law, while the female Taoist priest was chatting with Hu Wenwen in the corner. She noticed that Wenwen's face was blushing and was a little surprised. She thought about it and moved over. Yan Haohuan walked towards his parents to listen to Wei Qian's words. He had used Qigong to check on his parents before, and found that they were generally healthy, but they did have some minor problems. If Brother Yan could cure it directly with medicine, he wouldn't have to keep the patient by his side and use the Duzhen Fa all the time. When Wei Qilan saw Luo Yu coming over, she smiled and greeted him politely. You must be the younger sister of Xiao Yuer, your husband's beloved lover. The camel was stunned. This short sentence contains a lot of information. But she didn't stay there for long. She had already become her husband's co-wife. He would definitely tell others the same things that he would confess to her. The title of husband is quite interesting. So she smiled back and admitted openly. Yes, hello, Sister Lan. Wei Qilan already knew her character, and was very happy to see her respond so politely. We are all sisters from now on, so we must live in harmony. Luo Yu is fine, but Hu Wenwen, who was very thin-skinned, blushed again. We are both Brother Huan's women, so what am I? She had long known that she had fallen in love with Brother Huan without realizing it, and she also knew that Brother Huan liked her. But even though I like it, I have never expressed it formally. As long as this layer of window paper is not broken, she will always be shy. Wei Qilan hugged Hu Wenwen. She liked this simple girl very much and encouraged her directly. Sister, trust your feelings. If you like someone, just say it bravely. Hu Wenwen's heartbeat quickened and she uttered an inaudible hum sound. She is a shy and reserved girl, and ultimately she hopes that Brother Huan will take the initiative to confess his feelings to her. Besides, she has a boyfriend after all. Although their relationship has gradually become distant since she began receiving treatment, and they even had a fight because the latter questioned her strange whereabouts, they have not officially broken up after all. Therefore, she hopes to make further decisions after the treatment is completed and her relationship is sorted out. If Brother Huan still refuses to take the initiative at that time, then he should follow Sister Lana's encouragement and speak up bravely. Chapter 54 Auspicious Day. Yan Haohuan was also very happy. Wei Qiyan was indeed an expert in medicine. Not only was his diagnosis very accurate, he also had his own set of treatment methods. He said that taking a few prescriptions would basically be enough. This made him feel much more at ease and saved him a lot of trouble. Wei Qiyan is indeed a caring person. He took the initiative to help his elder Yan Haohuan with his illness. On the one hand, it deepened their relationship, and on the other hand, it was also to allow the latter to concentrate more on breaking the formation. Yan Haohuan was not stupid either, and of course he understood his brother-in-law's intentions. He then listed the materials for the 8 interference arrays one by one and sent them over. After having a simple lunch at home, the Wei siblings asked to leave first. There are a lot of ingredients, Wei Qiyan has to prepare them immediately. There was no time to delay in seeking help from the Taoist priest and summoning experts to help, so he handed it over to Wei Qilan. Although the latter had just met Yan Haohuan in the morning, her favorability rating was already as high as 90%. She even took the initiative to establish the status of co-wife with him. She was actually very affectionate.
She kissed her husband goodbye affectionately in front of everyone. Without proper preparation, it would be useless for Yen Haowan to go directly to Tu Yangshan. So he took the two girls back to school to deal with some things at hand. 2 days later, 529, Wednesday. This is an auspicious day for everything. In the morning, Yen Haowan called his cousin and asked him to arrange a car to bring his parents over. The property title deeds for the new property were completed yesterday, and I invited my parents to come over to hold a moving ceremony together. Unexpectedly, a smart little girl also followed. It turned out that this was his uncle's idea. He planned to let Xiaoqi follow him and see the world in the provincial capital. Since his uncle had a request, of course he couldn't refuse. Although Xiaoqi only has a high school education, she is outgoing, generous, smart, and hardworking. She is a girl who can get things done. After having a sumptuous dinner at the restaurant, everyone rested for a while and then started the official move. It's actually very simple, there is nothing to move, it's just for a sense of ritual. As the hostess, Luo Yu was of course busy in and out, while the clever little girl played the role of assistant. Hu Wenwen's identity was a bit awkward, but she already had feelings for him, and after all, she couldn't bear to leave brother Huan, so she shamelessly came to support him. Moving into the luxurious new home, the whole family is enjoying themselves. Yen Haowan was well prepared and took the opportunity to slightly adjust the layout of the house, turning it into a Dasan layout. Although he is a master of feng shui, he can only achieve minor tunes. Unless the entire structure of the house is completely changed, it would be equivalent to demolishing and rebuilding it. Fortunately, the entire community is Dasan and the house also has a Zhongshuan foundation, otherwise he would be powerless. Hu Wenwen's 8th treatment was already in the early hours of Thursday morning. Because each treatment of Xian Yang Duzhen Fa has a 24-hour interval, each treatment is later than the last. My dear lover officially moved into the new house today. After becoming the hostess, she was very excited. She asked for it several times and fell asleep a long time ago due to exhaustion. But now, even without Luo Yu around, Hu Wenwen has long since adapted to the treatment and even likes this kind of close contact with brother Huan. After the treatment, Yen Haowan unexpectedly received a system prompt. Ding! The system detected that Hu Wenwen's cerebral arterial aneurysm has healed, and there is no need to use the Xianyang crossing true method for treatment. Yen He Huani Lu, this warm man's turnaround system is really warm and considerate. Wenwen, judging from the feedback from your true qi, your aneurysm should be almost healed. Go for a follow-up checkup during the day to confirm it. If you are confirmed to be cured, you don't need to come for treatment again. Yen Haowan smiled secretly, he knew what was going on with this girl. Do you understand? Once you're well, you don't need treatment anymore. It's so tiring to come here in the middle of the night every day. Brother Huan, What's wrong? I like you. Yen Haowan was slightly surprised. No, I mean, I like you to touch my head. It feels so good. Yen almost laughed out loud. If you like it, then you like it. Is it so hard to say it out loud? But since she doesn't say it, just let her be. Then come whenever you want in the future, and I'll give you a head pat. Ding. Hu Wenwen's favorability increased by 5%, and the current favorability is 90%. Ding. Hu Wenwen's mission is completed. Reward, 500 charm points, current charm points, 6,000. Now draw a random reward. Ding, the host has acquired the active skill, Disguise Master level. Skill description, use this skill to transform the host into any appearance. Duration, 3 hours, skill cooldown, 24 hours. Yen Haowan was not surprised at the completion of the task. Judging from Wenwen's reaction, he had already expected that the 5% mark would be broken at any time. This random reward is actually the art of disguise, which is quite interesting. I don't know what it's used for yet, but it will definitely come in handy when I really need it, not bad. Then, he thought that he finally had some wealth now, and in line with the principle that more skills are better than less, he simply spent the 500 charm points he had just been awarded and learned the Xianyang Tizong Shu. When he regained consciousness, he found that the woman in front of him was looking at him lovingly. Brother Huan, I like you. I really like you so much. Yen Haowan was stunned at first, but immediately understood. Although Wenwen is a reserved and shy girl, she can't resist such a high degree of favorability. Unexpectedly, this confession was ultimately supported by favorability. I know, Wenwen, I have always liked you too. Hu Wenwen's face flushed, showing joy, excitement, and more importantly, excitement. Sister Luoyu has gone to sleep in the master bedroom next door, and now she and brother Huan are the only two single women in the same room. She plucked up her courage, came forward, tilted her head slightly, and closed her eyes gently. This beautiful flower looks like it's ready for you to pick. However, Yan Haowan only asked for her first kiss in the end. Firstly, Wei Qiyan has called and said that all preparations are ready and the two masters have already set off, so he will set off for Tuyang Mountain tomorrow. He was thinking about the mission and felt somewhat uneasy. So he hopes to wait until he completes the mission and returns to the best condition before taking Wenwen. Let her have the most perfect memory. When Hu Wenwen saw that brother Huan gently pushed her away after kissing her, she felt very sad. But then she saw the man's eyes full of love, and after listening to her lover's explanation, she instantly felt more joyful and touched. Ding! Hu Wenwen's favorability increased by 1%, and the current favorability is 91%. The next morning, Yan Haowan set out for Tuyang Mountain. Luoyu wants to stick to her husband every day, and Hu Wenwen is also deeply in love with him and is reluctant to leave. However, they both knew that the man was going to do serious business, which was to break a very sinister and complicated feng shui formation, which was quite dangerous. Following him would not only be of no help, but would only distract him, so he could only give her a passionate kiss goodbye. After Luoyu finished the kiss, he didn't expect that the usually shy girl Wenwen would take the initiative to offer her red lips. She was a little surprised, and then she smiled. In that case, I should have a good talk with this girl tonight. This is my close sister. She will definitely not hide the knowledge that needs to be taught and will definitely teach me carefully. Chapter 55, Preparation for Breaking the Formation. Yan Haowan didn't drive because the high-speed rail goes directly to Lin'an County, Linwu City, Tiannan Province, which is labor-saving, fast and convenient. He only carried a small backpack with him to conceal himself. All his important items, including a large number of tools purchased yesterday, were placed in the Qiankuan secret realm. The Wei brothers and sisters all came to the high-speed rail station to greet them. When Wei Qilan saw him, she ignored the looks of others and just hugged and kissed him. Yan Haowan could barely be considered an old driver, but he also felt this scene was a bit awkward. He really hadn't expected that the Taoist's wife would be so passionate and generous after falling in love. Lan'er not only has the beauty and temperament of a fairy, but the key is that she is dressed as a Taoist priest, which is very eye-catching in itself. This public affection attracted countless onlookers. The way the woman treated him made him feel accomplished, but he didn't want to be high-profile or famous about this kind of thing. After the passionate kiss, he decisively took out 2 masks, put one on each of him and his wife, and quickly fled the crime scene. The 2 masters that Wei Qilan invited to help were both of the same generation as his father, one was his uncle and the other was his uncle. Both of them arrived last night. Yan Haowan and Wei Qilan's status had already been determined, so he humbly met the 2 of them with the courtesy of a junior. The 2 Taoist priests already knew something about this nephew's husband and knew that his feng shui skills were unfathomable. When they met the real person, he was younger than they had imagined. He had an extraordinary temperament but was not arrogant. They were all very satisfied and kept praising Lan'er for choosing a perfect son-in-law. Yan Haowan felt embarrassed again, but Wei Qilan was overjoyed, and her eyes were full of affection as she looked at her husband. After a brief greeting, Yan Haowan immediately got down to business. He carefully examined the interference array materials prepared by Wei Qiyan and was very satisfied. The Wei family is indeed a small aristocratic family. They have all the relevant materials and they are all of excellent quality. Brother, I want to go to the mountain first. He originally called Wei Qiyan Brother Yan, but after Lan'er married him as his co-wife in advance, he naturally called him his wife. Good. Then a group of 5 people went up the mountain together. All of them were experts, and they could sense the strong evil spirit from afar. The Wei brothers and sisters have come here many times and delivered medicine to the formation, so they have long been accustomed to it. It was the first time for the 2 senior Taoist priests to come up here. Even though they were knowledgeable and mentally prepared, their expressions changed. Yan Haowan used the qi gazing technique to investigate the formation, and his expression became a little solemn. Because the result was super fierce. Since he mastered the skill of qigong, he knew for the first time that there is a super evil beyond the most evil. Husband, what's wrong? It is undoubtedly the 4 souls and 8 devils formation. But the formation is more dangerous than I expected. Everyone's expression was startled. Wei Qian's voice was a little abnormal. Huan, are you sure? Let's go into the formation and see what happens first.
Under the guidance of the art of looking at Qi, Yan Haowan carefully checked the key points of the entire formation, the flow of evil spirits and other key elements, and felt a little relieved. The evil spirit is indeed extremely fierce, but the formation remains the same, with no new changes. Back at the foot of the mountain, he simply began to deploy. Although he is young, he is a master of feng shui and the main force in breaking the formation. The two seniors also listened with an open mind. There are two key moments in breaking the formation. They are extremely important. Everyone must cooperate closely and not make any mistakes. First, after the 8 jamming arrays are built, I will issue an order to ensure that they are all activated within half a minute. Once there is a mistake, it will inevitably be noticed by the person who sets up the formation. If the formation self-destructs by remote control, the consequences will be disastrous. Master Uncle is responsible for DUI, Uncle is responsible for Li, Brother is responsible for Jun, Lana is responsible for Kansas. I will be responsible for the other 4. Huan, you are responsible for 4 formations, is that a problem? We also have other disciples who are quite knowledgeable in formations. Do we need to arrange 3 more people, each responsible for 1 formation? It's okay, I'm sure. He had experimented with it in the formation before, and with the Xian-Yan leaping technique, he could almost achieve teleportation. He was sure he could move to another location within 5 seconds. Rather than looking for 3 other people with varying levels of skill, it would be better for him to take care of safety himself. Wei Qiyan heard his brother-in-law speak so confidently, so he didn't say anything else. This is the first critical step to breaking the formation. As long as the 8 interference formations start to operate together, the flow and transformation of the 8 evils in the main formation will be greatly disturbed, and the power of the formation will be reduced by at least 80%. Moreover, with this interference, the person who set up the formation will no longer be able to detonate it remotely. When everyone heard this, they nodded. As long as this step was completed, the danger would be greatly reduced. The second step to break the formation is for me to find the positions of the 4 souls, and then everyone will work together to release the 4 souls at almost the same time. Remember, the difference in release time cannot exceed a quarter of an hour, otherwise it will cause the formation to self-destruct. Even though its power is greatly reduced, the lethality of a self-detonation is still significant. After explaining the key points, Yan Haowan went on to explain in detail how to deploy and activate the 8 interference arrays. Still, one person is responsible for 1, he is responsible for 4. Then, we will explain how to rescue the 4 souls. However, the most difficult part of this step is to find the right position, but rescuing them is not difficult. After the explanation, he asked everyone to repeat the operating steps, and after confirming that they were correct, he immediately organized a drill. Wei Qiyan had been instructed to prepare several sets of walkie-talkies and earplugs to facilitate real-time communication. Now that everything is ready, we are ready to set off. Yan Haowan suddenly remembered something and used the Qi gazing technique on himself and everyone else. He was very surprised to see that his beloved wife Lana had the special physique of heavenly phoenix body. Although I don't understand the specific meaning, it is definitely a good thing. He looked at them one by one, and everyone's fortune was red and auspicious. But when he got to the last uncle, his expression suddenly changed. Yang Yuni. Physical condition, poison 9-turn pulling machine poison special physique, none current luck, brown medium evil. Uncle Master, has anything happened to you recently? Everyone was shocked. Yang Yuni was even more incredulous, but he immediately confessed. A month ago, I was traveling outside and was ambushed by my enemies. I was poisoned by an unknown poison. This poison actually eroded the true Yang spiritual power in my body. Fortunately, I have practiced Taoism for many years, so I can barely resist it. Otherwise, I would have died long ago. Everyone was even more surprised. Brother, why didn't I hear you say that? I also sought help from some experts, including the senior uncle and the head brother. They were all helpless, and no one even knew what kind of poison I was poisoned with. I don't want to worry you, so I won't mention it. Then he turned to Wei Qiyan and said, Don't worry, nephew. Although this poison is strange, it is not very toxic. It will break the formation without any problem. Wei Qiyan was a little worried and looked at his brother-in-law unconsciously. The latter's ability is unfathomable. He was able to discover that his uncle was poisoned. Maybe he can find a way to deal with it. Really? Yan Haowan spoke, and he said seriously. Uncle Master, you have been poisoned by the 9-turn pulling poison. Chapter 56 successfully broke the formation and reaped a great harvest.
When Yang Yuni heard this, his face suddenly changed, and then turned extremely pale. He murmured, "It's the 9-turn pulling machine poison. It's said that there is no cure for this poison. No matter how deep the spiritual power of the person is, sooner or later he will be drained of his spiritual power in true yang and turned into a dried human being." When everyone heard this, they were also shocked. Wei Qilan looked expectant. "Husband, do you have any ideas?" Yan Haoan gestured with his finger for her to wait. He needed to think about it. Of course he had no way to cure the 9-turn poison. Forget about explaining it. If it weren't for the hint from the Qi watching technique, he would have never even heard of it. But just because he can't do anything doesn't mean the system can't do anything. He then used his consciousness to search the keyword poison in the charm mall. The most amazing product is obviously the Complete Poison Sutra. The product description shows that there is no poison that cannot be made and no poison that cannot be cured. All of them are in the Complete Poison Sutra. When he saw the price of this sutra, he gasped. 100,000 charm points. There are many other products, but they are not guaranteed to be related. Including detoxification pills, there is no universal cure for all poisons. He thought about it and searched directly for 9-turn pulling poison. Got it. There are the 9-turn poison preparation recipe and the 9-turn poison detoxification recipe. Damn it, it's just one recipe, but it costs 10,000 charm points. He continued to check and finally found a suitable one, the Sanyuan detoxification pill, which can cure several kinds of strange poisons, including the 9-turn poison. See the price, 5,500 charm points. This coincidence made him fall into deep thought. After completing Yang Ying's mission, he has a total of 2,500 charm points. Shortly after taking on the task of breaking the formation, Wei Qilan expressed in advance that she was willing to marry him as his co-wife. The system therefore rewarded him with an additional 3,000 charm points, bringing the total to 5,500. Afterwards, instead of saving the 500 points that Hu Wenwen received as a reward for completing the mission, he used them to learn the Xin Yang T-Zone technique. If I hadn't accepted the Wei family mission, I wouldn't have received the extra 3,000 points in reward, and naturally I wouldn't have met this Taoist priest. Now it just so happens that this Taoist priest has been poisoned by the 9-turn poison, and an effective detoxification pill requires exactly 5,500 charm points. What a coincidence! Was it deliberately arranged by the system? Or was it just some kind of chance? He is making money very quickly now, but his charm is that every time he saves a little, he has to spend it all. It really hurts. Husband. Wei Qilan saw that he didn't speak for a long time, but couldn't help but call him softly. Yan Haoan came back to his senses. This Taoist priest has no relationship with him, but he is his beloved wife's uncle, and he is willing to take risks to help break the formation. I have to help you with this. I bought the detoxification pills. This 9-turn pulling machine poison can be cured. Everyone was very happy. Yang Yuni was even more excited. Nephew Yan, if you have any conditions, just tell me. This young man thought about it for a long time before saying it was solvable, but it's obviously not that simple. Master, rest assured. No conditions are needed. This poison can be cured with just one pill. After saying this, he pretended to rummage in his arms for a while before he took out a small porcelain bottle. He handed the bottle to Yang Yuni and said, Uncle Master, after taking the medicine, sit in meditation and practice Qigong for 2 cycles. You will be able to refine the medicinal power and eliminate the toxicity immediately. Nephew Yan, this pill is very valuable, right? Yan Haoan was not hypocritical and replied. It's really not easy to make. Yang Yuni heard the hidden meaning from this simple sentence. This pill must be very valuable, otherwise this young man wouldn't have hesitated for so long. He was also a decisive person, and he immediately bowed and said, I am so grateful for your kindness. If you have any errands in the future, please just ask me, and I will go through fire and water to help you. Yang Huoding also bowed to him and said, If my nephew Yan doesn't mind, I will give you my share. Yan Haoan quickly returned the greetings one by one. He felt that it was worth helping. Regardless of whether it will be useful in the future, the connections between the 2 heavenly masters of Baoling Mountain's heavenly master sect have definitely been established. After Yang Yuni came out of the quiet room, Yan Haoan checked him again using the qi gazing technique and found that his physical condition was indeed healthy and his qi luck had turned into a red color, which was very auspicious. Now there is finally nothing to worry about. Everyone does not delay any longer and goes up the mountain to break the formation. Because the preparations were extremely thorough and everyone was extremely familiar with the rehearsal, the entire process of breaking the formation went extremely smoothly. It only took half an hour to break this extremely dangerous Four Souls Bagua formation. Everyone was even a little bit unbelievable. This was the second most dangerous formation, how could it be broken so easily? Of course they couldn't possibly know that the reason why it was so easy was mainly because Yan Haowan had the cheating artifact called Qigong. It can not only observe the flow of evil spirits in real time, but also accurately discover the positions of the Four Souls. Otherwise, it would require at least 5 master feng shui masters to work together, with one person to coordinate and the other 4 to each find a soul to rescue, before there would be any hope of breaking the formation. Moreover, the process would be extremely difficult and full of various variables. Yan Haowan had a calm expression on his face. Even without any system prompt, he knew that the formation had been broken. Because when the 4 souls were rescued, he clearly felt a powerful binding force being cut off. This is obviously the main soul clone of the person who broke the formation and controlled the formation. The backlash from breaking the formation will directly shatter the clone, and will inevitably cause serious injury to the main soul. This made him feel at ease. Then, he began to check the system prompts with peace of mind. Ding! Wei Qilan's optional mission 1 is completed. This one is the previous one. The prompt is simple and you don't need to pay much attention to it, because you will receive the reward by accepting the task. He focused on checking the formation breaking prompt he had just received. Ding! Wei Qilan's optional mission 2 completed. Reward, 30,000 charm points, current charm points, 30,000. Reward, Wei family's loyalty. When 30,000 points arrived in his account, he was quite happy, now he finally had some savings. After deducting the 10,000 points prepared to buy longevity pills for Grandpa, there are still 20,000 charm points. Ding! Wei Qilan's favorability increased by 1%, and the current favorability is 91%. This reminder was also expected. Ding! The system has detected several rare grade materials and 1 spiritual treasure grade material in the formation. The host is advised to collect them. He secretly exclaimed, and then was overjoyed. This was an unexpected gain. Brother, although the formation has been broken, the remaining evil spirits still exist and are quite dangerous. Please lead everyone to evacuate as soon as possible. I will make some arrangements to eliminate the remaining evil spirits. The people in Wei Qiyan had great faith in him and naturally obeyed his orders. Yan Haowan did not lie, he did need to clear out the remaining evil spirits. He also took advantage of the fact that no one was around to collect valuable materials. According to the system's reminder, materials are divided into ordinary grade, good grade, fine grade, rare grade, and the higher grades, Lingbao grade and Tianbao grade, which are all rare items that can only be encountered by chance. The materials can not only be used to arrange feng shui formations, but also to refine artifacts and magical weapons, and have a wide range of uses. Previously, the materials that Wei Qiyan had prepared to build the interference array were basically of good quality. However, most of them were damaged during the operation of the array. In this broken situation, there are a large number of basically intact high-quality and fine-grade materials left, and there are even 8 rare grade and 1 spiritual treasure grade materials. In addition to the ordinary grade, he even did not let go of the good grade ones. Anyway, there was the Qiankuan secret realm, and there was room for as many materials as possible. He was really overjoyed. This time during the trip to Tuyang Mountain, he not only successfully broke the formation and rescued the Wei family members, completed the mission and received the reward, but also reaped this generous windfall. Chapter 57, A Short Separation Makes You Happy. Huan, you are extremely capable, and you are already Lan'er's husband. From now on, everyone in my Wei family will be at your disposal. Yan Haowan had received the reminder to pledge allegiance, so he naturally believed in his brother-in-law's words completely and felt a great sense of accomplishment. The Wei family has a strong foundation and is quite good at medical skills. Not only are they practical, but they will definitely be of great benefit to his development of power. Although the 4 souls and 8 evils formation has been broken, there are still many follow-up matters. Fortunately, Wei Qiyan had thought carefully and had made preparations before breaking the formation. He organized the personnel in an orderly manner, and settled his parents, wife, children, and tribesmen trapped in the formation one by one, and provided them with treatment and care. Of course Wei Qilan also had to help, but before that, she pulled Yan Haowan into a room. With a shy look on her face, she secretly handed him a thin booklet wrapped in gauze and asked him to study it on his own in the quiet room. Yan Haowan came to the quiet room with a curious look on his face. He opened it and immediately smiled strangely. The booklet was simple and plain, with 7 large characters written on the cover: Supreme Mysterious Cultivation Method. The name of the method was changed to something very strange, you know. Old driver Yen understood immediately. Isn't this the cultivation secret technique mentioned by the brother-in-law before? At that moment, he began to study seriously with great interest. At first, he just thought it was very exciting, but the more he looked at it, the more serious his expression became, because he discovered that the methods inside were surprisingly mysterious and infinite. It turns out to be a profound cultivation method. The name of this wonderful method is not just a boast. Because of his previously displayed feng shui skills and superb martial arts, the Wei brothers and sisters all thought that he was a Taoist practitioner. However, he is not like that at all. All his abilities are skills granted by the system. However, after he learned the various skills in the Xianyang Sutra, he found that many things were actually similar to the principles of Taoism. The more he read, the more he understood. He learned more and more knowledge and realized more and more principles. He actually stepped into the door of spiritual practice without realizing it. Then he remembered the description of the Qianquan secret realm and became more curious about the origin of the system. Could it be that the system was really created by some Taoist master or even an immortal from heaven? Are the various tasks and skills just a disguised method of cultivation? Although this idea is too far-fetched, isn't the system itself the most far-fetched existence? The next day, under Wei Qian's strong suggestion, Yan Haoan and Wei Qilan officially became Taoist couple. Wei Qilan's intention was very clear. Although her sister claimed that she was Yan Haoan's co-wife in name, this title was really just a self-title. Because there is no formal ceremony, this kind of relationship is not counted and is not reliable. It is also not in accordance with etiquette and will damage the girl's reputation. But his parents are still recuperating. Yan's father and mother are not around either, and after all, she is a concubine, and Yan Haoan hasn't even married a wife. So this is not a formal wedding gift. It was just that Wei Qian's eldest brother acted on behalf of his father and, witnessed by his uncles and several other members of the Wei family, they completed a simple Taoist couple ceremony. After the ceremony, Yan Haoan and Wei Qilan's status as husband and wife was officially confirmed. Yan Haoan really felt like he was dreaming. I am a junior student, but I already have a wife. And my wife is as beautiful as a fairy. On the night of April 21st, he was abandoned and ridiculed by Zhang Shaoqing, activating the warm man turnaround system. It has only been 40 days since then, but my life has changed dramatically. From a poor loser, he transformed himself into a winner in life with special skills, a net worth of 1.2 billion and 4 stunning beauties, Miss Death, Xiaoyer, Laner, and Wenwen. The world is wonderful, that's all. After a simple Taoist banquet, the two elders said goodbye and left. Before leaving, Taoist Yang Yuni once again solemnly stated that if Yan Haoan had any mission in the future, he would do his best. Yan Haoan was naturally polite as well, and suggested that when he had time in the future, he would take Laner to Lingbao Mountain to visit and seek scriptures. The two Taoist priests naturally expressed their welcome. Then, when Yan Haoan also proposed to leave, the Wei brothers and sisters were all surprised. In addition to being surprised, his Taoist partner also had eyes full of resentment. At that moment, he generously and straightforwardly explained to the Wei brothers and sisters the reason why he was leaving. Brother, Laner, after studying the Supreme Mysterious Seconds cultivation method last night, I found that it has a lot in common with the Taoism I practice, which gave me some enlightenment. I hope to study it for a while longer and gain a deeper understanding before I come to Laner to study with her. What he said was basically true. He did have a great interest in practicing Taoism and had a vague feeling that he had gotten into the swing of things. Therefore, I want to wait until I have a more thorough understanding of the knowledge and principles before I delve into and develop in a higher direction. Qi Wei Yan nodded repeatedly. Although Qi Wei Lan felt a little regretful and reluctant, she also agreed and supported her husband's decision. Yan Haoan took the opportunity to propose that he wanted to borrow the Taoist classics of the Wei family so that they could better verify and comprehend each other and strive to reach a new level in the morning. The Wei siblings had no doubts at all and never imagined that he was not actually a cultivator. Originally, this kind of family classics should not be passed on to outsiders. However, firstly, Yan Haoan is Laner's husband, and secondly, he has done great favors to the Wei family, and the latter have already pledged allegiance to him, so a mere classic is naturally not a problem. Since the Wei family was besieged by the 4 souls and 8 evils formation, the entire industry has been greatly affected. Now that the evil formation has been broken, it is time to rebuild everything. Both parents need a long period of recuperation to recover.
As the backbone of the Wei family, the brothers and sisters must stay and take charge of the situation. Although Wei Qilan really wanted to stay with her husband, she also knew that she had to put the overall situation first. As his newlywed wife was reluctant to leave, Yan Haowan kissed her goodbye affectionately and embarked on the return journey. He went back home first, bought a handful of longevity pills at the Charm Mall, and personally gave them to his grandfather to take. After settling this matter, he rushed back to the provincial capital Sushui overnight. Luo Yu's favorability rating is as high as 96%, and no one can compare to her obsession with Yan Haowan. In addition, she has a bold personality, so as soon as her husband arrives home, she immediately rushes up to him and hugs and kisses him passionately. Although we were apart for only 2 days, it felt better than a honeymoon. Chapter 58, Practice Together. Yan Haowan has been happy but busy these days. Until this weekend, I finally had some free time. My parents and cousin happened to be here, so I took them out to have some fun. Luo Yu continued to behave as the hostess as always. She was also the vice president of the student union and was very capable in her work. What is more important is that we have plenty of money, so all the food, drinks, entertainment and activities are arranged properly. Finally, I took a group of people on a shopping spree. Yan's parents are both frugal people. Although their son has sent a lot of money home, he rarely spends it. Now that I know my son is not short of money and my daughter-in-law is so warm and polite, I don't stop her and let her buy it. Hu Wanwan and Yan Hachi also benefited greatly from the gift and bought a lot of clothes and cosmetics. Of course, the clever Xiaoyuer would not forget her husband's psychological G-spot and spent more than 60,000 yuan on his account. Yan Haowan accompanied the players all the way and received more than 5 million yuan in playing fees. Now this money was just a drop in the bucket for him. So, he rounded it up and transferred 5 million to his new love Hu Wanwan. Hu Wanwan's eyes widened after receiving the text message alert. She was a sophomore, how could she have ever experienced such a big event? Luo Yu was only slightly better than her at the beginning, but later he saw more and more big scenes and finally got used to it. Hu Wanwan found an opportunity and pulled Yan Haowan aside. Brother Huan, why did you transfer so much money to me? It's not that much, it's just 5 million pocket money. Hu Wanwan knew Huan had plenty of money after hearing that he could buy a luxury house with full payment. But she was still shocked when she heard that 5 million was just pocket money. Brother Huan, why are you so nice to me? You are the woman I like. I happen to be rich, so it's only natural for me to give you some flowers. Brother Huan, I don't need that much pocket money. Then keep it for future use, or give it to your family. Brother Huan, can I give this money to my family? Of course. This is for you. It's your money. Hu Wanwan was so moved that she cried on the spot. Yan Haowan felt a little embarrassed, feeling that he just wanted her but she didn't care enough about him. Because my beloved lover has all the money in her management, and I have also told her to give it back to her family at any time. But he had never thought about Hu Wanwan. Wanwan, I've never asked you about your family's financial situation. Hu Wanwan cried even harder. Luo Yu was a shrewd person. When he saw Wanwan pulling her husband away, he secretly observed what was going on. She ran over quickly and said angrily, "Husband, did you bully Wanwan? How did you make her cry?" Yan Haowan felt very embarrassed and whispered a few words to Xiaoyuer. Luo Yu was also startled and said, "Hubby, it's my fault. I only care about your family and my family, and I have never cared about Wanwan's family affairs. You go accompany your parents, and I will take care of Wanwan." Yan Haowan nodded, but after walking away, he thought about it, walked back, hugged Hu Wanwan, and gently kissed her dry tears. Ding! Hu Wanwan's favorability increased by 1%, and the current favorability is 92%. Hey, what a surprise! Women really do need to be loved. Luo Yu was all smiles and gave her husband a thumbs up. Nightfall. Luo Yu told her husband about Hu Wanwan's family situation in detail. Hu Wanwan's family owns a factory, and she has had a well-off family since she was a child. Before going to college, her family lived in a small villa, 2 commercial houses, and a storefront. The family assets are worth tens of millions, which is considered a pretty good family in the county. But after she went to college, the family's situation suddenly took a turn for the worse. The factory's business was getting worse and worse. But her family didn't tell her the details because they didn't want her to worry. She just knew something about it. But just last week, when her mother was talking to her on the phone, she actually started crying. It turned out that the factory's business was not good, and because of a large amount of loans, it went bankrupt due to insolvency. Not only that, he also sold the family's small villa, shopfront, and another house, leaving only the smallest one for his own use, and only then was he able to pay off his debts. A small wealthy family with tens of millions of assets fell to this point in less than 2 years. The more Yen Haoan listened, the more furrowed his brows became. Such a drastic change had actually happened in Wenwen's family. This girl is so shameless that she refuses to say anything. Husband, do you want to give her some more money? Not for now. Her family has paid off all their debts anyway. Giving too much money at once may not be a good thing. Yeah, that's what I thought. Luo Yu also told the truth, so even though her husband gave her a huge sum of money for safekeeping, the amount he gave to the family was only tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands each time. I was wondering why her family's situation took a sudden turn for the worse. Husband, do you suspect that there is something wrong with feng shui? It's hard to say. I want to find a time to go to her house. Luo Yu first hummed softly, then looked expectant. Hubby, can you come to my house and play sometime? Okay, wait a little longer. Thank you, husband. Seeing Yen Haoan's surprised expression, she said a little embarrassedly. I can't always eat alone. Didn't you see Wenwen's resentful look? Yen Haoan was a little embarrassed. Husband, just take her. Luo Yu was actually a little confused, because her husband had wanted her before, but at that time he said he had to wait for things to develop naturally. Now the girl is looking forward to his pampering her. Isn't this a natural outcome? I don't know why my husband keeps pushing people away now. Yen Haoan told the truth. Xiao Yuer, I like Wenwen very much and want her very much. But, I can't have her for the time being. Why? This matter is a bit complicated, let me explain it briefly. I have been practicing a Taoist method recently, and the Wei family gave me a secret technique to practice together. Having said that, he glanced at his lover with a hint of embarrassment, and the latter's eyes widened considerably. After studying it, I found that it has a lot in common with my own Taoism, which has benefited me a lot. Then shouldn't we take Wenwen? It's a good opportunity for us to practice together. This method may seem simple, but it is actually very profound. I have not yet fully understood it. So I will study it for a while, compare it with what I have learned, and after I have thoroughly mastered it, I will practice with Wenwen together. Luo Yu understood. She said with regret. I'm sorry, husband. Yen Haoan knew what she meant, and always regretted that the first time was not given to him. However, he didn't mind at all because they didn't know each other at that time. Little fool, here you go again. Xiao Yuer, you will always be my precious lover. Luo Yu was delighted and asked shyly. Hubby, can you teach me Taoism, and then we can practice together? Chapter 59, Policewoman Zhang's Change of Attitude. Husband, can I practice the Taoism you mentioned? Yen Haoan was stunned. He had not thought of this. Because his previous abilities were all given by the system, it was impossible for him to teach them to others. So he has developed habitual thinking. Luo Yu's question gave him great inspiration. Anyway, he has already tricked the Wei family's classics, so why not let his woman practice together? If they also became cultivators like Wei Qilan and practiced together with me, wouldn't it be more beneficial to the growth of each other's Taoism? He was overjoyed and praised. Xiao Yuer, you are truly my treasure. In the future, I will teach you and Wenwen to practice Taoism and this supreme secret art together. When Luo Yu heard this, he was also very happy. But Xiao Yuer, you must remember that there are only 3 of us, and Lanner. We only need to keep it to ourselves and must not disclose it to outsiders. It's not that he is selfish, but these things would be shocking if they were spread out. Especially when you are practicing someone else's classics, it won't be good if others find out. If you just let your woman practice secretly, then there's no problem. At the reminder of his beloved lover, Yen Haoan went next door again and comforted his resentful sister Wenwen. Then she saw that brother Huan actually looked serious. Wenwen, when I first saw it, I had a similar reaction to you, but this is really a very profound and wonderful way of cultivation. Don't get the wrong idea, it's not the improper thing you think. Wenwen's face turned even redder when her thoughts were guessed. At that moment, Yen Haoan very patiently explained to her the basics of cultivation. Wenwen felt like she was listening to a fairy tale, but she had already seen some of brother Huan's magical abilities, so she couldn't help but believe it. So, she immediately showed the style of a top student and listened to the lecture very seriously. At the same time, I secretly made up my mind to study Taoism very hard in the future so that I could be more worthy of my brother. On Sunday afternoon, Yan Haowan received a call from the long-lost policewoman Jiang Jingshan, who said she wanted to invite him and Luo Yu to dinner. He remembered the task assigned by Zhang's father and of course agreed happily. Unexpectedly, after I told Luo Yu, the latter said that he couldn't go again because he had already made an appointment with an important friend for dinner in the evening. Although Luo Yu's behavior seems a little mysterious, this baby is a loyal lover certified by the system, so he feels at ease no matter who he has dinner with. After arriving at the restaurant, Yan Haowan found out that the person who treated them was the policewoman's cousin Lu Fingshou. It turns out that the last time Jiang Jingshan asked him to help with the feng shui of the house, she was actually helping her cousin buy a house. Lu Fingshou invited him to dinner to thank him for helping him buy Yang Ying's house, and he was very satisfied with the house. Because it was Jiang Jingshan who brought it, Yang Ying actually lowered the price by another 50,000 from the original reserve price in order to thank her and Yan Haowan. After dinner, Yan Haowan suggested sitting for a while with the policewoman, and the latter readily agreed. Her cousin and his wife naturally left first tactfully. Huan, speaking of this house, I really have to thank you. Sister Yang Ying told me directly that she only gave this price because of you. Sister Gingshan, this house is definitely worth it. The feng shui layout is very good. Then, policewoman Jiang saw that his expression was a little strange and asked, "What's wrong?" Yan Haowan knew that she was a straightforward person, so he chose to tell the truth. "Didn't Sister Yang Ying invite us to dinner last time? You didn't go." "Well, what's wrong?" "I mentioned it to her at the time. The formation had been completely broken. Both the neighborhood and the house were good. I suggested she not to sell it." Jiang Jingshan seemed to be thinking about something. "You can see that she is very reluctant to let go. But if she doesn't sell the house, the pressure will be great." "What do you mean?" "Not long after they moved into the house, her husband passed away. It's not easy for a person to bear such a large loan." She also told me a few more words in private, saying that her parents-in-law thought he was unlucky in marriage, so they didn't want to move in. Not only that, they also forced her to sell the house quickly and divide the money, so that the Wen family would have nothing to do with her from then on. Alas, Sister Ying is such a miserable woman. After listening to this, Yan Haowan felt both sympathetic and somewhat indignant. "What do you mean by jinx?" "Her husband offended someone and was affected by someone's feng shui formation. What does it have to do with her? Moreover, Sister Ying's face shows that she is dignified, generous, virtuous, and kind. She will definitely bring good luck to her husband. Any man who can marry her is very lucky." Seeing how excited he was, and even saying things like lucky for the husband and good fortune, Jiang Jingshan's expression suddenly became a little strange. She was straightforward and couldn't help but remind him. "Sister Ying is very nice, but Huan, don't forget that you already have a sister Luo Yu." Yan Haowan suddenly felt embarrassed, thinking that he did like Sister Ying, but it seemed that he had only expressed a little bit of dissatisfaction, and it was not so obvious. When Jiang Jingshan saw his expression, she knew that she had guessed it right. She thought of her own family affairs and sighed, "Men are really lustful and greedy. I heard that some men have a sneaky mentality and particularly like this kind of young and beautiful woman from a good family." But she didn't say much. Perhaps it was just as her little sister comforted her, any man with a little money and some ability will have a few women. He calls me Sister Jingshan, but I am not really his sister, so what right do I have to control others? Huan, Sister Ying is beautiful, gentle and generous, it's normal for you to like her. But, Sister Luo Yu has called you husband, and from what I can see, she is deeply in love with you, you must not abandon her. Luo Yu is already my wife in my heart. I will love and protect her for the rest of my life." He said this sincerely, because Xiao Yuer was his most precious lover and he loved her so much that how could he abandon her? As for Sister Yang Ying, he was too embarrassed to admit it directly. Jiang Jingshan nodded and didn't say anything more. Chapter 60 Don't act cool when you have nothing to do. Jiang Jingshan nodded and didn't say anything more. Yan Haowan waited anxiously for a while, but did not receive any notification that the policewoman's favorability had dropped. He was very surprised, and then very happy. This sister hates philandering men the most, yet she can accept that she already has Luo Yu and still has feelings for Sister Yang Ying. What had happened to her? It was incredible that she had such a change in attitude. However, if she found out that she also had Wei Qilan and Hu Wenwen, I don't know if she would blacklist her with just one click. Seeing that he had nothing to say, Jiang Jingshan said goodbye.
Yan Haowan thought of her father Jiang Zongming's mission, which was to help the latter become the mayor of Sushui City. I originally wanted to get closer to her so that I could have a chance to get closer to the target of the mission. But after the latter knew that he had feelings for Sister Yang Ying, he seemed to be in a bad mood. He felt that he was lucky that his playboy status had not decreased, so he decided not to bring bad luck upon himself and would look for another opportunity later. As soon as the two walked out the door, they heard a male voice that sounded a bit surprising. Shan Shan. Jiang Jingshan's expression changed slightly. She didn't reply, but nodded as a greeting. Afterwards, several more people greeted her and called her Jiang Ji. She nodded in return. Shan Shan, why are you here? Didn't you say you were feeling a little unwell and wanted to rest at home? Although policewoman Jiang has a generous and straightforward personality, she felt a little embarrassed when her lie was exposed on the spot. She quickly thought of a solution. Well, but my boyfriend asked me out, so I still came out to have dinner with him. When the man heard the word boyfriend, his expression suddenly changed. Jiang Dingshan calmly took Yan Haowan's arm and introduced them. This is my boyfriend Huan Huan. Huan Huan, these are my colleagues from the Municipal Bureau. He is Captain Li of our Municipal Bureau's Special Police Detachment, and these people are all his subordinates. Yan Haowan just watched at first, but as soon as Sister Jingshan's boyfriend spoke and took his arm, he understood immediately. Hello Li Ji, hello officers. Li Liangkai looked Yan Haowan up and down and smiled contemptuously. Shan Shan, your excuse is a bit fake. These little bean sprouts are not your cup of tea at all. Bean sprouts? Yan Haowan was speechless. However, Li Ji is tall and strong, even better than the second boy in the dormitory, Tai Zi. In terms of physique, I am really just a small bean sprout in the eyes of others. But he was very calm, while his girlfriend looked unhappy. He is my boyfriend, Li Liangkai, please be more polite. Li Liangkai heard her bad tone and stopped provoking her. He just laughed. Shan Shan, don't get me wrong, I just think that some people are not a good match for you. Yan Haowan smiled faintly. What the other person said was right. Sister Jingshan is 178 centimeters tall, the tallest woman he knows, 3 centimeters taller than Wanwan. He is 180 centimeters tall, which is not short, but the girl looks taller than him, so it is indeed not very harmonious for him to stand with Sister Jingshan. Jiang Jingshan smiled coldly and said, Li Ji, you can't judge a person by his appearance, haven't you heard that? Don't think you can look down on others just because you are tall and strong. If we really fight, you may not be able to beat my Huan Huan. Li Liangkai laughed out loud. This brother Huan Huan seems to be very capable. How about we practice with him? Yan Haowan didn't want to get involved, but as he listened, he felt something was wrong. Sister Jingshan obviously doesn't like others very much, and she is well aware of her own martial arts skills, but she still deliberately provokes others. Does she want me to teach her a lesson? It's okay to practice. But Li Ji, you are a policeman. It would be bad if I accidentally hurt you. Li Liangkai laughed again, and his colleagues beside him also had a joking expression on their faces. When practicing boxing, it's inevitable that you can't stop. How about this, let's just do a pure exchange and stop when it's enough. But if there is any damage, then you will bear the consequences at your own risk, okay? Yan Haowan showed a harmless expression. It's all up to you. Everyone came to the parking lot. Li Donglin said calmly, Brother Huan Huan, you are younger than me, I will give you 3 moves. Yan Haowan was speechless. Li Ji, oh Li Ji, this is not the way you pretend to be cool. So, he didn't hesitate and directly used the method he was best at and most accustomed to, which was throwing people. The power of the Xianyang palm is really too great. If the intensity is not controlled properly, it can shatter a person's internal organs. Before Li Dahan could react, he found himself flying out. Then, with a loud bang, it hit the wall next to it. It even knocked the wall down. All of his men changed color and ran over there together. Yan Haowan also walked over slowly and said calmly, Thank you Li Ji for letting me make a move. Now it's your turn to make a move. Li Liangkai felt severe pain all over his body and was unable to stand up for a while. He knew he had met a true master, so he simply said, It is me, Li Liang, who is blind and does not recognize the real master. Please forgive me for making a fool of myself. Seeing that he had a correct attitude, Yan Haowan stopped ridiculing him. He used the qi gazing technique to check and found nothing unusual. You just have some minor injuries. You'll be fine after a rest. Thank you, Brother Huan Huan. May I know your name? My name is Yen Hawan. Yen is in swallow, he is in Y, and Huan is in like.
Hello, brother Huan. My name is Li Liangkai, which means good and talented. I would like to invite you for a drink next time. Would you do me the honor?
Yen Hawan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he was such a straightforward person, so he responded with a yes. Then the two of them added each other on WeChat, and when other police officers saw this, they also came over and added him. This made Yen a little confused. Jiang Jingshan also came over at this time, revealing a faint smile.
She took Yen Hawan's arm again and said, Li Ji, do you think we are a good match now?
Li Liangkai is really a talented person. He praised without changing his expression. You and brother Huan are a perfect match made in heaven.
When you get married, remember to post a message to me.
Jiang Jingshan originally wanted to make fun of him, but she didn't expect him to say that. She found it funny but also a little embarrassed, so she said goodbye and left. After turning the corner and leaving everyone's sight, Yen Hawan took the initiative to let go of his arm without leaving any trace.
Sister Jingshan, I don't think Li Ji is a bad person. Why do you seem to hate him so much?
He was my senior in the police academy, and his mom and my mom were classmates.
We've known each other since we were kids.
He's not a bad person, he's just too self-righteous and annoying. Yen Hawan smiled, thinking himself self-righteous, probably because he thought he had a good figure and was a good fighter. Sister Jingshan, I don't mind you dragging me along to show off in front of a bunch of people today, but I'm afraid it will have a bad influence on you.
Jiang Jingshan glanced at him and said calmly. What's wrong with that? I've always been single, so what's wrong with finding a boyfriend? That's not what I meant.
You're all in the same system, and someone will definitely spread the news.
How will you find a partner in the future then?
That's my business, don't worry about it.
Yen he happily thought, this policewoman is indeed as unique as the young lady.
Then, Jiang Jingshan suddenly turned around and stared at him with a half-smile on her face.
If I can't find a partner in the future, wouldn't that be just what you want? Chapter 61, How big can the benefits for the policewoman be?
Hearing this shocking sentence, Yen Hawan was stunned.
Sister Shanshan, do you have any misunderstandings about me? The woman just chuckled, obviously showing disbelief. I admit that I am a playboy. I like Sister Yang Ying. But, I really don't have any feelings for you. Is it that you don't have any idea, or that you don't dare to have any idea?
Although I have never been in a relationship, it doesn't mean that I don't understand the look in a man's eyes.
Yen Hawan.
He is indeed a policeman, he is very observant. He had just started to meet Sister Jingshan, who became his target, and he did have some ideas about it.
After all, which man would not like such beauty in figure?
However, ever since he tried to get close to her that day and she bluntly said, I hate men who are unfaithful the most, and her favorability towards him dropped by 10% on the spot, he really didn't dare to have any thoughts anymore. Seeing that he was speechless, Jiang Jingshan smiled mischievously.
It's normal for you to have feelings for me. I'm no worse than your sister Luoyu. Men are greedy, aren't they? They eat what's in the bowl and keep their eyes on what's in the pot. Sister Jingshan, actually. Policewoman Jiang listened to his hesitation and did not squeeze him anymore.
Instead, she smiled like a flower and even took his arm again, saying in a gentle tone.
Come on. My dear boyfriend, take a walk with me. Yen Hawan was dumbfounded again. What does this mean, policewoman? This is totally unlike her style. Could it be that she has some feelings for me? Impossible.
She hated philandering men the most. And since she cared so much about Luoyu, there was no way she would try to steal him away. The most important thing is that he did not receive any system notification saying that his favorability had increased. He wondered if he had accidentally missed the hint, so he called up the target's information and checked it carefully. It really hasn't changed, Sister Shanshan's favorability is still 70%. So he couldn't understand why his sister's style suddenly changed. But there is one thing he understood, this sister not only has a personality, but she should also be a person with a relatively cold temperament and will not easily get emotional. Then, he suddenly had a strange idea for no apparent reason. I hope that it is just my temperament that is cold, not just my sex.
Why are you so distraught? Are you scared? No, I just feel. Sister Shanshan, you look a little weird, it doesn't seem like your style. People change. Sister, did something special happen to you or someone around you that stimulated you?
Jiang Jingshan was a little surprised. She didn't expect that he could guess this. But she didn't want to publicize this family scandal. Nothing happened. I just wanted to use you as a shield. And then, as I was shielding you, I suddenly felt that it would be nice to have a boyfriend. It would save me from being bothered by others all the time. Yan Haoan was speechless. Is this even possible? This is too much of a joke. Sister Shanshan, since you find people annoying, why don't you just find a boyfriend? I didn't get a call. Sister, you are asking too much. My requirements: he must be a good person, loyal to me, have a good appearance and be compatible with me, and have a decent family background. Okay, is this too high? Yan Haoan didn't know what to say. Isn't this a high requirement? First of all, the one who can match her in appearance must be tall and handsome and his family background must be decent, which basically means he is rich. Tall, rich and handsome must have good character, and most importantly, he must not be unfaithful. Are there? Of course there are. But I don't think there will be many. You may not necessarily meet her, but if you do, she might already be taken. Your expression tells me that I have very high standards. Anyway, I think it's quite high. There are many men with good conditions, but there are not many men with good conditions who are also loyal in love. After listening to this, Zhang Jingshan looked at him with a half smile. So after all, the conclusion is that men are all greedy, right? Yan Haoan was a little embarrassed at first, but then he felt relieved. He can now almost conclude that the policewoman must have been stimulated. He was probably the good man in her mind, but she found out that he was also a playboy. Sister Shanshan, I don't know about others, but I am indeed greedy. Zhang Jingshan already knew about it, so she didn't say anything. She changed the subject directly. Huan, we are friends, but I know nothing about your family situation. Tell me about it. Yan Haoan was a little puzzled, but there was nothing to hide. The situation at home was very simple and could be explained in just a few words. Is Sister Luoyu's family rich? It's okay. Why do you ask? You two are still in college, and you bought such a nice car. Yan Haoan understood and thought for a moment. I know feng shui, so I got inspired last time and took a part-time job to earn some extra money. It was all from the boss. The red envelope was quite big. Zhang Jingshan nodded thoughtfully. Then, each of them had their own thoughts and didn't speak for a long time. Huan, are you free this weekend? Please spare a day for me. Come home with me and meet my parents as their boyfriend. Yan Haoan was stunned. This is just like the eldest lady, using him as a shield. This made him feel very complicated. The fact that people use him as a symbol shows that they at least recognize him to some extent. But she obviously doesn't really treat him as her boyfriend, which means she still looks down on him deep down. And this woman is even more aloof than the young lady. The young lady is still passionate inside. But the policewoman was so cold. She could be so calm when talking about such a thing, as if she was negotiating a deal. Okay. But Sister Shanshan, let me be frank with you. If this has any negative impact on your reputation in the future, don't blame me. Of course, it was my own request. But don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have my boyfriend's name. She paused, looked at the so-called boyfriend meaningfully, and said calmly. As long as you cooperate well and be my boyfriend in name only, I will naturally give you the benefits you deserve. As for the things you shouldn't think about, don't think too much about them. Yan Haoan was stunned. There are actually benefits? But I was just helping and didn't think much about it at all. Let me give you an encouragement award first. Zhang Jingshan suddenly turned sideways and kissed him on the cheek. Yan Haoan was stunned again. It was actually real. The most amazing thing is that even though she did such an intimate act, her favorability rating didn't increase at all. What an amazing woman. Then, he began to daydream. A kiss is just an encouragement award, so how big would the bigger award be? Is it possible that except for not being able to sleep, everything else is possible? He really had no idea at first, but when he was aroused by this so-called benefit, he became more thoughtful. After all, if you can conquer such a cool and even aloof policewoman, the sense of satisfaction and accomplishment will be extraordinary. Chapter 62. The policewoman turns out to be the eldest lady's best friend. Zhang Jingshan asked Yan Haoan to go for a walk, but she didn't really want to have a romantic relationship with him. It was because after I suddenly decided to ask him to be my boyfriend, I came up with some more long-term ideas. Now that the decision to meet the parents has been made and the man has agreed, there is no further conversation.
After walking for a while, we had to say goodbye. But before leaving, Yan Haowan suddenly thought of a problem. Although Miss Tian hasn't contacted him for a while, it shows that the parent matter has not been cancelled. What if I happen to make an appointment with him this weekend? If there is a conflict with a dinner appointment, you can always rush to another one, but for something like meeting the parents, it might be inconvenient to rush to another one. So he called the policewoman. Sister Shanshan, let's walk for a while. What's wrong? A question just occurred to me. It's very important, and I think I need to explain it to you clearly. Jiang Jingshan looked at him with some surprise. Go over there, there's a bench, sit for a while. Yan Haowan thought about it. Since she was already a playboy in her sister's eyes, it wouldn't make any difference whether she played with one or two. So, he simply told all his women in detail, from the eldest daughter, then Luo Yu, who won one, to the most bizarre Taoist partner and wife. He thought there was no difference between one or two, but how could there be no difference? Jiang Jingshan's expression changed every time she heard one of them. After listening to it, she asked back in a cold tone. Are you sure you're not making this up? Do you think I could make up a story like that? So, you're telling me all this to show how great you are, right? There are so many women, and they all like you. You have a really good appetite. You already have 4 women, but you still want to harm Sister Yang Ying and even want to eat me. I really didn't recognize you. I thought you were just an innocent college student. Yan Haowan was a little depressed. His sister was always calm, so why did she suddenly get so angry? But he suddenly had an idea, because the policewoman's voice was cold and her questioning was aggressive, but her favorability did not decrease at all. This made him realize something. So he smiled bitterly and patiently explained. Sister Shanshan, I am indeed greedy. I haven't even graduated from college yet, but I already have 4 women. But what happened to Sister Tian was purely an accident, and she was the one who contacted me later. Luo Yu was the one who took the initiative to ask to be my woman. Lan'er became my Taoist partner because her family needed my help, but I never made any request. It was her brother who proposed it, and she did it voluntarily. Only my junior schoolmate Xiaohu, I really liked her from the beginning and had this kind of thought. But I never used any bad means, it was purely after we spent time together that she slowly developed feelings for me. Jiang Jingshan snorted coldly. So after all, it still means that you are very capable and charming, and women all want to chase you. Yan Haowan smiled awkwardly and simply stopped explaining because it was really the case. Xiao Yuer is clearly pursuing the girl and wants her to be his lover even if he can't be her girlfriend. Lan'er did it for the family at first, but later she voluntarily agreed in advance, and later she was even more affectionate towards him, which could be considered as pursuing him. One is shy and didn't say she liked him until her favorability reached 90%, but her attitude towards him had already been revealed. Of course the eldest lady didn't pursue him, but except for the first accident, she was the one who took the initiative to ask him out twice afterwards. Seeing that he was silent, Jiang Jingshan thought he was guilty. Then she suddenly thought of how he punished Jian Lianghui. This kid really has special abilities. Now her face suddenly became very serious. Yan Haowan, answer me honestly, did you use your special ability to harm these women and force them to follow you? Yan Haowan really wanted to roll her eyes at her. Sister Shanshan, we are friends after all, how could I be this kind of person in your eyes? Apart from being a little bit lustful, I consider myself a standard good person in other aspects. I would walk with them, there were some unexpected factors, but basically it was them who took the initiative. I'm not bragging. If you don't believe me, just ask Luo Yu. She knows everything about every woman. To put it bluntly, if I were a bad guy, do you think you would be fine? I would have knocked you down long ago. After listening to what he said, Jiang Jingshan finally realized that she was too suspicious and felt a little embarrassed. So I quickly changed the topic to divert attention. Sister Luo Yu knows you have so many women, aren't you jealous? This is not easy for Yan Haowan to explain. He can't brag about how strong he is. Xiao Yuer must be eager to find someone to share the firepower. He thought about it and said, you can ask her about this when you have the chance. Jiang Jingshan didn't ask any more questions after hearing this. Then she asked the other woman with great interest. Tell me about your sister Tian. What? What's so special about her that makes you obsessed with her and determined to marry her? Because of the accident between me and her, it was our first time, and the meaning was different. She holds a unique position in my heart. Then, her identity is indeed somewhat special. She is the eldest daughter of a wealthy family.
She is. Wait, you just said she was the eldest daughter of a wealthy family? What's her name? Tian Yuansher. Tian means field, Yuan means famous lady, Sher means poetry.
This time Jiang Jingshan was even more surprised than when she heard that he had 4 women.
You actually slept with Sister Sher?
Technically speaking, we slept with each other.
It was just an accident.
Hey, why do you call her Sister Sher?
Do you two know each other? She's my best friend.
Yan Haowan, oh my god, Susui is a big city with a population of nearly 10 million after all.
Is this such a coincidence?
You just said that Sister Sher took the initiative to look for you twice later, and you two slept together again.
Well, it was indeed she who took the initiative to find me. Jiang Jingshan suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha.
Yan Haowan looked puzzled. Sleep well, sleep well. Someone was even more dumbfounded.
Huan, I support you.
You should work hard and try to marry Sister Sher home.
Can I ask why? Because I've long disliked the Dawn Army.
Who?
Li Mingjun. Sister Sher's fiancé.
On the surface, he seems to be a modest gentleman, but in reality, he is not a good guy. He is already engaged to Sister Sher, but he is also hinting at me in various ways.
Humph.
Upon hearing this, Yan Haowan immediately thought of what the eldest lady had told him, that her ex-fiancé had slept with her best friend. It was because of this stimulation that she decided to let him meet her parents as her boyfriend.
Chapter 63: A promise that makes people secretly happy. Yan Haowan asked a little uneasily, Sister Shanshan, you didn't suffer any loss, did you? Jiang Jingshan snorted softly, is it possible that I will suffer a loss?
But I heard from Sister Sher that this guy slept with her best friend.
I know, the second girl of the Lu family, a brainless nymphomaniac. Sister Shanshan, you already know that Li Shijun is not a good person, why didn't you remind Sister Sher? Why didn't I remind you?
Humph, at that time, in her eyes, this man was the best in the world. Moreover, the relationship between the Tian family and the Li family is not ordinary, and it is not easy for me to talk about it publicly. I said a few more words, and she even suspected that I had ulterior motives and wanted to deliberately destroy their relationship.
I was almost mad to death. So what happened next? You didn't have a falling out, did you?
I won't argue with her.
Women in love are stupid.
Later, when she found out that this guy slept with Lu Yatu, she came to me to cry and complain.
He laughed.
His feeling was absolutely correct.
The eldest lady's coldness was only on the surface.
In fact, she had an emotional and fragile side inside.
The policewoman in front of me is the real cool one.
Sister Shanshan, actually last weekend, Sister Sher also asked me to meet her parents.
What? Your relationship has progressed to this point?
Then, when she noticed the man's expression, she immediately understood.
Miss Tian is also using him as a shield. Did you meet him later?
No, because her grandfather had a minor stroke and was hospitalized, so we cancelled it.
We haven't met since then. Then what did she say, was it temporarily cancelled, or is she gone?
She said she had a lot of things to do recently and might not have time to see me. I heard that she was not in a good mood, so I didn't ask any more questions. She can take the initiative to explain that she doesn't have time to meet you, instead of not meeting you. This shows that she still has feelings for you.
Work hard, Yen-san.
He happily thought, I have been working very hard to improve my strength. All for the sake of being worthy of the eldest daughter, so that when meeting the parents, one can remain calm and not be afraid of being laughed at. He was sighing there when he suddenly heard policewoman Jiang say, Since Sister Sher doesn't have time to see you recently, why don't you meet my parents first?
Yan Haowan was dumbfounded again. Sister Shanshan, didn't you encourage me to marry Sister Sher? Then you're taking me to meet your parents? You should bring more. What's the meaning?
Since you can make Sister Sher fall in love with you and dare to bring you to meet her parents, it means that you must have some extraordinary qualities.
Then I will be more confident to bring you home. Yan Haowan was speechless. Was this considered an unexpected success?
Miss Tian wanted to take him home because she was impulsive after being stimulated by the incident of her ex-fiancé.
It's not because he is extraordinary.
His various magical skills have never been displayed in front of the young lady except for the ability to have sex.
Why do you look like that? Are you afraid that she will find out? Yan Haowan really wants to conquer the young lady, but doesn't want to cause any trouble. So he answered honestly. Yes. The policewoman snorted in dissatisfaction. You already have so many women, what else do you need but one more fake girlfriend? That's different. Aren't you two best friends? You must have a common circle of friends. It's too easy to be exposed. Jiang Dingshan was stunned. This was indeed a problem. She used Huan Huan as a shield, not just to shield her family, but her friends would definitely know about it. Wouldn't that be reported to Tian Yuancher at any time? Then, as she thought about it, a good idea suddenly came to her. It would be even better if it was exposed. What? She has feelings for you now, but she feels that you are not worthy of her, right? Yes, the same as you. Yan Haoan took the opportunity to fight back. Jiang Jingshan didn't care and said, "This woman has a very strange mentality. If you were to be her real boyfriend, she might not agree to it, but if you were snatched away by someone else, especially by a close friend like me, she would definitely feel uncomfortable." Yan Haoan seemed to understand something. Sister Shanshan, do you mean that this will just provoke her? Right. What if I fail to provoke her and instead make her completely disappointed in me and give up on me? Don't worry, it won't happen. Sister Shershur is such a strong person. She won't give up so easily. Are you sure you won't? Have you known her longer, or have I? I know her very well. Besides, didn't you say that this was your first time? A woman will always have some different feelings towards her first man. Yan Haoan still frowned, because he always felt that something was wrong, but he didn't know what the problem was for the moment. Look at you. Okay, if she really gives up, then I will tell her directly that you are just my fake boyfriend, helping me to cover up. Now you can rest assured. Relax, relieved. Jiang Jingshan suddenly said mischievously. Do you want to see a good show? What's the show? I'm going to ask Sister Shershur out right now, and then tell her that you're my boyfriend and see how she reacts. No. What you find out later is for the future. There's no need to walk into the trap now. He had worked so hard to raise the young lady's favorability to 70%. If a Shura scene happened, the favorability would plummet. Wouldn't all his efforts be wasted? It's boring to be this scared. Yan Haoan laughed awkwardly. Okay, it's getting late, so let's just leave it at that. I'll let you know once I've settled it with my family. Okay. Do you want me to take you back? Is that even a question? You're not doing your job as a boyfriend at all. Someone is embarrassed again. That won't do. We need to find some time to rehearse properly. Still need to rehearse? My mom has a very sharp eye. If we don't practice first, she'll be able to tell at a glance that you're a fake. Yan Haoan immediately became excited. Then should we be more intimate, so that it will seem more natural when the time comes? What the hell are you dreaming about? You little pervert, you already have 4 women and you're still not satisfied, you're still thinking about taking advantage of them. Seeing that she didn't look really angry even though she was scolding him, Yin Xiaosa became even bolder. Who made Sister Shanshan so beautiful? Of course I want you. Jiang Jingshan was not really angry. Instead, she stared at him with interest. She stared at him for a long time, and when someone almost got scared, she said slowly, "If you really want me, then behave yourself. If you can use your personal charm to make me fall in love with you like other women, I will thank you." Yan Haoan looked up at the woman, his face full of disbelief. But after being shocked, he gave a confident smile. Sister Shanshan, you said this yourself. If you really fall in love with me, you can't blame me for being unfaithful. The woman laughed out loud, as clear as a silver bell. If you can really impress me, then I can be your lover. Yan Haoan was secretly happy. It is certain that the policewoman has a cold personality. After interacting with me for such a long time and agreeing to be her fake boyfriend, her favorability towards me has not increased. But so what? He is becoming more and more capable and confident. He firmly believed that as long as his sister could give them the opportunity to get to know each other, she would be impressed by his abilities and charm sooner or later. Chapter 64, Unexpected Progress with the Young Lady. He was still very excited when he saw off his girlfriend. He looked at the time. It was 10 o'clock, not too late. So he called Tian Yuancher. As the person he most wanted to marry, the eldest lady naturally held a special position in his heart. Even if it weren't for Sister Jingshan's stimulation, he would often miss her.
The eldest lady's favorability towards her is only 70%. It will definitely take time for her to develop feelings for her. If they don't see each other for a long time, they will naturally become estranged. His current strength is no longer what it used to be. He has the confidence to take the initiative to flirt with people, but he doesn't want to wait for others to ask him out every time. The phone kept ringing until it was busy, but no one answered. Yan Hawan was a little disappointed. He remembered that when they last met, the eldest lady said, "If you want in the future, I will accompany you if it's convenient." So I shamelessly sent a WeChat message. "Sister, I miss you. I miss you so very much." After sending it, he waited for a while anxiously. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, there was no response and the call was not returned. He was feeling a little uncomfortable, and just then Xiaoyar called him, so he just went home. When Yan Hawan called, the eldest lady was busy and did not hear the call. Later she called back, but this time it was Yan Hawan's turn and he was not available. He was busy and couldn't answer the call, so he just let it finish ringing. "Honey, who was that? Calling so late at night?" "Miss Tian." "It's her." "Then come back soon." "I didn't answer just now because I was pretending to be asleep." "It's been so long, it's not a good idea to answer now, I'll answer tomorrow morning." "But you're calling so late, maybe it's urgent." Yan Hawan had nothing to hide in front of his absolutely loyal lover, so he carefully explained that it was he who called first, including the message on WeChat, "I want it." Luo Yu couldn't help laughing. "Husband, you should call me back." If you tell someone you miss them and then don't call them back, they will feel bad." "Will it?" "Of course. You'll know the taste once you taste it, right? Otherwise, with her status, why would she take the initiative to look for you twice in a row?" Yan Hawan nodded thoughtfully and called back. Before he could explain, the woman explained it first, which made him quite happy. Huan. I was in a meeting just now." "Well, sister, I know you must have something important to say. There's been a lot going on lately." Yan Hawan could sense the young lady's fatigue from her tone and voice. He asked with concern. "Sister, do you want me to come over and give you a scalp massage?" Okay, I'll be there right away." As soon as Yan Hawan saw the eldest lady, he knew that she was sincere when she said she was busy and had no time to see him. Because this beautiful goddess actually looked a little haggard. He was heartbroken. "Sister, is there anything I can help with?" The cold CEO smiled gently. "Yes, massage your scalp." Yan Hawan cooperated very well and massaged patiently and gently. He used a little Xin Yang Qi and transmitted it to the woman's head through his palm. Tian Yuanshi was indeed exhausted both physically and mentally, and she moaned in pleasure. Although Yan Hawan had ulterior motives and came here for a certain purpose, even though the voice was alluring, he had no intention of taking advantage of the opportunity to do anything bad. He was just full of tenderness and love, massaging wholeheartedly. After a while, the young lady actually fell asleep in an extremely relaxed state. Tian Yuanshi slept until dawn and woke up naturally at around 9 o'clock. Then, she saw the man was actually meditating. Huan? Awake? What are you doing?" "I'm practicing." "Is it Qigong?" "No, but it's a bit similar. Anyway, it's good for the body." Then, he smiled faintly. "I'll teach you when I have the chance." Tian Yuanshi didn't comment and got up to wash. "Are you hungry?" "A little bit. Breakfast at the hotel should be gone at this time, let's go downstairs and eat." "Don't worry. Huan, come here." Yan Hawan walked forward, and the woman put her arms around his neck and offered her sweet lips to him. After a passionate wet kiss, the eldest lady looked at him tenderly for a long while. Ding! Tian Yuanshi's favorability increased by 10%, and the current favorability is 80%. "Huan, thank you for not bullying me yesterday." Yan Hawan was stunned for a moment, then revealed a gentle smile. He understood the meaning of the eldest lady's thank you. He went to see her because he really missed her and cared about her, not just because he was concerned about her body. He also further understood that women not only need physical happiness, but also spiritual satisfaction. And the latter is obviously more important. Then, he suddenly felt a little regretful. If he had known that there would be such an unexpected development between him and the young lady, he should not have agreed to the policewoman. Huan, don't you have to go to class today?" "No class is more important than taking classes with my sister." The woman was delighted.
She thought for a moment and said, "Then I might as well take a day off, and we can have a good time." Yan Hahuan was overjoyed. After breakfast, the two went to visit East Lake together and took a boat ride. They didn't talk much during the conversation, but the atmosphere was very warm. At noon, the eldest lady took him to the same Chinese restaurant as last time. Perhaps because she was in a good mood and had a better appetite, the young lady ordered several more dishes than last time. "Since it was noon, I didn't drink any alcohol. This meal for two people cost 16,800. Ding, it is detected that Tian Yuancher actively spent 8,400 yuan on the host's behalf. The host received a cashback of 8,480%. 100 is equal to 672,000 yuan. Yan Hahuan is now a wealthy man, and he no longer cares about such small amounts of money. But even though the numbers are small, it feels good. Huan, can you drive? Yes. He has master-level driving skills. As for the other type of car, he is also a veteran driver. I'll take you to buy a car so it will be more convenient for you to travel in the future. Okay. Although Yan Hahuan had a car, he was of course just happy to play dumb. It would be a shame not to pluck such rich wool. What kind of car do you like? As long as you like it, I like it. He also used the method of non-interference, no questions, and pure cooperation to ensure that his consumption cashback would not be rejected by the system. The eldest lady nodded and made a phone call. "Miss Manager Hu, do you have the top-of-the-line M9 in stock? I'll help you arrange it right away. Do you need to pick up the car now? Well, I'll be there in a minute." "Okay, miss. The mixing will be done in about half an hour." "Good." The two of them sat in the restaurant for a while. Tian Yuancher checked the time and said, "Let's go." Chapter 65, It's time to eat delicious soft rice again. Outside, the eldest daughter returned to her usual aloof attitude. Yan Hahuan had already made up his mind to live off the system and take advantage of it, so he was like a tool throughout the whole process, just cooperating with a smile and never saying a word. While Manager Hu was introducing the Tenjie M9 Pure Electric Super Luxury Edition car to the young lady, he secretly glanced at Yan Hahuan out of the corner of his eye. At first he thought the young man was the young lady's assistant or something, but unexpectedly the young lady said, "Sister, I'll do whatever you say. Whatever you like, I like." Of course he knew that the eldest daughter only had younger sisters and no younger brothers, so what did this sister mean? Then, when going through the formalities, Manager Hu found out that the car was bought by the eldest lady for a young man named Yan Hahuan. Ding, it is detected that Tian Yuancher actively spent 688,800 yuan on the host. The host received a cashback of 688,880%. 100 is equal to 55,104,000 yuan. Yen he laughed happily. Even if he had a net worth of more than 1 billion, he was still very comfortable to get more than 50 million easily. Manager Hu looked at this boy's inexperienced look and immediately had a lot of thoughts. This guy isn't particularly handsome, so how can he be Miss Tian's gigolo? Yan Hahuan had already noticed the manager's gaze, but he didn't take it seriously at all. Not to mention that he is actually capable and rich, and doesn't need to rely on women at all. Even if he really is a gigolo, so what? To be able to eat Miss Tian's free meal, it takes an extraordinary ability. Most importantly, he loves to eat. After picking up the car, Tian Yuancher sent an address to Yan Hahuan. "Let's go here, you follow me." After knowing that the eldest lady was going to buy him a car, Yan Hahuan was very calm. But after seeing this address, he was a little surprised. Lakeside Fairyland. This is the famous luxury lakeview property in Susui City. After Luo Yu proposed buying a house, they also did some research on luxury houses. Of course, they knew that this property was composed entirely of luxurious and well-decorated villa-style apartments. Yan Hahuan was a little puzzled. Buying him a car was fine, but what was the point of taking him to this real estate? Could it be that the eldest lady is planning to support him? It was true, the young lady actually came here to buy a house. She bought a single-story flat on the 16th floor of Building D, which has 1 unit per floor, with an area of approximately 588 square meters. The most crucial issue is that this mansion worth nearly 130 million yuan was really bought for him, and it was registered only in his name. Fortunately, Yan Hahuan is also a small wealthy man with a net worth of more than 10 billion, and he had already been surprised when he was in the car, so he remained quite calm throughout the whole process. Ding, it is detected that Tian Yuancher actively spent 128,800,000 yuan on the host's behalf. The host received a cashback of 128,800,000. 80% 100 is equal to 10,304,000,000 yuan. Yan Haowan knew that he had the incredible skill of cash back on consumption. Once the base was large, as long as there was an opportunity, money would come faster than a snowball. And the baby lover has obviously gotten the idea. He thinks there will definitely be more big consumption, so he is not surprised at all that the 10 billion target has been reached. He just didn't expect that it was the eldest lady who helped him achieve this goal. What I didn't expect was that it was realized so quickly. You know, just last night, he was still worrying about whether the relationship between the eldest lady and himself would become distant as they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Sister, it's fine if you buy me a car, but what's the point of buying me a house worth more than 100 million? Ha, even if you want to support me, you don't have to be so generous. Tian Yuancher stared at the man for a long time. Huan, how do you stay so calm? Yan He Huanqin said, because I am actually quite rich. But in words, of course, he was trying to please the young lady, and he was also telling the truth. Because no matter what my sister does for me, I will accept it with great pleasure. With this mentality, I will naturally be calm. Tian Yuancher looked at him seriously for a while and smiled with satisfaction. Just accept it. Sister, do you want to support me? Or do you really want me to be your boyfriend and husband in the future? He really couldn't understand why the eldest lady was so generous. If the favorability is 90%, there is no doubt that she wants to marry him. But now it's only 80% favorable. So do you want to be supported by your sister, or do you want to be her boyfriend? Yan Haowan said sincerely, Sister, I said it last time, I hope you will be my wife. Then you must work hard. If I really marry you in the future, this will be my own dowry. If we can't be together after all. Tian Yuancher paused for a long time before slowly saying. Then consider this house as a gift from me to you, to commemorate the time we were together. She really wanted to declare in a domineering manner that if she couldn't marry him, she would keep him as her mistress, but the man's behavior made her change her mind. Yan Haowan was a little surprised. If it was just a commemorative gift, this gift would be too expensive. However, in his mind, not being able to be together is impossible. Sister, don't worry, I will work hard to make myself worthy of you. He paused for a moment, then added confidently. Don't worry, this day won't take long. Rationally, Tian Yuancher thought this was a bit far-fetched, but emotionally, she was very happy. Since the first accident, her feelings towards this man have undergone many complex changes. He was just a passerby at the beginning, but later when he recalled the joy of their unexpected fusion, his favorability instantly increased a lot. But the gap between them made her realize that this accident was just an accident and it would be over once it was over. However, the betrayal of her fiancé, whom she had always regarded as a perfect man, deeply hurt her. This made her want to take revenge and vent her anger, so she took the initiative to find Huan, and her favorability towards her increased further. Later, her fiancé's explanations and entanglements made her feel strongly disgusted. She had a crazy idea to let Huan pretend to be her boyfriend and meet his parents. Although intellectually, she was very clear that there was a huge gap between her and this ordinary college student and that he would not be accepted by her family. But emotionally, the magical thing is that every time she sees him, she likes him more and more. Especially last night, he clearly wanted to find her, but seeing that she was tired, he just focused on massaging her and did not take the opportunity to have sex with her, which touched her very much. She had to admit that she had grown to like and even love this big boy more and more. So, after having fun for half a day, she suddenly had a magical idea: if she really couldn't marry this man, she must possess him. So she was very generous and registered the luxury house that she had previously set her eyes on and wanted to buy under his name. So Huan asked her whether she wanted to be a boyfriend or a kept woman. In fact, she was really prepared for both. It was just the latter's extremely calm performance that made her look at him with new eyes, and she suddenly felt that it was impossible for her to possess this man. So she changed her mind temporarily and decided that if they couldn't be husband and wife, a house would be considered a commemorative gift. Chapter 66, Really Cold Sisters Recognition. Of course, Yan Haowan had no way of knowing the eldest lady's extremely complicated mental journey. But he could clearly feel the change in other people's feelings towards him. So on the way back, he kept thinking about how to talk to Sister Jingshan. Now that his relationship with the young lady has made a breakthrough, he wants to ruin all his efforts by pretending to be the policewoman's boyfriend. He thought about it and felt that given Sister Jingshan's cold and straightforward personality, no explanation would be better than being honest. So he made a phone call. Sister Shan, I'm afraid I can't pretend to be your boyfriend anymore.
Why? I have met with the eldest lady, and the feeling we have now, well, it can be considered a breakthrough.
What happened?
How do we break through? She bought me a car, and then she bought me a house.
Jiang Jingshan stayed for a while. I understand.
She probably thinks that her family is unlikely to agree with you being together, so she's prepared to support you.
That's what I thought at first. But it's not true. She said that if we can't be together, this house will be regarded as a memorial gift. A memorial ceremony?
Yes, that's what she said explicitly, to commemorate the time we were together.
Using a house as a commemorative gift.
It's really the style of a rich lady.
Our houses in Sushui are not cheap. Any decent commercial house costs tens of millions. Boy, even if you can't marry her, you won't lose anything.
Yan Haoan said calmly, the total price of this house is about 130 million.
How much did you say? 130 million. It's a large flat in Lakeside Hsinchu.
Jiang Jingshan is a person who has seen the world, but after hearing that the eldest lady spent 130 million to buy a mansion for Yan Haoan, she was stunned for a long time. I know your Tian family is rich, but this is too extravagant. The most important thing is that this is not a maintenance fee, but a commemorative gift.
Where are you now? I'll come find you. I'll send you the address. As soon as the two met, the policewoman asked a question similar to the young lady's. Huan, how did you stay so calm? This is 130 million. Yan Haoan smiled.
Although the policewoman didn't have a very high opinion of him, it was strange that he actually trusted her very much. Not only did he tell her all about his affairs with other women, he also didn't try to hide his money matters from her.
130 million is a lot, but I'm actually pretty rich. I know you have some skills and can make some money.
But this is 130 million. Man, many people can't make this much in several lifetimes. Jiang Jingshan's family background is pretty good, but she estimates that all her assets added up could not exceed 50 million. She is certainly not a vain person, but if someone gave her 100 million, she would definitely be shocked.
I have 1.2 billion. In fact, not long ago, he already had tens of billions. But he doesn't want to be so high profile, although 1.2 billion is actually already very high profile. Sure enough, policewoman Jiang had opened her mouth wide and couldn't close it. After a while, she looked at the calm man and asked in disbelief. Are you sure you're not kidding? Is it necessary? How did you make that money? It's hard for me to explain to you. But I can tell you clearly that it is definitely legal.
Jiang Jingshan thought about it for a while, and did not ask any more questions.
She said. Does Sister Sure know? Of course I don't know. You are the second one to know. Luo Yu was the first.
Thank you so much for your trust.
I'm serious. So other women don't follow you just because you're rich? Of course. Including Luo Yu. When she took the initiative to be with me, I was still a pauper at that time. Jiang Jingshan was incredible again. Sister Luo Yu has really good taste. Of course. But I also have good vision. Xiaoye is my treasure and my fortune. After we are together, I will have a lot of money.
The policewoman felt like she was listening to a fairy tale, but she believed that what the man said was true.
You have so much money and such ability, why don't you tell Sister Sure?
I don't want our relationship to go sour. I hope she can slowly discover my strengths on her own, instead of me showing off deliberately.
Jiang Jingshan smiled. This boy was really interesting.
He obviously has the ability and likes the other person, but he doesn't take the initiative to show it and instead waits for the other person to discover it. Then, I want to wait until my strength is worthy of being the son-in-law of the Tian family before I tell her.
Are you strong enough to be the son-in-law of the Tian family? I think you are worthy of it now. It's not enough.
What I hope is to be able to have an equal dialogue with the man's family.
Jiang Jingshan is incredible again. Huan, I know you are very capable. However, wealthy families are more than just rich. Their true strength and rich background are beyond your imagination.
I know, so I not only have to make money, but also continue to expand my foundation.
I also want my Yen family to become such a wealthy family, or even surpass them. Jiang Jingshan couldn't help but take a breath. Then, she stared at him blankly for a long while. Ding! Jiang Jingshan's favorability increased by 10%, and the current favorability is 80%.
Yan Haoan couldn't help but smile. It's not easy to increase the favorability of the really cold policewoman.
He told people he had 1.2 billion, and they were just shocked, but there was no change in their favorability towards him.
It seems that the policewoman likes men who are both capable and ambitious? Thank you for your recognition, sister.
Jiang Jingshan was a little surprised.
Your eyes told me. The policewoman did not deny it, but said openly. I sincerely hope and wish you success soon. If that day is not too late. If I am not old and not married, I think I will be willing to be your woman. Yan Haoan said confidently. It won't be too late for this day.
Jiang Jingshan looked at him seriously for a while, then put her arms around his neck and took the initiative to press her sweet lips against his. However, they just touched lightly and then separated, without any in-depth interaction or communication.
Even so, Yan Haoan already feels full of sense of accomplishment. Huan, since you and Sister Shirshir have made such progress, I won't hinder you any further. Let's stop with the meeting with the parents. Thank you, Sister Shanshan. Does Sister Shirshir know about your other women?
She said last time that she knew I had a woman at school and she said she wouldn't care about me.
Does she know that you have 2 partners in school and another one outside? I guess. I don't know.
Jiang Jingshan sighed, greedy man.
Anyway, you can handle it yourself. Not every woman is as generous as Sister Luoyu.
With Sister Shirshir's status, if she and her family knew that you already have 3 women, one of whom is already your concubine, I'm afraid you would have no hope at all.
Chapter 67. A charming way to start a conversation. Yan Haoan was a little upset. This was indeed a big problem.
Not only did the women know about the existence of Miss Tian, they also knew that she was the one he was determined to marry.
But it's different the other way around.
The eldest lady's perception of him is probably still at the stage where he has a girlfriend in school. It seems that the best way is to improve your strength and complete the task as soon as possible.
As long as Sister Shirshir's favorability reaches 90%, the system will reward Tian Yuanshir's loyal love, then you don't have to worry anymore.
He was thinking about something when he heard the policewoman say.
Also, don't flirt with other girls anymore. Sister Yang is a good woman, don't harm her.
Yeah.
It's just.
Just what?
I'm afraid of Sister Ring herself. You are really confident enough.
Yan Hehuan thought to himself, you don't understand, Sister Yang is a magical woman who has a 90% favorability rating that he can think of whenever he thinks of her at home. It would be fine if we couldn't see each other, but once we met, it would be difficult to handle.
Sister Shanshan, I can only promise that I won't take the initiative to meet her. Jiang Jingshan looked at Waxendawa speechlessly and was too lazy to say anything more.
Anyway, this guy already has so many women, one more 1T make much difference. Before leaving, Yan Haoan suddenly thought of the mission of the policewoman's father. By the way, Sister Shanshan, I encountered an interesting thing when I went back to the countryside this time.
What's up?
At that moment, Feng Shui Master Yan briefly explained the matter of the Yun family's deputy governor.
Jiang Jingshan looked at him with some suspicion. Huan, you know Feng Shui, tell me honestly, is it really that magical? Can it make people have a successful career? How can I put it? I can only say that it does have some influence. Otherwise, why would there be the saying green smoke coming out of the ancestral graves?
Jiang Jingshan thought seriously for a while and said.
I understand.
If you have the chance in the future, please come to my house and play.
Yan Haoan smiled and nodded. He knew that his sister really understood.
Having fun is secondary, looking at Feng Shui is the real thing. It's just that people in official circles are more sensitive to such things, and they can do it but not say it. When some people's fortune comes, nothing can stop it. After the eldest lady lavishly spent billions of gold without any warning, making Yan Haoan earn tens of billions, Luo Yu also gave him a big surprise. Although he had known for a long time that his beloved lover had come to her senses and would help him spend money sooner or later, it was definitely a pleasant surprise that she spent such a large amount at once. My lover has been acting so mysterious these days, and it turns out he is discussing business and making investment plans.
She bought a high-end winery for her husband. It cost 220 million.
Yan Haoan hadn't even told Xiaoyuer about making tens of billions, but just one day later, this treasure enabled him to realize a cashback of 21.12 billion. It is twice as much as a sum of thousands of gold.
After the ecstasy, Yan Hawan began to think. He felt that since he had made huge profits through consumer cashback twice in a row within just a few days, his financial strength had suddenly increased, which might be a revelation. Although he had set ambitious goals early on, he was short of funds, so he had always given the money to Xiao Yuer. On the one hand, he expected her to continue spending and get cash back, and on the other hand, he wanted her to try her hand at investment. Now that he has a foundation of more than 30 billion and was reminded by the policewoman, he finally decided to stop hiding it and start vigorously developing his career. That night, Yan Hawan talked about career planning with Luo Yu and Hu Wenwen. Luo Yu's favorability rate is as high as 96%, far ahead of all the girls, and she has always been the person Yan Hawan trusts the most. We haven't known each other for long with Hu Wenwen, but our relationship has progressed quickly. Our favorability rating is already 91%, so we can fully trust her. Of course, the one who has made the fastest progress is Wei Qilan, who has performed all the Taoist couple rituals, and his score is as high as 91%. However, Lana was still working hard at Tu Yangshan to help her brother run the Wei family's affairs, and he didn't have the heart to ask her to come over to help. Anyway, it's just a preliminary plan, so it's okay to just discuss it with these two women for now. Yan Hawan first praised his beloved lover highly, saying that he liked this winery very much. He also admired Xiao Yuer's cleverness for not adding her own name on her own initiative. He said arrogantly that he owned 51% of the winery, while Xiao Yuer, who was in charge of money and planning and made great contributions, owned 19%. Although Wenwen and Lan'er did not contribute much, they were both his women, so naturally they should enjoy the benefits, and each of them was given 10% of the shares. Building a sister group is also a technical job. It is obviously not good to completely pursue egalitarianism and eat from the same pot, but being too partial is not appropriate either. Of course, those who have made great contributions should be given more, and the others should also share some of their contributions. This will not only promote motivation, but also enable sisters to love each other and live in harmony and happiness. In addition, the little girl Yan Hechi was also given 1% of the shares, and was also asked to work in the winery, temporarily as an assistant manager, mainly to learn. The other 9% of the shares will be given to Xiao Yuer to distribute and used for management incentives. After explaining the small things worth 220 million yuan and taking a short break, they continued to talk about the big things. Xiao Yuer, Wenwen, I made some money these days. A total of more than 30 billion. Hearing this number, even Luo Yu, who knew her husband's abilities well and had seen the world, was stunned. Hu Wenwen was so shocked that she couldn't be more shocked. I now have a preliminary blueprint and I'm ready to do something big. All of you help me with the plan. Husband, you say. Hu Wenwen didn't say anything, but her big eyes were shining and her face was full of anticipation. The Wei family gave me half of the shares in order to get me to help save people. The Wei family had previously planned to go public as a whole, with a valuation of 5 billion. Now I plan to return the favor by investing another 5 billion to continue promoting the overall listing plan. Then, I will also ask the Wei family to send personnel to set up a group branch in Sushuai, and wait until Lan'er is done with her work, and then come over to take charge of the situation. The Wei family's equity remains unchanged. Let us consider this 5 billion as my betrothal gift to Lan'er. Sister Lan'er is so lucky. Don't worry, your husband won't treat you badly. Thank you, husband. Thank you, brother Huan. Little fool, why are you still calling me brother Huan? Elder brother. It's too quiet, I can't hear you. Hu Wenwen plucked up her courage and called out brother again, this time much louder. Yan Hawan felt numb inside and was very happy. Then, of course, we get back to business. Chapter 68. Officially start planning your career. I grew up in a poor family, and when I grew up, I often dreamed of returning home in glory. Now, I have finally achieved something. I want to benefit my hometown and help my fellow villagers get rich together. Brother, you are so great. My husband is always the best. I have an idea to set up a large agricultural group. I haven't decided on the specific direction yet, but the general direction is to consider ecological, organic, and leisure aspects. Honey, these aspects are all great. They not only conform to the royal ecological and environmental protection concept, but also meet the needs of modern people for leisure, entertainment, and rural tourism. But we know nothing about this. We still need to find professionals to carefully plan, verify the feasibility, and make a plan. As for me, I don't know how to do anything, so I'll just be responsible for paying the bills. Ha ha. I would like to invest at least 2 billion in this plan. If conditions permit, with support from government policies, colleges and universities, and other aspects, and if it is feasible and has good prospects, it would not be a problem to invest 5 billion. When Hu Wenwen heard this, she immediately said, "Brother, my cousin graduated from Jiangnan Agricultural University. He is quite capable. He was the president of the student union and an outstanding graduate. But he is developing a large agricultural enterprise in the north. Do you want to ask him?" Yan Hawan's eyes lit up. This was exactly the talent he needed most. Of course. Tell him my idea. If he's interested, it'd be best if he comes over for a face-to-face interview. All the expenses will be reimbursed. Okay, brother, I'll contact him early tomorrow morning. After Yan Hawan finished arranging the affairs of the agricultural company, he began to discuss the next plan. Xiao Yuer, continue to invest 5 billion into the investment company and expand its scale. Well, I have been studying investment and will continue to follow up and look for opportunities to recruit elite talents. Set up another venture capital company, invest 10 billion, and focus on small high-tech startup companies. Honey, in venture capital, if you make a good investment, the returns are very high, but if you make a bad investment, there is a high possibility that all your money will go to waste. It's okay. Everything takes a process. Even if we fail, we can still accumulate experience and cultivate talents. And we cast a wide net, so the risks will be dispersed a lot. Okay, husband. I will prepare as soon as possible and focus on discovering talents in this area. Xiao Yuer, you are very capable and you are studying economics, so you will have to work hard in the future. Luo Yu said sweetly, I am very happy to share my husband's worries. Ding. Luo Yu's favorability increased by 1%, and the current favorability is 97%. Hu Wenwen felt a little aggrieved. Brother, I'm really useless. I can't help you with anything. Wenwen, you are an introvert and thin-skinned person, so the Xiaoye route is definitely not suitable for you. But you are a top student in medical school. There are places where you can make the most of your strengths. The Wei family has made great achievements in medical skills, and their industries are mainly based on medicine. When the Sushu Wei branch is established, you must use your professional knowledge to assist Sister Lanner, and you must also learn management skills. In addition, you should also train yourself more, be more generous, and actively expand your network of contacts, including your mentors, alumni, and seniors. After listening carefully, Hu Wenwen felt that her life goals were clear. She was excited and said, Brother, I will definitely work hard. Ding. Hu Wenwen's favorability increased by 1%, and the current favorability is 92%. After receiving 2 notifications about the increase in favorability, Yan Hawan was secretly delighted and seemed to have realized something. Women not only need to be loved, but also need to feel valued and capable of doing things. They also need a sense of accomplishment. Now, the Wei family has 5 billion. 5 billion is reserved for agriculture, and the investment company and venture capital total 15 billion. There is still 5 billion left, which I plan to keep as working capital. Although Hu Wenwen has a simple personality, her family has been in business for many years after graduation, so she certainly knows that funds should be used wisely. She asked in surprise. Brother, it's such a waste to keep so much money idle for future use. Yan Hawan smiled. His working capital was not ordinary working capital. I don't like managing money. Of the 5 billion, 4.5 billion will be managed by Xiaoyuer. Wenwen, you don't have enough experience, so you should manage 500 million first. Brother, how can I manage it? I haven't managed 5 million before. Just give it to Sister Yu. Luo Yu immediately responded with a smile, because she knew her husband's secret. The working capital was just a name, and he just wanted them to spend it for him. Wenwen, listen to whatever your husband says. I'll teach you how to manage money. After saying that, she gave her husband a knowing smile. Yan Hawan replied immediately. He knew that this smart baby would understand. Well, okay. Thank you, brother, and thank you, Sister Yu. By the way, Wenwen, what business did your family do before? It's mainly agricultural and sideline products. That's great. You can ask your family if they are interested in coming to help after the agricultural company starts its project. In addition to salary, I will give them 1% of the equity, which will be worth no less than 20 million. Hu Wenwen was very excited again and nodded repeatedly. Of course I am willing, thank you brother. Ding. Hu Wenwen's favorability increased by 1%, and the current favorability is 93%.
Yen Hawan laughed and realized something else. Not only should you be good to women, you should also be good to their families, so that they can feel that men value them. So he turned to Xiao Yuer and gave him a questioning look. The latter understood immediately. Hubby, my dad works in a government agency, and my mom is a teacher, but she doesn't know how to do business. But I inherited my personality from my dad, he's quite active and good at socializing. We are also short of talents in public relations and communication. You can ask your father later, the treatment will be the same. Luo Yu has plenty of money from her husband, so she doesn't care about the treatment. What matters is that she can help. My dad is just a junior manager in the company, and he will be retiring in a few years. He will definitely be willing to make use of his remaining energy. Yen Hawan was quite happy. Xiao Yuer, Wenwen, you should pay more attention in the future. If there are friends and relatives who have good character and are capable of doing things, you can ask them. As long as they are willing to come, they will definitely be treated well. The two women each agreed. We are just starting out now. We have a certain amount of capital, but we are short of manpower, especially excellent management talents and professional and technical talents. We are all still in school, and we can't focus entirely on our careers, lest we delay our studies. Hubby, your business is the most important thing. And to be frank, the purpose of studying is to find a good job. Our most important job in the future is to help your husband share his worries. Hu Wenwen also nodded repeatedly. Brother, if you need me, it doesn't matter if I drop out of school now. That's totally unnecessary. Let professionals do professional things. We just need to take care of the overall direction, and we still have to take care of our studies. Hubby, Wenwen, and I will just take care of our studies and make sure we don't fail any of our courses. Chapter 69. Don't blame the woman for changing your heart, blame yourself for being incompetent. Yen Hawan knew that they were all doing it for him and everything revolved around him, and he liked that very much. But he has his own ideas. Xiao Yuer, Wenwen, you two are both top students and excellent student leaders. I am counting on you to be able to stand on your own in the future. So you still have to focus on your studies, keep up the good work, and strive to get the title of outstanding graduate. This will make your resume look good and will also be good for your future career. As for whether or not to continue studying for a master's degree after graduation, we'll decide when the time comes. Brother, what about you? You are so busy, can you take care of your studies? As for me, I'm just an ordinary student. Studying doesn't matter to me. Before getting the system, he was indeed an ordinary student. Because of his ordinariness, he studied quite hard. Since I met my master, a hermit, and learned some miraculous skills from him, I have had greater ambitions. Studying and majoring are no longer my interests. In fact, it doesn't matter if I fail a course. At most, I can donate a teaching building to the school, and graduation will definitely not be a problem. After hearing this, the two girls both agreed deeply. With such magical skills and so much money, who would be willing to study hard? In order to take Hu Wenwen's feelings into consideration, Yen Hawan did not take it seriously. But I was in a good mood and didn't feel uncomfortable. With this warm atmosphere and charming mood, even just chatting is enough to make people happy. The next morning, Yen Hawan had a video call with Wei Qiyan on WeChat and informed the latter that he had decided to inject 5 billion yuan in funds to restart the overall listing of Wei Tian Group. He also said that the Wei family's equity would not be diluted at all because the 5 billion was injected in the form of a betrothal gift. Wei Qiyan was extremely shocked, and then ecstatic. Although his brother-in-law had said before that he was not short of money, he never imagined that he was so rich. After all, the Wei family has only managed to make 5 billion over the generations. And that's just the estimated value. In order to save his family, he was forced to make a huge sacrifice and give up half of his property. Looking back now, not only did I not make any sacrifice, but I actually gained something. Not only did the family property not get lost, but it got more. The sister also found a good husband. When Wei Qilan heard the news about her brother, she was so moved that she cried on the spot. Ding! Wei Qilan's favorability increased by 1%, and the current favorability is 92%. She immediately returned the video call. My dear, Lanner has an urgent matter to deal with today. Once it's done, I'll come over to serve you in the evening. Lanner, don't be anxious. Business is more important. It's not convenient to travel at night. It won't be too late to come tomorrow. Husband, Lanner really misses you. I miss Lanner too.
The two of them expressed their heartfelt feelings to each other in the video. Wei Qilan asked in a low voice. My dear, are my two sisters Xiaoye and Wenwen by your side? Yan Hahuan replied openly. They're not here now. They went downstairs to help make breakfast together. Wei Qilan blushed and spoke even more quietly. My dear, have you gained anything from your recent study of Taoism? Yan Hahuan was delighted. How could he not understand the meaning of Lanner's question? I've been studying diligently every day, and I've gained a lot of insights, but there are still some details that I'm still unclear about. My dear, Lanner will come over tonight and study with you. All the words were very serious, but Yan Haowan was immediately aroused and felt itchy. Then you must be careful along the way. My dear, Lanner is a master of heaven. Not only does she practice yin and yang, feng shui, and medicine, she also has the art of self-defense. Even if ordinary strong men and warriors come together, they are no match for Lanner. Yan Haowan was secretly delighted. He had also been studying the Wei family's classics recently. Some of the Taoist techniques were extremely mysterious and could be used not only for self-defense but also for fighting against enemies. I know Lanner is very capable, but you are a girl after all, and you are so beautiful, so you need to be careful when you go out. Husband, please rest assured. Lanner will come with the guards from the clan. That's good. While having breakfast, Yan Haowan announced the news to everyone. Yan's father and mother were very happy. They already knew that their son and Lanner had gone through the Taoist couple's ceremony and the latter was their official daughter-in-law, so naturally they wanted to see her again. The two immediately changed their minds and decided to go back to their hometown after this weekend. They live in a luxury house here and the community environment is also very good, but after all, they are used to living in the countryside, and their relatives and friends are all in the county town, so they find it boring to live in the city. Yan Haowan fully understood this and also wanted to implement a plan to revitalize his hometown. He had originally planned to send his parents back home on the weekend and discuss it with the villagers. Now that Lanner is coming over, this matter will naturally be postponed. Xiaoye and Wenwen were also very happy when they heard that Sister Lanner was coming. Especially Hu Wenwen, she has even more expectations. In the afternoon, Yan Haowan was blocked by several people in school. He found it a little funny. This was the famous Jiangnan University. Could it be that there was also the legendary campus bullying incident? Although the three classmates are all tall and strong, he now has special skills, so how could he be afraid of just a few students? My three classmates, what does it mean to block the road? Student Yan, I don't mean anything else, I just want to chat with you. This doesn't seem like the right way to invite someone to chat. The tall and handsome man in the lead said calmly. Don't be nervous, we won't make things difficult for you. We just want to give you some advice. What advice? Yan Haowan asked lazily. At the same time, I laughed secretly in my heart, which eye of yours saw that I was nervous. Student Yan, you already have goddess Luo, why are you still harassing Wenwen? Yan Haowan was slightly surprised. Who are you? I'm Hu Wenwen's boyfriend, Yan Chengqiu. So that's how it is. He was just wondering, he hadn't offended anyone at school, except Jiang Shaoqing. Luo, you once mentioned that Wenwen had a boyfriend. However, Wenwen herself never mentioned it in front of him, and he never worried about it. However, considering Wenwen's current feelings towards him, he can conclude that it is impossible for her to continue on this path. Why do you think I'm harassing Wenwen? Don't think I don't know. Wenwen often went out at night for a while. One time, she didn't even come back to the dormitory. Yan Haowan frowned, you followed her? Of course I have my own information channels. Then did your information channel tell you that Wenwen no longer likes you? The person he likes now is me. Chapter 70. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being incompetent. Yan Xingqiu said excitedly. That's why she broke up with me, right? Why? Why did you want to snatch Wenwen from me when you already have goddess Luo? First of all, this is not a fight. I like Wenwen and she likes me too. It's that simple. Secondly, when it comes to relationships, there aren't that many whys. After finishing speaking, Yan Haowan paused for a moment and continued. Since you know about the relationship between Luo Yu and me, you should have heard about the relationship between Jiang Shaoqing and me. Classmate, as a person who has been through this, I would like to share with you my experience. If a girl changes her mind, don't blame her. Blame yourself for being incompetent. Yan Xingqiu was stunned at first, and then he looked thoughtful. A classmate nearby, seeing Yan Qingqiu fall into silence, couldn't help but help his friend. Student Yan, is it really okay for you to play both sides like this? I like both of them at the same time, but this is not what you think, because they are also very good sisters to each other. They are both willing to date me. Do you understand? Aren't you afraid that this relationship will be known to the school and everyone else? Ha, I dare to do it, so why should I be afraid of what others say? What's wrong with having 2 girlfriends? In our Han Empire, as long as you have the ability, you can have 3 wives and 4 concubines as you like. If you don't have the ability, don't blame the woman for running away with someone else. After Yan Haowan finished speaking, he was too lazy to pay attention to these classmates who were as naive and simple as he used to be and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, the 2 students in front of him stood closer to each other, obviously not intending to let him leave so easily. His face suddenly darkened. Get out of the way, or don't blame me for being rude. The 3 classmates were a little surprised at his dominance. Yan Shengqiu thought to himself, my girlfriend has changed her mind. On the one hand, it is true that I am not attractive enough, but on the other hand, who knows if this man has played some tricks? I feel unwilling to let him go just like that. At least he should be taught a lesson. Student Yan, if you have the ability, it's up to you to pick up 2 girls at the same time. But I want to tell you that it's not that easy to poach my girlfriend. So much nonsense. Yan Haowan simply used his unique skill throwing people. The 3 tall and strong students flew out before they could even react. Amid their horrified expressions and groans of pain, Master Yan walked away leisurely. Yan Haowan had just walked a few steps away when he suddenly felt someone staring at him. He subconsciously turned sideways and then froze for a moment. What a coincidence, isn't this Jiang Shaoqing? He wanted to say hello, but thinking about the other person's 100% maximum favorability, he decided not to make things difficult for himself. However, just as he turned around and was about to leave, he suddenly received a system prompt. Ding! Jiang Shaoqing's favorability increased by 30%, and the current favorability is 70%. Hey, what is going on? Why did this woman suddenly change her personality? Could it be that my domineering aura just now shocked others? After Yan Haowan asked 3 questions in a row, he thought about it and walked over to say hello to his ex-girlfriend. Unexpectedly, when Jiang Shaoqing saw him coming, her face darkened. She whispered to the girl next to her, let's go. Shaoqing. Let's go. Yan Haowan was a little puzzled. With a 70% favorability, of course he would not be in a good mood, but this 70% was increased from 100%. He remembered that he still had a mandatory task, Jiang Shaoqing's overwhelming hatred. Although the penalty for failure is a deduction of 3,000 charm points, he is no longer afraid. But if the mission is successful, it will be even better. He had even given up on this mission before, but Jiang Shaoqing's favorability unexpectedly and inexplicably increased by 30%, which gave him hope again. So, he shouted loudly from behind, Shaoqing. Jiang Shaoqing paused for a moment when she heard the voice, but it was only a short pause. Then she left quickly with her classmates without looking back. Yan Haowan felt a little depressed, but after thinking for a while, he decided not to chase after him. Since there was an unexpected breakthrough, it is a good sign. We will talk about it later when there is a chance. Now it's clear that people don't want to have anything to do with him, but if he keeps pestering him, the 30% that just went up might be pushed back down again. He didn't spend much time on this matter because when he looked at the time, Wei Qilan would arrive in about an hour. He is rushing to the high-speed rail station to pick someone up. Yan Haowan learned from the last lesson at Linan High-Speed Railway Station and put on a mask in advance. Because Wei Qilan was born into a family of Taoists, he seems not to care much about worldly rules and regulations, nor does he care much about worldly opinions. She now likes me even better. We have not seen each other for so long and she misses me so much that she will definitely rush over and kiss me passionately as soon as we meet. But she was too conspicuous in her Taoist robe, and she was also very beautiful. This kind of affection in public is bound to attract a lot of attention. If this was taken by a busybody and posted online, and Miss Tian found out, it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. So he prepared very carefully. Really? As soon as Wei Qilan saw her husband, she excitedly threw herself into his arms. Yan Haowan took a quick glance and found that it had indeed attracted quite a few passers-by. Seeing that his Taoist partner was about to take off his mask, he quickly whispered, Lanner, let's get in the car first. Wei Qilan roughly guessed what her husband was thinking and nodded obediently. After getting in the car, the guard took the initiative to ask for the keys and sat in the driver's seat. The two young newlyweds in the back seat immediately started kissing passionately without any scruples. "It's night." Wei Qilan was extremely surprised and said, "My dear, Lanner's skill in the Tai Ching Dongxianjing has actually been directly upgraded to a higher level, and is now at the 3rd level." When Yan Haoan heard Lanner say that she had reached the 3rd level, his expression was a little strange. "Husband? Congratulations, Lanner. By the way, I see that there are not many records about realms in the scriptures. Can you tell me in detail?" Indeed, the description of the realm in the sutra itself is only a few vague words. The precise quantification is actually summarized and subdivided by the practitioners of all generations. At this moment, Wei Qilan gave a detailed introduction to the situation in the realm. Yan Haoan had a thoughtful expression. Wei Qilan looked expectant. "How did you gain from this, husband? Has your realm improved?" "I have also gained a lot. But my skills are somewhat different from Lanner's, and cannot be described with a simple realm." Chapter 71 Activate the Path of Cultivation. Yan Haoan lied to Lanner because the system was secret and he didn't want anyone to know, not even the person he trusted the most. It's not that he doesn't trust them, but he's worried that the system will punish him for leaking information, such as taking back his skills. He temporarily put together the system prompts that contained a huge amount of information and looked at his new Taoist partner with love. There seemed to be a hint of charm in Lanner's elegant and refined temperament, which made him intoxicated. "Lanner, you must be a fairy from heaven who has descended to the human world. I, Yan, am so lucky to marry Fairy Wei. Wei Qilan felt extremely sweet in her heart. Being able to marry you is my greatest blessing." She remembered that her brother had taken the initiative to marry her off to someone else in order to save his parents and clansmen, and only as a co-wife. She was indeed somewhat dissatisfied at the time, but she had to make sacrifices for the sake of her family. But later, she suddenly discovered that this man had a mysterious quality that attracted her deeply. That's why she changed her mind and expressed her willingness to marry in advance. Later on, they fell deeply in love. Now that I think about it, this must have been Goddess will. After the two exchanged some sweet words, Wei Qilan continued to meditate and practice. On the one hand, she herself was very diligent in her practice, and on the other hand, meditation also had the effect of providing mental rest, and was several times better than sleep. Since she entered the 1st level of heaven, that is, truly entered the Taoist sect, she only needs to sleep for 2 hours every night. Yan Haoan also maintained the sitting posture, but did not enter into a state of meditation. He had received some system prompts before, but had no time to read them carefully, so he digested them carefully now. Ding! Wei Qilan's favorability increased by 1%, and the current favorability is 93%. This one is simple, just glance at it and it's over. But the other 3 are a bit complicated. Ding! The system detects that the host has absorbed the essence of the phoenix's body, and automatically activates the cultivation path. Ding! The host's practice of Tai Ching Dongxianjing has reached the 3rd level. Ding! The Tai Ching Dongxian Sutra that the host is practicing has broken through the 1st spiritual barrier and reached the 4th level. This wave of prompts contains too much information. Activate the path of cultivation. What does this mean? This is too weird. The system itself is very weird, the cashback on consumption is also very weird, but cultivation. After pondering for a while, he suddenly remembered the equally strange Qiankuan secret realm. He immediately used his mind to look through the previous system instructions. Qiankuan's secret realm, a paradise created by ancient immortals, is a small world independent of the main world. The path of cultivation, the ancient celestial being. Is it possible that gods really existed or even still exist in this world? And he can also cultivate and become an immortal? As he thought about it, he couldn't help but giggle. After laughing for a while, he started to pay attention to details. The host's practice of Tai Ching Dongxianjing has reached the 3rd level of heaven. Does this hint mean that he had already reached the 2nd heaven realm before practicing dual cultivation? After he got the true scriptures and several other classics from the Wei family, he studied them very carefully and felt that they had a lot in common with the Shenyang true scripture, and it seemed that it was quite easy to get started. So I started self-study based on my own knowledge and skills. He felt that he was making rapid progress, but he didn't know the exact level. And according to Lanner, it is extremely difficult to advance to a higher level. Lanner was the most gifted person in the family. She started practicing at the age of 8, and it took her 5 years to reach the 1st level, and another 7 years to reach the 2nd level. Originally, she expected to take another 10 years or so to reach the third level around the age of 30. As for the future, the transition from the third heaven to the fourth heaven is a big hurdle. To break through, it is not enough to rely on hard work and time, but also requires opportunities, enlightenment, etc. She was only 23 years old this year, but because of her first dual cultivation with her husband, she reached the third level. And his elder brother Wei Chi Yan is also very talented. He is 28 years old this year and is still in the late stage of the second sky. Her current cultivation level has even surpassed that of her brother, no wonder she is so surprised. However, Yan Haowan was even more confused. Lana was so talented, but it took her 12 years to reach the second level. He just taught himself for a few days and he reached the second level? Is he a super genius? Even if you use your toes to imagine it, it's impossible. He thought about it and felt that it was because of the Yin-Yang body tempering technique, which could automatically and continuously absorb the true yang energy between heaven and earth, that it was particularly easy to practice. This true yang energy might be the spiritual energy recorded in classics. Also, isn't the transition from the third heaven to the fourth heaven a big hurdle? The system also suggests it's the first spiritual hurdle. He actually broke through with just one dual cultivation. It seems that the Yuan Yin of the heavenly phoenix body is indeed a treasure for cultivation. He is so lucky to have Lana as his Taoist partner, his ancestors are so proud of him. The next day, Yan Haowan took his family to a leisure farm in the suburbs. He had his own car, and the eldest lady had just given him another car, which was just enough for him. Wei Shengyong, the bodyguard of the Wei family, drove the newly bought Tianjia M9, carrying his parents and cousin. He drove an Audi with his 3 women. Thinking about how he was a poor loser not long ago, now a fairy and 2 school beauties are his women, and they both love him deeply. He felt a great sense of accomplishment, and after practicing dual cultivation last night and unexpectedly opening up a path of cultivation, he felt like he had a higher goal in life. Everyone had a very enjoyable day, and also learned a little bit about what a leisure farm is. Wei Qilan has a strong sense of responsibility. She has a lot of work to do in the Wei family. Her husband has the idea of building a branch in Sushuwei and letting her take charge of the overall situation. She has too much work to plan. So despite being extremely reluctant, she still decided to return to Tuyang early on Sunday morning. At night, of course, they still practiced together happily as a Taoist couple. Luo Yu and Hu Wenwen were very envious, but knowing that sister Lana was leaving tomorrow, they were very tactful and did not disturb her. After breakfast in the morning, Wei Yong drove and Yan Haowan took Lana to the high-speed rail station. Before leaving, Yan Haowan solemnly told Luo Yu to stay at home and not go anywhere until he came back. While Luo Yu was waiting in confusion and anxiety, her husband finally came back. Xiao Yuer, come with me to the room. Wenwen, you come too. Luo Yu was a little nervous. Husband, what's wrong? Xiao Yuer, who have you met these days? Luo Yu's face changed instantly and he actually burst into tears. Hubby, I swear, I have never done anything to let you down. Yan Haowan was a little confused. Xiao Yuer, what are you talking about? Husband, when I was negotiating the acquisition of a winery, I unexpectedly ran into my senior in high school. I admit, he was indeed my crush in high school, but we never got together. Then, this time he suddenly confessed his love to me in private, and I rejected him very clearly. I told him that I already have a husband and I love him very much. Husband, you must believe me. I really have never done anything to let you down. As she spoke, she started crying again. Hu Wenwen also quickly offered her help. Brother, you must believe sister Yu. She really loves you very much. Chapter 72, Being Targeted by Evil Forces. You little fool, you misunderstood. How could I not believe you? Yan Haowan said as he hugged his beloved lover, gently kissed her dry tears, and finally made up for a while with a wet kiss. Only then did Xiao Yuer finally get calmed down. Luo Yu's voice still had a hint of tears in it. Hubby, you scared me to death. Xiao Yuer, you must remember that you will always be your husband's most beloved sweetheart. Only then did Luo Yu stop crying and start rejoicing. Hubby, why did you ask me that just now? Yan Haowan's face darkened. Xiao Yuer, your luck today is very bad. Ever since Luo Yu had encountered a crisis before, Yan Haowan had developed a habit of using the art of qi watching to check on the people close to him every morning. All alone, everyone was safe and sound. But just this morning, Luo Yu's luck turned into a very bad black color. When the 2 girls heard this, they were a little frightened.
That's why I asked you, have you come into contact with anyone special recently? Because the luck of other people is all normal. But I haven't met anyone special, except my senior in high school. This senior. Luo Yu looked at her husband and said cautiously. When he was in school, he was recognized as a person of good character. And after I expressed my attitude, he just expressed regret and gave me his blessing. Husband, I don't think he is a bad person. Yan Hahuan nodded slightly. Xiao Yuer, don't be nervous. It doesn't necessarily mean that the people you have met will harm you. There are many factors that may cause bad luck. Luo Yu is even more nervous now. Husband, what should I do? Let me take you out to play. Ah. Don't be afraid, I will always be with you. Among the other people in the family, the one with the worst luck today was his mother, whose clothes were also just ordinary white. He felt that there should be no problem at home, but just in case, it would be better for Luo Yu not to stay at home. Anyway, it's a bad omen and you can't avoid it by hiding at home. More importantly, he had a vague guess that Luo Yu's last crisis was caused by the Prince Jian Lianghui who called himself Mr. Hui. He successfully resolved the crisis, but in the end the forces behind it brutally killed people to stop the loss. He remembered what the policewoman said, that behind this Master Hui stood a wealthy family. So will this matter really end with Hui Xiao's death? This scumbag molested Luo Yu the day before his death. Will the people behind him suspect that this incident is related to Luo Yu? After having this idea, he decided to lure the snake out of its hole and take the initiative to respond to the disaster, because there is only a thief who can steal for 1,000 days, but you cannot guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Only by finding the root cause and treating it directly at the source can safety be completely guaranteed. Yan Haoan's worries were indeed correct, because Luo Yu's crisis this time was the follow-up to Jian Lianghui's last incident. A few days ago, in the office of the chairman of Wu Hui Film and Television Entertainment Company, Jenny Wu was cursing loudly at his 4 men. Useless, completely useless. Half a month has passed, and there is not even a clue. The trusted leader Li Mu replied. Boss, Master Hui has had contact with 16 women in the past 6 months, 6 of whom were either active or willing. The other 10 people, their backgrounds have been checked. There are 2 small stars, 2 video anchors, and 3 college students, all from ordinary families. 2 of them are married, and 4 have boyfriends, but their backgrounds are also very ordinary, and no abnormalities were found. There are 2 families with official backgrounds, but they are both minor officials. We have talked to these 2 women and found nothing suspicious. The last one, her boyfriend is a small gangster. We arrested him and tortured him, but there is no problem with him. Jenny Wu snorted heavily. Everything is fine. Could it be that my son has gone mad? No one among his men dared to reply. Jenny Wu was silent for a while and said, Is there any woman he wanted to sleep with but didn't sleep with? Li Mu smiled bitterly and said, Boss, apart from the aristocratic families and those high-ranking officials, which woman from an ordinary family would young Master Hui not be able to sleep with? One of his subordinates suddenly interrupted in a low voice, Boss, there is actually one, I wonder if it counts? Jenny Wu's eyes lit up. Speak. Just one day before Master Hui got into trouble, he went to an advertising company to play. There happened to be a part-time model shooting an advertisement, and Master Hui saw that she was pretty, so he wanted her to sleep with him. But that woman was quite wild, and the people in the advertising company were familiar with her. After trying to dissuade her, she took the opportunity to escape. Li Mu hit this guy on the forehead directly. Why didn't you say it before? Jenny Wu didn't get angry, and asked calmly, what happened next? When this woman escaped, Master Hui said something. But Master Hui never mentioned it again, nor did he ask us to get anyone involved. So we all thought that Master Hui was just talking casually and didn't really want to do it. This has happened before. Jenny Wu was silent for a moment, then said, AMU, check this woman's background. Also, expand the time period to half a year. Yes, boss. I'll do it right away. Li Mu agreed readily, but he was secretly groaning in his heart. Mr. Hui is well known for his lust. I wonder how many women he has slept with in the past 6 months. How many related people do we have to check? The key is that the earlier the time, the harder it is to check. Brother Mu, we have figured out everything about that woman. Is there anyone? This woman's name is Luo Yu. She's a junior at Jiangnan University and the vice president of the student union. She's really pretty and is one of the 8 most beautiful girls on campus. Her family background is average. Her father is a government official,
but he's just a minor official. Li Mu thought about it for a moment and felt that there was nothing suspicious about this background. Does this woman have a boyfriend? I had one before, but they broke up more than a year ago. But not long before Hui Xiao's accident, she started dating another boyfriend. Have you ever touched the man's bottom? Brother Mu, this man is a little weird. Li Mu's eyes lit up. Why is it strange? This person is Yan Hawan, also a junior at Jiangnan University. He used to be very ordinary in every aspect, and his family has been in the countryside for generations. Then what? Just 1 week after Mr. Huey's accident, this young couple bought a luxury townhouse for 27 million. You just said that both of them have ordinary family backgrounds? Yes, given their family conditions, they can never afford this house. But Brother Mu, there's something even stranger coming up. What? 2 days ago, this guy named Yen bought a large flat in Lakeside Hsinchu for 130 million. Li Mu took a breath of cold air. Brother Mu, when this guy bought this house, it was the eldest daughter of the Tian family, Tian Yuancher, who went with him. Li Mu was even more shocked than when he heard 130 million. What? Tian family. Are you sure? I'm absolutely sure. That day, Miss Tian spent almost the entire day playing outside with this guy. Later, she bought him a car. This house was also bought by Miss Tian, but it was registered in the man's name. Li Mu's face turned very ugly, and he murmured, could it be the Tian family who did it? Chapter 73 Kidnapping. Xiao Lu, send me all the information about this kid named Yen. Okay, Muge. Li Mu looked at it carefully twice and found that it was indeed ordinary in every aspect. He is just handsome and of average build, and his appearance is not particularly outstanding. How did he attract the latter and make them spend hundreds of millions of dollars on him? Li Mu then noticed the boy's nickname Strong and immediately began to imagine. Could it be that this boy was really special in some aspect? That was why the young lady was so attracted to him that she was willing to spend a lot of money to support him? But even so, at least the eldest lady must absorb the marrow first. This guy is just a student with such ordinary conditions. How could he have such close contact with Miss Tian? Then as he was thinking about it, suddenly an idea came to his mind. Because he suddenly thought of a secret that he had heard by chance before. There was a brainless second generation of a nouveau riche family who met Miss Tian while negotiating business. He was shocked by her beauty and started pursuing her madly. After being ruthlessly rejected by the latter, this greedy guy actually found some gangsters to set up a trap, and used despicable means to drug the young lady when she was not prepared. What happened next was kept secret, so of course he had no way of knowing and he didn't dare to even think about it. But he had heard about the ending of that ignorant rich second-generation family. The entire small family was uprooted and lost everything. The rich second generation himself, along with some people related to him, all disappeared. After Li Mu thought of this rumor, he secretly guessed that it couldn't be that Miss Tian was drugged and this guy took advantage of her by chance. Otherwise, there is no way to explain how he could have caught the eye of a rich family's daughter. But this kid is really greedy and bold enough. He has been living off the young lady, but he is still hanging on to the school beauty. Li Mu was extremely envious and jealous at first, then he returned his attention to the main topic. Did the Tian family, specifically Miss Tian, get involved in young Master Huey's incident? The eldest brother once said that he consulted a master of the Yi family, who suspected that Master Hui was not on drugs, but might have been hit by some advanced magic. And an expert who knows this kind of magic is definitely not someone that ordinary people can hire. In terms of motivation, if young Master Hui had directly offended Yan Hawan, it would be reasonable for Miss Tian to stand up for her lover, and the Tian family certainly has the strength to do so. The problem is, Master Hui has never had direct contact with Boy Yan, he just wants to sleep with Luo Yu. Even if Yan is unhappy, it is unlikely that he will ask the young lady for help. After all, to some extent, Luo Yu is the eldest lady's love rival. Li Mu has always been meticulous and good at analysis, but no matter how he analyzes, he can't come to a clear conclusion. If it was really Miss Tian who did it, then we will be in trouble. Even the boss cannot afford to offend such a wealthy family. The eldest brother nominally calls the second boss of the Yi family uncle, but in fact he is the latter's illegitimate son and is highly valued by the second brother. But an illegitimate child is always an illegitimate child and can never be compared with a legitimate child. Although the Yi family ranks before the Tian family in terms of strength among the major families in Sushuai, they will never fall out with the Tian family over the family affairs of their illegitimate child. He felt annoyed for a while and decided to hand this hot potato back to his boss for the decision. He was quite experienced and immediately told his two lackeys very seriously. Xiaolu, Mengzi, I have to keep everything that happened today to myself. All the information on the investigation of Yan Hahuan and the eldest lady will be completely destroyed. If we offend the Tian family, we won't know how we will die. Then, when he noticed that Mengzi, the pervert, was still staring at Luoyu's photo with his saliva about to flow out, he suddenly became furious. He scalped the guy hard. You think about women all day long. Sooner or later you will die in a woman's belly. Li Mu has actually always looked down upon Jian Lianhui. Although his boss is also very fond of women, he has the ability and means. But the eldest son has been spoiled since childhood. Apart from being lustful, he hasn't learned any other skills. He is a complete fool and pervert. He had thought more than once that this kid would betray his father sooner or later. After Mengzi was awakened by the beating, he apologized repeatedly, but he felt a little dissatisfied in his heart. He was Hui Xiao's trusted follower, who had eaten meat and sometimes rewarded him with soup. This time, the pervert forgot his identity as a lackey and started to feel elated, thinking that sleeping with women was an easy thing. He didn't have a good impression of Li Mu, the skinny old man. He always followed Hui Xiao but was not the latter's direct subordinate. After listening to Li Mu's report, Jenny Wu was also shocked. He thought that although there had always been many conflicts between the various families, they were still relatively polite to each other on the surface. The same is true for the Yi family and the Tian family. Struggles for interests are struggles for interests, and they have never really fallen out. As for myself, I should not have directly offended the Tian family or Miss Tian herself. AMU, what do you think? He still has considerable trust in this subordinate. I think the possibility of the Tian family taking action is not very high, but since this boy surnamed Yan is the man kept by Miss Tian, it is better not to provoke him if possible. Women are all very stingy. Well, where's that chick named Luo? Li Mu thought for a moment and replied. I'll ask her to come over and have a chat. Okay, be careful not to provoke the Tian family. Don't worry, boss. I know what I am doing. Li Mu has always been very sensible in doing things, and he often uses this literary kidnapping trick to hire people, and he is very familiar with it. Anyway, most of the people who are invited are ordinary people and they dare not resist at all. A few troublemakers also behaved themselves after being taught a lesson on the spot. Li Mu originally thought that this was just an ordinary conversation among the many times he invited people to talk. What he never expected was that this would be his last time. He has always been cautious throughout his life, but this time he fell into the hands of a stupid teammate. Yan Haowan felt that since Xiao Yuer's luck was very bad, something must be happening today. He was determined to get to the root of the problem and resolve the crisis once and for all, so he simply took her out to play. But half a day passed and nothing happened. By the afternoon, he changed tack. He gave detailed instructions to Luo Yu and asked him to pretend to casually go to a quiet place with few people and no cameras. As the latter was a little uneasy, he chose to follow from a distance instead of providing close protection. Sure enough, in less than an hour, Luo Yu was blocked by 3 people, who tried to force her into a van with the curtains drawn. Yan Haowan was afraid that his lover would suffer in the car when he was not around, so he immediately used the Xianyang Tizhong technique and instantly jumped in front of everyone. Li Mu frowned. He really didn't want to provoke Miss Tian Dasha's lover. So I have been following him patiently for the past 2 days, and only just now did I find an opportunity to ask Luo Yu to leave. I didn't expect this guy to appear out of nowhere again. He was somewhat helpless and had to invite him into the car as well. Yan Haowan had special skills and was determined to find out the truth, so he did not use any force. Among these 3 men, one is a skinny old man, and the other 2 were strong men with fierce eyes. But they didn't use force. They just surrounded him and Luo Yu and motioned them to get in the car. Chapter 74 No Place for Burial After Death. Luo Yu was very nervous, but her husband looked calm and even nodded slightly to her. She knew that this was probably one of the scenes her husband had anticipated, so she felt relieved and cooperated and got into the car. The burly man with a big beard kept staring at Luo Yu with undisguised lustful eyes. Fortunately, although this guy had an extremely obscene look in his eyes, he didn't do anything. So Yan Haowan suppressed his anger, pulled Luo Yu's hand and pressed it gently, signaling the latter to calm down. The journey was safe and sound. After driving for about half an hour, the car drove into a rather secret small warehouse. As soon as he got off the car, the bearded man said impatiently. "Brother Mu, ask the man first. I can't stand it anymore. Let this chick give me some pleasure first."
Mengzi himself is extremely lustful. Luoyu not only has a first-class appearance and figure, but her natural charm is unmatched. Especially when she was caught and put into the car, she was somewhat uneasy even though her husband was there to comfort her. Her charming and pitiful appearance made Mengzi feel an extremely strong desire to conquer her. All he could think about was fucking this woman. If there weren't so many people in the car and there wasn't enough space, I would have wanted to get rid of him right then. Li Mu's face suddenly changed. This pervert is really good at causing trouble. This girl is an ordinary person, but her boyfriend is Miss Tian's lover. If Yen were to risk it all and ask the young lady to help him, it would be a big trouble. He was still struggling over how to dissuade Mengzi when the latter suddenly flew backwards. Yen Haoan was already furious about Luo Yu's matter, and the bastard's obscene look in the car made him even more angry. I just endured it in order to understand the situation. Mengzi's arrogant and shameless words immediately ignited the powder keg. When Yen Haoan saw that these people were very skilled in kidnapping techniques, he knew that they were not good people and must have done this kind of bad thing many times. After hearing what the bearded man said, he became even more certain that these bastards not only kidnapped women, but also raped them. If I were just an ordinary person, what a tragic end would it be for Luoyu if it fell into the hands of these scums? This made him extremely angry, and he took action directly. He was well aware of the power of his Xin Yang palm technique, and had only ever used it on objects. This was the first time he had used it on a person. Because he hated this bearded man so much. Xiaolu, who was standing by, was also a ruthless man. When he saw his brother being beaten away, he immediately pulled out a machete from the car and chopped at Yen Haoan. Yen Haoan looked in all directions and used his flying skills, making him as powerful as a ghost. Xiaolu only felt a flash before his eyes, and the knife in his hand disappeared. The next moment, he was knocked flying, and then after Mengzi, he fainted from happiness. Seeing that this guy was actually using a knife to chop people, he naturally would not show mercy. However, he still wanted to ask some questions, so although he used the Xin Yang palm on the two of them, he only used 20% of his strength. The two men were only seriously injured, not killed outright. Everything happened so fast that the other two did not react until then. Luo Yu was surprised and happy, but Li Mu was completely terrified. Li Mu had concerns about this boy Yen before, all because of Miss Tian, and he didn't take the boy seriously. But now, he suddenly realized, perhaps what happened to Mr. Hui had nothing to do with Miss Tian, and the expert who took action was the boy in front of him. He swallowed hard and said with a trembling voice, "Young man, I asked you two to come over. I just want to chat with you. I have no ill intentions." Now that Yen Haoan had started, he no longer had any reservations. He showed a sarcastic expression and said coldly, "No ill intentions? This is kidnapping." Although there was no violence during the process, if the chat was not satisfactory, would it still be so civilized? After the chat, will you let them go easily, especially the camel fish? Now seeing his amazing skills, I can say he had no ill intentions. Li Mu's back was covered in cold sweat. "Young man, this is just a misunderstanding. We invited the wrong person." Yen Haoan snorted lightly. He was too lazy to talk anymore and directly used his intimidation technique. No conversation is as quick as getting people to confess voluntarily. "Xiao Yuer, come and record everything this person says next." Luo Yu calmed down a little and followed her husband's orders obediently. Yen Haoan asked questions one by one, and then slapped each of them. Especially at the end, he directly smashed the old man's head. Luo Yu standing by was stunned. Her heart was pounding. "Husband, we killed someone, what should we do?" "I didn't kill anyone, I was just getting rid of harm for the people." "You heard it all just now, these are scum who deserve to die. But getting rid of harm for the people is also killing people." "Husband, I'm so scared. I'm so scared that something will happen to you." As Luo Yu spoke, he burst into tears. "Don't be afraid. Xiaoduer, you must trust your husband." Yen Haoan held his lover in his arms and comforted him repeatedly until the latter calmed down a little, then he let go. "Xiao Yuer, listen to me. Jenny Wu and his men are targeting us now. If I don't kill them, this matter will never end. Your safety will never be guaranteed. Hubby, I've got you into trouble." "What nonsense are you talking about, you little fool? These scumbags should have been dealt with long ago. Since God has given me this ability, it is to let me enforce justice on his behalf. So what should we do next?" Yen Haoan smiled calmly. "Xiao Yuer, do you want to see some magic?" "Ah. Luo Yu looked puzzled. Believe it or not, I can make them all disappear, including this car. Luo Yu was even more confused. Watch out. Change. Yan Hao unlocked the 3 corpses with his mind and sent them into the Qianquan secret realm one by one. Then he sent in the car and various items in the warehouse that he thought might leave clues. Luo Jin opened his mouth wide and didn't close it for a long time. Honey, how did you do that? There are still many things to deal with immediately. I will explain them to you slowly when I have time. The camel hummed meekly. Xiao Yur, your luck has turned for the better now, you can rest assured. Luo Yu was overjoyed. But she was not only worried about herself, but also about her husband. Hubby, what about your luck? Don't worry, it's always good luck. Luo Yu was finally relieved. Yan Haoan checked the warehouse carefully again and left only after he felt that there was no problem. He was well prepared. He took out 2 masks and asked each of them to wear one before taking Luo Yu out. Xiao Yur, when we get to the main road, you go back first. I'm going to talk to Sister Jingshan about this. Luo Yu hesitated for a moment and whispered. Hubby, I know Sister Gingshan is a good person. But is it appropriate to tell her about this? She is a police officer after all. I went to see her because she's a police officer. Don't worry, Sister Jingshan can be fully trusted. Luo Yu was surprised at first, then gave a playful smile. Hubby, you're awesome. Yan Haoan knew that his beloved lover had misunderstood, but he didn't want to explain. Zhang Jingshan is not his woman, but he is very confident that he will conquer this iceberg sooner or later. Chapter 75, Eliminate harm to the people and disappear from the face of the earth. Yan Haoan knew Zhang Jingshan's style very well, and got straight to the point as soon as the call was connected. Sister Shanshan, I have something urgent to discuss with you. Okay, I'm at work, come over here. It's not very convenient to talk to you there, so I'd like to trouble you to come over. Zhang Jingshan was slightly startled, but immediately responded. Send me the address. Good. Hey, I've been to this joyful winery before, but I don't think it was called that before. Well, I just changed my name these past few days. I changed it. What? You changed it? Well, I bought this winery. Zhang Jingshan was stunned for a moment. Well, you have money, you can do whatever you want. What do you think of the name Jubilation? Luo Yu and I came up with it together. The name Huan Tang was actually decided upon after he, Luo Yu and Hu Wenwen spent a long time thinking about it together. Yan Haoan's first industry was an investment company named Huan Yu Investment. The meaning was very clear. Luo Yu is a smart girl, of course she knows that she can't monopolize her husband. If she calls her Huan Yu everything, what will her husband think of other women? So she suggested that her husband's future business be named He Huan. Then, as soon as this suggestion was made, Hu Wenwen blushed immediately. Upon asking, I found out that this girl thought that He Huan and He Huan were homophones, which made her immediately think of dual cultivation. Now, Yan Haoan and Luo Yu couldn't help laughing. Finally, the 3 of them came up with the name Huan Tang, which not only embodies the word Huan but also has a positive connotation. It's pretty good. It reflects your name and has a good meaning. Yan Haoan nodded. This name was indeed easy to understand. Why not register this name as a trademark and use this name for all his industries from now on? Zhang Jingshan is indeed a straightforward person, she said directly. What's the emergency? Yan Haoan did not answer directly, but took out a black card. Sister Shanshan, this card is for you. This is the Supreme Black Card. Everything you spend at the winery is 50% off. In addition to wine tasting, there are also private dishes here. There are 6 private rooms in total, the largest one has 15 seats, followed by 12 seats, 10 seats, 8 seats, and the smallest one has 4 seats. In the future, if you want to have a meal or discuss something, you can come over. Feel free to contact me or Luo Yu. But you must make a reservation at least 2 days in advance. Zhang Jingshan took it generously and smiled. Well, I will never be polite when it comes to taking advantage of the big guys. But as the saying goes, if someone is too nice to you, he is either a traitor or a thief. Tell me straight out, what do you want? After she finished speaking, she added mischievously, if you want to sleep with me, 1 card is not enough. However, Yan Haoan did not tease her, but put on a serious expression. Sister Shanshan, I want to know which family is behind Jianiwu. Zhang Jingshan's face changed instantly. Huan, I know you are very capable. But the aristocratic family is not something you can mess with now. Besides, it's been so long since Sister Luoyu's incident happened, why bother? Yan Hahuan smiled bitterly. Sister Shanshan, I'm not trying to provoke them, they just don't want to let me go. What did you say? It's Jian Wu. He already knew about Luoyu and me, and suspected that I was involved in his son's death. He also asked his men to kidnap us. The policewoman didn't come back to her senses for a long time. How so? I don't know either. I can only say that these evil forces are too powerful. Is Sister Luoyu okay? Luckily, I'm here. The policewoman felt relieved. Then, what about these people who kidnapped you? Disappeared from the face of the earth. Zhang Jingshan widened her eyes and looked at him in disbelief. After a while, she finally asked with difficulty. Huan, did you kill someone? I'm not killing people. I'm enforcing justice and getting rid of harm for the people. Look at this. After Yan Haowan finished speaking, he handed over the phone with an earphone cable connected to it. In fact, this box is very private, but the content of the video involves too many secrets, so the more low-key the better. Zhang Dingshan took the phone, put on headphones, and then clicked play. After she read it carefully, her face looked very ugly. She had heard some of these things before, but she never imagined that these people could be so bad and commit so many horrific crimes. Zhang Dingshan is in a very conflicted mood. On the one hand, she clearly felt that what Huan did was definitely wrong. But on the other hand, she really didn't want anything to happen to Huan. What she didn't want to admit, but had to admit, was that she had developed feelings for this big boy. After a long silence, the policewoman said softly, Huan, you are too impulsive. Even if these people deserve to die, you shouldn't be the one to punish them. Sister Shanshan, I don't want to do this either. But if these bad guys are not eliminated, Luoyu and I will not be able to live in peace. Don't worry, sister, I'm very careful, there will be no problem. Zhang Dingshan smiled bitterly with some helplessness. Huan, you have no idea how advanced today's criminal investigation technology is. Yan Haowan knew that his sister was a professional, a top student majoring in criminal investigation at Susui Police University and the deputy commander of the Criminal Investigation Brigade of Susui City Police Department. And isn't this the reason why I asked her for help? Sister Shanshan, I can't say there's absolutely no problem, but there's definitely no major problem. The reason why he dared to be so confident was, of course, because the corpse was no longer in this world. Tell me the whole process first. The more detailed the better. Yan Haowan was well prepared and spoke very clearly. Zhang Jingshan sneered after hearing this. Is this what you mean by no problem? Just by listening to it casually, I can tell that there are at least several flaws. Yan Haowan was a little embarrassed. Please give me some advice, sister. For example, how did they investigate you? Did they leave any records of the investigation? Were these three the only people involved? For example, when they arrested you and put you in the car, there must have been no surveillance or witnesses, right? The car drove to the warehouse, so it would definitely be captured in the middle. Now that these three people are missing, we can easily check the surveillance cameras to find out what car they got on and where they went. The more Yan Haowan listened, the uglier his expression became. Zhang Jingshan sighed, but these are not the most important things. Tell me, how did you deal with the body? Yan Haowan was now full of confidence. He first explained that the body had truly evaporated from the face of the earth. Then he directly used magic to prove it. Looking at the wine bottle in front of me, it keeps disappearing, appearing, disappearing again, and appearing again. Zhang Jingshan's reaction was not much different from Luo Yu's. She was also extremely shocked and unbelievable. Is this a trick? How did you do it? This is not a trick. I just sent them to another dimension. Another dimension? Yes. You can understand it as another small world independent of our world. Impossible, this is totally unscientific. Chapter 76, The Policewoman's Choice. Yan Haowan said calmly. Sister, what I want to tell you is that this world is not as simple as we think. The so-called common sense and science are all limited by our cognition. Things that are beyond popular understanding and are supernatural don't just exist in fantasy novels. Zhang Jingshan still feels unable to accept it, because her cognition over the years has been completely overturned. So, those three people. I sent them to that space, including the van. Zhang Jingshan nodded with a complicated expression. The corpse and the car are obviously the biggest flaws in this incident. If they are really as Huan said and will never appear in this world again, then the danger will be greatly reduced. If the body cannot be found, it is just considered a missing person and it is difficult to classify it as a homicide. She was thinking about how to remedy other flaws and try to eliminate the risks, but she heard Yan Haowan say something more provocative. Sister Shanshan, I want Jenny Wu to disappear from the face of the earth. Zhang Jingshan's face suddenly changed again. Are you crazy? This mess hasn't even been cleaned up yet, and this kid actually wants to make an even bigger one. Sister Shanshan, not only am I not crazy, I'm also very calm. Think about it, why did these people find Luoyu? It was because Jian Lianghui teased Luoyu before the accident, and Jenny Wu became suspicious. Now he asked his men to investigate Luoyu and me, and then these people disappeared. Jenny Wu didn't even need to doubt it, he was sure that there was something wrong with us. Therefore, now that things have come to this point, the scumbag Jenny Wu must disappear from the face of the earth. Otherwise, Luoyu and I will never be safe in the future. Zhang Jingshan was stunned. Because Yan Haowan's analysis was very reasonable, Jenny Wu asked his men to investigate Luoyu, but his men disappeared while investigating. Isn't there's something wrong with this arrangement? How could he possibly let it go? This scumbag has considerable power himself, not to mention that there is a wealthy family like the Yi family standing behind him. If they target Huan and Luoyu, Huan is right. If we want to solve the problem once and for all, Jenny Wu must disappear from this world. This conclusion made Zhang Jingshan very uncomfortable and also very angry. Why, Huan, why did you come to me? Why did you tell me all this? Yan Haowan looked directly at the policewoman and said slowly. Because I trust you. Sister Shanshan, I can't explain why, but I have always trusted you very much. He said this very sincerely, because it was the absolute truth. Zhang Jingshan was in a very complicated mood. She closed her eyes and thought deeply for a long time. Finally, she made a decision. Huan, what do you need me to do? Ding! Zhang Jingshan's favorability increased by 5%, and the current favorability is 85%. Yan Haowan was overjoyed. He went to Zhang Jingshan to tell her such a secret matter as the murder, and it was not entirely a gamble. Based on Sister Shanshan's character, her aloof personality, her 80% favorable impression of him, and her statement when they last met, I would be willing to be your woman. He firmly believed that even if she disagreed with his approach and refused to help him, she would never betray him and inform on him. Now, Sister Shanshan has finally made a decision that makes him very happy. The system prompt of the improved favorability also made him 100% sure that Sister Shanshan really accepted him and wanted to help him. He did not answer directly, but stood up with excitement and walked to the woman. He finally let go of the woman calmly and returned to his seat. Firstly, business is important, and secondly, just like when he conquered Huan, he prefers to wait until things are natural and the woman wants it, and then he will have sex with her. This way, people will feel the best. Sure enough, there was a hint of appreciation in Zhang Jingshan's eyes when she looked at him. There was a rare hint of charm on the woman's cold and beautiful face, which made Yen stare at her intently. Sister, you are so beautiful. You have such a sweet mouth. How many girls have you deceived to learn this? I'm not lying, I'm just telling the truth. Zhang Jingshan smiled mischievously. Then tell me, who is prettier, me, your sister Luoyu, or Sister Shishir? Faced with this life-threatening question, the old driver looked calm. You are all extraordinary beauties. But each of you has your own characteristics. Xiaoyer is naturally charming, sister, you are aloof and beautiful, as for the eldest lady. She is usually similar to you, a cold and aloof beauty, but she actually has a gentle and passionate side. Humph, you really have a way. No wonder you can trick so many girls into falling head over heels in love with you. Sister, I am sincere to them. Which philandering man wouldn't say that? Now the old driver was a little embarrassed, because he was such a playboy. Fortunately, the policewoman didn't really mean to blame him. Instead, she put on a serious expression and got back to the point. Huan, now that you've made the decision, you must implement it decisively. Jenny Wu may find out that his men have lost contact at any time, so if you want to take action, do it now. He happily thought that he had found the right person in finding Sister Jingshan. He came forward again, but this time it wasn't for intimacy. He whispered in the woman's ear, after the incident over there, I have been thinking about it and have already come up with a preliminary plan.
Sister, please help me with some advice. It has been 3 days since Jianyiwu and several of his men were officially confirmed missing. This guy is a public figure himself, and he has become famous before because of his son's betrayal. Now it is on the hot search again. All kinds of news are flying around on the internet and on the streets. The most rumored thing was that the father and son of the Jin family had been playing around with women and offended a great noble in the capital, so they were punished. Then, netizens' comments on his disappearance were overwhelmingly joyful. They are all like, he deserves it, he deserves to die, retribution will come, God should have taken away this kind of scumbag long ago. Even though the person missing is a celebrity, the Sosu police are under no pressure. Of course, they also know how to follow public opinion. Anyway, no body was found, so the Criminal Investigation Department didn't file a homicide case and just treated it as a missing person case. They are just pretending to register, but as to whether they will really investigate further, that of course depends on the identity of the missing person. Anyway, isn't it common for people to go missing in big cities, especially in big cities where there are princes, nobles, and wealthy families? Most of these cases are unsolved cases, and the police have long been tired of them. Moreover, the reasons for the disappearance of most of the subjects are basically known to them. Chapter 77: The Economic Strength of a Wealthy Family. Still in the joyful winery. Still in the small box from last time. But this time, in addition to Yan Haohuan and Jiang Jingshan, there is also Luo Yu. Sister Shanshan, Xiaoyer and I would like to toast you. Thank you for helping us so much. After saying that, he and Luo Yu each drank first to show their respect. Jiang Jingshan didn't hesitate and finished it in one gulp. She is a calm and thoughtful person. After Yan Hehuan revealed his secret the day before yesterday, she did have many concerns and hesitated for a long time. But at the same time, she was a very determined person. After making the decision, she had no hesitation and completely boarded his pirate ship. She knew very well that she was actually his woman, except that she had not yet given her body to him. And it's just that they haven't slept together yet. In the future, whether I am slept with by him or want to sleep with him, I will sleep with him sooner or later. So now she completely treats them as her own. Huan, you must never be so impulsive in doing things again. I know, I can't help myself this time. Jiang Jingshan could also understand. Indeed, Xiaoyer had been targeted by Jianyiwu, and Huan couldn't hide even if she wanted. There will be basically no problems at the official level for this matter. However, Jianyiwu is backed by the Yi family, so this matter may not end so easily. Yi family? There are many Susui families, but only 8 can be truly called wealthy families. The Yi family ranks 3rd in comprehensive strength, and the Tian family ranks only 5th. Sister, what is the financial strength of the Yi family? No one can tell for sure, because apart from the assets that are visible, how much more is hidden? Only the top leaders of each family know. What about the ones that are visible? The weakest of these wealthy families starts at 500 billion. The Yi family should be worth more than 800 billion. Yan Haohuan's face looked a little ugly. He already knew that the wealthy family had money, but he still didn't expect them to be so rich. The hundreds of billions you own are simply not enough in the eyes of others. If you want to make money through normal entrepreneurship or investment, you will never catch up with the rich in your lifetime. And my sister said last time that wealthy families are not only rich, but also have a strong background. If we want to achieve the strength comparable to that of the wealthy and powerful, we have a long way to go. He was lost in thought and didn't notice that his beloved lover beside him was smiling faintly. Jiang Jingshan was sitting opposite them and had a keen eye for observation, so of course she noticed it immediately. She was a little surprised, but did not ask her sister what good thing she had thought of. She continued her topic. Huan, Jianyiwu is nominally the nephew of Yi Zhenting, the second son of the Yi family, but in fact he is the latter's illegitimate son and is highly regarded by the latter. The Yi family is ruled by the eldest brother, Yi Zhenlei, but he is a low-key person. Most of the Yi family's external affairs are handled by the second brother, Yi Zhenlei, who is a very powerful person. Yan Haohuan's expression froze. Sister, will Yi Lao Air continue investigating? Given this man's personality, he won't let it go easily if his son goes missing. So what are we going to do? Now that things have come to this, what else can I do? I have tried my best to make up for your flaws, but I still can't guarantee that there won't be any clues left. Anyway, next time, you must keep a low profile and never act impulsively. I know that you are an expert in martial arts and have some special abilities, but these wealthy families not only have powerful private armed guards, they also worship some extraordinary people with great abilities.
Anyway, don't provoke them unless it's absolutely necessary. Yan Hawan replied seriously, I know, thank you for reminding me, sister. He received 2 huge cashbacks from the eldest lady and Xiao Yuer, and his financial strength skyrocketed. He himself accidentally activated the path of cultivation because of his dual cultivation with Lan'er. The Taiching Dongshan Sutra he practiced broke through the first spiritual barrier in one fell swoop and reached the 4th level. This means that he can cultivate supernatural powers and have even more powerful extraordinary abilities. This really made him feel a little proud, and he even felt that he could compete with the wealthy and powerful. Now, after listening to the reminder from the policewoman, of course I have to face the reality and keep my feet on the ground. Jiang Jingshan glanced at Luo Yu, hesitated for a moment, and said, Sister Shishir, since you are determined to marry her, then work harder. Show off your abilities and get her approval as soon as possible. As long as you become the son-in-law of the Tian family, even if you are only a prospective son-in-law, even if He Lao finds out about you and wants to do something to you, he will have to think twice. Luo Yu was no fool. He certainly understood the meaning of his sister's gaze and immediately expressed his attitude. Hubby, Sister Shanshan is right. You have a relationship with the eldest lady, and this time there is a breakthrough. You must strike while the iron is hot. Yan Hawan felt a little embarrassed. One was his lover, and the other was already half his woman, but they were both persuading him to conquer the other woman. Fortunately, the 2 girls knew everything about him and the eldest lady. So he simply responded. Then I will be more proactive and try to implement the previous proposal of meeting the parents. Jiang Jingshan nodded, Sister Shishir, I can say something here, if you need my help, just tell me. After finishing talking about some serious and heavy business, Yan Hawan really struck while the iron was hot and started to pursue the policewoman in front of him. Sister, didn't I give you a black card before, which gives you a 50% discount on your purchases? What's wrong? I've changed my mind. From now on, I don't need any cards or discounts. I can just sign for the purchase. Because I think my sister knows a lot about red wine, I decided to hire you as our winery's wine tasting consultant. Sister, you can invest in this winery with your wine tasting skills and own 5% of the shares. Luo Yu saw that her husband was clearly going to give shares to the woman, but he still pretended to have an excuse, and the excuse was so ridiculous that she couldn't help laughing. Policewoman Jiang also gave a rare playful smile in return. Hey, you really know what's good. You know I can taste wine. But your winery is not cheap, is it? Luo Yu replied, not bad, it's only 220 million. Jiang Jingshan was stunned for a moment, then I never thought that my wine tasting skills are worth 11 million. Sister, you need to get to know yourself again, your skills are valuable. Because I also plan to invest 2 billion to set up a professional security company. I still want to hire my sister as a technical consultant, but I won't pay her salary, but I will give her 5% of the technical equity. Policewoman Jiang was stunned when she heard this. I knew this guy was rich, but I never expected him to be so rich. Then, she immediately noticed a problem. Didn't you say you were worth 1.2 billion? Yeah. But I just happened to make some money these days, and now I'm worth 30 billion. Jiang Jingshan gave this pretentious guy a hygienic eye. I'm not lying to you. Just ask Xiao Yuer and you'll know. I really just earned it in the past few days. Luo Yu nodded repeatedly, although she still couldn't figure out how her husband made his money. Chapter 78, a perfect explanation of the cashback skill. Jiang Jingshan's face was full of disbelief. Have you found any gold in the past few days? Actually you can understand it that way. Didn't I say that I can connect to another strange space? Sometimes, if you are lucky, you can really dig up treasures worth a fortune. The cashback on consumption skill must never be revealed to anyone, even if the favorability is 100%. So he took this opportunity and found this reason to explain where the money came from. It's absolutely nonsense, but the existence of different space itself is nonsense. Anyway, no one can disprove it. Sure enough, Luo Yu looked as if he had suddenly realized something. She even started to think about it automatically. By spending money on your husband, you can stimulate his psychological G-spot, and he will be in a very good mood. He will then have good luck and will have a greater chance of digging up treasures. And the greater the amount of consumption, the greater the stimulation, the better the luck, and the more valuable the treasure will be. Isn't that right? The more you spend, the more money your husband makes. What a perfect explanation. Jiang Jingshan reluctantly accepted this reason because she really couldn't think of any other way to make money so quickly. Well, you're awesome for digging for treasure. But I just did you a favor. I have already given you shares in the winery worth 11 million, and now I am going to give you shares worth a full 100 million. Such a big gift, I can't afford it. Sister, do you think I gave you the shares to thank you for your help? Isn't it? Then why send so much money for no reason? Ha, I'm just a deputy captain, not some noble official, so it's not my turn to bribe you. It's obviously because you are my woman. Policewoman Jiang blushed instantly. She said coquettishly. What nonsense are you talking about? You wish. Although she has already admitted in her heart that she is his woman, now it is different from the previous time, because Sister Luoyu is present. Then, she noticed Yan Haowan's somewhat smug expression and Xiao Yuer's forced smile. She couldn't help but curse inwardly. This brat must have shown off to Sister Luoyu about the intimate contact they had here last time. How could she know that Yan was not actually showing off? He just casually said to Luoyu before that Sister Jingshan can be fully trusted. Then Luoyu automatically imagined that Sister Jingshan was already her husband's woman, and even thought that they had slept with each other. Sister Shanshan, I'm serious. I like you very much and I hope you will be my woman. Luoyu was surprised. It turned out that she was wrong. It was her husband who was interested in the other person unilaterally. Jiang Jingshan was still a little embarrassed, but then she thought, sooner or later she would be bullied by this brat. Then she simply snorted. That depends on whether you have the ability to impress this lady. Luoyu was also an experienced man, and he understood immediately, it was not a one-sided love, but there was mutual ambiguity, but they just hadn't gone to bed yet. The famous strong guy from Jiangnan University smiled mischievously. My little fish knows best whether I have the ability or not. Luoyu couldn't help laughing. Her husband was really too bad. Jiang Jingshan had never eaten pork, but she had seen pigs run, so how could she not smell the meat? Her face immediately became red again, and she cursed inwardly. What a little pervert. Being flirted with so openly, the policewoman felt a little embarrassed, so she quickly returned to the topic and took the opportunity to resolve the embarrassment. Huan, it's good to have your own security. But is it necessary to invest 2 billion just to protect a few women? She took it for granted that Yan Haowan had the idea of establishing his own security after experiencing the crisis with Luoyu. However, she soon discovered that she had thought too simply. Yan Haowan replied calmly. In fact, regarding the security project, I had already had this idea when I was making the overall plan, but I didn't think it was urgent at the time, so I didn't bring it up. But Xiao Yuer's incident this time made me feel that this project is not only necessary, but also urgent, and must be put on the agenda immediately. What overall plan? Next, I plan to set up a group company, which will be involved in multiple industries and establish multiple subsidiaries. So in the future it will not only involve the safety of personnel, but also the safety of all its industries. Only when you have your own security can you feel at ease. If you want to do something emotional, you have to be professional, even the best in the industry. So it is worth investing heavily. At the beginning, the business will be mainly digested internally. Anyway, it is just like spending money to maintain security. When the scale is large and the reputation is established, the external business will naturally come. And as long as safety can be guaranteed, even if the project keeps losing money, the investment is worth it. As Jiang Jingshan listened, she suddenly remembered the bold words that this guy had said before. Let my Yin family become such a wealthy family, or even surpass them. She put away her smile and said very seriously. Huan, I know you are very ambitious. It is amazing that you have a net worth of 30 billion before you even graduated from college. However, as the saying goes, more haste, less speed. Since you are just starting your business, I suggest you take it step by step, focus on one project at the beginning, and work your way up slowly, constantly accumulating experience, resources, connections, etc. Once the foundation is solid, it's not too late to expand appropriately. In fact, there are many companies that were doing well, but because of the management's impulsiveness and blind expansion, they ended up spreading their wings too wide, unable to sustain the funds and management to keep up, and finally ended up in a mess, or even collapsed. Sister, I know all this. But I am not acting rashly. I have thought it over carefully and I am doing it within my ability. Actually, I invited you to come for wine tasting and dinner today. Besides thanking you, I also want to ask you for help with something else. Jiang Jingshan sighed secretly and said, Go ahead.
I now have a preliminary financial foundation, but I am very short of human resources. There are no high-end management talents, professional and technical talents, or even ordinary employees. Xiaoyer, Wenwen, and I are all students and we know very few people, so I hope you can help me discover some talents. For example, the management and technical backbone personnel of the security company. I hope you can recommend some professional talents to me in the police station or other institutions. Zhang Jingshan nodded and agreed without hesitation. It's hard to say about talents in other fields right now. But if you are sure you want to work in a security company, I can recommend some right away. Of course, I am determined to do it. And the sooner the better. What do you think of Li Liangkai, whom I met last time? Although he is a bit self-righteous, he is indeed excellent in professional skills and has a good character. This big guy is indeed a straightforward man. I have a good impression of him. If you think it's okay, then there will be no problem. Chapter 79, Future Achievements Are Limitless. Okay, I'll go ask him. By the way, what do you think about the salary for poaching people? I actually have no idea. Sister, please give me some advice. Anyway, it must be higher than that of peers. Management and key personnel can be given equity incentives. As for how much to give, it's up to you, sister. I see. If there is equity incentive, it will be much more attractive. Yan Hahuan suddenly had an idea. Sister, why don't you stop being a consultant and become the general manager directly? I'll give you 20% of the shares. Jiang Gingshan was shocked. 20% is 400 million. Although I will be his woman sooner or later, I am not her now after all. She thought for a moment and said, Huan, you really think too highly of me. I majored in criminal investigation and only know a little bit about security. Since you have decided to invest so much money and go the professional route, then of course you have to find professionals to do it. Oh well. Zhang Jingshan glanced at the man who had really moved her heart and said simply, I like my job very much. And if I stay in the police department, I'll have good development potential, and I'll be able to help you better in some areas. The leader has already talked to her and the detachment leader is going to be promoted to the director of a branch and is preparing to nominate her to take over. The fact that she was promoted to a middle-level executive position and a chief position in an important department at such a young age was of course because she was very outstanding, and of course it was also because of her family background and connections. She believes that she will have good career prospects and is reluctant to give up. Yan Hahuan understood, and he said sincerely, Thank you, sister. He remembered the system task of helping Jiang Zongming become the mayor of Susui City, and took advantage of the reason to recruit talents now to bring it up. Sister, I also hope you can introduce me to your father. He has been in politics for many years and is now the deputy mayor. He must have a lot of connections. I hope he can support me. In return, I will also use all my resources to fully support my uncle in his political advancement. Zhang Gingshan was a little surprised. You know my dad? I didn't know this before. To be honest, I have never been interested in politics. I don't even know many of the local officials. But after I met my sister, by chance I found out that your father was our deputy mayor. Then, I searched for some public information about my uncle on the internet, so I had some understanding. That's it. If someone else had asked for an introduction, she would have doubted their motives and even suspected whether they had deliberately approached her. However, she believed and accepted this man naturally. Okay. I'll find a chance to talk to my dad about it. My dad is a very pragmatic person and has been working in the economy for a long time. He will definitely welcome people who are sincere about investing in business. That's great. Sister, what are your dad's hobbies and interests? What gifts should I buy for you when I go to your house? Don't give me that. What my dad hates most is when businessmen try to curry favor with him and give him gifts. Yan Hawan laughed and said, Then I'm not an ordinary businessman. Doesn't this count as meeting the parents? Zhang Jingshan immediately remembered that she had asked him to pretend to be her boyfriend before. She never expected that in such a short period of time, her relationship with him would progress to such an extent. It was almost becoming reality. Although this guy was smiling, she was not angry at all, and even looked a little sweet. All right then. So what should I buy? My dad likes calligraphy and the 4 treasures of the study. You can pick any one of them. I know you have money, but don't buy anything expensive. My dad will be disgusted. Anyway, it's good to have something special. Well, I'll just wait until I'm free to choose with you someday.
That would be great. In the Tianshi sect of Baoling Mountain,
Wei Zheli brought Wei Qiyan and Wei Qilan to meet the head of the sect, Yang Chuanji. Acquaintances such as Yang Yuni and Yang Huading also accompanied him. Everyone was quite surprised when they heard that Wei Qilan had reached the third level. What surprised them even more was that she had only been in the second heaven realm for 3 short years and had just entered the middle stage of the realm. Just because of the first time practicing dual cultivation with her husband, she directly completed the middle stage, skipped the late stage, and broke through in one fell swoop, reaching the third level. Of course, all the heavenly masters know that the wonderful method of dual cultivation is beneficial to the progress of one's cultivation, and some can even increase the speed of cultivation by 50%. But the extent of Wei Qilan's improvement completely overturned their cognition. This is also the reason why Wei Zheli brought his 2 children to the sect to seek advice. Yang Chuanji felt it carefully and found that Lan'er had indeed reached the third level of heaven. He nodded with a smile and said slowly, "There were records in the past that there were a very small number of people with special physiques, and some said they were people with spiritual roots, who were born to be suitable for practicing Taoism. The Xian Yang or Xianyin energy contained in his physique is far greater than that of ordinary people, and it is of great benefit to his fellow Taoists when practicing dual cultivation. I think that Lan'er's husband must be such a person with spiritual roots. Lan'er is truly blessed to have such a good husband. His future achievements will surely surpass mine." Everyone was very happy. What the sect leader said about Lan'er's achievement being above his obviously meant that Lan'er would definitely be able to break through to the 4th level, and even earlier than him. Although there is only one level between the 3rd heaven and the 4th heaven, there is a huge gap between them. Reaching the 4th level means entering the middle realm, which is already the level of a first-rate master in the secular world. In our sect, among all the practitioners throughout the generations, only 2 or 3 out of 100 can break through the first spiritual gate and reach the 4th level. Now in our sect, there are only 3 people, a supreme elder, the former head and the current head. Both predecessors are in the late 5th level, and have been in seclusion for many years in order to sprint to the 6th level. The current head Yang Chuanji is in the middle 4th level and is about to enter the late stage. Although the Wei family is a side branch, they have always been closely connected with our sect. If a master who can reach the middle level can emerge from the sect, it will be a blessing for our sect. It is a great joy for the Wei family themselves. Because except for the ancestor who founded the Wei family branch and reached the 5th level, no one among the descendants in history has been able to break through the first spiritual barrier. Wei Qilan was also extremely happy, and she felt extremely sweet when she thought of the joyful scene of practicing dual cultivation with her husband, which was like being in heaven. "Lan'er, how has your husband's realm improved after practicing dual cultivation?" Reporting to the headmaster, Lan'er's husband said that he also gained a lot, but the Taoism he practiced is different from ours, and it cannot be described with a simple realm. Yang Chuanji was a little surprised. According to his understanding, although the Taoist methods of various sects are different, their realms are basically the same. If it cannot be described in terms of realm, then how can one know the progress and level of the technique during cultivation? He temporarily suppressed his curiosity and continued to ask, "Then how do you feel your husband's realm compares to yours?" Wei Qilan recalled carefully and replied seriously, "Lan'er can't feel it." Everyone's face suddenly changed. Lan'er has already reached the 3rd level. She can hardly feel it. Doesn't that mean her husband's cultivation is even higher than hers? But this person is 3 years younger than Lan'er, only 20 years old. Jingyang Tianshi, who was recognized as the most talented among all the ancestors, did not break through to the 4th level until he was 40 years old. Yang Chuanji himself is also recognized as the most talented person of this generation. He entered the 3rd heaven at the age of 28, and it took him nearly 20 years to reach the peak state. He finally broke through the first spiritual barrier at the age of 46. If this kid Yen has really reached the middle level at this age, his future achievements will definitely be limitless. There is even a chance to break through the legendary 2nd spiritual gate. Such a brilliant master, since he is Lan'er's husband, should naturally be an ally and a great help to our sect. If we can get their help, then the future battle with the Huma cult will be easier. Yang Chuanji glanced at everyone, suppressed his extremely excited mood, and said slowly, "Lan'er, if you have time in the future, I hope you can invite your husband to the mountain to have a chat." The 3 members of the Wei family were also very excited that Lan'er's husband was so valued by the sect. Wei Qilan quickly returned the greeting. "Master, you are too polite. Lan'er will discuss with her husband as soon as possible and come to the mountain to visit as soon as possible." Chapter 80. The lady becomes a plaything. in a villa somewhere in the Yi family. A plump, pretty young woman with a pitiful look on her face. Uncle, we are just left not long ago, and now Wu is missing again. As a woman, what should I do? Yi Zhenting, the second son of the Yi family, was very upset. Although Jian Lianghui was his illegitimate grandson, he did not have much affection for him. This dandy boy is always causing trouble. He is even more arrogant than the real kids from wealthy families. He is also a professional at betraying his father. It's better for him to die than to die. But he did have some feelings for his illegitimate son Jianwu. This son is very capable and can do everything he asks him to do well, so he is highly valued by his father. Moreover, Wu Hui Film and Television Entertainment can continuously provide him with young and beautiful stars for his entertainment, which makes him very satisfied. So he was indeed very sad and angry about the disappearance of his illegitimate child. The person who can touch Xiao Wu must be no ordinary person. But there are some powerful people in the Sushui market, and who doesn't he know that Xiao Wu is Yi Laoer's man? Is this a deliberate attempt to make things difficult for his Yi family? He thought of the wildly spreading rumor that Jin's father had offended a great noble in the capital, and his mood became more and more irritated. Seeing his gloomy face, the woman did not reply and said cautiously, "Uncle, you must make the decision for me." Yi Laoer raised his head and looked at the woman. She is a bit old, but she is still beautiful and has a voluptuous and attractive figure. After all, she was a very popular star back then. "Oh, don't worry, Uncle will take care of you in the future." Ao's face looked better. However, before she could finish being happy, she heard something that shocked her. "Come here first, come to me." Ao's face suddenly changed. Yi Laoer's face darkened and he shouted, "Didn't you hear me?" There was a knock on the door outside, accompanied by a shout. "Boss, it's me. Come in." A thin man pushed the door open. Seeing the scene in front of him, his expression did not change at all, and he turned his head to the side naturally. "Boss, Director Tang has replied. The top brass in the bureau are unanimous in their opinion. We can only treat this as a missing persons case. Xiao Wu is not one of those common people. He is also a well-known person in the outside world. He just disappeared like that. Didn't the police station file a case?" Director Tang said that although he is the second in command, he is not in charge of criminal investigation after all, so he can't do anything. Besides, what else? In addition, Director Tang said that when the senior management of the bureau held a meeting, the director came up and set the tone, saying that this was the intention of the higher-ups. As long as no one was found or the body was found, it should be treated as a missing person case. When her husband was alive, she was considered a noble lady and a member of the upper class. She had never suffered such humiliation. This huge gap made her quickly realize the cruelty of life. No matter how glorious a woman is, if she doesn't rely on her own abilities, she will ultimately be nothing more than a man's plaything. But she is still young, and if she doesn't want to die, she can only endure the humiliation and live. The government's attitude is so clear, it can't be just due to public opinion. Have you found the source of the rumors among the nobles in the capital? No, it should be operated by a professional master. So what did you find out? There is no trace of Mr. Jin's case. It must have been premeditated, and the person who did it was very professional. However, there are some traces of the disappearance of 3 of his men, but it is obvious that someone has manipulated it. For example, some surveillance videos were inexplicably damaged or deleted. Yi Laoer's face changed. Someone from the government is interfering? It should be. Ying, what do you think? Ying hesitated for a moment, but decided to answer honestly. Boss, I feel that from Mr. Hui to Mr. Jian, they have clearly been targeted. Moreover, the person who did this is very powerful, and he must have mobilized experts, including government officials. So what? I think the rumors spread by the nobles in the capital are not groundless. Yi Laoer's face began to turn gloomy again. In Sushui, and even in the entire Jiangnan region, the Yi family is one of the most powerful families in the world. But the waters in the capital are too deep. The background and strength of some great nobles are simply incomparable to those of the local tyrants. With strong reluctance, he said bitterly. Then withdraw your troops. Boss, the market value of Wuhui Film and Entertainment has fallen below 1 billion. Do we still need to continue to rescue the market? Yi Laoer sighed and said. Give up. When Wuhui Film and Television Entertainment went public, it had a market value of 20 billion yuan. At its peak, it was hyped to more than 50 billion yuan, and has since hovered around 30 billion yuan. As a result, because of his treacherous grandson, the stock price dropped by 80% in one go. The stock finally stabilized, but then the chairman disappeared and all the rumors were extremely negative, and the stock price fell to its knees again. Of course, he was very unwilling. The loss of market value is one thing, but what hurts him even more is that he won't be able to play with beautiful starlets so easily in the future. However, without his illegitimate son to take care of everything, he was not so reassured. Moreover, the boss, who has always been low-key, has spoken. The company's reputation has been completely ruined, so he should let go. Yan Haowan certainly didn't know that the Yi family had finally given up investigating the case of Jianyi Wu and his gang. But he himself was not too worried about it. There is no body, and the government will simply declare the person missing, and there will be basically no follow-up investigation. Sister Dingshan, an expert with both expertise, background and power, helped him fill in most of the loopholes, making it difficult for the Yi family to trace back to him and Luo Yu. Therefore, Luo Yu's crisis should be basically resolved, and he is in a very good mood. As for today, he is in a better mood. Not only because he inexplicably received a prompt that Wei Qilin's favorability increased by 1% to 94%, but also because he successfully recruited an outstanding talent. Hu Wenwen's cousin Zhang Fangji. As soon as the two met, they felt that they hit it off very well and had a good first impression of each other. Zhang Fangji has been an excellent student since childhood. He has always been a top student and has a deep passion for agriculture, so he gave up a better university and was admitted to Jiangnan Agricultural University. He is an excellent and hard-working person. He served as the president of the student union and was an outstanding graduate, so he was exempted from the postgraduate entrance examination of the school. After graduating with a master's degree, he did not continue his academic studies, but was admitted to a large royal agricultural company. In just less than 5 years, he went from deputy supervisor to supervisor and finally became deputy manager. In everyone's eyes, he is already a star classmate with a successful career and a bright future. However, he himself was somewhat frustrated. Because he suffered a major setback when competing for the manager position and lost to an opponent whose ability and performance were far inferior to his, but who had a strong family background. Chapter 81, Falling in Love with the Eldest Miss. This setback dealt a heavy blow to Zhang Fangji, and also made him see the reality clearly. Royal enterprises are quite similar to government offices, with strict hierarchies. In the early stages, one can make rapid progress with personal talent and hard work. But if you want to move up further, basically there is one position for each person, and what is more important is personal connection. He is a native country boy, with no background other than his mentor. This made him very depressed and he felt increasingly confused about his future. The call from his cousin made his eyes light up and he saw a huge opportunity. After coming here, he had a detailed discussion with Yan Haowan and made up his mind on the spot. Because he knows that this is the most suitable stage for him to showcase his talents. Although Yan Haowan is very young, only 1 year older than his cousin, he is a man with both great ambitions and real abilities. The investment amount is as high as 2 billion, and this is only the first phase. If it develops well, it can be expanded to 5 billion or even more. Such a huge amount of real money investment shows that he is a person who really wants to do business and benefit his hometown. And he really values talents. The treatment he offered made Zhang Fangji extremely surprised. After the company is established, Yan Haowan will serve as the chairman of the board, but he made it clear that he is just a figurehead and generally does not get involved in the affairs. Zhang Fangji serves as general manager and is fully responsible for the company's daily management. The starting annual salary was 5 million, and he was promised 5% of the shares personally and another 5% of the shares, allowing him to recruit elites and form management and core teams. In the initial stage, 50 million yuan of activity funds will be given for field surveys, plan formulation, public relations with officials, and talent recruitment. Zhang Fangji was deeply moved by such trust. Zhang Fangji had also thought about starting his own business, but he knew that he had the ability but not the strength. Instead of being a small boss, it is better to assist a big boss like your cousin-in-law. This way you can repay his kindness and do real big things. So even though this agricultural company was still just a concept, he chose to accept it without hesitation. He was willing to fight for this dream. Yan Haowan felt that he was lucky. After solving Jianyi Wu's problem, everything went smoothly and good things happened one after another. Lan'er called and talked about her family's trip to the Tianchi sect in Baoyang Mountain. The headmaster thought highly of him and hoped that he would come to the mountain to have a chat. She said that she would come over soon to discuss the time together. This made Yan Hahuan very happy. His Taoism had become more and more advanced, and he had entered the 4th level of the realm in one fell swoop. This means that he can practice more advanced Taoist methods, commonly known as supernatural powers, but he does not have the relevant methods of practice. There are some in Charm Mall, but they are all extremely expensive. He had been looking for an opportunity to ask Lana about her magical powers, and now that the head of the Tiancher sect has taken the initiative to invite him, of course he would be more than happy to do so. In addition to the news about Lana, the agricultural company also had some signs of formation, and he gave full authority to Zhang Fengji for the preparation and establishment. Once a preliminary plan is in place, he will take part in the negotiations with local authorities. He is very confident about this. Firstly, the local government would certainly welcome such a high-value industrial investment. Secondly, he had already communicated with Yun Fei, the vice-governor of Shannan province, and invited the Yun family to invest in the company by way of land. The latter was very interested and expressed their full support. In addition, he was also waiting for news from the policewoman's sister, and when he visited her father Jiang Zongming, he also reported the agricultural company's plans. If we have the support of senior officials of this level, we will be more advantageous in negotiations with local governments and can obtain greater policy support. There has also been progress with the security company. Li Liangkai has expressed his initial intention, but he will make a decision after further understanding the relevant industry. In addition to the smooth progress in his career, what made Yan Haoan even happier was that the eldest lady took the initiative to ask him out. After dinner, Tian Yuancher actually took his arm and went shopping together for a while, and then for the first time ever, she suggested going to the movies with him. This made him very happy. The young lady was in love with him. The story of the movie itself is very ordinary and there is nothing interesting to watch. But his mind was not on the movie, but on the woman around him. The two of them left early before the movie was over and went to a luxurious lakeside penthouse. One looks innocent, she must be Luo Yu. Yan Haoan's body stiffened and he almost broke out in a cold sweat. Sister, You dare to be so high profile in school, are you afraid that I will find out? Yan Haoan was dumbfounded. He felt that he had taken it for granted, thinking that since the eldest lady had said before that she would not interfere in his school affairs, it didn't matter. But the situation back then was very different from what it is now. At that time, Zhang Xiaoqing was his nominal girlfriend, and his relationship with Luo Yu was still underground. Now he is dating two school beauties at the same time, and it is basically an open secret. Seeing the boy hanging his head, the young lady couldn't help but laugh first. Come on, stop pretending. Sister, don't you blame me? Humph, greedy man. Yan Haoan noticed that the eldest lady was not really angry. Sister, I admit that I am greedy, but my love for you is sincere and I really want to marry you. What about them? Are you just playing with them? Yan Haoan said seriously, Sister, they and I are all truly in love. I will marry them in the future as equal wives. Tian Yuancher was silent for a while. Can they accept it? Of course, they all know you. They all know that you are the woman I really want to marry as my legal wife. The young lady was really surprised. Have you told them about me? Yes, and I made it clear before they got together with me. Are they willing to be your girlfriends like this? Sister, I know this is hard to believe. But this is the truth. Actually what? Sister, I am actually quite good too. Tian Yuancher blushed and said softly. How could they know you were so good before they got together with you? It's impossible for them to have the same accident as me and be taken advantage of by you. Chapter 82: A Breakthrough with the Miss. Although Yan Haoan is an experienced driver, he still felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. Even Luo Yu volunteered to be his lover because of the special attraction that made her fall in love at first sight. The nickname Strong Brother is at most just a catalyst. As for Hu and Lanner, which one of them fell in love with him because of his excellence in that aspect? Although, he is indeed very good in that aspect. The darling Xiaoyer was obsessed with it, and even the eldest lady was moved by it. Sister, this isn't what I mean by excellent. I'm actually quite capable in other areas as well. Tian Yuancher was even more surprised this time. Then tell me what you are capable of. I know martial arts. You know martial arts? Looking at your figure, you don't look like a martial artist. I practice internal martial arts. It may not look impressive on the surface, but it is actually very powerful. The young lady said oh softly, and then said shyly. So it's internal martial arts, no wonder you have such great physique. Yan Hawan. He thought to himself that the eldest lady seemed to have really taken advantage of him. Why did she always bring up his strengths for no reason? Then he chuckled. Sister, I not only know martial arts, but also Taoism. What? Taoism? What is Taoism? Well, Taoism is the magic of Taoism. It is some very magical skills. The young lady was not surprised this time, but unbelievable. Huan, have you read too many online novels? Yan Haowan did not answer, but directly took out a booklet from the Qianquan secret realm and handed it over. Sister, look at this. What he took out was the supreme mysterious cultivation method. Lana only gave him one copy, but he later copied many more copies for his women to study on their own. Now that they have a theoretical foundation, it will be easier for him to guide them in practice. Tian Yuancher didn't answer, she looked puzzled. This boy is naked, where did he hide this book? Huan, where did you get this book from? I'll explain this later. Take a look at this book first. The young lady then took it, and after seeing the 6 big words on the cover, her expression became a little strange. She opened it again and flipped through 2 pages, her face immediately turned red with embarrassment, and she quickly threw the book back. You little scoundrel! Sister, don't get me wrong. This is not some obscene pornographic painting, but a very mysterious book on Taoism. The woman was stunned, but the boy's expression was very serious. Sister, this is a method that can be practiced by both men and women. It is extremely beneficial to cultivation. Even for ordinary people, following this method will benefit their physical and mental health. Tian Yuancher was stunned. After completing the training, Yan Haowan began to explain patiently. He gave a basic introduction to the cultivation of Taoism and the secret realm of heaven and earth. However, considering that the eldest lady probably didn't know about Wei Qilan's existence, he didn't fall into the trap. Tian Yuancher was indeed stunned when she heard this. This kid has demonstrated that special space that subverts common sense many times using books, pillows, quilts, etc. It was too unbelievable, but she had to believe it. Since she had some ideas, she asked someone to check his situation in school. So we knew that he had broken up with that vain girlfriend, but after that he actually had 2 more girlfriends, and what is even more amazing is that they were dating them at the same time. This did surprise her a little. After all, these 2 girls were first-rate school beauties with both good looks and great figures. How could this boy deserve to be in their eyes? She also wondered if these 2 flowers had slept with him for some reason, and after having tasted the sweetness, they couldn't stop and ended up getting together with him. It was not until now that she discovered that this ordinary college student, whom she once thought she knew very well, was not ordinary at all, but a being with extraordinary abilities. No wonder the 2 school beauties would both be his girlfriends, and they are willing to be his co-wives in the future. She stared at the big boy in a daze, with something special in her eyes. Ding! Tian Yuancher's favorability increased by 5%, and the current favorability is 85%. Yan Haowan was secretly happy. The policewoman's reminder was indeed correct. I was too stupid before and should have taken the initiative and demonstrated my skills a long time ago. Now we are only 1 step away from the mission requirement of 90% favorability. As long as nothing unexpected happens, and it increases by 5% each time, then as long as there is one more effective stimulation, the young lady will fall in love with me completely. And the kind that is loyal and unwavering. He decided to strike while the iron was hot and capture the Tian family's fortress as soon as possible. Sister, I want to meet your parents. Tian Yuancher was a little surprised. After thinking for a while, she smiled. Then I'll discuss it with my family and let you know when the time is right. Yan Haowan was overjoyed. He knew that the eldest lady had some feelings for him before, but due to the difference in their conditions, she did not really accept him as a boyfriend. The last time I asked him to meet my parents, it was obviously an impulsive act, and asking him to be my boyfriend was just a pretense. And this time, although he was the one who proposed it, she agreed after serious consideration, which shows that she truly accepts him. This is a breakthrough. As long as they can pass the parental test, there will be no more obstacles between them. He hugged the eldest lady excitedly and kissed her passionately once again. Chapter 83. Hu Wenwen also got it. When Hu Wenwen heard that Sister Luo Yu's luck was very bad that day, she was just a little panicked, but then she didn't take it to heart. It's not that she didn't care about her sister, but she really didn't worry that much. She was simple-minded and completely fell in love with Yan Hahuan. After seeing his abilities, she simply blindly worshipped this brother. With him protecting Sister Luoyu, she didn't think there would be any problem at all. Her main focus was on the huge sum of 500 million yuan that her brother asked her to manage. With the help of Sister Luoyu, she learned that Brother Yan had a special fetish of liking women to help him spend money. So how to spend money to help her brother became her top priority. It is not difficult to spend money, but it is not easy to spend a lot of money. It is even more difficult to spend a lot of money effectively. She did a lot of homework and consulted many people. She decided not to ask her brother for his opinion and planned to give the surprise directly. So in the end, she just discussed it with Sister Luoyu. Just as the camel fish crisis was resolved, I was in a very good mood. And after listening to Sister Jingshan talk about the terrifying financial strength of the wealthy family, she also had a lot of ideas and was more determined to stimulate her husband, help him to have good luck, and continue to dig up huge treasures. After careful discussion, the two came up with a rough plan. The first step of the plan is to let Hu Wenwen test the waters first and see Yan Hahuan's reaction. If the response is positive and it shows effectiveness, then try something bigger. The first test purchase was to buy a house. It was the second-hand house that Yan Hahuan had rented before. The house was old and small, so of course they would not live there again. I bought it mainly because of its commemorative significance. Because it was here that Luoyu fell in love with Yan Hahuan and became the latter's woman, and it was also here that Hu Wenwen had her first treatment, laying the foundation for their future relationship. When the landlord heard that someone wanted to buy the house, he was not very interested at first. Although this house is old, the location is great and we never have trouble renting it out. It also has the potential to be demolished in the future. He wasn't really short of money and had no intention of selling it. Unexpectedly, the two girls directly revealed their purpose of buying the house. The key point was that they were willing to buy it at a price 20% higher than the market price. A 20% premium was too much money to make, so of course he accepted it without hesitation. Yan Hahuan was talked to by the teacher again. It's still Teacher Mingyan. This beautiful young woman is still wearing black stockings and her eyes are very bold. Yan Hahuan secretly guessed that it was fortunately noon, otherwise it would be hard to say whether this hungry woman would counterattack him. Student Yan, you already have a criminal record, and this time you are dating two female classmates at the same time, which has a very bad impact. Yan Hahuan was a little annoyed and said, Mr. Ming, I did not handle the matter with Jiang Shaoqing properly. But now when I make friends, I always date quietly, without any outrageous behavior or publicity. This doesn't violate school regulations, right? Of course it's okay to fall in love, but isn't it inappropriate for you to be dating two classmates at the same time? Moreover, Luoyu and Hu Wenwen are both student union cadres and well-known female students. This impact is even greater than last time. Mingyan continued to speak while feeling extremely envious. This guy's nickname Strong Brother is definitely not exaggerated, otherwise how could he be so worthy as to have two school beauties willingly date him at the same time? Looking at his personal information, he is ordinary in all aspects. It must be because of his good kung fu that the two school beauties are willing to be picked by him. Teacher Ming, polygamy is allowed in our Han country. My two classmates and I are truly in love. What's the problem with this? This is a huge problem. Your behavior has corrupted the moral standards and destroyed the romantic balance between male and female students. Teacher Ming, I'm sorry I can't agree with your point of view. If that's the case, then the high-ranking officials who have 3 wives and 4 concubines will destroy the marriage balance of the entire society even more. His Majesty the Emperor has not issued an edict to forbid it. Ming Yan was speechless for a moment, and after a while he said, then there is still a difference between society and school. Mr. Ming, I can make it clear that I will not give up on either of my classmates. If the school insists that I violated the rules, I hope they can come up with the rules. If I do violate the rules and I am punished, I will accept it. Ming Yan frowned and said, Student Yan, you don't have to be so nervous. The school just feels that the impact is not good. Then I will try to keep a low profile in the future and not show off my affection on campus so as not to irritate other students. This should be fine, right? Ming Yan nodded and said, That's better. But your reputation has already spread, and I'm afraid it will have some negative impact on your graduation evaluation. Yan Hahuan smiled. He was his own boss and didn't have to look for a job, so he didn't care about the evaluation at all. However, the evaluation is written by the teacher after all.
Yan, as long as you perform well, I can give you some help. When Ming Yan said behave well, he deliberately emphasized the word and stared at the man with red eyes. Yan Hawan felt helpless. This young teacher in black stockings has a really good appearance and figure, and her movements and expressions are very seductive. She must be very good at kung fu. However, ever since he heard Luo Yu's evaluation of her, he had developed a strong sense of aversion to her psychologically, and this beautiful teacher has been blacklisted by him. Young people don't know young women, they mistake young girls for treasures. Of course he had heard of this famous saying, but even if he had feelings for the young woman, wasn't Sister Yang Ying, a dignified and shy woman who had a 90% favorable impression of him, 10 times better than this teacher? So he put on the appearance of a good and decent student. Mr. Ming, I love my girlfriends very much, and I will never do anything to let them down. Ming Yan didn't expect that this hot-blooded boy had such a strong willpower and was so determined to resist the temptation of her beauty. She was angry and hateful, but she could do nothing about it. Yan Hawan left the teacher's office, feeling much more relaxed. Now that I have expressed it so clearly, Teacher Ming should not harass me anymore. As for the issue of graduation evaluation, he thought of using money to pave the way. He had thought about donating a teaching building before, but he was not in a hurry. Firstly, the funding is not enough. Secondly, I haven't graduated yet. I'm a student, not an alumnus, and I don't want to be so high profile. But now, he is wondering whether he should change his plan and just use money to solve the trouble. He was thinking about what to do when he suddenly received a system prompt. Ding! It is detected that Hu Wenwen actively spent 6,600,000 yuan on the host's behalf. The host received a cashback of 6,600,000. 93% 100 is equal to 613,800,000 yuan. He was immediately delighted, and Sister Wenwen also finally got it. She was given 500 million, and she earned 600 million for herself in this one move. He was a little curious and wondered what she bought him with the 6.6 million. But he didn't want to reveal that he already knew her spending, so he planned to wait patiently. Let the girl surprise him at night, and then he will surprise her in return. Speaking of which, I have quite a bit of experience in dual cultivation, and Wenwen has been looking forward to it for a long time. It's almost time to pick this delicate flower. Chapter 84, Buy a house and spend again to get big cash back. Really? When I got home in the evening, Hu Wenwen came to show her treasure with an excited look on her face. Brother, guess what sister you and I did today? Yan Hawan pretended to be nonchalant and said, aren't we in class? Have you been out? I went out at noon. What have you been doing? Brother, we went to buy the house you rented before. Your name is registered on the property certificate. Yan Hawan only knew that the girl had a big expense, but he never thought it was this. This time he was really surprised. You two are my dearest ones. This house is a good buy, very memorable. After saying that, he immediately praised the two girls. Luo Yu tactfully gave up the credit. Honey, it was Wenwen's idea to buy this house. She really thought about it. Well, Wenwen's kindness, I like it very much. No wonder I had good luck again today and made another 600 million yuan in one go. Wenwen, this is all thanks to you. You are good at managing money, so I will give you another 500 million to manage it. Hu Wenwen was overjoyed. What sister you said turned out to be true. As long as you spend money on your brother, he will be very happy and things will turn around and he will make a lot of money. Luo Yu also looked very proud. The first step of the plan was obviously very successful. The more satisfied Yan Hawan and Wenwen are with each other, the more likely some things will come to fruition. Yan Hawan himself immediately began to meditate and refine the results, but since he had much more profound skills and experience, it only took him a short time to complete the practice. Then, he quietly observed the girl's practice and gave her guidance when appropriate. Hu Wenwen had only formally started practicing Taoism for a few days. Her foundation was very shallow and her refining was very slow. It took her more than an hour to consolidate it. After finishing her training, she said in surprise, Brother, I feel that my body has undergone significant changes. It seems that there is a special energy flowing through my body. Yan Hawan was also very happy. The girl had made great progress and benefited a lot. You should practice diligently in the future. It will be extremely beneficial to your health. Hu Wenwen nodded in agreement. Then she said affectionately, Thank you, brother, for giving me the best memories. Ding! Hu Wenwen's favorability increased by 1%, and the current favorability is 94%.
Breakfast time.
Yan Hechi stared at Hu Wenwen, looking back and forth several times. The latter was puzzled by her look and whispered,
Xiaoqi, what's wrong with my face? Sister Wenwen, did something good happen to you? You look so radiant, and even your skin seems to be more delicate. Hu Wenwen's face turned red instantly.
The little girl was even more puzzled, and then, her eyes suddenly lit up and she said loudly,
I know. You must be.
Yan Haohuan spat out a mouthful of porridge.
Little brat, stay out of adult business.
Brother, I'm 18 years old, only 1 year younger than Sister Wenwen.
My sister has a man, but I don't even have a boyfriend. Second brother, can you introduce me to a boyfriend?
Yan Haohuan was so annoyed by this precocious cousin that she had no choice but to agree.
However, he didn't dare to say anything definite, he just said he would help keep an eye out. After all, finding a partner is not like buying something. You can't just buy someone if you like them.
However, Luo Yu, when he heard that Xiao Qi was looking for a partner, showed a thoughtful expression.
Yan Hechi was very happy and said to Hu Wenwen proudly, Hee, now I can finally call you sister-in-law.
Hu Wenwen was still shy, but nodded boldly. On the way to school, Yan Haohuan told the two girls about teacher Mingyan.
I knew about Luo Yu last time, but it was the first time Hu Wenwen heard of him.
She was also a student union cadre, so of course she knew teacher Ming. She never expected that this teacher would be so bold as to seduce her brother. However, she slowly fell in love with her brother after seeing his abilities along the way.
What's wrong with teacher Ming? Brother, why did teacher Ming come here, to seduce you?
Yan Haohuan said awkwardly, Xiao Yuer, come and explain it.
It's because my husband is so famous. He has aroused the imagination of this coquettish young woman.
Hu Wenwen immediately understood that the nickname Strong Brother was very famous in the school.
But she still didn't understand, is teacher Ming so scary?
Luo Yu remembered what her husband said, that teacher Ming threatened her with the graduation evaluation, and she became a little worried. Hubby, teacher Ming seduced you twice and you rejected her both times.
Is she trying to find fault with you?
She is in charge of student affairs and has considerable power.
It doesn't matter.
Good graduation evaluations are best, but bad ones don't have much impact.
I don't have to look for a job anyway. How about this, I'll wait until the final exam is over and see. If the results are too bad, I'll donate a teaching building to the school. Then I can graduate smoothly. That's a solution. Chapter 85, 183.2 billion in cashback on consumption.
Although Yan Haohuan no longer cares too much about studying, it is still not good to fail a course. In the following period of time, he finally behaved like a normal student and spent most of his time reviewing and preparing for the exams. There is actually a lot of work involved in his career, but he is only responsible for coming up with ideas and providing money, and then leaves everything to professionals to handle. The two women who lived with him also began to concentrate on reviewing, because their husbands had told them that the top students had to act like top students. But Luo Yu is really thoughtful. He even took some time out of his busy schedule to pick out another villa. This is a real luxury villa, located halfway up the hill in Mount Surin, the city's top wealthy area. This villa has a total of 3 buildings, costing 2.6 billion yuan, and is owned by a real estate developer. The villa had just been renovated, but within a week, the businessman suddenly fell ill and died. There are rumors that there is a big problem with the feng shui of this mansion. But the villa itself has a good location and is very luxuriously decorated, and many wealthy people have been interested in it since then. Then, after each of them had their own feng shui appointments checked, rumors about the feng shui issue became even more rampant among the wealthy and powerful. As a result, this brand new and luxuriously decorated villa has been idle for nearly half a year. The price has dropped to 2 billion, but no one is willing to take it over. Since Luo Yu started to set up investment companies and venture capital companies, he has come into contact with many elites and people from the upper class, so he heard about this villa by chance. She now has more and more money in her hands. It is easy to use this money to invest in starting a business, but it is not easy to use it for consumption. Therefore, the most important step in the consumption plan she and Wenwen developed was to buy a bigger house for her husband. But it's not easy to choose a house like this. After hearing about the mountain villa, she immediately became interested. Anyway, her husband is a feng shui expert, and he can tell if there is any problem at a glance.
Yan Haohuan didn't have any urgent need for the house itself. His parents were not used to living in the city and would go back early, and Lanner would not come to live here for a long time in the short term. And the eldest lady also bought him an extra large flat. But if Xiaoyer bought it for him, it would be different. With such high housing prices, the amount of cash back on consumption is just too great to even think about. So he immediately showed great interest, and before he even saw the house, he had already praised his beloved lover repeatedly, saying, "The idea of changing to a bigger house is very good and very much to his liking." Once they reached the top of the mountain, they saw 3 buildings from afar. Yan Haowan, the feng shui master, immediately understood why no one had taken over this mansion. Ordinary people would think about feng shui when buying a house. It is impossible to build such a luxurious villa without finding a feng shui master to check it. But the design of these 3 buildings turned out to be a murderous situation of double snake strangling. It is obvious that the homeowner has offended someone and was tricked by the feng shui master. To break this situation, minor changes are useless. We have to demolish the 2 auxiliary buildings and rebuild them. This will cost a lot. No wonder no one took over even when the price dropped from 2.6 billion to 2 billion. Husband, what do you say? The feng shui of this house has been set up by someone. If we want to break it, we have to blow up the 2 buildings next to it. Luo Yu was stunned. No wonder no one wants such a luxury house even after the price has been reduced so much. I'm sorry, husband, I thought it was too simple. Yan Haowan just laughed. Why say sorry? The feng shui of this house is problematic, but this place is a treasure land. If the location is not good, it is difficult to change it. If the location is good, it is much easier to change the house. But the cost of demolishing 2 buildings and rebuilding them is too high. It's not cost-effective at all. Yan He happily thought, it is certainly not cost-effective for others to buy it, but he has the magical skill of cash back on consumption. Not to mention the 2 auxiliary buildings were blown up. Even if the main building was completely blown up, he would still make a huge profit. Of course, he could only keep this secret in his heart. So he found a plausible excuse. Xiaoyer, the cost can't just be calculated on the house. This is located halfway up the mountain, and if you build one, there will be one less. It's hard to get approval even if you have money. Moreover, this location has excellent feng shui. When the other 2 buildings are demolished and rebuilt, I will personally design the layout. It will definitely be a perfect house. Luo Yu was very happy. Yan Haowan didn't worry about the follow-up matters at all. I didn't even have to worry about the camel fish, I just had to pay. She now has a team of professional managers under her, including experts in business negotiations and mergers and acquisitions. Since her husband expressed his liking, Luo Yu gave the order without hesitation. Finally, this new villa, which cost a total of 2.6 billion yuan to build and renovate, was finally sold for 1.888888 billion yuan. Given that the house has a bad reputation, we negotiated for an auspicious price, 6/8. Luo Yu was also generous and in a particularly good mood, so he gave a total of 10 million yuan in rewards to the 3 employees who were responsible for the specific negotiations and handling of the house purchase, 4 million yuan to the team leader, and 3 million yuan each to the 2 assistants. Ding! It was detected that Luo Yu actively spent 1,888,888,000 yuan on the host. The host received a cashback of 1,888,097%. 100 is equal to 183,222,136,000 yuan. Yan Haowan was of course in a very good mood. This was the largest cashback he had ever received. 183.2 billion. Although this wealth is not as good as even the last-ranked wealthy family, he believes that it must have surpassed most of the wealthy individuals, including Miss Tian. Now, whether in terms of personal ability or financial strength, he is finally worthy of the eldest lady. This huge sum of money made his financial strength soar, and also gave him the idea of planning more in bigger industries. His confidence in challenging the wealthy and powerful also increased. That night, Yan Haowan, whose financial strength had reached a new level, had a lot of ideas. The next day, he began to prepare. He first said to his beloved lover, "In this world, if you want to avoid being bullied, it's not enough to have money, you also need status. Xiaoyer, you have a generous personality and strong communication skills. I want to train you to be a strong woman. Start with the business world first, and once you have a certain foundation, then seek a certain official status." Luo Yu's eyes lit up. "Thank you, husband." She has a strong personality and is indeed ambitious. But after falling in love with her husband, she devoted herself to him.
Now I am working on my career to help my husband, so of course I am full of energy and it is killing two birds with one stone. Chapter 86. Earn money, be grateful, and give back to society.
Brother, what about me? 1. I told you last time that you are an introvert and not suitable to be a strong woman. Xiaodier's path is not suitable for you. I'll give you 2 tasks. The first one is what I said before.
You need to use your professional advantages to help Sister Lanner do something in the pharmaceutical industry.
You don't have to worry about not being able to do it well. Just do your best. Your focus is still on the second task. I thought about it carefully last night. Your image is sweet and friendly, so I plan to let you go the philanthropist route. When we make money, we must always remember to be grateful and give back to society.
So I plan to set up the Huanteng Charity Fund, with a tentative scale of 10 billion. You will be in charge of managing it in the future, representing our entire industry and focusing on charity work.
As for the specific directions of charity, I have temporarily considered 2. The first is medical assistance, which is specifically to help poor civilians who cannot afford medical treatment. The second is to help poor children and solve their food, clothing, and education problems.
Taking the charity route will not only give you a good social status, but will also be beneficial to the overall image of our Huanteng group in the future.
Hu Wenwen listened carefully and was very excited. Thank you, brother. Ding.
Hu Wenwen's favorability increased by 1%, and the current favorability is 94%. She knew that she was introverted and not as capable as Sister Yu, and she had always been worried that she would become a vase in the future. So when she heard her brother assigned her 2 tasks, especially the emphasis at the end, which could both give back to society and help improve the group's image, she was very excited. Moreover, she is kind-hearted and eager to help others. The philanthropist route designed by her brother is really suitable for her.
Yan Hawan was very happy.
Girls not only need to be loved, but also need to be valued and recognized, so that they can feel valuable. He smiled and said, I made a lot of money again this time, 180 billion. The 2 women already knew that their men were capable, but they were stunned when they heard this huge number.
I have some ideas on how to use this money. Please consult with me.
First of all, for Wei Tian Group, I plan to invest an additional 10 billion yuan, change the name to Huanteng Pharmaceutical, and incorporate it into the entire Huanteng Group in the future.
No matter what the scale is, before the listing, Wei's 50% stake will not be diluted. This is also my love for Lanner. Of course, the 2 girls agreed unanimously and were happy for Sister Lanner.
Then the investment companies and venture capital companies will continue to expand their scale and invest another 50 billion each.
Xiaodier, your task is to recruit elite talents and enrich and strengthen the management level.
You haven't graduated yet, so just focus on overall planning. For specific projects, don't be afraid to let go and let professionals do the work. You are a top student majoring in economics, and your future goal is to become the queen of the investment world.
Luo Yu was very excited when she heard this. Hubby, I will definitely work hard. Ding.
Luo Yu's favorability increased by 1%, and the current favorability is 98%.
Yan Hawan was secretly delighted again.
Such encouragement was obviously quite effective.
And he also likes his woman to be able to do things, not just be a vase.
As for himself, his main task is to make the women happy. As for the security company, Li Liangkai has agreed to join, and he has also found a senior master. I have had preliminary discussions with them and they all have great ideas and want to make it bigger and stronger, so let us invest another 5 billion. As for the agricultural company, we will wait until there is progress in the first phase and will not make any additional updates for the time being.
How many more are there?
Luo Yu was very focused and serious, and immediately replied. The Wei family has 10 billion, investment plus venture capital 100 billion, security 5 billion, and charity fund 10 billion, leaving 55 billion.
I'll keep the 40 billion for now.
I may visit a government official in the near future to see if there are any suitable industrial projects.
Brother, there are still 15 billion.
I will keep 5 billion for myself as reserve, and 10 billion will be given to you as working capital. Xiaodier will be in charge of 7 billion, and Wenwen, you will be in charge of 3 billion. He knew that Wenwen's spending power was definitely not as strong as Xiaodier's, so he decided not to distribute it equally.
Brother, I only spent a small portion of the 500 million you gave me last time.
Managing money is also a way to exercise your abilities, Wenwen, you need to learn.
Okay, brother.
Yan Haowan saw that the girl looked under a lot of pressure, smiled, and thought that this girl was still timid after all. Luo Yu was not worried at all, but he also felt that his sister needed to practice some courage.
Honey, I have an idea.
You said before that you were planning to donate the teaching building, and you also plan to let Wenwen become a philanthropist.
Why not let her handle this matter? It's a good opportunity for her to practice first.
Besides, you have some money now, and you have saved a lot of reserve funds.
If you want to donate, just donate more, including primary school, middle school, and university.
Yan Haowan's eyes lit up. Xiao Yur, this is a good suggestion. He looked at the two women and made a plan. So, the university building will be donated in my name, but there's no rush. I plan to donate 100 million in my hometown, 20 million to primary schools, 30 million to junior high schools, and 50 million to high schools.
Donate in the name of my parents. Why do you have to use the name of my parents? Because I don't really want to be famous.
It's so nice to hide behind the scenes. He thought to himself that it was because I had so many secrets that he would try not to draw attention to himself. Although it is inevitable that someone will find him, it is better than exposing himself to the public.
The two women seemed to be thinking about something.
Xiao Yur, you have inspired me. If you too want to step into the limelight, you can take this opportunity to repay society and make a name for yourself. You too should also donate 100 million each to your alma mater, and the funds from elementary school to high school should be distributed according to my model.
Luo Yu nodded immediately, but Hu Wenwen was a little hesitant. Brother, this is all your money.
You silly sister.
We are one with my husband, so whose money should we divide?
Yan Haowan laughed loudly, and Hu Wenwen immediately realized that her whole body and heart belonged to her brother. Wenwen, when summer vacation starts, you should start preparing for these things.
You will be the one to lead all the donation activities.
You can ask Xiao Yer to help you find manpower, but you have to participate yourself and learn management and coordination.
The amounts of these donations are not small.
After completing the whole process, you will definitely make great progress. This is your first step towards charity, make sure you do it well. With the support of her brother and sister Yu, Hu Wenwen immediately built up her confidence and nodded heavily. Wei Qilan came over, but failed to finalize a date with her husband to visit Baoyang Mountain. Firstly, Yan Haowan was about to take an exam, and secondly, he had several important things on hand that had not been completed.
Miss Etienne met her parents, visited the policewoman's father, and discussed agricultural companies with relevant government officials, and so on.
But Wei Qilan was in a very happy mood. Not only could she practice dual cultivation with her husband, but she could also comfort herself from the pain of missing him. Moreover, her husband told her that the bride price had increased again, and the total amount had reached 15 billion. The Wei family still holds half of the shares without any dilution. With such a good husband, what else could I ask for in my life? Yan Haowan received a system prompt that Wei Qilan's favorability had increased by another 1% to 95%.
Chapter 87, An Unusual Meeting with the Parents. Tian Yuancher knew that Yan Haowan was about to take his final exams.
Although she had not contacted him yet, she just made an agreement with him to contact him after his vacation.
As a result, the next day after the exam, the eldest lady asked him out.
The two of them were just like any other couple in love, eating, shopping, having fun, and of course, the most enjoyable thing was practicing together. Although the favorability level remains at 85%, Yan Haowan can clearly feel that the eldest lady is becoming more and more attached to him. Of course he struck while the iron was hot, and from then on he would meet with the young lady every day, fall in love with her, and practice dual cultivation with her.
2 days later, Yan Haowan finally got the long-awaited opportunity to meet his parents.
The Tian family is located at the foot of Tianluo Mountain in the eastern suburbs of Susui City.
The entire villa is a large mountain villa.
When he heard the eldest lady say that the area was as large as 118 acres, he was really shocked. When I saw the magnificent appearance inside, I was even more shocked.
A wealthy family is indeed beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Huan, let's go in.
After she finished speaking, she gave a special reminder, try to act as naturally as possible later. Although she knew that Yan Haowan had some extraordinary abilities, she didn't know that he also had strong financial strength. Seeing that he was so stunned after just a casual look, she was afraid that this poor country boy would behave even more out of control. Yan Haowan was puzzled at first, but then he understood what his sister meant. He smiled faintly and said,
"Don't worry." Yan Haowan looked around casually as he walked. With his sharp eyes, he saw a very tall and handsome young man from afar. Isn't he Miss Tian's fiancé? Oh, it's the ex-fiancé. My sister Shirshir broke up with him a long time ago. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to come to me and develop a relationship with me step by step until today when we actually met each other's parents. He was a little puzzled. Since Shirshir had promised him, why did this extra person appear? So he whispered to the woman next to him. When Tian Yuanshir heard this, she was stunned at first, then looked in the direction of someone and her face changed immediately. She walked over quickly and asked from a distance. Dawn Army, why are you here? Li Mingjun showed a handsome smile and said calmly. Shirshir, I know you are still angry with me. But I really acted on impulse, I hope you can forgive me. Tian Yuanshir snorted softly. The middle-aged man next to him said, Shirshir, this is what your mother wanted. Tian Yuanshir's expression changed again, but she didn't say anything else. Her uncle is a flatterer. He has no ability and is a snob. Anyway, she doesn't like him at all. But since it was her mother who asked them to come, she couldn't chase them away. She simply ignored them and turned away. Yan Hahuan didn't say a word the whole time and just watched coldly. Of course, the ex-fiancé also noticed him, but he was not angry at all like when they first met. He just gave him a contemptuous smile. Yan Hahuan certainly knew the meaning of this smile. In the other person's eyes, he was nothing and was not even an opponent. So he also responded with a contemptuous smile. Who is looking down on whom? Now Shirshir belongs to him not only physically but also emotionally. The tall, rich and handsome man was a little surprised, but still didn't take it seriously. Yan Hahuan met his parents in a proper manner in the luxurious living room. He followed the eldest lady, addressing them as elders one by one, and was very humble. He knew his situation. If it weren't for the system that changed his fate, he would be a poor loser with no special skills and nothing to show for himself. I forgot to ask my sister whether she had told her family about her extraordinary ability. But judging from the reactions of the elders, it should be not the case. However, the performance of the most crucial parent, the eldest daughter's father, Tian Yongwang, made Yen feel a little strange. Although he was not very enthusiastic or polite in his behavior and just nodded politely in return, he always felt that there was some deep meaning in the way this future father-in-law looked at him. As for the future mother-in-law, Yu Lihong's performance was much worse. She just snorted coldly and didn't even look at her. She already knew Yan Hawan's background, and just now, she saw that his appearance could not compare with that of Li Mingjun. She totally couldn't understand what her daughter saw in this man. Why would she be so obsessed with him just because she lost her virginity to him in an accident? Tian Yongwang has 4 brothers and sisters. He is the eldest, followed by his eldest sister Tian Yongxiu, his younger brother Tian Yongzhong, and his youngest sister Tian Yongli. They were all here this time too. Tian Yongli has been single since her divorce, but the others were all couples together. Apart from the uncle and his wife, the other elders were generally quite polite. After all, Tian Yuanshir was the first heir of the family. Although this boy is ordinary in all aspects, he was chosen by Shirshir herself. Who dares to say that he can't become the eldest son-in-law of the Tian family in the future? Yan Hahuan had heard the eldest lady's detailed introduction before. Except for the eldest aunt's family, all the elders above lived here. Although my uncle and aunt are from other ethnic groups, they also cling to their family. Tian Yongwang has 2 other cousins, but they don't live together. In addition to the elders, there are also many peers. The most important peer is of course the second Miss Tian Yuanhuan, who looks very similar to her elder sister but is slightly shorter. The eldest daughter said that her sister was gentle, friendly, and very easy to get along with, and that was indeed the case in terms of her temperament. She was quite polite to this potential brother-in-law who was 3 years younger than her, leaving Yan Hahuan with a good first impression. In addition to my biological sister, 7 or 8 other cousins also came. The eldest lady's uncle is Tian Yanzhong, and he has a pair of children. Her son, Tian Yueni, who is only 1 month younger than the second young lady, is studying abroad and did not come back this time. My daughter Tian Yuanqing, also known as Miss San, is 19 years old and a sophomore at Linquan University. She just returned after the summer vacation. Her personality should be a bit like that of a young lady, a very cold and icy beauty. Yan Hahuan was speechless. This meeting with the parents was really an unusual meeting, and the lineup of the relatives was too strong. Fortunately, Sister Shirshir mentioned to him that the presence of so many relatives did not mean to interrogate him together. Some are purely for the purpose of satisfying curiosity. After all, the eldest daughter had a very good fiancé before, so everyone wanted to see who this man was who could make her change her mind.
Finally, Yan Haowan had finished greeting all the relatives, and at the instigation of his sister, the snobbish uncle impatiently began to make trouble.
Shayan, I heard you are still in college?
Yes, I'm a junior at Jiangnan University, School of Information.
So what are your plans after graduation?
I plan to start my own business.
My uncle was stunned.
The script was different from what he had imagined.
A poor boy from the country has the capital to start a business? He subconsciously glanced at his eldest niece, wondering if she wanted to rely on her girlfriend for help.
Seeing that her brother fell silent after asking only 2 questions, Yu Lihong felt a little dissatisfied, so she winked at her ideal son-in-law Li Mingjun. The tall, rich and handsome man who had been prepared left the scene with a smug look on his face.
Chapter 88, Slapping the Ex-Fiancé. Tian Yuanshi noticed the look on her mother's face and immediately felt something was wrong.
She was about to speak when she heard Yan Haowan's whisper in her ears.
Sister, it's okay, just watch my performance.
She was a little surprised, but saw the man gave her a very confident smile. Thinking that the latter had some special abilities, she felt relieved and kept silent. Li Mingjun walked to the middle, with a mocking look on his face, and said to the poor loser leisurely.
Shayan, it's a good thing for young people to have ambition, but starting a business is not that easy.
Yan Haowan looked calm.
Of course I won't do anything rash. I will do what I can. Knowing that you can do things within your capabilities is a sign of self-awareness. But I am very interested to know how strong you are. Do you have the capital to start a business given your family's conditions? You don't have to worry about that. You are counting on Shishir to sponsor you. If you want to be the son-in-law of the Tian family, you can't just rely on women for food.
Yan Haowan remained very calm, thinking to himself that he really did get rich by living off gigolos.
But I am a gigolo, relying on the magical skill of cashback on consumption bestowed by the system. You can't even imagine this skill in your dreams.
Seeing that the poor boy seemed to have nothing to say, the Dawn Army became even more proud. After I graduated from college, I took a Master of Business Administration exam, and then started my own business.
After 5 years of hard work, I now have a net worth of 100 million.
The poor boy cooperated very well with a shocked expression and said loudly.
How much money do you have? 100 million.
Let me tell you, this is all my own money, not my family property.
Yan Haowan continued to cooperate, with an exaggerated look on his face. Is it really 100 million?
Humph.
Of course, and its net worth. May I ask how old you are?
Li Mingjun said proudly, 28, just 1 year older than Shishir.
Oh my God.
The parents' faces turned unhappy when they saw the exaggerated reaction of this poor country boy who had never seen the world. As for the eldest lady, it was a bit strange.
Huanoan's behavior was obviously exaggerated.
However, Yen kept keeping an eye on his future father-in-law and, as expected, he had almost no expression on his face.
Either he is extremely cunning, or he knows something. Yan Haowan thought for a moment and seemed to understand something.
As the head of the Tian family, it is normal for him to carefully check his background when he knows that his daughter is going to bring her boyfriend for a blind date, and he is fully capable of finding out a lot of things. He didn't have time to think about it for the time being, so he continued with his previous performance and said even louder.
You are already 28 years old. You have worked hard for 5 years and you only earned 100 million? Then how do you still have the nerve to stand here?
This dramatic 180-degree reversal left most of the audience stunned.
The Dawn Army was not angry and continued to taunt. You're so arrogant. If you can earn 100 million by the age of 28, I'll take your last name. But you have to remember that you earned it yourself, not with the help of a woman. Why do you have my last name? You're already old, it's not appropriate to take you in as my godson. The whole audience was stunned again. What an arrogant boy. Then, with a puff, a girl couldn't help but burst out laughing.
Yan Haowan looked in the direction of the voice and exclaimed ha.
It turned out to be the icy third miss. However, after being glared at by her father, the latter immediately shut her mouth and returned to her icy expression. The Dawn Army was also furious, but in order to maintain their image, they still looked polite. Boy, no matter how good you are at talking, can you make Shishir happy? Can you make uncle and aunt agree to you? Upon hearing this, Yu Lihong cooperated very well and personally came down. My Tian family is also a prestigious family in Susui. Our daughter's marriage must be well matched. Then I would like to ask Auntie, what kind of conditions are required to be considered a good match?
Yu Lihong snorted secretly, "You are just a poor country boy, you don't even have the qualifications to ask for conditions." However, in front of all the relatives, she was quite polite. "Shayan, it's not that auntie is trying to embarrass you on purpose. I won't mention other conditions, but if you want to marry my Shirshir, you'll need at least 100 million yuan as a betrothal gift." This figure of 100 million is obviously meant to match the net worth that the Dawn Army has earned on their own. Yan Hawan laughed and said, "Auntie, you really underestimate your daughter. How can a mere 100 million betrothal gift be worthy of Shirshir?" The family members were stunned again, wondering if this poor boy had been overstimulated and gone crazy. Yan Xiaozi glanced around and said loudly again, "I, Yan Hawan, am putting my words here today. I will pay 10 billion as a betrothal gift to marry Shirshir." Now even Tian Yongwang, who had been calm all the time, frowned. He knew that this kid must have had some special opportunities and had made a comeback, but this was too crazy. Tian Yuanzhi also looked puzzled. What happened to Huan Huan? After Yan Hawan finished her big talk, she first gave her ex-fiancé an extremely contemptuous expression, then turned around, smiled at the iceberg beauty, and said, "Miss San, can you do me a favor?" Tian Yuanqing was very surprised, but then nodded. Yan Hawan opened his mobile banking account, then walked over and handed the phone to the beautiful girl. "Sister, please help your future brother-in-law to check if the money in my account is enough for the betrothal gift." Hearing that he was so familiar and not only called her sister but also future brother-in-law, the iceberg girl rarely showed a playful smile. She took the phone and just took a quick look at it, then a look of shock appeared on her face. She looked up and stared at her future brother-in-law, her eyes full of disbelief. Yan Hawan showed a smug expression of having successfully acted pretentiously, and said, "Sister, can you tell us whether the money I have is enough for the betrothal gift?" The third young lady came back to her senses and smiled playfully again. She took a breath and said loudly, "I think with Brother Yan's wealth, he is rich enough to marry my eldest sister several times." Everyone felt something was wrong from her initial reaction, and this shocked everyone. Of course, this also includes Miss Tian herself. "Xiaoqing, give me your phone." The third lady was a little surprised to see that her eldest sister also had a shocked expression on her face. She turned to look at her future brother-in-law and seemed to understand something. She walked up quickly, handed over the phone, and said happily, "Sister, congratulations, you found a very capable man." Like a certain policewoman, she had long disliked Li Mingjun, so she naturally had some favorable impression of Yan Hawan. The latter slapped the guy named Li in the face on the spot, which made her feel very good. Tian Yuanzhi took the phone, looked at it carefully several times, then looked up at Yan Hawan. "This kid has been hiding this from me." But she was not angry at all, but extremely surprised. Just like what the third sister said, this man is really capable, much more capable than she originally thought. Then, it's her turn to show off. "Mom, you've always complained that the man I'm looking for is a poor country boy. Then you should take a look for yourself to see if my Huan Huan is a poor boy or not." She even put emphasis on my Huan Huan. Chapter 89, Exposing the Hypocrite. Of course Yu Lihong had sensed something was wrong a long time ago, but she also felt that this was simply impossible. She took the phone, looked at it several times, and even rubbed her eyes. She was completely stunned. Now even the head of the family, Tian Yongwang, who knew some of the boy's background, became very curious and took the phone from his wife. After taking a look, he was also stunned. He looked at Yan Hawan again, with a more complicated look in his eyes. He walked forward and handed the phone back to the arrogant kid and said to everyone, "Everyone, get ready to eat." How poor handsome Li Mingjun, who was played like a monkey, was puzzled. Could this loser really have 10 billion? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Uncle. Xiaojun, it's not that your uncle doesn't approve of you. It's just that my daughter has grown up and has her own ideas. You should go back. He was actually not satisfied with the Dawn Army. He always felt that this group of people was a bit weak and not as good as they seemed. However, he and Xiaojuan's father have been friends for many years, and Xiaojuan's mother is not only his wife's best friend, but also from the Hu family, one of the 8 great families. So he spoke more tactfully, not wanting to embarrass the child too much. However, Yan Hawan had already learned from the policewoman that her ex-fiancé was a hypocrite. Therefore, he was determined to make this guy look bad in public so that he would not be able to face the Tian family again. So, after Tian Yongwang suggested that the Liming army go back, Yan Hawan still refused. "Uncle, please wait a moment. I want to ask him a question." Tian Yongwan was a little surprised, but nodded without much hesitation. Yan Haowan smiled secretly, used the Shenyang body tempering technique, and used intimidation on the hypocrite. Then he said loudly, "Li Mingjun, I want to ask, after you got engaged to Shirshir, which other women have you slept with?" After the Dawn Army was caught, they surrendered immediately and answered whatever was asked. He mentioned 6 women's names in a row. "Is there anyone else you wanted to hook up with but was rejected?" The hypocrite mentioned 3 more names. In addition to the policewoman Jiang Jingshan, the other 2 were also familiar friends of the eldest lady. Hearing this guy showing off there, everyone's expressions were very exciting. Tian Yuancher and her daughter both looked very unhappy. However, this is not the end. Yan Haowan continued. "Li Mingjun, tell everyone why you want to marry Shirshir. Shirshir is so beautiful. It would be so great to have a wife like her. What else? She is the eldest daughter of the Tian family and the first heir of the Tian family. When I marry her, I will have plenty of ways to subdue her. Then I will find an opportunity to sleep with the second girl as well. With her soft personality, I can manipulate her at will. Then all the Tian family's property will be mine from now on." Now the whole living room was silent and the scene was extremely weird. Yu Lihong has always treated this guy as a treasure. Just now, she heard that he had slept with many women, but her expression was just a little unhappy. It is not a big problem for a capable man to have affairs outside. But when I heard that this guy wanted to marry Shirshir for such a purpose, and even wanted to sleep with her second daughter, I was so angry that veins popped out on my forehead. The second young lady was lying down and was shot. Although she had always had a mild temper, her cheeks turned red with anger. Yan Haowan just wanted to expose that this guy was not only lustful but also not sincere to the young lady, but he didn't expect that there would be such a wonderful plot later. However, he quickly approached the eldest lady, held her hand tightly, and signaled her to calm down. Tian Yuancher kept taking deep breaths, forcibly suppressing her anger. She was very scared, because Li Mingjun was the man she was obsessed with. If I hadn't always loved myself and insisted on keeping my virginity until the wedding day, I would have been cheated of my body long ago. If I hadn't accidentally lost my virginity to Huan Huan due to a blessing in disguise, I would definitely have married this hypocrite. Tian Yangwan's face was also terribly gloomy, but his tone was surprisingly calm. "Ali, get this bastard out. Tell him not to show up anywhere in our Tian family." "Yes, sir." After the hypocrite was forcibly taken away, Tian Yongwang glanced at everyone and said coldly, "Don't mention what happened today. Those who violate this will be punished according to the family rules." His tone this time was very stern, and everyone was silent. Everyone thought it was just for the Tian family's reputation and to avoid a fallout with the Li family, but in fact there was another reason. After Tian Yongwang finished his explanation, he stared at Yin Xiaozi for a few seconds and said coldly, "Come with me." Tian Yuancher was a little worried when she saw her father's grim expression and cold tone. She walked forward quickly and said in a low voice, "Dad." Tian Yongwang knew what his daughter was thinking, so he smiled and said in a low voice, "Don't worry, I just need to have a few words with him in private." Seeing that his daughter was still a little nervous, he had no choice but to make his attitude clear. "Shirshir, this is your future husband, I won't make things difficult for him." Tian Yuancher was overjoyed when she heard her father actually call Huan Huan future husband. "Shirshir, I'm going to talk to Xiaoyan for a while. Go and accompany your mother and comfort her. Don't blame her anymore." The eldest daughter said yeah. Obediently. In the study, after both of them sat down, Tian Yongwang took a deep look at his future son-in-law and said calmly, "Xiaoyan, please introduce yourself to me." Yan Haowan was stunned, not knowing what this introduction from his future father-in-law meant. Then, he gave a brief introduction of his own situation and that of his family. Tian Yongwang snorted lightly and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, "Don't you think I don't know this? Do you think I want to hear this?" Ever since Shirshir accidentally lost her virginity to Yan Haowan last time, he immediately ordered his men to investigate this lucky guy thoroughly. No matter from which perspective, he is just an ordinary college student. What surprised him a little, but also made a good impression on him, was that this poor boy actually rejected the 1 million hush money he offered without hesitation. Because the boy had good character, was honest and kind, he didn't worry about others exposing his secret, so he didn't worry about it anymore afterwards. Until a few days later, my daughter actually said that she wanted to bring this boy to meet her parents.
However, he still didn't take it seriously, because he knew about Li Mingjuan's philandering and thought his daughter was just acting on impulse and was expressing her dissatisfaction in this way. Sure enough, my daughter never mentioned this matter again. But what he never expected was that a few days ago his daughter not only brought up the old matter again, but also had a very serious and in-depth conversation with him, firmly stating that she would marry this boy Yan. Tian Yongwang was extremely surprised, and he asked someone to check what had happened between his daughter and this boy during this period. You won't know the result until you check, and you'll be shocked when you do. In just less than 2 months, this poor boy turned his life around. He actually bought a townhouse worth 27 million in the city. At that time, he was a poor but capable loser who was ruthlessly dumped. However, he was dating 2 school beauties at the same time, and it seemed that the girls were pursuing him. At first he thought this guy might have won the lottery or become a nouveau riche, but there was nothing special about his bank account information. It's not that his subordinates are not capable enough, but the system has special mechanisms to protect cash back for large amounts of consumption. Otherwise, with a turnover of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, it would have alerted banks, or even the police and other relevant departments. Chapter 90: The approval of the head of the Tian family. However, these are nothing. What surprised Tian Yongwang the most was that his daughter actually knew that this boy Yan had 2 women. Not only did she know this, she also accepted this fact and even spent more than 100 million yuan to buy this person a mansion. He couldn't understand why this boy had such good deeds that 3 outstanding women, including his daughter, were obsessed with him. This time his men only investigated matters in Sushui City, because Yan Haowan's family was in the countryside, and they had already investigated it last time. It was a very ordinary peasant family. So they didn't investigate it carefully this time, so naturally they didn't know about the affairs between him and the Yun family and the Wei family, and they didn't know that he already had a Taoist partner. Because of all the abnormalities and his daughter's insistence, Tian Yongwang agreed to meet the parents this time. He really wanted to see what was so special about this boy Yan. Just now he discovered that Yan had a huge sum of nearly 50 billion in the bank, and he also knew mysterious magic. He vaguely understood something, so he wanted to talk to Yan Haowan privately, to get to know this guy again in a good and in-depth way. Yan Haowan has too many secrets, and the system's matters must not be disclosed to anyone. As for other things, he is not sure about the right measure. Uncle, what do you want to know? Seeing that this boy was still trying to hide it, Tian Yongwang frowned slightly and said, Tell me first, how did you make so much money? This is 50 billion. As the patriarch of the Tian family, he owns 25% of the shares of the Tian family. The assets he owns on the surface are only about 180 billion. Even if this guy wins the lottery jackpot every day, he can't possibly make so much money. He could never have dreamed that this guy actually had almost 220 billion. Yan Haowan had thought about the origin of his huge wealth many times. Because he knew that sooner or later there would be a day when he would be doubted and questioned. But no matter how he explained it, it didn't make sense, so he just made up a story. Uncle, I had a magical experience some time ago. I met a reclusive master who said that there was a destiny between us and he accepted me as his disciple. Not only did he teach me many skills, he also left most of his property to me, with a total value of tens of billions. Then I used the money to make some investments, and with good luck, I made a lot of money. This story is absolutely ridiculous, but his ability and money are there, so no matter how ridiculous it is very convincing. Sure enough, Tian Yongwang was only slightly surprised. Then this master. My master has gone traveling around the world. He said that if there is another chance, we will meet again in the future. If not, then our fate has ended. So I don't need to worry about him, let alone look for him. Tian Yongwang vaguely felt that something was wrong, but this was indeed in line with the personality of a hermit master. After all, he had seen a lot of things in the world, so he soon returned to normal. Moreover, his focus was not on the boy's property, even though the amount of property was incredible. He put on a serious expression and asked seriously, Shayan, what did you just do to the Dawn Army? I didn't do anything, just a little psychological hint to make him speak out his true feelings. Tian Yongwang snorted, You are so brave. Yan Haowan was stunned, not knowing what his future father-in-law meant. Did you just use the soul-stealing technique? However, Yin Xiaozi looked confused. What? Uncle, what technique did you just say? The art of soul-stealing. It can control and even absorb the souls of others. Yan Haowan was stunned, there is such an awesome magic? Tian Yong looked at the boy's reaction and felt a little strange. Was he overthinking?
Uncle, how could I possibly have such a technique? I've never even heard of it. How did you do that? You asked questions and they answered honestly, speaking their true feelings in public. What kind of psychological suggestion can have such an effect? Yen Haoan was silent for a moment. His future father-in-law had asked so clearly, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to fool him. I did use a magic on him, it's called deterrence magic. Deterrence technique? At that moment, Yen Haoan briefly introduced this technique and concealed it a little, because the effect of making people surrender was too terrifying. After listening to this, Tian Yongwan was silent for a while. Although it is not soul-stealing, it has the same effect to some extent. He glanced at the daring boy and said slowly, "Do you know how risky it is to use this kind of magic in public? Do you think that no one will notice that it is your problem? Have you ever thought that if you just ask him casually, he will say something that he shouldn't say, and everyone will find it suspicious?" Yen Haoan was stunned. He was indeed a little too proud of himself. He didn't even notice such an obvious flaw. "I'm going to ask you one more question, and you must answer me honestly." "Uncle, please speak." A few days ago, a playboy named Jian Lianghui hijacked a woman's live broadcast and exposed all kinds of scandals in public. This matter has been making a lot of noise online, you must have heard about it. Yen Haoan's face changed drastically, and he felt a chill on his back. Uncle just asked him if he used the soul-stealing technique and then asked directly about Jian Lianghui. It was obvious that he had a hidden meaning. Humph. I don't even need to ask. Yen Haoan knew that his subconscious reaction had already given the answer. Do you know how many people are concerned about Jian Lianghui's affairs? Only ordinary people would think that this guy is taking too many drugs. In the eyes of those who are interested, this is clearly some kind of magic related to the mind and soul. What would these people think if they saw what you did against the Dawn Army just now? I will suspect you at the first moment, so why wouldn't others do the same? Yen Haoan's face looked a little ugly. Uncle, what should I do? Tian Yongwang did not answer directly, but said, I have never had a very good impression of this Dawn Army, but I never expected that he would be such a hypocrite with evil intentions. Thanks to you for revealing his true face. Shirshir was harmed by someone and lost her virginity to you. Now it seems like it was her luck. Maybe this is the marriage that was meant for you too. Thank you for your recognition, uncle. Still calling me uncle? Yen Haoan was startled at first, then overjoyed and quickly shouted, Father-in-law. Tian Yongwang smiled and said, I was also wrong at first. I never thought you were such a capable person without showing off your abilities. Yen Haoan thought to himself, it's not that you are mistaken, but I had just obtained the system at that time, and apart from the superhuman body, there was nothing I could see. But he didn't want to explain more about this. Father-in-law, thank you for your compliment. I only have some humble skills. You are quite modest. Just your ability to intimidate people into telling the truth is already an incredible skill. This magic is really useful when used on bad guys. But you must remember this from now on, never expose this ability in front of others. Chapter 91 Loyal Lover. Yen Haoan first responded in a literary manner, the son-in-law must remember the teachings of his father-in-law. He then went back to the issue that concerned him. Father-in-law, will there be any consequences for Jian Lianghui's matter? It seems that there is none at the moment, but you still have to be careful in the future. And your ability is not small, but your mentality is far from keeping up. You still need to practice hard, your reaction just now was too obvious. Yen Haoan accepted the advice very humbly, but he was indeed unprepared and reacted too strongly. If the person asking is not the future father-in-law, but the Yi family or someone with malicious intent, there will definitely be endless trouble. Xiaohuan, how did you and Jian Lianghui become enemies? After the relationship between father-in-law and son-in-law was determined, Tian Yongwang naturally changed the way he addressed him to the very affectionate Xiaohuan. Yen Boy told the story of Luoyu in detail without hiding anything. Tian Yongwang thought for a while. Xiaohuan, Jianyiwu, and several of his men disappeared inexplicably. Was it related to you? This is a big deal, but the head of the Tian family has already recognized him as his son-in-law, so Yen Haoan has no need to hide it anymore and can just acknowledge it directly. He also explained the whole cause and effect to avoid being misunderstood as him relying on his skills to kill indiscriminately. After listening to this, Tian Yongwang remained very calm. These Jian family members are evil and have a very bad reputation. They should have been dealt with long ago.
Yan Haoan was secretly delighted that his father-in-law recognized his justice. I heard that the Yi family behind is not a good family either. Tian Yongwan's expression changed. Xiao Huan, even though you have been given a great opportunity, you must not get carried away. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have some skills and money. The Yi family is one of the 8 great families, and its overall strength is even greater than that of our Tian family. You must not provoke them. Don't worry, father-in-law. I will definitely not do anything reckless. But one day, when I have strong power, I will definitely deal with this evil family. Tian Yongwan laughed several times. Good. You have ambition. This evil family should have been eradicated long ago. Yan Haoan was overjoyed that his father-in-law and he were actually of the same kind. Xiao Huan, do you have someone in the government? Yan Haoan didn't expect his father-in-law to be so powerful. He answered yes hesitantly but did not explain further. I know, you don't have to tell me who it is. After a pause, Tian Yongwan continued. You're lucky this time. Someone above has suppressed Jianyu's matter. Yan Haoan recalled the rumor about the capital aristocrats that was making the rounds at the time. At that time, he and sister Jingshan had both praised each other for this trick, but they were surprised to find that it was not the work of the other party. Neither of them knew where this divine help came from. Father-in-law, is it true that someone in the capital took action? It's hard to say, but it's possible. There are many wealthy and powerful families and nobles in various places. Some of them bully the weak and bring disaster to the countryside, causing public resentment. The current emperor has long been dissatisfied. However, these wealthy families have strong foundations and huge power, and are involved in too many areas of government, military, and business. Even if one move is involved, the whole body will be affected. The court has never dared to act rashly. However, the current crown prince is wise and courageous. I believe that he will make some big moves after he ascends the throne. Yan Haoan was a loser otaku before and never cared about official affairs. Only after he had great ambitions did he slowly start to care about them. His father-in-law's words not only helped him gain a lot of information, but also further strengthened his determination to do something big. Moreover, he could tell that his father-in-law was obviously an upright and ambitious man. The Tian family has a solid foundation and strength, and I have special abilities. If the father-in-law and son-in-law join forces, it will definitely be of great help to each other. At that moment, he made up his mind and decided to tell his father-in-law all the matters except the system. Father-in-law, I have some preliminary plans for my career. Can you help me think about them? Tian Yongwan was startled, then he said, Great. Then I'll ask Shishir to come over and listen together. He pressed the intercom on the table and said, Ah oui, ask the young lady to come over. Yes, sir. Although Tian Yuancher had already received her father's clear instructions, she was still a little uneasy because the latter had a private chat with Huan and did not allow her to listen. Finally, I waited for my father to call me. After I came in, I saw the 2 most important men in my life. They looked relaxed and were chatting and laughing happily. I immediately felt relieved. Tian Yongwan was indeed in a good mood, because this future son-in-law was much more extraordinary than he had expected. Shishir, you really picked a dragon-riding husband this time. Tian Yuancher was even more delighted. Thank you, Dad. Xiao Huan, please tell me your plan in detail. Shishir is not very old, but she has been able to work independently for some time and can be called an excellent entrepreneur. She can also give you some advice. And from now on, you two will be husband and wife, and you must support each other in your careers. Yan Haoan immediately started from the beginning, reporting his wealth, layout, and future plans in detail. Including the time when he returned to his hometown, met the Wei brothers and sisters, resolved the crisis of the Feng Shui formation, formed an alliance with the Wei family, and married Wei Qilan as his co-wife and Taoist partner. Of course, he did not forget to emphasize that Luoyu, Huanwen, and Wei Qilan all knew that he was going to marry Tian Yuancher as his wife. Originally, he was afraid of complications and wanted to complete 90% of the eldest lady's task before bringing up the matter of Lanner. However, the appreciation and friendship from his future father-in-law greatly exceeded his expectations. He no longer had any worries or concerns. He believed that his future father-in-law and future wife would understand and accept him. The father and daughter of the Tian family are both people who have seen the world, but after receiving the huge amount of information from this boy, they were still shocked. People were shocked to learn that he had a fortune of over 200 billion, and they were also shocked that he also knew Feng Shui and could break through dangerous formations.
Because of this, he became connected with a Taoist family and even married a Taoist companion as his second wife. Tian Yongwang admired his future son-in-law very much and praised him generously. Having the ability to make money, you can keep your original aspirations in mind, think about benefiting the community, and have a philanthropic heart. That's good, very good. Then he glanced at his beloved daughter and continued. Sure, a young man should be romantic. Xiao Huan is so capable, having a few women is nothing, and he really wants to marry you. Tian Yuancher knew what her father meant, but she didn't mind at all. She had known about the affair between Luo Yu and Hu Wenwen for a long time. Even though Huan Huan had kept it a secret from her before, it was understandable. Dad. Huan Huan has always had me in his heart. There are so many outstanding girls who want to marry him, but he is determined to marry me as his legal wife. How can I blame him? Besides, Sister Lana and him have already been officially married, they have only just held a ceremony to become Taoist couples, so they have to wait until. Her face turned slightly red, and she continued. We also waited until Huan Huan officially married me before holding the wedding. I was very touched. Dad, I love him. I truly love this man, and I am willing and looking forward to marrying him. After she finished speaking, she looked at Yan Haowan, her eyes filled with extremely strong affection. Ding! Tian Yuancher's favorability increased by 5%, and the current favorability is 90%. Ding! Tian Yuancher's mission is completed. Reward, 5,000 charm points, current charm points, 25,000. Reward Tian Yuancher for her loyal love. Tian Yuancher's lowest favorability towards the host is permanently fixed at 90%. Chapter 92, Establishing the Relationship as Husband and Wife with the Eldest Lady. Yan Haowan was extremely excited. Not only because the mission was accomplished, but also because the young lady finally fell in love with him completely, and she was the kind who was loyal and would never change her mind. He felt that he was so happy. He immediately looked back at Tian Yuancher with love. Thank you, sister. You will always be my most beloved wife. Tian Yuancher feels so sweet in her heart. If his father hadn't been there, he would have definitely kissed his lover on the spot. Tian Yongwang was also very happy. He has only 2 daughters, and the younger one is not the type to pursue a career, so Shishir can only inherit the family business. His requirements for his future son-in-law have always been somewhat contradictory. He hopes that he will be capable and able to help Shishir, but he is also worried that he will be too powerful and will take away the Tian family's property. The true feelings accidentally revealed by the Dawn Army before proved that his worries were not groundless. However, this young man now has both ability and good character. He looked meaningfully at his ambitious future son-in-law and said slowly, Xiao Huan, I am the one who is in charge of the Tian family now. I have 2 brothers, 2 daughters, and my younger brother has a son and a daughter. You have seen them all. Huaner has a kind character and a gentle temperament, but she is not the type to do great things. My nephew is a nerd and a tech geek, and he has no interest in this. The third girl has a strong personality, is smart and eager to learn. If she is trained well in the future, she will be a good helper. Shishir is the eldest daughter, has the most comprehensive abilities, and has a strong and resolute character. In the end, it will depend on her to take over the Tian family. To be honest with you, I had thought about finding a son-in-law before, but now that Shishir has found you, I feel relieved. Xiao Huan, you are very capable, have a good character, remember your roots, are kind-hearted, and your wealth is already so abundant. I will feel at ease even if I hand over my Tian family to you to manage. I don't have any other requests. In the future, I hope your second child, no matter boy or girl, can have the surname Tian. The Tian family's business must have an heir in the future. Tian Yuancher said shyly, Dad. Please rest assured, father-in-law. I will do my best to help Shishir and further develop the Tian family's business. As for the children. He looked at the young lady affectionately and said straightforwardly, I also want to have a child with Shishir soon. Tian Yongwan laughed and said, Xiao Huan, you are still young, but Shishir is already 27. Since you agree, then you can register right away. Once you have a legitimate relationship, you can have children without any worries. Tian Yuancher never expected that her father and lover would be so straightforward, shy, and yet extremely sweet at the same time. Yan Haowan's mission has been completed, the eldest lady's love is loyal and there is no need to worry about any changes. But of course it is a great joy to be able to marry the beauty as soon as possible and legitimately. And only if he and Sister Shirshir have settled it first, Lana and the others can also perform the ceremony. So he was very happy and said directly, "It's up to my father-in-law to decide." The reason why Tian Yongwang was so anxious was not because he was in a hurry to have a grandson, but because he had two considerations. This son-in-law is a very capable man and will definitely have a great career. His future achievements are absolutely limitless. To be honest, he believed that this boy was sincere to Shirshir, but he couldn't guarantee that there would be other more outstanding women in the future who would snatch the position of wife. For example, what if the daughter of a prince or noble family also falls in love with Xiao Wan? Would she be willing to have her as her co-wife? As long as Shirshir's status as the legal wife is confirmed, even if there are other women in the future, no matter how noble their status is, they can only be co-wives. Moreover, having the status of husband and wife will also be beneficial to Xiao Wan. In the future, when both parties cooperate in industry, they can publicly introduce him as the son-in-law of the Tian family. Another consideration was because of the second daughter, Xiaowan. This girl has established a romantic relationship with Morong Yedong. Although this has a bit of a political marriage flavor, the family and the girl herself are very satisfied. Among the 8 great families of Su Shui, the Tian family and the Morong family have always had a very good reputation and have cooperated with each other a lot, but if there is a marriage, the relationship will be greatly deepened. Although Yi Tong is only the second son of the Morong family, he is very capable and highly valued by the head of the family. Most importantly, he has a good character and an excellent reputation, and he has a very good relationship with his brothers from the eldest branch. Huaner is a simple-minded person, and he feels completely relieved after she marries him, so that she won't be cheated by a bastard like Li Mingjun again in the future. Yedong is already 28 years old, and the Morong family has expressed several times their wish to marry Huaner as soon as possible. But the eldest daughter hasn't even married yet, so why is it that the second daughter is married off first? How ridiculous! This time, Yan Hahuan appeared out of nowhere. Not only did Shirshir want to get married, but he was also very satisfied. So of course they decided to strike while the iron is hot and get married as soon as possible. During the dinner, Tian Yongwang loudly announced that Yan Hahuan and Tian Yuancher would choose an auspicious day to register and become husband and wife. As for ceremonies, banquets and so on, even ordinary families would not be so casual. The weddings of the rich and powerful were always very particular, and the number of guests invited alone was enormous. Of course, they needed to make careful preparations, so they would choose another date. All the relatives were very surprised when they heard the announcement from the head of the family. Although there have been many circumstantial evidences before, proving that this boy Yan is very rich, and in terms of economic strength he is obviously equally matched with the Tian family. But they never expected that the patriarch only had a private talk with this kid once and actually recognized him immediately. After all, the identity of her boyfriend before was just the eldest lady's wish, and her family did not recognize it. But after just meeting the parents once, the head of the family actually went straight to the point and asked the two to register on a certain day. The speed of this progress is simply astonishing. After everyone was surprised, of course they expressed their congratulations. Some of the more active ones even came directly to Yan Hahuan to congratulate and toast. The eldest lady's 2 younger sisters were particularly excited. They directly snatched their sister away from Yan Hahuan and kept chattering and asking questions. Yu Lihong's mood has basically returned to normal. After knowing that this boy Yan has such a fortune, her impression of him has changed a lot. Moreover, not only is he favored by his beloved daughter, but now even the master has recognized him so quickly. It is obvious that it is not just about being rich, he must have other outstanding qualities. Her mentality changed drastically now, and she looked at her future son-in-law differently. Before, she just thought that Xiaoshuai's face was handsome, but now, it actually looked a lot better. The snobbish uncle was very good at changing his attitude according to the situation. He immediately put on a smile and took the initiative to toast his nephew-in-law with his wife. Moreover, he was full of nice words and drank 3 cups in a row. Yan Hahuan certainly didn't have a good impression of him, but he didn't take this little person to heart, and didn't even have any resentment. After all, he was Shirshir's elder and also served as the deputy steward of the Tian residence. He was so humble, and he was happy to have a good relationship with him, so he returned the gift very politely. Chapter 93, The Tian Family's Official Connections. After the meeting, Tian Yongwang convened a working meeting. In addition to the daughter and son-in-law, several important elders and young backbones were also present. The content of the meeting was mainly about discussing comprehensive cooperation with the son-in-law, as well as dispatching talents from all aspects to fully assist the son-in-law's various industries. The Huansha Group is a typical family business,
with more than half of its senior and middle-level executives being relatives of the Tian family. However, Tian Yongwang is not a nepotist. His relatives who can hold important positions are all capable people. My younger brother Tian Yongzhong has a steady personality and works diligently and down to earth. He is an excellent deputy. He serves as the executive vice president of the Wansha Group and is highly valued by his brother. The eldest sister, Tian Yangxiu, is the human resources director of the group. My eldest brother-in-law, Zheng Sanli, used to work in a government department. He has a high emotional intelligence and is an excellent speaker. He is in charge of the group's public relations department. Younger sister Tian Yangli is a top student majoring in finance, with a strong personality and ability. Her marriage was somewhat unfortunate, as she met a scumbag, but she is successful in her career and is the vice president of the group and the chairman of Huansha Investment. As for the group, there are several specific industries, which are managed by Tian Yongwang's cousins and several professional managers. His wife Yu Lihong and his eldest uncle and his wife only take care of the household affairs and do not work in the industry. His second daughter Tian Yuanhuan works as deputy manager in the human resources department of the group. The third girl is still a college student, but when she heard that everyone was going to have a meeting, she insisted on joining in the fun. In addition, there are some very capable people among the eldest lady's peers, and they are already middle-level backbones of the group or senior executives of subsidiaries. They were also present. When everyone heard that Yan Haowan had a net worth of more than 200 billion and had already invested in multiple industries, they were shocked, and the way they looked at him was completely different. Those who are smart are already thinking about how to get close to this awesome young man in the future. Tian Yuanqing's eyes also lit up, and the look in her eyes as she looked at her brother-in-law was full of strong curiosity. After the meeting, everyone went to rest. Tian Yongwang stayed with his eldest daughter and son-in-law, and was about to continue the discussion when his cell phone suddenly rang. He just took a glance, immediately pressed the answer button, and called out first. Governor Yu. Yongwang, someone is coming from the capital. He will be here in about 2 hours. You come over first. Tian Yongwan's expression suddenly became stern. I'll be there right away. Zongming's family is here too, please ask Shishir to come over too. Governor Yu did not mention Mrs. Tian because he knew that she was only in charge of the Tian family's internal affairs and did not participate in foreign affairs. That's perfect, my daughter and son-in-law and I are all together. Son-in-law? When did Shishir get married? The title has just been decided. Well, come together. In a luxurious business car. Tian Yongwang introduced the relevant situation to his daughter and son-in-law, actually mainly to his son-in-law, mainly the people they were going to meet later, all of whom were important connections of their Tian family. The person who called just now was Yu Huaming, the chief deputy governor of Jiangnan province. He is in charge of economy and finance and is one of the most powerful officials in the province. The Yu family is a family of officials. They have known each other since the generation of He Tian Yongwang's grandfather, and the two families are very solid allies. Currently, the highest-ranking person in the Yu family is Yu Huaming's cousin Yu Huaguang, who is currently the Minister of Economy, Industry and Commerce. Yu Huaming's wife Wen Kaiyuan is the vice president of Jiangnan Entrepreneurship Bank. Her eldest cousin and uncle's eldest daughter is Wen Kaiyan, who is the wife of He Mingli, the third deputy governor of the State Council. Yu Huaming has 2 sons. The eldest son works in Beijing, and the younger son is a scholar and an associate professor at the School of Economics of Jiangnan University. Zhang Zongming is the chief deputy mayor of Susui City and is also in charge of economy and finance. He is Governor Yu's direct subordinate and confidant. This is a scholar official who has risen to the top entirely through his own efforts. His ancestors were all farmers. He holds a PhD in economics from the Royal University of Finance and Economics and is very capable. Tian Yongwang first met him because of Governor Yu, but the two of them got along very well with each other and were close friends. Zhang Zongming's wife, Tian Lifan, graduated from the Royal Police University and is currently the deputy director of the Jiangnan Provincial Police Department. His daughter Zhang Jingshan works at the Susui City Police Department and is Tian Yuanshir's best friend. Apart from knowing that Zhang Zongming is the deputy mayor and information about his daughter, Yan Jinan knows basically nothing else. Yan Haowan had only recently started paying attention to some of the most important officials in the capital and the province. Hearing that the Tian family had such connections with high-ranking government officials, he was of course very happy. Although he was a son-in-law, his father-in-law had obviously regarded him as one of the core members of the Tian family. Introducing him to senior officials is obviously also to expand his network of contacts for his future career. The only thing that made him a little embarrassed was that Sister Gingshan was also going to participate. He wanted to explain to his father-in-law and wife, but he didn't know how to say it. He and Gingshan had feelings for each other and had intimate contact such as hugging and kissing, but the latter was not his woman after all. Could it be that this person is the one he is planning to capture? After thinking it over, he decided not to say anything for the time being. Then, in order to prevent Sister Gingshan from behaving abnormally if they met suddenly, he sent her a WeChat message. He said that he and the eldest daughter had met their parents, and had been recognized by the Tian family, and their status had been determined. He is now going there with the father and daughter of the Tian family, and he has not yet told the eldest lady about their relationship. Zhang Jingshan is still as aloof as ever. I just replied him with 4 words, "Congratulations." Got it. However, Tian Yongwang received a call from Governor Yu and learned that someone was coming from Beijing, so he brought his daughter and son-in-law, a group of 3, to a secret club. This place belongs to the Tian family and is used specifically for entertaining distinguished guests and discussing secret matters with allies. The security here is tight, and the staff inside are all trustworthy men carefully selected by the Tian family. When they arrived, it was already 9:30 in the evening. Tian Yongwang introduced Yan Hawan to everyone right away, because the others were familiar with each other and were also frequent visitors here. Yan Hawan was very humble and greeted everyone one by one. When I finally met Sister Jingshan, both of us looked very natural, and everything was self-explanatory. After hearing about Yan Xiaozi's personal assets, everyone except Zhang Jingshan was very surprised. It is not surprising that someone chosen by the Tian family to be the eldest son-in-law is both capable and rich. But this guy is only 20 years old, still a junior student, and his family background is extremely ordinary. That would be very unusual. No wonder Miss Tian would take a liking to him. Although the service staff were also members of the Tian family, the matter of the visitor from the capital was kept very secret, so they only talked about daily matters at the dinner table. As we chatted, we ended up talking about the important issue of marriage for young people. Tian Lifen took the opportunity to persuade her daughter. Shanshan, look, Shirshir is only 2 years older than you, and she's getting married soon. But you haven't even had a boyfriend yet. Zhang Jingshan is only 25 years old, and is far from being an older leftover woman. But the problem is that she has never been in a relationship and she doesn't even have much interest in finding a partner. I arranged several blind dates for her, but they all ended in a bad way. The parents were indeed a little worried about this, and even suspected at one point that their daughter had a problem with her sexual orientation. Chapter 94, The Unexpected Public Confession from the Policewoman. Governor Yu's wife said with some regret. It's a pity that my little she is a little short, otherwise I would shamelessly want to marry Shanshan as my daughter-in-law. Yongwang, your nephew is also 25 years old, right? Has he found a partner yet? Before Tian Yongwang could speak, Tian Yuancher answered first. Aunt, my brother is a nerd and a dull guy, not suitable for Shanshan. Zhang Jingshan was speechless. Didn't they come here to discuss serious matters? Why did they bring her up again for no reason? She glanced at Yan Hawan, and somehow, she suddenly thought of the ambiguity between her and this man in the Huantang winery before, and a strange feeling arose in an instant. After thinking about it, she suddenly revealed a mischievous smile. Actually, I already have a man I like. Tian Lifen was startled at first, then overjoyed. Why haven't I heard you mention it before? Have we ever seen it? Whose child is it? You've all seen it. Zhang Zongming also became interested. Have we met before? Who is it? It's right in front of you. Everyone was stunned. There are 4 men here, but 1 is her father, 2 are her uncles, and the only young man is Tian Yuancher's future husband. The man I like is Huan Huan. Sister Shirshir, you marry Huan Huan as your principal wife, and I marry her as my co-wife, okay? This sentence is much more direct than the previous one, it's simply earth-shattering. Yan Hawan was also dumbfounded. Sister Shanshan, what are you doing? You can't play like this. But what surprised him even more was that he actually received a system prompt. Ding! Zhang Jingshan's favorability increased by 5%, and the current favorability is 90%. He looked at the policewoman, only to see that she was also looking at him. He was very experienced and he immediately felt that there was a kind of affection in this look that he had never seen before. He was a little surprised, but also a little confused. For some inexplicable reason, Sister Shanshan's favorability suddenly increased and broke through. Could it be because of what happened between him and the eldest lady? Sister Shanshan and I already have some feelings for each other, but a 90% favorability rate means that she truly and completely loves me. Even the way he looks at himself is different. In fact, let alone him, Jiang Jingshan herself was also a little confused. After she made the decision to help Huan Huan last time, she knew that she had fallen in love. And after being intimate with him half-heartedly, she was mentally prepared to be his woman. But her original intention was to let the relationship with Huan Huan develop naturally, and she didn't want it to happen so quickly, let alone make it public in such an occasion. But first he and Shirshir had established a relationship, and then her mother's urging for marriage suddenly stimulated her. Huan Huan is so outstanding, and so many outstanding women are in love with him. It's great to be his woman. Tian Yuanshi was the first to react. Shanshan, you are not kidding, are you? She and Jiang Jingshan have been best friends for many years, and the latter's cold personality and picky vision are even better than hers. Although Huan Huan is very outstanding, on the surface, he is only slightly handsome, and has a very special temperament. He is definitely not the kind of handsome that makes people unable to take their eyes off him at first sight. Could it be that Shanshan was attracted to him just because her father introduced his situation to her? Impossible. Shanshan is definitely not a vain person. Falling in love at first sight would never happen to her. Sister Shirshir, actually Huan Huan and I have known each other for a long time, and he even saved me. In the surprised eyes of the crowd, Jiang Jingshan continued. Dad, Mom, it's about Lu Quanwei. Fortunately, we met Huan Huan at that time. Otherwise, it would be unimaginable. Jiang Zongming and his wife had just come to their senses, but were stunned again. Tian Yuanshi suddenly realized that they already had feelings for each other. She looked at her lover, then at Shanshan, and smiled sincerely. Shanshan, then we are real sisters. It's just, I've wronged you a little bit. Tian Yongwang pretended to cough, and when he saw his daughter turn around, he signaled with his eyes. Tian Yuanshi didn't care at all. She knew Shanshan's character very well. Once a decision was made, it would be difficult for others, even her parents, to change it. Sure enough, the Jiang couple looked a little embarrassed. Since this boy Yen is recognized and favored by both Tian Yongwang and his daughter, his excellence is beyond doubt. But I already have a wife, Tian Yuanshi. What's wrong with Shanshan? Either she doesn't like a man, or she likes a man who has a wife. They don't know yet, but this guy not only has Tian Yuanshi as his wife, but also several other women. The couple's gaze first stayed on their daughter for a while, and then turned to Yen Haowan at the same time. Yen Haowan was of course very happy about Sister Jingshan's extremely unconventional confession that caught him off guard, but he also felt a little embarrassed at the same time. For a moment, he really didn't know what to say to the parents. Seeing his embarrassed look, Jiang Jingshan recalled the sweet words he said when he bullied her. She felt happy and a little funny, so she deliberately said, Huan Huan, didn't you say you like me and want me to be your woman? Why are you embarrassed to say it now that Sister Shirshir is here? Yen Haowan was really forced to the wall this time. Sister Jingshan's personality was really amazing. So, he simply admitted it openly. Sister Shanshan, I did say that. And now I also want you to be my woman. You just said you wanted to marry me as my co-wife, and I'm very happy too. Sister Shirshir, I didn't mean to hide it from you. I've already told you about my other women. As for Sister Jingshan, I just like her after all, so I am embarrassed to mention it. Tian Yuanshi was devoted to him, so naturally she completely believed his explanation and didn't mind at all. What's more, he has already admitted that he has 3 other women, so why would he deliberately hide one? Tian Yongwang had long known that this boy was a playboy, so he didn't take it seriously. The governor and his wife were both a little surprised. I was surprised at the boy's romantic nature, but also surprised at the calmness of the Tian father and daughter. Only the Jiang couple were even more shocked. This kid actually has other women? Then, seeing that their daughter had a calm and composed look on her face, they found it even more incredible. Did my daughter know this a long time ago? Even after knowing this, she still wanted to marry this man. Tian Lifen couldn't understand it, because her daughter used to hate philandering men the most. Now she not only likes a 20-year-old boy who already has several children, but she is also willing to be his concubine. As she thought about it, she suddenly understood something. Then she looked at her husband with some resentment. Jiang Zongming obviously also thought of the reason for his daughter's change. He was already feeling guilty, and when he was stared at by his wife, his expression suddenly became even more unnatural. Chapter 95 The Table. Yen Haoan had been paying close attention to the two elders and was a little surprised to see this detail. Then, he suddenly remembered something. The policewoman had always hated philandering men, but later she let him pretend to be her boyfriend in front of Li Liankai and his colleagues. After that, her attitude changed drastically, and she actually accepted the idea that men are greedy. At that time, he also asked if he was stimulated by something. Could it be that her father also has another woman? As he thought about it, the look in his eyes when he looked at Mayor Jiang became a little strange. The latter had rich social experience and immediately felt that there was something wrong with this boy's vision. He said quickly, "Marriage is a serious matter, how can it be treated as a joke? Shanshan, let's talk about this later." Jiang Jingshan had expressed herself clearly anyway, and she didn't want to embarrass her parents, so she nodded. Tian Lifen sighed secretly. She had just noticed the way her daughter looked at Yin Xiaozi. It was obvious that she had real feelings for him. The awkward atmosphere was broken by the ringing of a cell phone. It was Governor Yu's wife Wen Kaiyun's cell phone. "Okay, big sister. The distinguished guest has arrived, let's go greet him." Just now in the car, my father-in-law introduced some connections, but even he didn't know the specific identity of the person who came from Beijing this time. After listening to the introduction, Yen Haoan realized that those who came were indeed VIP guests. Vice Prime Minister He's wife, Vice Prime Minister He's senior assistant, Minister US assistant, but the most honorable person is a special envoy. In addition to government officials, there are also people from aristocratic families. Coincidentally, there is actually an acquaintance. It was Ouyang Manju, one of his targets, whom he had met once before but whose favorability towards him was later reduced to zero. She came with her father Ouyang Jingye. He remembered that he still had a difficult task to do with his classmate Ouyang, who was almost a perfect looker. Fortunately, the mission lasted for 6 years. Besides, he was now quite wealthy, so he could afford the 10,000 charm points penalty for failure. Because he was thinking about the mission, he couldn't help but look at the other person a few more times. Unexpectedly, the latter was also looking at him out of curiosity. The reason for curiosity was naturally that this classmate had not even graduated from college, but he and Sister Shishir had become husband and wife. After their eyes made contact, the little girl's face turned slightly red and she ran away instantly. Ding! Ouyang Manju's favorability increased by 20%, and the current favorability is 20%. Yen he was delighted. There was such a good thing? Although it was still a long way from the 90% mission goal, it was still an unexpected progress. Although everyone has met and been introduced, those who are truly qualified to discuss important matters are people of high rank and status. The 4 juniors present, him, the eldest lady, Sister Dingshan, and classmate Ouyang, were all resting in another place. Among the 4 people, 3 are beautiful women, one is his fiancée, one has just confessed his love to her, and the other is one of his target objects. What a coincidence! The 4 of them sat around a rectangular table drinking tea, he and the young lady on one side, the policewoman and classmate Ouyang on the other. Although it has been introduced just now, these younger generations only nodded a little. Tian Yuanshi immediately introduced everyone to each other. She had no idea that Yen Haoan and Ouyang Manju also knew each other. As soon as she finished the introduction, Yen Haoan confessed. He greeted the beautiful girl across from him. "Hello, classmate Ouyang. What a coincidence to meet you again." Ouyang Manju is obviously well educated and well mannered. Although her favorability is only 20%, she is very polite. "Hello, Yen." Now both the young lady and the policewoman were surprised. The Tian family and the Ouyang family are not formal allies, but they have had a lot of industrial cooperation. Tian Yuanshi had followed her father or directly represented the family to communicate with the Ouyang family many times, and had attended the latter's family dinners twice. Classmate Manju was petite but stunningly beautiful. She had a very good impression of her and the two had chatted before, so they were quite familiar with each other. "Huan, do you know Manju?" "Well, she came to Sushui with 2 classmates before. One of the classmates happened to be a friend of my roommate, so we had dinner together once. Not long after we met." When Tian Yuanshi heard that the boy actually used the emphasis on the word acquaintance, she naturally knew what this meant and gently pinched his thigh. Zhang Jingshan stared at Yen Haoan imperceptibly. The latter understood it immediately, but it was difficult to explain in this situation, so he just played dumb. Unexpectedly,
Shan, what's wrong with you?
Jiang Jingshan was slightly startled and quickly pretended nothing had happened.
Nothing, I drank some red wine tonight, a little too much.
Tian Yuancher knew that she really liked red wine, so she had no doubts and asked with concern.
Would you like to lie down for a while?
There are plenty of rooms here. No, it's nice to drink tea and chat.
As policewoman Zhang spoke, she glared at the pervert opposite her without leaving a trace. Yan Hahuan is very understanding.
But this time he looked innocent, thinking to himself, it was you who was the one first. After being innocent, he began to divert attention with other topics.
Chapter 96, Sprinkle 2 portions of dog food in front of the stunning little beauty. Jiang Jingshan looked at the little beauty and said, Sister Manju is so beautiful. Even a woman like me is attracted by her face. Since Ouyang Manju was a child, many people have praised her beauty.
However, in this situation, this topic still made her blush. After all, there was a boy present. You and Sister Shirshir are both very beautiful. And you both have such great figures, which is really enviable. It's not easy for the policewoman to accept this offer, because Ouyang's appearance is indeed unmatched, but her figure is indeed petite and she has a flat chest.
Both she and Shirshir are tall and have perfect C-cup breasts.
She quickly saw the opportunity and immediately changed the subject.
Manju, do you have a boyfriend? Sister, I'm only a sophomore. What's wrong with being a sophomore? Look at classmate Yen, she's one grade higher than you and she's getting married.
Hearing this, Ouyang Manju was indeed quite curious. It is not uncommon for the daughter of a wealthy family to have interactions with him.
Didn't she herself have an encounter with classmate Yen?
But what is strange is that the two are 7 years apart in age, and Sister Shirshir is the successful heir to the Tian family.
Sister Shirshir, how did you and classmate Yen know each other?
When Tian Yuancher heard the girl asking about how they met, her face suddenly turned red. Yan Haoan really liked to see his lover's shy look, so he deliberately replied. It's like this, Sister Shirshir was harmed by a bad guy before, and I happened to be the hero to save her. The next story, of course, is that Sister Shirshir fell in love with me, the great hero, at first sight and decided to marry me. The policewoman opposite saw that he was pretending to be serious and couldn't help but kick this show off again.
Miss Tian didn't expect that he would speak directly, and her face turned even redder.
Ouyang Manju seemed to be listening to a story, but she always felt something was wrong and gave a questioning look to her sister opposite her. After all, Tian Yuancher had seen big scenes before, so after being shy, she quickly calmed down.
Huanuan's story about a hero saving a beautiful girl is only half true. Half true? Which half? Humph. I'm a beauty, so this half is definitely true. As for the hero, that's just his conceit.
Yan Haoan had no shame at all, and instead looked smug.
If my husband wasn't a hero, why would a rich lady like you marry me?
Tian Yuancher's face was full of sweetness, but she refused to admit defeat. You just happened to take advantage of me. After she finished speaking, she suddenly noticed that Jingshan's eyes looked a little strange, and she understood instantly. Her words were actually a stroke of luck.
When she merged with him unexpectedly, wasn't she just getting an advantage? Suddenly my face started to feel hot again.
Ouyang Manju looked at the shy and attractive elder sister with an incredible look on her face.
These two people were actually flirting openly in front of them. However, what was even more incredible to her was yet to come. Sister Manju, classmate Yen is really a hero.
I was almost killed by the bad guys last time, and he saved me.
Miss Tian responded very tactfully. So Sister Jingshan has decided to marry him too.
Humph, this guy is getting a good deal.
Ouyang Manju can even fit an egg in her mouth.
She looked at the policewoman classmate, only to see that she was smiling.
Yeah, this guy is really lucky. But who can blame me for falling in love with him? Yan Haoan never thought that they would talk about this in front of classmate Ouyang.
At first he was a little embarrassed, then his face was filled with happiness and pride.
So he explained openly. Student Ouyang, this is indeed a little hard to believe. But I will indeed marry them.
Sister Shirshir will be the principal wife, and Sister Shanshan will be the secondary wife. I will love and protect them for the rest of my life. After hearing these straightforward love words, the two girls looked happy and their eyes were full of love.
Ouyang Manju has never been in love before, and she was almost choked to death by this dog food.
It's not like she has never seen couples show affection before, but this classmate Yen actually shows off his affection with two beautiful sisters at the same time in such a bottomless way. It really opened her eyes. It took her a while to come back to her senses. She took a deep look at the not very impressive junior student and said sincerely, "Congratulations to both of you. And congratulations to classmate Yen." Ding! Ouyang Manju's favorability increased by 20%, and the current favorability is 40%. Yen Hawan was surprised for a moment. What was going on? After knowing that he is a playboy, my favorability towards him increased instead of decreased? Of course, Ouyang Manju's favorability level did not increase because she knew he was a playboy. Instead, it was because she developed a stronger curiosity. It would be fine if two such outstanding sisters were in love with him. The key is that they could actually accept each other and marry him together, which shows that this little brother must have some extraordinary qualities. Yen Hawan's favorability towards classmate Ouyang increased by 40% in a short period of time, which made him feel a little proud. He thought of the mission and wondered if he should strike while the iron is hot and see if he could get promoted again. "Mr. Ouyang, excuse me, how tall is your mother?" Ouyang Manju was very surprised because the question was indeed very presumptuous. She hesitated for a moment, but chose to answer truthfully. "My mother is 170 centimeters tall and has a similar figure to Sister Shirshir. Your father is at least 185 centimeters tall. Your mother is that tall too. Have you ever wondered why you are so petite? Given your family's conditions, it can't possibly be a nutrition problem, right?" Now not only Ouyang, but also his two lovers felt very strange. This question was not only presumptuous, but also somewhat involved privacy. Don't get me wrong, I don't mean anything else. I'm just learning about medicine, and I think Ouyang's constitution is more of a cold one. Ouyang Manju was even more shocked now than when she heard that two women wanted to marry him. "Student Yen, how did you figure that out?" Jiang Jingshan knew that this man had special abilities and could observe feng shui and fortune, but could he even tell that someone had a cold constitution? This overturned her perception again. Although Miss Tian had had many of the most in-depth contacts with him, her understanding of his abilities was still not as good as that of the policewoman, and she looked even more confused. "Mr. Ouyang, it's hard for me to explain how you can tell right now. But I think your cold constitution has greatly affected your absorption of nutrients, which in turn has affected your physical development." Ouyang Manju was completely stunned when she heard this, because several famous doctors and experts who had treated her had said the same thing. But this classmate didn't even take her pulse. This is too amazing. Could it be that this is a powerful being who is more powerful than famous doctors and higher than masters? The reason why he won the hearts of his two sisters is because of this magical special ability? Ding! Ouyang Manju's favorability increased by 20%, and the current favorability is 60%. Chapter 97 Treatment Methods. Ouyang Manju was indeed very excited, her voice was trembling, and even her address changed. "Brother Yen, do you have any solution?" She is already 19 years old and has long given up on her figure, but her cold constitution not only affects her development, but also brings her long-term physical pain. The family has consulted various famous doctors and experts to help her diagnose and treat her condition, but in the end they all said that the root cause was that her constitution was too cold and that they could only provide slight relief when the condition flared up, but there was no way to cure the disease. My father came to Sushui this time to discuss important matters, and brought her with him because he heard that the Morong family recently invited a priest who was a master of medicine, so he wanted to try his luck. Hearing the beautiful girl change her name to Brother Yen, someone was very proud and immediately took the opportunity to change his address. "Sister Manju, considering your age, it may be difficult to improve your body shape. But I do have some solutions for the pain urine cold disease causes to your body, such as stubborn dysmenorrhea." Jiang Dingshan spat out a mouthful of tea. Tian Yuanshir was once again extremely surprised. Both of them stared straight at the magical boy. "Don't look at me like that, I'm not a god. I've only heard from my master that this extremely cold and constitution will cause some long-term effects on the body. The most typical case is severe uterine cold, which manifests itself as persistent dysmenorrhea." Little beautiful Ouyang never expected that her brother was so smart that he could even see her stubborn disease, and she never thought that he would actually say it out loud on the spot. Her face instantly turned red with shame. But thinking of the pain she felt every time she had her period, she suppressed her shyness and whispered, "Brother Yen, do you really have a solution?" Yen Hawan began to make up stories. "Well, my master once met a girl with a similar situation to yours, and this method was effective for her. As for whether this method will work for you, I can only say that it is theoretically feasible, but I cannot guarantee it." Although there was no guarantee, Ouyang Manju was still very excited.
Brother Yen, I wonder who your master is? What conditions are required to ask him to treat you? My master is a hermit master. After teaching me his skills, he went on a journey around the world. If master doesn't come to find me, I won't be able to contact him. Yang was a little disappointed, but then he said, Brother Yen, did your master teach you this treatment method? I did teach it, but... Brother Yen, just tell me what conditions you need. As long as my Yang family can afford it. It's not that it requires any conditions, but this treatment method is very weird. I'm afraid you may not be able to accept it, Sister Manju. Student Yang was stunned at first, and then she lowered her voice again. Brother Yen, what exactly is this treatment method? Can you tell me about it? Yen Haowan thought for a moment and replied. Let the two sisters tell you. Then he said to his two women, Sister Shishir, Sister Shanshan, come with me. After listening to his treatment method, the two beauties looked at each other with very strange expressions. Although both women have a 90% favorability towards him, Tian Yuanshir's love is loyal and her trust in her lover is no different from a 100% favorability. So she never doubted Yen Haowan's motives, she just simply felt it was strange. Of course Jiang Jingshan didn't think that he was taking advantage of her, but she did have some doubts. After all, this guy is a playboy. Although Ouyang Manju has a thin figure, her face is so beautiful that it's almost unfair. Who wouldn't be moved? Huan, tell me the truth, are you attracted to Sister Manju again? Yen Haowan said sincerely. I really didn't. He was speaking the truth. Everyone likes beautiful women, especially such a stunning beauty. But sometimes, liking someone doesn't necessarily mean you fancy him or want to possess him. If it weren't for the system task, even if he wanted to help, he would wait until the right opportunity came before asking. It would be impossible to be so abrupt as now and point out someone's physical problems, especially such a private issue as dysmenorrhea. Really? Sister Manju is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Do you dare to say you don't like her? Yen was speechless. It was obvious that Sister Shanshan did not trust his ability to resist her beauty. He thought about it and said it more bluntly. It would be a lie to say I don't like such a gorgeous and pure little beauty. But this kind of liking is similar to liking a very beautiful flower or a very beautiful bonsai. At least for now, I really don't have that kind of thought about this girl. But I'm afraid that this sister will have some ideas about you by then. Yen Haowan thought of Hu Wanwan. He could sense affection just by touching her head. So he continued to tell the truth and explained to the two girls about his treatment of Hu Wanwan. Policewoman Jiang showed her signature half-smile expression again. Look. I guessed it. Humph, you are just getting a bargain again. Yen Haowan felt even more embarrassed. My two dear sisters, please stop fanning the flames. I am not Lu Xiaohui. I can clearly say that I really have no idea at the moment, but if you continue to instigate me like this, I can't guarantee that I won't be tempted. If you're interested, then be interested. Anyway, even a woman like me is a little moved by this little sister. Yen Haowan. Sister Gingshan, you are so beautiful, but you have never been in a relationship. Is there something wrong with your sexual orientation? Jiang Jingshan pinched the boy and said, you are the one with a problem with your sexual orientation. Ha, Sister Shishir knows best whether there is a problem with my sexual orientation or not. Sister Shanshan, you will soon understand too. The policewoman didn't expect that he would tease her so blatantly. Even though she had already confessed her feelings and agreed to be his woman, she was still very shy. When Yen saw the shy look of this cold sister, and thought of the extremely exciting leg and foot interaction under the table just now, his heart began to itch. If the timing wasn't inappropriate, I really want to prove to this sister right on the spot whether there is any problem with her sexual orientation. Chapter 98. I really didn't want to take advantage. Fortunately, Miss Tian still has some rationality after all. Although she really wanted to, it was inappropriate for them to practice together under such circumstances. So she still pushed her lover away with supreme willpower. Finding that the man was still trying to get closer, Miss Tian quickly said, Sister Manju is waiting for us. These words finally made Yen Haowan sober up temporarily. He quickly put into practice the meditation method he had used during his training. Then he covered up by saying, my two sisters, after I found out that classmate Ouyang had a cold syndrome, I really wanted to help her. But what you said makes sense. This treatment method is indeed a bit weird. It will definitely have a great psychological impact on the girl.
Why don't you just tell her the truth and let her decide for herself? When the two girls heard him talking about serious matters, they calmed down their fluttering hearts and nodded in agreement. I won't go over there. It's a bit embarrassing. Tell me after you've discussed it. After hearing about this absurdly magical treatment method, the beautiful girl was too embarrassed to consult her brother in person. If he wasn't Sister Shursher's fiancé, she would definitely suspect that he was up to something bad. So Tian Yuansher came back to give feedback and asked him a very critical question. Will this method work in one go? Yan Hahuan smiled bitterly. He expected it to work in one go. That was wishful thinking. I know some Taoist magic, and I also have some skills granted by the system, but I am not a god. He patiently explained. I treated Hu Wenwen's brain aneurysm 8 times before it was completely cured. Moreover, I made a rough judgment based on the feedback of True Qi after the first treatment. I can't be sure about Sister Manju's condition. I need to treat her once and then make a rough judgment based on the feedback. The so-called Qi feedback is pure nonsense. Although he himself cannot judge it, the system will give prompts when he uses the Xianyang Duzhen method to treat the target object. Miss Tian thought for a moment, then pulled him back to the lounge, saying, as the saying goes, don't be shy about your illness, don't be afraid of seeing a doctor. How can you handle the matter of seeing a doctor by passing it around? You two should just talk about it face to face. However, Yan Haowan felt that what the eldest lady said was indeed reasonable, so he simply repeated his previous answer. Seeing the beautiful girl lowering her head and keeping silent, he didn't say anything else. Thus, the four of them were silent, and the atmosphere seemed a little weird. Tian Yuansher noticed that the air suddenly became quiet and was about to speak, but Ouyang Manju raised her head and said boldly. My two sisters, Brother Yan, I came to Sushui with my father this time just to get treatment. Under the surprised gazes of the three people, the little beauty continued to explain. My father heard that the Morong family in Sushui recently invited a priest who was a master of medicine, so he took the opportunity to come here to discuss matters and brought me here to seek medical treatment. Miss Tian's eyes lit up. If it's the Morong family's offering, then there won't be a problem. Sister Manju, I'll take care of it. Thank you, Sister Shursher. Tian Yuansher acted decisively and started contacting on the spot, and it was decided after a short while. Tomorrow she will accompany classmate Ouyang to Morong's house to see the priest for treatment. Ouyang Manju thought for a moment, then said softly, thank you, Brother Yan. She knew that this brother was really doing this for her own good. Yan Hahuan also felt this and smiled. As long as he was not misunderstood as trying to take advantage of others, it would be fine. Coincidentally, they had just made their decision and the top-level secret talks were over. Several elders came over, but their expressions were a little complicated. Yan Haowan was still in shock when he heard his future father-in-law say, Xiao Huan, please come over here for a moment. The special envoy wants to see you. At this moment, the 4 young people, 1 man and 3 women, were all stunned. After Yan Haowan was stunned, he asked, Father-in-law, are you just seeing me? Well, hurry up and go. Don't keep the envoy waiting for too long. Yan Haowan originally wanted to ask for clarification, but upon hearing this, he had to put aside his curiosity and confusion for the time being. Under the guidance of a special envoy guard, Yan Haowan came to another room. After entering, the guard closed the door. He discovered that there was only the special envoy in the room, still wearing a veil. Yan Haowan was even more confused. Mr. Special Envoy, what instructions do you have for Yan? Mr. Yan, why don't you introduce yourself first? Yan Haowan frowned. This sounded familiar. He thought about the secret conversation his father-in-law had with him before. So he started to act stupid and introduced himself very briefly. Finally, he added that he had been favored by Miss Montaigne and approved by the head of the family. Now, in name, he was the Mrs. husband and the registration would be completed in the near future. Mr. Yan's self-introduction is a bit simple. Yan Haowan was stunned, not knowing what the special envoy meant. Mr. Yan, how about you take a look at these first and then make some additions? The special maid took out a thick stack of bound papers and handed it to him. Yan Haowan took it immediately and quickly started to look through it. The more he looked, the uglier his expression became. Because it is filled with information about him. The family background, personal resume, and so on mentioned above are fine. The key point is the later part, starting from when he was abandoned and ridiculed by Jiang Shaoqing. Almost all the activity information was listed clearly on the paper. Not only him, but also some information about his women, including Tian Yuancher, Luo Yu, Hu Wenwen, Wei Qilan, Jiang Jingshan. Chapter 99. How could the special envoy from the capital be so cute? Yan Haowan's face was very gloomy. Since he got the system, he had encountered camel fish crisis incidents, but none of them made him feel a chill down his spine like this. Because apart from system-related things, he was actually thoroughly investigated by this special envoy. But I knew almost nothing about her. Judging from her figure and voice, she should be a young woman. Even though they were sitting face to face, he didn't even know what the other person looked like. Because this female envoy was wearing a black opaque veil the whole time, and only slightly lifted a corner of it when drinking tea. The more he dares not see the light, the more interested he becomes. He thought about it and directly used the chi-gazing technique. XXX physical condition, healthy special physique, body of fire spirit current luck, red good luck. Hey, what a harvest! It turns out to be another special physique. But what the hell is a fire spirit body? How is it, Mr. Yen? Do you have anything to add? For example, how did they earn so much money and how did they hide it? Yan Haowan did not answer directly. He calmed down and asked calmly. I wonder what the special envoy's intention is to care about me so much. The special envoy actually let out a laugh like a silver bell, which was very clear and pleasant. What I mean is that Mr. Yen is a very interesting person. This special envoy is very interested in him. Don't beat around the bush, Mr. Special Envoy, just tell me what you want me to do. You are already the son-in-law of the Tian family. Tian Yongwan will tell you what to do. I am simply interested in you. Tell me, Brother Strong, what adventures have happened to you since you were dumped by Jiang Shaoqing? Yan Haowan knew that this special envoy, or the power behind him, was too powerful and it was impossible to fool them. In that case, let us tell the old story again. I met a hermit master, he said there was a chance between us and him, and he accepted me as his apprentice. Master not only taught me many skills, but also left most of his property to me through various means. The total value is so much that I can't even figure it out. He sneered in his heart, no matter how powerful you are as a special envoy, you will never be able to find the hidden master system. Moreover, Mr. Tong must have a special protection mechanism for the flow of funds, otherwise the amount of cash back from his subsequent consumption would have become larger and larger, from tens of millions to hundreds of millions or even tens of billions. Banks, police and other relevant departments would have come to investigate long ago. If he had not transferred a large amount of funds to Luo Yu and Hu Wenwen for investment and consumption, it is estimated that the special envoy would not be able to find any abnormalities in his account. What is your master's name? I've already said that he's a hidden master, how can there be any title? Every time the master calls himself the master. The special envoy is such a powerful figure, how could he be fooled so easily? But some things this kid did were simply inexplicable. Mr. Yen seems a little nervous, but there is no need to be nervous. If I had any ill will towards you, why would I talk to you alone? When Yan Haowan heard this, he felt that there was some truth in it. Not only did they chat with him privately, they also told him directly that they were investigating his background, and they addressed him respectfully, so it was obvious that they had no intention of doing anything bad to him. This made him feel a lot more at ease. Then after he calmed down a little, his mind became more active. This is a special envoy sent from above to discuss important matters with local high-level officials. Regardless of his age, he should be a man of steady character. But judging from the style of his conversation just now, this special envoy is obviously a very lively and outgoing person, he can even be called strong brother. Yan Haowan felt incredible and at the same time, he became much braver. Then, he chuckled. Mr. Special Envoy, you have thoroughly investigated my background, and you still want me to not be nervous. Is that possible? Put yourself in their shoes. If everyone knew what color underwear you like to wear, would you still be able to remain calm? He had long noticed that this envoy was a young woman and a playful one, so he simply teased her, trying to take the opportunity to make her nervous and turn the passive into active. However, the female envoy did not get angry despite his blatant teasing. Instead, she burst into laughter. No wonder he has so many women at such a young age. Besides being talented and rich, his flirting skills are top-notch. But you are really brave, teasing me. Even Governor Yu was polite to me. What does the relationship between you upper echelons have to do with a commoner like me? Now it's just a young man communicating with a young and beautiful girl. What's wrong with being a little bolder? I was wearing a veil the whole time, how do you know that I am a beautiful girl?
Yen Hawan said shamelessly, just based on my experience of flirting with so many girls. Ha, you are really good at talking. Then you can guess based on your experience, who is prettier, me or your Miss Tian? You don't even need to guess. Of course my Shirshir is pretty. Humph, I thought you could come up with some brilliant ideas. Shirshir is my wife. In the eyes of others, you may be prettier than her. In my eyes, Shirshir is the prettiest. Such sweet words almost moved me. This is not sweet talk, this is just what I really think. Okay, I believe you. But I still don't understand, if Miss Tian is so precious in your eyes, why do you have affairs with so many women? Yen Hawan was silent for a long time, then answered honestly. Maybe I'm just too lecherous. The envoy laughed exaggeratedly. You are quite interesting. I have never seen a man as interesting as you. Yen Hawan muttered to himself, is this interesting? This envoy has met too few people. Then, he was even more confused. Are you really a special envoy? You're not just a little girl who followed your father out to play. You are the little girl, and you actually doubt my identity. It's not that I look down on you, but your performance is not much different from that of my cousin who just graduated from high school. Humph, what's wrong with being younger? I'm a genius girl. Girl? Oops, I accidentally revealed my age. Humph, you're lucky. Yen Hawan, how is this a good deal for me? Then he understood. No wonder she was so lively and cute. It turned out she was actually a girl. He is similar to his family's lively character Yen Hechi, also a little brat. Mr. Special Envoy, with your style of speaking, can we discuss business? I'm just chatting with you now. When we're talking about business, we should act like we're talking about business. Yen Hawan quickly imagined a scene. His Xiaoqi was sitting upright, discussing national affairs seriously with a group of senior officials like Governor Yu. As he was mending the patch, he couldn't help laughing out loud. Chapter 100. The identity of the special envoy turned out to be. Humph! How dare you laugh at me? Believe it or not, I will make you pay for it. How dare I, a commoner, laugh at the special envoy? You are a distinguished guest that even Governor Yu has to be polite to. The envoy uttered another arrogant humph. Good to know. However, my wife is still waiting for me. If you have nothing else to say, special envoy, I will take my leave first. How can it be all right? Chatting with me is the most important thing. Yen Hawan. I wonder what else the special envoy would like to discuss. Tell me, how did you cultivate to the 4th level at the age of only 20? Yen Hawan was stunned. It is not surprising if other things are discovered by others. After all, as long as they are done, there will always be clues left. But it is impossible for anyone to know his level of the 4th heaven. When Lanner asked him about it, he just vaguely said that it was impossible to describe it specifically in terms of realm. Then how did this girl envoy know this? Are you wondering how I know you are at the 4th level of the heaven? Yes, it is indeed very strange. I hope the special envoy can tell me. Because I am also a cultivator. I am in the middle stage of the 3rd heaven. Yen Hawan was stunned again. Soon after he entered the 4th level, he learned how to sense and restrain his breath. Normally, he keeps his aura restrained. As long as he doesn't show it off on purpose, cultivators at a lower level than him shouldn't be able to sense that he is a cultivator. Moreover, if this envoy is a cultivator in the 3rd heaven realm, even if he is in the middle stage, his strength is inferior to his. It is impossible for him to have no perception at all. Unless. Mr. Special Envoy, do you have any magic tools or props on you? Smart. This is a treasure that Master gave to me. It can hide my own aura, but can also observe the aura of others. Unless your realm reaches the 6th level, I can sense it. It is true. This treasure has such miraculous effects, it's amazing. Special Envoy, there is no special reason why I was able to cultivate to the 4th heaven realm at the age of 20. It is purely because of my extraordinary talent. Just as you, the Special Envoy, are a genius girl, I am also a genius boy. Humph, just keep bragging. You were a poor dumped bastard more than a month ago. You had no skills at all, what a genius. Yen Hahuan was a little embarrassed. Although the age of this envoy is unknown, she calls herself a girl, so she must be very young. However, she has already reached the middle stage of the 3 realms, which is much higher than Lanner. It is no exaggeration to say that she is a genius. As for myself, although I am stronger, it is because of the dual cultivation with Loner that I obtained the essence of the heavenly phoenix body. He thought quickly. I am indeed a young genius, this is how my master evaluates me. It's just that my talent is limited to cultivation. Before I met my master, no one had discovered my talent. Is that true? What else? Okay, I believe you. Yen Haowan laughed secretly in his heart. The little girl was just a little girl after all. She was so easy to fool. Mr. Yen, you are so capable, just follow me in the future. Yen Haowan was stunned. He was about to speak when he suddenly received a series of system prompts. It turned out to be a long-lost system task, and it contained a huge amount of information. It was a very unusual task. Ding! The system has detected a suitable target object. Target object information is being transmitted. Name, Lou Moody. Age, 18 years old. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Bust, C cup. Appearance score, 97. Body score, 95. Princess Yu of the Han Kingdom, commander of the Special Service Guard. The second daughter of the Emperor and Empress, and sister of the Crown Prince and Princess Ingrong. Current favorability, 60%. Optional mission, join the Special Forces. Task deadline, 1 hour. Accept the reward, 20,000 charm points plus Princess Yu's initial trust. Betrayal punishment, once you join the Special Forces, you are not allowed to voluntarily quit for the rest of your life, otherwise it will be considered as betrayal. 1. 20,000 charm points will be deducted. If the charm points are insufficient, one of the host's skills will be randomly eliminated. 2. The special guards will hunt you down forever, and the fight will not stop until you die. Yen Haowan digested the task content as quickly as possible and frowned immediately. That's a lot of information, especially the identity of this subject. This special envoy turned out to be a princess. No wonder she had such a noble status at such a young age and even wore a veil to hide her identity. Appearance score, 97. Body score, 95. She is indeed a great beauty. No wonder I asked myself, who is prettier between me and Sister Shirshir? What's even more amazing is that when he checked the eldest lady's character information, he found that their age, weight, appearance and body score were exactly the same. Then, the princess's favorability towards him was as high as 60%. They had never met before. Maybe it's because after fully understanding his background, I feel that he is capable and a good person. Then the princess actually addressed him as Mr. Yen, which was obviously a sign of respect for the master of Taoism. But in addition to the princess's identity, Yen Haowan was more interested in this little sister's other identity. Special Service Guard Commander? No wonder he is so used to saying this envoy at such a young age. It turns out that it's not because he is a special envoy this time, but because he is the commander. Although I don't know what this Special Service Guard is, but just hearing the name, it feels a bit like the ancient Jinyui. Moreover, since they were able to investigate his background so thoroughly, they must be extremely powerful, probably from a secret spy agency. The princess is only 18 years old and has such a lively and lovely personality. When she says some things, she seems more like a simple little girl who has not experienced much of the world. With his age, experience and personality, how could he be the head of such a spy agency? This style of painting is quite incongruous no matter how you look at it. But it was just a casual thought and his attention soon returned to the task itself. This is an optional mission, and there are penalties. Accepting is easy, just agree to join. But once you join, you will not be able to withdraw voluntarily for the rest of your life, and you will be trapped forever. The key point is that the reward for accepting the mission and the punishment for betrayal are obviously not equal. The rewards and penalties for 20,000 charm points are the same, needless to say, but the other parts are very different. The reward is just the princess trust, but the punishment is a relentless hunt that threatens your life. If it is absolute trust, then it is fine, after all, she is Her Royal Highness the Princess. This fun and interesting princess obviously doesn't seem like a bad person. She is the Crown Prince's biological sister, and her father-in-law has a very high and positive opinion of the Crown Prince. This is obviously a diamond thigh, there will definitely be benefits if you hold it tightly. The problem is that the princess trust is only preliminary, which doesn't mean much. He was about to refuse the mission, but suddenly he remembered a famous saying, if you can't beat them, join them. Then he immediately gave up the idea.
This organization is so awesome, and it is run by a princess. It is obvious that it was set up by high-ranking royal officials, or even the big boss. Although Her Royal Highness the Princess has no ill will towards me at the moment, what if in the future? If such a powerful organization wants to deal with us, we will definitely not be able to defeat them. For safety reasons, why not join them and become one of them? Anyway, this time the princess brought a team here overnight for a secret meeting, and his father-in-law was also among them, which means that the Tian family has been included in their camp. As the son-in-law of the Tian family, I must advance and retreat together with the Tian family. In fact, I am already a member of her boat. It is nothing more than that the entire camp is considered a big ship, and the Special Forces guards are considered a small boat. But no matter what, they must be in the same group. So let's join them. Chapter 101, Flirting with Her Royal Highness the Princess. However, even though he had a plan, Yan Haoan was not in a hurry to accept the task, since there was still some time left in the countdown. When the time comes, the system will accept it by default. Why not take this time to learn about the benefits of joining this so-called special forces? He was thinking too much, and before he even opened his mouth to ask what the benefits were, the princess couldn't wait any longer. Hey, I told you to follow me in the future. Did you hear me? Yan Haoan already knew what doing things meant through the system tasks, but he still pretended to ask. Mr. Special Envoy, can you be more specific about what you are talking about? What do we need to do? I'm in charge of a very interesting department. You just need to join the department and do the work as required. Yan Haoan was somewhat speechless. For such an important spy agency, the princess actually defined it as fun? Then I don't know what department it is? What specific work does it do? Why are you so troublesome? You are not straightforward at all. Humph. I asked you to work with me because I think highly of you. You don't even know how good the benefits of this department are. Mr. Special Envoy, you have already checked my background thoroughly, you should know that I am not short of money. The benefits I'm talking about are not just about money. What do you mean? Could it be that this benefit also includes the supply of beautiful women? You're such a pervert. You think about women all day long. You've had so many women. Can you sleep with them all? Although Yan Haoan had only had a brief contact with the princess, he had already roughly figured out the little sister's temper. Not only is he interesting and fun, he's also very generous. He doesn't get angry at dirty jokes, and he'll even call him by an ambiguous nickname like Strong Brother. The most important thing is that people have a 60% favorability towards him. Now that he heard her talking to him about women again, he became bolder and bolder. Mr. Special Envoy, I am gifted. I can sleep with as many women as I want. But you are still a girl, you don't understand. You are so shameless, I won't talk to you anymore. Even though he was called shameless, the princess's favorability towards him did not decrease. Yan Haoan smiled secretly, he was not really angry. After a while, the lively princess couldn't help herself anymore. In fact, the benefits I'm talking about include not only material benefits, but also privileges. Privilege? Yan Haoan finally became interested. Yeah, the people in my department, well, only the core staff are allowed to have that much power. What kind of power do they have? Humph. You haven't even agreed to help me, so I won't tell you. Yan he was so happy, was this really in order? She was just a proud little girl. Well, 18 years old is actually not that young. As for her figure, she is not tall but not petite either. With 2 strategic grain reserve warehouses, the volume is even 1 cup size larger than Miss Tian's. He continued to pretend. Mr. Special Envoy, you know that I am still in college. That I have so many careers to take care of and so many women to take care of, it's really busy. So I am afraid I can only appreciate the good intentions of the Special Envoy. What does being busy have to do with it? You are a master of the 4th level of the sky. You don't have to do ordinary daily things. Only when there is an important mission and when there is a need, you can come to help. What the Special Envoy means is that I only need to put my name on the list and don't need to punch in at work during normal times. I just need to show up at critical moments? That's about what it means. Yan he happily thought that it wouldn't be a big problem if it was just a name. Although an important mission would require the participation of a master like him, and there might be some danger, he was not too worried. After all, the favorability level is 60%. It is a pure suicide mission, the princess probably won't let him participate.
Seeing that he hadn't expressed his opinion yet, the princess got a little angry. You can enjoy the benefits and privileges just by being listed in the name list. What else is there to consider? Is there any problem? One last question, can I not join? The princess was amused by him. I have already taken a fancy to you, what do you think? I already have a wife and multiple concubines. If you take a fancy to me, I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with. You are a special envoy with a distinguished status, so it would not be appropriate even if you put the second wife there. You wish. When I said I liked you, I meant that I wanted you to be my subordinate and serve me. Does this service include sleeping with you, my lord? Although the princess has a lively personality, people who come into contact with her on a daily basis, even if they don't know her identity, know that she is of noble status and dare not speak casually. Only a few extremely familiar people can communicate more freely, but who dares to say such words? So the princess had a lot of fun meeting such a bold and shameless person. Sure enough, she was not angry at all about this blatant teasing, but she laughed happily. You can come and try it. Can you really try it? Of course, as long as you're not afraid of losing your head. Forget it, the kid only has one head, it would be a shame if it fell off. You have the desire but not the courage. Mr. Special Envoy, can I understand that you are trying to seduce me? The princess laughed again. He's capable, rich, bold, and shameless. No wonder he can deceive so many girls. Thank you for the compliment and encouragement, sir. But I didn't do it by cheating. You're always flirting with me with sweet talk, it's nothing but lies. Yan Haowan secretly laughed in his heart. You know that I am flirting with you, and you are still interacting with me so happily, isn't that the same as flirting with me too? But he answered seriously. I rely on sincere love. They are all moved by my love. I don't believe you. Stop talking nonsense and express your opinion. You've already said that you've taken a liking to me, so what choice do I have? Then I'll join. Anyway, the mission countdown has ended, and the system has made a default choice for him to accept the mission. Ding! The host has accepted Lou Moody's optional mission. The mission reward is issued. The host gains 20,000 charm points, and the current charm points are 45,000. The host has gained the initial trust of Princess Yu. And the host can report directly to Princess Yu without going through other commanders. Ding, Lou Moody's favorability increased by 10%, and the current favorability is 70%. The princess chuckled, you know what's good for you. Yan Haowan received the system prompt and was in a good mood. Mr. Special Envoy, if I say so, you will join. Do you really trust me so much? I can find out exactly what color underwear you like to wear. How can I be afraid that you will regret it? Yan Haowan almost laughed out loud. This girl was so funny, was she really a princess of noble status? But her words were true. Being targeted by the head of such a powerful spy agency, if she went back on her word and betrayed him, she would be doomed. Chapter 102, The Special Service Guard has triple identity as a military and police officer. Yan Haowan said in an exaggerated manner. Your Excellency is wise. Sir, since I am now your subordinate, I can now introduce what your department does and what benefits it provides, right? The princess smiled proudly, and then introduced it in detail. The department I am in charge of is called the Special Service Guard. As the name suggests, it is responsible for special duties. You can also think of it as a secret service agency. Yan Haowan had guessed it long ago, but he just cooperated and made a shocked expression. Secret service? No wonder they were able to investigate me so thoroughly. Now you know how powerful I am. In addition to being the special envoy of this trip, my real identity is the commander of the Special Guards. Under me, there is a deputy commander who is also the deputy minister of the Royal Security Department. He helps me with daily affairs. You will see him later. Yan Haowan thought to himself, how can a princess who is so young and has such a personality manage such an important spy agency well? She should just be a figurehead. This deputy envoy is the one who is really in charge. As the deputy minister of the Ministry of Security, it is reasonable for him to be in charge of the Secret Service. The Special Service Guard consists of 3 divisions, each with a chief commander and a deputy commander. The Secret Information Department is responsible for the collection of various important or secret information and intelligence, as well as big data analysis.
The Department of Extraordinary People is responsible for investigating all kinds of unnatural events and recruiting all kinds of talented people, including masters of cultivation like you. The Execution Department is responsible for secret security and armed enforcement. This is the main structure of the Special Service Guard. Each department has several internal departments and smaller action groups. Do you understand? I understand it roughly. Anyway, you will be given a manual, and you can study it on your own then. You are included in the management of the Alien Department, but when there are important execution tasks, you must cooperate with the Execution Department. As for welfare benefits, you are not short of money anyway, so I won't say much about the material benefits. As for the power that you care about most, I'll let your deputy commander tell you. See for yourself. After saying this, the princess picked up a few dark red documents from her side and handed them over. Yan Haowan took them quickly and opened them one by one very quickly. Then, the more I watched, the more surprised I was. There are 4 certificates in total, and each one is awesome. The first one, Special Service Guard Work Permit. Department, Alien Department Position, Consultant. Second one, Royal Security Department Work Permit. Department, Special Investigation Division Position, Senior Investigator. The third one, Officer's Certificate. Department, Army Long Way Corps Staff Department Position, Lieutenant Colonel Staff Officer. Fourth, Police Officer Certificate. Department, Special Investigation Division of the Royal Police Position, Senior Sergeant Grade 4. However, what surprised him the most was not the identity titles on these certificates, but the name and photo on the certificates, all of which were his. These are actually certificates made for him. In other words, the princess's decision to recruit him was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but was premeditated. And we had already calculated that he would definitely join, so asking for his opinion before was just pretense and teasing him. Seeing the boy's incredible surprise, the princess's playful heart was greatly satisfied and she was very proud. What are the benefits like? Is the power great? Yan Haowan didn't know what to say. This is not just big, it is outrageous. Sir, I don't quite understand why you gave me so many and such awesome identities. Since the establishment of the Alien Department, we have recruited a number of talented people. However, only those who have reached the 4th level or similar strength can be truly called masters, and will be given the very important status of consultant and be respectfully addressed as sir. However, such masters are extremely rare, and most of them are in religious sects or wealthy families. We have only recruited 4 consultants so far, the youngest of whom is 45 years old. But you are only 20 years old, and you have already reached the middle level. Your future potential is absolutely limitless. So the special service not only recruits you, but also gives you a very high salary. Then being a consultant to the Alien Department is enough. He is an investigator, an officer, and a police officer. The standards are too high. This triple identity is too awesome. I'm really flattered. Then you misunderstood. These arrangements are not specially designed for you. As long as they are core members of the Special Service Guard, they all have the above 3 organizational identities. Of course, the job levels are different. Why is that? Because our special service is a secret agency, the work permit is only used internally. Generally speaking, when going on field missions, you use another public identity. Because the cases to be investigated and handled are often extraordinary, in order to facilitate actions in various occasions and to call upon various resources and forces, the above triple identity and great authority are equipped. Yan Haowan was convinced. The Royal Secret Agency was indeed extremely powerful. I don't know what a senior investigator is, but I've thought about joining the military before, so I know a thing or two about this rank. The rank of lieutenant colonel should correspond to a regimental level cadre, right? There are brigade deputy positions, regimental deputy positions, and battalion positions, but it is indeed the main rank for regimental officers. Oh my, so I am at least a deputy leader. The princess snorted in her signature style. You're dreaming. It's just a military rank. It's different from being a real commander of a unit. That's also amazing. Just think about it, with my young face with barely all the hair on it, if I go out with 2 bars and 2 stars on my shoulders, do you think people will suspect that I am pretending to be an active duty officer? Upon hearing this, especially the pretentious tone of the boy's voice, the princess laughed out loud. This is a certificate with a steel seal, and you are already a genuine staff officer of the Army Long Way Corps. What are you afraid of? However, these identities are reserved for when needed in field work. It's not for you to play with, so don't show it off for no reason.
Yan Hawan chuckled and started pretending again. The adults have seen this.
I was actually planning to take it out and show off in front of the girls.
Come on, with your amazing ability to pick up girls, do you really need to rely on this? Wouldn't that be the icing on the cake? You have so many women, and you're still trying to flirt with them. Are you planning on sleeping with a different one every day? Your Excellency is wrong. Flirting is flirting, and sleeping is sleeping.
These are two completely different things. If the purpose of flirting with girls is just to sleep with them, then he is a scumbag.
The princess burst out laughing. If you flirt with someone but don't sleep with them, does that mean you're not a scumbag?
Yan Haoan was stunned, and then he actually felt that it seemed to make sense.
What does it mean to flirt with the princess like this? Wouldn't that make me a scumbag in the eyes of the princess? Then why isn't the princess angry at all?
Then, he subconsciously looked at the princess.
Chapter 103. Which girl doesn't T have love in her heart?
The princess seemed to have guessed his thoughts and said proudly,
"You've already been a scumbag, why are you still worried about affecting your image in my eyes?"
Yan Haoan was very embarrassed and quickly changed the subject.
"Sir, you just said that I am already an active duty officer, so can I be equipped with a gun?"
In theory, it is standard treatment for active duty officers to be equipped with guns. Of course, being equipped with a gun does not mean you can use it indiscriminately. There are strict restrictions.
Except in a state of war, a special written report must be filled out after using a gun.
And before you can carry a gun, you must first receive formal training.
So forget about it for now. I was just asking casually.
It was only out of instinct that he was interested in guns, which are banned in the private sector, or perhaps it was just out of curiosity.
All new field investigators and combat members of the Special Service Guard must undergo a period of special training in the Army. Of course, if you are a consultant, there is no such mandatory requirement. But if you really want to be equipped with a gun, I can also arrange for you to participate in training. Didn't you say that you wanted to join the Army before? This is a good opportunity for you to realize your dream.
Yan Haoan thought about it and felt that both participating in special training and carrying guns seemed to be quite interesting.
It's just that I've been busy lately, and I haven't even graduated from university yet.
I'm afraid I don't have time recently. How about we talk about it later?
Okay, if you want to join the training, just ask any time.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. But I still have a question.
Even if the job requires it, and I am given a triple staff status, this position level is too high. I am only a junior student.
You are such an interesting person.
You have always been the one who was paid low, but you actually complained that it was too high. To tell you the truth, for special talents, the special guards have always only looked at their character, regardless of their age, gender, or background.
And then they will give corresponding treatment according to their abilities.
As for your positions and ranks, they were all set by this envoy personally. After saying this, the princess gave him another smug look.
Yan Haoan understood immediately what Her Royal Highness the Princess meant.
She wanted him to remember to be grateful.
I understand, sir.
I will definitely hold on to your thigh tightly from now on. Before, he either called himself I or the little one, but this time he changed his words and started calling himself his subordinates.
It was considered as a formal recognition of his identity and the love of Her Royal Highness the Princess. The princess was amused again by this extremely unique boy.
Humph, you're just thinking about bad things all day long.
Aren't there enough thighs of so many women for you to hug?
And you're still thinking about my thighs. Then your thighs are different, sir.
They are extra thick. You must hold them tight.
How dare you say that my thighs are thick? This princess is such a smart kid, there is no way she doesn't understand the meaning of clinging to someone's thigh.
So it is obvious that this girl just likes to play and likes to flirt with him. Now the old driver Yan is excited.
I just took a look from a distance and couldn't see the thickness clearly.
How about letting me measure it on the spot?
Come on, if you're not afraid of losing your head.
Oh my, why do I have to lose my head all the time? It's not fun. Humph. Who told you to be so bold as to tease me?
Sir, is this hum your catchphrase? You've already hummed it countless times in such a short time.
So what, hee. It's not that great. I just want to express that your nasal voice is very sexy, sir. It makes people feel itchy. It seems like you really want to lose your head. Sir, can we not mention our heads?
You're making my neck go cold. Are you scared now? How dare you talk nonsense in front of me? I'm not really afraid. My lord is so kind to me, I'm sure he won't be willing to chop off my head. Besides, if my head is chopped off, who will support you? Hee hee, do you really want to hug me? Yes, I think about it even in my dreams. Then, something he could never have imagined happened. The princess actually came around from behind the table and walked in front of him. She was 170 centimeters tall and stood in front of him so prettily. Mr. Yen, which legs do you think are prettier, mine or Miss Tian's? Even the experienced drivers are a little overwhelmed now. This style of painting is not right. There's nothing wrong with being flirty, it's just for fun. If this continues, the performance will become banned in the 18+ category. He answered with some difficulty, they are all very beautiful, very tempting. Whose legs are thinner? It should be about the same. Humph, you only took a look and didn't even touch it, how do you know it's almost the same? Didn't you just say you wanted to measure it on sight? Come on then. Yan Haoan was so frightened that he ran away in panic. No matter how you flirt with her, the princess is not afraid of anything. She is lively, cute, generous, and very interesting. But if we really measure it, the nature will be completely different. When the princess saw that the boy actually escaped to the corner, she was so proud that she laughed happily. You've always been very brave, why are you scared when I let you touch me? Hee hee, I am only bold in my words. The commander-in-chief is of noble status, how dare I offend him? Humph, how dare you offend me? Tell me yourself, how many times have you teased me? My lord, please understand. I was just having a cordial conversation with you just now. You're so kind. You dare to tease me but don't dare to admit it? Having the desire but not the courage to do it is really boring and not fun at all. Yan Haoan was almost stunned after hearing this. What does princess mean? Are you really encouraging him to be bold and take action? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This girl is so funny and playful, she must be trying to tease him on purpose. However, ding, Lu Moody's favorability increased by 10%, and the current favorability is 80%. After receiving this system prompt, Yan Haoan's face suddenly changed. The favorability is 80%, which means that in most cases the host is willing to connect with the host. The princess let him touch her thighs, and it wasn't a joke at all, she was actually seducing him. Saying that he has lustful thoughts but no courage, which is really boring, is the truth. We are encouraging him to transform his lustful thoughts into courage. This made him completely confused. Is it true that what girl doesn't have love in her heart? Is the princess also a woman attracted by his nickname Strong Brother? Impossible. She is a princess, and just an 18-year-old girl. She is not a tiger or wolf like teacher Mingyan. How could she be so hungry and casual? He felt totally incomprehensible. But he did guess one thing. This girl is really in love, and her love is unusually strong. However, the reason for her love affair is completely different from that of other girls, and has nothing to do with his nickname Strong Brother. It's purely because she has a natural fire spirit body. Chapter 10 for the side effects of the fire spirit body. Because of the special physique of this fire spirit body, the princess has been very lively and cute since childhood, and is deeply loved by her parents and siblings. But when they grew a little older, as their physical condition continued to take effect, their liveliness became a little too much, turning into playfulness and even naughtiness. And they are particularly precocious, both physically and mentally. If this girl were placed in an ordinary family with lax parenting, she would most likely become a girl who does whatever she wants and is even promiscuous. Fortunately, an expert in the palace discovered in time that this was a special physical condition, and suggested that the emperor send the princess to a nunnery to practice Taoism. The princess is indeed a genius. She is extremely intelligent, has extraordinary understanding, and has a special physique that is naturally suitable for practicing Taoism. Her progress is rapid, and her master praises her as a rare prodigy that is hard to come by in 1,000 years. However, even if one is successful in practicing Taoism, it is difficult to change the lively temperament that is caused by one's physical constitution. It is really hard for such a playful and active girl to live in a women's temple all year round. The master had long discovered her abnormality. Her fire spirit was too strong, causing her to fall in love early and strongly. It is difficult to cure the root cause by practicing in seclusion alone, and it will eventually lead to the danger of burning oneself.
Only by finding a partner to practice together can you turn danger into opportunity. Moreover, this Taoist partner must have an extremely high level of cultivation, or have an abundant true yang, or a special physique such as a water spirit body. Otherwise, not only will it be difficult to subdue the fire spirit, but it will be sucked dry and burned. Anyway, the princess has reached the third level, and whether she can break through the first spiritual barrier requires luck. The master then sent her back to the secular world and reported to His Majesty the Emperor, asking the princess to have something serious to do to distract her from her passion, while at the same time she should continue to look for a Taoist partner suitable for dual cultivation. It just so happened that the Special Service Guard had a department of extraordinary people, which was specifically responsible for finding talented and extraordinary people, so the princess took on the title of commander in the department of extraordinary people. Then, the emperor and the prince were extremely surprised to find that the princess's genius was not in spiritual practice. This learning ability is simply amazing, and the management of affairs is clear and organized. She is lively and lovely in daily life, but she is very wise and decisive when doing serious work, and she has inherited the true teachings of her father and brother. Originally, the job was just to find talented people, but it turned out that the princess liked this job more and more. That's why later on, she got such a strange job. A little girl actually became the head of the entire secret service. After the princess accidentally discovered Yan Hawan, this extraordinary man, and found out about his background, she almost concluded that this man must have had extraordinary adventures and possessed special abilities. This made her very interested. Even without meeting him in person, she already had a 40% favorability rating for him and decided to recruit him under her wing. And in order to keep his attention, no matter how capable he is, he will be given the prestigious position of consultant. That's why she would take advantage of this confidential trip to have a private chat with this person. As a result, upon first meeting, he discovered that Yan Hawan was actually a Taoist master at the 4th level of the realm. He was very likely the Taoist partner suitable for dual cultivation with oneself, as the master said. This consultant status was actually given to the right person. The princess was extremely surprised and her favorability level went up again to 60%. So she was not angry but happy about this guy's bold teasing, and she enjoyed interacting with him. During this period, my affection for him kept increasing, from a little interesting to very feeling and then to falling in love. If she hadn't already prepared the documents, she would have even wanted to give him a higher position, to make him feel more grateful or even give himself to her directly. Yan Hawan had no idea what was going on, nor did he know that the fire spirit body had such strange side effects. He just found this young envoy, the princess, very interesting and fun, so he wanted to flirt with her, and the more he flirted, the more excited he became. If he knew the inside story, he would never dare to talk nonsense even if you kill him. Because the way he flirted with the girl this time was like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. Fortunately, he was still sober and cautious. I was shocked to find that the princess' favorability had risen to 80%. This girl is really fun to play with, and it's really fun to flirt with her, but she's too powerful, and if something really happens, it will be hard to deal with. Sir, I have already joined the Special Service Guard and you have given me my ID. It is getting late, so I will not disturb you to rest. Humph, you are in a hurry to hug your eldest daughter, how boring. Yan Hawan felt a little embarrassed because what he said really came true. He had been stimulated several times this evening. First, it was Sister Jingshan's long legs, then Sister Shirshir's public intimacy, and now even the princess was teasing him. He was really itching to go back and practice dual cultivation with his sister. When the princess saw his guilty expression, her possessiveness became stronger and her stubbornness became even stronger. Humph! You want to go back and hug another woman? I won't let you go. Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't talked to you about business yet. Yan Hawan. You've been flirting with each other for so long, and you're just talking about serious business now? He said helplessly, please give your orders, sir. You must be very interested in this matter. The higher-ups are going to deal with the Yi family. Are you happy? Yan Hawan smiled instantly. Then, when he noticed the princess's strange look, he was suddenly startled and almost broke out in a cold sweat. So, it was you who did what happened to the Jin family father and son. And the traces inside the police station were all handled by your sister Jiang Jingshan, right? Yan Hawan was speechless. Just as my father-in-law reminded me, I have great abilities, but my mentality is far from up to par. It would be exposed if someone attacked it casually. Look how scared you are. It's just taking care of a few bad guys, there's nothing to be afraid of. Yan Huanqing said, what I am afraid of is not dealing with the bad guys,
but the feeling of being completely stripped naked in front of you. It is too insecure. It would be fine if they knew other private information, but this kind of evidence could cost someone's life. The key point is that this matter involves not only him, but also Luo Yu, Jiang Jingshan, and even more people. Don't worry, as long as you remain loyal to me, you will be safe. This includes your women, no one will be able to bully them anymore. Yan Haoan forced a smile. My lord, I will definitely hold on to your thigh tightly, for the rest of my life. The princess was very proud, that's good to know. I won't treat you unfairly. She thought to herself, I've finally tied you up now, and never think of flying out of my hand again. However, it is hard to say who will tie whom up in the future. She wanted this man to be her slave, but unexpectedly, the man also wanted her to kneel down and sing conquer. Because at this moment, Yan Haoan had a strong thought. He must conquer this woman completely. Anyway, there is more than one way to hug someone's thigh. Kneeling and licking is a way of hugging, making the woman beg him to hug her is also a way of hugging. Chapter 105 Your Highness the Princess. This special guard commander not only has enormous power and energy, but is also a noble princess. There is no need to even think about confronting her. Although people have no ill will towards him now and have a very good impression of him, but what if something unexpected happens? No one can say for sure what will happen in the future. I always feel uneasy when someone else holds the power of life and death. But if I could make her surrender to sleep with me and make her beg me to hug her and love her, then there wouldn't be any chance of this happening. Although the idea of conquering the princess is too bold and the process is extremely offensive, as long as it succeeds, all problems will be solved. If the princess had a 90% favorable impression of me, or even devoted to me like Xiao Yer and Sister Shirshir. Even if it is an offense, the old emperor may have no choice but to accept it. After this thought came to his mind, Yan Haoan felt a lot more relaxed. However, he remained calm on the surface, and instead deliberately restrained himself and stopped teasing her. After all, such a strategy can only succeed and not fail, so you must be fully prepared. Sir, I wonder how the higher-ups are going to deal with the Yi family. There is already a detailed plan, and this is what I came here for. However, the Yi family has a huge foundation, a group of death warriors, and 2 priests in the family, both of whom are masters above the middle level. Moreover, he has deep connections with some powerful officials outside, so it is hard to say whether other forces will come to his aid. There are 2 masters? Don't be nervous, the special service will go all out this time and send out 3 advisors. In addition, the Ouyang family and the Tian family will each have a priest who will come out to assist the special forces guards in the joint attack. I don't have to do anything? This is your first time joining the team and you have no combat experience. You only need to serve as a substitute this time. Just stay with me, it's safe, and you can also accumulate some field experience and merits. Yan Haoan nodded. It wasn't too dangerous and he could get some credit. Not bad. Although he was at the middle level, he did not cultivate from the basics step by step, and he had not yet learned any magical powers. He does have the ability to fight, but it has nothing to do with Taoism. They are all skills granted by the system. Xian Yang Palm, Xian Yang lifting technique, and deterrence technique. Of course, they are extremely powerful against ordinary people, but I don't know if they will be effective against real masters. How do I treat you? How should I describe this? Your kindness is as heavy as a mountain? The princess was happy again. This man is not only very good, but also very fun. This man must belong to her. Then how should you repay me? I still say the same thing, hold on tight, hold on tight, hold on tight for life. Come on then. Yan Haoan was completely confused. Hold on, I want to see if you really want to hold me, and how tight you can hold me. Yan Haoan. Come quickly. My lord, when I say hugging someone's thigh, I actually mean. Don't you want to hug me? Or do you not dare to hug me? Your Excellency, I want to do it very much, but I dare not. I am afraid of losing my head. The princess burst into her signature bell-like laughter again. You are honest. But don't be afraid, I am ordering you to hold me now. Really? What a hug. Yan Haoan always felt something was wrong. He wanted to capture the princess just to ensure his safety. But why is this little girl acting like a hungry young woman, constantly stimulating and seducing him? If you already have a 90% favorable impression of him, it is understandable that you are so proactive. But it's only 80% now. It doesn't make sense to be so impatient. She has excellent looks, is a princess of extremely noble status, and is also a genius girl. This is a combination of all the love in the world. What kind of man can't she find? Why was she so sexually interested in him? What did she like about him? Was it because he was a master of the fourth heaven? As he was thinking, suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Humph! Haven't you always been very courageous? Now I'm asking you to hold me, and you don't even dare to do that. After Yen Haowan struggled in his heart for a while, he decided to just tell the truth. Sir, do you want to practice Taoism with your subordinates? The air suddenly became quiet. After a while, the princess said calmly, Yes. Why? Because practicing together is good for your physical and mental health. Don't you have a Taoist partner? Don't tell me you haven't practiced together. Yen Haowan really wanted to roll his eyes at her. Who is the old driver? Sir, I am asking why you want to practice with me? As in Lord, it shouldn't be difficult to find a single young man. There are many single young talents, but it is rare to find one with such a high talent for cultivation. You are a talented boy, and I am a talented girl. It will be in the best interests of both of us if we practice together. Indeed, both of them have special physiques, and practicing together will definitely benefit each other. It was just that the princess's direct expression made him feel a little awkward. What was originally a beautiful thing was turned into a utilitarian transaction. Then Yen Haowan finally understood. No wonder the princess behaved so abnormally, she must have really been impressed by his talent for cultivation. And her impatience might be related to her fire spirit body. The princess saw that he was silent and had a strange expression on his face, and was a little unhappy. Why, do you still despise me? You've taken advantage of me. You are joking, my lord. I just don't dare to pursue higher goals. He thought to himself that since the princess took the initiative to make such a request, he didn't even have to bother with the strategy, because now the piece of meat was putting itself into his mouth, begging him to eat it. But he is still consistent, he likes to practice together with those who have an emotional foundation, and he will practice together after things are natural and ready. Why not? I have valued you from the very beginning. Yen Haowan smiled. Sir, we just met. Wouldn't it be better if we first fall in love and build a foundation of affection before practicing together? Haven't we already talked about this? Yen Haowan silently complained, this is what we call dating? This way of talking is quite novel. He thought for a moment and said, Sir, I have a small request. Explain. Please take off your veil and let me see your beautiful face. Why, are you worried that I'm ugly? How could that be? I have never seen a princess in my life. The air became quiet again. Interesting, how do you know this princess's identity? Can I say I guessed? Humph. Then guess again, what is this princess's name? Respected Princessing You, Lu Moody. The air fell silent for the third time. Chapter 106 Hold the princess thighs tightly. Mr. Yen, have you ever come into contact with the Special Service Guard before? Never heard of it. The princess had no doubts. This was a secret spy agency, so it was normal that she had never heard of it. Then how did you guess it? My subordinates are talented people you recruited, so of course they have some unique abilities. But I'm sorry I can't tell you about this ability, and I can't explain it clearly even if I do. The princess was silent for a while, but did not force it. Anyway, the more capable the man is, the more she likes him. She slowly took off her veil and revealed a proud smile. How do I look like, compared to Miss Tian? Are you satisfied with me, Mr. Yen? Yen Haowan stared at it boldly and admired it for a while. The system master never lies, the princess is indeed a stunning beauty. She is just like my sister Shirshir, it's hard to tell who is better. What else? Are you satisfied? Yen Haowan continued boldly, well, she's my favorite type. Do you say that to every pretty girl? How is that possible? Let me put it this way, Her Royal Highness has a very noble temperament, but also a bit of a playful flavor, which is very charming and particularly attractive. The princess was somewhat pleased. Then are you willing to be the princess's consort? Yen Haowan, so direct? We've only been meeting for over an hour. Then his face suddenly changed because he suddenly thought of a very serious problem. Just as he joked just now, he already has the eldest daughter as his wife, so where does that put the princess?
Would the emperor agree to let the princess become his equal wife after the common women? It is impossible to let the eldest daughter retreat to the second room. Sister Shirshir's position in his heart will always be unique. Why, is this princess not worthy of Mr. Yin? Yin Haowan's mind was racing, but he couldn't figure out how to resolve this game. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. However, you already know that I already have a wife. Let her move to the second room. I will not drive away your other women either. They can all be taken into the side room. Yen Haowan smiled bitterly. It was agreed that the other women would be co-wives, so why should Shirshir take second place? I'm sorry. Even if she is prettier, has a higher status or is better in any other way, she can't replace his Shirshir. Marrying Sister Shirshir as my legal wife is a vow I made a long time ago, and our relationship has also been determined. I hope Your Highness will forgive me. The princess's face turned cold. I am not as good as a commoner girl? Your Highness is a member of the royal family, with a noble status. How can ordinary people compare to you? But this is not a question of who is better. Sister Shirshir is my legal wife. If I move her to the second room, then I am no different from someone who has fallen in love with someone else and has abandoned her after having an affair with her. I'm sure Her Royal Highness the Princess wouldn't like such a man. The princess looked better, but if Tian Yuancher refused to give up her seat, wouldn't that mean she would have to take a back seat? Even if she was willing to sacrifice, how could her father and mother agree? Now the air was not only quiet, it even began to smell a little cold. Yen Haowan also felt very sorry, because this girl had outstanding looks, was so lively and cute, he really liked her, and she also had a special physique, so practicing dual cultivation with her would definitely be of great benefit. But her noble status became the biggest obstacle. He sighed secretly and said tactfully, I'll take my leave. After he finished speaking, he quickly turned around and walked to the door, but suddenly a voice came from behind. Return. He was a little annoyed, but he still turned around and walked back to his original place obediently. Is Tian Yuancher really that important to you? Your subordinate can express it in one sentence. Which sentence? No one can replace me. The princess was silent for a moment. You said you would stick with me forever, are you going to go back on your word now? Sir, I never regret what I promised. Just hugging someone's thighs is hugging someone's thighs, and getting married is getting married, these are two completely different things. It's fine for you to cling to someone powerful, but I'm sorry that I can't obey your order to be your consort. Since there's no problem, hug me now. Yen Haowan. This little girl's fire spirit body is so powerful? It makes her so hungry? So how did she live before she met me? Hug. Yen Haowan sighed secretly, took a step forward, squatted down, picked up the woman from her thighs, and then stood up. He hugged the woman tightly and turned around twice, but did not take the opportunity to take advantage of her. He gently put her down and returned to his original position. Sir, was the thigh you were holding securely just now? The young and beautiful girl showed an extremely proud smile and said proudly. Yes, I am very satisfied. But who asked you to put it down? Yen Haowan. Take it back. Yen Haowan had no choice but to squat down, but this time the princess actually jumped lightly into his arms, then wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, and pressed her body tightly against him. The soft and fragrant beauty was in his arms again, but miraculously he had no dirty thoughts at all. Instead, he couldn't help laughing out loud. This princess offered herself voluntarily. You must be very happy. Princess, can I tell the truth? Explain. I laughed so happily because I suddenly thought of another girl. You bastard, you've pissed me off. Please listen to me first. I am thinking of my niece Daudu, my cousin's daughter, who is 4 years old this year. Are you implying that this princess is young? Do you feel good? Good. How is it good? I mean, princess, your behavior just now was just like when my Daudu asked me to hold him. It was so funny. She's only 4 years old and she's your niece. You beast. Yen Haowan knew that the princess was playing tricks on him, so he cooperated and said. But my Daudu is really fun and adorable. If you see him, you will definitely like him too. Then bring this princess to your house to play next time. Yen Haowan blurted out okay. Then he immediately regretted it. What was the point of bringing the princess to his house? To meet his parents? However, he did not dare to explain more, for fear of making things worse.
He felt more and more regretful. This girl was not only beautiful and plump, but also so fun and took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. It would have been great if she wasn't a princess. What a pity. Princess, can you put it down now? No. You have to hold me until I fall asleep. Even if I hold Daudu, I don't have to hold her until she falls asleep. She is 4 years old, not 4 months old. Princess, how old are you? Why are you still playing like this? This princess just likes to be held and played with by you. However, ding, Lu Moody's favorability increased by 5%, and the current favorability is 85%. Chapter 107. The policewoman was eavesdropping. Yan Hawan's expression changed again. She actually really likes being held by myself. But she is an 18-year-old girl after all, not a little kid like Daudu. This princess, is she great or small? Well, the place is big enough. As for this mentality, sometimes it is big, sometimes it is small, it is really unpredictable. But the favorability rate is already 85%. If it continues like this, it will very likely reach 90%. Even if she did, she would force herself to practice with her right then and there. Flirting verbally or even hugging each other is not a real problem. If they practice together, there will be no way back. The most important thing is that the big princess in his arms was twisting and turning gently, not knowing whether it was intentional or not. If this goes on, any normal man will not be able to bear it. He hardened his heart and ruthlessly put the princess on the chair. Then he took a few quick steps back. Please take your leave, subordinate. The princess was very proud, but this time she finally didn't ask him to take her back. Just hugging once is not enough, you have to hug me every day from now on. Yan Hawan, my lord, it's not that I'm disloyal, but it's unrealistic to hug you every day. Is your highness planning to live in Susui for a long time? I will stay in Susui until the Yi family's affairs are settled before returning to the capital. You will be my tour guide for the next few days, so we can have a good time to visit the beautiful Jiangnan area. Sir, you are here for business, not for sightseeing. I have many capable people under my command. The plan has been decided, and someone will naturally take care of the specific matters. It's not a good idea for you to go sightseeing while your men are doing something. Humph, you just keep making excuses. No, you have to play with me anyway. I obey your orders. I'll let you go today and go back to hug your sister Shirshir. Yan Hawan relaxed, thank you, sir. I'll take my leave. Walking out of the room, Yan Hawan completely relaxed and let out a long sigh. It was fun to flirt with her at the beginning, but it became so tiring later on. I feel tired mentally. As for my body, I am also tired from suppressing it forcefully. Moreover, I feel uncomfortable when people keep calling me adult and subordinate. After the door was closed, the princess took out a small mirror and carefully looked at her face, which looked even more beautiful than a flower because of the excitement. She was very satisfied. Then, the mirror tilted and her sight fell on the strategic granary. She was even more satisfied. She began to talk to herself. She should be older than his sister Shirshir. Humph, I don't believe he won't be tempted. But this boy is really an extraordinary person. He is obviously a pervert, but he can restrain himself even with such stimulation. Then she suddenly sighed again. I didn't expect that he was such a loyal person. I'm afraid it won't work if I force Sister Shirshir to move back to the second room. He will definitely be unhappy and hate me. But what should I say to my father and mother? I am a princess. After struggling for a while, she called out loudly to the door, Kaiju. The door opened immediately, and a young woman with a fit and heroic figure walked in. Grown-ups. Kaiju, Mr. Yen has joined the Special Service Guard. We have really found a treasure this time. He is indeed a man of extraordinary abilities, and he is actually at the 4th level of the sky. When Saijue was shocked, and then immediately said, Congratulations, sir. But, my lord, what is wrong? The princess hesitated for a moment, but Kaiju was not only her trusted subordinate, but also her close sister. I wanted him to be my consort, but he refused. When Saijue was not surprised this time, but was almost petrified. I was surprised at the princess's boldness and directness, and even more surprised that the man actually refused. Sir, have you told him that you are a princess? No, he knows it himself. He is a very amazing person. He doesn't like you? No, I can feel that he definitely likes me too.
But he and Tian Yuanshi have already decided on their marriage, and he has made it clear that Tian Yuanshi can only be his legal wife.
Wen Saiju frowned.
This is really difficult to deal with. With the status of Her Royal Highness the Princess, how could she be left behind? The princess did not expect her subordinates to come up with a good idea right away, so she said, "Forget it, let's talk about it later.
Please make some arrangements.
I will be visiting Susui in the surrounding areas these days, and Mr. Yen will accompany me. Sir, we have to deal with the Yi family next.
It may not be appropriate to travel now. It is better to wait until the big thing is done."
It's okay.
Deputy Envoy Nian will be here tomorrow.
I feel relieved to have him in charge.
I will just show up once the layout is completed and the official start is underway.
When Saiju knew the princess's personality, and also guessed that the princess's interest in traveling was obviously not in the mountains and rivers, but in the man who accompanied her, so she did not try to persuade her anymore. When Yan Haowan arrived at another quiet room, Tian Yuanshi and Jiang Jingshan immediately stood up and came forward to greet him. Although they knew there was no ill intention, they were indeed a little anxious because the special envoy summoned him alone and talked to him for such a long time. As for the others, the elders were discussing the details of important matters overnight. Ouyang was weak and had gone to rest. He fully trusted these two women, and Yan Haowan never thought of hiding anything from them. Although the princess had been wearing a veil, obviously trying to hide her identity, she did not ask him to keep it a secret after he exposed her, and he was happy to play dumb. Of course, even as an old driver, he was too embarrassed to talk about some details, such as the fact that he was the one who took the initiative to flirt first and that the princess had a special physique, so she took the initiative later. After he finished explaining the situation, the two women looked at each other, both feeling extremely unbelievable. Then, they all looked at the man at the same time, thinking,
"I can only say that Huan Huan is so outstanding.
She actually made the princess fall in love with her at first sight." In fact, the princess did not fall in love with Yan Haowan at first sight, but the two of them did not know the previous circumstances, let alone the princess's special circumstances, so it was normal for them to make such a judgment.
"Sister Shirshir, I've checked. Tomorrow is a good day. Let's go register in the morning."
Tian Yuanshi's face turned slightly red, but she was extremely happy in her heart.
Ding!
Tian Yuanshi's favorability increased by 1%, and the current favorability is 91%.
Ding!
Jiang Jingshan's favorability increased by 1%, and the current favorability is 91%. Yan Haowan was somewhat pleasantly surprised that Sister Shanshan could actually increase her favorability as well. Then, he looked at the eldest lady, who immediately understood the meaning of his gaze.
Jiang Jingshan is a professional with a strong ability to observe details.
She understood what the other two people said immediately as soon as their eyes met. She was very envious, but she remained calm on the surface.
"It's getting late, I'm going to rest first." Chapter 108: A Great Harvest.
Yan Haowan had experienced too much stimulation that night and was too excited to bear it. As soon as the policewoman closed the door, he impatiently hugged the young lady and kissed her hard.
Ding!
Tian Yuanshi's favorability increased by 1%, and the current favorability is 92%. Tian Yuanshi snuggled in her lover's arms, her face full of joy.
"Huan, we will be officially married tomorrow, but I haven't met any of my sisters except Shanshan yet." "Yes, that's what I meant.
I'll ask them all to come over and meet you, the big sister."
"Don't worry, they are all easy to get along with."
"I have nothing to worry about, as long as my sisters don't think I'm cold."
"Sister, you are only cold on the surface, hee, you are so hot inside."
The woman made a strange sound after a while.
"Huan, stop making trouble." "Sister, I'm serious."
"You may seem aloof, but once you get to know me, you'll know that I'm not a difficult person to get along with."
"To be honest, Sister Jingshan is the cold one."
"When I first met her, I said something rude and she almost got angry with me."
"Yes."
"So when she suddenly confessed her feelings to me at night, I was quite surprised."
"Huan, you are so charming. Shanshan doesn't get emotional easily." Yan Haowan recalled his relationship with the policewoman and said, "Indeed.
There was actually an unexpected factor in this matter.
She must have been stimulated by something." "Ah? What do you mean?"
"She told me before that she hated philandering men the most. But one time later, she said that all men are philandering." Tian Yuanshi was stunned for a moment, then seemed to understand.
"Forget it, don't worry about this kind of thing. Her heart belongs to you now anyway."
No, we just. The eldest lady chuckled. You still don't admit it? What did you do under the table before? Yen Hahuan was stunned. I don't blame you. He struggled for a while and then hardened his heart. It's still not good. Let's talk about it later. I still hope to have her when both of us are fully prepared. Let her have a perfect memory. Tian Yuancher pouted, pretending to be wronged. I'm the one who suffered the most. I wasn't prepared at all, and you ruined my health. Hee, is this really a disadvantage? The eldest lady blushed. Speaking of which, I really have to thank God. If it weren't for this coincidence, I wouldn't even have the chance to meet a young lady like you. Even if we meet by chance, if I dare to look at you for even a second, I'm afraid you'll have someone chase me away. How can it be so exaggerated? I'm telling the truth. I was a poor loser, an ordinary college student, and I never dreamed that one day I would be able to marry a rich and beautiful girl like you. I feel like I am the happiest man in the world. Huan, this is the marriage God has given us. I feel like I am the happiest woman to marry you. The two smiled at each other, their love was endless. Ding! Tian Yuancher's favorability increased by 1%, and the current favorability is 93%. Huan, do you really not need Shanshan to come and accompany you? It's enough to have you here, sister. Huan, I feel like my chi has grown very smoothly today, and I want to consolidate and improve it further. Yen Hahuan smiled beautifully and answered with action. It was such a sweet, joyful, and fruitful night. Yen Hahuan was afraid that the princess would do something strange after waking up and would play some clinging game with him. So he slipped out of the club with the eldest lady early, and the two of them walked towards the nearest certificate processing center, talking and making love while walking. When it was working hours, as soon as the center opened, the two rushed in as quickly as possible and quickly completed the registration. With the red book in hand, both of them felt at ease. They ignored the looks of many onlookers and hugged and kissed passionately in the hall. At first some onlookers were pointing and talking, but then a staff member suddenly started clapping. Then some people started to follow suit, and later, everyone actually started applauding. After the newlyweds separated, a young girl came to greet them. Hello, are you Miss Tian Yuanshishan? Well, who are you? I am a reporter from today's Susui network. My name is Hu Mengmeng, Guyuhu, the dream of dream. Miss Tian, congratulations, I wish you a happy wedding and a long and happy marriage. By the way, can I briefly interview you and your spouse? Tian Yuancher looked at her newlywed husband and gave him a questioning look. Yen Hahuan thought of the princess's potential threat and thought that this was a good opportunity to make a public declaration. Then he smiled and said, okay. But reporter Hu, you have to get our consent before you send it out. Hu Mengmeng was overjoyed. Thank you, Miss Tian. Chapter 109. Once you get married, everyone will know. Yen Hahuan is famous again. But this time, it's not just famous in Jiangnan University, but also famous for Su Shui, and it's still spreading outwards. The reason for his fame, of course, is that he registered with Tian Yuancher, the eldest daughter of the Tian family, one of the famous families in Su Shui. The source of his fame is the interview with Hu Mengmeng, a reporter from today's Su Shui network. In addition to the text, there is also a short video, including the newlyweds hugging and kissing passionately in the certificate application hall. In addition to being posted on the local forum today's sushui.net, the video was also posted simultaneously on Hu Mengmeng's Douyin account. Because the eldest daughter of the Tian family was quite famous, she quickly attracted a lot of attention. Yen Hahuan had never thought about becoming famous at the beginning, but reporter Hu's sudden inquiry whether he could be interviewed gave him an idea, and he simply chose to take advantage of the situation. Although becoming famous means being under the spotlight and under a magnifying glass, which will inevitably bring various side effects, he still feels it is worth it after weighing the pros and cons. What's more, the Tian family will definitely not keep a low profile when marrying off their daughter, so when he and sister Shirshir hold their wedding ceremony, it will inevitably become famous. In that case, why not just make a name for yourself? Because he believed that after his and Tian Yuancher's newlyweds love show was publicly and widely publicized, even if the princess wanted to force him to become her husband, she would not be able to do so. The result was just as they had wished, the newlyweds really stole the spotlight this time. Because in addition to reporter Hua's interview and publicity, he and Shirshir themselves also posted their wedding photos on their respective WeChat moments and personal media accounts, and accompanied them with cheesy love words. Although he had long been an extraordinary person, he had never publicly announced it. In the eyes of the outside world, he had always been just an insignificant ordinary college student. Therefore, his influence is very limited, spreading only among a small number of friends, classmates, and relatives. But Tian Yuancher is different. As the heir of the Tian family, her circle of friends is much wider. After everyone comments and reposts her posts, the influence is naturally much greater. Not only that, after the couple informed their father the reason why they were in such a hurry to register, the latter immediately announced the news that his daughter had registered for marriage. This is just adding fuel to the fire. Friends and relatives of the Tian family, as well as employees of the group, all forwarded the message. Not long after, the newlyweds Yan Hawan and Tian Yuancher were directly on the hot news searches on the entire internet. Now Yan Hawan is not only famous in Sushui and Jiangnan, but his fame has even spread across the country. Countless gossipers were envious of this poor country boy who had managed to climb up the social ladder and become the eldest son-in-law of the Tian family, gaining both wealth and love. As for the two new internet celebrities, they almost went crazy and were blown away by the news. Not to mention celebrities like Miss Tian, even Yan Hawan, an ordinary college student unknown outside Jiangnan University, was flooded with calls and messages. He then had to give various responses and brief explanations to his family and some important relatives and friends. What surprised him was that he actually received 3 system prompt messages indicating that his favorability had increased. They are from young woman Yang Ying, ex-girlfriend Jiang Shaoqing and teacher Ming Yan respectively. Ding! Yang Ying's favorability increased by 1% and the current favorability is 91%. Yan Hawan felt that he was too greedy. He already had so many stunning young beauties, but he was still obsessed with this young woman. But he didn't feel too ashamed. Just as his old friend in the dormitory said, every boy has some fetish for young women. Besides, it's obvious that he is not the only one who is obsessed with her, he is also obsessed with this dignified and shy woman. Unfortunately, there seemed to be a lack of fate between the two. At that time at Yang Ying's house, if one of them had taken the initiative a little, it would have definitely been a classic scene of passion. As for now, he already has too many debts of love and is even less willing to bring harm to this actually quite pitiful family. Ding! Jiang Shaoqing's favorability increased by 40%, and the current favorability is 30%. This piece of news surprised him quite a bit, but then he figured it out. This woman probably suddenly came to her senses and realized what a great man she had missed. In fact, he no longer had any hatred towards this vain ex-girlfriend, and of course, it was impossible for him to have any feelings for her anymore. So even if there were mission penalties, he had no intention of trying to get close to others to regain their favor, and just let everything take its course. However, although the favorability of these two women secretly increased, neither of them took the initiative to contact him. Yang Ying was obviously shy, and Jiang Shaoqing was probably too proud to admit it. Moreover, even if their favorability ratings increased by 40%, the number would still be negative after all. Ding! Ming Yan's favorability increased by 60%, and the current favorability is 80%. This tip made Yan Hahuan feel a little bit amused and helpless. This sexy and coquettish teacher who likes black stockings is really persistent in doing this. Then, what surprised him even more was that teacher Ming Yan actually sent him a message. First, I expressed my congratulations, and at the same time tactfully expressed that my previous words were inappropriate and hoped that he would forgive me. Finally, I wanted to treat him to a meal to apologize. Teacher Ming didn't do anything wrong except making seductive suggestions. Should we apologize to him? This made him a little confused. Was she afraid that he would cause trouble for her after becoming the son-in-law of a wealthy family? But think about it, when his favorability was at 60%, he was already so bold, and now it has risen to 80%. He might just pounce on you as soon as he gets the chance. So after thinking for a while, he was still afraid of being alone with each other, even in a hotel box. But it wouldn't be a good idea to pretend not to see it, so he replied and ended the matter. It meant to thank the teacher for his kindness and he didn't need to have a meal, and he appreciated it. Although these 3 system messages were all reminders that the woman's favorability had increased, Yan Hawan didn't spend much time thinking about them. Even sister Yang Ying, whom he had a good impression of, only sighed and expressed regret for a short while. As for the other 2 women, he immediately forgot about them. Because he is too busy. His main thoughts were on other women, those he loved deeply, and Her Royal Highness the Princess who was giving him a headache. After he made the decision to advertise for marriage, he immediately informed his women. Anyway, they had already known that he had vowed to marry Tian Xiaoda, and only after the 2 of them finally registered their marriage could they settle down, so of course they were very happy. Wei Qilan, who came the farthest away, rushed over on the same day. However, he didn't even have time to pick it up,
so he had to ask Luo Yu to do it for him. This girl is very career-oriented and does things in a vigorous and resolute manner. She has already begun to show the signs of a strong woman, and she even has an assistant, a driver, and a special car. She was thoughtful and not only equipped herself, but also Hu Wenwen, the newly appointed chairman of the Huantung Charity Foundation. Chapter 110: The Princess Who Loves Hugs. When the news of Yan Haowan's marriage reached his family, his parents and several close elders were eager to come over, saying that they wanted to meet their in-laws. He still didn't have time to make arrangements, and originally wanted to tell Luo Yu about it, but he immediately remembered that he was now an official son-in-law of the Tian family. With such a strong backing, why not use it, especially when it is such a big event as the first time the in-laws meet each other? After he told his father-in-law, the latter immediately arranged for someone to do it. And in order to show respect, he let his younger brother lead a small convoy to pick up people in his hometown. Yan Haowan first introduced Hu Wenwen and Yan Hechi to Uncle Tian Er, and then asked them to go with the convoy to facilitate the introduction between the two parties. Of course, he also became more cautious and explained the situation to his uncle and Wenwen. After picking up the person, he would arrange another place for him to stay. After he has arranged the connection, he will go to meet his in-laws. After all, most of his parents and elders are honest country people. They will definitely not be able to adapt to entering a wealthy family. If they make a fool of themselves, it will be embarrassing for both sides. The reason why Yan Haowan is so busy that he doesn't care about anything is because he has lost his personal freedom. After the news of his marriage spread, he was captured by the princess's men. He was sure that the princess did it on purpose. There was nothing he could do. It was one thing that the other person had a powerful background, but the key was that he also had something on him. He couldn't afford to offend him, so he had to hold his nose and endure it. When the princess saw him, she gave a signature humph. Yan Haowan pretended to be stupid and laughed dryly. But this girl's nasal voice is really sexy, and he enjoys listening to it. "You big bad guy, you promised to accompany me yesterday. But you slipped away early in the morning and caused such a big scene. Tell me the truth, did you do this on purpose? Tian Yuancher and I have already discussed and decided to register on a certain day. And this was said by my father-in-law himself at the family dinner. You can find out by asking someone. Since it's time to choose a date, why are you in such a hurry? You went there so early in the morning. Isn't today an auspicious day for getting married? Humph, you did it on purpose anyway. Your Highness, marriage is a major event in life. How could I be so casual? We did discuss it beforehand and we will register on a good day." He was half sincere and half false. He was really looking for a good day, but there was no need to be so anxious. He never thought of making such a big fuss. It was obvious that he was forced to do so by the princess. Really? Are you afraid that this princess will force you to be her husband? Yan Haowan chuckled. How is that possible? He silently added 3 words at the end of his heart. No. Look at you. In your eyes, am I such a willful and bad woman who would forcibly separate a couple? Princess, you are so cute and lovely, how could you be a bad person? That's a good flattery. This princess loves it. This is my sincere words, not flattery. Hee, this flattery is even better than the previous one. Princess, don't you think you are cute and lovely? Humph. This princess is the commander of the Special Forces Guards, and she is always decisive in killing. Your Highness, are we talking about the same person? This princess is only this cute in front of people she knows very well. Yan Haowan thought it was funny at first, but then he thought, maybe it is actually possible. Just like the eldest daughter, she also has 2 sides, cold on the surface but passionate on the inside. Princess, we just met last night and you're already so adorable. This shows that this is your true nature. It's not wrong to say it's my true nature. This princess has indeed been very cute since she was little. But it depends on who you are with. This princess is so cute in front of you because I like you. Yan Haowan laughed dryly twice and didn't dare to respond. Come here, you haven't hugged my thighs today. Your Highness, I am now officially married. It is not appropriate for me to cling to your thighs anymore. You liar, you said yesterday that you would cling to this princess's thighs for the rest of your life. Your Highness, that was just a metaphor. What I meant was that I will be loyal to you for the rest of my life. I don't believe you. If you don't even hug my thigh, how can I believe in your loyalty? Yan Haowan was so regretful. There were so many other words to use, but he had to use cold thighs. Now he has trapped himself. Besides, this princess likes to be hugged by you. Not just my thighs, but my whole body. Your Highness, please stop playing tricks on me. If anything goes wrong, I won't be able to bear the consequences. Hee, what can happen? The old driver didn't dare to respond now. These are all young people, what can happen if they get too excited? Seeing that he was playing dumb, the princess continued. Then it's just the right time for us to practice dual cultivation. This princess is really looking forward to practicing dual cultivation with you. Yan Haowan just felt his throat was dry. He just registered with the young lady and announced it to the world. If he were to practice dual cultivation with the princess, he would definitely become the #1 scumbag on the internet. Your Highness, there are many extraordinary people in the world, and you are still so young. You will definitely meet a young man who is more suitable for practicing with you in the future. But this princess has fallen in love with you, Mr. Yan. This is not love, you just happen to meet a cultivator who is suitable for dual cultivation. You've pissed me off. You actually suspected that I wanted to be with you just for the sake of cultivating my Tao. Yan Haowan thought of the other person's favorability rating, which already reached 85%, and felt helpless. This little girl might really have fallen in love. But he refused to admit it. Princess, you misunderstood. What I meant is that you know too little about me and have known me for too short a time. It just so happens that your subordinate is particularly talented in spiritual practice, which made you impulsive and mistakenly think that you had feelings for him. When you calm down and meet less in the future, your Highness will find out for yourself that this is not true love. Love you, love you, love you, love you, love you. This princess is in love with you. Yan Haowan, it has that flavor, a savage princess, a willful girl. It's your business whether you want to get married or not. Anyway, this princess just wants a hug. Yan Haowan complained crazily, what do you mean my marriage is my business? I'm already married, can I still hug you casually? If I get angry and sleep with you, and I can't marry you, the emperor will chop off my head. Seeing that he still didn't come over, the princess pouted her lips, rushed up to him and threw herself into his arms. Then she smiled very proudly. Humph, you have to hug me even if you don't want to. Yan Haowan was helpless, but he couldn't let others hang on him, so he had to cooperate and reach out his hand. You are not allowed to put it down without my consent. Otherwise, I will tell my father that you are molesting me. Is there any justice in this? It is you, the princess, who is molesting me. Then you can go tell your father that the princess molested you. Yan Haowan was really troubled. The princess was deliberately relying on him. The terrible thing is that the method of cheating is so erotic, and countless men would be eager to have it. Fortunately, this time the princess just hugged him and didn't do any little movements like twisting and turning. Otherwise, this feeling is really hard to describe. Chapter 111 Warmth. After hugging for a while, the atmosphere changed miraculously. Although the princess is young, she has a plump and attractive figure. Being ridden and hugged like this, the picture alone is very erotic. But the magical thing is that, slowly, both of them stopped having any lustful thoughts and tacitly stopped talking. In the end, there was actually a warm feeling that silence is better than words at this moment. After a long time, Yan Haowan moved his slightly sore arm slightly. Princess, after I registered today, many people came to see me, and my parents and elders also came. I will go over to greet them. The big and small girl in his arms let out a soft hum. Yan Haowan and what do you mean? Princess. Hold me for a while longer. Yan Haowan was a little puzzled. If the princess specifically wanted this method to practice with him, it was really too special. At least for other women, he would definitely kiss them after hugging them. But the princess has an 85% favorability rating, but she didn't even give him a kiss, let alone a kiss. Although hugging is also a form of intimacy, it is definitely not as intense as kissing. So the princess actually just likes to be held? Could it be that she lacked maternal love when she was a child? So being held made her feel more loved? Princess, how old were you when you started practicing Taoism? 8 years old. Are you in the palace, or somewhere else? In the Yuyun Temple in Mount Amei, my master is the head Taoist priest Yuqingyi. It's so boring there, it's full of female Taoist priests, not fun at all. I can only return to the palace once every 1 or 2 months, and my father, the emperor, and my mother rarely see me. Yan Haowan understood what he heard. It turned out that he had been lacking love since childhood. So when he mentioned the word holding thighs, it just stimulated her. He remembered the childish words the princess had said before. You have to hold me until I fall asleep. I just like being held and played with by you. It turns out that she really just likes this hug game, and as for stimulating and seducing him, it's just a side job at most. He suddenly felt some sympathy for this little girl who had a noble status but whose childhood was obviously not happy. Then he used a little more force and hugged the girl tighter. Of course, the princess felt it immediately and smiled very happily. After holding her for a while, the princess finally agreed to come down. Then go back. Thank you, princess. I'll take my leave now. After he left, the princess still looked at him and smiled foolishly for a while. Then, I don't know what she was thinking about, but her face gradually turned red and her eyes became a little blurry. Yan Haoan went out to drive, and after only a few minutes, he received a system prompt. Ding! Lu Moody's favorability increased by 5%, and the current favorability is 90%. He was startled and subconsciously stepped on the accelerator to speed up. According to the system's instructions and his rich experience, if power on is used as the measurement standard, then 80% and 90% are two important watersheds of favorability, indicating that the relationship has entered an intimate level. The former is liking or loving, and in most cases willing to turn on the power. The latter is complete love, voluntary and expected to be electrified. How could the princess be so magical? Just like Sister Yang Ying, even when she is not by his side, she can still improve his favorability to such a critical level. What is even more amazing is that despite such intimate skin contact, there was no movement. On the contrary, it improved after he left for a while. Was she imagining some indescribable scene that made her completely emotional? Yan Haoan had very complicated feelings. This is Her Royal Highness the Princess, a beautiful young girl with a great appearance and figure, but she fell in love with him after only meeting him twice. It would be a lie to say that I'm not happy. The sense of accomplishment and satisfaction of vanity are unstoppable. But this girl is different from the others. He has no way and no courage to accept her into the sister group. He sighed and said in a very Versailles way, having too much ability and too much charm is also a trouble. Chapter 112, A Loving Group of Sisters. Driver Yen is very thick-skinned, but in this situation, facing this cool and beautiful policewoman, he is actually a little embarrassed to take action. Miss Tian was thoughtful and took the initiative to help. She whispered a few words to Zhang Jingshan, and the latter's face instantly turned red. Then, the policewoman thought, since such an embarrassing thing as eavesdropping on the wall has already been known by Yan Haoan and Sister Shishir, she might as well go for it. So, she also performed a public kiss with the happiest man. After this extremely erotic collective show of affection was over, Yan Haoan felt relieved. He knew that his women were all easy to get along with. The key was that they had basically known each other for a long time, so there would definitely not be any Shura scenes. But after all, this was their first gathering together, and he wasn't sure if there would be any discord. Now I can finally put my mind at ease. What is even better is that there is Lanner, the non-mainstream person, who makes the first show so exciting and enjoyable, and makes the atmosphere even more harmonious and happy. But that is not all, there are even greater gains. What surprised and excited him was that when he finally glanced at the girls with a loving gaze, he actually received a series of system prompts indicating that his favorability had increased. Ding! Wei Qilin's favorability increased by 1%, and the current favorability is 96%. Ding! Lu Yu's favorability increased by 1%, and the current favorability is 99%. Ding! Hu Wenwen's favorability increased by 1%, and the current favorability is 95%. Ding! Tian Yuanshir's favorability increased by 1%, and the current favorability is 93%. Ding! Zhang Jingshan's favorability increased by 1%, and the current favorability is 92%. These declarations of love made him extremely confident that his sisterhood truly loved each other and lived in harmony and happiness. He had to be Versailles again. The fact that he married Miss Tian has made countless men envious and jealous. Now, these stunning beauties, each with their own unique characteristics, are all his women. If this news were to get out, he was afraid that he would become the public enemy of all men in the country. After the meal, Tian Yuanshir reluctantly said goodbye to her husband and sisters. Because she had promised Ouyang Manju yesterday that she would accompany her to Moron's house for medical treatment. We were originally planning to go during the day, but the early morning registration and the subsequent publicity disrupted all our plans. I was so busy the whole day that I was busy just answering calls and messages. Zhang Jingshan was still aloof after all, and was somewhat embarrassed. She took the opportunity of accompanying classmate Ouyang to see a doctor and left with Sister Shirshir. Loner, when things over there are almost sorted out, come over here. The branch structure here can also be set up. I have already agreed with Sister Shirshir that we will send some people to assist. You will be in charge of the medical department here in the future. Loner has discussed this with my father and brother before. My sister's company is a biopharmaceutical company. If we collaborate on research and development with our Wei family's traditional Taoist medicine, we might get unexpected gains. That's great. Traditional medicine, including Taoist medicine, has miraculous effects, but it also has various shortcomings. If we can use modern medicine and biotechnology to dismantle the principles, refine the efficacy of the drugs, and reduce the side effects, that would be a great thing. Wei Qilan was delighted. Husband, you have a lot of ideas about medicine. This is an important aspect that I have been considering since I was ready to expand my business. The pharmaceutical industry will be one of the most important industries of the group in the future. Not only for making money, but also because it can benefit thousands of people. Now that I have the ability and money, giving back to society and helping the most people is the most meaningful thing in life. He was speaking the truth from the bottom of his heart, not just to show off. And there is no need to pretend to be cool in front of your woman. Husband, you are amazing. Lana really loves you so much. Ding. Wei Qilan's favorability increased by 1%, and the current favorability is 97%. Yan Hawan is full of sense of accomplishment and vanity. Loner, I haven't seen you for a while. Your husband must make it up to you. Chapter 113. The second level of Qianquan's secret realm is opened. Yan Hawan did not forget the main business and began to discuss important matters with the two of them. He fully trusted both women and informed them of the top management's plans, the upcoming actions against the Yi family, and the matter of the princess, except for a few minor details. Both women were quite surprised. They were also deeply moved by their husband's unreserved trust in them. Ding. Lu Huayu's favorability increased by 1%, and the current favorability is 100%. Ding. Hu Wenwen's favorability increased by 1%, and the current favorability is 96%. Ding. The system detects that the first target's favorability has reached 100%, and the host is awarded the Advanced Achievement Award. Ding. The host has gained 100,000 charm points. The current charm points are 145,000. Ding. The host has acquired the active skill Living Detection. Skill description: use this skill to detect the characteristics of all living things. Ding. The host has opened the secret realm of Heaven and Earth second level. System description: Qianquan's secret realm, a paradise created by ancient immortals, is a small world independent of the main world. The first level, the physical realm. It is only a storage realm and cannot accommodate living beings. The second layer, habitat, where living things can live. This is an independent little world, with heaven, earth, sun and moon, and abundant vitality. System prompt: in addition to being a residence for living beings, the habitat can also be used as a multi-directional transmission channel to the big world. Instructions for use: the host can set up multiple secret doorways and locate them at any location in the real world, which can be opened by others. After opening, the host and the person can enter other doors in the secret realm to quickly teleport to the real world location. Special reminder: to open the secret realm door, you need to use Taoist secret techniques, which is suitable for Taoists above the first level. When others perform the technique to open the secret doorway, the host will sense it in real time and choose to agree or refuse. The Taoist method to open the secret door is as follows. The third level, spiritual realm, a paradise filled with boundless spiritual energy. Not yet opened. Yan Hawan carefully studied this series of complex prompts several times and was extremely surprised. First, he was awarded 100,000 charm points. This was the largest reward he had ever received. Now he basically doesn't have to worry about the charm points being deducted for failing various tasks. Then, I got a new skill, the creature detection technique. The explanation is very simple, and its purpose is currently unknown, but it is always good to have many skills and some rewards are always good. The last and biggest reward is, of course, the opening of the second level of the Qianquan secret realm. He was already very surprised when he received the Intermediate Achievement Award and opened the Qianquan secret realm. Even when the first floor can only be used as storage space, it is already super practical. The second layer that is now opened is a habitat for living beings. It is equivalent to him having a small world of his own. This is simply invincible. Even if the worst happens and you can't make it in the real world, there is still a paradise to take refuge in. What's more, this small world can actually be used as a multi-directional portal, which makes it even more joyful. Perhaps this is a skill given in conjunction with the opening of the second level of the secret realm. Although opening the secret realm door requires a foundation in Taoism and the first level of heaven realm, to him and his women, these conditions are not even conditions. Because they have all stepped into the threshold of spiritual practice one after another. Wei Qilan has already reached the third level, needless to say. Among the other three women, Luo Yu has a special physique and has made the fastest progress, having already reached the middle stage of the first level. Hu Wenwen also broke through to the first level. The eldest lady's progress was slower, but she was showing signs of a breakthrough. This made Yan Hahuan really proud. Because Lan'er once said that she had the highest talent in the family, but it still took her 5 years to reach the first level. It can be seen how difficult it is for ordinary people to practice Taoism. Previously, because Luo Yu's favorability exceeded 95%, the system gave him an Intermediate Achievement Award and opened the first level of the Qinkuan Secret Realm. Unfortunately, the system did not indicate the conditions for opening the second and third levels. He was just guessing at the time whether it was also related to favorability. Sure enough, this time it was because the favorability reached 100%. Xiao Yuer once again gave him a surprise, a huge surprise. After obtaining this exclusive little world, Yan Hahuan couldn't suppress the ecstasy in his heart. Luo Yu was curious when he saw the man smiling happily. "Honey, what's the good news?" "The greatest blessing for my husband is having you. My darling little fish, you are really my lucky star." He picked up the woman, spun her around happily a few times, and then gently put her down. Luo Yu was also very happy now. As the first woman whose favorability reached the ceiling, her husband was already a god-like existence in her mind. Her husband's love is her greatest happiness. Her husband's affirmation and praise are her greatest achievement. Hu Wenwen on the side was also very happy. It was thanks to Sister Yu that she was able to establish a bond with her brother. Yan Hahuan said excitedly. "Xiao Yuer, do you remember the mysterious space I mentioned last time? Because of your good fortune, this space has been upgraded and turned into a small world where living beings can live." Luo Yu was shocked. The space alone was difficult for her to understand, and it was upgraded to a small world where living beings can live? Hu Wenwen was even more confused. Of course, the fewer people who knew about Luo Yu's kidnapping and the fact that he was forced to kill someone, the better. So Yan Hahuan did not tell any other women except the policewoman. "I'll explain it to you later." After saying this, Yan Hahuan performed a Taoist magic to open the door to the secret realm. Right in front of the three people, a milky white oval halo appeared out of thin air. The long diameter of the aperture is about 2.5 meters and the short diameter is about 1 meter, which can easily accommodate a person. Even though they were mentally prepared, this extremely strange and mysterious aperture door that appeared out of nowhere shocked the two women again. Chapter 114: The Magical and Beautiful Small World of Qinkuan. Hu Wenwen asked even more foolishly. "Brother, are you an alien? Is this the space-time gate that leads to alien space as described in science fiction novels?" Yan Hahuan laughed out loud. "It's not bad to say it's a time-space gate. But brother is not an alien. This is a connecting door opened by Taoism, which can lead to the magical little world brother just mentioned. But I have never been to this little world. I want to test it first, so you wait. Remember, don't follow me in before I come back." Luo Yu's face changed. "Honey, is it dangerous?" Hu Wenwen immediately looked at him with some uneasiness. Yan Hahuan smiled faintly. "Don't worry, this is my little world. There is definitely no danger, but the situation is still unclear, so it is better for me to go and take a look myself." Seeing that the two girls still looked worried, he felt happy, knowing that it was because they cared too much about him. "Don't worry, I'll go take a look and be right back." The two women knew their husband's abilities, and when they heard that he would come out soon, they felt relieved. Yan Hahuan suppressed his extremely excited mood and walked into the aperture door alone. As soon as he stepped through the door, Yan Hahuan found himself in an extremely huge valley. It was actually daytime here and the light was very bright. He looked around very quickly. The mountains in the distance are towering and majestic, and a sea of clouds is rolling and shrouded in mist, like a dream. There is a cliff nearby, and a huge waterfall rushes down, forming a small lake, which continues to extend downward into a stream. In the nearby mountains and valleys, there are many kinds of flowers, plants, and trees. The colorful flowers compete with each other in beauty and emit bursts of fragrance, which makes him feel relaxed and happy. Some animals that he was familiar with or had never seen before were running freely. This little world is as beautiful as a fairyland, full of vitality everywhere. He was afraid that the two women would worry, so he quickly admired the beautiful scenery. After confirming that there was no danger, he returned to the real world through the aperture gate. When the two women saw their lovers coming back, they smiled with relief and became happy too. Xiao Yur, Wenwen, your husband will take you to see this paradise on earth. The two of them followed their husband into the secret world and were instantly shocked by the infinitely beautiful natural scenery. It's so beautiful. Brother, this place is so beautiful. What is this place? This place is called Qiankuan's Secret Realm. Qiankuan's Secret Realm? Husband, is this where the immortals live? It's a place created by immortals. As for the real fairyland, I can't go there now. But in the future, we will definitely be able to go there. Both women showed great anticipation in their eyes. The three of them strolled leisurely in the valley for a while, breathing the extremely fresh air and enjoying the beauty of nature. Honey, Sister Lana is here too, let her come and play with us. He laughed and said, then you guys play for a while, don't run too far. I'll pick her up right away. Wei Qilan trusted her husband unconditionally. Although she was shocked, she followed him into the aperture door without hesitation. Then, of course, like the other two women, she was completely shocked. The four of them sat on a small lawn, and Yan Haoan briefly explained to them the origin of the Qiankuan secret realm. Of course, the secret of the system could not be revealed, so he continued to use his ability to make up stories. He attributed everything to his chief master, who was probably a hermit traveling around the world and there was no way to verify his identity. Only this time, he upgraded the master to an immortal. Anyway, it is possible that the system master is really an immortal. Doesn't the description say that this secret realm was created by an ancient celestial immortal? Although it is becoming more and more incredible, the extremely mysterious aperture gate and the real paradise are in themselves the greatest persuasiveness. Then, their determination to practice Taoism became even stronger. When Yan Haoan talked about the Qiankuan secret realm and the magical uses of the multi-directional portal, as well as how to use it, all the girls' eyes lit up. This means that even if they are not with their lovers in the future, they can still meet at any time through the secret realm. And if you think a little further, you will know that the purpose of this portal is obviously not only to facilitate lovers to meet. It also has a greater strategic purpose. This secret realm is too mysterious and has too many uses. Once it is leaked, it is very likely to attract the covetousness of the powerful and even the royal family. Therefore, Yan Haoan also solemnly told the three women that he absolutely trusted them and betrayal was impossible. He was mainly worried that they would accidentally leak the secret. The three girls were all smart people, of course they understood the saying a man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure, and they nodded very solemnly. Then, they discussed seriously how to use the portal most safely. Yan Haoan has the loyalty to the Wei family certified by the system master, and he has Lana as his Taoist partner. He has deep trust in the Wei family. Of course, this is limited to core members. So, he planned to let the Wei family do the experiment first. Of course, for now it is limited to Wei Qiyan, who I have met before and he has a good character. This portal is indeed very useful, so the four of them are very interested in it. They have a trustworthy person who is capable of opening the door to experiment with, and they all look forward to witnessing it on the spot. When they returned to the room, Wei Qilan immediately called her brother. When Wei Qiyan heard his sister say that she had something extremely important to discuss with him and asked him to go to a safe secret room alone to listen, he became nervous for a moment. After arriving at the place, the brother and sister had another video call. Then Yan Haoan explained it the fastest. Wei Qiyan is not very old, but he is knowledgeable. However, after hearing about this secret realm of heaven and earth, he was also shocked. However, he has absolute trust in his sister and brother-in-law, and he can see in the video that there is this magical door behind them. He then followed the method taught by his brother-in-law and performed the Taoist magic to open the door to the secret realm. Yan Haoan's consciousness was connected to the secret realm. He sensed in real time that someone was using Taoist magic to request a connection, and he immediately chose to agree. In the video, you can clearly see that an elliptical aperture door is also open in Wei Qiyan's secret room. The latter was extremely excited, and after saying hello in the video, he went straight in. Yan Haoan kept the door open and led the girls back to the secret realm.
When he set up the external entry connection point, he also set the coordinates at the place where he first entered. So after the four of them went in, Wei Qian was already there. The two time and space connection gates are several meters apart, which is a bit weird and even a bit sci-fi. Everyone was very surprised, and after a few greetings, they continued with the experiment. They went out from Wei Qian's door one by one, and indeed arrived at the secret room of Tu Yangwei's house. Then come back, go out of Yin Haowan's door, and go to his room. The experiment was a complete success. Yin Haowan thought, since the three girls have already reached the first level, to be on the safe side, just let them take turns to try it out. The three women opened the connecting doors on both sides one after another, and then used the secret realm as a transit station to enter and exit freely. The result, of course, was that, unsurprisingly, they were all successful. Chapter 115: Embracing Nature. Afterwards, Yin Haowan continued the experiment, asking Wei Qilan to stay in Tuyan's secret room, and asking Wei Qian to close the spacetime gate in the secret realm. Then I reopened it according to the previous coordinates, and after going out, I was still in the same place. Lanner's feedback was that after her brother closed the door in the room disappeared automatically. Now everyone was completely relieved. This spacetime gate could indeed achieve multi-directional teleportation, and its closable nature made it very concealed. It was simply perfect. Theoretically speaking, in the future, as long as there is a cultivator in the first level of the realm somewhere who uses the Taoist magic to request a connection, and Yin Haowan agrees, ultra-fast transportation can be achieved between the two places regardless of the distance. The significance of this portal is so great. Wei Qian was experienced and immediately reminded everyone that this secret was too shocking and must not be leaked without permission. As a result, several of them responded with a smile, and he immediately understood that they were also aware of the danger. Yin Haowan also reminded his brother-in-law that apart from his parents and wife, any other members of the Wei family must be absolutely trustworthy before they can be revealed. Wei Qian was more steady than him and said that if it was not necessary, he was the only one who needed to know it for the time being. It's not that I don't trust my parents and wife, but the more people who know, the greater the risk of leaks. I'm not afraid of taking the initiative, but I'm afraid of unintentional mistakes or forced leaks. For example, they were trapped in a dangerous feng shui formation before. If they were searched by a master, there would be no defense. Yin Haowan and the other girls all agreed with this and became more vigilant. For fear of being unable to explain if she suddenly appeared in her hometown, Wei Qilan remained in her husband's home. Anyway, with this multi-directional portal, my brother can just guard his hometown in the future, and traveling between them will be as convenient as going from one room to another. She was disciplined and used to her life, and practiced when she had nothing to do. She glanced at her husband and the two women, and after all, she was too embarrassed to suggest practicing together, so she went back to her room to meditate by herself. However, she was embarrassed, but the old driver was very embarrassed. Luoyu's 100% favorability brings really generous advanced achievement rewards, especially the opening of the second level of the Qiankuan secret realm, which is of extraordinary significance. This made him very excited. He decided to reward this beloved lover. He smiled lightly. Do you want to go to Qiankuan's secret realm to play again? Luoyu knows her husband too well and is very familiar with him. She can understand him immediately with just a smile or a look. This secret place is so magical that she is of course full of curiosity and wants to explore such an incredible little world. Then, Yin Haowan used his Taoism again to open the aperture door connecting to the Qiankuan secret realm. The two of them entered one after another and entered the secret realm again. This time they further explored the environment inside and found it even more magical. Yin Haowan was in a good mood. But the other two women of Yin Haowan, Miss Tian and policewoman Zhang, who accompanied Ouyang Manju to Morong's house, were in a very heavy mood. The Morong family's priest, who was respectfully called Mr. Yi, was indeed an expert in medical skills and had extensive knowledge. He diagnosed Ouyang Manju's symptoms very accurately and pointed out that she had a physical problem and that medication could only relieve the symptoms at best. If you want to cure the root cause, you can only start with your physical condition. But her physique is actually an extremely rare and special Xianin body. The special thing about this physique is that if there is a suitable method of cultivation, this physique is a super high talent. But this method is even rarer than this physique. This master had only seen it in an ancient book once, but the specific Taoist method was not recorded there, so he didn't know. Chapter 116: The Dangers of the Xianin Body. Mr. Yi, is there no solution to my daughter's problem? Master Ouyang, there is a solution to your daughter's problem, but... Mr. Yi, just say whatever you want. No matter what conditions you require,
as long as our Ouyang family can do it, we will definitely do our best. Master Ouyang has misunderstood. It's not that I need something. It's that this method requires opportunity. I hope Mr. Yi will make it clear. Why don't you ask your daughter to rest outside first? Tian Yuancher quickly said to her sister. Xiaowan, take Sister Manju outside to rest. Tian Yuanhuan was very well behaved and took her nervous little sister outside. I wonder who this girl is. When they came in just now, the identities of the eldest and second daughters of the Tian family were introduced, but the identity of the policewoman Jiang was not mentioned in detail. Tian Yuancher rushed to answer, she is also Manju's sister. Ouyang Zhenye nodded. She was not familiar with the girl from Mayor Zhang's family, but seeing that her daughter and Miss Tian seemed very familiar with her, she did not feel shy. She also knew that they were there because they cared about his daughter. Master Ouyang, there are 3 strategies to solve your daughter's problem. But I'm afraid that these 3 strategies are difficult to implement. Please let Mr. Yi speak first. The best strategy is to start with cultivation. If this method is implemented, it will not only completely eliminate the harm of the Xianyin body, but also become a great opportunity. But as I mentioned earlier, the spiritual practice suitable for your daughter is too rare. The second is to find a cultivator with strong true yang energy to practice with your daughter, which will also benefit both of us. What does Mr. Yi mean by the vigorous true yang energy? It's the same as your daughter's, a special quality. The best match is the Xianyang body, and the second best match is the fire spirit body. Fire spirit body is more common than the Taoism above, but it is also very rare. As for the Xianyang body, and your daughter's Xianyin body, they are both the rarest of special physiques, and are something you can only encounter by chance. Tian Yuancher didn't know that her husband had a special physique, but she remembered that he once boasted about his extraordinary talent. This is indeed the case, and she herself has tasted the benefits many times. Moreover, he has so many women, and each of them is nourished and radiant. It is impossible to say that his true yang energy is not strong. After hesitating for a moment, she couldn't help but ask. Mr. Yi, do you have to have a Xianyang body or a fire spirit body to be considered to have strong true yang energy? There are some people with good talents, whose yang energy is much stronger than ordinary people. But if there is no special physical foundation to support it, it will be unable to resist the Xianyin body. After a long time, it will not be able to achieve the balance of yin and yang and will be drained and exhausted. Tian Yuancher had heard that Jin Yang had strong energy, so she did have some ideas. As long as her husband could help, she wanted to encourage him to marry this poor girl. But after hearing what Mr. Yi said, she didn't dare to say a word. There is no way I can help you with this. Ouyang Zhenye sighed secretly and said. Mr. Yi, what about the middle strategy? The middle strategy is to have a Taoist master regularly deliver true yang energy to your daughter to resist the invasion and damage of the dark yin energy to her body. How long is the regular period? According to your daughter's physical condition, you need to transfer it about once every 2 days. In addition, for those who practice Taoism, the true yang energy is very precious. If long-term transportation is needed, it would be best for Master Ouyang to find 4 or 5 experts to take turns in transportation. Mr. Yi, what level are the masters you are talking about? If it's the 4th level or above, that would be the best. If you can't find any, then look for a few more from the 3rd level or above. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be hard to persist for a long time. Ouyang Zhenye still sighed secretly. People are easier to find than the best strategy, but how many masters are willing to output true yang energy for a long time? Mr. Yi, what's the next step? This is the last resort. Mr. Yi looked at the 2 young ladies and said, it's better not to say anything. It was Tian Yuancher who rushed to say, whether it is feasible or not is another matter. It is always good to know. Mr. Yi, there is no need to hide the truth. Mr. Yi was still a little hesitant. He glanced at Ouyang Zhenye and then said slowly. This is a bad idea. Neither the master nor your daughter will accept it. Mr. Yi, please feel free to speak. The next best option is to find a strong man to have sex with your daughter. But an ordinary man may not be able to withstand several times of consumption, so we need to change people frequently to take over. The 3 faces changed at the same time. Mr. Yi was right. This bad plan could never be accepted. The atmosphere was very depressing and everyone was silent for a while. Mr. Yi, if the root cause of my daughter's condition cannot be cured, what will be the consequences? Mr. Yi hesitated for a while and said slowly. the invasion of Yin energy will become more and more severe. If there is no Yin energy to resist it, your love will probably become more and more painful. Moreover, if it continues to attack for a long time, the organs and meridians will be damaged. In my opinion, it is difficult for him to survive past 30 years old. Chapter 117, Yan's self-created cultivation method. Now the faces of the three people present suddenly turned very ugly. Hearing that Sister Manju would have a hard time getting past 30, Tian Yuancher no longer hesitated and said, "Uncle Ouyang, Mr. Yi, my husband is also a cultivator, and he has some special abilities." He had already noticed Sister Manju's special physical problems and had suggested a treatment. Ouyang Jinye and Mr. Yi's eyes lit up. "It's just that this treatment method is a little special." Sure, just say it." Tian Yuancher then carefully introduced the treatment method that Yan Hahuan had mentioned. Ouyang Jinye had a strange expression, but Mr. Yi nodded slightly and said, "This coincides with the strategy one mentioned. Moreover, transferring the true yang from the lower dantian is indeed the most efficient method." "Miss Tian, I wonder what realm your husband is at." "Mr. Yi, I have only just started practicing Taoism, and I don't know the level of my husband." "I wonder how long Miss Tian has been practicing Taoism?" Tian Yuancher recalled carefully that it should be when she made up her mind to be with Huan that they watched a movie like a couple that night, and Huan told her the secret of dual cultivation for the first time. Only then did she begin to practice Taoism under Huan's guidance. "I've been practicing for about a month." Mr. Yi was shocked. He had long seen that Miss Tian was also a cultivator and was close to the realm of the first level. "But it's not unusual for someone of this age to have this level, so I didn't care." But when he heard her say that she had only been practicing for a month, he was really shocked. "Miss Tian, are you sure you have only practiced for a month?" "Well, I have never been exposed to Taoism before. About a month ago, my husband and I." Her face turned slightly red, but she was too embarrassed to talk about dual cultivation after all. "We had already established our relationship by then, and then he began to teach me Taoism." Mr. Yi is a very capable person. He knew immediately after hearing the words that this woman came into contact with Taoism after practicing dual cultivation with her husband. To have achieved such an accomplishment in just 1 month was obviously due to the dual cultivation. Then her husband must have an extraordinary physique. He said excitedly, "Miss Tian, I wonder where your husband is now. Can I come and visit him?" Everyone was surprised by his exaggerated performance and polite words. Tian Yuancher said quickly, "Mr. Yi, you are too polite. I will ask him to come over right away." However, she made 2 calls, but the automatic busy tone kept ringing and no one answered. She was a little surprised and thought, could it be that he went to take a shower? After thinking about it, I called Luoyu, but no one answered. I called Huan, but still no one answered. Now she couldn't help but feel a little nervous and called Wei Qilan again. After ringing for a while, the call was finally answered. She couldn't wait to ask, "Lanner, is Huan with you?" "Sister, I am practicing in my room, my husband is not here with me." "Then come out and see if he is at home, I have something urgent to discuss with him." "I called in just now but no one answered." "I called Xiaoyer and Wen but no one answered either." Wei Qilan was surprised at first, then an idea flashed in her mind. "Sister, wait for me a moment." As she spoke, she quickly went out, ran into another room, and pushed the door open. Sure enough, there was the familiar aperture spacetime gate inside. She quickly said, "Sister, Wen fell asleep, and my husband and Sister Luoyu went to a very special place where there is no cell phone signal." "What? Where did they go?" "Sister, this is hard to explain right away. Wait until my husband comes back and let him explain it himself." "Sister, please wait a moment. I'll go call them back right away." She was about to enter the spacetime gate, but after thinking for a moment, she immediately added, "Don't worry, sister. I'll be back soon." Tian Yuancher was confused and wanted to ask more carefully, but the other party had already hung up the phone. Fortunately, Lanner specifically emphasized that there was no need to worry and that she would be back soon, so she was just confused and surprised, but not worried at all. Chapter 118. Mr. Yi is indeed an expert. Wei Qilan was so shy that she turned sideways, took a few deep breaths, and calmed her pounding heart before she said loudly, "Husband, Sister sure wants to see you about something, and it seems urgent." I'll go to the room and wait for you." Even though she had practiced together with her husband many times, she was too embarrassed to stay in such a situation.
After explaining the situation, she immediately passed through the space-time gate and returned to the room. She took several deep breaths and even used some Taoist meditation techniques, and only then did she calm down. Yan Haowan and Luo Yu returned to the room, and he closed the space-time connection door. Then he called Tian Yuancher back. The secret realm of Qianquan cannot be explained clearly in just a few words, and it was over the phone, so he simply said that he would talk about it in detail when he got home, and asked his wife what the urgent matter was. After hearing the relevant situation, he thought that since it was related to practicing Taoism, he might as well take Wei Qilan to Moron's house. Although his realm is higher than Lanner's, he is actually just a beginner, and his understanding and knowledge of cultivation are far inferior to Lanner's. Because of Mr. Yi's exaggerated reaction, Ouyang Jinye became very interested in Tian Yuancher's husband and asked about the latter's situation. Tian Yuancher had some vague guesses after seeing Mr. Yi's performance, and she immediately gave a detailed introduction, basically without reservation. He also talked about the fact that he had several other women besides his wife. The more Mr. Yi listened, the more excited he became, especially after he learned that Yan Haowan actually had a female Taoist priest partner from the Wei family. Ouyang Jinye was also quite surprised, but he immediately determined that this young man must be an extraordinary person, and he became even more interested. When Yan Haowan and Wei Qilan, who was dressed in Taoist attire, appeared together, Mr. Yi's eyes lit up instantly. He had reached the perfect realm of the third heaven and could not sense Yan Haowan's level. However, since he knew that the latter was a cultivator, it meant that this person's realm was above his. But he already knew that this young man was only 20 years old. He definitely had a special physique. The female Taoist priest who came with Yan Haowan and had a fairy-like temperament was obviously also very young, but she had already reached the level of the middle stage of the third heaven. If nothing unexpected happens, it should also be due to the dual cultivation with his Taoist partner. Elders are respected. Yan Haowan has learned more detailed information through phone calls and WeChat messages. So he came up and greeted them first. "Hello, Mr. Yi." "Hello, Uncle Ouyang." The two men returned the gifts, with Mr. Yi being particularly polite. "Young Master Yan, can we go to the inner room for a chat?" Yan Haowan was stunned for a moment, but nodded immediately. Mr. Yi said to Ouyang Jinye and the other women, "Please wait a moment. Young Master Yan, I would like to ask you, are you at the fourth level of the realm?" "Yes, I am indeed at the fourth heaven realm." Yan Haowan was mentally prepared before coming here, and had no intention of hiding anything, so he immediately put away the method of concealing his breath. Mr. Yi immediately felt a powerful aura. Although he had guessed it, he was still quite excited. "I wonder who young Master Yan learned from. My master is a hermit master who does not have any sect." Mr. Yi was startled, but didn't care. Young Master Yan has already reached such a state at such a young age. This talent for cultivation can be said to be rare in 1,000 years. Your future achievements will surely be limitless. Yan Haowan smiled and said, "Mr. Yi, just speak directly if you have anything to say." Mr. Yi smiled awkwardly. "Young Master Yan, have you heard that there is a special physique in Taoism?" Yan Haowan's eyes lit up, but he remained calm on the surface. "Indeed, I have heard my master mention it, but he didn't go into detail, so I don't know much about it." "Then I'm sorry to be so presumptuous. Can I diagnose your pulse?" Of course he had a purpose in asking this, as people who practice Taoism or martial arts are very sensitive to this, because the operation of meridians, internal strength, true yang energy, etc. are all personal secrets. If it is known by enemies or people with ulterior motives, you may be targeted and cause adverse consequences. Yan Haowan didn't care at all. He didn't think that Mr. Yi was a bad person, nor was he worried about what tricks he might play. Although there seems to be only a short distance between the perfection of the third heaven and the early stage of the fourth heaven, there is a huge gap in strength because of the first spiritual gate in between. In addition, he was also very curious about Mr. Yi's abilities. He had learned from the WeChat message sent by his wife that Mr. Yi was a real expert who could accurately diagnose Ouyang Manju's special physique, analyze the symptoms and consequences in detail, and give countermeasures. Therefore, he also wanted to see if the latter could also detect the special physique of his acquired Yin-Yang body. Of course, it would be even better if the specific circumstances of his special physique could be explained to him. Chapter 119 Practicing Dual Cultivation with a 12-year-old girl? I'm not a beast. After a diagnosis, Mr. Yi suppressed his excitement and said slowly, "Young Master Yan, your physique is undoubtedly a special one. And judging from the symptoms, it should be the extremely rare Yin-Yang body. But, it seems a little different. Young man, may I ask about your physical condition?" Has it been like this since childhood, or did you have any special opportunity in the meantime? Yan Hahuan secretly thought it was amazing. Although Mr. Ye's cultivation level is only the third level, he does have some special abilities and is indeed a master. To be honest, sir, it was indeed after I met my master that I had a great opportunity, and that is why my physique has changed so much. My master also mentioned this, saying that other people's talents are real talents, but mine is not really a talent, but an acquired opportunity. It is indeed so. Young man, you are truly blessed to have acquired this Xianyang body. Yen he happily thought that his life had undergone earth-shaking changes after he was noticed by the system master. This was naturally a great blessing. Mr. Yi, I am also quite interested in these special physiques. Could you please teach me? Mr. Yi smiled and said, Young Master Yen, this is a secret of my family. Yan Hahuan was a little embarrassed. But I have a request. If young Master Yen is willing to help, I am willing to teach you everything I know. I wonder what it is. This matter is as difficult as ascending to heaven for me, but it is easy for you, young man. Sir, please speak. I was born into a medical family. Later, by chance, I saved my master and came into contact with Taoism. My master said that I had great talent, but it was a pity that I started too late because I was nearly 30 years old at the time. I am now nearly 80 years old, and have been in the third heaven perfection realm for 8 years, but I still cannot break through. Having said that, he looked at Yan Hahuan deeply. When I met you today, I knew that my chance had come. I wonder what you need me to do, sir. The Taoist method I practice is the 5 Yang red separation technique, which is also a Yang type technique. As long as I sprint to the first spiritual level, please use your Xianyang true energy to the fullest to help me. Is it that simple? The method is very simple, but it is hard to find someone with a Xianyang body who is at least at the 4th level of the realm. Mr. Yi, is this really possible? This is what my master told me personally. Although the effect is definitely not as good as breaking through on my own, it can still be considered a way to break the impasse. That's no problem. Mr. Yi bowed solemnly. Thank you, young man. It's just a piece of cake. It's not possible to explain your special physique in a few words. I will compile the relevant information into a book and give it to you, young man. But I hope you can study it on your own and not spread it to others. Thank you, Mr. Yi. I understand. Mr. Yi looked at this lucky boy with the acquired Xianyang body with a hesitant expression. Mr. Yi, if you have anything else to say, feel free to ask. Among my descendants, most have only average talent in cultivation. However, this third granddaughter is born with a water spirit body and has extremely high talent. Congratulations, sir. If this girl has a suitable Taoist partner, her future will be limitless. Yan Hahuan was stunned. What does this mean? If young Master Yan doesn't mind, I want to marry her to you. Thank you for your approval, Mr. Yi. However, I am already married and have several Taoist partners. Your wife has already introduced these. Yan Hahuan was speechless. Sister Shishir, why would you even introduce this? Young man, you have a Xianyang body, and I just diagnosed that your true Yang energy is extremely strong and your vitality is endless. You must have practiced a special method related to this physique. Yan Hahuan was shocked. This old man was really amazing. To be honest, sir, my master did teach me a technique called a Xianyang body tempering technique based on my physical condition. It can automatically absorb the true Yang energy between heaven and earth to replenish the true Yang consumed by the body. Mr. Yi was overjoyed, as expected. Then I have a better chance of passing the level. Yan Hahuan nodded. If it was just to help provide true Yang energy, then there would be no problem at all. Young man, since you have such talent and the help of this body tempering technique, your true Yang energy is endless. You should find more Taoist companions. This is a great thing that benefits both others and yourself. Yan Hahuan. This sounds a bit awkward. Although dual cultivation is indeed beneficial to both parties, we can find more. I'm not a stud. Although my granddaughter is still young, she is already a stunning beauty. I dare not say much about her figure in the future, but her appearance is not inferior to that of a Taoist partner. Yan Hahuan sensitively grasped the key word, still young. Excuse me, sir, how old is your granddaughter this year? Mr. Yi was somewhat proud. He is only 12 years old, but he already broke through to the second heaven realm last month. The essence of her water-born body is also a treasure for cultivation. If she and the young man practice dual cultivation. Chapter 120, a great opportunity.
Mr. Yi. Now even the old driver Yan couldn't take it anymore and quickly shouted to interrupt. He thought to himself, is this old man crazy? Young man, please don't misunderstand me. I just want to marry my little granddaughter to you first. 6 years later, the girl is 18 and the young man is only 26, so they are a good match. Yan Haowan's expression looked a little better now, but he was also really impressed by the old man's far-sightedness. Mr. Yi, your granddaughter is still young, why don't we talk about it later? Mr. Yi chuckled. This matter was not urgent and could not be rushed. He was just laying an ambush to leave an opportunity for his grandson in the future. Young Master Yan, my daughter is still young, but right now there is another great opportunity. Yan Haowan knew his wife's intention and guessed it immediately, but still asked, what do you mean by opportunity, sir? The little daughter of the Ouyang family. She is born with a mysterious Yin body. Xian Yang and Xian Yin are the rarest special physiques, and are also the most talented physiques for practicing Taoism. Practicing together will be the perfect combination. Having said this, he glanced at the young man meaningfully and said, the special energy of the Xian Yin body is a supreme treasure for cultivation. Ever since Yan Haowan had come into contact with a special physique and learned the profound and mysterious knowledge from the classics about cultivation methods, his understanding of cultivation in Taoism has reached a very high level. However, he never imagined that Ouyang's special physical energy would actually be an ultimate treasure for practicing Taoism, and the combination of Xian Yang and Xian Yin would actually be a perfect combination. Seeing that he was still hesitant, Mr. Yi continued. The daughter of the Ouyang family, if there is no one with abundant true yang to practice with her, I'm afraid she won't live past 30. I'm sure the young hero won't have the heart to do that. Yan Haowan stopped being hypocritical. Of course I am willing to help, but it depends on whether the girl and her family agree. If she can have you as her Taoist partner, it will be a great opportunity for this girl and a great blessing for the Ouyang family. How can she not want to do that? Yan Haowan didn't know what to say now. Not to mention his special physique, just Ouyang's almost top-notch looks, who wouldn't like him? I will be ready tomorrow and plan to break through the barrier at noon the day after tomorrow. I wonder if you are free here. As long as you are ready, sir, I will naturally help you with all my strength. Mr. Yi felt relieved and said, young man, don't speak up about the Ouyang family's daughter. I will tell you about it. Yan Haowan nodded slightly embarrassedly. Before Mr. Yi went into the inner room, he only said wait a moment, but the conversation ended up lasting quite a while. There were a few people outside the door, feeling both expectant and uneasy. However, when he saw the two people coming out, Mr. Yi looked very relaxed and happy, so he felt relieved. But this kid Yan's expression seems a little weird. Mr. Yi was really straightforward. He just said, congratulations, Master Ouyang. Your daughter has got a great opportunity. Young Master Yan's physique is exactly what I mentioned before, the rarest and most precious Xian Yang physique. Although Ouyang Jinya had some expectations, he was very excited when he heard this, and his eyes instantly turned to Yan Haowan. Tian Yuanshi, Wei Qilan, and Jiang Jingshan all had shining eyes and looked over in unison. The policewoman had never been exposed to spiritual practice, so she had no direct experience, but after listening to Mr. Yi's previous diagnosis and explanation of Ouyang Manju, she also knew that special physiques were very powerful, especially the Xian Yang physique. The eldest lady never imagined that her husband's talent was so amazing, which was the most precious Xian Yang body, as Mr. Yi said. Wei Qilan was even more surprised. She had the deepest knowledge about spiritual practice and knew the benefits of special physique the best. She benefited enormously and even directly ascended to a higher level. So later I followed my father and brothers to Lingbao Mountain to seek answers to my questions. At that time, the headmaster had already mentioned that some people have special physiques or are said to have spiritual roots and are born to be suitable for practicing Taoism. The Xian Yang or Xian Yin energy contained in his physique is far greater than that of ordinary people, and it is of great benefit to his fellow Taoists when practicing dual cultivation. At that time, the master predicted that her husband must be such a person with spiritual roots. But she never expected that her husband's spiritual roots were so good, and he was actually the most precious Xian Yang body. Yan Haowan felt very happy because after Mr. Yi revealed his Xian Yang body, he received 3 system prompts in a row. Ding! Tian Yuanshi's favorability increased by 1%, and the current favorability is 94%. Ding! Wei Qilan's favorability increased by 1%, and the current favorability is 98%. Ding! Jiang Jingshan's favorability increased by 1%, and the current favorability is 93%.
It's not difficult to understand. As a woman, which woman wouldn't like her man to have strong yang energy? Chapter 121 Asking for a marriage for my daughter.
Ouyang Jingye heard Mr. Ye's straightforward words, so he did not hesitate and said straightforwardly,
Young Master Yen, I.
Yen Haoan quickly said, I don't deserve it, uncle, just call me Huan Huan. He and Old Man Yi are called Mr. and Young Man respectively, which are completely the titles for people who practice Taoism in the martial arts world, and it is quite harmonious. But this uncle Ouyang is Sister Manjua's father and may become his other father-in-law at any time. Ouyang had made up his mind, so he changed his words without hesitation.
Huan Huan, since Mr. Yi has already discussed this with you in detail, I won't say anything else.
I am shamelessly asking for a marriage for my daughter. I wonder if you, Huan Huan, are willing to marry my daughter Manju as your equal wife. His Ouyang family is also a big family. It is definitely unfair for his daughter to become a concubine, but is there any choice? Mr. Yi said that he had an extremely rare Yin-Yang body, and was a perfect match for his daughter. Not only was his daughter's crisis resolved, but she also got a great opportunity.
Moreover, since this kid has been recognized by the Tian family, he must be extraordinary and his future achievements will be limitless. Even if I become a co-wife, I won't suffer any loss.
Yen Haoan was mentally prepared, and there was no need to be hypocritical. Thanks to uncle for his kindness, as long as Sister Manju agrees, I am willing to do it.
Ouyang Jingye smiled.
Since my dear nephew agrees, then it's settled. This is not his overbearing behavior as a father, arranging his daughter's marriage. In fact, in large families, many of the marriages of children are political marriages or alliance marriages, and the elders have the final say. However, he loves his daughter very much and naturally will not sacrifice her happiness for the sake of profit. However, this was a great opportunity for his daughter to turn danger into opportunity. Perhaps, this marriage was destined to be. He has seen countless people and is still very confident in his vision. He felt that this boy Yen would be a man of great potential in the future. He believed that his daughter would not suffer any loss if she followed this man, even if she was just his equal wife. Tian Yuanshi, Wei Qilan, and Jiang Jingshan looked at each other and smiled. They were not surprised by the result.
Anyway, Sister Manju is so lovable.
Fortunately, they didn't know that Mr. Yi just wanted to marry off his 12-year-old granddaughter, otherwise they would probably be shocked and speechless.
As it was getting late, Yen Haoan and his group said goodbye and went home, while the Ouyang family went back to the club to rest.
Although the Xianying body is very dangerous, it is not an emergency and can be cured in a short time. Ouyang Manju is a girl who is only 18 years old and has always been a little thin-skinned. So her father decided not to meet Yen Haoan for the time being, and to wait until he had gone back to get vaccinated and was fully mentally prepared before meeting him again.
Miss Tian did not forget her curiosity.
As soon as she got home, she asked her husband what special place he had taken Luoyu to just now.
Yen Haoan naturally did not hide anything.
He first gave a brief explanation, then demonstrated it with actions and took everyone to the secret realm again. Tian Yuanshi and Jiang Jingshan already knew that this man was powerful. Just now, they were even more impressed after hearing that he had the Yin-Yang body.
As for now, they were no longer impressed.
Both of them were completely shocked and speechless.
Then, after you come to your senses. Ding!
Tian Yuanshi's favorability increased by 1%, and the current favorability is 95%.
Ding!
Jiang Jingshan's favorability increased by 1%, and the current favorability is 94%.
Yen Haoan then explained in detail how to open the secret realm door.
Upon hearing that her two younger sisters, Xiaoye and Wenwen, had also reached the first level of the realm and could open the secret spacetime gate at any time, Miss Tian suddenly felt a sense of crisis. The domineering attitude of the rich president was immediately revealed.
Chapter 122 The Happy Boy in the Spring Breeze. Yen Haoan asked the eldest daughter to stay in the secret realm and asked the other women to come back first. Yen Haoan closed the spacetime gate and said, Don't worry, sister. No one will disturb us. Even if they use magic to open the door, they still need my permission. Less than 1,000 words were deleted out of more than 2,000 words, so I can't even post the chapter. I'll make up a few words. Tian Yuanshi practices very diligently because she is particularly motivated now. Because she is the legal wife but has the weakest power, she does feel a sense of crisis and hopes to improve her realm as soon as possible. Especially the first level of heaven, which can open the door to the secret realm. It must be reached as soon as possible no matter what.
Back in the room, Tian Yuancher snuggled in her lover's arms, feeling infinitely satisfied and her face full of happiness.
Huan, are you a deity from heaven who has come down to earth? Yan Haoan laughed. I am just an ordinary mortal, but I have a special encounter. However, he immediately thought of the third level of the Qiankuan secret realm, the spiritual realm, and immediately added.
But practicing Taoism can indeed prolong one's life, and when one reaches a high level, one will have some powerful magical powers.
In the eyes of ordinary people, one is almost like a god.
Tian Yuancher looked longing, then leaned close to her husband's ear and said coquettishly.
Huan, you need to practice with me more often in the future, more than your sisters. As you should, you are my most beloved wife.
Yan Haoan felt that he had become very busy since someone from the capital came.
This made the proud boy very busy. As a man, this is the greatest success. He sincerely thanks the system for making him the happiest man. He is indeed happy. The women are busy with his career.
In order to make him appear worthy of the eldest daughter of the Tian family, everyone worked hard. After becoming the chairman of the charity foundation, Hu Wenwen has been learning like crazy and growing very rapidly. She suggested that both her father-in-law and mother-in-law should be given the title of honorary chairperson of the foundation, and her father-in-law and uncle could also be given a vice president position in the village enterprise of Yanjia village or the Huanting Agricultural Company. After all, meeting the in-laws is just a small matter. There is the more important wedding ceremony in the future. There will be many important guests at that time, and the family status of the two parties is too different, which will definitely not sound good.
The Tian family is a wealthy and powerful family. Their reputation is not just empty talk.
It directly affects the image of the entire Huansha group and is very important.
This suggestion inspired everyone, and they all started to think of ideas, determined to improve the status of the Yin family in the shortest possible time. At least the introduction should be able to make everyone feel that the Yin family is also very extraordinary. Anyway, I'm not exaggerating. With Yan Haoan's current financial strength, it is indeed quite extraordinary. The special envoy was suddenly and urgently recalled to Beijing.
Before leaving, she convened relevant senior officials for another secret meeting.
This time, Yan Haoan was also allowed to participate.
In addition, with the help of the Tian family, the Morong family also officially joined the camp. The princess didn't explain it very clearly, but just said that something unexpected had happened and the operation to wipe out the Yi family was suspended. She asked all government officials and families to continue to work together, make preparations on the economic level, and carefully study the plan to attack the Yi family.
After the deployment of military forces is completed, unified action will be taken. After the secret meeting, the special envoy left Yan Haoan alone again. Princess, what happened? A favorability rate of 90% is indeed extraordinary.
The princess had kept secrets from the higher-ups in the camp, but she did not hide anything from him.
The Special Service Guard has received further intelligence that the Yi family's foundation is even stronger than we thought.
Not only is it closely connected with some high-ranking officials and military generals, but more importantly, it is also involved with the royal family.
Yan Haoan was shocked and thought to himself, Princess, aren't you representing the prince? Who else dares to go against the prince?
Is this also related to the struggle for imperial power? Chapter 123. A princess who is bold by nature but also self-disciplined and shy.
Princess, do you mean that someone in the royal family supports the Yi family?
I'm not too sure yet, but I do have some clues. However, this matter is top secret, and this princess doesn't know much at the moment.
Yan Haoan felt a bit overwhelmed. He thought that as long as he could cling to the princess' thigh, everything would be fine. Why is the upper class so unstable?
However, he has no right to worry about the affairs of the upper echelons. All he can do is to strengthen his strength as quickly as possible. If there are strong winds and waves blowing from above, only if you are strong enough can you better protect yourself and those around you. Even though such a big thing happened, the princess actually asked for a hug before leaving. And it's still a pure hug. This made Yan Haoan confirm once again that this girl really liked being hugged by him. What puzzled him was that the princess had taken the initiative to propose dual cultivation before, and now her favorability rating was 90%.
Shouldn't she be expecting a spark of attraction between her and him?
Yet, they were so close to each other and she had no feelings for him at all.
Is it because you are preoccupied or in a hurry, so you are not in the mood to do it for the time being?
But there was no kissing or other further intimate actions, which made him really confused. However, even though he was puzzled, he wished to keep a distance from the princess. If a gun went off accidentally, the consequences would be serious. After knowing the benefits of special physique to cultivation, all kinds of physiques are attractive to him, but this girl's identity makes him unable to afford it. At this time, he had not yet obtained the secret book from Mr. Yi, and did not know the side effects of the fire spirit body. The princess is well aware of her physical condition. Hugging is already her limit. If there is any more intimate action, she is afraid that she will not be able to bear it and will have to pounce on the man. After all, if you like it so much, just go for it. It's okay to get on the bus first and buy the ticket later. But this man made it clear that he would not let Miss Tian give up his position and would not be her consort, so she was very conflicted. Even if she is willing to make sacrifices and not care about her status, where is the face of the royal family? She cannot be willful. Princess, it's getting late and you still have to go back to Beijing. Yin Haowan, why is it again? Hold me for another minute, and hold me tighter. At the last moment of parting, the princess suddenly kissed him on the lips, then immediately turned and ran away like a frightened little rabbit. Yin Haowan touched his mouth subconsciously, looking puzzled. This princess's temperament is really unpredictable to him. She was so bold before, but now she has 90% favorability. She is as shy as Wenwen before. Little did he know that this fire spirit princess was bold by nature and shy because of her self-discipline and because she was even more afraid of accidentally firing a firebolt than he was. The princess' response and the suspension of the plan to attack the Yi family were actually good things for Yin Haowan. After he and Miss Tian got married hastily, everything was forced to be brought forward. He originally wanted to keep a low profile and develop step by step, but now he has to be in the spotlight. With the joint efforts of everyone, the Yin family's fame plan has been fully launched. After meeting the parents of the Tian family, Yin Haowan was completely recognized. After registering his marriage with Miss Tian, their relationship became even closer. He received full support from the Tian family in all aspects. The Ouyang family and the Tian family have always had a good relationship, and this time under the coordination of the top leaders in the capital, they have formally formed an alliance. The unexpected development of the relationship between Yin Haowan and Ouyang Manju greatly strengthened the relationship between the three families. After Miss Tian's lifelong event was settled, the relationship between the second lady and Morong Yedong was also officially established. After the two families upgraded from partners to in-laws, their relationship also improved by leaps and bounds. Under the operation of the Tian family, the Morong family also officially joined the camp. Chapter 124: Success in Career and Love. With the concerted efforts of everyone, especially the full support of the three major families, Huanting Group was officially established. Yin Haowan serves as the chairman, but day-to-day management is left to his professional executives. Luo Yu, Hu Wenwen, and Wei Qilan each serve as deputy general managers, and are responsible for investment, charity, and medical projects respectively. The three major wealthy families, headed by the Tian family, each selected a group of senior and middle-level backbones to join in the assistance. The three women each brought their senior executives to hold intensive discussions with the three major wealthy families on matters related to establishing a comprehensive strategic partnership, as well as evaluating assets, cross-holdings, etc. The school donation campaign also officially began, with Hu Wenwen taking the lead and a group of professionals each responsible for a part, and began to discuss donation matters with Yin Haowan's four alma maters, from elementary school to university. Deputy Mayor Jiang Zongming also sent a capable assistant to help the foundation contact the local government. Jubilant agriculture has finally made great progress. Hu Wenwen's cousin Zhang Fangji was very dedicated and did a lot of preliminary work. The opportunity was also very good. Yin Haowan also happened to have a relationship with high-level officials such as the vice governor and the vice mayor. With the leadership and coordination from the top, the negotiations between Zhang Fangji's team and the Yanyi County government went very smoothly and finally finalized the plan, and the company was officially established. Yin Haowan decided to completely delegate power to each subsidiary and appointed Zhang Fangji as the chairman of the agricultural company. Because of the support of the noble family this time, the initial investment amount has increased significantly, from the originally planned 2 billion to a huge 6 billion. 2 billion was still invested by Yin Haowan, and the other 3 billion was contributed by 1 billion each from the three major wealthy families, 500 million from the Susui municipal government, and 200 million from the Yanyi County government. Even the agriculture department in Shannon province, with the strong support of Vice Governor Yun, invested 300 million. The 6 billion investment accounts for 90% of the shares. In addition, Yanjia Village and Yanjiazhuang invested in land, accounting for 6% and 4% of the shares respectively. Yin Haowan upgraded the Yanjia Village enterprise and established the Yanjia Village Residents Cooperative Company. The registered capital was increased by 900 million yuan from the original 100 million yuan. He paid all the money, but only held 20% of the equity, and the remaining 80% was donated to the village collective for free. His cousin Yan Hebe serves as the chairman of the board. The old village chief is very understanding and has tried his best to cooperate with the new village chief. Everyone has given him good comments. Seeing that he was a smart, capable and experienced man, Yan Haowan gave him a real position as deputy general manager. After he asked his uncle for his opinion, the latter felt that his son was in charge of the village enterprise, so he decided to appoint him as vice president of the agricultural company. Yan Haowan knew that his father was an honest man. Although he and his uncle were brothers, their personalities and emotional intelligence were incomparable. So they decided to let my father hold the title of vice chairman in both the agricultural company and the village enterprise, but he would not take charge of the affairs, so as to prevent an outsider from meddling in the affairs of the insiders and causing trouble, and it was just for the sake of a good reputation. He didn't even worry about the security company. He just spent a lot of money to recruit people and asked the policewoman with the title of consultant to look after them when she was free. He did not expect the security company to make money right from the start. Its initial purpose was to serve the group and mainly digest the business internally. Among the three families, two are his in-laws, and the Morong family is an indirect in-law. They each have a very professional security team and have also sent some people over to provide guidance. It is just a special instruction that those who provide bodyguard services to senior executives, especially their women, must be loyal, reliable, and professional. Tian Yuanshir was very meticulous. In order to make the wedding as perfect as possible, she even hired an etiquette team and provided special training for the elders in her husband's family. Yan Haowan's career began to take off, and he also reaped a lot of rewards in love. He is truly a winner in life. Because the sisterhood is going to expand again, policewoman and Manju have both confirmed that they will join. So he became even busier. He could be a hands-off boss in his career, but he couldn't let others do things like meeting the girl's parents. What makes countless men envious and jealous is that he meets his parents so many times. He had promised to visit Xiao Yuer and Hu Wenwen before, but he never had the time to do it. Although the financial conditions of these two families are ordinary and cannot be compared with the Ouyang family and the Zheng family, the more this is the case, the more he does not want to favor one over the other, so he took the initiative to offer to meet them in person. The two girls were indeed deeply moved. Xiao Yuer's favorability had already reached its ceiling, while Hu Wenwen's favorability rose by another 1% to 97%. Yan Haowan spent 2 days visiting each of them, behaving very politely and appropriately. Fortunately, the meeting the parents ceremony for these two families was relatively simple and not as complicated as meeting high-ranking officials, especially aristocratic families. Although the two parents have never met each other, their daughters have heard about the relationship many times and are mentally prepared. When the parents first learned that their daughter was just a co-wife, they had some thoughts. However, as their daughter achieved more and more success, they became more and more familiar with the man behind her. Later, as the future son-in-law became famous, they all quickly accepted him. Chapter 125 Policewoman Night. Hu Wenwen's parents had received favors from them before, so they had a very good impression of them. They also remembered their daughter's previous request to help out at the agricultural company. They were very decisive. After the agricultural company was officially established, they moved directly to Yunyi County and lived next door to Zhangfangji. Yan Haowan had already bought this batch of newly renovated large flats, which was also one of the incentives for him as a senior executive of an agricultural company. Yan Hebe also put a lot of thought into it. The new rural reconstruction plan was unanimously agreed upon by the whole village, and the construction of the first batch of farmers' villas has started. Luo Yu's home is in the suburbs of Sushui, and he has bought a small villa for his parents. They live very comfortably there and have no intention of moving. However, his father did want to make use of his remaining energy and retired early from government service. Then I worked as a deputy manager of the public relations department in Huantum Group. The working hours were very flexible and leisurely, and I just had to participate in activities when there were any. After arranging both sides, Yan Haowan began to focus on other things. The aloof policewoman was completely attracted to him, so she urged him several times to meet her parents and settle their relationship. This made the brat quite proud. After all, thinking back then, he had just said a few words about flirting and was scolded by this sister who hated philandering men and almost turned against her. Now, this pure and beautiful flower is begging him to meet his parents as soon as possible. It really makes him feel fulfilled. The meeting with Mayor Jiang and his family went much more smoothly than he expected.
Perhaps this is the benefit of being famous. His future parents-in-law have obviously done their homework and know him in great detail. There was really no way to get rid of the flaw of being a playboy. They had known that for a long time, and the most important thing was that their daughter had chosen this man herself. However, apart from being romantic, there is nothing else wrong with this boy. He is too capable, too rich, and a decent person with a very positive outlook. Anyway, my daughter's heart has already been cheated away by someone, and even if parents want to object, it's useless. Yan Haowan was quite high profile this time, trying his best to win face for himself and his sister at the same time. He said that he would give full support at the economic level and help Vice Mayor Jiang remove the word vice from his title. However, he just mentioned this matter casually. Anyway, the latter has already joined the prince's camp. If nothing unexpected happens, it is only a matter of time for him to take the throne. His support is just icing on the cake. He focused on showing off his special abilities. He first looked at the feng shui and explained it in detail, pointing out some minor problems. He said that he would prepare some materials later to help adjust the layout to the best. Then he continued to use the art of qigong to observe people and found that both the deputy mayor and his wife had some health problems. Then he used the Shenyang Duzhen method to treat the patient on the spot. According to the feedback from the system master, the problem could be solved after 3 to 5 more treatments. Of course, he also gave his future father-in-law enough face. The problem of kidney deficiency was discussed in private, and he said that there would be no problem after a few treatments, which made the latter very satisfied. In short, after meeting the parents, both the father-in-law and son-in-law are happy. His relationship with the cold beauty was officially confirmed. As a result, he successfully tricked the policewoman into gaining another 1% in favorability, bringing it to 95%. With the encouragement of their parents, the two went to the movies in the evening and had a romantic relationship. It's still a couple-less seat, and the real purpose is still other than drinking. Later, the couple had to leave the show halfway. What surprised Yan Haowan was that Zhang Jingshan actually asked to go to the Huanteng winery. Because it was there, that night, after you told me those things, that I made up my mind to be your woman. It means a lot to me, so I hope my first time is there too. Of course, the winery's boss readily agreed. Chapter 126: A huge fortune of more than 800 billion. Luo Yu is indeed Yan Haowan's lucky star and also the person who is most intimate with him. In order to further enhance her husband's status, make him a truly upper-class person, and shine at his wedding with Shishir's sister, she and Hu Wenwen carried out an elaborate conspiracy. The two of them kept discussing, and then each of them brought Yan Haowan a super big consumption and a super big surprise. Luo Yu does have the talent of a businesswoman. Through investments and venture capital companies, she has met a large number of upper-class people and business elites. She was also very thoughtful. She recruited some experts in capital operation and mergers and acquisitions and formed a team. This not only facilitated the acquisition of projects during investment, but also could be used for purchase negotiations for her husband's large consumer projects. Some assets are very rare and cannot be bought with money, but Luo Yu knows her husband's secret, so it doesn't matter if she suffers a loss when buying them, as long as she can bring good luck to her husband, she will make a profit. So her requirements for the team are very simple: if the owner is not very willing to sell, a certain premium can be given. This time, she herself did not go abroad, but directly let this elite team buy a large winery in France. This winery is the Château de Millet Red Wine Winery, which owns 66 hectares of vineyards and was purchased for 760 million euros, equivalent to 5.5 billion Chinese yuan. She was as smart as ever, registering the winery only under her husband's name and directly changing its name to Château de Millet's Red Winery. Hu Wenwen was not so bold, but her spending was also quite big. Under the planning of Xiaoyer's team, she bought 2 items at once. She first bought a private luxury club by the lake at a 20% premium, spending 580 million yuan. Then, he bought the Carlo Golf Course Club from a foreign owner at a premium of 25%, spending 260 million. This is an 18-hole golf course that meets international standards, covering an area of more than 5,200 acres. The first 9 holes are lighted, and it is fully capable of hosting high-level international competitions. It is the second largest golf course in Jiangnan province. The 2 cashback reminders for consumption were received very close in time. The huge amount of income also surprised Yan Haowan, who was already quite wealthy. Xiaoyer's first payment was worth 550 billion yuan in cash back. Hu Wenwen's second payment was worth 81.48 billion yuan in cash back. Adding the original 200 billion, he now has a net worth of more than 830 billion.
In terms of economy, he already has the strength to compete with the aristocratic families. Yan Haowan rewarded the two precious women in the secret realm to his heart's content and satisfied all their requests. Then he told the two women bluntly that their efforts had brought him great fortune, allowing him to dig up another huge treasure and earn more than 600 billion. Afterwards, he made a big move and directly allocated 80 billion yuan, 50 billion yuan to Xiaoyer and 30 billion yuan to Hu Wenwen, as pocket money for the two girls. Both women regard men as godlike figures, and they are not surprised no matter how much money their husbands make. Of course, they were also very excited, and hard work always paid off. And this is kind of a secret, my husband said, only the two of them know about it. It's not that Yan Haowan wanted to hide the relationship between Shishir and other women on purpose, but this consumption cashback skill must never be leaked. Xiao Yuer figured it out on his own and helped Wenwen to open up to the art. Moreover, the amount of consumption is increasing. Yan Haowan is already very satisfied. He felt that there was no need to let other women know. Of course, if they took the initiative to consume, he would reward them. It depended on them whether they could understand it. They also discussed together how to use this huge fortune. The investment in each industry has already been decided, so there is no need to add more for the time being. The amount of capital is too huge now, so we can't just make random decisions when investing in new industries. We must let the elites under us fully demonstrate the research. Later, he made the final decision himself. Anyway, he was not short of money now. This huge amount of cash would be temporarily used as a strategic reserve and as a blockbuster bomb when sniping the Yi family. Chapter 127, The Big Wooden House and the King-Sized Bed in the Secret Realm. 3 infrastructure projects have been officially put on the agenda. The first one is a real big project, the headquarters building of Huanteng Group. Yan Haowan had an idea long ago. The headquarters building is an important facade of the group. No matter how big the group is, if the building is rented, it will give people the impression that it is not of high quality. Now that he has no shortage of money, after fully soliciting opinions from women and senior members of the aristocratic families, he decided to go all out and invest 20 billion to build a luxurious headquarters building. The main business of the Morong family is construction, so of course this big project will be taken on by them. The second project was also not small, it was the hillside villa that Luo Yu bought for her husband. After the house was transferred to his name, Yan Haowan was worried that even if he didn't live in it, it would be affected by the bad feng shui, so he blew up the 2 auxiliary buildings long ago. Now that the sisterhood is so large, the large flat seems a little insufficient. This villa certainly cannot be left idle, and the auxiliary building that was blown up also needs to be rebuilt. As long as you have money, everything is easy. Yan Haowan was responsible for determining the feng shui layout design, and the rest of the matters were left to the Morong family, so he didn't have to worry about it. The third project is very small. It is a small infrastructure in the Qiankuan secret realm. They decided to build a wooden house inside. Materials are not a problem at all. As long as they are prepared, Yan Haowan can put them into the material realm and take them out again, without any effort. But everyone, including another person who knew about the secret realm, Wei Qiyan, who was far away in Tuyang, had no experience in building houses. Building a wooden house sounds simple, but it is actually not that easy. The secret realm must be kept secret, so it's impossible to invite workers in. After some discussion, everyone decided to test it outside first. Miss Yutian specially allocated a small area in the large manor for construction experiments. She asked her subordinates to find a professional master and made a specific requirement when hiring him: building a wooden house is for fun, so the construction process must be taught step by step. The master knew that this was a wealthy family, so of course he understood that this rich kid was just here for fun and could not possibly be here to steal skills, so he taught very attentively. The master also helped the young lady purchase all the materials according to her needs of building a large wooden house. It was an extra commission income anyway, so he was very attentive. The girls were all very excited, and Yan Haowan even asked his brother-in-law to help. In just 2 nights, the wooden house was built successfully. Anyway, it's not really used for living, and everyone knows its real purpose. So the interior decoration is very simple, with just 2 rooms, a large bedroom and a small living room. There is no need for water, electricity, etc., and apart from the table and chairs, there is only the bed. Yan Haowan is a very bad boy. He actually secretly customized a big bed. When the girls saw him take out the bed from the material world, they were all dumbfounded. The girls looked at each other, all with strange expressions. Yan Haowan didn't think it was that complicated. The bed was big and comfortable to sleep on. He called up the system information and looked at the girl's favorability ratings. Luo Yu 100%, Hu Wanwen 97%, Wei Qilan 98, Tian Yuancher 95, Zhang Jingshan 97. If they all have the same 100% favorability as Xiaoyer, I wonder what kind of surprises they will bring? He. The book was reviewed again after it was completed a long time ago, and it had been revised many times before and had already been approved. I had to cut a lot of words again and replace them with. If there are any incoherent parts in the middle, I hope readers will understand. Chapter 128 A Rich Harvest. After returning home, classmate Ouyang Manju moved to Su Shui. After her father went back and reported the matter in detail, the family, and of course mainly the patriarch, expressed their preliminary agreement with great regret. The reason why it was only a preliminary agreement was because Yan Haowan had not yet come to the door. The Ouyang family is a super famous family in Linquan. If they were placed in Jiangnan, their strength would at least rank among the top 3. Of course, it is impossible for the eldest granddaughter to be married off casually, especially to be the second wife in a wronged position. Precisely because they are a prominent family, meeting the parents is very particular, just like meeting the Tian family at the beginning. So Yan Haowan, under the advice of Miss Tian and a group of elders, did not rush to visit. Anyway, the girl was still young, so there was no rush for marriage. However, there is no rush for marriage. Her body is suffering day and night, especially during her menstrual period, when the symptoms are most obvious and very painful. Ouyang Zhinya had previously consulted Mr. Yi in detail, and the latter said that if he could lay a good foundation in Taoism, he would benefit more in the future. Of course, Yan Haowan, the old driver, doesn't have to worry, because the little girl definitely doesn't understand. So Mr. Yi suggested that it would be better to let the girl come over and learn first. After all, Yan's fellow Taoists would definitely understand it. Anyway, we will be a family in the future, so it's a good time to get to know each other first. In addition, there is no need to rush in cultivation, but doesn't Tian have a way to alleviate the pain caused by the Xianin body? It's just right to treat the symptoms first. So after discussion, Ouyang's family agreed to let Manju stay here first and receive treatment. Of course, aristocratic families value face. Ouyang Zhinya said it very bluntly. They have to wait until Yan comes to their house and their relationship is established before they can be together. Yan Haowan of course agreed clearly. After he knew that Xuanin's body and himself were a perfect combination, he did have some ideas, but he was not in a hurry. Especially Miss Tian, she is determined to reach the first level, and she has great motivation to practice. Fortunately, there is no jealous person in the sisterhood. Lan'er, Xiaoyuer and Hu Wenwan are all sensible. They never fight for things and just line up in an orderly manner. Yan Haowan sighed and wondered in a Versailles way every day, how did those pig-headed characters in YY novels, some of whom were obviously just ordinary mortals, but also had a bunch of wives, complete their homework? Firstly, Yan Haowan discovered that his level of cultivation was indeed increasing steadily and rapidly, and he had already reached the late 4th level. For normal cultivators, each of the 3 stages of the primary, secondary and final stages of the heavens would take several years or even more than 10 years to practice. If you knew that this kid started at the 4th level, and improved from the early stage to the late stage in more than a month, you would probably be pissed to death. Not only himself, but also his fellow Taoists, are making rapid progress. Especially Lan'er, a Taoist master with rich knowledge and solid foundation, often lamented that he had practiced hard alone in the past, but his efficiency was so low that it was all in vain. She is now very confident that as long as she practices correctly, she will make rapid progress. She is now full of confidence in breaking through the first spiritual barrier. Yan Xiaozia's second gain was that he had taken a small step towards achieving his dream. The favorability of girls around me has increased again. Tian Yuancher also reached 96%. After Yan Haowan and the policewoman became friends, he certainly wouldn't just ignore her. Instead, he cared for her even more, fearing that she would be neglected. As a result, Zhang Jingshan was very moved and her favorability rating actually reached 98. Chapter 129, Go to Bowling Tianchideo to study. Ouyang Manju is a likable person. She always accepts the enthusiastic and meticulous teaching of her sisters and has a very good relationship with everyone. As for the relationship with brother Yan, it has made great progress. That night, after Ouyang Zhinya went back and gave his daughter a vaccination, the girl's favorability rating directly rose to 80%. When we met later and talked for a few minutes, it was 85%. Later, when she returned home, her family agreed to let her live in Su Shui and meet her brother again. Yan Haowan didn't do anything, but her favorability rating went straight to 90%. Yan Xiaozi was very proud. In addition to dual cultivation, the thing that Yan Haowan and her sisters like most is treatment. Watching Yan Haowan using the Xian Yang Du method to treat the little girl has become a regular program for everyone. Of course, the reason was to prevent the little girl from being shy when being alone with a boy, so everyone was present to give comfort and encouragement, but also to supervise the bad boy and prevent him from taking the opportunity to do something bad. Mr. Yi, who is already old, is also in high spirits. With the help of Yan Haowan, he finally breaks through the first spiritual barrier and enters the 4th level. There is a world of difference between the middle realm and the initial realm. Not to mention anything else, your lifespan alone can be increased by at least 50 years. So the old gentleman was extremely grateful, and in addition to giving him a booklet of secret techniques related to special physiques, he also told him in detail some of the experiences and insights that his master had taught him. Since Yan Haowan started the path of cultivation, his cultivation speed has been invincible and his progress has been extremely amazing, thanks to his Xin Yang body's physique and dual cultivation. However, the corresponding knowledge and experience are far from keeping up. Especially there is no magical power that matches the middle realm. He benefited a lot from the old man's careful guidance and teaching, but as for his supernatural powers, the old man did not mention them at all, perhaps he himself did not know about them. The more he understood, the more Yan Haowan realized that he did not have enough knowledge. So he and Wei Qilan went to Lingbao Mountain. Before this, Master Yang had asked Lan'er to make an appointment with him, but he was always troubled. Now that the business has been arranged and the princess has responded, the only parents who have not met are the Ouyang family, and the wedding is still in preparation. It is a good opportunity to take advantage of the bad times and get this done. Lingbao Tianchi sect is a major Taoist sect with a long history. The request for a meeting with the sect leader is a great opportunity to learn from him and get his doubts resolved. The head of the sect, Yang Chuanji, was in a very good mood these days because he had finally entered the late stage from the middle stage of the 4th level. The middle realm is much more difficult than the initial realm, and each step forward is not easy. At his age, he has entered the late 4th level, and his achievements have surpassed his master and the Supreme Elder. However, when he saw Yan Haowan, he was so shocked that he was speechless. Because this kid who was only 20 years old has actually reached the late 4th level. After being shocked, Master Yang was overjoyed. Because this genius cultivator is Lan'er's husband, and indirectly has some relationship with their Bowling Tianchi sect. Yan Haowan was originally a young descendant, and the Wei family had always been very respectful to their sect, so he was very humble and very respectful and polite. This made Master Yang extremely satisfied. After a brief greeting, Master Yang asked about Yan's master. Of course, the latter gave his usual answer, a hermit master. Sect leader Yang was not surprised, and then he made a request very straightforwardly. They hope Yan Haowan can join their Tianchi sect as a guest elder. Then he listed a bunch of benefits of being a guest elder. You don't have any obligations at ordinary times, but when the church encounters serious difficulties, you must lend a hand. The two most important benefits are: you can apply to view the classics in the Sutra repository. You can apply to call upon the human and material resources of the Tianchi sect across the country. Of course, Yan Haowan agreed without hesitation. Firstly, this was the Wei family's native religion, and secondly, he came here to study. Since sect leader Yang wanted a favor from him, he was more than happy to do so. What's more, one of the benefits of being a guest elder is that he can read ancient books, which is exactly what he urgently needs. Chapter 130, Recording the 6 Magical Powers. Yan Haowan first asked about some specific problems that he encountered during the practice and did not quite understand. Master Yang was indeed very knowledgeable and experienced, and he gave very detailed answers, which allowed him to gain a lot. Lan'er, who was listening attentively at the side, had a lower level of attainment, but her foundation was very solid and she gained more insights. Afterwards, he asked about the current Taoist sects and other talented people. Sect leader Yang also knew a lot about it and told him everything. It also made Yan Xiaozi further understand that this world is far from being as simple as ordinary people think and see. Finally, Yan Haowan said that his master was traveling outside and was hard to find, so he couldn't contact him actively. But at that time, the master only taught him Taoism. Perhaps he did not expect that he would enter the intermediate realm so quickly, so he did not teach him any supernatural powers. Sect leader Yang still wasn't surprised, and said that there were indeed 6 magical powers in his sect, 3 of which could be learned at the 4th level, and the other 3 at the 5th level, but all of them could be borrowed and viewed unconditionally. Of course, it can only be read within this religion, and cannot be borrowed or copied, nor can it be passed on to other religions.
Yan Haoan was overjoyed and of course swore an oath to guarantee it. Next, he went straight into the sutra repository, ignoring everything else and focusing on the 6 gates magical powers. Among these 6 magical powers, 2 are masculine, namely Yuan Yang True Fire and Lai Yang Arrow, 2 are feminine, namely Yuan Yin True Fire and Ice Arrow. There are also 2 doors that do not distinguish between Yin and Yang and are also the most advanced, namely Taoist Golden Body and 5 Thunders Righteous Law, which require the 5th level of heaven to practice. Yan Haoan had just opened the book on Yuan Yang True Fire when he heard a wonderful system prompt. Ding! The Yuan Yang True Fire secret book has been detected, and the system has automatically entered it. Ding! The Yuan Yang True Fire secret book has been entered. The host is rewarded with 30,000 charm points. The current charm points are 175,000 points. Yan Haoan was immediately delighted, thinking to himself, "Master, you can't blame me for this. Because this was automatically entered by the system, not me who copied it." Then, he stopped studying and immediately opened the other 5 books on magical powers one by one. Sure enough, each book was automatically entered into the system. This time, he not only got the 6 magical powers for free, but also gained 180,000 charm points, a total of 325,000 points. He thought that since he had already entered it down, there was no need to study it here, so he began to read other scriptures and books carefully. This time, there was nothing he could record, so he picked out some that interested him and read them carefully. The more he read, the more he felt that Taoism was profound and mysterious, and his interest grew. So, he made a very important decision, to reveal the secret realm of Qiankuan to the headmaster. Firstly, I felt a little guilty for taking away someone else's 6 magical powers for nothing. Secondly, and most importantly, he intuitively felt that he would still have to deal with the Lingbao Tianshi sect in the future. Not only can you study and solve your doubts, you may also be able to make use of the masters in the religion, and of course you can also help each other. With the fast, multi-directional portal of Qiankuan's secret realm, today's travel and emergency support will be very convenient. Sect leader Yang is considered to be knowledgeable and experienced, but after seeing this extremely magical secret realm, he was astonished beyond words. He muttered to himself several times, "It turns out that the legends of cultivating immortals passed down by ancestors are not just legends." He was also very touched by the generosity and trust of his nephew's son-in-law. First, they expressed that they would strictly keep this shocking secret second, since there were some convenient passages, they could discuss Taoism with each other frequently in the future. Third, they expressed that if Yan Haoan had any problems in the future, they would do their best to help. Yan Haoan and Wei Qilan were also very happy. Their sect had a long history, and the sect leader's words would surely be of great help to everyone's future practice. The two said goodbye to the leader and entered the Qiankuan secret realm, where Luo Yu brought Su Shuai back. Yan Haoan had gained a lot of knowledge this time and was very diligent. After a short rest, he called all the girls together and gave them a collective Taoism class. Wei Qilan is experienced and has made many additions. All the girls have already gotten started, and they all listened very carefully and gained something. Chapter 131: The Mysterious Taoist of the Ouyang Family. Late at night 3 days later, Yan He, who had been practicing diligently, received some great news. He has entered the 5th level of heaven. Although it is not a leap-forward breakthrough like the first spiritual gate, every level of advancement above the middle realm is also a major breakthrough. This really surprised him. He has already mastered the basics of several magical powers these days, and now he can practice the 2 more advanced magical powers, Taoist Golden Body and 5 Thunders Righteousness. Then, he prepared all other matters and went to Ouyang's house to meet his parents. This meeting with the parents was a little strange, as Miss Tian, the legal wife, also accompanied him. However, since it was the Ouyang family who took the initiative to invite him, Yan Haoan was of course very happy. After all, Sister Shirshir is very familiar with the Ouyang family, and perhaps that was the reason why the latter asked her to go with them. Although the Ouyang family is a more powerful family, Yan Haoan felt much more relaxed compared to the time he met the Ouyang family's parents. Because the Ouyang family was very polite and gave enough face to the future son-in-law. First of all, of course, Yan Haoan at this time is no longer the unknown person when he went to the Ouyang family, but a young talent who was very capable and highly recognized by the Ouyang family and the special envoy from the capital. Secondly, he will not only be Manjua's husband, but also her savior. Since the Yu family was so kind to him, Yan Haoan of course reciprocated the favor. He was very respectful to his elders and polite to his peers. All in all, this meeting between parents was a happy one for both sides. The only regret is that the head of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Chongfeng, has never appeared. After the family dinner, Ouyang Jinya said to his daughter, son-in-law and Tian Yuancher, come with me to meet someone. After he finished speaking, he briefly introduced the person he wanted to meet, who was a senior elder in their family, a Taoist priest with the Taoist name Wu Chen. Afterwards, he led the three of them and walked for 5 or 6 minutes until they arrived at a secluded little courtyard. There is a Taoist priest in the yard, practicing boxing. Ouyang Jinya obviously respected the Taoist priest very much and gestured to the two of them to wait patiently and not disturb them. Yan Haoan observed quietly. He had a hunch that the Taoist's strength should be even higher than his own because he made him feel that he was unfathomable. He remembered what Sister Jingshan had said before, not only do wealthy families have powerful private armed guards, they also worship some extraordinary people with great abilities. This Taoist priest is obviously a rare and extraordinary person with superb Taoist skills. Of course the Taoist knew someone was coming, but he still patiently finished his set of punches before stepping forward to greet them. Master. Miss. Master Wu Chen. After saying hello, he turned directly to Yan Haoan and asked, I wonder who this young man is. The reason why he focused on Yan Haoan was, of course, because this young man shocked him so much. He is so young, yet he has already reached the 5th level. Ouyang Jinya was very knowledgeable about the ways of the world, but he introduced Tian Yuancher first, and then Yan Haoan. When he learned that this young man was the husband of the eldest daughter of the Tian family and also Ouyang Manju's fiancé, Taoist Wu Chen was surprised at first, but then he congratulated her calmly. Congratulations, Master, Miss Tian, and Miss Tian, for finally getting such a happy son-in-law. The Ouyang family's father and daughter were both very happy. Taoist Wu Chen was a great man. He gave such an evaluation after only one meeting with Yan Haoan. It was obvious that Yan was very recognized by him. Yan Haoan quickly said modestly, Master, you are too kind. Young man, you are so young, but you have already achieved such a high level of cultivation. I wonder who your master is. I dare not call you young hero, Taoist priest, just call me Huan Huan. As for my master is a hermit master who does not have any sect. Taoist Wu Chen was slightly startled. A hidden master. No wonder he could reach the 5th level at such a young age. But I also have some connection with the Tiancher sect of Baoling Mountain. Taoist Wu Chen's eyes lit up, the Baoling Celestial Master sect? It's a big sect. When I was young, I visited it with my master. May I ask what sect you belong to, senior? Taoist Wu Chen's eyes dimmed. Let's not talk about the gate of decline. Huan Huan, who is the current head of the Baoling Tiancher sect? It's Heavenly Master Yang Chuanji. It's him. When we met each other back then, I knew he was extremely talented and would definitely achieve extraordinary things in the future. Huan Huan, what is your connection with the Baoling Tiancher sect? My Taoist partner is the daughter of the Tu Yangshan Wei family. Tuyan Tiancher is a branch of Baoling Tiancher. In terms of seniority, Master Yang is the uncle of my Taoist partner. Upon hearing that he had a Taoist companion, Taoist Wu Chen remained calm. The Baoling Tiancher sect is famous for its combination of Taoism and medicine. Your Taoist companion's family is a branch of the sect, so they are also familiar with medicine? Night. The Wei family is also quite accomplished in medical skills. Chapter 132, The Nine-Turn Poison appears again. Taoist Wu Chen's eyes lit up and he looked at Ouyang Jinya. Since your son-in-law is the Taoist partner of the Wei family girl, why not ask the Wei family's Taoist priest to examine the old master's strange illness? Ouyang Jinya was startled, then overjoyed. That's great. Yan Haoan was also stunned. Didn't Ti Manju go to Sushu Wei to seek medical treatment? Her grandfather had a strange disease, so why didn't Ti go with her? Ouyang Jinya saw that he had a strange expression and thought there was some problem. Huan Huan? Is there any obstacle? What conditions do you want? Feel free to tell me. That's not the case. The Wei family and I have a close relationship, so there is absolutely no problem. However, I am also familiar with medicine. Can I visit Master Yu first? That's the best. Yan Haoan followed everyone to another villa, and was shocked to see that Yuzu looked so haggard. He immediately became a qi reading expert. Then, he was stunned. There is a lot of information. Yuzu has some problems, but they are all minor issues. The most critical problem is poisoning. And this poison turned out to be the 9-turn poison that Master Yang Yuni had been poisoned by before. Moreover, the poison is extremely strong and has reached the point where his life is in danger. When the eldest lady saw that he was just staring at her grandfather and didn't do any inspection,
her expression changed drastically and she quickly asked, Huan, what's wrong? He was about to answer when he suddenly received a series of system prompts. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a series of system prompts. Ding! A new mission for target Ouyang Manju has been released. Optional mission: neutralize the 9-turn poison that the target's grandfather, Ouyang Chongfeng, was infected with and restore his vitality. Mission deadline: 10 days. Success reward: 50,000 charm points. Failure penalty: deduct 50,000 charm points. If the charm points are insufficient, one skill of the host will be randomly eliminated. System prompt: Ouyang Chongfeng's poison has not been eliminated within 10 days or he has died. Mission failed. Do you want to accept this task? Yan Haoan received the system prompt and immediately signaled with his hand for everyone to stop talking. Then he quickly and carefully checked the mission schedule. After reading it, of course he chose to accept it without hesitation. How long has Yu Zu's health been problematic? It's been over a month. Yan Haoan was a little surprised. Master Yang Yuni was a cultivator himself and could use his true Yang spiritual power to resist toxins, so of course he could last for a long time. Yu Zu is just an ordinary man, and at his age, it is impossible for him to last this long. But then an idea flashed in his mind and he looked at Taoist Wuchen. The latter immediately understood the questioning meaning in his eyes. I transfer spiritual energy to the old man every day, but he can only keep him alive. There is no sign of recovery. This strange disease is really bizarre, it seems to be able to erode spiritual energy. Grandmaster, you didn't get a strange disease, he was poisoned. Everyone was very surprised. Taoist Wuchen immediately looked as if he had suddenly realized something. Huan, what kind of poison was the old master poisoned by? 9-turn pulling machine poison. Have you ever heard of it, Taoist priest? Taoist Wuchen's face changed immediately and he murmured. No wonder my spiritual power always feels like a drop in the ocean when I put it in. Huan, is this poison very strong? It's very dangerous. If you are a cultivator, your spiritual power will be eroded and you will become an ordinary person. Without spiritual power, this poison will erode the normal vitality of the human body, and eventually the whole body will fail and die. Everyone's face changed drastically. Miss Tian asked, Huan, can you neutralize this poison? Taoist Wuchen glanced at the Ouyang father and daughter inside. It is rumored that there is no cure for this poison. Fortunately, Yan Haoan immediately responded. There is an antidote, but it is extremely difficult to prepare. All 4 of them were very happy. Ouyang Manju was excited. Brother Huan, can you prepare it? Able. Huan, no matter what precious materials this antidote requires, I will do my best. Don't worry, father-in-law. My master left me a lot of good things, and there is an antidote for this poison. I just don't understand. This antidote is not easy to prepare, but this poison is actually the same. Although it is used to harm people, it is also a rare thing. Yu Zu is not a Taoist, so there is no need to use this poison on him. To put it bluntly, it's a waste. When Taoist Wuchen heard this, his expression suddenly changed. It turns out that I was the one who caused trouble for the old master. Everyone was stunned, and then they all understood. The person who poisoned the Taoist priest should have been targeting Taoist Wuchen, but it was difficult to get close to him to poison him, so he used this roundabout method. Master, you have been in my Ouyang family for more than 10 years. You have always lived in seclusion and few people know about it. How could someone target you? I haven't figured this out yet. But as Huan said, this poison is very rare and is used to deal with ascetics. Using it on the old master is obviously to consume my true Yang spiritual power. Chapter 133: The Origin of Taoist Wuchen. Master, I have seen this poison before. The one who was poisoned was Heavenly Master Yang Yuni from Bowling Mountain. Taoist Wuchen was startled and immediately said. Did he mention who poisoned him? No, I just said that I was ambushed by my enemies while I was traveling and training. Taoist Wuchen hesitated for a moment and said, the most urgent task is to rescue the old master first. Yan Haoan nodded, and immediately spent 5,500 charm points to exchange for another Sanyuan detoxification pill from the charm mall. After letting the young lady take some water to drink, he said to Taoist Wuchen. Master, after taking the medicine, you need to sit in meditation and practice Qigong for 2 cycles to best refine the medicinal power. Master Yu is not a Taoist practitioner, so he needs your help. Taoist Wuchen chuckled, why should Huan take action? I have been sending spiritual energy to you for days, and I am very familiar with your meridians.
Yan Haoan was not pretentious.
He thought that the Taoist priestess realm was definitely higher than his, so there was no need for him to take any action. At that moment, the four of them were waiting in the side room while the Taoist priest refined the medicine.
Yan Haoan took the opportunity to ask about Taoist Wuchen's origins.
This story started 12 years ago when I went to southern Xinjiang.
What is southern Xinjiang? Nanjiang is just a common name.
Geographically, it belongs to the southern part of the Han Empire.
It is a vast primeval forest with a very large territory.
The mountains here are long and steep, with tens of thousands of peaks, cliffs thousands of feet high, crisscrossing in complex terrain. The longest peak is over 1,000 meters high, and the shortest is over 100 meters high, so it is also called the 10,000 Mountains of southern Xinjiang. According to legend, this place is the lair of evil spirits, full of foul air.
Of course, according to modern people's explanation, it is mainly various poisonous insects and miasma.
In short, this is a very dangerous place.
Ouyang Manju asked in confusion, "Dad, if southern Xinjiang is so dangerous, why are you going there?"
This matter is a bit complicated, and it also has a great impact on our Ouyang family. The initial cause was a dispute over the business of precious medicinal materials with a local family called Hai. At that time, your grandfather took me there to mediate, but it ended in a very unpleasant way. This family actually hired a sorcerer to plot against us. Fortunately, we also brought a lot of elite personnel, including 2 worshippers. In the end, both sides were defeated, both priests were seriously injured, and one of them died soon after. Because we were in the enemy's territory, we had to withdraw, but unexpectedly we were ambushed again. At the critical moment, Taoist Wuchen passed by. Although he was also injured, he was able to defeat the enemy with his superb Taoist skills. With the personal and strong invitation from his father, Taoist Wuchen joined the Ouyang family and became a worshipful elder. The Taoist priest said very little about his origins, only that he had a feud with a certain evil magic sect deep in the mountains of southern Xinjiang that wanted to exterminate his entire family. His original intention of coming here was to seek revenge, but the opponent was extremely strong and outnumbered him, so he was no match for him at all. He was lucky to escape after being injured. Because he was alone and weak, the Taoist priest lost hope of revenge and agreed to join the Ouyang family and live a semi-secluded life. The 3 younger generations did not expect such a tortuous experience and were all shocked. Since Yan Haoan came into contact with Taoism, he has gained a new understanding of the world and has developed a great interest in various sects of cultivation and supernatural arts. After Taoist Wuchen helped to refine the detoxification pill, Yan Haoan used the qi gazing technique to investigate. After confirming that the 9-turn poison had been cured, he felt relieved and told everyone. Afterwards, he took out another pill of Qianyuan pill and gave it to Yu Zhu to take. This pill was the secret recipe of the Wei family, and was given to him by Wei Qiyan at that time. He left 8 pills with his grandfather, and there are still 8 pills left. However, he actually had no medical knowledge and did not know Yu Zhu's condition or how many pills he needed to take. He was considering using the Qianquan secret realm to pick up Wei Qilan in the evening when Taoist Wuchen spoke first. Master, although the poison of the great master has been removed, as long as the person who poisoned him is still here, this matter will ultimately be a hidden danger. I would like to go to Baoling Mountain with my friend Huan to learn the inside story from the Taoist priest who has been poisoned by this poison. Since this matter started with me, I should end it with me. Yan Haoan thought about it and felt that Baoling Mountain was a long way away and it would be quite troublesome to make a trip there. Now that he has the multi-directional portal, he doesn't want to waste time in such a place. Master, since someone is secretly trying to harm you, it would be better for you to go out less and continue to stay at home. I have some connections with both Master Yang and Heavenly Master Yang Uni of the Tianchi sect of Baoling Mountain, so I might as well ask them first. If an interview is required, I can also go there first. If it is really necessary, it won't be too late to ask the Taoist priest to help. Taoist Wuchen hesitated for a moment and said, "I'm sorry to bother you, little friend." Then, he looked at the other people and said, "Master, ladies, I have something personal to discuss with you, little friend Huan." Although Ouyang Jinye and the other 2 were somewhat curious, they did not ask what it was about and left very tactfully. Chapter 134 The Legend of the Immortal. As soon as Ouyang Jinye and his party left, Taoist Wuchen bowed to Yan He and said, "Friend Yan, I have a favor to ask of you." "I dare not, Taoist priest, please give me your orders. This matter is of great importance. If you, Yan, do not want to intervene, please keep it confidential." Yan Haoan saw that his expression was extremely serious and his eyes were staring at him intently, and he understood. I, Yan Haoan, swear with my heart of cultivation that I will never reveal this to a third person without the permission of Taoist Wuchen. Taoist Wuchen nodded and said. Before I became a monk, my surname was Tumo, Tu as in butcher, Mo as in stranger, and my given name was Wuya, Wu as in martial arts, and Yi as in career. Yan Haoan was confused. Tumo? Is there such a surname? Taoist Wuchen seemed to have guessed the meaning of his expression and explained. This surname is unique to southern Xinjiang. Yan Haoan had just heard of southern Xinjiang before, so he wasn't too surprised. That's right. My Tumo clan was originally a large clan in southern Xinjiang. Who would have thought that we would be attacked by several large clans in one day, and all of our clan members were wiped out? Fortunately, I failed in my attempts to reach the first spiritual barrier several times, so I went out to travel in search of opportunities, and that is how I managed to escape with my life. For all these years, I have never forgotten the hatred of my clan being exterminated. Yan Haoan felt deeply sympathetic, but why did the Taoist priest tell him this? Did he expect him to help others get revenge? This is too much work. Taoist Wuchen was indeed a smart man, and he immediately said, My friend, don't worry too much. I am just expressing my feelings. How can I force you to do anything? I would like to ask you for help. I hope you can help me open a secret room. Secret room? The secret room is just my own term. To be precise, it should be called a secret realm. Yan Haoan's face suddenly changed, and he immediately thought of his own Shenkuan secret realm. Taoist Wuchen immediately noticed this detail. Could it be that my friend has heard of the secret realm before? Indeed, I have heard my master mention it by chance. So, my friend should also believe in the existence of immortal cultivators. Yan Haoan's expression changed again. My master once said that according to our ancestors' records, all kinds of cultivation methods were actually passed down by immortals. But this has always been just a legend, and my master is not sure either. It is indeed just a legend. It is said that after a cultivator reaches the 10th level of perfection, he can ascend to heaven in broad daylight and enter the immortal world. What does the Taoist priest mean? Entering the fairyland is of course just a legend, but if a cultivator can reach a high realm above the 7th heaven, he will indeed have some incredibly amazing magical powers. To the people in the secular world, such a peerless master is almost like an immortal. The reason why I know this is because the ancestor of my Tumo family was a master of the 7th heaven. Yan Haoan was shocked. Because he had heard sect leader Yang say before that, let alone immortals, even the realms above the 7th heaven were just legends. Unfortunately, my family has no successors. Among all the ancestors, only a few have reached the middle realm, and the one with the highest achievement has only reached the 5th level of perfection. As a result, no one can open the secret realm left by our ancestors. Yan Haoan roughly understood what was said. Master Wuchen means that this secret realm requires at least the 6th level of the heaven to open? That's right. Master Wuchen thinks too highly of me. I have only been in the 5th heaven for 2 days. I don't know when I will reach the 6th heaven. For ordinary practitioners, reaching the 6th heaven is indeed difficult. But young friend, you have already reached the 5th level at such a young age. Your progress in cultivation is so fast that it is simply incredible. If I hadn't expected it, you must have a special physique. Yan Haoan had no need to keep it secret and admitted generously. This junior indeed has the acquired Xianyang body due to chance. Taoist Wu Chen was delighted. It turns out to be the Xianyang body. My friend is truly blessed. Yan Haoan smiled. Miss Manju also has a specially cold constitution. Since my friend has a Xianyang body, and you two have already established your relationship, why don't you practice dual cultivation quickly? This will not only help Miss Manju avoid the suffering of coldness, but also greatly improve her cultivation. The reason why Sister Manju and I have a bond is actually because of our special physiques. To be honest with you, Sister Manju's physique is a Xianin body. It's actually the Xianin body. Taoist Wu Chen was shocked at first, and then he was overjoyed. This is truly a match made in heaven. Yan Haoan had already learned about this from Mr. Yi and was quite calm. I wonder how you, my friend, can judge this special physique? Yan Haoan immediately recounted the story of Manju's visit to Su Shui for medical treatment, but the diagnostic secrets were unique to Mr. Yi, so he certainly didn't say that he already had the booklet. This is indeed a great opportunity. Taoist Wu Chen sighed first, then stared at the lucky boy with a sharp gaze. My dear friend Yen, you have the Xianyang body, and Miss Manju is your wife. The combination of Xianyang and Xianyin is of great help to your cultivation. Your future achievements will surely be limitless. The sixth heaven realm is just around the corner. Chapter 135 Difficult and Complex System Tasks. Yan Haoan of course knew what Taoist Wuchen meant, and said simply, as long as I reach the sixth level, I am willing to help the Taoist master open the secret realm. Taoist Wuchen bowed again. Thank you, friend Yan. If the secret realm is opened, apart from the books left by our ancestors, you can take 10 items at will. Yan Haoan was quite surprised. Could it be that this secret realm was not the same as the Qiankuan secret realm, but was actually just a treasure house? He was only helping out voluntarily, but since the other person was so polite, there was no need for him to be hypocritical. Thank you, Taoist priest. Although it is very convenient to go through the Qiankuan secret realm, Yan Haoan did not go directly to Lingbao Mountain, but called to inquire first. He had been saved by Heavenly Master Yang Yuni, and later they broke the formation together. He had also met the headmaster once before and had an in-depth exchange with him, so they were quite familiar with each other. When I asked, I was shocked because it involved southern Xinjiang again. It turned out that after he pointed out that the poison that Master Yang Yuni was poisoned with was the 9-turn poison, the latter returned to the sect to report the incident and entrusted his teachers and friends to inquire from various sources. Later, I finally found out that this poison was made exclusively by a clan in southern Xinjiang called the Huka. Taoist priest Yang Yuni had no grudges against the Huka tribe, but Taoist priest Lingbao and the Huma sect in southern Xinjiang were enemies passed down from generation to generation. Yang Yuni asked the headmaster and fellow disciples, but they also didn't know what the connection was between the Huka tribe and the Huma sect. Yan Haoan told Taoist Wuchen what he had learned, and the latter's eyes suddenly lit up. He said with hatred, as I said before, my Tumo clan was attacked by several major families. The leaders are the Huma cult and the Huka tribe. The wife of the Huma cult leader is the daughter of the Huka tribe chieftain. Yan Haoan was surprised again, it was such a coincidence. He was about to ask in detail when he suddenly received another series of system prompts. Ding! A new mission for target Ouyang Manju has been released. Current mission, completely resolved the 9-turn poison crisis. Mission deadline, 6 months. Success reward, 100,000 charm points plus complete poison sutra. Failure penalty, deduct 100,000 charm points. If the charm points are insufficient, one skill of the host will be randomly eliminated. System prompts. 1. The 9-turn pulling poison is a special poison made by the Huka tribe in southern Xinjiang. You must kill the tribe leader and the great elder to complete the mission. 2. The chief of the Huka tribe is in the middle stage of the 5th heaven realm, the great elder is in the great perfection stage of the 4th heaven realm. There is another elder who is in the middle stage of the 4th heaven realm. After reading the task information, Yan Haoan took a breath of cold air. He just felt like 1,000 horses were running through his heart. The reward is quite generous, 100,000 charm points, plus the purchase price of complete poison sutra is also 100,000 charm points, which is equivalent to 200,000 charm points. But this is the requirement to complete the task. He was just an early stage of the 5th level who had grown up in a forcing growth manner and had no combat experience at all, but the system had asked him to kill a middle stage of the 5th level and a great master of the 4th level. Moreover, the Huka tribe and the Huma religion are in-laws. There is no way he could complete this task alone. His first reaction was to call for help, and he had to call a lot of people. However, before he could react, another string of system messages came. Ding! A new mission for target Ouyang Manju has been released. Current mission, destroy the Huma cult. Mission deadline, 6 months. Success reward, 300,000 charm points plus 1 random reward. Failure penalty, deduct 300,000 charm points. If the charm points are insufficient, one skill of the host will be randomly eliminated. System prompts. 1. You must kill the leader, deputy leader, and left and right protectors at the same time to complete the mission. 2. The leader of the Huma sect is at the 5th heaven great perfection realm, the deputy leader is at the 5th heaven middle realm, and the left and right protectors are at the 4th heaven great perfection realm. 3. The southern Xinjiang Holy Moon sect and the Huma sect are sworn enemies. 4. The Huma cult and the Huka tribe have secretly pledged allegiance to the 6th prince. The number of alpacas running through Yan Haoan's mind increased from 10,000 to 100,000. However, these last 2 tips are quite interesting. First of all, it seems that there is an ally to be found then. This matter actually involves the royal family? Who the hell is this 6th prince?
Is he the rival of the crown prince in the fight for the imperial power? If this is the case, then it is actually a good thing for his mission. He can use the power of the crown prince. It seems I have to ask Her Royal Highness the Princess as soon as possible. Was it because of the struggle for imperial power that the princess hurried back to the capital? Taoist Wu Chen found it quite strange that Yen Haowan went into a daze after he finished speaking. He asked with concern, "Little friend Yen, what's wrong with you?" Yen Haowan came back to his senses and asked, "Master, I heard from my father-in-law that he met you in southern Xinjiang, and you went there to seek revenge. Can you tell me in detail about your fight with the people from the Huma sect?" Chapter 136, Telling Secrets. Taoist Wu Chen was very surprised, but he didn't hesitate and told everything. Back then, I unexpectedly broke through and entered the 5th level. I thought I had some abilities, so I went to the Huma sect to seek revenge. Later I realized that I was extremely lucky that time, because at that time the leader of the Huma sect and other masters were fighting against their archenemy, the Holy Moon sect. There is only the young leader and a guardian in the sect. The young leader is in the perfect state of the 3rd heaven and was successfully killed by me. The one I fought with at that time was one of the guardians, who was in the late 4th level. Although his strength was not as good as mine, they had the help of formations, and I was also injured. Later, when I was escaping, I met a master who helped me. I learned that he was from the southern Xinjiang Holy Moon sect, which was a sworn enemy of the Huma sect. According to the people who helped me, the leader and the deputy leader are both at the 5th level of the heaven, and the left and right protectors are both at the 4th level of the heaven. Now that 12 years have passed, I am afraid my realm has improved even more. After Taoist Wu Chen finished speaking, he looked at Yen Haowan meaningfully and sighed. I have some talent, but I have just entered the late 5th level. There are so many masters in the Huma sect and the Hoka tribe. I am afraid that it will be difficult for me to avenge my blood feud. Yen Haowan considered it for a moment and said slowly. The matter between the Huma cult and the Hoka tribe has now involved a struggle among the upper echelons. I think the higher-ups will intervene. Moreover, there is a generations-long hatred between the Baoling Tianshi sect and the Huma sect. The Wei family Tianshi is a branch of the Baoling sect, and they have always been of the same blood and advance and retreat together. My Taoist partner is the daughter of the Wei family, and I have some connections with Master Baoling, so I will definitely help you with all my strength. Taoist priest, I think your chance for revenge has come. The reason why Yen Haowan explained it so thoroughly was, of course, not just because he could have one more expert, but also because Taoist Wu Chen himself was from southern Xinjiang and was familiar with the situation there. Very suitable to be a guide. Taoist Wu Chen was first extremely surprised, and then extremely delighted. He said excitedly, "If you, my dear friend Yen, are willing to help me with my revenge, I am willing to copy a copy of the classics left by my ancestors for you, and you can choose half of the items in the secret realm." Now it was Yen Haowan's turn to be surprised. It was precisely because he didn't want to demand repayment for a favor that he made his point clear first, instead of just saying that he would help the Taoist priest get revenge. It seems that Taoist Wu Chen is also a wise man. He hesitated for a moment, then told the details about the strength of the masters of the Huma sect and the Hoka tribe. Taoist Wu Chen was quite surprised. He really didn't expect that his enemy was so powerful. At the same time, he was also quite surprised and impressed that Yen Haowan could get the intelligence so accurately. Master, there are many experts in the Huma sect and the Hoka tribe, and we also need to gather a large number of good players. I will be responsible for contacting the capital and the Tianshi sect of Baoling Mountain. The Holy Moon cult is the sworn enemy of the Huma cult, and they have had a history with the Taoist priest before. Can the Taoist priest contact them? That would be a great help. This is my responsibility. I will make some preparations and sneak back to southern Xinjiang today to contact the Holy Moon sect first. If someone wants to take action against the Huma sect, they will definitely welcome it. When Yen Haowan heard him say that he wanted to return to southern Xinjiang, he was moved, but because it involved the secrets of the Qiankuan secret realm, he was hesitant. Friend Yen, feel free to say whatever you want to say. Yen Haowan thought of the secret realm that the Taoist priest had mentioned, the realm that his ancestors had reached in the 7th heaven, and the legends of the immortal cultivators. He felt that he would definitely have many questions to ask in the future, so he made up his mind immediately. Master, I actually have a shocking secret about cultivation. Taoist Wu Chen was surprised again, then he saw the look in Yen Haowan's eyes and immediately understood what was going on. He immediately swore an oath of secrecy with his Taoist heart. Yen Haowan once again explained and demonstrated the Qiankuan secret realm, and led Taoist Wu Chen in for a tour.
The latter was indeed shocked beyond words. He muttered to himself, so this is the secret realm. But it seems to be a little different from the records of our ancestors. Yan Hahuan did not interrupt. After the Taoist priest came to his senses, he introduced the benefits of using the secret realm as a passage door and told him the method of opening the time and space gate. Taoist Wu Chen was shocked again, then he bowed deeply, thanking Yan Hahuan for trusting him and telling him such an astonishing secret. He said excitedly, with the help of this secret passage, our attack on the Huma sect will be even more powerful. Yan Hahuan also smiled and nodded. My friend, now that we have decided to deal with the Huma sect, we must do our best to improve our strength. For an ordinary person like me, it takes years of hard work to improve my realm, but you have the Shenyang body and Miss Manju as your Taoist partner. Please forgive me for being nosy, but since your status has been determined, the sooner you can practice dual cultivation, the sooner you can improve your strength. Yan Haowan said with a little embarrassment, thank you for your reminder, Taoist priest. I have also considered this. Ouyang Manju, this beautiful flower, has been trained by her sisters for several days, and it is time to pick her. Chapter 137 Power. The mission this time was too complicated, and the amount of information involved was large and sensitive. Yan Haowan was afraid that everyone would worry, so he discussed with Taoist Wu Chen and decided not to tell them the revenge plan for the time being. As for the matter of practicing together with Ouyang Manju, even though he was an experienced person, he was too embarrassed to speak directly. Fortunately, Sister Shirshir is here. After practicing sweetly with his wife in the evening, he mentioned this request to Shirshir. Tian Yuanshir of course agreed with a smile. I see that Sister Manju has been looking forward to practicing with you for a long time. How about I go and ask her now? Yan Haowan remembered the advice given by Taoist Wu Chen. Faced with a powerful enemy at hand, it would be better to improve one's strength as soon as possible. He nodded without being pretentious and said, it's fine to ask. But it depends on whether Sister Manju is really ready. Don't force her. Miss Tian had a charming look on her face. She whispered in her lover's ear. How about I trick her into coming here? Sister, forget it. I heard from Mr. Yi that Shenyang and Xuanti are the most powerful special physiques, and the effects are extraordinary, so there is no room for waste. I must take this seriously and make sure that Sister Manju is really ready so that both parties can benefit the most. So don't do this kind of tricks. Tian Yuanshir immediately acted as if she was being wronged. I'm not trying to play tricks on you. I'm really doing this for better results. Yan Haowan knew the young lady's little psychology, and that she really cared about him and really hoped to improve her realm as soon as possible, so he quickly responded. That's it. Tian Yuanshir did go and have a private talk with Manju that night, and the latter was indeed prepared in all aspects, but the notification was too hasty, and she didn't want to be so casual. So I endured it until the next night. She even looked at the almanac and found that this was an auspicious day for marriage. She was just a co-wife, unlike her sister Shirshir, who had a formal registration date. So entering the bridal chamber also represents marriage. In order to downplay the utilitarian purpose of the first practice together, let Sister Manju have the most perfect first time. But Yan Haowan made extremely careful preparations. Moreover, the whole process was the most gentle, patient and meticulous he had ever been since he became a man. The rewards of cultivation are so great. No wonder Mr. Yi said that the Shenyang body and the Xianing body are the most gifted special physiques for practicing Taoism, and the power of practicing together is too strong. Yan Haowan was extremely excited. He had just entered the initial stage of the 5th level, but in the process of refining Manju's special physical energy, he crossed the middle, late and perfect levels, and finally broke through in one fell swoop and reached the 6th level. Sect leader Yang once said that his master, who was also the former sect leader and a supreme elder in the sect, spent decades to cultivate from the initial stage of the 5th level to the perfect state. He then secluded himself for more than 10 years to strive for the 6th level, and he has not come out yet. And he actually reached such a high level in such a short time. His progress was like a rocket. After he finished refining and adapted himself a little, he saw that Sister Manju was still meditating and refining, so he began to pay close attention to the flow of her energy and protect her at the same time. When he first started watching, this girl who had almost no basic skills had already reached the perfect state of the 2nd heaven. Afterwards, he immediately broke through the 3rd heaven, and then, similar to his situation, he crossed the middle, late, and perfect realms all the way, and finally broke through the first spiritual barrier in one fell swoop, reaching the 4th heaven realm. Thinking back to the first time they practiced together, Wei Lan broke through from the 2nd level to the 3rd level, and he was already extremely excited. Manju broke through to the middle realm in one fell swoop. Such a speed of cultivation can only be described as incredible. Chapter 138 The Sixth Heaven Realm. First of all, it is naturally the talent of the Xianyin body, which is obviously higher than that of the Tianhuang body. Secondly, he spent a lot of money on Sister Manju and bought her a very advanced martial arts book. He had heard from Mr. Yi before that the Xianyin body was only suitable for practicing special skills. Later, he got an idea and searched in the charm mall, and he actually found a copy of the Xianyin Jinyu Jing. The description says, this supreme technique is only suitable for those with Xianyin body. Price, 200,000 charm points. Luckily, he had earned a lot of charm points recently and had some wealth, so he gritted his teeth and bought it. Look at the progress of Sister Manju's cultivation, this charm point is definitely worth it. When Ouyang Manju finally completed the refining, she immediately threw herself into Yan Haowan's arms and cried excitedly. Ding! Ouyang Manju's favorability increased by 5%, and the current favorability is 95%. Yan Haowan was very surprised. According to the previous system instructions, 90% favorability was the highest point under normal circumstances, and it required specific conditions to continue to rise. In the past, after the favorability reached 90%, it could only increase by 1% each time. However, Manju actually increased it by as much as 5% in one fell swoop. The only explanation is that the girl's impression of him is so deep that her favorability towards him has increased beyond the norm. Yan Haowan hugged her tightly and gave her a passionate kiss. What surprised Yan Haowan even more was that he kept receiving system prompts during the process. In the end, Xiao Manju's favorability surpassed that of other women, becoming the second woman after Luoyu to reach 100%. Ding! The system detects that the favorability of the second target has reached 100% and rewards the host with 100,000 charm points. The current charm points are 219,500. It turns out that everything is valuable the first time. Luoyu was the first one to achieve 100% favorability and was awarded a high-level achievement award at that time. Now I only use pure charm point rewards, which is also good. I got back half of the 200,000 I spent. And he has gained so much tonight. He is already very satisfied. In just one night, his realm rose to the 6th level, which would make other practitioners envious and cry. Be content with what you have. The next morning, the sun shone through the window onto the ground, making the whole room look exceptionally bright. Ouyang Manju slowly walked out of the room, and everyone's attention was immediately attracted. Her originally tender face was now filled with a hint of the charm of a mature woman. Her skin became more delicate and smooth, like white jade. Her eyes were even brighter and more attractive, like the brightest stars in the night sky. Her lips were slightly raised, revealing an unintentional smile that made people's hearts ripple. Her figure is still petite, but she exudes an indescribable charm. Her movements were graceful and elegant, and every subtle move was full of feminine softness and grace. Her steps were light and confident, as if she was showing her unique style to the world. Her mental state also changed dramatically. Her eyes, which were a little tired and confused, are now bright and full of love and expectation for life. There seems to be an invisible force supporting her, making her stronger and braver. Especially her exquisite and flawless face, which exudes a dazzling light at this moment, making people fall in love with her. Her beauty is like a blooming flower, exuding fragrance and attracting the attention of everyone around her. Ouyang Manju's appearance was like a shining pearl, illuminating the entire space. Her changes made people marvel at her and at the same time full of expectations for her future development. Chapter 139 Phoenix spreads its wings. When everyone saw the changes in Ouyang Manju, they were filled with genuine joy and were proud of her growth and progress. When Yan Haowan told them the truth about their realms, they widened their eyes and their faces were filled with shock. Only Taoist Wu Chen had a hint of satisfaction, thinking as expected. After the shock, what follows is of course endless surprises. Ouyang Jinye was particularly excited. Mr. Yi was right. This was indeed a great opportunity for her daughter. Tian Yuancher looked at her new-look sister with envy and mixed feelings. In the past, this sister suffered a lot because of her mysterious Yin body. I'm afraid that in the future she will transform from a sparrow to a phoenix. No, it was a phoenix before, but now the opportunity has come, and it has spread its wings and flown to the branch. She thought about how hard she had worked, pestering Huanhuan to practice more times than her other sisters, and she only managed to enter the first level. As a result, this sister broke through the first spiritual barrier, which was known to be extremely difficult, in just one night and directly reached the realm of the 4th level. She has been a favored girl since she was young,
but now compared with others, she feels like an ugly duckling and feels quite uncomfortable. Yan Haowan obviously guessed what his beloved wife was thinking. He pulled her over in front of everyone and kissed her passionately. Tian Yuancher was a little embarrassed at first, but then let go of everything and responded very eagerly. All the bitterness in her heart disappeared and turned into sweetness. So many outstanding sisters are in love with Huan Huan, but he insists on only having himself as his legal wife. Everyone present was a smart person, so they naturally guessed Yan Haowan's intention of openly showing off his affection. They all secretly thought that this young man was smart and indeed an extraordinary person. Ouyang Manju was also very smart. She walked over to the two of them, but faced Tian Yuancher and said, "Sister Shershur, thank you for being so generous and giving me some of your husband's money." Although the words were a bit strange, Tian Yuancher enjoyed listening to them very much. Yan Haowan returned to Susui with his two wives. Faced with a powerful enemy, he explained the mission in detail to the girls. Of course, he would not mention that these so-called tasks were issued by the system master, but instead said that they were deployed by the capital. This not only provides a reasonable explanation, but also sets the stage for contacting the princess in a natural way. The women had not expected that things would be so complicated. They all involved a struggle for imperial power, and there were so many experts among the enemies. They were all very worried. Yan Haowan was well prepared and explained in detail his and Manju's realms. Everyone felt relieved and a little surprised. They were all happy for the little sister. Then they stared at the man with bright eyes. 2 days later, Wei Qilan finally broke through the first spiritual barrier and entered the middle realm. This surprised her greatly. Before she met her husband, her ideal was to be able to enter the middle realm in her lifetime. At that time, I could never have imagined in my dreams that I could break through the first spiritual barrier at the mere 23 years old. She asked her brother to open the time and space gate, and she and her husband quietly returned home to tell their family the great news. Of course, everyone in the Wei family was extremely excited, and after hearing that Yan Haowan had actually reached the 6th level, they were shocked beyond words. After the shock, of course, I was extremely surprised. I was happy for Lanner to marry such a handsome husband. Because apart from Lanner, the strongest person in the Wei family was only at the 3rd level of strength, Yan Haowan did not tell them about the mission. However, he also carefully reminded everyone that something big might happen in the near future and asked everyone to be on high alert. After explaining the situation to the Wei family, Yan Haowan continued on his way, taking the two female masters Wei Qilan and Ouyang Manju, and went to the Tianshi sect in Lingbao Mountain through the Qiankuan secret realm. The other women knew that they were of low status and could not help their husbands in fighting the enemy, so they were very tactful and did not follow suit. They all fulfilled their responsibilities seriously and worked hard for their husbands' careers. Yan, He Huan, and the other two reported the mission information in detail to sect leader Yang and informed everyone of their realm. The latter was naturally quite surprised, and said that before the official war, he would gather all the best players in the 3rd level of the realm in the sect, and would ask the master and the supreme elder to come out and help in the battle. Yan Haowan's purpose of visiting was to get someone involved. After getting the answer he wanted, he was very satisfied. The next step is how to borrow the power of the Crown Prince, which is the main force. He was still thinking about what reason to use to contact the princess when he received an encrypted call from the special forces. It was when Sai Juet, deputy commander of the Alien Bureau, who called to inform him that there was an urgent mission and asked him to go to Beijing immediately. Yan Haowan was a little surprised that there was an urgent mission. However, thinking about the system's task prompt regarding the 6th prince, he wondered if the struggle for imperial power had already begun. Chapter 140 Charming Princess. Yan Haowan received the secret order and rushed to the capital without stopping. This time he only brought Wei Qilan, and the Tian family sent several expert guards to follow him. Although Ouyang Manju has reached the 4th level of the sky and can be considered a master in terms of the realm of Taoism, her foundation is too shallow and she has not learned any magical skills to fight the enemy. She is also a very simple little girl. Yan Haowan judged that something big might have happened in the capital, but he didn't dare to let the beautiful girl take the risk. Anyway, the Ouyang family and the Tian family both have offices, and the Baoling Tianshi sect also has industries and manpower in the capital. If he needs anything, he can mobilize people at any time. The Tian family had already arranged people, and Wei Qilan and the guards went to the Tian family office as soon as they got off the high-speed train. Yan Haowan went alone and was picked up by the special guards. The person who came was Deputy Commander Wen Saijue. She obviously respected the consultant and personally brought people to greet him. The car drove into a small company with an inconspicuous facade.
After entering, we found that there was a different world inside. He was taken to a room with strict security measures at the door, and his cell phone and related items were all taken outside. Her Royal Highness the Princess is indeed inside. As soon as they met, she rushed over and jumped into Yan Haowan's arms skillfully. Ding! Lu Moody's favorability increased by 1%, and the current favorability is 91%. Yan Haowan was a little confused. What's going on? Is the princess really in love with him and lovesick? Really? This time the princess not only asked for a hug, but also gave a kiss. When Yan Haowan took on the previous mission, he knew that he would inevitably be involved in the struggle for imperial power. In this case, he would inevitably come into contact with and entangle with the princess. And after he tasted the benefits of his special physique, he desired the princess's fire spirit body even more. Who cares about status? Anyway, the princess is trying to give it to her, only a fool would not eat it. So he kissed her without hesitation. The princess tried hard to remind herself, business is important. Then she broke away from the man's arms with supreme willpower. Yan Haowan was very surprised. He never expected that she would leave even though she was obviously moved. He was puzzled and a little nervous, but he saw the princess take a few deep breaths and slowly said, "Mr. Yan, I'm calling you here urgently because there's an urgent task that requires your help." Yan Haowan thought to himself, so that's how it is. But if you have something serious to do, don't start flirting right away. Make both of you feel aroused and ready before you think about the serious business. As he complained, he tried his best to suppress the bad thought of should I pounce first and talk later and put on a serious expression. "Princess, please give me your orders. Did you use any mind control methods to deal with Jian Lianhui before?" Yan Haowan's expression froze. His father-in-law had reminded him before that he must be careful because this skill had a great impact. After a moment's deliberation, he said, "I guess so, but mind control is not that easy. It's just a bit like hypnosis, and there are many restrictions." The princess didn't take it seriously and said, "The special forces have caught an assassin. We have tried all kinds of methods, but every time we asked key questions, she wouldn't answer." "Your willpower is so strong?" "It's not a question of willpower. We feel like she has basically collapsed. But when asked the key questions, her reaction is a blank look on her face." "A confused look on his face? That means he doesn't know." "Impossible. For example, who sent her to assassinate? There's no way she doesn't know this." Yan Haowan thought about it, and then an idea flashed in his mind. "Could it be that someone has placed some kind of soul restriction on me, so that as soon as I get some important information, the restriction will be automatically triggered, cutting off the information?" The princess' eyes lit up. "You really do know? Then you must have a way to crack it." "Princess, you think too highly of me. My method, when conditions are met, can indeed induce people to speak their mind. But this person has been put under a soul restriction, and can't speak his mind." The princess frowned, sighed and said, "Let's try it first." Chapter 141. The system asked me to subdue the female assassin. Yan Haowan followed the princess with curiosity and came to another secret room. This is a prison cell, but apart from some torture instruments, there is nothing special about it. Anyway, it doesn't feel eerie or scary. When his eyes fell on the assassin, he was stunned, his heart filled with surprise and confusion. Because this assassin turned out to be a woman. He subconsciously looked at the princess, only to see that her expression was calm and indifferent. There were 5 assassins in total, 3 men and 2 women. The other 4 were shot dead on the spot, leaving only her. Yan Haowan nodded silently. Although he was curious about the assassin's identity and purpose, since the princess had no intention of explaining, he knew that there were some things he shouldn't ask. He carefully observed the female assassin who was tightly bound by chains and shackles. This was a very young and beautiful girl. Her clothes were torn and her body had many scars, but there were no injuries on her pretty face. She just looked very haggard. Her expression was numb and her eyes were lifeless, as if she had lost all her life. Yan Haowan recalled what the princess had said just now, "I have tried various methods, but it has basically collapsed." It was obvious that the assassin had been cruelly tortured and experienced unimaginable pain. But he and the princess were in the same boat, and the assassin was also his enemy, so even though he looked miserable, he had no sympathy for him. He was about to speak when he suddenly received a string of system messages. Ding! The system has detected a suitable target object. Target object information is being transmitted. Name, Junko Kyoyanaji.
Age, 27 years old. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Bust, B cup. Appearance score, 93. Body score, 95. A Japanese citizen, the illegitimate daughter of Chiyo Shunsuke, chairman of the Chiyo Group, and a rank killer in the Kamikaze Do Killer class, and a 4th-level jonin. Current favorability, 100%. Current tasks: 1. Subdue the target. 2. Increase the target's favorability to 80%. 3. Implant the soul mark. Mission deadline, 8 hours. Success rewards: 1. 100,000 charm points. 2. The target object becomes the host's absolutely loyal slave. Failure penalty: 1. Deduct 100,000 charm points. If the charm points are insufficient, one of the host's skills will be randomly eliminated. 2. The target will be brain dead or become an idiot. The method of implanting the soul mark is as follows. The system specifically reminds that the soul mark implantation process requires the target to voluntarily open up his soul, otherwise it will trigger an endless soul war, and the target will become an idiot at best, or brain dead at worst. After Yen Haowan quickly checked the task schedule, he was completely stunned. The assassin turned out to be an islander. Not only was she a highly skilled killer, she was also the illegitimate daughter of someone who seemed to be a big shot. It was quite interesting. But this task requirement is more interesting. Favorability 100%, but he still wants to conquer him. And the mission time is only 8 hours. Isn't this clearly asking him to use some tricks? Then he was asked to raise the target's favorability to 80%. Are you kidding me? 80 days is possible, but how can it be done in 8 hours? Then, a light bulb suddenly lit up in his head. Could it be that the system master wanted him to sleep with this female assassin? Thinking of his rich and superb training experience and skills, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Although the penalty for failing this mission is a deduction of 100,000 charisma points, he can afford it now, but he certainly doesn't want to fail. Because the second reward of the mission, that the target object becomes an absolutely loyal slave of the host, made him very interested and sentimental, so he was determined to win. From a public perspective, the success of the mission would mean that the assassin had been completely persuaded to defect, and a lot of confidential information would surely be obtained, including confidential information that the princess wanted to ask but could not. Secondly, from a personal point of view, he really wants to have a slave. Although he has many women, and each of them is of the highest quality, they are all full of love for him, obedient to him, very sensible and motivated, and willing to learn. But there is definitely a difference between a slave and a lover. The most important thing is that this slave is absolutely loyal. Chapter 142 Special explanation about the mission. The princess saw that he had seen the assassin, asked a question, then stared at him, and then became dazed, with her expression becoming more and more weird, and she was very puzzled. She reminded in a low voice, "Mr. Yen." Yen Haowan came to his senses and felt very embarrassed. This damn mission actually made me start to fantasize on the spot, and it was a bit bad. Wuliang Tianzuan, what a sin. He quickly said, "Princess, let's go back to the room first. I have something to report to you alone." The princess had a calm expression and simply replied with "okay." Although the mission objectives and process were quite dirty and difficult to talk about, Yen Haowan did not want to fail at all, so he was very shameless and said, "Princess, I do have a way. I am at least 80% sure that I can make this woman tell you the information you want." The princess' eyes lit up. "What's the solution?" "Shui obey her." The princess was stunned. "I didn't know you were such a good negotiator." Yen Haowan explained seriously, "Princess, the Shui suit I'm talking about is the one for sleeping." Upon hearing this, the princess' beautiful big eyes widened. After a while, "Is it because this princess just provoked you but didn't give you anything that you want to sleep with this woman?" Yen Haowan. He was also impressed by the princess's amazing reasoning ability. "It's true that I was provoked, but do I need to sleep with a female assassin to put out the fire? Am I so desperate that I'll do anything?" Seeing that he didn't say anything, the princess thought she had guessed it right. But the task is still important. After all, there is only 8 hours to complete it. The princess has a special physique. If something happens here, who knows how long it will take. He activated his Dao heart, suppressed the flames, and said slowly, "Princess, I really want it, but I'm not so hungry as to sleep with a female assassin. In fact, the real reason is that the method that can influence other people's minds and make them speak their true feelings requires some special conditions. I must sleep with her before I can use this method. Although the princess found it unbelievable, the boy looked very serious. She was about to ask for details, when suddenly an idea flashed in her mind, and she immediately showed an expression of extreme shock and even horror. That Jian Lianhui. Yan Haoan was speechless again. Princess, what are you thinking? I am a normal person, I only like beautiful women. When the princess heard this answer, she felt relieved. Otherwise, it would be so disgusting and creepy just to think about it. Princess, this method of mine doesn't require sleeping with someone else to work, it's just that this woman herself is very special. Anyway, it's hard for me to explain the mechanism to you, but you must believe me. You know, I have many beautiful wives. Wei Qilan also came with me. She is in the capital. Do I need to sleep with this female assassin just to put out the fire? The princess thought about it and realized that it was true. She had just taken the initiative to express her willingness to give her body to him immediately. But he remained indifferent and still insisted on sleeping with this female assassin. All right then. Then she glanced at the tightly locked assassin and asked mischievously. Can you sleep with her in this state? I heard some people are particularly perverted and like this kind of tune. He happily thought that he seemed to have a similar tendency deep in his heart. No, this is absolutely not allowed. Although psychology says that there is a devil living inside everyone, it is not uncommon to have some dark thoughts. But we can't really let the devil out. I'm a warm-hearted man, I can't turn evil. Princess, I just want to sleep normally. Please tell someone to wash her clean and find her a normal room. The princess was about to agree when she suddenly came to her senses. I'm afraid that won't work. This assassin is a 4th level Jonin, and his strength is roughly equivalent to that of a cultivator in the late 4th level. Even though he is injured now, he is still very dangerous and must be locked up. Then she looked at the man with a half smile. You're lucky, you can play the bondage game. Chapter 143, even more moved. Yan Haoan quickly expressed his position. Your Highness, it is true that I am a playboy and a lecher, but I am not a pervert. I only sleep normally. It's impossible to be normal. She's a 4th level Jonin, how can we be at ease if we don't tie her up? It's just a mere level 4. There's nothing to be afraid of. He is now at the realm of the 6th heaven. If his opponent is at the late 5th heaven or the realm of great perfection, he dare not take it lightly. With the strength of just the 4th level, he can easily crush everyone. When the princess heard this big talk, she was shocked. Then a light bulb went off in her head, and she immediately used the treasure to sense Yan Haoan's realm. She was stunned because she couldn't sense it. Then she asked Yan Haoan, are you also wearing some magic weapon that can hide your realm? I have concealed my aura, but why would I need a magic weapon? Impossible. Even if you hide your aura, you can't hide it from my magic weapon. But Yan Haoan said proudly. Your Highness, I remember when we first met, you said that unless it is the 6th level, your magic weapon can sense the realm. So now you can't thank me anymore, what does that mean? The princess was extremely shocked, but the boy looked very proud. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yan Haoan didn't explain and just released his breath. The powerful pressure even made the princess who was only in the 3rd realm feel a little frightened and she didn't dare to look directly at it. She murmured to herself, how is this possible? How is this possible? When we first met, this man was barely in the middle stage of the 4th level. How long has it been since he reached the 6th level? No matter how good your talent is, it is impossible to improve so quickly. Did you take some magic pill? There is no such thing as an elixir. He didn't eat the elixir, he just ate a lot of women, especially Ouyang Manju. The Yuanyin energy of the Xianin body is a treasure for spiritual cultivation and is almost as good as an elixir. The princess suddenly had an idea and said loudly. This princess knows. It must be dual cultivation. Right? Are you dual cultivating with a woman with a special physique? Your Highness is indeed well informed. That's right, the girl from the Ouyang family, Ouyang Manju, has a Xianin body. It's actually the Xianin body. You really found a treasure. But even if this sister is of the best quality, it's impossible for her to have such a great effect. Yan Haoan said calmly, I have the Xianyang body. The princess was stunned again, and then the look in her eyes when she looked at him became extremely hot. Ding! Lu Moody's favorability increased by 1%, and the current favorability is 92%. After receiving the system prompt, Yan Haowan smiled secretly in his heart. He knew very well the meaning of this look. If the timing had not been inappropriate, the princess would have pounced on him. Your Highness, business is more important. Once I have dealt with this assassin, I will serve you wholeheartedly. The princess was finally satisfied. She had proposed dual cultivation several times before, but this man had rejected her forcefully because of his status and other reasons. As for now, no matter what the status is, this is the Xianyang body. Moreover, at the age of only 20, he has already reached the 6th level of the sky. Such a precious Taoist companion must not be let go. Are you going to sleep with this female assassin now? Yan Haowan certainly knew what the princess meant. You should sleep with me first. He really wanted to sleep with the princess right then and there, but the mission time was too tight. Princess, my intuition tells me that the matter of this assassin is very important. I hope to take care of her first. The princess was silent for a moment, then asked, how long will it take you to subdue this woman? It's hard to say. But Your Highness, you really don't have to worry. I have figured it out, and I will never run away. Have you figured it out? Yan Haowan took 2 steps forward, held the princess in his arms very skillfully, and whispered in her ear. Yes. Because I know that I really like Your Highness the princess and I really want you to be my woman. If you want to marry someone else, I won't agree. The princess was very happy about the man's sudden display of dominance. As long as she could be his woman, she had completely forgotten about whether she could be his legal wife or not. She hugged Yan Haowan tightly and ordered, kiss me. Ding! Lu Mudi's favorability increased by 1%, and the current favorability is 93%. Yan Haowan naturally obeyed the order, and then there was another round of passionate lovemaking. He thought to himself that his domineering declaration was indeed correct. He has reached the realm of the 6th heaven, which is already the level of a top master in the world. In the past, when I was not strong, I should have been low-key. Now is the time to be domineering. There is no need to hide anything. Princessing Yu Lu Mudi must belong to Yan Haowan. Because he was concerned about the mission, he suppressed the thought of practicing dual cultivation on the spot and continued to remind. Princess, it's important to take care of business first. Brother Huan, call me Dyer. Yan Haowan was delighted again. This change in address had extraordinary significance. It was obvious that the princess was not only aroused by lust, but also completely moved. Dyer, wait until the business is done, and I will come back to love you. Well, Brother Huan, I want to kiss you again. After saying this, the woman, whose passion and desire were at their peak, pressed her red lips against his again. Chapter 144 Gentle Conquest. After all of her teammates were killed and she herself was captured, Junko Kiyomi had already made up her mind to die. She felt both calm and numb. However, when the chains on her were removed, her body was cleaned and brought to this room. A hint of doubt and confusion appeared in her originally lifeless eyes. Could it be that the enemy wanted to change their strategy and use gentler means when torture had no effect? However, she still had some self-knowledge. The enemy was so confident and bold in loosening her restraints, obviously not worried that she would resist. Moreover, the young man who had been watching her during the washing process was definitely an extremely skilled fighter. Because with her strength, she was completely unable to sense the depth of the other party's realm, and could only use the 4 words unfathomable to describe it. So she was very relieved and didn't have any extra thoughts. She chose to wait and see. There were only 2 people left in the room. Yan Haowan smiled faintly and suddenly felt that this system task was quite interesting. Therefore, the experience of using means has never happened before. But since this is a mission requirement, the first task was completed easily and happily. Ding! Kiyonaji Junko's favorability increased by 50%, current favorability 50%. The female assassin's favorability has finally turned positive. Moreover, her originally numb eyes gradually regained some vitality. She is a veteran assassin and spy who has undergone long and rigorous training. She had already made full mental preparations for the various possible outcomes she might encounter after being captured. So when she was carefully cleaned and then brought to this room, she knew what was going to happen next without even having to guess. However, what surprised her greatly was that although she did lose her virginity, it was not the cruel humiliation she had expected. What made her even more unbelievable was that during the whole process, deep down in her heart, she didn't want to admit it, but the facts were before her, and she had to admit it. It turns out that life is not just about killing and spying. It even made her doubt the role of the Death Warrior after being brainwashed for many years.
Although they had an in-depth conversation for quite some time, the two of them never spoke a single word. This was not because of a language barrier. The princess had told him that this woman was not only an assassin, but also a spy, specializing in Han affairs and proficient in Chinese culture. I don't talk because there is no need. However, since the first task has been completed and the favorability has returned to positive, it is of course natural to move on to the second task. Increase the target's favorability to 80%. Because of the annoying diminishing marginal returns, it is not feasible to continue using the old methods. So Yan Haowan decided to change his strategy and adopt persuasion. Qing Lu Junzi, I am at the level of the sixth heaven. Qing Lu Junzi already knew that this man was a master, but when she heard that he was at the sixth level, she was shocked beyond words. No wonder under his powerful aura, I didn't even have the thought of resisting. As a kamikaze dual-level assassin, you should know the consequences of assassinating an important figure from the Han Kingdom. The reason you are not dead yet is because we still need to get some information from you. Junko Kyoyonagi's expression was calm. Of course she knew all this. She is a veteran assassin and has been fully prepared for some things, including the possibility of death. But her mentality is completely different now. Not only does she not want to die, she wants to live, and live happily. But your soul has been specially restricted, blocking some important information. Her expression changed obviously now, but she regained her composure after a while. Since this person is a top master of the sixth level, it is not surprising that he knows about soul restrictions. Chapter 145 Island Country Slave Girl. Qing Lu Junzi thought, what does this master mean by telling me this? So what if he knows there is a soul restriction? Can he break it? According to Master Yamamoto Dainin, the soul restriction can only be removed by the person who places the restriction. Any forced method of breaking it will lead to the death of the soul. Is she afraid of death? Not at all. This fate was already determined after being caught, and death would provide relief sooner. It was the completely unexpected happy experience before that caused a ripple in her heart. I know that warriors like you have all received professional training and are not afraid of death at all. And if our people hadn't restrained you and removed the fangs immediately, you would have committed suicide long ago. Seeing that she remained silent, Yan Haowan did not take it seriously and continued. Why are there means of suicide? Because you are not afraid of death, but you are also afraid of not being able to endure the torture. In fact, your will has collapsed, and you are just holding on in a numb way. Do you think we have exhausted all the means? In fact, those physical tortures are just appetizers. As a fourth-level Jonin, have you ever heard of the soul fire? Kiyonaji Junko looked bewildered. Judging from your reaction, you probably don't know. No wonder. After all, only those who have reached the sixth heaven realm can use the yin-yang mixed fire and use it to burn souls. The female assassin's expression finally changed. Although she didn't know what soul fire was, the thought of burning the soul sounded terrifying. Seeing that there were some effects, Yan Haowan directly explained to her in detail and patiently the implantation method and consequences of the soul mark. In the complex expression of the woman, he said lightly, now you have two choices. The first is to continue being your glorious dead warrior, and then experience the fire of soul karma, and die in extremely long pain that you cannot imagine. The second option is to open your soul to me, let me implant your soul mark, and then you can be my slave without any worries. You'll have most of your freedom and live a mostly normal life. Of course, Master, I will also let you live like a real person and enjoy the fun of life. Junko Kyoyonaji has received long-term professional training. How could she possibly betray us just by hearing a few words of intimidation and temptation? But the experience just now has revealed a huge flaw in the solid mental defense of this death warrior. He no longer has the will to die, and has a desire for life, living and fun. Yan Haowan looked at the complex changes in the female assassin's expression and knew that the sleeping suit just now was at least half successful. He waited patiently. It would be best if the woman was completely subdued by sleep. If she still won't cry until she sees the coffin, then I'll have to let her experience the soul fire skill that I spent 100,000 charm points to learn. After waiting for a while, Yan Haowan's woman still did not express her opinion and smiled coldly. He directly cast the yin-yang harmony fire, and the pure green flame floated in front of the female assassin. Junko Kyoyonagi's defenses were finally completely broken. My soul restriction was set by Yamamoto Dainin. This restriction can not only block information, but also has the ability to act as a long-range bomb. Once the ban is activated, I will be torn to pieces in an instant. The reason why he didn't take action was because I was his favorite disciple. Even if I was captured, he still had the intention of rescuing me. If I am found to have betrayed you, I will surely die. Yan Hahuan laughed loudly. As long as I implant a mark in your soul realm will be my home turf. No matter who places the restriction, I can easily destroy it. Unless the person who imposed the ban is at the legendary 7th level of heaven. Yamamoto Dainin is the strongest level 6 ninja. He should be as strong as you. If that's the case, you don't have to worry. In my home field, there is absolutely no opponent below level 7. Junko Kyoyanagi looked at the man who exuded great confidence and aura, and thought that he was so young, while Yamamoto Dainin was already a centenarian. She finally made the wisest choice. Junko is willing to serve the master. Ding! Kyoyanagi Junko's favorability increased by 90%. The current favorability is 90%. Yan Haoan was very happy and said with a smile, I will invade your soul with the soul mark. You just need to take the initiative to accept it and don't resist. Junko Kyoyanagi nodded meekly. Ding! Shang Lu Chunzi's mission is completed. The host is rewarded with 100,000 charm points, and the current charm points are 219,500. Shang Lu Chunzi becomes the host's absolutely loyal slave. Ding! Kyoyanagi Junko's favorability increased by 10%, and the current favorability is 100%. Ding! The system detects that the favorability of the third target has reached 100% and rewards the host with 100,000 charm points. The current charm points are 319,500. With her favorability reaching its ceiling and her total submission, Kiyomi Junko's entire state of being is completely different. She nodded slightly, knelt on her knees, and placed her hands respectfully on her chest. All her actions revealed absolute submission. In addition to submission, that look was also filled with infinite love. Chapter 146 Female Spy. Yan Haoan was overjoyed, the mission was finally completed. In addition to the original generous rewards, there is also the 100% favorability corresponding to absolute loyalty, and another 100,000 charm points can be earned. After being happy, he began to calmly break the soul restriction set by Yamamoto Dainin. He first gathered the powerful soul power of a 6th level warrior, entered Shang Lu Junzi's soul field, and swept away everything that did not belong to Junzi with a devastating momentum. He is the master of Qingyan Junzi, and the latter's soul realm is equivalent to his realm. Using force to push across in the home court is the simplest and most brutal way to break it. Although the restrictions left by Yamamoto Dainin were powerful, he was no match for him in an away game and could not cause any damage at all. Cleaning is completed almost instantly. Junko Kyoyanagi suddenly felt that some powerful suppression in her soul was removed. She relaxed all over, and there was more admiration in her eyes when she looked at her master. Yan Haoan was now completely relieved, Shang Lu Junzi now completely belonged to him. As a reward, he specially searched in the charm mall, then spent 1,500 charm points to buy a special effect trauma treatment ointment and gave it to Shang Lu Junzi. Although the latter was a 4th level jonin, this external injury was not a big problem, but it was still uncomfortable to see so many scars on his originally beautiful and white body. He is not a sadist, of course he likes his woman to be in good health. He helped the woman apply ointment on her wound very gently and carefully. This action moved Junko Kiyomi so much that she burst into tears on the spot. He was a little surprised at first, but soon felt that it didn't seem strange at all. Because a thought suddenly popped up in his mind. I am also his woman. Even though she has been certified by the system master and has guaranteed her absolute loyalty to him, she will never betray him even if she is insulted, beaten, abused, or even faces life-threatening danger. However, why do this? Wouldn't it be better to treat her as a normal woman? After all, using both kindness and force is the true way of the king. Look at how touched she is, what a wonderful feeling. Yan Haoan certainly did not forget his main business. He first carefully asked Kiyomizu Junko some important information, as well as some other questions that interested him. The amount of information was not small, and he gained a lot, but was also very shocked. After digesting and thinking for a while, he took Kiyomi Junko to report to the princess. When he said that he had completely instigated the rebellion of Kyoyanagi Junko, who had become a slave who was absolutely loyal to him, everyone was stunned. The princess was mentally prepared. After all, she knew that Yan Haoan was going to sleep her, and she was 80% sure. However, the sleeping effect of the absolutely loyal servant was too amazing. But although she was shocked, she didn't doubt it at all. Because this man Yan Haowan has so many magical abilities that he can rocket from the initial level of the 4th level to the 6th level in a short period of time, which is simply weird. It's not surprising to subdue a female assassin. However, it was not so easy for others to believe it. After all, they were not like the princess, who knew Yan Haowan's abilities so well. Master Yan knew from the expressions of these people that they must be doubtful. So, he pretended to be cool first. He asked Qing Yin Junzi to kneel down and call him master. The effect of this pretense was obviously very good, and the way several people looked at him was different. Princess, if you have any questions, just ask Junko. The princess and a few of her trusted subordinates did not hold back and started asking questions directly. Junko Kiyomi behaved very humbly throughout the whole process, like a real servant, but the key point was that she answered any questions without hesitation. If I can't answer the question, I will simply say I don't know. This female assassin is an A-level killer and a core figure in Kamikaze Do. She knows a lot of confidential information. The special forces have gained a lot this time. Some of the information shocked the princess and her subordinates. Especially the most crucial assassination incident. The 6th prince actually colluded with overseas forces and was the mastermind behind this assassination. Chapter 147: The Assassin's Top Secret Information. Princess, Qing Yanagi Junzi has turned from evil to good. Please forgive her crime of being a spy and assassin. The princess stated very straightforwardly, as long as you sincerely serve the Han dynasty, all crimes will be forgiven. Kiyonaji Junko suddenly said, Master, Yamamoto Dainin will scan the soul restrictions every few days. After you remove the restrictions for Junko, it won't take long for him to notice. So what? There are only 2 possibilities for the ban to fail. The first is that Junko has already died, which is fine. But if Yamamoto suspected the second possibility, that is, Junko's restriction was broken, he would definitely be suspicious and make major adjustments to the forces deployed by the Han Kingdom. Master, although this second possibility is extremely small, you still have to be on guard. Junko, what do you want to say? Master, Junko has a lot of information about Kamikaze Hall's bases in Han. Why not take advantage of this opportunity before Yamamoto can react and completely eliminate them all? Yan Haowan was overjoyed. The confidential information just revealed is already a great achievement, but if we can eliminate the forces deployed by Kamikaze in the country, it will definitely be a huge achievement. Junko, explain all these deployments immediately. The subordinate who knew the situation nearby immediately brought paper and pen. Qing Lu Junzi wrote something briefly and then handed it to Yan Haowan. Although the princess has a higher status, her master is her god. Yan Haowan glanced at it casually and handed it to the princess. The princess and several high-ranking special forces officers' eyes lit up immediately. She didn't even look at it and handed it directly to the executive department commander Du Xing. Immediately mobilize elite troops to launch a comprehensive attack on these strongholds. This princess will ask the Dragon Might Corps special forces to fully cooperate. Du Xing saluted directly, yes, Commander. Princess, I want to join in the cleanup of the capital. The princess did not hesitate at all. Okay. I will join you. When Saijue immediately advised, Your Highness, the cleanup operation is very dangerous. The princess smiled faintly. Mr. Yan is a top master of the 6th heaven. With him by my side, there is no need to worry. Although everyone knew that Yan Haowan was a consultant hired by the princess herself and must be an expert, they were all shocked when they heard that he was at the 6th level. Then, he finally understood why he could completely subdue this 4th level Jonin female assassin. With the help of absolutely loyal pure female slaves, the cleanup operation was a great success. Fortunately, Yan Haowan offered to go together, because there were actually 2 5th-level masters hidden in the capital stronghold. Without his suppression, there would inevitably be a lot of casualties. Afterwards, the princess took Yan Haowan and quietly went to another extremely important place, the East Palace. Before being assassinated, Crown Prince Lu Qianyuan had been in a good mood because he Mingli, the 3rd deputy governor of the State Council, had officially pledged allegiance to him. Deputy Prime Minister, he is an important minister of the country and a veteran in the court. He has always been a direct descendant of the former Crown Prince and eldest prince. The eldest prince died in a plane crash while on a foreign visit 2 years ago. The competition for the position of Crown Prince in the court is extremely fierce. The 2nd prince, the 3rd prince, the 5th prince, and the 6th prince all participated in the fight, among which the 2nd and 6th princes were the strongest. Some court ministers, provincial governors, and senior military generals, including Vice Prime Minister He, have remained neutral and wait and see.
the second Prince Lu Qianyuan, with the full support of his mother's family, the Hua family, the princess's family, the Ouyang family, former Prime Minister Tang Yingliang, and the Minister of the Ministry of War of the National Defense Army, General Tan Zhengsong, and other military leaders, finally defeated the sixth prince and was made the new crown prince 2 months ago. The fifth brother was very tactful and quickly chose to join forces. The third brother joined the sixth brother, but still fought stubbornly. Half a month ago, He Mingli, together with a group of direct senior officials and relatives, formally pledged allegiance to Lu Qianyuan. This made the crown prince very happy. The joining of Vice Prime Minister He gave him even more power. Chapter 148 Princessing U.S. Follow-up Mission. However, the crown prince's happiness did not last long, as he encountered a serious assassination incident. This assassination attempt caused the crown prince to suffer serious injuries. Because of the betrayal of one of his trusted subordinates, he was ambushed by a group of assassins. If he didn't have a master in the late 5th level who was protecting him personally, his life would even be in danger. Although 4 of the 5 assassins were killed on the spot and 1 was captured alive, the losses on his side were also quite heavy. The chief guard was seriously injured and 2 masters of the 4th level were also killed. So when the crown prince learned that the special service guards had successfully instigated the assassins to rebel and destroyed several bases of the island nations Kamikazito in the country, he was overjoyed. Mr. Yan, you have just joined the special service guard and have made such a great contribution. It is really cause for celebration. Thank you for the compliment, Your Highness. Are you willing to be my guard? Your Highness Qi Bing, I am busy with many things. Please forgive me for not being able to take on this important task. The crown prince felt a little regretful, but he seemed to have expected it. Well, Mr. Yan is a powerful man, and being a bodyguard is indeed a waste of his talent. For talented people and meritorious officials, this palace has never been reluctant to reward them generously. When the princess recruited you, she gave you the rank of lieutenant colonel, but now you are already a top-level expert in the 6th heaven, so I will promote you to the rank of major general. You will be the special advisor of the special service guards and the deputy chief of staff of the Longwei Corps. Yan Haoan actually has no interest in any position, but this is a dignified general. And this shows the prince's attitude towards him. So he immediately expressed his attitude. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. This assassination was indeed done by Lao Lu. I knew that he had raised many strange people in the martial arts world, but I never expected that he would collude with people from the island country. This is really a heinous crime. After the prince scolded him, he continued. Now this matter is not just a struggle for imperial power, it also involves the foundation of our great Han Empire. Mr. Yan, are you willing to assist me in dealing with this ambitious man? Yan Hehuan thought to himself, is there any need to ask? I have already been on the same boat with Princess Yu and may even sleep in the same bed at any time. He was about to express his opinion when he suddenly received a system prompt. Ding! Lu Moody's follow-up tasks are released. Current tasks: 1. Pledge allegiance to the Crown Prince and help him ascend the throne. 2. Become Princess Yu's consort. Mission duration: 3 years. Success reward: 500,000 charm points plus the absolute trust of the Crown Prince plus the absolute trust of Princess Yu. Failure penalty: 1. Deduct 500,000 charm points. If the charm points are insufficient, one skill of the host will be randomly eliminated. 2. The sixth prince will hunt you down forever. System prompt: if the Crown Prince or Princess Yu dies within 3 years, the mission will be considered a failure. After reading the system information, Yan Haoan was stunned. The first task requirement was not a problem. He was already loyal to the princess, so naturally he was also loyal to the Crown Prince. But the second task: what is the system doing? If he becomes the consort of Princess Yu, where will Sister Shirshir be placed? The Crown Prince was quite surprised to see that after he asked Mr. Yan whether he was willing to assist him, Mr. Yan actually froze with a strange expression on his face. He had long known from his sister that Mr. Yan was already the latter's trusted subordinate, and his actions also showed that loyalty was what should be expected. He certainly did not doubt that this boy would have ulterior motives, so after a little thought, he asked with concern. Mr. Yan, is there any difficulty? Yan Haoan thought about it and said. Your Highness, I do have a problem. But you can say it. Yan Haoan glanced at the princess beside him and said slowly. Your Highness, the princess and I love each other, and I want to be her consort. But I am married to the eldest daughter of the Tian family, and our relationship is strong. I absolutely do not want her to give up her position as the legal wife.
When the crown prince heard this difficult problem, he burst out laughing. Mr. Yen, this is not a difficult problem. I already have a solution. It turned out that after Lu Muti was determined to marry Yen Haoan, she had already consulted the crown prince and stated very bluntly that she would never force Tian Yuanshi to give up her position and was willing to be second to him. The crown prince was indeed very shocked at the time. This was a princess, but it was unbecoming for her to be ranked second to a commoner woman as his wife. But Deer actually knelt down and begged him, crying. Firstly, she is his most beloved sister, and secondly, Yen Haoan is already a top master of the 6th level at such a young age, so his future achievements will definitely be limitless. Such a person must be used by him. Since Deer is in love with him, it would be best for them to get married. So he has been thinking about this problem for a long time. However, even if the princess voluntarily condescended to marry as a co-wife, where would the royal family's face be? Later, the crown princess saw that he was looking worried and asked him what was worrying him. After he told her, the crown princess actually came up with a very magical solution. Chapter 149: The solution to the princess's status. Yen Haoan was overjoyed when he heard that the crown prince actually had a solution. I hope your highness will tell me. Princess Yingyu also looked at the crown prince with excitement. Mr. Yen, there is a prerequisite for solving this problem, that is, I must ascend the throne as emperor. Yen Haoan swore his allegiance without hesitation. I will do my utmost to assist your highness in ascending the throne. The crown prince nodded with satisfaction and said. The method is that after I ascend the throne, I will issue an edict to confer the title of King of Jinan on you, Mr. Yen. In this case, the girl from the Tian family can be your principal wife, and your other women can be concubines. This is much better than having a concubine. Yen Haoan was delighted again. Thank you for your kindness, your highness. But now that we have a legitimate wife, what should we do with your highness the princess? Another decree will be issued, and Princess Yingyu will marry you as her consort. Yen Haoan was stunned, and the princess was also stunned. How could it be done this way? In this way, it is equivalent to you having a dual identity. In the prince's palace, you are the prince, and you and your wife and concubines have nothing to do with the princess. But your status as a prince consort does not mean you are married but married off. You are equivalent to marrying into the wife's family, so there is no prince consort's mansion, only a princess's mansion. In the princess's mansion, your identity is the prince consort. Your identity as a prince and your princesses have nothing to do with the princess. In this way, there is no need to distinguish between the princess and the daughter of the Tian family. Yen Haoan and the princess were overjoyed after hearing this explanation. Although this dual identity is still a bit weird, it is already the perfect solution. This is actually a disguised way of avoiding ranking. The princess and Tian Yuanshi have no intersection, so there is naturally no question of who comes first and who comes later. This also solves the problem of royal dignification that the princess is ranked after the common people. And Yen Haoan finally understood why the crown prince had to have a prerequisite and could only use this method after he ascended the throne. Because he was given this dual identity, whether he was conferred the title of prince or married as a royal consort, both were extraordinary identities that only the emperor could give. Only if the title is conferred by the emperor himself, others would not dare to question it. It is indeed a solution that is not a solution. Yen Haoan was indeed very grateful for the crown prince's kindness. Although he married into the princess's mansion, his status as a son-in-law and consort was only within the princess's mansion. Outside, he was given the status of a prince. Who dares to look down on such a son-in-law? This action is not only an extraordinary love, but also an extraordinary care. He was given the title of a prince and the princess. Yen Haoan glanced at the princess, who was also extremely happy, and looked at him lovingly. He smiled and returned the favor to the crown prince, saying, Your Highness, I have some important information. However, since it has not been confirmed, I have not reported it to the princess yet. The crown prince was extremely convinced of his ability, his eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, Tell me about it. Yen Haoan immediately reported the mission information of southern Xinjiang in detail. Of course, the source of the information could not be said to be the system. It was just that the information was obtained after discussions and exchanges with Taoist Wuchen, the worshipper of the Ouyang family, and the Tianshi sect of Baoling Mountain. Finally, he said deliberately vaguely, Your Highness, after discussing and analyzing with them, I unanimously agree that various signs show that the Huma cult and the Hoka tribe have secretly pledged allegiance to the 6th prince. Brother Crown Prince, Daya has also discovered that there is a mysterious expert in the Yi family in Jiangnan, and she suspected at the time that he might be from southern Xinjiang. This just confirms what Brother Huan said. Brother Crown Prince, the sixth brother, has evil ambitions. He even colluded with the island ninjas and tried to win over the forces of South Border. It is not surprising. We must be on guard. The Crown Prince looked a little heavy. He closed his eyes and thought carefully. Then, he made up his mind, and a look of determination appeared in his eyes. He said slowly, "These strange men are extremely powerful. If they really belong to the six elders, and they attack me and the officials of the court who are loyal to me, the consequences will be disastrous. Now Old Six dares to order the island ninjas to assassinate me. He has become so desperate that I can no longer care about our brotherhood and have to declare an all-out war. Now, my father has been bewitched by the seductive woman sent by the sixth prince. He has been indulging in sensual pleasures, not caring about state affairs, and even has the intention of deposing the crown prince. This palace has to act on behalf of God." Yan Hahuan was shocked. He knew about the power struggle between the crown prince and the sixth prince, but he didn't expect there was something even more confidential. He had just accepted the task, but the crown prince already had absolute trust in him. His close relationship with the princess certainly played a big role. In this case, he immediately expressed his position again. "Your Highness, I can't help you in other areas, but I have made some achievements in Taoism and have made some friends. I will unite all forces and do my best to deal with Lao Lu's alien subordinates." Chapter 150, Anti-Rebellion General, Lieutenant General Division Commander. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince said loudly, "Okay. I will now appoint you as the General of Suppressing Rebellion and grant you the rank of Lieutenant General. The Special Operations Brigade of the Longwei Corps has been upgraded to a Special Operations Division, and you will be the division commander. The Mountain Combat Brigade of the Southern Xinjiang Military Region and the Flying Regiment of the Jiangnan Military Region have also been integrated into this Special Operations Division. You will then lead and integrate various talented people, lead the Special Warfare Division, and make every effort to defeat Lao Lu's evil troops. The princess's special guards will also fully cooperate with you." Yan Hahuan was stunned. The Crown Prince thought too much of him. He had just been promoted from Lieutenant Colonel to Major General, and in the blink of an eye he was promoted from Major General to Lieutenant General. This speed of promotion was like a rocket. It would be fine if it was just a nominal promotion in military rank, but the key is that a Special Operations Division was specially established, and he was made the division commander and the actual chief officer. "Your Highness, I thank you for your kindness. But you think too highly of me. Although I have some skills, I have never been to a military camp for a day, so how can I lead soldiers? Let alone an entire division? General Yan, don't worry. I made this appointment out of consideration. Talented people with great abilities would be fine if they were law-abiding, but if they have illegal intentions, they would be a huge destabilizing factor." Yan Hahuan nodded thoughtfully. "That's why I established the Special Service Guard and let the princess be the commander. One of the important purposes is to manage special talents." At this point, the Crown Prince's face darkened. "This assassination incident has made me realize that this talented person is even more terrifying than I had imagined before. I will use this opportunity to fight against the rebellion and make it known to the world to ensure that they abide by the law." "Your Highness, what you said makes sense. If someone with special abilities does evil, it is indeed extremely harmful and should be brought under strict management. But, Your Highness, you asked me to be the head of a division, but I am afraid I cannot bear this heavy responsibility." "General Yan, don't worry too much. I've appointed you as the division commander for two reasons. First, to highlight your status and to lay the foundation for your future marriage with the princess. Secondly, this Special Warfare Division will be a permanent department in the future, dedicated to dealing with abnormal people and abnormal events. Although you have no military experience, you have already reached the 6th level at the age of 20. Your strength is extraordinary, and you are used to suppress us. As for the specific matters of leading troops, you don't have to worry. The original combat chiefs of each department will not be moved, and they will be responsible for the daily affairs. From now on, I have your Special Warfare Division in public and the princess's special guards in secret, so I don't have to worry about the masters outside anymore." Yan Hahuan roughly understood. Let him be a teacher, firstly to raise his status and position, and lay the foundation for his future marriage with the princess. Secondly, he also borrowed his superb strength to suppress the capable people in the world.
As for the specific military affairs of this Special Operations Division, he doesn't need to worry about it. Now he felt relieved and admired the prince's foresight. He immediately shouted loudly, "I will definitely fulfill my mission." The Crown Prince smiled, exuding a powerful kingly aura, and said calmly, "Mr. Yen, you are not an ordinary subordinate, but a dignified general and an important official of this palace." Yen Haohuan added very tactfully, "I will definitely fulfill my mission." Princess Yu was very happy that the man she loved was fully recognized by the Crown Prince, who awarded her the extremely important position of Chief of a Special Operations Division, the rank of Lieutenant General. As for the future, when the Crown Prince ascends the throne, Brother Huan can be named Prince of Jinan and become her husband. It's simply perfect. The prince entrusted Yen Haohuan with an important task, which was a matter of great importance. Although Yen Haohuan and the princess were deeply in love, they only spent a short time in the carriage. When she arrived at the special guard station, the princess immediately summoned a group of senior officials for a secret meeting. Then an enlarged meeting was held. The Special Operations Brigade of the Longwei Corps was deployed in the suburbs of the capital. After receiving the secret order from the Crown Prince, all senior officers above the rank of Deputy Regiment Commander rushed to the garrison to receive training. As for the Mountain Combat Brigade of the Southern Xinjiang Military Region and the Flying Regiment of the Jiangnan Military Region, they were far away and of course it was impossible for them to arrive at the scene. However, senior military officers also attended the meeting via a confidential video line. At the meeting, the princess announced a series of decisions made by the Crown Prince on behalf of the latter. The Longwei Legion, the Southern Xinjiang Military Region, the Jiangnan Military Region, and other troops are all His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's direct subordinates, and everyone has no doubt about His Royal Highness's actions to combat evil and rebellion. But when they heard that this young man who had never been heard of and had no military experience at all would be promoted to Lieutenant General, everyone was extremely shocked. On the one hand, the princess calmly pointed out that Yen Haohuan was an extraordinary person and a top master. On the other hand, she pointed out very bluntly that Yen Haohuan would be the consort of her, Princess Yu, in the future. Now everyone suddenly realized, there is such a relationship. Chapter 151 Fire Spirit Flower. Yen Haohuan said modestly, "I am grateful to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince for his kindness and for entrusting me with an important task. He has appointed me as the division commander of this operation and responsible for directing the overall operation. However, in terms of military affairs, I will only be responsible for overall planning, and will not specifically command every detail. I hope you will take the trouble to work hard." His low-key and straightforward attitude made everyone like him more. After all, everyone is afraid of encountering royal relatives who know nothing about military affairs and come to give orders. It is completely like an amateur commanding experts. Under the active promotion and sharing of Princess Yu, the first high-level meeting of the Special Operations Division was concluded efficiently and smoothly. Although this very young Lieutenant General did not speak much, the calm demeanor and outstanding insights he displayed in his words left a deep impression on everyone present. All the officers of the Special Operations Brigade of the Wei Corps were eager to have more in-depth communication with their immediate superior, but unfortunately there was no such opportunity at all. Because Commander Yen has been called away by Her Royal Highness the Princess, and there are other important matters that need to be discussed. The princess took Yen Haohuan away for some important matter. She had been looking forward to practicing together for a long time, so how could it not be important? Princess Yu has imagined countless scenes and pictures about her important moments. Finally, she magically chose the hot spring bath. This is the royal property, and everyone inside had been informed long ago. There were only her and Yen Haohuan in the entire bathroom. There is another woman outside, the princess's personal bodyguard, her elder sister who has been practicing with her since childhood, and Kai Ju, deputy commander of the Special Service Guard's Alien Division. The princess attached great importance to the ritual, and the two of them bathed carefully. After serious practice, Yen Haohuan's realm has been steadily improved again, and now he has reached the middle stage from the early stage of the 6th level. This made him very satisfied. Because the higher you go, the harder it is to upgrade. With normal practice, it would take at least 10 years, or even several decades, to advance from the early stage to the middle stage of the 6th level. And his cultivation speed is rocket-like, improving his level again and again. But what surprised him even more was a system prompt that he had never expected. Ding! The system detects that the host has absorbed and refined the special energy of the fire spirit body. The system prompts, continue to absorb and refine the special energy of the gold spirit, water spirit, earth spirit, and wood spirit. After the 5 spirits are complete, the host will obtain the inheritance of the master of the Qin secret realm, Fairy Xiaoyao. This hint completely stunned him. The inheritance of the solitary fairy? He thought about the system hint about the Qin secret realm, which was a paradise created by ancient immortals. Fairy Xiaoyao is this ancient celestial being. So, it turns out that immortals are not just legends? The inheritance of the fairy. He was suddenly filled with thoughts. Mr. Yi said that his grandson has a water spirit body. Even though she is only 12 years old, it doesn't matter. It won't take many years for her to grow up. But what about the other 3 spirits? Special physiques are so rare that they can only be found by chance. It is not easy to gather all 5 spirits. I can only go with the flow. He put aside his thoughts and focused on observing the princess's progress. The beauty of practicing together is that both parties benefit. And the stronger he is, the greater the benefits he will receive. Yan Haoan could clearly feel the improvement of the princess realm. She easily broke through the first spiritual barrier and reached the 4th level, and continued to improve from the early stage to the middle stage, and was still improving, all the way to the late stage of the 4th level. After the princess finished refining, she was very excited. Yan Haoan also experienced another leap in favorability to over 90%. Ding! Lu Moody's favorability increased by 5%, and the current favorability is 98%. The princess has made great progress and has a strong desire to practice cultivation. Brother Huan, although sister Saijua does not have a special physique, she has been learning Taoism from me since she was a child, and has already reached the state of great perfection in the 2nd heaven. Besides, she is my maid and will be my dowry in the future, so you should accept her as well. Yan Haoan. Chapter 152. Enjoy the treatment of a royal consort in advance. Yan Haoan originally planned to explain that he was not the kind of person who would take advantage of beautiful women. However, the princess then said, "You will become the princess's consort in the future, and Saijue, as my maid, will naturally become your woman. Besides, practicing together is very beneficial to cultivation. If you practice with her as soon as possible, you can help her sooner." At this point, Yan Haoan had no choice but to accept it humbly. After all, when Saijue is first-rate in both appearance and figure. If he didn't have the adventures brought by the system's blessing, he would probably be unable to catch up with such a woman. Now, he was able to favor her, and the princess even said that this was helping her, which made him feel very happy. After being summoned by the princess, when Saijue walked into the bathroom. "Kaiju, I have already told you before, Huan, he will be my consort in the future. Of course, I will also be your male master." After hearing this, when Saijue's cheeks turned red instantly and she responded shyly in a low voice. The princess seemed very straightforward and said directly, "I am a little tired and need to go to the inner room to rest for a while. You should go there and serve the prince consort right now." When Saijue was actually prepared in her heart, she knew that this day would come sooner or later. Moreover, she had always been by the princess' side and had long fallen in love with the talented and elegant Mr. Yen. So, she lowered her head and replied in a low voice, "Yes, Your Highness." "Mr. Yen. How old are you?" 26 years old. Yan Haoan said softly, then said, "Don't call me Mr. Yen. It's awkward at this time." He actually likes girls calling him brother, but this girl is older than him. He thought for a moment and said, "From now on, in private, just call me Prince Consort." It felt good to have him call her hubby, but it also seemed inappropriate. After all, the princess said that she was a maid. "Call the Prince Consort first, the princess will probably like to hear it." "Yes, Prince Consort." Hearing the girl adding the word master on her own initiative at the end, Yan Haoan found it a bit funny and felt that he was becoming more and more like an ancient noble. But this title is quite useful to him. The princess said that you have been practicing with her. Have you learned how to practice together? When Saijue uttered in an almost inaudible voice. Yan Haoan was a little puzzled. "You are the deputy commander of the Alien Bureau, and a big shot. Why are you as shy as Sister Wunwun?" But he really likes shy girls. The joint practice ended perfectly and everyone gained something. It was of course impossible for Yan Haoan and the princess's realm to be improved immediately, but it was further consolidated. When Saijue reached the realm of great perfection of the 3 realms in one fell swoop. She was extremely surprised, but Yan Haoan had seen many of his women's realms improve like a rocket launch, so he was very calm. He even felt a little regretful that despite his efforts, the girl couldn't break through the first spiritual barrier. Because he paid attention to the realm issue, he suddenly thought of something. Although Ouyang Manju has the most precious Xianin body, she has never practiced Taoism before, so there is nothing much to say. But the princess and Lanner have both been practicing Taoism since childhood, and they have the body of a fire spirit and the body of a heavenly phoenix respectively, and are extremely talented. But before practicing dual cultivation with him, Lanner was only at the 2nd level, and the princess was only at the 3rd level. But Qing Lu Junzi is not much older than them, and does not have a special physique, but she is a 4th level Jonin, which is equivalent to the late 4th level. This doesn't make sense at all. She was also a virgin, and obviously had no help from a Taoist partner, so how did she cultivate to such a high level? Is there some special secret method? As he thought about it, he suddenly became curious about it. Chapter 153: The Secret of Qing Lu Junzi's Cultivation. The next morning, Yan Haowan called Qing Luo Chunzi over and asked her about her cultivation progress. His guess turned out to be correct. The island country actually had secret methods for practicing ninjutsu. This secret method is to take advantage of the weak and strengthen the strong. First, train junior ninjas on a large scale, select those with the best talents from them, and train them as candidates. And those junior ninjas who have ordinary talents and no hope of breaking through to the middle level will be regarded as nutrients. After reaching the middle of the 3rd heaven, these nutrients will be forcibly extracted to form the essence of ninjutsu and infused into the candidates through secret techniques. Although the secret method can quickly cultivate masters of the intermediate level, it also has a big flaw. These masters who have grown up in a forced way, because they do not have enough nutrients to supplement, their progress in their own practice is very slow, and it is extremely difficult for them to grow in the later stage. Since the invention of this secret method, the masters who have been rapidly trained using this method have reached the highest level of 5th level Jonin, and not one of them can reach the 6th level Great Ninja level. Junko Kyoyanaji is also a person with excellent talent who is the focus of training and has absorbed a lot of nutrients along the way. So even though he didn't have a special physique or the help of a partner in dual cultivation, he was able to reach the level of a 4th level Jonin at the mere age of 27. After listening to this, Yan Haowan sighed inwardly. The island country is indeed a perverted country, it actually has such a cruel secret method. He had hoped that there was some good secret method that could further elevate the women's realm. When I knew this was the secret method, I immediately gave up. However, another piece of information from Kayamizu Junko made him extremely interested. Her half-sister, Chiyo Momo, the daughter of Chiyo Shunsuke, chairman of the Chiyo Group, has shown an amazing talent for cultivation since she was a child. Therefore, the family trained him as the future great ninja and did not use the secret method of infusing him with energy. Even so, this 19-year-old girl has already reached the level of a 3rd level Jonin, which is roughly equivalent to the late stage of the 3 heavens to the state of great perfection. After listening to this, Yan Haowan could almost conclude that Chiyo Baihui had a special physique. If it happens to be a body of the other 5 elements besides the fire spirit, He fantasized about it endlessly, thinking that he must find an opportunity to visit the island country in the future. After another secret discussion, the Special Operations Division determined the first target of the anti-rebellion operation, the Yi family in Jiangnan. The Yi family has committed numerous evil deeds and has a very bad reputation. They are the cancer that the prince and princess had already decided to eliminate in the first batch. But because of some unexpected events before that, and the Yi family also secretly recruited some experts, the attack plan at that time had to be suspended. Now that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has made up his mind, the princess and Yan Haowan have jointly decided to continue to push forward the previous plan and prepare to launch a thunder operation to completely wipe out the Yi family. As for the sniping at the economic level, under the unified deployment of the Special Service Guards, several high-ranking officials of the Jiangnan provincial government and the major families of the Princess system had already made careful deployment and were ready to close the net at any time. Yan Haowan's mission is to lead the Special Operations Division to carry out a powerful armed strike. The Yi family originally had 3 masters, 1 in the middle 5th level, and 2 in the late 4th level. According to the latest intelligence, the Yi family has completely surrendered to the 6th prince. The latter wants to make the Yi family an important stronghold in Jiangnan, and secretly dispatched a group of armed forces to station there. Today, the Yi family has 2 5th level and 4 4th level masters. Among all the aristocratic families in Jiangnan, the strength of the masters has firmly ranked first. Yan Haowan is now in the middle stage of the 6th realm and has learned all kinds of magical powers, so naturally he is not afraid at all. However, masters above the middle level have some magical powers. Some of them are very strange and fierce, and their lethality and destructive power are extraordinary. So he despised the enemy strategically, but took it very seriously tactically. He also invited many masters, including Master Yang of the Baoling Mountain Tianshi sect and several fellow Taoists, and masters from the Ouyang family, the Tian family, and the Murong family. Then, of course, there are several advisors from the Secret Service itself. He believed that with his mid-6th level warriors supporting them and many other experts protecting them, even though the Yi family had also assembled a strong lineup, they would not be able to make any waves. Chapter 154 Conspiracy. In a secret meeting room of the Yi family in Jiangnan, the atmosphere was extremely tense and solemn. The core members of the family, the respected worshippers, and the leaders of the death squad all gathered together. In addition, the special envoy sent by the 6th prince and his entourage also attended this important meeting. Everyone sat around a huge round table, plotting a major plan to launch an attack on the Tian family. The meeting was chaired by Yi Zhenlei, the current patriarch of the Yi family. He usually acts in a low-key and steady manner, but at this moment he seems particularly excited. The 2nd prince had previously offered his precious granddaughter to the 6th prince. This move was truly ingenious. The 6th prince was extremely satisfied with this. Not only did he gladly accept the Yi family's loyal allegiance, he also poured a lot of resources and strength into it, intending to support the Yi family to become an unrivaled stronghold in the Jiangnan region and to ensure that it would firmly sit on the throne of the #1 wealthy family. This time, the 6th prince issued a secret order. Since the Tian family has too close a relationship with the crown prince's side, a strong blocking action must be launched against them. This move can not only serve as a warning to others, but also send a clear signal to those aristocratic families who are still on the sidelines, letting them know who is qualified to ascend the throne and become the future master of the world. It has been more than 2 years since the assassination of the eldest prince that shocked the court and the whole country. Since then, the situation in the palace has changed suddenly, and the competition for the position of crown prince has become increasingly fierce. Finally, the 2nd prince stood out and became the new crown prince candidate. However, although he succeeded in ascending to this high position, his position was never completely secure. The 6th prince had been waiting for an opportunity to take his place. A few months ago, the situation became turbulent again. The 6th prince presented a stunningly beautiful new concubine to the current emperor. This woman was so stunningly beautiful that she won the emperor's heart, and he was greatly favored by the emperor for a time. As time goes by, dethroning the 2nd prince and enthroning the 6th prince. The rumors gradually spread, intensified, and caused a stir in the whole city. Against this background, the 6th prince became more and more arrogant and domineering, and his actions were frequent. He not only had a close relationship with ministers in the court, but also had close contacts with local officials and military generals. Such actions have made his influence in the court increasingly expand, and he is now on par with the crown prince, and even has the potential to surpass him. The Yi family initially took a wait-and-see attitude towards this, but confidential information showed that after the officials and nobles on the prince's side became dissatisfied with them, they did not hesitate to join the 6th prince's army. Everyone in the Yi family was delighted when they received the secret order from the 6th prince. Because this means that the 6th prince is already confident and ready to formally launch a charge towards the supreme throne. Once the 6th prince ascends the throne and is proclaimed emperor, the Yi family, as the heroes who supported him, will surely prosper and enjoy endless wealth and glory. Yi Zhenting, the 2nd son of the Yi family, is in a very good mood. This time he found an opportunity and gave his granddaughter to the 6th prince. She is very much loved and will definitely be a royal concubine in the future. Then his position in the Yi family in the future will definitely surpass that of the cowardly boss. The position of patriarch should be held by someone as ambitious and charismatic as him, so that he can bring the Yi family to a higher position. He was enjoying himself comfortably when there was a sudden knock on the door. "Boss, it's an emergency. Come in." "Boss, I received confidential information. The higher-ups might take action against us." Yi Lao was very calm. The Tian family had already been preparing, but they and the Murong family alone can't accomplish anything. "Boss, intelligence shows that there may be another powerful force involved." Yi Lao now took it seriously. "What powerful force?" "It's the son-in-law of the Tian family, whose surname is Yan. It is said that he is extremely powerful and has contacted some martial arts masters." "Does the boss know?" "I probably don't know yet." "What a bunch of rubbish. Such important information, but there is no news at all?" "Boss, the capital sent some very powerful people here before, and many of our weaknesses have been removed. This time we paid a heavy price to obtain this top-secret information." Yi Lao was silent for a moment, took out his cell phone and made a call. "Brother, there is confidential information." Yes, it is very urgent. We may need to make major adjustments to our deployment.
We still need to discuss it again.
Okay, I'll be there right away. Chapter 155: The Fall of the Yi Family. Tian Family. Tian Yongwang's face looked a little gloomy. His eldest cousin's son was actually in cahoots with the Yi family.
Although it was discovered in time by the special forces, some confidential information had already been leaked.
He bowed to the princess and said,
"Your Highness, Tian did not discipline his children properly, and this traitor has emerged from our family. Please punish him."
The princess looked calm.
There are so many children from noble families, and it's hard to guard against this.
Huan, what do you think?
It's okay. I have invited many experts this time, and the Special Warfare Division is also full of elite soldiers.
Even if the Yi family is prepared, they are definitely no match. But since the news has been leaked, we might as well act in advance. Anyway, the preparations are already ready. The princess nodded and looked at her man. Huan, you will be the commander-in-chief.
Yan Haowan knew that the princess was taking this opportunity to gain merit and prestige for herself, so he naturally wouldn't be pretentious. Anyway, he is only the nominal commander-in-chief, and is only responsible for high-end force strikes.
All other tasks have been carefully planned and each is commanded by professionals. As for the economic-industrial sniping, it will be coordinated by his father-in-law Tian Yongwang.
Both the Ouyang and Morong families sent experienced senior officials to assist, and they were also coordinated by senior government officials from the prince's faction. Yesterday, everyone in the Yi family was extremely excited, but after one night, the situation suddenly changed. Economically, all related industries of the Yi family suffered an unprecedented severe blow and fell into chaos. The once glorious Yi family businesses have now closed down one after another, their assets have shrunk significantly, their stocks have plummeted, and their market reputation has been destroyed. At the same time, the powerful armed forces that the Yi family has always been proud of also suffered a devastating disaster. The mysterious power that Yi Lauer had just learned about yesterday swept in like a violent storm, unstoppable. With their astonishing speed and destructive power, they shattered the Yi family's armed defense line.
Among them, the masters above the 4th level were in a miserable state under the siege of a group of masters. 2 of them were seriously injured and barely alive, the rest died on the spot.
The death squad that the Yi family had painstakingly managed for many years was also not spared and was completely wiped out. This team, which was regarded as the last trump card of the Yi family, was vulnerable in front of the elite commandos of the Special Operations Division. Even the Special Operations Brigade and Flying Corps secretly dispatched by the 6th Prince as backup assault forces were ambushed and attacked one after another, suffering heavy losses and almost all casualties. As for the 2 5th-level realm of the Yi family, the so-called
top master.
At first, they were arrogant and looked down on everyone, but when facing Yan Haowan, who was in the middle stage of the 6th level, they immediately showed an embarrassed look. The two sides exchanged only a few moves before the 2 so-called masters were beaten completely defenseless. In the end, even though the 2 joined forces to resist, they still couldn't escape their fate and were killed one after another by the 5 Thunders righteousness performed by Yan Haowan. All the core members of the Yi family were arrested and quietly escorted to the capital for secret treatment.
The Jiangnan Yi family, which was once prominent, collapsed in a short period of time. This shocking news spread quickly throughout Jiangnan province like a bombshell.
Soon after, the storm spread to all parts of the country, causing an uproar. The 6th prince's lineage suffered a severe blow and was seriously damaged. This incident had a huge impact on many factions of officials who had been on the sidelines, making them realize that the situation had changed dramatically in just a few days.
The Special Operations Division of the Longwei Corps of the Princess faction gained glory in one battle.
The extremely young Lieutenant General Division Commander Yan Haowan, after showing his affection for the eldest daughter of the Tian family during his marriage, has once again become an internet celebrity.
After the war,
Yan Haowan, the princess and several corps members passed through the Qiankuan secret realm and reached the secret room of the East Palace at super fast speed. Since Yan Haowan accepted the mission and pledged his allegiance to the Crown Prince, the relationship between him and the 6th Prince has become a matter of either you or I. So he no longer hid it and made the function of the multi-directional portal of the Qiankuan secret realm available to the public, which made the Crown Prince overjoyed. It also played a surprising role in the battle that the enemy was completely unexpected. General Yan, although only one family of the Yi family was wiped out in this war, the blow to Lao Lu was huge and of far-reaching significance. You have made great contributions in this battle. Half of the Yi family's assets will be taken over by your Huantang group.
Thank you, Your Highness.
In addition, you and the princess will have full authority to deal with the people of the Yi family. I heard that the eldest granddaughter of the Yi family boss is also a natural beauty, and is still unmarried, so I will give her to you as a slave.
Yan Hahuan was stunned.
He subconsciously looked at the princess, only to find that she was smiling.
He muttered secretly, "It's really hard to understand women's minds."
He had no choice but to thank him again and accept the reward first.
Chapter 156 Perfect Life. After arriving at the princess's mansion, the princess looked at Yan Hahuan with a half smile and said,
"Congratulations, Prince Consort, you have found a new lover."
Yan Hahuan was speechless for a while, muttering to himself, "Why did this princess join in the fun and make fun of me?"
He shook his head helplessly and said with a wry smile, "Princess, why are you making fun of me too?"
The princess smiled and continued, "I'm not kidding. I've already asked the special forces to investigate.
Although the Yi family is not very good as a whole, not all of them are bad people.
Yi Mingxian, the eldest granddaughter of the eldest son of the Yi family, is a truly gifted beauty.
Not only is she outstanding in appearance, but she is also beautiful and intelligent. She has always lived separately from her mother and has always been on bad terms with those in the family."
Yan Hahuan was stunned after hearing this. How could there really be such a wonderful woman in the world? Could this be the legendary coming out of the mud without getting stained?
The princess seemed to see through his thoughts and continued. "But no matter what, both mother and daughter are considered direct descendants of the Yi family, and they were escorted to Beijing together this time. But this princess has specially found another place for them to be kept separately."
"How is it, Prince Consort, is your dyer considerate?"
Yan Hahuan chuckled, thinking that he had really found a treasure this time, and happily gave a reward kiss.
Ding!
Lu Moody's favorability increased by 1%, and the current favorability is 100%.
Ding!
The system detects that the favorability of the fourth target has reached 100%, and rewards the host with 100,000 charm points.
The current charm points are 419,500. Yan Hahuan was extremely proud.
Although there was only a 1-point difference between 100% and 99%, there was still a difference. Now the princess not only trusts him absolutely, but she belongs to him completely from body to soul. He even verified it specifically and directly ordered the princess to come and serve him.
Sure enough, the latter showed no resistance at all, without any hesitation, and did whatever he said.
This made him extremely proud. That noble princess can finally put aside her status and become an equal sister with common women.
It's a pity that the system didn't include Wen Saijue in the target list.
Logically speaking, the latter's appearance and figure are enough to meet the standards. However, even without any favorability prompts, he could feel from his words, actions, and even his eyes that this deputy commander must be completely devoted to him. Although he received the reward from His Royal Highness, Yan Hahuan was not in a hurry to accept it.
Work matters are important, but matters at home cannot be neglected.
He has always insisted on working and practicing at the same time. Even when preparing for the battle against the Yi family was so important, he still insisted on practicing. After all, the growth of strength is the foundation of his survival. He is a playboy, but he loves all his women deeply. The more women there are, the less you can favor one over another, lest anyone feels left out. Fortunately, he has the magical skill of Xianyang body tempering technique, which enables him to treat everyone equally.
Hard work always pays off.
In addition to improving their realms, the women's favorability levels are also slowly increasing.
Yan Hahuan would receive wonderful system prompts from time to time.
Now, after the princess, Wei Qilan's favorability has finally reached full level.
This upgrade is very meaningful.
This time, when the final 1% was completed, there was indeed a fundamental change.
She didn't have any hesitation or resistance at all. In short, all the efforts finally turned into practical results. Everything is getting better and better, it can even be said to be perfect. Chapter 157, Reaching the Wonderland. Finale. Yan Hahuan's luck with women is really amazing.
The eldest granddaughter of the Yi family's eldest son, who was bestowed upon him by the crown prince, was not only a stunning beauty, but also had a special physique, the body of an earth spirit. Now he was delighted to see her, so naturally he wanted to possess her without any hesitation.
The Yi family has been destroyed. Yi Mingxian, once the daughter of a wealthy family, has already made all preparations.
If she hadn't been worried about her mother, she would even have wanted to die. She knew very well that with her looks and figure, since she had become the daughter of a broken family, she would inevitably become a man's plaything.
So when she found out that the man who wanted her body was the famous Lieutenant General Yen, she even felt a little happy. Although this man was the enemy who wiped out her entire family, he was actually a hero, and she had no hatred for him at all. Her only hope was that after he took her red pill, she would not be given to his men as a public plaything. How could Yen Haohuan be willing to throw away such a top-quality treasure? Even though he declared domineeringly that he was going to take her body, he was actually quite gentle, which made the woman feel relieved. The war to wipe out the Yi family gave the prince every advantage, and his number one general, Yen Huanhe, became famous throughout the world because of it. Shortly after the war, good news came from Taoist Wu Chen, who successfully contacted the southern Xinjiang Holy Moon sect. Yen Haohuan felt that the Holy Moon sect was extremely powerful and would be a great help to his side. So after careful consideration, he showed his full sincerity. He revealed some of the secrets of the Qianquan secret realm to the top leaders of the Holy Moon sect and demonstrated his strength at the sixth heaven realm. The Holy Moon cult, including its leader and elders, had already heard of the reputation of this young hero. Now that they had witnessed him in person, they were naturally convinced on the spot. The leader expressed his loyalty to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince on behalf of the entire sect and accepted the command of Commander Yen. The leader then had a secret talk with Master Yen, and after learning some of the secrets of the latter's rapid progress in cultivation, she took the initiative to express her willingness to marry her daughter, Gulanaji, the current saint of the Holy Moon sect, to him. The leader knew that although Yen Haohuan was young, his strength was unfathomable, and he was already the prince's favorite general, with a high position and power. Fearing that he would not agree, he took the initiative to let his daughter appear to see him first. Yen Haohuan was totally unprepared for this, but seeing that this woman was beautiful and full of wild charm, he liked her quite a lot. What surprised him even more was that after using the chi gazing technique to investigate, he found out that the saint was actually born with a wood spirit body. This time he was really overjoyed, and he readily accepted another future prince's concubine. Not long after, Yen Haohuan led a large team of masters and the expanded Special Warfare Division to launch a full-scale attack on the southern Xinjiang Huma cult and other forces, sweeping away everything. More than a month later, the sixth prince's faction was completely defeated. He himself was also killed by his own masters as a token of his loyalty. The old emperor, who had not cared about state affairs for many days, retired to become the emperor emeritus, and the crown prince ascended the throne. Yen Haohuan was named king of Jinan, deputy commander of the Longwei Corps, commander of the Special Operations Army, and held the rank of general. Tian Yuanshi was named princess of Jinan. The rest of the women, Luoyu, Huanwen, Wei Qilan, Jiang Dingshan, Ouyang Manju, and Gulanaji, were all named concubines of Prince Jinan. Soon after, all the concubines agreed that although Yimingxian was the daughter of the Yi family, she was indeed untainted by the mud, and asked the prince of Jinan to take her as a concubine. As for the island country's female slave, Kiyomi Junko, she was stripped of her slave title and made a personal maid. The news came out that a dignified young woman who had been staying alone in her boudoir had her favorability towards Yen Haohuan rise to 100% overnight, purely out of longing for him. Yen Haohuan was moved and took the initiative to go to the houses and explain the situation to his concubines. In the end, he took Yang Ying, whom he had always been thinking about, into his room and made her his concubine. What made countless men envious, jealous, and hateful was that the Prince of Jinan, who already had 9 concubines, unexpectedly received the grace of His Majesty. Marry Princess Yingyu as her husband. The identity of Prince Jinan is on par with that of this prince consort. 2 years later, the Prince of Jinan led his army to the east to conquer the island country and won a great victory. He took Qiu Baihui as his concubine and obtained Yuanin, the body of the Golden Spirit. With the favorability of all the girls reaching the maximum, Yen Haohuan won the Ultimate Achievement Award and opened the 3rd level of the Qianquan Secret Realm, Fairyland. After several years, Mr. Ye's granddaughter grew up and was also married to the Princess of Jinan, giving Yen the water spirit body and the Yuanin body that he had always dreamed of. With the 5 spiritual body essence and Yin gathered together, Yen Haohuan not only broke through the 2nd spiritual barrier and entered the 7th heaven realm, but also obtained the inheritance of the master, Fairy Xiaoyao, and officially started the road of cultivating immortals. End of the book.